In the realm of modern electrical engineering students, one traverses the hidden village of Suna, merging mecha technology with the art of ninjutsu to reshape the quintessential perspective of the Naruto universe, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Let technology and mechanized power bring an end to the myriad tragedies of the ninja world. Utilizing electrical knowledge to cultivate the land in Sunagakure, transforming puppets, and crafting formidable mechas, one seeks to overturn the hereditary and class structures of the ninja world, uniting the masses through the might of technology to confront the Otsutsuki clan. The power returns to the hands of the ordinary. Chapter 1. Scorpion, I do not wish for amputation. Ouch. Mi-seong awoke abruptly, his head throbbing and his arm in excruciating pain. Where am I? Why is it raining? He recalled conducting experiments in the high-voltage laboratory at school, testing wireless power transmission. Had there been an explosion, a bright white arc of electricity surged toward him, vaporizing the copper coin of merit hanging around his neck, plunging him into unconsciousness. Were these fluctuating numbers before my eyes? Wait, is this the world of Naruto? He had inexplicably become Mi-seong, the young aide to Scorpion, often referred to as Little Bug due to the phonetic similarity to his name. Little Bug. He gazed at the red-haired youth carrying him on his back and tentatively inquired, Scorpion? In Mi-seong's vision, a multitude of pulsating numbers appeared over Scorpion, displaying his name along with stats like Ninjutsu 6, Strength 5, Illusion 4, and so forth. Why does this resemble a gaming attribute card? Upon hearing his voice, Scorpion halted and replied, Little Bug, you're awake? Do not be concerned. Once we return to the village, you shall receive treatment. However, your wound is quite peculiar, bleeding profusely. For safety's sake, it may be best to amputate. Amputate? Even if Mi-seong was not a seasoned Naruto enthusiast, he understood the implications of Little Bug's amputation. He vividly recalled the aftermath of the amputation, when Scorpion had fitted him with a prosthetic arm, dexterous enough to launch poison blades from Puppet's limb. What followed? Due to a malfunction with that poison blade, Little Bug had inadvertently harmed himself. Scorpion had watched in horror as he succumbed to his injuries, ultimately becoming the first of Scorpion's puppets. In an eternal artistic expression, he became one of Scorpion's prized possessions. Thus began the descent of Scorpion, leading to the assassination of the third Kazekage, igniting the Third Shinobi World War and his eventual defection. It all seemed to stem from the unassuming character of Little Bug. Conspiracy theorists speculate that Scorpion, out of jealousy for his dear friend Little Bug's familial happiness, had orchestrated this calamity. Regardless of the motive, the one facing imminent demise was now him. He refused to accept this fate, having just crossed into the Naruto world. He found himself far from the heart of the ninja realm in Konoha, and he had no desire to become Scorpion's puppet for the sake of so-called eternal art. At that moment, Mi-seong's mind raced with the urgency of a college entrance examination. He pointed to a dilapidated village in the distance with his left arm and suggested, Scorpion, I'm feeling a bit cold. How about we seek shelter from the rain in that house? Warm up, have something to eat, and try to staunch the bleeding from my arm? Scorpion glanced at Mi-seong's bleeding right arm and, with an impassive expression, nodded in agreement. Very well. Using chakra threads to secure Mi-seong on his back, Scorpion leapt several times until they reached a relatively intact house in the village. Who goes there? As they entered, they were met by three individuals standing by a fire. The leader, a blonde-haired youth wielding a sharp wooden stick, demanded an answer. Upon seeing Scorpion, who bore the forehead protector of Sunagakure, the trio appeared increasingly tense. Scorpion gently lowered Mi-seong to the ground and, with a flick of his wrists, summoned two scrolls, poised for attack. Just as he was about to unleash his puppets, Mi-seong interjected, Scorpion, do not act rashly. The war is over. These are merely ordinary people with no ill intent. I beseech you. Scorpion hesitated, refraining from summoning his puppets, but not relinquishing the scrolls in his hands. His voice was colder than the rain outside. They possessed chakra. They might be hidden rogue ninjas. Have you forgotten those who ambushed and injured you? Mi-seong was still acclimating to his new body and assimilating the merged memories. If not for the unusual resilience of his fused soul, the fragile university student within him would have fainted by now. With some basic first aid knowledge, he understood that he could not allow his arm to bleed uncontrollably. It was common sense not to expose a wound to water. He had no desire to lose a limb upon entering this world, nor did he wish to perish without understanding why. The intense, murderous aura emanating from Scorpion indicated he was in a perilous mindset, one that disregarded even his own life. Upon entering, Mi-seong recognized the three individuals before him: Conan with a lavender bun, Nagato with his flowing red hair, and Yahiko with his spiky yellow hair. To provoke the future leaders of Akatsuki at this moment, one Rinnegan wielding Nagato was already formidable, not to mention the lurking presence of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. The future trio of Akatsuki was here, and Scorpion could not contend with them. Bearing the pain, Mi-seong gritted his teeth and strove to ease the tension between both parties. Greetings, we mean no harm. We are merely passing through as Sunagakure ninjas. I was ambushed and gravely injured by rogue ninjas, which is why we sought refuge from the rain to tend to my wounds. My companion is simply concerned for my well-being and poses no threat to you. Might you have a medical ninja or a doctor among you? Seeing Mi-seong speak so courteously, Scorpion felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet remained silent, turning to inspect Mi-seong's arm. The injury on Mi-seong's arm was a result of Scorpion blocking an ambush from a rogue ninja's blade. The ninja had infused his weapon with chakra, causing Mi-seong's arm to suffer multiple grievous lacerations. The rain-soaked arm, with its gory wounds, was a ghastly sight, oozing dark crimson blood. Yahiko and his companions seemed to notice Mi-seong's condition as well, lowering their wooden sticks. We do not have a medical ninja, but may I take a look at your friend's injury? Scorpion coldly replied, there is no need. We can handle it ourselves. Ah, the proud Scorpion. Mi-seong felt the strange chakra coursing within him and attempted to harness this newfound energy with his left hand. With a crackle, blue-white electricity erupted from his fingertips, swiftly shifting into a sharp vortex. Based on the circumstances in Naruto, did he now possess both wind and lightning chakra natures? Scorpion was a master of poison, but was only adept at inflicting harm, not healing. As Mi-seong endeavored to manipulate his chakra, Scorpion struggled to wrap Mi-seong's arm, attempting to staunch the bleeding. However, the deep and persistent wounds, exacerbated by the chakra-infused blade, caused the bandages to become rapidly soaked. Mi-seong felt a chill. He recognized it as a sign of excessive blood loss. If this continued, he would be forced to undergo amputation regardless of his wishes. Fortunately, aided by the numbers appearing in his vision, he seemed to grasp the nature of his abilities. Precision. He possessed the capacity for precise control based on numerical values. He could accurately regulate the output of chakra, manipulating electricity and wind. It appeared that this was his unique advantage in the Naruto world. He exerted effort to sit up and extended his left hand, saying, Scorpion, allow me to give it a try. Please hand me a standard kunai. I believe I've gained some insights regarding chakra utilization. From the outset, Scorpion had sensed a shift in his companion, a newfound maturity and confidence. In a reflexive gesture, Scorpion, albeit only 8 years old, produced a kunai devoid of poison and handed it to Mi-seong. As Mi-seong grasped the kunai, Yahiko and the others grew tense once more. Taking a deep breath, Mi-seong used the kunai's tip to slice through the bandages, then reversed his grip. He focused his consciousness to adjust the output frequency. Wind circulates to isolate the palm, 45 Hz alternating current, 0.5 ampere flow, vortex discharge. A miraculous scene unfolded as the metal ring at the tail of the kunai began to emit steam, turning red-hot. Without hesitation, Mi-seong pressed the crimson metal ring swiftly against the vein of his right arm. 0.3 seconds. A bleeding wound for 3 seconds. Empowered by adrenaline, he pressed down 5 times, filling the small room with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Mi-seong bit his lips until they bled before finally releasing his grip, collapsing in a fit of convulsions. The pain was excruciating. Scorpion had never anticipated that his usually carefree friend could exhibit such resilience, nor had he ever considered such a method of hemostasis existed. Mi-seong's arm bore 5 charred marks, yet the bleeding had indeed ceased. How had he managed to heat the kunai just moments ago? He recalled that Mi-seong possessed only the wind and lightning chakra natures, which were inherently conflicting. Chapter 2. Pharmacist Yanoyu. As Scorpion marveled at Mi-seong's precise control over chakra, a sweating Mi-seong grasped Scorpion with his left hand, extending a finger towards Xiaonan and the others, saying, Scorpion, trust them as you would trust me. They're not bad people. I can sense their chakra is filled with goodwill. You must save my arm. Having expended too much energy in the precise manipulation of chakra, Mi-seong fainted before he could finish his plea. He had done his utmost. With the bleeding halted, he hoped he could endure the journey back to Sunagakure. Mi Xiang's sudden loss of consciousness left Scorpion at a loss. Even in his stupor, Mi Xiang kept murmuring, "Scorpion, please don't do anything foolish." The current Mi Xiang felt unfamiliar to him. The carefree individual he knew seemed to have matured significantly in an instant. Yet even in his unconscious state, his concern remained for Scorpion. Unbeknownst to Scorpion, Mi Xiang's greatest anxiety before fainting was that Scorpion would resort to amputation. It could be said that his inadvertent whisper warmed the frigid heart of Scorpion. Gently running his fingers over Mi Xiang's feverish forehead, Scorpion suddenly spoke, "Can you find a doctor? In return, I will offer you money and ninja tools." In his life, Scorpion had never asked anyone for anything. This was an unprecedented moment where he sought help to save Mi Xiang. Yahiko was displeased with Scorpion's tone, but upon seeing the unconscious Mi Xiang, he was struck by a realization. Perhaps it was Mi Xiang's earlier words that moved him. Originally intent on self-preservation, Yahiko rubbed his nose and said, "There's a skilled doctor at the shrine. We can take you there, but I warn you, do not harm anyone, or we shall not let you off lightly." Scorpion responded with a nasal grunt, accepting the umbrella Yahiko tossed him. Using his chakra threads, he carefully secured the unconscious Mi Xiang to his back, following Yahiko, Xiaonan, and Nagato out of the small room. The village appeared to consist of several houses, yet it was devoid of life. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other gripping the raven puppet's storage scroll, Scorpion traversed the desolate ruins in the drizzling rain. The group eventually halted before a wooden door concealed by tattered tarps. The entrance resembled a gateway leaning against a heap of rubble. Xiaonan approached the door, knocking rhythmically. The door opened slightly, revealing the gentle yet vigilant face of pharmacist Yanoyu behind it. Her hair was a pale yellow, adorned with a hood, appearing to be in her early 20s, her round glasses giving her a pristine demeanor that contrasted sharply with the surrounding ruins. "Dr. Yanoyu," Xiaonan exclaimed eagerly, her tone imbued with childlike dependence. "Please save him. He's gravely injured." Yanoyu's gaze quickly swept over the worried Xiaonan before scrutinizing Scorpion, who bore the Sand Village headband. This red-haired young ninja appeared to be of similar age to Yahiko and the others. Yet his eyes were filled with the fierce and frightened essence of an injured beast. Something Yanoyu had seen many times on the battlefield. Her gaze settled on the child with disheveled black hair, slumped over Scorpion's back, his right arm a grotesque sight, yet his complexion was unnaturally rosy, breathing faintly. Pharmacist Yanoyu's eyes sharpened with intense focus, a reflexive response of a healer encountering a critically ill patient. "Come in quickly." She stepped aside, her voice resolute and composed. Scorpion gritted his teeth, staggering inside while carrying Mi Xiang. Only a year older than Mi Xiang, he was not a ninja renowned for physical prowess. It was a widely accepted notion that puppet masters were inherently frail. Arriving here with Mi Xiang on his back left him utterly fatigued. Upon entering, he discovered an entirely different realm within the house. Beneath the exterior of ruins lay a space connected to a natural cave. Lit by a few oil lamps, the interior glowed with a warm yet dim light, filled with the scents of herbs and antiseptics. Several emaciated children huddled on a straw mat in the corner, watching him with a mix of curiosity and fear. "Lay him flat here. This Sand Village ninja, please refrain from causing any trouble." Yanoyu swiftly cleared a clean white cloth-covered platform, her movements efficient and professional. Scorpion cautiously set down the mumbling Mi Xiang, his hands trembling slightly from tension and exhaustion. He stood vigilantly nearby, clutching the scroll containing the raven puppet, his eyes fixed on Yanoyu's every action, as though he would leap forward at the slightest misstep. Yanoyu paid no heed to Scorpion's anxiety. She first bent down to examine Mi Xiang's wounds. Upon seeing the exaggerated injuries and the precisely cauterized wounds, a flicker of disbelief crossed her eyes. This method of treatment was unprecedented to her. This method of hemostasis is quite unique. Who performed it? She instinctively inquired. That it was little insect. No, it was Mi Xiang himself who did it. He's a formidable ninja as well. Scorpion quickly interjected, his voice laced with defensive pride. He then emphasized, "You cannot amputate his arm. Mi Xiang, he said he could save it." Yanoyu raised her gaze, scrutinizing the boy, who, despite his young age of 7 or 8, wore the attire of a Sand Village chunin, suggesting a background of distinction. Pharmacist Yano Yu reflected on the harsh realities of war. Fortunately, the Second Ninja War had finally come to an end. She did not argue nor make any promises, but calmly stated in an exceedingly professional tone, "I am a doctor. My duty is to do my utmost to save the lives and limbs of my patients. Now, I need you to remain quiet and not hinder my efforts." Saying this, Pharmacist Yano Yu turned to the anxious Yahiko, Xiaonan, and Nagato, standing beside her. "Do not be alarmed. Xiaonan, please prepare hot water and clean cloths. Yahiko and Nagato, keep an eye on the door. There's no need to be tense. This ninja, named Scorpion, will not harm us, right?" Yano Yu heard Mi Xiang's murmurs of delirium and activated her chakra scalpel, which glimmered faintly. Scorpion glared at Yano Yu, then tucked the storage scroll away, obediently sitting to the side and awaiting her actions. Only then did Pharmacist Yano Yu turn back, offering a slight smile to Xiaonan, who held the clean cloth. "We're about to begin. Please assist me in pressing down. It may be quite painful when I clean the wounds." Mi Xiang seemed to drift within a bizarre dream, one that contained his various imaginings of the towering Gundam mechas, alongside the motivations that led him to choose the field of electrical engineering and automation. The Gundam model that had accompanied him throughout his childhood, the laboratory, and myriad experimental data blended with memories of little insect under the glow of an ancient copper coin. The fundamentals of chakra refinement, the clash of wind and lightning, and the countless moments shared with Scorpion were all intertwined. Immersed in this amalgamation of memories, Mi Xiang felt no pain in his as the memories fused. He seemed to gradually acclimate to this body and the world of Naruto, until a blue-violet light manifested in his realm. "Are you awake?" Chapter 3. The Infinite Possibilities of Chakra. Xiao Nan. Mi Xiang struggled to rise, only to discover that his right hand was enveloped in layers of bandages, significantly easing his pain. At this moment, Xiao Nan had not yet developed the cold demeanor of the future Akatsuki angel. Upon seeing Mi Xiang awaken, she offered a gentle smile, her chakra transforming into a piece of paper that she deftly folded into an exquisite origami crane. "Here, this is for you. Wishing you a swift recovery." Mi Xiang returned her smile, nodding in gratitude, and leaned closer to whisper something in Xiao Nan's ear. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she nevertheless conjured a long, delicate sheet of white paper from her chakra. Mi Xiang took the unique paper and examined the origami crane closely. The material of this paper was remarkably special, not dissipating rapidly like ordinary chakra-based techniques. Indeed, Xiaonan's future technique of paper manipulation began with this crane. Hearing Mi Xiang stir, Scorpion, who had been napping nearby, sprang up, wanting to check on Mi Xiang's condition. However, his habitual pride made him hesitate, stopping in his tracks. Truly a troublesome child. Mi Xiang tucked the crane gifted by Xiaonan into his embrace and greeted Scorpion. "Hey, Scorpion, thank you for saving my arm. Where are we now? Have we returned to the village?" A fatigued female voice replied. "Handsome little ninja, your constitution is quite remarkable, waking up so soon. Although Xiaonan has been taking great care of you, let us not forget others. We are still in the Rain Village, and it is my medical ninjutsu that saved you. Aren't you going to thank me?" Mi Xiang turned to see a woman clad in a nun's robe, sporting round spectacles. "Yao Shi Nayu? You are Yao Shi Nayu? How did you end up in the land of rain? What luck to encounter you?" Yao Shi Nayu was taken aback that this little sand ninja recognized her, but did not dwell on it. The wandering priestess was preparing to withdraw from the rude organization, intending to devote herself to managing an orphanage. Her name was to become a thing of the past. Currently, she was busy tending to a child's bleeding wound. With a calm demeanor, she said, "Since the treatment is complete, shouldn't the two esteemed ninjas settle the medical fees?" Xiaonan was about to speak on Mi Xiang's behalf when he raised a hand to stop her. "Of course, Dr. Yinayu, your medical skills are exceptional. Thanks to you, my arm is saved. Scorpion, could you lend me some money?" As a chunin with impressive puppet techniques, Scorpion had already earned a considerable amount from completing missions. Moreover, he was the beloved grandson of Chiyo. This was no ordinary chunin, but a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Scorpion retrieved his wallet. "Your injury was caused by me, so I will cover the treatment costs." Mi Xiang accepted Scorpion's wallet without reservation, extracting 5 bills of 10,000 Rio each. "Consider this a loan from you. Here's 50,000 Rio for the treatment." "Thank you very much, esteemed Dr. Yinayu. Also, I owe you a favor. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out in the Sand Village. My name is Mi Xiang. Although I am currently an unknown genin, I am confident that I will soon make a name for myself in the ninja world. Until we meet again. In Konoha Hospital, treating injuries like Mi Xiang's typically cost around 5,000 ryo. With her healing techniques, Yao Yinai Yu swiftly closed up a child's leg wound, offering a gentle smile as she wiped her hands before saying, "Oh, little ninja, you possess great ambition to offer so much. Are you perhaps a person of significance in the Sand Village or of considerable wealth?" Mi Xiang leapt down from the makeshift bed, flexing his arm. In the real world, with such a severe injury, one would have to rest for at least several months. Yet here he was fully restored in such a short time. Feeling his arm move freely, he replied, "Not quite, but I believe you deserve this money more, Dr. Yinayu. I currently have little to my name. This is borrowed from Scorpion. However, I am confident that I will soon become a wealthy and formidable ninja. I have no doubt about it. But I do have a question. Have you considered how many lives you can save by working yourself to the bone alone? With the countless separations and losses caused by the ninja world's wars, and the many unfortunate war orphans and suffering civilians, is there not a more permanent solution?" Mi Xiang did not direct his words solely at Yao Yinayu. His sentiments were also meant for Shao Nan and Scorpion, as well as for the impressionable Yahiko. Upon hearing Mi Xiang's question, Yahiko jumped up, eager to espouse his ideals of peace through communication and negotiation that nonviolent reform. I'm sorry, Yahiko, but your notion is somewhat naive. In this world where strength reigns supreme, such ideas are impractical. He did not directly refute Yahiko's perspective that at present, he was merely an inconspicuous genin, traversing the vulnerabilities of the Sand Village. Weakness in this ninja world is indeed a sin, young man. As Yahiko passionately delivered his speech, Mi Xiang busied himself with a small piece of gray chakra metal in his hands. This was a small portion he had procured from Scorpion, and the material seemed somewhat familiar to him. However, he had no time to verify how this material differed from that of his past life. According to Scorpion, the chakra conductivity was only 12%, yet it was exorbitantly priced. Such precious material made Mi Xiang reluctant to utilize it all at once. He meticulously controlled an electric arc to slice off 2 thin metal sheets, sandwiching them with the delicate paper generated from Shao Nan's chakra. Amidst Yahiko's eloquent discourse, he had preliminarily validated his hypothesis. A simple combination capacitor was gradually taking shape in his hands. Next, he activated this seemingly futuristic ninja world supercapacitor with lightning, and sparks of energy erupted from the leading edge. By introducing wind-based chakra, it too was converted into stored electrical charge within this supercapacitor. In this world of ninjas, the functions of chakra were indeed extraordinary. If such remarkable inventions existed in the real world, perhaps his dreams of piloting Gundams could become a reality. Yet, even if reality could not accommodate such dreams, he was now in a wondrous ninja realm. Researching Gundams here was entirely feasible. Once Yahiko concluded his grandiloquent speech, Mi Xiang offered a somewhat perfunctory applause, stating, "Very insightful, a commendable speech. Our meeting is surely fate. Should you encounter difficulties, you may also seek me out in the Sand Village. Shao Nan, this small gadget is a gift for your self-defense. Just press this button, and it will unleash a lightning technique that temporarily incapacitates your enemies without causing fatal harm. However, it requires my precise control over the lightning to recharge it, transforming it into this weaker version of the technique. By my calculations, it can be used at least 4 times. If it runs out, just contact me, and I will assist in recharging it. Until we meet again, we must return to the village." Mi Xiang directed his words toward Shao Nan, handing her the makeshift tube he had crafted. This composure, so mature for his age, left a lasting impression on Shao Nan. Unaware of the true value of the chakra metal or the rarity of this device capable of storing chakra, she accepted it as a gift between friends, blushing slightly as she bowed in gratitude to Mi Xiang. Scorpion maintained his aloof demeanor, merely nodding in farewell. To him, among this group, only the medical ninja warranted a second glance. The others were merely novices beginning to accumulate chakra. In comparison to Mi Xiang borrowing his money and chakra metal, Scorpion was more intrigued by Mi Xiang's precise control over wind and lightning techniques. Such accurate manipulation of chakra metal was no simple feat. The once inconspicuous Mi Xiang resembled a humble insect. Yet after this injury, he has matured and become remarkably composed. This precise chakra technique serves as a significant boon for his puppet crafting endeavors. The two ventured into the curtain of rain in the land of rain, making their way toward the land of sand, gradually receding from view. As they walked, Scorpion posed his initial inquiry. Mi Xiang, do you have an affinity for that azure-haired individual? Chapter 4. Inward Reflection. Do you have feelings for Xiao Nan? Mi Xiang paused momentarily. His impression of Sister Nan was indeed favorable. Yet it hadn't quite ascended to the level of affection, not at least for now. The two jutsu he was wielding in each hand momentarily ceased. The miniature cyclone forming in his left palm paused briefly before resuming its rotation, a precise wind spiral, unlike the spiraling techniques of Naruto and Minato. Though its power was minimal, its precision was akin to that of a finely tuned machine. Meanwhile, arcs of electricity danced between his right thumb and index finger, fluctuating in voltage and current, varying in size and intensity. As he walked, honing his control over chakra output, he heard Scorpion's inquiry and smiled in response. She's merely an interesting girl at this point. I cannot say I harbor any strong feelings yet. Scorpion, do you fancy anyone? Beside him, Scorpion shook his head, declaring, only puppets are eternal art. Women are the most troublesome beings. Do not let women impede your journey toward strength. Observing the 8-year-old Scorpion, with his youthful visage yet speaking with an air of haughty wisdom, Mi Xiang couldn't help but erupt into laughter. With memories of the little bug fused within him, he felt no barrier in conversing with Scorpion. As he released the chakra from his hands, he sensed a slight increase in his chakra reserves. Scorpion, it's still too early for such discussions. The current Sunagakure is too weak. We must devise ways to earn money and grow stronger before we can even contemplate the future. During the Rain Country mission, Scorpion seemed to perceive his closest friend as transformed. Although he was but a year younger, Mi Xiang often spoke with a maturity reminiscent of an old soul. Scorpion, are you all right? The missions in the Rain Country are perilous. Why did you not inform Granny Chio? Just as they set foot in the sandy expanse of the Land of Wind, a somewhat portly figure approached them. Mi Xiang recognized the elderly woman who was always concerned for Scorpion's well-being. Granny Chio's affection for Scorpion had been unwavering from beginning to end, and her goal in developing the forbidden technique of reincarnation was to breathe life into the puppets of his parents. As he witnessed her disappointment when Scorpion shrugged off her embrace, Mi Xiang was inexplicably reminded of his late grandmother from the real world. Noticing Scorpion's resistance to Granny Chio's care, Mi Xiang stepped forward and draped an arm around Scorpion's neck, saying, Granny Chio, the mission went smoothly. There's no need for worry. On our return, Scorpion said he would invite me to sample your culinary skills. I hope it won't be too much trouble. Scorpion opened his mouth to protest, but hesitated upon seeing the bandages on Mi Xiang's arm, his objections unvoiced. A typical rebellious child, grappling with his desires yet unable to articulate them. How juvenile. Mi Xiang discreetly wiped at his eyes, recalling his own childhood, marked by similar awkwardness. Having experienced such moments himself, he felt compelled to assist Scorpion. Granny Chio, well aware of Mi Xiang as Scorpion's only friend, had recently assigned him to the same team as Scorpion upon his promotion to Genin. Trusting Mi Xiang's words, she exclaimed, Really? Oh, how delightful. It's no trouble at all. Come, today I shall prepare a feast for you both. She instructed others to return home while notifying Mi Xiang's family. She then accompanied the reluctant Scorpion and Mi Xiang back to her residence. As for the task handover, it was a trivial matter to Granny Chio. Throughout their journey, Granny Chio spoke animatedly, while Scorpion responded only occasionally. The atmosphere was primarily moderated by Mi Xiang, who did not seek to curry favor with Granny Chio. At that moment, he was not yet prepared to confront the realities surrounding the little bug's parents. Any opportunity to postpone that confrontation was welcome. The first meal back in Sunagakure was shared at Granny Chio's home. Coming from a future where culinary delights were abundant, Mi Xiang found it challenging to adapt to Japanese cuisine. Nevertheless, he ate a substantial bowl of rice with misty eyes. Encouraged by Mi Xiang's example, Scorpion's resistance seemed to wane, and he engaged more in conversation with Granny Chio. For the elderly woman, who had personally prepared the meal, it was a day filled with joy. Her sole remaining grandson had not been so close to her in a long while. Although over 60, she pieced together the perils of the recent mission from Mi Xiang's reassuring words, which omitted any mention of danger. Having been a key player in the Second Shinobi World War, Granny Chio's battleground was in the Hidden Rain village, where she had managed to decipher Hanzo's poison, securing a decisive victory. This triumph had salvaged some dignity for the beleaguered Sunagakure. Granny Chio was well aware of the situation in the Rain Village, but chose not to shatter the two boys' goodwill. After sharing a warm family dinner, Misyong unexpectedly made a request. Granny Chio, may Scorpion and I stay here for the night? My arm is still injured, and I fear my family would worry. As a skilled healer, Granny Chio unwrapped the bandages from Misyong's arm for inspection. Observing the wound treated with medical ninjutsu, she remarked, "This is the work of Konoha's medical ninja. That Yamanaka Yuno possesses remarkable skill. There is no cause for concern. It should heal completely in 3 to 5 days. I'll send someone to inform your parents, stating that you are training with Scorpion." Misyong sheepishly scratched his head in gratitude. His embarrassment stemmed from having repeatedly used his injury to manipulate situations to his advantage, a clear case of exploiting gratitude. However, Scorpion merely averted his gaze, neither accepting nor rejecting Misyong's proposition. Granny Chio, witnessing her typically solitary grandson willingly choose to stay with her, was overjoyed. After preparing a room and bedding, Granny Chio busied herself, leaving Misyong and Scorpion alone in the room. Scorpion felt out of place away from home, while Misyong struggled to find comfort on the tatami mat, tossing and turning restlessly. Bored, he extended his index fingers, creating arcs of electricity that danced between them. Though the currents were in the milliamp range, with over 1,000 volts, they were not nearly as lethal as they appeared. Staring at the ceiling, Misyong meticulously planned his next steps. In the stillness of the room, Scorpion also found himself unable to sleep when Misyong suddenly asked, "Scorpion, tell me honestly, if my arm were to be amputated, you would construct a puppet prosthetic for me, wouldn't you?" Scorpion turned to him, puzzled by the question. He nodded silently. Misyong then shifted to face him, illuminated by the flickering arcs of electricity, and asked, "If I were to suddenly die one day, you would turn me into a puppet, right?" Chapter 5. The concept of eternity. If I die, you would fashion me into a puppet, wouldn't you? Misyong's seemingly innocuous inquiry reverberated in Scorpion's ears like thunder. A flicker of panic crossed his typically cold gaze as he averted his eyes from Misyong's penetrating stare. With a gentle smile, Misyong reassured him, "Scorpion, there is no need to deceive me. After my severe injury, I glimpsed many individuals in the Pure Land, even catching a glimpse of a future fragment. If you still consider me a friend, please share your thoughts candidly. I shall not hold it against you." The air in the room seemed to freeze as Scorpion trembled slightly. After a moment, his lips quivered before he finally spoke. "Yes. If you die, I will make you into a puppet. And what of it? That will be eternal art. Your wind release, your lightning release, your chakra control techniques, and even your appearance. I shall eternally preserve them within my puppets. I will continuously refine your puppet until it surpasses your current perfection, rendering you ageless and unscathed, allowing you to remain my friend forever. Eternity is indeed the ultimate pursuit." Scorpion's response was both cruel and truthful, seemingly devoid of empathy. To Misyong, it perfectly encapsulated Scorpion's twisted perspective on life as depicted in the original narrative. Eternity is art. Misyong felt neither fear nor indignation. He calmly continued to inquire, "And then, after you transform me into a puppet, what next? Will you merely store me in a cabinet and take me out to gaze upon when you miss your friend?" Scorpion paused, bewildered. "What do you mean, and then?" "Eternity is the culmination of all things. It cannot decay or be lost, and that is sufficient." Misyong extended his right hand and gently patted the agitated Scorpion. "Is a puppet that cannot deteriorate, and a version of me forever frozen in the present. Truly your ideal of eternity? Scorpion, to me, that is merely the eternity of a museum, akin to stones in a desert or buried relics, seemingly unchanging. Yet they are lifeless objects. That is not the true me. Dead." The word pierced Scorpion's heart like a thorn. He abruptly stood, his gaze sharp and piercing. Scorpion's voice rose slightly, tinged with barely concealed anger. "Then what do you propose? What eternity transcends life and death? What do you know of art? Have you ever lost a loved one? What eternity can truly allow one to live forever?" Misyong also rose from the tatami mat, unperturbed by Scorpion's tone. First, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling Scorpion to lower his voice, so as not to disturb Granny Chio. Meeting Scorpion's gaze, his own eyes were clear and resolute. "Scorpion, you are aware of the truth. The excuse of your parents being on a mission was a deception from Granny Chio, correct?" Scorpion clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage, and nodded vehemently, glaring defiantly at Misyong. Mi Xiang continued unabated. I understand your fear of loss, and I know you genuinely consider me a friend. However, even if you were to convert me into a puppet, my thoughts and knowledge would remain frozen at this moment, forever stagnant. I would merely be a mechanical entity with slightly more abilities than an ordinary puppet. The arc of my power can only vibrate within the confines of this moment. As he spoke, Mi Xiang conjured a blue-white electric arc between his fingers. Observing the erratic high-voltage arc in his hand, his tone bore a soothing strength. Scorpion, I too have traversed the chasm of the Pure Land, albeit for a fleeting moment, and I glimpsed many villagers. They imparted to me numerous secrets. The ninja world possesses a myriad of miraculous techniques that can connect with the Pure Land. If we live earnestly and develop various technologies and jutsu, we can transcend the limitations of life and death, achieving true eternity. Is this not preferable to the hollow eternity you envision? Scorpion appeared to calm somewhat, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Mi Xiang exhaled softly, seizing the moment. Therefore, Scorpion, do not dwell too much on this. My near-death experience was not in vain. Do you remember the cylindrical device I gifted to Conan? I have a brilliant idea that could allow us to create water here. Would you be interested in giving it a try? Scorpion seemed to relinquish some of his obsessions, reverting to his usual boastful demeanor. Is that the one with the blue-purple hair you like? But what miraculous powers does a cylinder that stores lightning release chakra possess? Mi Xiang, observing the subtle change in Scorpion, playfully manipulated the electric arc on his fingertip. Oh, Scorpion, you have high standards. Do not underestimate that small cylinder. It can store more than just lightning release chakra. Besides, that is merely my experimental validation of my ideas. Even if it is an imperfect prototype, its quality remains commendable. Scorpion disdainfully reclined back onto the tatami mat, snorting. Commendable? Just how commendable? Mi Xiang lay down as well, resting his arms behind his head, softly responding. How commendable? At least as tall as a two-story building. Scorpion, unaccustomed to such playful banter, chuckled unexpectedly, only to cough amidst his laughter. Once he composed himself, Scorpion suddenly spoke. Mi Xiang, thank you. According to Mi Xiang's integrated memories, Scorpion had always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor. For him to express gratitude was akin to the sun rising in the west. Mi Xiang grinned widely. No need for pleasantries. We are good brothers. If you truly wish to thank me, just wipe off my debts. Not a chance. You're so generous with your gifts of cash and chakra metal. I would be remiss not to charge you interest. From now on, you shall be known as Stingy Scorpion. Whatever. Outside, listening to the banter within, Granny Chio breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was exceedingly busy, her concern for her only grandson, Scorpion, remained paramount. As Scorpion grew, the excuses she had fabricated had long since lost their effectiveness. Since Scorpion had collected the puppets of his parents, Granny Chio understood he had uncovered the truth. Moreover, Scorpion's clandestine research into puppet making was something she could not conceal from her. For Scorpion, who spoke less and became increasingly reclusive, Granny Chio was at a loss on how to mend their relationship. In the village, the only person who could converse with Scorpion was Mi Xiang, known by the nickname Little Bug. This was also the reason she discreetly assigned the newly graduated Jin and Mi Xiang to Scorpion's team. In hindsight, her decision was remarkably astute. Upon returning from this mission, Scorpion had evidently become much more cheerful. This child, named Mi Xiang, is truly commendable. Granny Chio's focus remained solely on Scorpion's transformation. She paid no heed to Mi Xiang's claims of highly advanced ninja tools. What innovation could a newly graduated Jinin, lacking in talent, possibly present? The affairs of the village should be left to the adults to manage. Granny Chio quietly departed, unnoticed by the two bickering within. With a crackle, accompanied by a flash of blue-white electric arc, the wandering ninja, whose eyes were obscured by the paper conjured by Conan, shuddered as the high-voltage, low-current arc discharged, rendering him unconscious and collapsing to the ground, twitching. As Yahiko approached to assist, he marveled. Conan is truly impressive. Chapter 6. The moment of witnessing miracles. 1. Conan tucked away the small cylinder in her hand, smiling shyly. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Nagato rushed over, kicking the fallen wandering ninja a few times before beginning to scavenge his belongings. They had encountered this rogue while searching for food, who had attempted to ambush the weakest-looking girl in their group. As was the norm, the outcome was rather unfortunate. First, he was met with Conan's chakra-infused paper covering his eyes, followed by a tremor that caused him to faint. The three of them swiftly departed the ruins with 2,000 ryo in cash and an ordinary ninja blade. Yahiko, as they hurried along, inquired, "Conan, that obnoxious sand ninja fellow gifted you a remarkable ninja tool. Can I ask how much it costs? Perhaps we could buy a few more? With this tool capable of releasing lightning release, we need not fear ordinary ninjas." Before Conan could respond, Nagato, walking alongside her, shook his head, hidden beneath his red hair. His eyes recognized the uniqueness of Conan's cylinder. That was chakra metal, an exceedingly precious resource in the ninja world. Moreover, he was unaware of the intricate design that allowed it to store chakra and transform it into potent lightning release. In the ninja world, even a small amount of chakra metal commands an exorbitant price. "Yahiko, we have not contributed anything to me. All credit belongs to Sister Nono. The gift he provided to Conan is indeed invaluable. Did you forget Jiraiya-sensei's mention of chakra metal? That cylinder given to Conan by the Sand Village Ninja is made of chakra metal. Such a precious item must not fall into the hands of nefarious individuals." Yahiko, though somewhat oblivious, understands the gravity of the situation. He smacked his forehead and said, "I overthought it. Conan, please don't take offense. That black-haired lad is truly generous. Far better than that obnoxious redhead. Given its significance, we must conceal it well. It would be troublesome if evildoers caught sight of it. Conan, how about we treat me to a delicious meal next time we meet to express our gratitude?" Conan nodded, hiding the cylinder close to her heart. Her fingers grazed the smooth surface of the cylinder, and she couldn't help but reminisce about the confident youth whose gaze radiated assurance. What might he be occupied with at this moment? In the land of wind, Scorpion was busy at his puppet workshop. "So, is this how you can produce lightning release?" Before him lay a rather crude assembly, resembling two cylinders leaning against each other, one wrapped in fur and the other coated with a very thin layer of insect wax. Numerous metal wires connected the insides of the cylinders, some leading to the ground and others to a metallic sphere housed in a vial. Anyone familiar with modern physics experiments would recognize this device as an electrostatic generator, a Van de Graaff generator. By transferring electrons, it stores static electric charge. Turned a handle, and as the cylinders rotated, the electric charge was stored in his specially designed supercapacitor. Thanks to the unique properties of chakra metal from the ninja world, this metal, reminiscent of titanium from a past life, could store energy at nearly 10 times the capacity of its original realm. Could chakra metal truly be akin to titanium? Yet, he was studying electricity, not exploration and metallurgy. Setting aside his inquiries into chakra metal for the moment, he focused on the task at hand. As he turned the handle, the protective circuit on the specially designed cylinder began to crackle with discharges, indicating that the capacitor was full. The Van de Graaff generator's simple construction made it ideal for electrical experiments. Removed the charged capacitor from the generator and gently pressed the discharge button against the grounded metal pole embedded in the center of the workshop. With a crackle, a blue-white arc of electricity leapt from the capacitor in Mi's hand, spanning over half a meter to strike the metal pole. 500,000 volts at 6 milliamps. The dazzling effect, reminiscent of lightning release, was achieved without utilizing any chakra. Scorpion stood nearby, astonished at how Mi could produce such an effect with rudimentary puppet components. Mi sighed in relief, stating, "This is the effect of creating lightning release with ordinary equipment. If I had some magnetic sand, I could construct an even more powerful generator." Although Scorpion was amazed by Mi's ingenuity, the power of this lightning release was merely average. What special applications could it have? It would be challenging to convince the village based solely on this. Mi was far from presumptuous enough to believe that a mere Van de Graaff generator model would garner the village's support. In a world where ninja arts were technologically stunted, the social structure remained feudal, while the daimyo and the higher-ups in the ninja realm enjoyed modern conveniences like television and electric lights. Naturally, the limited technological applications were all powered by chakra and lightning release. To make the Wind Village, which lacked lightning release chakra, value Mi's scientific endeavors, it was imperative to demonstrate the practical benefits of electricity for the village. What did the Sand Village and the entire land of Wind lack the most? Water, of course. Aside from areas near oases, many places lacked clean water, requiring a silver note or two. Although Mi's primary interest lay in the byproducts of this device, he mysteriously presented a bucket of murky underground brine. "Scorpion, have a taste. Isn't this undrinkable underground brine?" Scorpion shot me a look. Having grown up in the Sand Village, he was well acquainted with underground brine. After Mi's repeated prompting, he dipped a finger into the brine and tasted it. It was as bitter and salty as expected. Yuck! This is dreadful. This brine is utterly unusable, let alone drinkable. What do you plan to do with such a bucket of water? Mi pointed to a sloped water channel nearby. Unlike ordinary water channels, this one was affixed with thin sheets of chakra metal and graphite electrodes, meticulously cut by Mi's wind blade technique, boasting an exceptionally smooth surface and uniform dimensions. Though Mi had yet to achieve other accomplishments, he had certainly achieved the my eyes are measuring tools milestone ahead of time. The chakra metal sheets were arranged in an interleaved pattern within the channel, each separated by small squares of white paper. The chakra metal sheets and graphite electrodes, with mere millimeters of space between them, resembled a comb nestled within the water channel, creating a unique aesthetic of order. Come on, Scorpion. Lend a hand and pour this bucket of brine into the funnel. Mi instructed, holding the wires on both sides. Scorpion noted how Mi had changed significantly. Aside from their playful moments, he seldom referred to him as Brother Scorpion anymore. He rolled his eyes. I want to see what you're up to with your mysterious antics. How foolish of me to waste time improving puppets while indulging in your nonsense. As Scorpion grumbled, he disdainfully lifted the brine bucket with chakra strings and poured it into the funnel above the water channel. At that moment, Mi began to send electricity through the two wires. Left 0, right fire, let the thunder god assist me. Though he chanted in a rather juvenile manner. The direct current he delivered was precise, positive on the left, negative on the right, 90 volts of direct current. As the murky brine flowed into the channel, it visibly transformed upon contact with the densely arranged chakra metal sheets. Small bubbles began to form on the positively charged copper plates, emitting an unpleasant odor, while a layer of yellowish-white crystals appeared on the negatively charged plates. Even more astonishingly, the murky brine turned remarkably clear. Chapter 7. Witnessing a moment of miracle, 2. The once murky brine had become crystal clear? Scorpion could hardly believe his eyes. He was certain that Mi possessed no water attribute chakra. In fact, among the sand ninjas, those with water attribute chakra were exceedingly rare. In the arid desert, water-style techniques might only wield 1/10 the power compared to other regions, and water release could not directly purify brine. Water-style techniques merely maintained some water temporarily using chakra. Once the chakra was depleted, the water would vanish. Now, witnessing the water flowing from the channel becoming so clear, Scorpion immediately fetched a cup to drink. Hey, Scorpion, you can't drink that yet. Mi quickly stopped him and explained, impatient Scorpion. Although the water no longer contains those bitter minerals, it has chlorine gas produced from the electrolysis. However, this chlorine gas disinfects and sterilizes the water, and boiling it or leaving it in the sun will eliminate it. As he spoke, Mi filled a kettle with water without using a stove, directly generating a sympathetic electric current to heat it. Before long, the water in the kettle began to boil. With the ability to control chakra with precision, Mi poured 2 cups of water and swiftly wrapped them in a gust of wind, quickly dissipating the heat from the 2 cups. He first glanced at the water data, which was nearly pure, with negligible impurities. This precise ability was nothing short of a divine skill for identification. Even if using one's eyes as a ruler required a modicum of chakra, it was the foundation upon which he established his existence in this world. Mi Xiang confidently took a sip before handing a cup to Xie. Upon tasting it, Xie's eyes lit up. It truly had lost its bitter, brackish taste. It was no worse than the finest well water in Oasis City. Mi Xiang, how did you accomplish this? As a child raised in Sunagakure, Xie understood the significance of water for the entire village and the wind country at large. Here, clean water could even be sold for profit. Mi Xiang briefly introduced the principle of ion adsorption to Xie. However, upon hearing that the electrodes for adsorption needed to be made from chakra metal and that the current must be controlled to the precise voltage and amperage Mi Xiang mentioned, Xie's expression dimmed. After all, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of controlling the violent lightning release with such precision as Mi Xiang. If it weren't for Mi Xiang's insufficient chakra, he could probably elevate his skills to the level of a chunin with such exact control. Mi Xiang then produced the energy-storing supercapacitor. Have you forgotten about this? With this supercapacitor that can store a substantial amount of lightning release, I can discharge through it for ion adsorption and purification of brine water without being present. Xie shook his head. Mi Xiang, have you forgotten a crucial element? The chakra metals used in the water tank and your supercapacitor have exhausted all the reserves my grandmother provided. The value of these chakra metals could supply hundreds of households with water. How can we promote such an expensive item in the village? Before Mi Xiang could respond, a gentle voice called from outside the puppet workshop. Xia, Mi Xiang, may I come in? I heard you've created something extraordinary. As Mi Xiang opened the workshop door, Chio entered carrying a food container. Although Xia's relationship with Chio had improved, long-standing grievances made him somewhat resistant. Nevertheless, Mi Xiang shamelessly accepted the food container from Chio and brought over a chair. In front of Xia and Mi Xiang, Chio always appeared as a kindly old lady, far removed from the iron-willed elder of the village or the fearsome puppet mistress on the battlefield, a nickname given by Hanzo. After listening to Mi Xiang's explanation and observing the energy-storing supercapacitor and the ion adsorption process, she tasted the purified water and affectionately patted Xia and Mi Xiang's heads. The ninja tools you both created for the village are remarkable. Xia, have you forgotten? Where would it matter if something is too expensive? Just as Xia was about to evade Chio's affectionate gesture, he suddenly realized, the daimyo and the nobility do not concern themselves with money. Even the nobles of the Wind Country do not all have access to good freshwater wells. The taste of purified ordinary water will only improve. Moreover, this supercapacitor, as Mi Xiang calls it, also has defensive capabilities. Chio nodded in approval, retracting her hand with satisfaction. When it came to professional knowledge, Xia momentarily forgot his usual awkwardness. He meticulously examined the entire purification system structure and inquired about the difficulty of charging it. When he learned that only he and Mi Xiang could work together to create it, and only Mi Xiang could precisely control the chakra charging, her smile broadened. This is even better. I would appreciate it if you two could produce several more sets of this purification device and the accompanying supercapacitor. The demand for this is not limited to the daimyo and nobility. The ninja forces stationed at desert strongholds and coastal garrisons also require such purification ninja tools. The village will allocate chakra metals for you, and for every set produced, you will receive the equivalent of a C-rank mission. This offer is already a high-level treatment from Chio. Under normal circumstances, such a limited ninja tool would not even qualify for a C-rank mission reward in the financially strained Sunagakure. Chio aimed to express her gratitude to Mi Xiang for his assistance to Xia through this preferential treatment. However, Mi Xiang shook his head in refusal. Elder Chio, the chakra metals and a special insulating paper required for this device currently have no suitable substitutes, making mass production for the village impossible. However, I am willing to share the technology for creating this ninja tool with the village. If the village can produce and sell it, it would serve as a promising source of income. As he spoke, Mi Xiang placed the completed supercapacitor into Xia's hands. As for this supercapacitor, consider it a gift for your protection. Using this to offset your debt, is it sufficient? Having witnessed the power of this improved supercapacitor, Xia, as a relatively weak puppet master, had always struggled in close combat. His parents had fallen victim to Konoha's white fang for this very reason. This flaw was difficult to circumvent for a puppet master who relied on chakra threads to control their puppets. With a supercapacitor capable of unleashing lightning release in an instant, his close combat survivability would significantly increase. Moreover, utilizing chakra threads to control the supercapacitor or coordinating it with puppets could yield many unexpected attacks. Xia initially believed that Mi Xiang's creation of this ninja tool was purely for profit, only to discover it was instead to enlighten him on generating lightning release without chakra, further gifting him this meticulously crafted supercapacitor. Staring at the exquisite supercapacitor in his hands, Xia was momentarily stunned. Even as an engineering student, Mi Xiang understood the basic intricacies of human relations. He was alone in Sunagakure and could not always rely on Xia's care. After all, reciprocity is a virtue. He nudged Xia with his shoulder, nonchalantly stating, "You can take charge of documenting the production process, as we both participated in this together. I need to head home for a bit. I'll see you again the day after tomorrow when we go on a mission." Mi Xiang waved cheerfully, leaving without a trace. Chapter 8. The dazzling arc of electricity. Mi Xiang, brimming with confidence and carrying a reward of 50,000 ryo for his mission, made his way to the home of Little Bug, guided by his memories. It is often said that one feels apprehensive when returning to their hometown. Having occupied the body of another, the prospect of meeting the original's parents filled him with trepidation. Nonetheless, he knew he had to return. During his recovery at Chiyo's home and Xie's puppet workshop, he had been contemplating how to interact with them while waiting for his arm to heal further. Back in college, he always called home with good news, not wanting to burden his parents with worries. Now, having taken the place of another's child, he couldn't very well frighten them upon arrival, could he? Well, since he was here, he might as well make himself comfortable. What is that old saying? Since I've come this far. Little Bug's parents operated a small Japanese tavern in the southeastern corner of Sunagakure, where they also sold some food. In this land dominated by ninjas, those with spending power were predominantly ninja themselves, just as Mi Xiang was mentally preparing himself to face the original S-parents. He was suddenly provoked into a fit of rage by the scene before him. At the entrance of this corner tavern, two drunken sand ninjas were causing a ruckus. One, a tall, overweight ninja clad in a chunin vest, was forcefully jabbing his finger into Little Bug's father's chest. Hick, what kind of liquor are you selling? I can't believe how much water you've mixed in. How dare you run such a shady establishment? I'll smash it today. Little Bug's mother attempted to intervene, only to be roughly shoved aside by the burly ninja. Get lost, you filthy woman. Wind release, gale palm. Miyoshi had yet to develop more advanced ninjutsu. In his furious state, he directly formed hand seals and unleashed the only D-rank wind release technique he knew. This technique, which utilized wind pressure to propel shuriken, was rather mediocre in power, yet it could potentially cause some trouble for an unprepared enemy. Wind release, howling wind wall. At this moment, the intoxicated Takashi Arakawa showed no signs of inebriation. He had already formed hand seals and effortlessly conjured a defensive wall of swirling wind. Beside him, the lean chunin, Yuho Hibi, drew his ninja sword, bracing for action. Takashi Arakawa, with the wind wall easily blocking Miyoshi's gust, smirked disdainfully. I wondered who was audacious enough to attack a fellow ninja in the village. So it's just Scorpion's little sidekick. Yuho, what was this little sidekick's name again? Clutching his sword, Yuho Hibi chimed in. I believe he's called Little Bug, the bottom of this class. Useless is as useless does. He's the kind you could crush with a single step. Miyoshi rubbed his nose, sensing a conspiracy brewing. According to the memories of his original self, these two were indeed closely associated with the Sand Ninja clans that frequented with Raza. Was the intent of these clan teams so overtly transparent? Coldly, Miyoshi remarked. Aren't you ninjas meant to protect the village? Causing a ruckus in my family's shop? Takashi Arakawa stepped forward, forming hand seals. A mere genin daring to use ninjutsu against us in the village? If I were to kill you, it would be entirely justified. How brazen. Come, I shall duel you. As anticipated, their so-called disturbance was merely a pretext. Knowing the plot of Naruto, he was well aware of their deceitful ploys. Their intention was to sever Scorpion's wings. He wondered how the original self had navigated such a predicament. Two chunin bullying a freshly graduated genin. One could easily predict the outcome. Based on his deductions, the original self would likely have kept the humiliation buried deep within. However, the one addressing this matter now was he. Bring it on. I happen to be quite irked. Miyoshi clenched his fists, declaring, a duel it is. If you're not afraid of shame, I'd be more than pleased to beat you into an apology. The original self's mother, sporting a bun hairstyle, attempted to rush over to intervene, but was blocked by Yuho Hibi. They have already agreed to a duel. No one can interfere. Stupid woman, don't hinder us, or I'll unleash my lightning release. Yuho, be careful. As a crackling sound of electricity echoed from behind. Along with Takashi Arakawa's warning, Yuho Hibi leaped into action, a standard response to evade lightning release. However, Miyoshi was not a conventional ninja calling out techniques. While he proclaimed lightning release, body flicker, he instead hurled two shuriken, each entwined with thin paper, at the sword-wielding Yuho Hibi. A mere trick. Yuho Hibi, realizing the incoming threat was not lightning release, felt deceived and, as he landed, stylishly drew his sword to deflect the shuriken. Miyoshi's throwing skills barely passed in ninja school, one might think. Just as Yuho Hibi's sword was about to make contact with the two shuriken bound together, an unforeseen event transpired. A brilliant arc of electricity connected the two shuriken to the ninja sword. The metal and insulator formed a capacitor. Caught off guard, Yuho Hibi was instantly paralyzed by a sudden discharge of high voltage and low current. Apologies, it seems your sword's insulation is rather subpar. Miyoshi did not expect this makeshift capacitor to inflict significant damage, though his chakra was merely at the level of a genin. It did not imply he was defenseless against two chunin. This rudimentary capacitor was designed to prevent the opponent from using a substitution technique. As he charged forward, Miyoshi launched 2 more shuriken, which whistled through the air, tethered by fine wire, spiraling towards Takashi Arakawa and Yuho Hibi. Having already suffered a setback, Yuho Hibi dared not block the shuriken head-on with his sword this time. As the shuriken approached, he barely regained his mobility and executed a body flicker, appearing behind Miyoshi. Meanwhile, Takashi Arakawa positioned himself in front of Miyoshi, inhaling deeply, puffing his cheeks, preparing to unleash a powerful wind release technique. Their teamwork was seamless, one engaging in close combat, while the other employed ninjutsu from afar, sufficient to severely injure Miyoshi. However, they had not intended to kill him. As members of Raza's faction, their aim was to strike a blow to the prestige of the Chiyo clan. Yet, their scheme was once again thwarted. For the Miyoshi before them was no longer the underachieving genin they once knew. Bloom. With a body flicker, Yuho Hibi now stood behind Miyoshi, grinning maliciously as he raised his handblade, targeting the back of Miyoshi's neck. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Before he could react, the Miyoshi before him suddenly radiated light. With a crackle, bursts of electricity enveloped Miyoshi, intertwining and colliding, extending along the wire in his grasp toward the puffed cheeks of Takashi Arakawa. Naturally, it also dispersed towards Yuho Hibi behind him. With 80 chakra, precisely controlled, the result was a fierce electric arc, wreaking havoc in a half-meter radius around Miyoshi. In that moment, he transformed into a dazzling electric sphere. Utilizing the wire and his own electric charge immunity, he directly pierced through the surrounding air with blinding arcs of electricity, melting the wire and shuriken in his grip. In the face of extreme high voltage, there is no such thing as insulation. He expended more than half of his chakra, all precisely converted into electric charge, creating an awe-inspiring effect. 500,000 volts, 3 milliamps of pulsed discharge, lasting 3 seconds. You thought to step on him to strike at Scorpion? Apologies, but you've mistaken your target. Chapter 9. The recognition of the Scorch release by Yakumo. These two chunin had never witnessed such a radiant display of lightning release. Caught off guard, Takashi Arakawa and Yuho Hibi were engulfed by the arcs of electricity. How could these two troublemakers have anticipated that a mere genin could unleash such a magnificent lightning release? Their earlier tactics, driven by fear of Miyoshi escaping, had brought them perilously close. Now, amidst the ravaging arcs of electricity, they found themselves in dire straits. The ultra-high voltage arcs appeared intimidating, and the chaotic dance of electricity could rival Kakashi's Chidori. In reality, Miyoshi had intentionally elevated the voltage while compressing the current to achieve an extended air penetration effect. Under high voltage, the arcs piercing through the air were indeed formidable. However, the actual impact upon contact was merely more painful than a Tesla coil, causing a sting and temporary paralysis, but no fatal harm. A particularly elite jonin hiding in the back witnessed the chaotic display of arcs and the brilliant effect of the lightning release, equally astonished. Just as he was about to body flicker forward, he was met by a wave of scorching heat as a fiery ball blocked his path. "Who goes there?" Yabuki shouted, instantly realizing it was a futile question. In Sunagakure, this searing fireball was the hallmark skill of Yakumo. Scorch release, Yakumo. Scorching vapor kill. Indeed. As the fiery ball hovered in the alley, drawing moisture from the surroundings like a ghostly lantern, a cool voice echoed from the alley entrance. "Special Jonin Yabuki Tetsuya. Why are you here instead of on a mission? What business do you have in a child's duel? Care to test your scorch release against mine? Let me see if your beast control is superior or my scorching vapor is." Tall and slender, with a green bun hairstyle and orange-tinted side hair, Yakumo crossed her arms, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Yet, this fiery kunoichi skills were even more scorching than her physique. A unique bloodline limit resulting from the fusion of wind release and fire release. The power of scorch release has been validated on the battlefield as a highly lethal skill. Like the fireball before us, it can instantaneously siphon the moisture from an opponent, leaving behind nothing but a desiccated husk. For Yabuki Chiyo, who relies on living beings to fight, Yakura is practically his nemesis, the elite jonin from Sunagakure. Yakura leans against the wall of an alley, casually manipulating the hovering, overcooked fireball, utterly disregarding Yabuki. Even the distinguished jonin Yabuki instinctively takes a step back, distancing himself from the searing orb. He gazes warily at the voluptuous Yakura, pulling out a fire-sealing scroll and asking, "Yakura, what brings you here?" Are you planning to betray your village by attacking its own ninja? From her vantage point, Yakura can not only focus on Yabuki, but also keep an eye on Mikashin. When she sees Mikashin darting forward, accompanied by a half-meter-long arc of electricity, even Yakura, who is covertly guarding, is taken aback. Such a ferocious arc of lightning, entrusted to her care by Granny Chio, reveals that this boy is indeed full of surprises. The power of this lightning release is rarely wielded even by the special jonin of Sunagakure. How is it possible for her to witness such prowess from a mere chunin of Sunagakure? Could this boy, like Sasori, be a prodigy? No wonder Yabuki is anxious to come to the rescue. However, when Mikashin charges towards the two immobilized by the electric arc, and they have not been reduced to cinders, Yakura's lips twitch. She had overestimated this arrogant boy. It turns out he is merely showy. Such a grand display of attack, yet not a single life was claimed. How disappointing. Still, the effect of this technique is quite intimidating. The fact that it didn't eliminate any minions is a relief, as it spares her from considerable hassle in handling subsequent matters. She appreciates anyone who can alleviate her troubles. Observing the two incapacitated by the electric arc, Yakura elevates her evaluation of Mikashin's technique. The ability to simultaneously paralyze two chunin is quite commendable for a chunin. This skill boasts an extensive range, balancing both offense and defense, akin to a large hedgehog. With the danger averted on Mikashin's front, Yakura can leisurely toy with Yabuki. She makes the fireball bounce before Yabuki, declaring, "Abandon your vile thoughts. Just because the village is currently preoccupied with your petty affairs does not mean you can run amok. Inform your master to cease his scheming, or else not even the third Kazekage will be able to protect you." While warning Yabuki, she takes great interest in the scene unfolding near the tavern, where Mikashin's parents watch in astonishment as their child, like a master, delivers blows to the two troublemaking chunin. These two are bona fide chunin in the village. Their typically mild-mannered child is now mercilessly pounding those whom he would normally look up to. The two men exchange glances, both feeling a sense of unreality. One must admit, the sound of fists connecting is quite cathartic. As seconds pass and the paralysis begins to fade, Mikashin extends two fingers from his fist, not the middle finger, but the index, where two bright arcs of white electricity flicker, causing the two on the ground to tremble anew. These simple arcs of high voltage and low current are within his chakra limits. Yura. The sheer act of pummeling has alleviated much of the frustration and anger he carried since his arrival in this world. "Mother, do you think I wish to traverse here? I have been meticulously striving to survive in the ninja world, and yet you fools dare to provoke me?" Killing is off the table, but nothing stops him from delivering a thorough thrashing. "Mikashin, stop! Stop!" The original mother rushes in, pulling the semblance of Ip Man away from the fray. Gasping for breath, Mikashin finally halts his assault, spitting at the two injured men on the ground. Upon noticing the woman at the alley's entrance, he realizes this matter must come to a close. With green hair, orange-tipped bangs, and a striking figure, who else could it be but Yakura? It seems Yakura is aligned with Granny Chio, and those who sought trouble were likely targeting Sasori, not him. The depths of Sunagakure run deep. At this moment, Yakura disperses the hovering fireball, gesturing toward the tavern where Mikashin's family is. This is merely a warning. If you do not wish for those two fools to become desiccated corpses, take them away. Keep your distance from that boy. He is under my protection. Yabuki, unable to muster any threats towards Yakura, retreats to the opposite side of the alley, before daring to approach Arakawa Taku and Habu Hiko, delivering a slap to each. "Fools, have you lost your senses after a few drinks? Go apologize to the owner and compensate for the damages." After being pummeled by Mikashin 3 times, with bruised faces, Arakawa and Habu, realizing they have botched the situation upon seeing Yabuki's fierce gaze, leave in disgrace with compensation in hand. Only then does Yakura retract her scorching assault and appear beside Mikashin. First, she nods in acknowledgement to Mikashin's parents before tossing a scroll to him. "Kid, your self-created ninjutsu seems impressive, and your personality suits me well. I shall graciously accept you as my teammate. This scroll contains 2 jutsu for you. We shall meet at the village gate in 2 days to undertake a mission, understood?" Chapter 10. Mikashin, bewildered, watches the poised Yakura vanish with elegance. "Sister, you're back. Never mind. Some things are better left unexamined." Holding the scroll Yakura had tossed, he finds himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin with the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. It is Mikashin's mother who breaks the silence, exclaiming, "Our Mikashin is truly remarkable. Having just become a ninja, he has already caught the attention of Lady Yakura. Husband, let us prepare a feast tonight to celebrate." Before Mikashin can react, he is embraced warmly. His father, with a simple smile, squints his eyes as he heads back into the tavern. Mikashin returns home to his world, where the architecture of the Land of Wind resembles eggshells, and his home is no exception. A two-story building. The lower level serves as a tavern while the upper is for living. It is evident that business has not been thriving, having just endured a recent defeat in war. Sunagakure signed a treaty of alliance with Sunagakure, which essentially amounts to a concession of territory and reparations. Consequently, the volume of tasks and finances for Sunagakure has been severely curtailed, and even the number of available ninjas is significantly limited. A pervasive sense of pessimism lingers throughout the village. With less money, naturally, fewer patrons frequent the tavern. Moreover, establishments like Mikashin's are numerous within Sunagakure, lacking any particularly enticing features. After a warm, yet somewhat unappetizing meal, Mikashin notices flour, chili, sesame, and garlic at the corner of the second floor, and suddenly recalls a dish he adored in his previous life. "Can I use some of this flour and chili? I learned a new recipe during my mission, and I would like to give it a try." Mikashin hesitates to voice his request. His parents find nothing strange in his behavior, unaware of the concept of transmigration. Why is Mikashin acting so shy today? Cooking with flour? When did he learn this? Go ahead and experiment. I can't wait to see what delicious dish you create. His mother gently encourages. Mikashin's carefully laid plans and mental preparations prove entirely unnecessary. After receiving permission, he directly placed the task reward on the table, stating, "This is my reward for the mission. I'll leave it here. I'm off to the kitchen to try a new dish." With that, Mi-seong hurriedly exited the room, leaving his parents exchanging puzzled glances and a stack of banknotes on the table. Mi-seong's father remarked, "Doesn't Mi-seong seem a bit strange?" Mi-seong's mother counted the banknotes, storing them in a box, and said to Mi-seong's father, "We should save this for Mi-seong's future marriage. You mustn't take any. What is so strange? Perhaps he witnessed something gruesome during his mission?" When Mi-seong graduated from the ninja academy, I specifically sought confirmation from the retired ninja, Yato. He mentioned that when a ninja first experiences killing on the battlefield, they often grapple with various emotional issues. It's better not to ask the child, to avoid provoking any unpleasant memories. Since Lord Yakura has recognized Mi-seong's potential, we can be assured of his safety. Don't worry. Back in his room, Mi-seong finally exhaled in relief. He examined the ninjutsu scroll sent by Yakura, discovering it contained records of two practical low-level techniques, the wind release, wind blade slash, and the genuine lightning release, lightning strike. After a brief study, he grasped the basic chakra flow principles behind them. Neither technique was suitable for practice at home, so he refrained from further attempts. Stowing the scroll away, he focused on kneading and washing the dough, separating starch from gluten, toasting sesame seeds, and grinding them into sesame paste. He meticulously replicated the preparation of garlic water and chili oil from memory. Once the dough was steamed, he cut 3 bowls and adjusted the seasoning before calling out, "My culinary creation is ready. Would you care to come in and sample it?" While washing the dough, he sensed the presence of 2 human electric fields outside the door. This sensitivity allowed him to momentarily embrace the role of a perceptive ninja. In his home, aside from his biological parents, no one else would be spying outside the kitchen. Upon hearing Mi-seong's invitation, his parents exchanged awkward smiles before pushing open the sliding door, immediately captivated by the aroma of the 3 bowls of cold noodles on the table. "What dish is this? It doesn't resemble ramen, yet it has such a rich fragrance." Mi-seong presented them with chopsticks, explaining, "This is a special dish I learned during my mission, called cold noodles. Please try it, and let me know if it's suitable for sale at the tavern." Although all 3 had already eaten, they finished the fragrant cold noodles entirely. For Mi-seong, the absence of shredded cucumber felt like something was missing. However, for his parents, who were accustomed to bland food, the flavorful cold noodles were a delightful surprise. "Incredible. I feel assured knowing Mi-seong can learn such delicious cuisine. I trust you will manage the tavern in the future," Mi-seong's father exclaimed. His mother playfully nudged him, saying, "What nonsense. Our Mi-seong will surely become a great ninja, like Lord Yakura. Someone who earns the trust and admiration of everyone." Yet, the cold noodles were indeed delicious. Was it difficult to make? Seeing their acceptance of this delicacy from his hometown brought Mi-seong great joy. He elaborated on the preparation process, including timing, steaming techniques, and seasoning, to which his father diligently noted in a small notebook, while his mother enthusiastically cheered him on. Her praise for Mi Xiang was unceasing. The sunny disposition from Mi Xiang's memories likely stemmed from her influence. Once the recording was complete, Mi Xiang's father attempted to make a portion of cold noodles himself, achieving a taste that received Mi Xiang's high praise, causing him to beam with joy. Having mastered the cold noodle preparation, Mi Xiang's father promptly decided to add it to the tavern's menu, providing them with an additional means of livelihood, which alleviated some of Mi Xiang's guilt. At that moment, he vaguely sensed a faint electric field in his consciousness. This electric field differed from the two present in the room. It was weak, yet unmistakably familiar. As if sensing Mi Xiang's probing, the electric field conveyed a message: "Thank you." Mi Xiang distinctly felt this electric field diminish significantly, as if it were sinking into a slumber. "Thank you?" A thought crossed Mi Xiang's mind. Could this electric field be the remnant of the original soul after merging with his memories? Was this electric field the essence of the original Mi Xiang, the boy nicknamed Little Bug? Chapter 11. The so-called genius Mi Xiang attempted various methods until he successfully mobilized the electric charges within him, causing the consciousness to rhythmically awaken. However, it remained dormant and did not continue speaking as it had before. Sensing that the consciousness was no longer weakening, he set aside this unexpected turn of events. Now, he needed to familiarize himself with the two newly acquired ninjutsu techniques. After all, this was a world of ninjas. The exoskeleton technology he studied with Scorpion also required the enhancement of chakra. With a mission looming in 2 days, he couldn't afford to be complacent. The following morning, Mi Xiang ventured to the training grounds on the outskirts of the village. Towering stones stood guard against the wind and sand, making it a seldom visited practice area for ordinary villagers and ninjas alike. Upon arriving, Mi Xiang heard a heavy breathing sound. "Is someone there?" Out of courtesy, he raised his voice. "Is someone practicing down there? I am the Jinin Mi Xiang, and I would like to test my ninjutsu. May I come up?" Upon hearing Mi Xiang's introduction, the breathing from the high platform ceased, and after a brief pause, the voice responded, "Ninja sir, I am merely an ordinary villager without ninja talent, exercising in this secluded place. It's nothing remarkable. Please feel free to proceed, as long as I don't disturb you." For Mi Xiang, accustomed to the physical prowess of a Jinin, this hillside was quite manageable. The physical condition of the people in this world, especially ninjas, far exceeded that of his previous life as a fragile university student. Upon reaching the summit, Mi Xiang spotted a gray-haired man in his 20s standing beside one of the windbreak stones. On the stone, he noticed numerous punch marks. Upon seeing this man, Mi Xiang instinctively asked, "7-day breathing technique, Jiluo?" The gray-haired man paused in surprise, asking, "Do you know my son Jiluo?" Mi Xiang quickly realized he had made an error. Indeed, Jiluo was merely a decade older than him, and was probably just a child now. The man before him appeared to be Jiluo's father. Mi Xiang hastily corrected himself. "I apologize. I see you are Jiluo's father. I've met that child. He is full of energy and utterly adorable." Hearing praise for his child made the gray-haired man beam with happiness. "I see. If Jiluo can refine chakra and utilize ninjutsu, he can attend the ninja academy and become a true ninja. Please, ninja sir, don't mind my chatter." Mi Xiang, observing a man in his 20s address him as ninja sir, felt a sense of absurdity. When he first watched Naruto, he was struck by the oddities of this world. The chasm between ninjas and ordinary folk, as well as between ninjas and noble clans, was unfathomably vast. He was merely an ordinary genin without any family influence. Yet he felt uncomfortable with such excessive politeness. "No need for formality, sir. Your training method is quite distinctive. With such excellent physical skills, why didn't you become a ninja? By the way, I'm Mi Xiang. May I know your name?" The gray-haired man, unaccustomed to the polite demeanor of the ninja Mizuki, awkwardly introduced himself. "I am Zikeo, merely a laborer with some strength, supporting my family through odd jobs. I only possess physical skills and can never become a ninja." As he spoke, Zikeo's expression gradually darkened. Mizuki, reflecting on the recent conclusion of the Second Ninja War, recognized that the ninja world primarily consisted of those empowered by ninjutsu. It was not until the future, when Might Guy unlocked the 8 gates and vanquished the 7 ninja swordsmen, that the consensus emerged that one could attain greatness as a ninja without the use of ninjutsu. Following Gaara's rise to power, he too had once battled the pure taijutsu ninja Rock Lee, which led to his acknowledgement of Zikao's talent in physical combat, promoting him to the rank of ninja. Fate, it seems, had its own designs. In this distorted social structure, the most reliable path for an ordinary person to ascend the social ladder was to become a ninja. Mizuki could glean this from the dismal state of his family's tavern and Zikao's tattered clothing and pallid complexion. However, he presently lacked the ability to alter this reality. Extending a hand to the flustered Zikao, Mizuki encouraged, "I believe your child will undoubtedly become an excellent ninja, and you, dear uncle, should not underestimate yourself. Hold fast to your dreams, for one day they may very well come to fruition. Hard work is also a requisite for genius. By the way, where do you reside?" Zikao could hardly fathom that the young boy before him, adorned with a ninja forehead protector, could utter such grand words. The ninjas he typically encountered in the village often bore expressions of arrogance. Upon feeling Mizuki's outstretched hand of goodwill, Zikao clasped it tightly with his large, knotted fingers, exclaiming, "Thank you for the encouragement, noble ninja. I will certainly strive diligently. Even if I cannot become a ninja, I will ensure that Ziluo grows to be an exceptional one." After a few more encouraging words from Mizuki, Zikao, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, resumed his training, using boulders as punching bags. The sight of him striking the stones with his fists, shattering them into fragments, left Mizuki astounded. He silently lamented the abnormality of taijutsu practitioners and began to practice his own ninjutsu nearby. Thanks to his exceptional intellect and the fusion of his soul, his wisdom and precision attributes were both maxed out at 10. Of course, this maximum value of 10 was merely a reference. For instance, Kakashi's chakra attribute was 6. Yet he claimed that Naruto's chakra was 100 times greater. However, as long as his learning ability surpassed Obito's, that was sufficient. Mizuki first engaged in chakra refinement, which necessitated the perception and control of both his mental and physical energies. As a modern individual with a higher education, he was well versed in the concept of body and mind. By harnessing these two energies to flow through his meridians and circulate through his dantian, he could ultimately accumulate usable chakra. The prerequisites for performing ninjutsu naturally included the formation of hand seals and the guidance of chakra. According to the teachings of the Ninja Academy, the timing of the hand seals and the sequence of chakra manipulation were crucial. A misstep could result in failure of the ninjutsu or, in severe cases, damage to one's meridians. Yet, for someone with 2 decades of honed dexterity and innate precision, this was hardly a challenge. He could even sense the cellular energy coalescing within his body, guided by his mental force, as it converged upon his dantian. Within this awareness, he detected a peculiar, wild energy lurking just outside. This force was extraordinarily ferocious, even resisting his attempts at absorption. Yet, amidst this tumultuous energy, 2 delicate strands of power flowed into his body. These energies, resonating with his own, merged with the chakra he was mobilizing. Mizuki adeptly manipulated the charges and wind, feeling those subtle energies transforming ordinary chakra at a fundamental level. As he sat cross-legged, a swirling tempest began to form around him, the rising dust creating a barrier that enveloped him. Amongst the swirling winds and sand, blue-white arcs of electricity danced like playful fish. This dramatic spectacle left Zikao in awe. Was this truly a mere genin from the village? How impressive! At this moment, Mizuki, enveloped by the wall of wind and sand, remained oblivious to the effects of his ninjutsu. He gazed at his hands, conjuring wind and electricity between them. This was indeed the power of chakra. Through the enhancement of his precision attribute, Mizuki, while fully mobilizing his chakra, suddenly grasped an insight regarding its essence. This revelation illuminated the true significance of chakra. Chapter 12. The power to change the world. Mizuki's understanding of chakra stemmed primarily from his own experiences, dispelling the tumultuous whirlwind of wind and lightning. He steadied his breath and began to test his ideas. He first concentrated the power of the wind in his left hand, gathering carbon dioxide from the air he exhaled. Utilizing the principles of density and precise wind control, this seemingly trivial ability allowed him to quickly form a near-pure sphere of carbon dioxide in his palm. Next, Mizuki compressed this sphere using chakra, shaping it into a special gas chamber with thin edges and a highly compressed core of carbon dioxide. Surrounding this gas chamber, a high-velocity vortex of nitrogen spiraled rapidly. At this juncture, Mizuki directed 1/5 of his chakra into his right hand, creating an arc of electricity measuring 20,000 volts at 300 milliamps. This arc, emerging from his fingertip, resembled a docile creature as he gently placed it inside the peculiar carbon dioxide chamber. Enclosed by the nitrogen vortex, the carbon dioxide chamber absorbed the high-energy electric arc, triggering a violent reaction. The high-voltage arc punctured the carbon dioxide chamber, its energy exciting the carbon dioxide molecules to a high-energy state, resulting in a particle number inversion. A few spontaneously emitted photons began to bounce back and forth within the gaseous reflector, continuously stimulating other excited carbon dioxide molecules to release photons of the same frequency and phase. This cascade effect led to a rapid amplification of light. Soon, a powerful 106-micron infrared laser shot forth from the opening of the reflecting chamber, creating an invisible beam of high-energy cutting light. Not far away, Zikao observed Mizuki dispelling the formidable whirlwind, cradling a distorted mass of air in his hands, utterly bewildered by his actions. He refrained from approaching to inquire, fearing that any noise might disrupt Mizuki's concentration. Unbeknownst to him, the massive stone blocking the wind and sand before Mizuki had begun to emit wisps of smoke. Shortly thereafter, Mizuki ceased the flow of electricity, a broader smile gracing his face. He had touched upon a thread of understanding regarding the true nature of chakra, or rather, the truth of this world. To him, the essence of chakra appeared to be a tool for manifesting wishes and a vessel for primal intent. This empowering force seemed to carry the weight of others' aspirations. Viewed through a metaphysical lens, chakra resembled a power capable of realizing the essence of one's thoughts and desires. As he concentrated chakra, he perceived a growth in both its quantity and quality, and the faint lines guiding the void were likely the gifts that temporarily altered the fates of Scorpion and his family. The voice of gratitude resonating in his consciousness seemed to bolster his mental strength, enhancing the efficiency of chakra extraction, combined with the interplay of mental and cellular energy, will undoubtedly render him stronger. This suggests that the quantity of chakra and sage chakra, rather than being mere gifts from the Sage of Six Paths, can be likened to seeds sown in fertile ground. As humanity proliferates and evolves, the collective aspirations of sentient beings coalesce and empower these seeds. He was inexplicably reminded of the ancient coin that had fused with his body during the laboratory accident, vaporized by an electric arc. One side represents immeasurable merit, while the other embodies divine will and celestial fate. It appears that the Savior's mantle and protagonist's aura have been concealed here all along. My apologies, Naruto. It seems I shall usurp your role as the Savior. The Shinobi world you have forged, with its prestigious clans still perched high above, is not to my liking. The force that has filtered in from the outside world may well be a manifestation of this realm's response to desires, guiding the materialization of chakra. The influence on the karma of others ultimately alters the very essence of chakra. For Mi Xiang, the dream of piloting mechas, which has persisted since childhood, has always been constrained by the precise control of experimental outcomes and an abundance of electrical energy. Wind and thunder attributes indeed serve as the finest allies for mechas. This realization reveals the obsession he has harbored since his previous life. Chakra is truly a wondrous phenomenon, wiping away the tear of nostalgia from his past. Mi Xiang rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes. He has comprehended the principles of chakra and recognizes that to grow stronger, he must engage in more than mere self-training. His future path is now clear. Utilizing his knowledge of electricity from his former life, he shall create mechas and other equipment to enhance his abilities, and then wield this strength to influence and alter the fates of many. This power is the foundation of his fearless resolve to confront future challenges and truly become formidable. With clarity of thought, Mi Xiang felt no need to continue training here. He waved farewell to the nearby Zitsong, saying, "My apologies, Uncle Zitsong. I have interrupted your physical training. I have completed my tasks, so please continue your practice. Until we meet again." With that, Mi Xiang harnessed the wind to lift his body, gracefully leaping down from the high platform. Zitsong watched enviously as Mi Xiang departed, and only after the latter was out of sight did he approach the colossal rock that Mi Xiang had faced. Gazing at the circular area carved out by the wind and thunder vortex on the ground, he was about to express his admiration when a glimmer on the rock caught his eye. Zitsong, initially suspecting he had misperceived, approached the massive stone pillar that shielded against the sandstorm for a closer inspection and soon discovered something extraordinary. At the very spot where Mi Xiang had been seated, A straight hole penetrated the entire rock. The edges of this hole were remarkably smooth, as if the material that had occupied the space had been completely vaporized. This small opening, measuring only a few millimeters, extended through the rock to the other side. My goodness, what terrifying power is this? In Mayaboko Mountain, the abode of the Great Toad Sage, Sage Shimizu had received a summons from the Great Toad Sage. He hurriedly grabbed a basket filled with insects and leaped joyfully into the prophecy hall. The Great Toad Sage, nestled on a rocky seat, was still snoring. Though countless specks of light shimmered between his curled claws, each flickering as if various figures were materializing within the luminescent dots. What has my father seen now? Sage Jiraiya, also holding a basket, squatted beside the doorpost. He noticed the aged Great Toad Sage's eyelids twitching and the confusion in his slightly opened pupils. Chakra. I hear the voice of Chakra. It laughs, and it also weeps. The Great Toad Sage's voice was filled with bewilderment. This world has changed. The collective will of sentient beings has become one. Could it be that Otsutsuki? Sage Shimizu had never witnessed the Great Toad Sage so perplexed. He leaped onto the rocky seat and gently touched the Great Toad Sage's body with his frog-like paw. Is this change brought by the Child of Prophecy? Has Jiraiya found the Child of Prophecy? The Great Toad Sage seemed to drift back into slumber after a moment. He half opened his eyes and continued to speak in fragmented phrases. I only saw fragments in my dreams. The entire Shinobi world has been affected. The Red Moon, it seems the chakra has developed its own will. The Otsutsuki clan is no match for this variable. Tell Jiraiya to be cautious of the insects. As the Great Toad Sage spoke, he once again fell into a deep sleep. Sage Jiraiya and Sage Shimizu waited for a long while, only to hear the sound of snoring. Both were left in a state of confusion, glancing at the baskets in their hands, and simultaneously muttered, Insects? Can insects still stir the Shinobi world? In the land of soup, at a hot spring inn, having just finished gathering inspiration and feeling rejuvenated, Jiraiya was about to take out paper and pen to continue his writing when a loud bang startled him as a messenger frog appeared amidst a cloud of smoke. Oh, is there any new information from Sage Shimizu? The messenger frog remained silent, spitting out a scroll before vanishing in a puff of smoke back to Mayaboko Mountain. Jiraiya shook his head, picked up the scroll, and opened it. The scroll contained only a cryptic message. The Great Toad Sage predicts great changes in the Shinobi world. Beware of insects. Chapter 13. Trial Model of the Mountain God Mecha. Beware of insects? Jiraiya found this information from Mayaboko Mountain perplexing. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Recalling the image of the cursed insects, he mumbled to himself. Could it be that an extraordinary figure has emerged from the Aburame clan? Is the Child of Prophecy destined to arise from the unassuming Aburame clan? With this thought, Jiraiya hastily gathered his belongings from the table and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the moonlit night with a few graceful bounds. In Sunagakure, at Scorpion's puppet workshop, Miseong came to check on the progress of the exoskeleton mecha's construction. Noticing Scorpion frowning in distress, he inquired, Hey, miserly Scorpion, why the long face? Scorpion rested his head on the table, lifting a 30-centimeter wide steel plate with his chakra thread. Lamenting, with your money flowing like water, Miseong, the exoskeleton mecha you designed for assistance is facing a challenge. How do we drill holes in such sturdy metal armor from the side? We lack the length, and we don't have a drill bit that can penetrate solid iron armor. Why not use wood or something like the shell of a bug? Scorpion's personality had indeed brightened considerably. He had learned to tease and give nicknames. Upon hearing Scorpion's predicament, Miseong immediately showcased his newly developed carbon dioxide laser. With his precise control, a perfectly straight hole appeared in the armor plate, accompanied by a plume of smoke. Come on, what other armor pieces need holes? While my chakra still has some reserves, let us hurry. Scorpion's 10 fingers moved in unison, using chakra threads to drag over the materials that required processing. Is this what you call a laser? The unseen destructive force is simply comparable to Inoki's dust release. Have you fused a bloodline limit? While Miseong manipulated the carbon dioxide gas chamber to produce the laser, he explained the principles to Scorpion. Hearing about Miseong's complex and precise preparatory work, Scorpion quickly dismissed the idea of using this skill on the battlefield. Nonsense. Just the preparation alone takes over 10 minutes. With that time, I could have defeated the enemy a dozen times already. In the world of ninjas, surprise attacks and unpredictability are key. Who would engage in a positional battle with you? Nevertheless, Miseong remained undeterred. Just because it was not feasible now does not mean it would always be so. Even if it could not be utilized in small-scale ninja confrontations for the time being, the precision processing afforded by this laser was an exceptionally efficient tool. There will be bread. No need to rush. As the two exchanged banter while assembling and processing, Scorpion emerged from his earlier gloom, now quite chatty. Soon, two distinctly different non-powered exoskeleton armors took shape in the puppet workshop. The initial experiment involved a specially designed exoskeleton mech for Scorpion. In the open area outside the puppet workshop, Scorpion donned the inner armor equipped with storage scroll clasps and cautiously entered the puppet mech. The interior was not particularly spacious, and after a brief acclimatization, he began to connect the chakra threads. This unique puppet mech was entirely conceived by Mickey, tailored meticulously for Scorpion in numerous aspects. As the front of the mech swiftly closed, darkness enveloped Scorpion. This darkness had always been his greatest fear, causing his breath to quicken. Fortunately, through the mech, he could hear Mickey's encouraging voice from outside. Scorpion, there's no need to be anxious. Take your time. Start by linking with the puppet mech and get it moving. Upon hearing this reassuring voice, Scorpion's dread of darkness and solitude diminished significantly. He took a deep breath, and through the essential shared consciousness with the puppet, the world before him became illuminated. Thanks to the height of the puppet mech, his field of vision expanded considerably, producing a slightly distorted sound. I feel great. The consciousness conduction of chakra metal allows me to operate as if I were inhabiting the puppet itself. Mickey, if you can control the chakra threads, you must be a puppet genius. Mickey, watching the towering steel creation come to life, smiled like a proud father. In his school days, he had designed several humanoid mechs, but they remained confined to blueprints due to limitations in power. Chakra is truly remarkable. He continued to encourage Scorpion, try out other functions. If there are any issues, we can improve them. The mech's main body was inspired by the later modifications of Scorpion's human puppet, Philoho. As a puppet master whose physical form was weak but skilled in manipulating mechanical puppets, the quest for self-protection had always been a focal point of research for puppet masters. Techniques such as body swapping, concealment, and clones were all products of this study. However, Mickey's design for Scorpion's mech entirely abandoned this notion. The mech, resembling a space cockpit, featured a 1 centimeter thick shell of high-quality steel. In this era, even the armor of the samurai from the Iron Country was merely 2 millimeters thick. Now, in this combat form, Scorpion was fully encased, leaving no defensive blind spots. The mech offered a plethora of attack methods, starting with a head-mounted shuriken launcher capable of firing needle-like shuriken. Following that were 2 enormous metal arms, controlled from within, with joints that were highly flexible and fists larger than Mickey's head. Behind the puppet mech was a signature retractable metal tail, which not only maintained balance, but also served as a nimble attack point. Sitting within this puppet mech, Scorpion could skillfully maneuver the 2 massive metal arms with precision. Under the control of chakra threads, these arms moved as fluidly as his own limbs, allowing for actions such as grasping, punching, slicing, and launching blades with remarkable ease. He could also distribute chakra threads for multidirectional control. Having mastered the 10-finger chakra threads, Scorpion could easily manipulate one arm's motion with 3 threads, enabling him to simultaneously control 2 metal fists, the tail spike, and the head-mounted shuriken launcher. However, due to the mech's considerable weight, Scorpion faced challenges in mobility, even with the assistance of the weight-reducing chakra threads. Until he conquered the issues of motors and energy storage devices, Mickey would not consider tracks or wheels. He designed the mech to have 2 modes of movement, jumping and a charged linear charge, besides controlling the mechanical arms and legs with chakra threads for a gorilla-like locomotion. The mech's legs featured a reverse joint design equipped with a spring for charging. Mickey integrated a compression energy storage device into the mech, allowing multiple high-strength spring steels to work in unison. This mechanism could continuously tighten the charge using a ratchet and then release it in an instant. This immense burst of energy was sufficient to propel the heavily fortified puppet mech to leap a full 5 meters. Such an unexpected jump would undoubtedly astound opponents. The cushioning upon landing would also be efficient, allowing for another jump exceeding 3 meters with the help of the energy storage. When a hefty iron mass danced on the battlefield, the scene would undoubtedly be captivating. The linear charge was an enhanced version of the energy storage device. By simultaneously charging the hind legs, akin to a bionic flea, and the gripping steel arms, a rapid and forceful charge could be unleashed in the designated direction. At that moment, the mech's tremendous kinetic energy, combined with the crescent-shaped blade affixed to the head resembling a samurai helmet, would transform it into a sharp plow, instilling true despair in their enemies. Within this extraordinary steel creation, Scorpion experienced a feeling entirely different from the cautious manipulation of puppets he was accustomed to. He now felt akin to a sturdy, resilient taijutsu ninja. Following the tests, Scorpion experimented with the final function of the puppet mech, which involved launching external control. Suddenly, the 2-meter-high steel puppet's back opened up, ejecting Scorpion from within. At that moment, he still retained the ability to control it with chakra threads. What a brilliant concept! Scorpion was exceedingly pleased with this steel puppet mech, a rare smile gracing his face. Mickey, you truly are a genius. What name did you propose for this puppet? Mickey, naturally unwilling to retain the name Philohu that represented Scorpion's tragic fate, smugly crossed his arms and declared, Mountain God. This is your very own Mountain God mech. Although it was merely a prototype at present, trust me, we will create even better mechs in the future. I hope that with this puppet mech, you can be as valiant and fearless as a Mountain God. Chapter 14. The enthusiast mech Scorpion approached the Mountain God mech, striking the solid steel exterior. Following Mickey's suggestion, the outer surface would be painted with colors and patterns reminiscent of wood and insect shells, intended to bewilder the enemy. He felt an inexplicable anticipation for the expression on the enemy's face when they desperately approached the Mountain God mech and attempted to stab it with kunai or blades. It would indeed be amusing. Truly cunning Mickey, he used chakra threads to lift the Mountain God mech's arm, forming a fist and extending it towards Mickey. I believe in you, Mickey. You have always been my best friend. Are you not going to try out your exclusive exoskeleton mech? Mickey extended his hand, bumping fists with the Mountain God mech, then rubbed his hands together and donned the exoskeleton mech he had crafted for himself. Mickey designed both mechs with rapid donning in mind. On the battlefield, enemies would not wait for you to slowly put on your armor. Scorpion's Mountain God prototype only required him to sit inside and fasten the X-shaped safety belt. His enthusiast prototype was more akin to a modular outfit, hanging on a rack. He simply leaned into it, stepped into the reverse-jointed shoes, and with a single click, the armor was secured. There was no need to store it in a scroll. He could wear it for travel. Unlike Scorpion's imposing mech, Mickey's design was roughly the size of an adult man. The snug design, coupled with the reverse-joint spring-loaded legs, made him appear significantly taller at just 7 years of age. If one did not pay close attention, he would resemble an ordinary adult man. The overall appearance of the mech was reminiscent of the Protoss zealots from StarCraft, colloquially known as Zerglings. Taking into account the characteristics of the ninja world, Mickey made numerous enhancements. Firstly, the thickness of the exoskeleton mech was not as exaggerated as Scorpion's, ultimately settling at 2 millimeters. Critical areas were designed with double-layer protection, making it challenging for ordinary ninja blades to inflict damage, particularly at the neck. He had Scorpion create a helmet with soft neck protection and a high-collared shoulder guard for exceptional defense. Myong possesses a profound fear of mortality, which leads him to place great emphasis on his own protection. As long as he is not instantly vanquished, he harbors little concern. The mech he operates is ingeniously designed with nozzles embedded with chakra-infused metallic wires across its back, chest, and various joints. When infused with wind chakra, these nozzles generate formidable thrust, enabling Myong to achieve brief moments of levitation and propulsion akin to that of a rocket pack soldier. This thrust not only enhances his mobility, but also augments his offensive capabilities. The entire mech, along with the auxiliary equipment that accompanies the two of them, is meticulously crafted with a focus on amplifying movement. From the waist down to the knees, the reactive jointed spring shoes beneath his feet allow for enhanced agility. The most distinctive feature of Myong's mech is undoubtedly the blades affixed to the outer sides of its arms. These blades are encircled with a layer of chakra-infused metal, and the retractable, spring-loaded blades hold a secret of their own. Within the vibration chamber at the base of each blade, 2 small pieces of chakra metal reside. These pieces can harness wind chakra for attachment-driven propulsion, transforming the blades into instruments of high-frequency vibrational cutting. Additionally, they can be charged with lightning chakra, converting them into daggers that carry arcs of high-voltage electricity. Although he cannot yet fabricate energy swords or shields akin to those wielded by the berserkers of the Star Spirit tribe, He is fortunate to have the genius puppeteer, Scorpion, assist him. Together, they have designed a collapsible shield on the left arm of the exoskeleton mech, which can be deployed with the mere press of a mechanism. Currently, Myung finds himself with a lack of resources, no funds, experience, materials, or technical expertise, so he compensates with chakra, a hallmark of the ninja world. This lightweight exoskeleton armor not only grants Myung efficient mobility and defensive capabilities, but also preserves the dexterity of his fingers, allowing him to perform standard hand seals without difficulty. After executing a few jumps to test the weight reduction and bounce effects provided by the exoskeleton, he reflects on how his solid ninja training has prepared him for such feats. Had he relied on his physical prowess from his university days, he would have struggled to maintain balance. He is immensely satisfied with his mech. The mere increase in height is a source of great joy for him. With a swift motion, Myung activates the blades on his arms, which emit a faint hum as they vibrate at high speeds under the influence of wind chakra. He leaps forward, one arm extended, and exclaims dramatically, "My life for ire." With the assistance of his spring-loaded shoes and the thrust from the nozzles on his back, he deftly maneuvers past a wooden stake positioned 6 meters away. Upon striking a heroic pose, the stake slowly splits in two behind him, effortlessly severed by the blades under high-frequency vibration. The entire operation is executed nearly in sync with his forward leap. The diamond-shaped shield on his left arm unfurls without issue. Myung's novice berserk exoskeleton mech, while simpler in function compared to Scorpion's, adeptly balances defense and melee attack capabilities without hindering his ability to perform hand seals or extend his chakra. At this stage, it meets his needs remarkably well. He jumps back to Scorpion's side, retracting the blades and playfully fist-bumping his companion. "Have you gained confidence in our mission, Scorpion?" Scorpion huffs. "I've already become a chunin. You should be the one worried about lagging behind as a genin." As they engage in light banter, they apply a wood-patterned paint to their respective mechs, embracing the art of subtlety. Although Scorpion feigns indifference, he has begun to trust Myung implicitly. He recalls the precision with which Myung controls lightning and wind chakra. Ever since returning from the Rain Country mission, Myung has transformed significantly, becoming more radiant and composed. Even his chakra manipulation skills are unparalleled, not to mention the ingenious puppets they have designed together. The mountain god mech prototype perfectly addresses his concerns for personal safety. How had he overlooked Myung's brilliance? Previously disinterested in village affairs, Scorpion now finds himself anticipating the upcoming mission led by Yakura. As Myung steps out of his family's tavern, he checks his belongings while advising his parents, "With business thriving, you mustn't overexert yourselves. Why not hire someone?" There's a friend of mine named Zitsong in the 3rd alley on North Street. Though he isn't a ninja, he is quite strong and possesses good character. Look into it. If you find him suitable, hire him to assist with the cold noodles. His mother smiles and nods, adjusting his clothing before bidding him farewell. The cold noodles have become immensely popular, and the tavern has seen a surge in business, earning tenfold the usual income. Myung finally feels a sense of relief. Before embarking on his mission, he introduces Zitsong to his parents, having recognized how challenging life can be for ordinary people. He is determined to lend a hand whenever possible. Recalling vividly the hardships endured by Might Guy during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon arriving at the meeting point, he finds Yakura and Scorpion already waiting. "My apologies for the delay," Myung sincerely apologizes. Yakura, arms crossed, does not chastise him but instead examines the waist support and specialized spring shoes adorning both Myung and Scorpion. "I heard from Elder Chio that you two have created 2 very unique puppets. Could they be the ones you are wearing now? They look rather unimpressive. Are you also a puppeteer, Myung?" Myung and Scorpion exchange smiles, each retrieving a storage scroll from behind their waists, Myung borrowing from Scorpion, as he cannot yet afford his own. With a grin, Myung replies, "I am not a puppeteer. I excel in wind and lightning techniques, but in special circumstances. I can also play the role of a taijutsu ninja. The true puppets are contained within the scrolls, so fear not. Yakura-sensei, we shall not hold you back." Yakura raises an eyebrow, stretching her limbs, her fiery physique reminiscent of her scorching techniques, leaving the youthful Myung with a child's body and a university student's mind. Feeling parched. In Yakura's eyes, the 8-year-old Scorpion and 7-year-old Myung are merely children, and she pays little heed to their presence. Calmly, she states, "As long as my scorch release is in play, you won't be able to hinder me." Having heard of Scorpion's reputation as a puppetry prodigy, Yakura is surprised to learn that he, who barely graduated from the Ninja Academy, has garnered praise from Elder Chiyo. I have not yet agreed to be your teacher. For now, I am merely your supervising chunin. I am only here at Elder Chiyo's behest to guide you through this mission and shield you from the storm for a while. The village's sordid affairs are best left undisclosed to children like you. Scorpion merely hums in response, withholding his opinion, while Miyang expresses his gratitude to Yakura. He acknowledges that he has been negatively influenced by Scorpion, particularly by the two ninjas who caused trouble at their store. Scorpion, bearing the illustrious title of a genius puppeteer, boasts an impressive record as a 7-year-old genin and an 8-year-old chunin, placing him among the elite of his cohort. Not to mention his grandmother, who excels in both puppetry and medical ninjutsu. Naturally, such credentials attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yakura, assuming that Miyang and Scorpion are still too young to grasp the village's political intricacies, underestimates him. However, Miyang is well versed in history and literature, having studied the intricacies of the three kingdoms and more, equipping him with political insight that surpasses that of most in this world. Even so, he does not regret the entanglements that come with being associated with Scorpion. In every gain, there must be a loss. Even without the connection of the original body's memories, he harbored a certain fondness for the tragic figure of Scorpion from his past life. He was reluctant to engage with those so-called politicians. Besides, even if he wished to associate with them, they would hardly regard him, a mere commoner ninja, with any respect. This is a world that reveres strength. All Mixiang could do was to seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Yitsong led them to inspect the supplies they carried, briefly outlined their mission objectives, and then departed from Sunagakure with the two, embarking toward the vast expanse of desert. Their mission was to investigate the disappearance of a watchtower located at the border of the Land of Wind, the Land of Rain, and the Land of Rivers. This watchtower, situated at the confluence of the three nations, was not of great significance, primarily serving as an early warning system on the front lines. Typically, it would transmit intelligence every 5 days, but this time, it had been 10 days, 2 cycles without any report. The village had assigned an investigation task, classified as C rank. As they entered the desert, Yitsong quickened her pace, eager to test the abilities of Mixiang and Scorpion. To her astonishment, they not only kept up with her, but moved with an effortless grace, each step covering considerable ground. The shoes you wear and that device at your waist seem rather remarkable. As a jonin of the village, even if she was not a puppet master, her extensive experience allowed her to quickly discern that their attire was indeed extraordinary. When together, it was Mixiang who handled any external communications. Though he had a somewhat aloof demeanor and rarely spoke, it was not an intentional effort to maintain a cold facade. In response to Yitsong's inquiry, Mixiang tapped the energy storage knee device at his waist and said, "It's a small device that significantly reduces effort while running. For puppet masters utilizing chakra threads, its benefits are even greater. If you desire one, I can assist you and Scorpion in crafting a set upon our return." Yitsong raised an elegant eyebrow. "Oh, you're quite generous, little one. Trying to bribe me? How unbecoming. I shall pass." Scorpion, using chakra threads, added several loops of energy to the device at his waist to quicken his pace, grumbling, "How can a short-sighted woman comprehend the art of puppetry?" Yitsong, irritated, obliterated the fireball she had conjured, her fierce demeanor silencing Scorpion. It was clear that she was not to be trifled with. With Mixiang and Scorpion equipped with their supportive puppetry gear, Yitsong ceased her restraint, and the trio's speed through the desert intensified. As they accelerated, relying solely on their jumping and waist-enhanced propulsion was no longer sufficient to match Yitsong's pace. Scorpion began to actively manipulate the device with chakra threads for energy accumulation, while Mixiang utilized wind release for pulsed jet propulsion, aiding their forward motion. Both gritted their teeth, steadfastly keeping pace behind Yitsong, not allowing themselves to lag. As they raced through the sands, a swirling cloud of dust followed, resembling a colossal sandstorm serpent. Yitsong, a ninjutsu specialist, was not particularly adept in taijutsu. Despite her full-speed sprint, she had not managed to outpace these two young talents. Scorpion had long been known as a prodigy in the village, so his performance was hardly surprising. Mixiang, who had previously kept a low profile, achieving such a level of capability prompted Yitsong to regard him with newfound respect. After a midday break, their relentless pace brought them to the watchtower by evening, something that would typically take 3 days to reach. observing the safety flag hoisted at the watchtower. It indicated that all was well. Yitsong halted, slightly out of breath, and looked at the two, who were clearly pushing their limits, and laughed. You two little rascals are quite resilient. Do you feel embarrassed losing to me, a jonin, in a race? Let us take a break. We wouldn't want to arrive with weak legs and face ridicule from the ninjas inside, huh? Mi Xiang, not one to feign strength, had already depleted a significant portion of his chakra and plopped down on the ground. I can't go on. You truly are impressive, Yitsong-sensei. If we continue running, my lungs might burst. Yitsong, pleased to hear Mi Xiang's admission, smugly replied, you two have done remarkably well to keep pace with me. Among the new generation of sand ninjas, you are certainly outstanding. When you grow older, you will surely make a name for yourselves in the ninja world. Mi Xiang nodded, smiling in response to Yitsong's praise. Yet, his thoughts were far more ambitious. Merely seeking fame was not his style. He aspired to unify the ninja world and stand atop it. Naturally, such ambitions must remain unspoken. Voicing them without sufficient strength would only invite ridicule. While resting, Mi Xiang began to gather chakra. He entered an introspective state, keenly sensing the minuscule wind and thunder attribute chakra from the external environment as it merged with his own. Eventually, this chakra flowed through his meridians, accumulating in his dantian. Once he had drawn out half the chakra, Mi Xiang instinctively released his bioelectric sensitivity and suddenly inquired, Yitsong-sensei, shouldn't there only be 4 ninjas stationed at the watchtower? Why do I sense 8 individuals inside? Chapter 16. A trap, 8 individuals? Had they temporarily reinforced the watchtower with additional ninja? During peacetime, such military installations typically avoided proactive attacks. Yitsong had not anticipated that the unassuming Mi Xiang possessed perceptive capabilities. Although she was yet unsure of their reliability, she sent forth an orange fireball into the sky. As it exploded in the valley, she utilized this signature jutsu to announce her arrival. At that moment, a short, stout sand ninja emerged from the watchtower and waved towards Yitsong. Upon seeing him, she felt relieved and said to Mi Xiang and Scorpion, who had regained some chakra, indeed, the watchtower seems fine. This stout sand ninja is from the Gray Origin clan, proficient in earth and wind release. His mastery of the Great Sandstorm technique is exceptional. Let us head inside the watchtower and rest. Exchanging glances, Mi Xiang and Scorpion followed Yitsong towards the elevated watchtower in the canyon. This canyon, adjacent to the land of rivers and the land of rain, was traversed by a hidden river, offering a much better environment than other areas of the Wind Country. As they approached within 30 meters of the watchtower, Scorpion lowered his voice. Yitsong-sensei, that ninja on the watchtower seems off. His movements are stiff, and his expression and skin tone appear unnatural, resembling a poorly crafted puppet. Mi Xiang also halted Yitsong, as he could clearly sense the bioelectric field from such a close distance. Pointing at the stout sand ninja still waving from the watchtower, he said, Yitsong-sensei, Scorpion is right. That one is not a living person. The other 8 remain inside the watchtower. This is likely a trap. Hearing their observations, Yitsong finally stopped. After contemplating, she smiled brightly and said, Hey, Gray Origin Shunin, how is your son doing at the Ninja Academy? The stout ninja atop the watchtower lowered his arm and replied, Yitsong-sensei, I believe you are mistaken. I have only a lovely 3-year-old daughter. Yitsong conjured 2 orange fireballs in her hands, coldly stating, Which village do you hail from, daring to attack the watchtower of Sunagakure? With that, she launched the scorching fireball directly towards the watchtower. Water release, water dragon bullet. Water release, water barrier. Earth release, rock collapse. As several figures burst forth from the watchtower, they unleashed their jutsu simultaneously. 2 water techniques countered the fireball, while a fissure shook the mountainside behind the 3 intruders. As the falling rocks cascaded down, they swiftly obstructed the valley's pathway. Water, drawn from an underground river, was hurled towards Yitsong in a turbulent torrent. A water dragon, as thick as a waist, was nearly evaporated by Yitsong's scorching technique before dissipating into a mist of white vapor. With the blazing escape of Yitsong, this is your demise. As the stout, short ninja collapsed as if the very bones had been extracted from him, the ninjas emerging from the outpost positioned themselves on either side. On the right, for ninjas clad in raincoats and conical hats unmistakably belonged to the Hidden Rain Village. On the left, for others donned dark bodysuits with gray vests that revealed tattoos on their exposed arms. These individuals wore distinct cat masks to conceal their identities. The ninja conversing with Yetsong wore a brown sleeveless garment, paired with a short jacket and black gloves, and carried a katana on his back. As he spoke, he flung the lifeless body of the fallen gray origin ninja towards Yetsong. Just as Yetsong prepared to catch the body, a figure abruptly blocked her path. Yetsong-sensei, be careful. It was Yamaguchi, from the roots of Konoha. Do not let it touch anyone's body. This technique is activated through puppet manipulation. Yamaguchi, standing protectively in front of Yetsong, swiftly initiated a wind release technique. Wind blade slash. With the speed honed over 2 decades, he formed the necessary seals and unleashed a finely tuned wind blade, compressing and directing it into a stream the size of an arm. This gust directly toppled the thrown puppet to the ground. As a somewhat renowned figure in the anime world, Yamaguchi, alongside the loyal followers of Danzo, was no stranger to the situation. As he shielded Yetsong, Scorpion had already deployed his previous creation, the crow puppet, in anticipation of subsequent attacks. Upon the puppet's disguise disintegrating on impact, it was revealed not to be a living being, but rather a puppet crafted from the corpse of the gray origin ninja. It was indeed Yamaguchi's signature technique, the heart-transforming puppet spell. This sudden revelation left the previously confident Yamaguchi taken aback. Behind his mask, he gazed incredulously at the young boy standing before Yetsong. Who was this person? How did he know so much about him? Having been involved in numerous unsavory tasks in the roots, he instinctively glanced towards the rain ninjas nearby. These rain ninjas, led by a jonin skilled in poisonous blades and needles, formed a trio of jonin commanding 3 chunin each. Yamaguchi led 3 root ninjas adept in assassination to execute this covert operation. Meanwhile, Oil Woman Tsukun was engaged in another task, while this assassination attempt on Yetsong was intended to be supported by Sunagakure. Hanzo had dispatched jonin proficient in water release and poison, while Danzo sent Yamaguchi, an expert in the heart-transforming technique, to collaborate with other ninjas. With 8 attribute-constrained ninjas aiming to eliminate a skilled user of Scorch Release like Yetsong, it should have been a simple task. As for the chunin skilled in puppetry and a lower-ranked Sunagakure ninja, who only knew Earth Release, Yamaguchi couldn't even be bothered to learn their names. 2 or more skilled in blade techniques could easily triumph over a puppet master. As for the famed puppet genius of Sunagakure, he scoffed. Only those who survive can be deemed geniuses. Today, they all would meet their end alongside Yetsong. Yet, the plan had already begun to unravel. Initially, there were no reconnaissance ninjas on the opposing side, and they had not fallen into a trap, launching their attack outside the outpost. Yamaguchi could never have anticipated that. Upon first encounter, this young boy would expose the foundation of his technique. He even began to suspect that this was a trap set by the sand and rain ninjas against him. Fortunately, the jonin from the hidden rain, Mist Ghost, made his stance clear through action. What are you hesitating for? We rain ninjas will restrain that troublesome Yetsong. You must quickly eliminate those 2 brats and come to assist me. As he spoke, he drew a kunai smeared with the venom of a pufferfish and charged down the cliff alongside 3 other rain ninjas. Yamaguchi, having set aside his concerns, issued a loud command. Explosive tags to divide the battlefield. Eliminate those 2 brats swiftly. I want that Earth Release ninja's head intact. Chapter 17, Run. At Yamaguchi's command, several kunai wrapped with explosive tags were shot towards Yetsong. Though he was curious about how this sand ninja recognized him and unveiled his secret technique, his primary task remained to swiftly eliminate Yetsong while removing any distractions. The reasons could be explored later through the corpses. For the Yamaguchi clan, even the dead could speak. Yetsong was well aware of Yamaguchi's reputation, as well as the terrifying nature of the Yamaguchi clan's secret techniques. In a one-on-one scenario, the heart-transforming technique might not hold much weight. However, with cooperation, once ensnared by the heart-transforming control, it was all but a certain death. Facing 2 jonin, accompanied by 6 chunin with attribute advantages, it was clear that they placed a significant emphasis on Yetsong. As the water dragon and explosive kunai approached, Yetsong concentrated her Scorch Release technique in response, while wryly smiling at Yamaguchi and Scorpion. Look at this situation. It seems that Danzo from Konoha and Hanzo from the Hidden Rain have allied to eliminate me. I apologize, they have meticulously arranged so many ninjas to counter me. Today, I fear I may perish here. Their primary target is me, so I will do my utmost to hold them off for a while. You 2 should flee using that puppet tool. Inform Elder Chio of this situation. and warn her to be cautious of any internal enemies in the village. With 2 orange strands of hair on Yetsong's forehead swirling in the turbulent chakra, she had already conjured dozens of scorching fireballs before her. Standing as a shield for her companions, Yetsong epitomized the responsibility of a village jonin. Having settled the aftermath, she prepared to fight with all her might. This trap was entirely designed to exploit her vulnerabilities. Yetsong was not renowned for her speed. Her current aim was to eliminate as many enemies as possible, granting those 2 intriguing boys more time to escape. Scorch release over scorch. Yetsong controlled 6 searing fireballs, detonating them simultaneously before her, using the immense flames to thwart the incoming kunai and water dragon. She also utilized these formidable fireballs to hinder Yamaguchi's ambitions. Run. I cannot hold them off for long. Yamaguchi and the other rain ninjas were not in a hurry. They continued to unleash ninjutsu to wear down Yetsong while taunting her. Ah, indeed, a formidable bloodline limit. If you surrender, we shall not kill you. What do you say? Don't waste your energy. The humidity here allows our water release to match your overscorch with equal chakra, but we have greater numbers. Haha, Yetsong, there are those in your own village who wish for your demise. Why serve such a village? Amidst dodging the blade techniques of the root ninjas while countering the rain ninjas with her own techniques, if not for the sheer dominance of her overscorch, which could instantly drain the moisture from any target it touched, these root ninjas would have been even more audacious in their assaults. At this moment, she could hardly afford to concern herself with the 2 boys. A searing pain shot through her waist. She had just been struck by the root ninja's earth release technique, taking a solid hit. Even so, she exerted herself to channel chakra, conjuring more overscorch fireballs to obstruct the ninja's advance. 1 blade exchanged for an arm. The root ninja continued to approach like an unfeeling machine of slaughter, ever seeking opportunities to strike. Yetsong was merely striving to gain a little more time for those 2 boys to escape. She had abandoned all personal defense, focusing solely on launching additional fireballs. Come, taste my might. Yetsong sealed the wound at her waist with intense heat, evading the incoming kunai, pouring every ounce of energy into conjuring and hurling fireballs to repel the mocking ninjas. At the moment of peril, 2 towering figures leapt before her. The now nearly as tall as Yitsong, Mi Xiang, brandishing a shield on his arm, spoke. My apologies, Teacher Yitsong. But Scorpion and I are not accustomed to being cowards. It took us a bit of time to don these puppet costumes. Now, allow us to demonstrate the power of the little contraptions we've devised. Yitsong stared in astonishment at the transformed duo, while Mi Xiang appeared merely to be clad in wooden puppet boards resembling the ornate armor of the Iron Country's warriors. The Scorpion was entirely enveloped in a colossal puppet sphere towering over 2 meters. This puppet sphere not only boasted enormous arms, but also sported a sharp, agile tail. What was this? A new creation from Scorpion? Wasn't a puppeteer supposed to control puppets from the outside? Could such a large puppet even be maneuvered? What followed left Yitsong even more astounded. Mi Xiang and Scorpion, one a ninjutsu user with a flair for perception and the other a renowned puppeteer in their village, were both fragile ninjas with strong offensive capabilities but weak defenses. What madness was this, for the 2 youngsters to charge forward so recklessly? When had it become customary for a puppeteer and a ninjutsu user to lead the charge in battle? Yamashiro Kaze had been attentively monitoring the battlefield, as Yitsong exerted herself to cast a fire release technique in an attempt to cover the escape of the 2 young ninjas. She noted that their primary focus was on her, and they did not divide their forces to pursue. It puzzled her to see the 2 not retreating. Moments later, they produced 2 peculiar puppets from their storage scrolls. To her astonishment, they then dove into the puppets and charged toward their direction. Were they seeking death? Attempting to buy time for Yitsong's escape? How naive. Such massive puppets could not withstand concentrated fire. Moreover, with the frail puppeteer ensconced within, the blade-wielding ninjas would not need to split their attention between puppet and controller, making for an easy capture. Yamashiro Kaze issued a command. The rain hidden should continue to use water release to restrain Yitsong. The rest of you, swiftly eliminate these 2 puppeteers. As he orchestrated the battlefield, he tossed his puppet with precision, ever vigilant for any weakness displayed by Yitsong, ready to unleash his heart-turning puppet at a moment's notice. In a group assault, if they could contain her, the battle would be as good as won. Yitsong found herself directly facing the overwhelming pressure of 5 ninjas, unable to assist the 2 daring youths in their reckless advance. Had Mi Xiang and Scorpion not prepared thoroughly, they would not have charged forth so boldly. Scorpion, during his movement, had already charged the ratchet mechanism in his jumping legs, while Mi Xiang, running ahead, activated all his jet ports, compressing air to build power. With his shield unfurled on his left arm, Mi Xiang defended against thrown shurikens, while Scorpion braced himself against the oncoming attacks with his sturdy armor. With such a thick steel shell, Scorpion could withstand the shurikens, leaving only a white mark on the exterior. Scorpion now? Mi Xiang suddenly exclaimed, and in the eyes of Yamashiro Kaze, the two appeared to pause mid-run for a second before a tremendous roar erupted. Scorpion's mechanized armor, the mountain god prototype, utilized its two steel arms to gather momentum, bowing forward toward the root ninjas. With the sustained ratchet charge of the jumping legs reaching its critical point, Mi Xiang's enthusiast mecha assumed a bow stance. Left arm shielding in front, right arm poised to release a buzzing blade. Almost simultaneously, the leaping Scorpion and the jet-propelled Mi Xiang transformed into two fleeting shadows, accompanied by a resounding rush as they barreled into the ranks of the root ninjas. Chapter 18. The unpredictability of battle. The three root ninjas, initially guarding Yamashiro Kaze, were incessantly harassing Yi Tsang with shurikens and kunai, taken aback by such an unprecedented scene. This was not the instantaneous body flicker technique typical of ninjas. This was a pure physical charge at high speed. There was no evading. The root ninjas instinctively raised their blades to defend, attempting to counter in a mutually destructive manner. For them, their lives held little value. However, times had changed. Boom. Scorpion's mountain god prototype delivered an even greater kinetic force, shattering the kunai and directly crashing into the desperate root ninja before him with its curved blade. Mi Xiang's enthusiast mecha lacked such overwhelming power, yet it was sufficient to break through. Nevertheless, with its superior agility and wind-based enhancements from the jet nozzles, Mi Xiang surged forward without losing speed, closing the distance immediately. Right arm blade. Bang. The root ninja before him dissipated into a cloud of smoke and splintered wood. Body replacement technique. The root ninja, still reeling from the impact to his chest, was relieved he had managed to use the technique in time. Otherwise, that peculiar puppet would have cleaved him in two. According to intelligence, one of these youngsters was a puppeteer, while the other was a ninjutsu user. These seasoned root ninjas, who had undoubtedly faced countless foes, had never imagined being so thoroughly trounced by a mid-level ninja and a low-level one. Yamashiro Kaze swiftly evaded the collision and hurled his heart-turning puppet toward the imposing mountain god prototype. Take down the big one first. According to Yamashiro Kaze's usual strategy, he intended to catch his opponent off guard with the heart-turning puppet, allowing his old partner, Yunyu Torigane, to close in and deliver a lethal strike with nano-level poison insects. Without Yunyu's support, however, the sword-wielding ninja reacted quickly, thrusting his blade forward. The Sand Ninja's puppets were no match for their razor-sharp blades. Yi Tsang, already beleaguered by the water-release ninjutsu, was struggling against the relentless barrage of kunai, shuriken, and stealthy blade assaults. If nothing changed, she would soon exhaust her chakra, awaiting only death. The root ninja who set this trap and the rain-hidden ninjas believed the same. Neither side regarded Mi Xiang and Scorpion as threats. One was a somewhat talented Scorpion, the other an obscure low-level ninja, destined to become mere fodder on the battlefield. No one anticipated that these two seemingly inconspicuous individuals would suddenly disrupt the balance of the conflict. In a sudden assault, they felled a root ninja and simultaneously restrained the remaining ones. Upon seeing Yamashiro Kaze, Mi Xiang and Scorpion had allocated their tasks. Scorpion charged toward Yamashiro Kaze, intending to crush the Yamashiro clan's secret techniques with his impenetrable and formidable mech. Whether through contact-based heart-turning puppet techniques or targeted attacks, neither could prevail against the mountain god mecha. When Yamashiro Kaze received news of the failed technique, he promptly activated a smoke bomb and vanished. The accompanying sword-wielding ninja, still bewildered, attempted to stab the colossal machine before him with his blade. With a snap, the razor-sharp blade, though swift in its lethal intent, shattered against the robust iron shell. As he grappled with the shock of his failed strike, boom, the colossal steel fists collided. The body of the sword-wielding ninja crumpled before the mountain god mecha, fragile as a tomato. The root ninja who had narrowly evaded Mi Xiang's attack with the body replacement technique was yet unaware of Yamashiro Kaze's escape. As he sought to distance himself, He flung a kunai embedded with an explosive tag, aiming to repel the oncoming Xiong clad in the enthusiast mecha. Yet, this attempt to create distance proved perilous. Xiong was a ninjutsu user. Wind release, wind blade slash. As Xiong distanced himself from the root ninja, he had already formed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a precise wind blade from his mouth. Simultaneously, he lowered his body, gathering the elastic potential in his legs. With the invisible wind blade shooting forth, Xiong completed his charge and propulsion preparation. Whoosh! In a movement swifter than the body flicker technique, he darted toward the direction where the ninja had evaded. There was no time to set up a substitution. In the blink of an eye, the root ninja barely managed to dodge the wind blade strike and thrust forward with his ninja knife, attempting to repel the advancing Xiong. Was this the lower ninja the intelligence report spoke of, or merely a struggling graduate barely scraping by? Whose idiotic information was this? Xiong shielded his chest with his left hand while thrusting his right arm forward, channeling a blade of lightning. 1 million volts. 2 milliamps, pulsing discharge. As Xiong lunged, a half-meter-long blue-white electric arc extended from his arm blade. Such a minuscule current was certainly not lethal. What Xiong sought was merely a half-meter breach of air and the paralyzing effect of the current. The root ninja, barely having evaded the wind blade, found his thrusting knife paralyzed by the high-voltage arc before it could even touch Xiong. Subsequently, the icy blade struck his face directly. The cap mask shattered, and crimson and white splattered everywhere. This was not a personal vendetta. Throughout the battle, Xiong continually reminded himself of this fact. As Xiong and Scorpion donned their newly crafted mechas and stormed the battlefield, the entire situation was swiftly overturned. Xiong withdrew his arm blade from the head of the root ninja, flinging the mask aside as he spat. What a letdown. The sensation of taking a life was not pleasant. Scorpion, having crushed his opponent, leaped beside Xiong to protect him, the voice from within the mecha teasing, "Oh dear. Xiong, is this your first kill? I thought you were invincible." Feeling somewhat better after expelling the contents of his stomach, Xiong had no time for banter with Scorpion and urged, "Enough with the sarcasm. Go assist teacher Yitsong." Before Scorpion could respond, Yitsong's voice rang out. "It seems I have been underestimated. I am Yitsong, wielder of the Scorch Release." At the sound, Xiong looked up to witness a scene he would never forget. With the hindrance of the root ninja removed, a mere 4 rain ninjas were no match for Yitsong. Their combined water release was being compressed by Yitsong's searing fireballs, surrounding the 4. The valley was engulfed in swirling white mist, and the cries of the root ninjas rendered them too fearful to stray apart, relying on their collective water release ninjutsu to defend against Yitsong's scorch release. The white fog and their own water barrier formed a visual blind spot. Over a dozen orange-red fireballs, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, hovered ominously around them. A single water dragon bullet would summon at least 2 of these fireballs, and the bloodline limit of the wind and fire fusion technique endowed the fireballs with remarkable moisture-absorbing capabilities. Moreover, while maintaining the fireballs, Yitsong had already formed the necessary hand seals, Scorch Release, Foxfire Technique. Chapter 19. Sand Iron. With Yitsong's hand seals complete, he expelled a fox-shaped fireball that was unlike the languidly flying oversaturation fireballs. This fox-shaped fireball quickly expanded to the size of a person. Not only that, but the searing fox fireball leapt straight into the midst of the rain ninjas. Then, Yitsong guided the floating oversaturation fireballs to collide violently. Bang! The oversaturation fireballs in the air exploded simultaneously with the violently detonating fox fireball, engulfing the entire rain ninja encampment. In the wake of the intense explosion, only a parched ground and 4 desiccated corpses remained. "How do you like that, you little brats? Am I impressive, or what?" Yitsong said, raising an eyebrow towards the stunned Xiong and Scorpion. Scorpion, manipulating the arms of the mountain god prototype mecha, shielded his eyes, while Xiong lifted his mask and gulped down a large mouthful of saliva, only to feel nauseated again. Damn it, I forgot I had just vomited. How disgusting. Nevertheless, one had to admit, Yitsong's physique was indeed remarkable. The border outpost reconnaissance mission concluded without further incident. Within the outpost, they discovered the slain ninjas. Observing the marks on their heads, it was evident they had used secret techniques to extract information through memory probing. Inside the outpost, Xiong instinctively sensed the biological electric fields. Indeed, within a radius of several hundred meters, no other large-scale life forms existed. However, As Mi Xiang emitted electrical charges for biological sensing, for small light, orbs appeared in his conscious sea. What are these? Mi Xiang attempted to perceive these consciousness clusters. But alas, they floated like slumbering larvae, maintaining a rhythmic pulsation without any reaction. Upon sensing himself, Mi Xiang found that apart from enhancing his precise control over chakra, these speculated fragments of soul consciousness posed no harm to his body. With that, he decided to brush aside this anomaly. After clearing the battlefield, Mi Xiang was in the process of stowing away the fanatic Mecha into the storage scroll when Scorpion approached, handing him a mission scroll along with a rather special piece of paper. Mi Xiang, I found this on the Rain Ninja. Is this the paper from the blue-haired girl? Mi Xiang accepted the items, squeezing the unique paper, confirming it was indeed a manifestation of Xiaonan's chakra. The mission scroll seemed to be issued by the Rain Village, instructing an investigation into a rogue ninja organization known as Akatsuki. It appeared the legendary Akatsuki had begun to take shape. Of course, at present, Akatsuki was still primarily led by Yahiko, naively seeking peace through communication and negotiation. The wheels of fate were indeed turning. He had already found companions and was beginning to strengthen himself. He firmly believed he would bring about a different change to this world. With unwavering conviction, Mi Xiang fist-bumped Scorpion, smiling. This must be Xiaonan's origami. They established an organization called Akatsuki in the Land of Rain, seemingly based on that blonde guy's dialogue about bringing peace. Scorpion shook his head. Although he was influenced by Mi Xiang and no longer obsessed with life and death, he still held Yahiko's naive ideas in disdain. The only reason he refrained from mocking was probably due to his connection with Xiaonan. Change was already taking effect, and Mi Xiang felt gratified. On the way back, Mi Xiang posed a question to Yi Tsang that had been on his mind. Teacher Yi Tsang, I don't see what the issue is with the children of the gray-haired ninja. Yi Tsang took a deep breath before responding. The daughter and wife of the gray-haired ninja perished in the Second Shinobi World War, and he never allows anyone to mention it. Those ninjas can probe shallow memories through secret techniques, but they are never the person themselves. Yi Tsang, having experienced the Shinobi World War, empathized with the misfortunes of his village comrades, but he quickly adjusted. As they continued on their journey, he remarked, You two little brats, we owe this to you. It seems Elder Chio was right. The puppets you two created are indeed extraordinary. This reconnaissance mission was originally a B rank, but due to the involvement of enemy ninjas, the mission grade has been elevated to A rank. However, you both know the village's current situation. Due to our defeat, the daimyo has reduced financial support for the village. The reward for this mission will likely have to be offset by other material ninjutsu. Scorpion, with the support of Elder Chio and Hai Laotsang, had never lacked for funds and was unconcerned about the reward for this mission. In contrast, the former Mi Xiang might have been preoccupied with the task's reward to improve his family's finances. Recently, our family tavern has introduced a special dish, cold noodles, and business has greatly improved. Our living conditions have seen a significant enhancement, temporarily alleviating the economic pressure. As for the research and improvement of puppetry, with the assistance of Scorpion, financial concerns are no longer an issue. Mi Xiang patted the storage scroll at his waist and addressed Yi Tsang. Teacher Yi Tsang, could the rewards for the village missions be exchanged for materials? Yi Tsang tilted her head to look at Mi Xiang, inquiring, Oh, little Mi Xiang, you wish to forego your reward and ninjutsu, merely to trade for materials? What materials do you require? Mi Xiang replied, I would like to exchange everything for the iron sand extracted by the third Kazakage. Iron sand. Upon hearing Mi Xiang's peculiar request, both Yi Tsang and Scorpion regarded him with curiosity. It is important to note that the iron sand controlled by the third Kazakage is not true iron. Rather, it is composed of minuscule particles of iron-rich minerals extracted from the earth during battle using a unique magnetic release technique. Just as the gold sand manipulated by Luo Sha is merely particles containing gold. In comparison, the gold sand extracted by Luo Sha holds far greater value. Presently, the majority of the village's finances rely on Luo Sha's endeavors to seek and extract gold sand. Although the scale and power of the iron sand controlled by the third Kazakage far surpass that of Luo Sha, the iron sand extracted on a regular basis is often discarded after use, with only a small amount reserved in storage scrolls for combat. Given the current underdeveloped smelting technology in the ninja world, it is likely that only the Land of Crafts possesses such expertise. Even then, The land of crafts tends to prioritize finding high-quality iron or recycling old ironware. If the iron sand were truly valuable, the third Kazekage would have already profited immensely from its trade. Upon hearing Yitsong's analysis, Mi Xiang's smile widened. If it is worthless, then all the better. From now on, I shall exchange all my mission rewards for the third Kazekage's iron sand. It will surely serve a grand purpose. Perhaps my future fortune will depend on this. The mere tens of thousands of Ryo in mission rewards did not concern Yitsong. She merely found it curious why he desired such a seemingly worthless item. Since Mi Xiang had made his decision, Yitsong would not interfere further. Fortune? If the iron sand could truly be sold for a profit, the third Kazekage would have already done so. Unrefined iron sand is of no interest to anyone. She agreed to assist Mi Xiang in applying for the exchange with the village upon their return. Then, turning her head, Yitsong casually remarked, "Oh, little Mi Xiang. Always calling me teacher. Do you have an interest in learning ninjutsu from me?" Chapter 20. The Joy and Pain of Apprenticeship Learning Ninjutsu. Mi Xiang turned to Yitsong, his eyes brimming with disdain. Upon seeing this expression, Scorpion discreetly stepped back. Suddenly, Mi Xiang found himself caught in a tender, yet indescribable embrace as Yitsong clutched his head. Using both hands, she executed a technique reminiscent of the mother from Crayon Shinchan, her fists delivering a dragon drill attack. "You little rascal, what kind of expression is that? How dare you question my ninjutsu? Don't think that just because you and Scorpion have aided the puppetry, you can doubt my mastery of the scorching release." Mi Xiang was caught in a whirlwind of agony and ecstasy, realizing that Yitsong truly regarded him as a child, completely oblivious to her advances. After thoroughly teasing Mi Xiang, Yitsong finally released him, leaving him dizzy from the onslaught of affection. Standing with her hands on her hips, Yitsong pointed towards a small hill in the distance on the Gobi. "My scorching release is a fusion of wind and fire chakra. So when it comes to wind release, I can teach you a thing or two, little rascal. Watch closely." Yitsong began to rapidly form hand seals and unleashed a series of wind release techniques. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, chain bullet. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A barrage of wind techniques struck the small hill, creating numerous holes in the solid rock. After showcasing her prowess, Yitsong grinned, giving herself a thumbs up. "So, what do you think, little rascal? Am I qualified to be your teacher?" Mi Xiang rubbed his face and responded with 2 thumbs up. "Teacher Yitsong, I truly mean no disrespect. My constant address of you as teacher is not solely out of respect, but also with the hope of gaining favor. However, as a mere common ninja, being your disciple, would that not bring you shame?" Yitsong reached out to ruffle Mi Xiang's hair, her voice dropping in warmth. "Shame? The village is so impoverished it can barely issue mission rewards, yet they still engage in internal strife over power and profit. I am merely a common ninja without substantial roots. I have only gained recognition by merging my bloodline limit. This recent mission is a case in point. Even I nearly faced death against a targeted elemental counter. What kind of big leg am I?" As she spoke, Yitsong gestured toward Scorpion. "You have a good relationship with Scorpion. Those people have already set their sights on you. Whether or not I take you as a disciple truly makes little difference. Scorpion is a puppeteer, guided by Elder Chiyo. So there is no need for concern. As a ninjutsu practitioner, however, you will need someone to guide you in the ways of performing your techniques. So, what do you say, little rascal? Do you need time to consider?" "Consider?" Mi Xiang immediately bowed deeply to Yitsong. "Teacher, please accept my humble salute." Mi Xiang's bizarre gesture amused Yitsong, clearing the clouds of gloom from her heart. Her teaching approach was straightforward. She handed Mi Xiang several C-rank ninjutsu scrolls for him to study independently, encouraging him to seek her out if he had any questions. Upon returning to the village, the trio agreed to meet at the training ground the following noon before parting ways. When Mi Xiang returned to his family tavern, he found the establishment bustling with patrons, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. He noted that most customers had ordered cold noodles as a side dish, an affordable and delicious option that serves as both a dish and a meal, indeed quite popular. He spotted Yitsong busily attending to the guests. Given the thriving business, Mi Xiang chose not to intrude and instead leaped up to the second floor. Returning to his room, spreading out paper on the table, Mi Xiang began to review the recent outpost mission. Though the task had concluded without incident due to his and Scorpion's mechanical assistance, the strange abilities within the ninja world are countless. Not to mention the space-time ninjutsu of Obito and Minato, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the devious techniques of Orochimaru. All of these present significant challenges. Currently, he remains quite weak and must exercise caution in his development. He cannot afford to be reckless. Mi-seong first noted his reconnaissance abilities. His biological electrical perception is a byproduct of precisely controlling electric charge. While it has proven immensely helpful, the short range of his perception, limited to sensing living beings, presents considerable constraints. In the ninja world, intelligence often determines life and death in most scenarios. Next, he considered his taijutsu. At present, Mi-seong's hand-to-hand combat skills stem solely from the training of his original self. This rudimentary skill set, augmented by the mechanical enhancement of his ninjutsu, may suffice for surprise attacks, but should he face real combat, he would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. He must take this issue seriously. The newly appointed teacher, Yi-song, is also a ninjutsu practitioner, and her taijutsu skills are not particularly impressive. He needs to seek out a master skilled in both hand-to-hand combat and weaponry. Lastly, he contemplated his mechanical enhancements. Through practical combat, the strengths of both Scorpion's mountain god Mecha and his own enthusiast Mecha are evident, particularly in terms of defense. The metallic shell serves as formidable armor, making it difficult for ordinary ninja blades to penetrate this layer of protection. Yet, this is the ninja world, where the unique chakra-infused techniques of the likes of Konoha's White Fang are reputed to cut through anything. Even if, according to memory, the owner of the title Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, would soon meet his demise, relying solely on conventional metal for defense is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. The areas Mi-seong can improve upon are the energy power system, armor defensive methods, and weaponry, each a significant undertaking. The road ahead is long and arduous. The following day, Mi-seong arrived early at the training ground and unexpectedly spotted Xie already present. Relieved of his worries, he greeted Xie with a playful remark, "Hey, the lazy scorpion is here. Why the early assembly today?" Xie responded with a dismissive snort, tossing a metallic object towards Mi-seong. "What is this?" Mi-seong examined the metal, noting its hue and weight, surmising it to be chakra metal. This was a substantial chunk, roughly the size of his fist. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he draped an arm around Xie's neck, exclaiming, "Such a sizable piece of chakra metal? I shall no longer refer to you as the stingy scorpion. From now on, you shall be known as Golden Thigh Scorpion." Xie cast a disdainful glance at the exuberant Mi-seong and replied coolly, "Don't celebrate too soon. This I sent a gift for you. Granny has seen the mountain god Mech and praised your creativity. This is her down payment for you to design a set of mechs with substantial defensive capabilities for the village's puppet troops. They don't need to be as perfect as the mountain god, just effective enough to provide adequate defense. The village is short on funds, so we cannot afford overly expensive mechs." Mi-seong patted his chest in assurance. "No problem. I have some new ideas for modifying mechs. Once I finish my current tasks, we can delve into it together." At that moment, accompanied by a puff of smoke, Yi-song's tall and alluring figure appeared beside them. "Ah, you two little rascals are full of energy. Don't think I arrived late because I was slacking off, Mi-seong. I've secured a grand reward for you. How do you plan to thank me?" "Teacher Yi-song, stop teasing and just tell me what the reward is. Then I can help you strategize how to navigate the village's murky waters." Contrary to Yi-song's expectations, Mi-seong did not leap for joy at the mention of a reward. Instead, he seemed to have an inkling of Yi-song's predicament. Yi-song, slightly flustered, fiddled with her orange bangs and said nonchalantly, "Oh, little rascal, you have quite the audacious tone. What do you know about village matters as a mere genin? As juniors in the village, your only task is to grow quickly so we jonin can have it easier." Mi-seong shook his head. "Teacher Yi-song, I understand you disdain the intrigues of politics. However, in the eyes of those political figures, if you're not one of their own, the only path left is oppression. The more achievements you accrue on the battlefield, the higher your prestige in the village, the more dangerous your situation becomes. Sometimes, the most lethal knives come from behind." In a swift motion, Yi-song appeared behind Mi-seong, restraining him in a hold while delivering a playful jab. "You cheeky little brat. Save your lectures for when you become a jonin. The village matters are complex. What do you children understand?" Almost forgetting, she added, "I haven't even mentioned the reward I secured for you. At the border of the Land of Rain, there lies a border outpost. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Third Kazekage commanded battles nearby. After the war, in a lush oasis, There remains a significant amount of sand iron, all yours, though it's not worth much. With this practical examination, Elder Chio praised both you and Xie for your puppet mastery. The third Kazekage has ultimately decided to reward you with this sand iron, along with a temporary puppet repair workshop from the war period located underground in the oasis. As Yitsong spoke, she released her hold and displayed a set of keys before him. Acquiring iron sand would enable Mi Xiang to implement his plans. If successful, this could pave the way for a new source of income, as the iron sand could be purchased directly from the village. He wriggled free from Yitsong's embrace, evading the playful punishment, and sincerely thanked her. Thank you so much, Teacher Yitsong. How about I treat you to a meal at my family's izakaya? They serve the latest delicious dishes. Yitsong had heard of a popular izakaya in the village known for its affordable yet delectable fare. To her surprise, it was Mi Xiang's family's establishment. With hands on her hips, she remarked, "All right, at least you have some conscience, little rascal. Let us go? Today I'll treat you." There's no way a teacher should let a student pay. Although Xiao wasn't particularly fond of crowds, he didn't resist too much. Being half-dragged along by Mi Xiang, the trio skipped the crowded tavern downstairs and headed straight to Mi Xiang's room on the second floor. Upon hearing that her son had taken a renowned jonin as his mentor, Mi Xiang's mother was overjoyed, preparing an abundance of food. Of course, the signature cold noodles from the izakaya were among the offerings. The izakaya was bustling, and after preparing the food, Mi Xiang's mother excused herself to attend to her duties. Leaving the three of them alone, Yitsong sampled the cold noodles, their unique flavor and texture proving quite delightful. This is truly excellent. No wonder business is thriving. From now on, when I'm not on missions, your place will be my dining hall. Yitsong felt quite at ease in front of her pupil, encouraging Xie to eat quickly. To Mi Xiang's surprise, the usually reserved Xie demonstrated an impressive tolerance for spice, adding 3 times the usual amount of chili oil before finally relishing the meal. Hidden depths, this kid, Mi Xiang thought, as they chatted casually while eating. Teacher Yitsong, what do you plan to focus on next? Upon hearing Mi Xiang's inquiry, Yitsong shook her head. I'm not sure yet. The recent defeat in the Great Ninja War has resulted in a nearly 30% reduction in village mission requests. The daimyo has cut funding, and the village's finances are perilously unstable. Just recently, the third Kazekage was arguing with Elder Chio about budget allocations. Since there are no significant mission requests lately, I suppose I'll just have you practice ninjutsu in the village for now. Mi Xiang nodded and suddenly gave Xie a playful pat on the back. Xie, since we have no tasks at the moment, how about we check out that abandoned puppet repair workshop with Teacher Yitsong? With a skilled teacher by our side, we needn't fear any dangers. Startled by Mi Xiang's sudden action, Xie coughed, but, since the task in the land of rain, he had consistently followed Mi Xiang's decisions. I have no objections. Are you planning to initiate that money-making scheme? Is that feasible? Yitsong inquired, swallowing her cold noodles. Money-making? That sand iron won't fetch much. Sand iron and iron sand are not the same thing. Just like how the sand gold found by Luo Sha isn't pure gold. It's merely sand containing some iron, temporarily activated by the third Kazekage's magnetic chakra, allowing for flexible manipulation. The craftsmen from the land of iron once came to purchase it, but after refining, they discovered the quality of the iron was poor, likely due to excessive impurities. Since then, the sand iron extracted during the third Kazekage's battles has remained largely ignored. Mi Xiang nodded slightly and suddenly asked, Teacher Yitsong, isn't the land of iron the largest producer of chakra metal? Specifically, doesn't it primarily produce it near the border with the land of lightning? Yitsong paused, contemplating, before slowly nodding. It seems to be the case. While other villages have sporadic production of chakra metal, the majority still comes from the land of iron. Some ancient battlefields in the land of wind occasionally yield chakra metal as well. Legend holds that chakra metal forms when steel absorbs chakra in abundance over hundreds of years, ultimately altering its properties to create this lightweight, durable, and chakra-affine special metal. Because of this, the land of iron maintains a position of exceptional neutrality among the great nations. Their superior weaponry and armor allow them to stand toe-to-toe with ninjas from other villages. Mi Xiang shook his head, then inexplicably nodded, speaking with profound significance. If that is indeed the case, then the land of wind must be the richest in chakra metal in the entire ninja world. Where could one find chakra more abundant than the Longmai of Lulan? At that moment, Scorpion, engrossed in his meal, paused upon hearing Mi Xiang's words. a trace of chili oil on his face. Seemingly struck by a thought, he inquired, "Mi Xiang, have you truly made a breakthrough? How could that be?" Beside them, Yi Tsong, bewildered by the exchange between the two, flicked Mi Xiang's forehead with her finger. "Hey, kid, refrain from speaking in riddles. What exactly have you discovered? Is it those peculiar puppet mechas?" Mi Xiang confidently produced the piece of chakra metal that Scorpion had gifted him, declaring, "Teacher Yi Tsong, I have been researching chakra metal and seem to have made some progress. Perhaps we could indeed strike it rich. Would you be interested in joining me?" Chapter 22. Electrolytic melting and refining strike it rich? Huh. Yi Tsong scoffed, setting down the bowl of cold noodles, dismissive of Mi Xiang's proposal. "A mere genin from a village, and you're already dreaming of riches, are you? While the puppet masters in the village are not impoverished, they certainly wouldn't pay a premium for something crafted by a child, even if it were indeed useful. Such is the inherent arrogance." Mi Xiang paid no heed to Yi Tsong's reaction, as he was bound for the sand iron site. Many things spoke louder than words. The three continued their conversation while finishing their meal, noticing that Yi Tsong and Scorpion truly relished the cold noodles. Mi Xiang had Scorpion use a sealing scroll to pack some ingredients for later. In a world of ninjas, embarking on missions was a common occurrence. Mi Xiang bid farewell to his parents, and Yi Tsong, who assisted at the shop, donned his jump-enhancing shoes. And the trio set off toward the northern border of the Land of Wind. The villages and towns they passed through were all situated near oases. Water, in this land ravaged by sandstorms, remained the most vital resource for survival. Observing the dire living conditions of the inhabitants, which were even worse than those of the Edo period in Sakura, while the nobles and wealthy merchants in the towns lived in luxury, stirred a wave of emotions within Mi Xiang, who hailed from Huaxia. The societal development in this ninja world was indeed grotesque. Yet, the wisdom of the ancients reminded him that in times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself, and in times of prosperity, one must benefit the world. Currently, he was still quite weak. He needed to survive in this world, continually grow stronger, before he could claim the right to change it. Since this was not an urgent mission, their journey was not rushed. They paused to rest at inns along the way. Thus, 2 days later, they arrived at the small black hill. "Is this all sand iron, extracted by the third Kazakage?" Mi Xiang gaped at the towering mound of black sand before him. The iron-rich sand grains were exceedingly fine, likely due to prolonged exposure, many of them coated with layers of dust and rust. Given the scale, there must be hundreds of tons of iron sand left behind. In modern society, this might equate to the load of a dozen mining trucks. However, in this resource-scarce world, this accumulation of iron ore was indeed spectacular. This was all his first bucket of gold. This oasis may have lain desolate due to the ravages of war. The workshop that once repaired puppets during the conflict was located near this mound of sand iron. Mi Xiang was not in a hurry to inspect the abandoned workshop, but instead had Scorpion retrieve the prepared materials. Scorpion produced a large quantity of white powder and especially made graphite crucible, which had required considerable effort to create. "Hey, little Mi Xiang, what are you planning to do with these?" Mi Xiang first examined the contents of the graphite crucible before mysteriously stating, "In a moment, teacher will assist me by using scorch release to evaporate the moisture from this large pot, while simultaneously heating it to a molten state. Afterward, you shall witness the path to wealth." "Is that all?" Yi Tsong, having witnessed the iron refining techniques of the land of crafts, frowned. "A tall furnace, abundant charcoal, and forced air are required. This dark, unremarkable pot hardly resembles a smelting furnace." Mi Xiang mixed the white granules with the fine iron sand in the crucible, gesturing for Yi Tsong to proceed with the scorch release. The white granules were nothing but salt crystals left over from the electrostatic treatment of brine. What Mi Xiang aimed to perform was an efficient laboratory smelting method he had learned about in his past life, the molten salt electrolysis method. In this chakra-infused world, this method proved more convenient than other oxidation reduction processes. He had already validated its feasibility on a small scale. Now, he was ready for large-scale production. After mixing the two powders, he gestured, "Teacher Yi Tsong, it's your turn now." Yi Tsong summoned a fireball of scorch release and tossed it directly into the black graphite crucible. "Is this sufficient? Kid, if you're trying to make a fool of me, you'd better watch out for my fist." As the fireball of scorch release entered the crucible, the steam from the mixed powders was rapidly drawn away. The synergy of wind and fire release techniques yielded a truly formidable effect. Soon, under the sustained heat of the scorch release, The powders in the crucible began to melt. Teacher Yitsong, your scorch-release fireball reaches temperatures exceeding 700 degrees. It likely won't reach 1000 degrees. Such a flame cannot melt iron. Yitsong observed the melting mixture in the crucible. Although she did not comprehend Mi Xiang's temperature assessment, she had seen him add the discarded iron sand. Had her scorch release improved? It was clear that it could not melt the iron sand. Yitsong conjured another fireball of scorch release and hurled it at the nearby mound of iron sand. As the fireball scorched the sand, it glowed red but showed no signs of melting. It seemed the issue lay with the white granules Mi Xiang had introduced. Watching the molten salt mixture in the crucible fully liquefy, Mi Xiang, without time to explain the specific principles to Yitsong, rubbed his hands together and leaned closer. Now, witness my prowess. Left 0, right fire. Thunder God, assist me. Chanting this somewhat juvenile incantation, Mi Xiang positioned his left hand as the positive electrode and his right hand as the negative electrode, commencing the electrolysis. The direct current voltage Mi Xiang controlled was within the range of 35 volts, yet the current was substantial, reaching 400 amps flowing towards the crucible's electrodes. Under such a current, a vigorous electrolysis reaction commenced within the crucible. At this voltage, the molten iron ions were electrolyzed, directly forming elemental iron. Due to their density, these iron elements precipitated to the bottom of the crucible. This molten salt electrolysis method was efficient and rapid, but its drawbacks included chlorine gas pollution, high energy consumption, and the necessity to pre-dry the mixed powders, making it economically unfeasible. Yet, in Mi Xiang's view, this was the ninja world, where resources were exceedingly scarce. These shortcomings paled in comparison. Moreover, his primary objective was not merely the iron. After maintaining the electrolysis for over half an hour, most of the iron within the sand had been reduced. Mi Xiang turned to Scorpion and said, Scorpion, just as we practiced in the puppet workshop, use your chakra threads to pull open the bottom of the crucible. Scorpion, poised and ready, nodded and forcefully tugged at the discharge gate at the bottom of the graphite crucible. As viscous iron liquid flowed out, it quickly cooled in the simple molds made of sand. Close the gate. Under the command of Mi Xiang, after the molten iron was discharged, Xie swiftly closed the gate. Indeed, Xie is reliable. Mi Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow and praised Xie, who stood beside him. Yitsong, not waiting for the iron block to solidify completely, directly used a kunai to measure it, exclaiming, in just half an hour, Mi Xiang, how did you manage this? You extracted over 100 pounds of refined iron from this low-quality sand iron in only 30 minutes? This refined iron is worth at least 150,000 taels. It's equivalent to 2 C-class missions. Truly, you possess a way to amass wealth. In response to Yitsong's astonishment, Mi Xiang calmly wiped his sweat and replied, Oh, my naive teacher Yitsong, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The real treasure lies not in this refined iron, but in the residue left in the crucible. That is the invaluable gem. Chapter 23. A crime of holding wealth. Isn't this just the impurities left from the smelting process? I have seen blacksmiths operate before. These remnants should be worthless. Yitsong said, gazing at Mi Xiang, who was rubbing his hands together and preparing to release his lightning technique again. Observing the process that resembled the previous iron smelting, she noticed that it was indeed the lightning technique stimulating the contents of the black cauldron. However, unbeknownst to her, Mi Xiang had precisely adjusted the voltage. From his perspective, the current intensity was still 400 amps, but the voltage had been adjusted to 5 volts. One must not underestimate this slight difference of 5 volts. After raising the voltage, the molten salt began to react anew. The remnants that had not participated in the reaction after electrolyzing the iron began to precipitate under the influence of the current. First, a silver-gray, sponge-like substance appeared near the electrodes, while more silver-gray particles emerged from below. When yellow-green gas began to appear in the molten substance, Mi Xiang used wind techniques to disperse the chlorine gas and halted the current flow. Xie, pour out the contents of the crucible. Be careful not to spill those treasures beneath. Xie nodded, and, using his chakra threads, skillfully controlled the graphite crucible, pouring the molten mixture into a nearby sand pit. Next, he adeptly lifted the solid particles with his chakra threads. With the chakra threads in place, the task of separating the reaction products became considerably simpler. Watching Mi Xiang meticulously gather and clean the particles, Yitsong's expression shifted as she instantly appeared beside him. picking up a silver-gray metal chunk the size of a fingernail. This quality, this texture, could it be? As a seasoned jonin, Yitsong seldom experienced such excitement. Channeling chakra into the silver metal in her hand, it began to glow with an intense heat, unlike the fiery red heat of combustion. The silver metal emitted a bright orange light under the influence of her chakra. This was high-quality chakra metal. Its conductivity surpassed that of ordinary chakra metal. What was she witnessing? The village's Jinin Mixiang had, right before her eyes, extracted a trove of chakra metal particles from the unwanted sand iron. This collection of chakra metal particles weighed at least 10 pounds. Moreover, they were not the high-priced type purchased from the village, which only ranged from 10 to 20 in quality. The quality of the chakra metal in her hand was at least 40. Top-tier chakra metal. In her eyes, Mixiang was akin to a gold mine. With this thought, Yitsong suddenly executed several rapid movements, circling around to assess the situation before returning to Mixiang and Xia. You two youngsters, hurry and gather your findings. Let us take refuge in that abandoned puppet repair workshop. Xia and Mixiang nodded, collecting the silver-gray particles and the molten salt from the ground. The sponge-like substances near the electrodes were carefully stored away by Mixiang. After using a key to unlock the seal at the entrance, the concealed workshop entrance finally appeared. Yitsong utilized a fireball infused with scorching flames for illumination, effectively dispelling the dampness underground. This underground shelter was an abandoned puppet repair workshop from the Second Great War, long forsaken. The subterranean fortifications, carved using earth techniques and reinforced with wood and bricks, contained only empty rooms devoid of tools. The workshop featured several ventilation openings hidden among the cliffs, preventing it from becoming stifling. After checking the surroundings and finding no issues, Yitsong restarted the barrier and then placed her hands on Mixiang's shoulders, bending down to meet his gaze earnestly. Mixiang, can others replicate your refining method? Mixiang shook his head. I fear it would be quite difficult. It requires extremely precise chakra control and considerable knowledge. It is not as simple as it seems. I am not boasting. Even the Reikage cannot control it as accurately as I do. This method of smelting is likely unique in the entire ninja world. Yitsong nodded in understanding and continued, that's good to know. However, you must realize one thing. Your ability is both incredibly valuable and perilous. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Hearing Yitsong's words, Xia grew anxious. Will the village not protect Mixiang? Chakra metal is of utmost importance to puppeteers and is indispensable for the village's ninja tools and other equipment. To some extent, chakra metal determines the village's high-end combat power. Mixiang's ability should be a treasure for the village. Yitsong raised her hand, ruffling the hair of both boys. Xia, there's no need to fret. Look how calm Mixiang is. Mixiang, do you already have a plan in place? At this moment, Mixiang did not resist Yitsong's hand resting on his head, but instead clenched his fist and said, of course. When I discovered I could extract chakra metal, I began pondering how to proceed. My apologies, Teacher Yitsong, I intentionally brought you into this. However, my intention is indeed to help you strike it rich. Yitsong clenched her fists, striking a pose reminiscent of the poison dragon spiral as a warning. Speak properly. If you keep holding back, be careful. Only then did Mixiang speak seriously. Through the ambush at the outpost, Teacher Yitsong should have realized the village's issues. The failure of the Second Great War has left the village's finances in dire straits, revealing underlying conflicts. You dedicate yourself to the village. Yet you cannot prevent some individuals from thinking only of themselves. They will resort to any means necessary to seize resources and climb the ranks. If this atmosphere continues unchecked, those who could turn against their fellow villagers will stop at nothing. They could drag the village into an abyss. Yitsong, wide-eyed, listened attentively as Mixiang continued. Glancing at Xia, who looked somewhat perplexed, Mixiang would not disclose that, according to the timeline, Xia would have eliminated the third Kazekage in just a few years, triggering the Third Great War. However, it seemed that this possibility had already been altered. Xia was much brighter now, and Mixiang believed he was on the right path. Mixiang pounded his chest with his fist and declared, chakra metal is incredibly valuable. Just as you said, Teacher Yitsong. Wealth can corrupt the heart, and relying solely on the three of us would be insufficient. Therefore, we need a substantial ally who can shield us from the storm. Xia, you have a means to urgently contact Elder Chio, correct? Xia nodded, suddenly understanding Mixiang's plan. Throughout this process, Mixiang had not hidden anything from him, and it appeared that only Elder Chio was the most suitable person for this endeavor. The scorpion reached into his bosom and retrieved a small puppet engraved with the reverse incantation seal. He hastily inscribed a few lines, placing them in the puppet's mouth, and promptly transformed the figure into a wisp of smoke. All that remained was to wait. After a day had passed, someone outside activated the barrier at the entrance, and Elder Chiyo's voice resonated. "I am here. What urgent matter requires my attention?" Chapter 24. Chiyo's plan. The scorpion wished to retreat to the back, allowing Mitsuki to recount the events. However, Mitsuki unexpectedly appeared behind him with a swift movement and gave him a push. Left with no choice, the scorpion reluctantly narrated the intricacies of the situation to Elder Chiyo. It had been a long time since she had heard the scorpion speak so much. She nodded kindly. Devoid of the decisive ruthlessness she exhibited on the battlefield, and certainly lacking the authoritarian demeanor she displayed when reprimanding the Wind Shadow faction during village meetings. Yetsong had witnessed both of these aspects of Elder Chiyo. Once the scorpion finished recounting, Elder Chiyo retracted her smile and turned to Mitsuki, saying, "Good child. You truly are capable of creating miracles. Do not worry about the dangers. I will protect you as I do the scorpion. However, this matter is of great significance and may influence the village's future policies. Can you distill a sample for me right here?" Mitsuki was not the type to deceive for benefits. He nodded and proceeded to perform the electrolysis process once more before Elder Chiyo. After more than half an hour, gazing at over 100 pounds of refined iron and more than 10 pounds of chakra metal, Elder Chiyo verified repeatedly before she could truly believe the sight before her. A chakra metal with a conductivity efficiency of 40. This child before her had refined it using lightning release. Observing the tacit cooperation between her grandson, the scorpion, and Yetsong, Elder Chiyo nodded approvingly. After a moment of contemplation, she directly stated, "Yetsong, from now on, you shall officially serve as the team leader for both the scorpion and Mitsuki. I will find you a suitable teammate, and together you shall participate in the Chunin exams to be held in Konoha in a year. The chakra metal produced by Mitsuki will be exchanged with the village under my name. Does that sound agreeable?" This was precisely what Mitsuki desired. Having Elder Chiyo, an elder of the village, as a protective figure was indeed a remarkable advantage. This arrangement was far more advantageous than negotiating with the village as a lowly genin with no backing. Since their return from the Rain Village, Elder Chiyo had witnessed the transformation in the scorpion and regarded Mitsuki as her own kin. Mitsuki nodded earnestly, "With Elder Chiyo here, this arrangement regarding the chakra metal is undoubtedly the most secure. You and the scorpion have grown up together, and you are each other's best friends. I have grown old. I do not know how long I can protect you both, but rest assured, as long as this old body of mine remains, no one shall covet you." Elder Chiyo's words revealed a glimpse of her authority as a top-tier ninja from Sunagakure. She had understood the current chakra output of Mitsuki, noting that he could only distill such quantities 3 times a day, which was already astonishing. In exchange, Mitsuki proposed a condition beyond monetary compensation and puppet-making tools. One was an opportunity for himself to enter the location of Shikaku's seal, to test his abilities in sensing and guiding magnet release through Shikaku's power. The other was for the scorpion to learn the secret technique of the puppet master, the 10-finger technique. Although the 10-finger technique was forbidden in Sunagakure, it could be taught by Elder Chiyo herself as long as sufficient contributions to the village were made, thus it posed no significant issue. However, the trial for magnet release and the seal of Shikaku was no trivial matter. This was the only opportunity within the village to acquire magnet release. For a long time, this power had been firmly controlled by the Wind Shadow faction. Elder Chiyo remarked with some curiosity, "Mitsuki, the 10-finger technique you sought for the scorpion is not particularly difficult. The main challenge lies in its high demands for puppet control, making it a forbidden technique. With enough contributions, securing a trial opportunity is not too hard. However, the trial for magnet release and Shikaku is not simple. Using chakra metal as leverage, I could certainly negotiate for such an opportunity. But having the opportunity does not guarantee mastery of magnet release. Any youth possessing wind release or earth release chakra in the village has likely been evaluated by the Wind Shadow. Only through his recognition can one enter the seal of Shikaku for trials. Yet, very few succeed in obtaining magnet release. With your intelligence and the capabilities demonstrated during your Watchtower mission, I do not worry about other assessments. However, your chakra attributes are wind and lightning. Without earth release chakra, even with exceptional talent, you will have no chance to comprehend magnet release. This opportunity may prove futile for you. Elder Chiyo's words laid bare the realities of the village. As the third generation, who had honed Shikaku's magnet release abilities into his bloodline limit and was hailed as the strongest wind shadow, had from the outset maintained complete control over the village's emerging power, particularly against the backdrop of Sunagakure's established ninja clans. With ancestral foundations, it was undoubtedly easier to produce ninjas. In contrast, resource-scarce Sunagakure could only pursue an elite route, resulting in a consistently low number of ninjas. The prospect of carving out a piece for oneself was far from easy. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki extended his hand, precisely controlling a small whirlwind with his left hand while directing a jumping arc of electricity with his right. Subsequently, he dismissed both the whirlwind and the arc and reformed a small clump of earth the size of a grain of rice, as well as a water droplet the size of a fingertip. Elder Chiyo, while my current chakra volume is limited, my talent lies in the precise control of chakra. With this talent, developing a new chakra attribute is merely a matter of time. Please trust me, my aptitude extends beyond mere creativity in crafting mechs. Our team cannot allow magnet release to remain forever in the hands of those with ulterior motives. Elder Chiyo glanced at the bewildered Yetsong and the composed Scorpion, regarding Mitsuki's strength and vision with newfound respect. It became apparent that within this small team, Mitsuki was indeed the brain behind their operations. Yetsong, you cannot just grow tall. You must also grow wise. Merely having a strong build is insufficient. Yetsong, caught off guard by Elder Chiyo's gaze, looked down, obscured from view, unable to see her feet. She wondered why Elder Chiyo regarded her in such a manner. Elder Chiyo paid no mind to Yetsong's bewilderment. She weighed the pros and cons for a while before finally stating, "You are indeed a remarkable child. This matter cannot be rushed. Allow me to handle it slowly. Your primary objective now is to enhance your strength. Without overwhelming power, mere cleverness cannot accomplish much. Your idea of creating puppet mechs with the Scorpion is excellent, providing a great direction for equipping puppet masters. This endeavor will also yield rewards. However, the current puppet mechs still have many shortcomings. Do you have any improvement ideas?" Mitsuki grasped a piece of chakra metal and replied, "Previously, lacking funds and resources, the trial versions of the Mountain God mech and the Enthusiast mech were cumbersome and merely for practice. Now that we have chakra metal, I will soon devise improvement plans with the Scorpion. You can rest assured, Elder Chiyo." Since this child was quite self-assured, Elder Chiyo felt more at ease. Her responsibility was to advocate for the two children to gain additional benefits and provide them more time to grow. "Very well, you can stay here. I will send someone to replenish the tools in your workshop. The rest will be left to this old woman." Just as Elder Chiyo was about to leave, Mitsuki suddenly interjected, "By the way, Elder Chiyo, could you assign us a mission to enter the Rain Village?" Chapter 25. A storm is brewing. You wish to go to the land of rain? In that place lies Hanzo's territory. Could it be too perilous? Chiyo did not foresee that Maikang would make such a request. The Maikang capable of extracting chakra metal is no longer a mere insignificant genin. He is now the beacon of hope for the revival of Sunagakure. If it were not for the multitude of people in the village, Chiyo would have gladly safeguarded him in the heart of the village. Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Maikang pondered how to respond, while the Scorpion beside him extended his pinky and remarked, "What else could we do? There's Maikang from the Rain Village." "Oh, how petty of you, Scorpion. What do you mean by my Maikang? I am going to the land of rain for serious business." Maikang, exasperated by Scorpion's jibes, clutched his neck in frustration. After some playful banter, he finally disclosed the matter of Conan to Chiyo. Chiyo had seen the material of that paper crane and confirmed it was no ordinary paper. Furthermore, Maikang and his companions would not enter the Rain Village. With Yakura leading the team, along with those two exceptional puppet mechas, their safety was assured. With this thought, Chiyo felt reassured and presented 3 antidotes to the trio. This is the antidote for the venom of the pepperfish. This toxin acts through respiration and is quite formidable. However, we are not currently at war. Having experienced the Second Shinobi World War, Hanzo has become far more cautious and seldom ventures out of the village. Avoid taking risks near the Rain Village, and you shall not encounter him. In the name of the Sunagakure medical team, I hereby issue a mission to Yakura's team. The task is to collect a type of detoxifying herb located in the northwest of the Rain Village. The timeline is flexible. Please prioritize safety, understood? Yakura smirked and assured that they would be cautious. Once Chiyo departed, she seized Maikang and playfully tussled with him. "You little rascal. pushing your teacher out to take the arrows. Surely this mission to the land of rain won't land us in another pitfall? With a mature mindset, Maikang found himself being gently patted on the head by Yakura, feeling a ticklish sensation in his nose. Ah, the trials of this wretched age. How delightful. After a bit of commotion, he promised numerous benefits, and only then did Yakura relent. There was no urgency about the matter. They agreed to set off 3 days later. During this time, Maikang would collaborate with Scorpion to enhance the puppet mechas, while Yakura would fortify the safety of the entire abandoned oasis. As a jonin, she found it quite irksome to be running errands for 2 young ones. Nevertheless, grumbling aside, this would soon become their secret base. At least until the pile of sand iron was fully consumed. At the Zitsong residence, upon pushing open the creaky door, a 3-year-old child rushed forth. "Daddy, welcome home." Zitsong joyfully lifted the child and spun him around, rubbing his stubbly face against the little one's cheek. "Zilluo, you won't have to wait for me at home anymore." Zilluo resembled Zitsong closely, having relied solely on his father since his mother's passing. By day, Zitsong worked hard to earn a living, while Zilluo trained his body alone at home. Recently, with an increase in his father's earnings, their meals had significantly improved. Hearing his father's words, Zilluo had feared some misfortune had befallen them. When he learned it was because his father had befriended a genin from the village, who could assist at their tavern, he felt relieved. Moreover, this ninja, upon learning that Zilluo was home alone, suggested that Zitsong move Zilluo to live with him. This arrangement would spare Zitsong the daily commute and allow for better care of Zilluo. What thrilled Zitsong the most was that this formidable ninja had bestowed upon him a technique for chakra extraction. He even promised to accept Zilluo as his disciple once he turned 6. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Even if he could not become a competent ninja, perhaps his son Zilluo could. Seeing his father's joyful laughter, Zilluo couldn't help but grin widely. The future brimmed with hope. At the Raza household, "Darling, you're back? How was your day? Exhausted, I presume?" Raza's wife, Kariura, greeted him with their son, Kankuro, in her arms. Behind her, 3-year-old Shinkyu opened her arms and ran towards him. Raza managed a strained smile. He did not embrace Shinkyu, but instead ruffled her hair. "Father is quite tired today." "Did Shinkyu manage to extract any chakra today?" Shinkyu took a step back and shook her head. Raza sighed in disappointment and looked at his wife. "Kariura, you must not pamper Shinkyu too much. As our daughter, to become an excellent ninja, she must train diligently every day." Kariura, knowing Raza's temperament, bent down to nuzzle Shinkyu's cheek and took Raza's hand, leading him to the dining area. "Don't frown the moment you return. You might frighten Shinkyu. Is it because you expended too much chakra? I've prepared a delicious meal and brought back the latest popular dish, cold noodles, from the village tavern. Eating something delicious will surely lift your spirits." Raza sat down and signaled for dinner to commence. He sampled the cold noodles before him. The unique texture of the noodles, combined with the chewy gluten enveloped in mildly spicy sesame sauce, whetted his appetite. Seeing Raza enjoy his meal, Kariura smiled as she served Shinkyu some food as well. Feeling somewhat uplifted, Raza finally spoke. "The village's financial situation is quite grim. The daimyo has found excuses to reduce war funding, forcing the village to cut back on the number of ninjas. The number of missions has dwindled drastically, leading to a severe decline in income. Meanwhile, various great nations are secretly preparing for war, and the prices of chakra metal and ninja tools like kunai and shuriken have surged by over 30%. In such a precarious situation, there are still those in the village questioning the allocation of resources to the Sand Gold Corps. That Yakura, too. Relentless in the upper ninja meeting over the mission's issues. If I hadn't intervened in the assassination of a Konoha root member, we would surely have faced dire consequences. These short-sighted elders are as detestable as the nobles of the land of wind." Kariura wiped Shinkyu's mouth and comforted him. "Dear, even if your extraction of sand gold could alleviate the financial strain, it is not a long-term solution. The puppet troops in the village have also played a significant role on the battlefield. Their contributions must not be overlooked." Raza slammed the table, scolding, "What do you understand? Sunagakure is the most resource-poor hidden village among the 5 great nations. If we do not allocate resources to elite ninjas, should we follow Konoha's example and establish large-scale ninja academies? Conducting the trials for Shikaku demands an immense amount of expensive chakra metal. Fukusuke is already quite aged, and a successor to the next Jinchuriki has yet to be decided. How can I not worry?" Raza's sudden outburst startled Kariura's Kankuro, causing him to wail loudly. While soothing Kankuro, Karyura advised, "Darling, please don't lose your temper in front of the children. With the third Kazekage in place, as his disciple, you have done well. Many issues cannot be resolved in haste." Raza sighed, about to speak when a sudden puff of smoke heralded the appearance of an Umbu. "Lord Raza, the third Kazekage summons you urgently." Chapter 26. Advanced Applications of Chakra Metal. "My teacher seeks me?" Raza held great respect for the third Kazekage. He rose, donned his coat, and addressed Karyura. "My teacher would not summon me at such a late hour unless there were pressing matters at hand. Please look after the children at home while I attend to this." Karyura nodded, advising, "Do not rush. Solutions will present themselves." Raza then followed the Umbu swiftly into the night. Once Raza had departed, Shinkyu sighed in relief. "Mommy, why is Daddy so fierce?" Karyura smiled and kissed her little face. "Your father is a jonin in the village and the most favored disciple of the third Kazekage. He bears a heavy burden, and it is not his intention to be fierce with you. You must learn to understand him, all right?" Shumi, in her innocent state, nodded slightly and continued to tease Kanjiro. In the office of the third Kazekage, Rasha knocked on the door before entering this familiar space. Throughout the years, he had spent his time either gathering gold sand or assisting the third Kazekage with administrative affairs. Upon seeing the serious expression of Rasha, the third Kazekage, without his hat, gestured for Rasha to sit and speak. "Master, you called for me so urgently. Has something significant occurred?" Rasha inquired, puzzled. The third Kazekage, regarding his most esteemed disciple, shook his head gently and spoke in a low voice. "Just now, Elder Chiyo and Elder Hai came to request a trial slot for the Shikaku." Rasha understood that the Puppet Warfare Division led by Elder Chiyo was the primary competitor of the Sand Gold Legion in the struggle for resource allocation. Although the success rate of the Shikaku trial was astoundingly low, it currently served as the best leverage for the Kazekage faction over the various ninja clans of Sunagakure. As the prized possession of the third Kazekage, this slot was akin to the command authority of the Puppet Warfare Division, a matter that Elder Chiyo had never dared to touch before. Furrowing his brows, Rasha spoke, "Master, could it be that Elder Chiyo intends to leverage the situation with Yakura to coerce you into concession?" The third Kazekage took a deep breath, retrieving a small box from beneath the table and opening it before Rasha to reveal the chakra metal within. "Elder Chiyo is not pressuring me regarding Yakura. Rather, the terms of exchange proposed are ones I cannot refuse. 10 pounds of chakra metal, procured by Elder Chiyo, of the highest grade with a chakra conduction efficiency of 40. Rasha picked up a piece of chakra metal the size of his thumb, infusing it with wind release chakra, which immediately caused a pale blue wind to envelop the metal. The scale of the wind was indeed indicative of premium chakra metal. The value of this pile of chakra metal was simply beyond estimation. Rasha naturally understood why the third Kazekage was willing to agree to such a transaction. The offer was exceedingly generous. Such fine chakra metal rarely appeared in the market, and when it did, it was usually snatched up by wealthier ninja villages. Holding the chakra metal in his hand, Rasha remarked, "Master, with this chakra metal, the village's combat strength will significantly increase. You should be pleased. Furthermore, the success rate of the Shikaku trial is remarkably low, and Elder Chiyo is particularly concerned about Scorpion. So involving him in the trial is of little consequence." Scorpion, being skilled in puppet techniques, was not adept at ninjutsu. The slot Elder Chiyo sought was not intended for Scorpion, but for his companion, Mi Xiang. "Mi Xiang? I remember now. He asked that underachiever from the Ninja Academy. Referred to as Little Bug, right? It is said he is Scorpion's only friend, who was exceptionally admitted to the Ninja Academy and graduated alongside Scorpion. I senti it? What luck he has, clinging to Scorpion's coattails, not only becoming a ninja, but also gaining the opportunity for the Shikaku trial. TSK. Rasha expressed disdain for this obscure character, believing Mi Xiang had only attained such a fortunate opportunity due to his association with Scorpion. The third Kazekage, unfazed by Rasha's tone, reassured him, "As you said, this batch of chakra metal is vital for the village. With Fubuku's health declining, this Shikaku trial may be the last opportunity before we replace the Jinchuriki. Let us give Elder Chiyo face and allow that fortunate lad to participate. As for how much a mere civilian ninja can comprehend or whether he might be frightened by the Shikaku, that is beyond our control. Of course, any ninja awakening magnetic release is a treasure for the village. You shall handle the preparations for this matter. Is there any issue?" Rasha replied earnestly, Rest assured, Master. I will prepare thoroughly for this Shikaka trial. At the oasis on the border of the land of wind, Misyang's workshop, you little rascal, after all this time. This is what you've produced? You aren't trying to take advantage of the teacher, are you? Yitsong crossed her arms, eyeing Misyang suspiciously as he presented a peculiar garment. Over the past few days, Yitsong had observed Misyang and Scorpion bustling in the workshop, hearing terms like conduction and components, which made her feel as if she were in a trance, drowsy each day. She knew these two were improving a mecha, but she could easily mistake it for incantations. The enormous puppet mecha of Scorpion had been enhanced considerably, while the tall and handsome mecha Misyang wore seemed to have undergone many modifications as well. Though Yitsong could not comprehend the intricacies, she could certainly see the elegance. Now, this boy was presenting her with what appeared to be a garment, claiming it could also be a mecha? Surely, he wasn't trying to fool the teacher so blatantly. Would he really assist her in putting it on? Had he been older than 7, she would have already devised a strategy to teach him a lesson. Observing Yitsong's guarded demeanor, Scorpion merely sighed at the troublesome woman and resumed inspecting the improved mountain god puppet mecha. Misyang, feeling indignant, muttered, "Oh, foolish Yitsong. Do you not see how many quality materials went into this mecha? It's a waste of my good intentions. I specially designed it based on your combat characteristics. If you don't want it, I'll just melt it down and sell the materials." Yitsong then opened her arms and retorted, "With all that chakra metal at your disposal, you're unwilling to use it on my mecha and yet claim it's made of fine materials? It's merely some fine threads and armor plates. What is so impressive about that?" Misyang, suppressing Yitsong's criticisms, assisted her in donning this mecha that resembled clothing more than armor. The overall tone of the Bai Huang mecha was white, with gold accents at the joints. Its form-fitting design made it inevitable for Misyang to brush against her while helping her wear it. Of course, this was intentional, as he had just been wronged by her. After all, he was still just a 7-year-old child. Yitsong examined herself in the mirror. The overall appearance resembled a high-collared windbreaker, with armor plates only at critical points such as the neck, shoulders, and abdomen. The entire armor was exceedingly lightweight, not hindering movement at all. Was this truly armor? It was merely a stylish garment. To her dismay, her most cherished feature, her back, was entirely covered. What a disappointment. Looking at the silver-white gloves Misyang had fastened for her, she couldn't help but scoff. "You little brat, I'm a ninjutsu user. Such a beautiful garment would surely be burned away while utilizing my scorching release." Misyang raised his thumb towards himself, saying, "Oh, my foolish teacher. Will it burn? You'll find out when you try." This mecha was, in fact, his most treasured work. Yitsong scoffed in disbelief. She attempted to condense a fireball through her fingers, intending to test it. If it burned, it would only be a glove lost. To her astonishment, as she infused chakra, the flames did not merely engulf her fingers. A small flame spread along her arm, and soon, every part of her covered by the mecha was ablaze with an orange-red flame. Chapter 27. Surprised, this was Yitsong experiencing the scorching release engulfing her fitted mecha. She extended her hands, gradually increasing her chakra input. Her eyes lighting up with realization. How is this possible? Is this mecha entirely made of chakra metal? No, ordinary chakra metal cannot achieve such conduction efficiency. It feels as though it extends my own body's meridians, not only without loss, but even amplifying my abilities. My best disciple, Misyang, how did you accomplish this? Observing Yitsong transformed into flames, Misyang smirked. "Oh, who was it that just criticized this mecha? Since she does not favor this top-tier chakra metal armor, it would be prudent not to impose it upon her. It is better to retrieve it, don't you think?" Mi spoke while winking at Scorpion. Observing Yitsong's contrasting demeanor, Scorpion found it amusing and, stifling a laugh, remarked, "Indeed, I can attest that Teacher Yitsong is not fond of this armor. Therefore, we kindly ask Teacher Yitsong to return the flames to us." This fitted armor was crafted by Scorpion and me using high-purity chakra metal sourced near the electrodes. The pure chakra metal wire alone consumed the majority of Mi's stock. Despite its high consumption, the conductive and amplifying effects were astonishing. The entire suit, resembling a second skin, may not rival the protective capabilities of the mountain god or frenzied armor, yet its chakra amplification effect is truly exceptional. Yitsong's face flushed with the intensity of a fire, nearly matching the flames surrounding her. She was acutely aware that Mi and Scorpion were teasing her, especially after her previous disdain. These two children were quite thoughtful, willing to use such a fine-grade chakra metal to tailor armor for her. The armor was apparently named by Huang. The creation by this child me was akin to the divine tools of ninjas, adept in evasion. She gazed at me's proud expression, dispelled the flames enveloping her, and in an instant, appeared before me. Having been ambushed by Yitsong's poison dragon drill multiple times, me instinctively shielded his head. However, this time, Yitsong did not unleash her poison dragon drill. Instead, she enveloped me in a tight embrace, leaving his face buried in the armor, unable to feel the softness of her embrace. Instead, the orange strands of Yitsong's hair tickled him. "Teacher Yitsong, please. I can't breathe." Yitsong finally released him, still pinching me's face while sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my best disciple." With that, she instantly appeared before Scorpion and embraced him as well. "And thank you, crafty Scorpion." Me chuckled at Scorpion's flustered demeanor, laughing heartily. The bonds within this small team had grown significantly closer since their inception. Scorpion was also making efforts to integrate into the group, and his subtle influence had finally borne positive results. All his hard work exploring the mysteries of chakra metal and its essence was not in vain. This investment was indeed worthwhile. Now, it was time to head to the Land of Rain to address another shortcoming. Let us depart. In the northwestern region of the Land of Rain, at Tsukisake Town, follow me. Those little brats dare to ruin my plans. I shall capture them and sell them into slavery, exclaimed an irate rain ninja, his breathing apparatus slashed open. Masters of assassination, they had unexpectedly been outsmarted by three youngsters. The opposing team had utilized some unknown ninja tools that had left him incapacitated, as if struck by lightning. Were it not for their numerical superiority, he might have met his end there. After the Second Ninja War, this town's brewery had been covertly controlled by their squad of rain ninjas. Ninjas serve as instruments for the daimyos and nobles. The governing bodies of this world would never permit them to wield power over a small town. Should this information leak, they would face relentless pursuit from ninjas dispatched by various daimyos. This news must not spread. 10 rain ninjas split into 3 teams, pursuing the direction in which Yahiko and the others fled. Amidst the torrential rain, this chase had transitioned from Tsukisake Town into the mountains to the west. These rain ninjas were survivors from the Second Ninja War, highly skilled in tracking and assassination. Although Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato had received training from Jiraiya, they could only be considered novices, and being younger, they naturally lacked the stamina of these adult ninjas. While running, Nagato suddenly exclaimed, "Those rogue ninjas are closing in. I can sense their malevolent chakra right behind us. We can't flee north. The terrain of the Land of Birds is too complex, and we would surely be caught. Let us head southwest. I can feel 3 ninjas' chakra over there, 2 of whom seem familiar." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Yahiko halted, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. "Do you recognize them? Are they members of our Akatsuki organization? We cannot rely on them, and besides, they are no match for these rogue ninjas." Nagato shook his head, peering through his red hair at the equally breathless Conan. "Conan, do you remember those 2 sand ninjas? Among the 3 to the southwest, the chakra from those 2 feels very familiar." Conan's hair was drenched by the rain as she looked up, puzzled. Could it be me? Why would me be here? Nagato, still in the early stages of developing his Rinnegan abilities, could discern chakra through perception, which was already a remarkable feat. He could not fathom why me and the others were present in this location. Conan pursed her lips, stubbornly shaking her head. "No. Me is merely a lower ninja. He likely wouldn't stand a chance against those rogue ninjas. If they cross paths, he might also be silenced. I must inform them. We should all head west, and if necessary, escape into the Land of Wind." Conan's suggestion was indeed prudent, and both Yahiko and Nagato nodded in agreement. The 3 turned to head toward the border of the Land of Wind. As they ran, Conan manifested a thin piece of paper using her chakra, inscribing a message upon it. "Me, there are rogue ninjas ahead. It's dangerous. Follow the paper crane. We are escaping to the Land of Wind." Subsequently, the paper transformed into a delicate origami crane, seemingly animated by an invisible force, soaring toward me and the others through the rain. With the message dispatched, the trio felt a sense of relief. This way, me and his group should avoid a direct encounter with the rogue ninjas. As they passed through a mountain gorge, Nagato suddenly darted ahead, raising his hand to halt Conan and Yahiko. "Be cautious, there is chakra activity in the water." Just as he finished speaking, a ninja clad in diving gear and biting onto a breathing apparatus sprang from the turbulent waters. At that moment, he had already formed hand seals in midair. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Chapter 28. The disparity of power. 1. A massive water dragon erupted from the gorge, its gaping maw lunging toward the unsuspecting trio. Had Nagato not given an early warning, they would have been caught in the ninja's ambush. Now that they had created some distance, the trio had time to respond to the water dragon bullet. This scale of water dragon bullet possessed tracking capabilities and was not easily evaded. The first to react was Yahiko. He performed a quick body flicker technique to position himself at the forefront, forming hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. With his hand seals complete, a torrent of water erupted from his mouth, creating a barrier before them. Conan quickly followed suit, sending forth dozens of paper shuriken that swiftly folded in midair. Art of paper shuriken. Conan's paper shuriken did not target the oncoming water dragon directly. Her aim was to disrupt the ninja controlling the dragon. At that moment, Nagato finally responded. Through his red hair, he nervously formed hand seals, mistakenly misplacing one at first, causing a surge of chaotic chakra to constrict his chest. Fortunately, on his second attempt, he successfully completed the seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground trembled as a gray-yellow earthen wall rose from the surface before the three. The diminutive earthen barrier proved utterly inadequate against the formidable water dragon projectile. The torrent crashed through Nagato's earthen wall, sustaining less than half of its mass, and collided once more against Yahiko's water barrier. Boom. With the impact of a slightly smaller water dragon, the three were sent reeling backward. Both the earthen barrier and the water barrier were commendable defensive techniques. Yet the disparity in chakra levels rendered them futile against the water dragon's assault. The trio was swept off their feet, tumbling over 2 meters. Just the three of you brats, having learned a smattering of mediocre ninjutsu, dare to covet my town of moon liquor? Speak of your backing and comrades. If you cooperate, I may grant you a swift end. The burly ninja emerging from the ravine was a former member of the Amigakure assassination squad, now a fugitive hiding in Moon Liquor Town to recuperate after the Second Shinobi World War. He had since taken control of this town, which relied on brewing as its industry, by rallying the wandering ninjas. He had intercepted Yahiko and Conan after receiving an urgent message from his allies. As the leader of the gang, Kurizawa Ichiro was far from foolish like his subordinates. If these three brats had any connections or a group behind them, simply eliminating them would serve no purpose. Kurizawa Ichiro's body was pierced by Conan's paper shuriken, transforming into a puddle of water. The true body was not where they expected, but rather a water clone. Your real body is over there. Nagato pointed northward, and Yahiko, in perfect synchrony, unleashed 3 water cannon blasts to disrupt the opponent's movements. Meanwhile, Conan, holding a now depleted cylinder, channeled her chakra with utmost effort. Enhanced by chakra-infused metal, the cylinder still possessed a remarkable amplifying effect on ninjutsu. Paper dance of elegance. As the cylinder glimmered, a dense tornado composed of resilient paper surged toward the enemy. Each paper fragment folded into a razor-like blade, spinning and slicing through the air. Within this paper vortex lay a deadly entrapment. Each paper blade was akin to a dagger. The ninja who had shifted to the north was just a moment too slow, losing the chance to evade. Unbeknownst to him, among these 3 brats was a perceptive ninja. Kurizawa Ichiro found himself ensnared within Conan's paper dance of elegance before he could react. Swoosh! The sound of relentless slicing filled the air. And just as the trio began to breathe a sigh of relief, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the paper dance, revealing only a wooden post riddled with cuts from the paper blades. A substitution technique. You little brat, you possess quite the array of tricks. Almost caught me off guard. However, this is your final struggle. Now that I am serious, you shall have no chance left. Kurizawa Ichiro's sinister voice emerged from a puddle in the west. Rising from the water, he wiped the blood from the cuts on his face, still trembling from the close call. As a ninja of exceptional jounin caliber, he felt humiliated to have nearly been outmaneuvered by 3 children. Meanwhile, the voices of his bumbling subordinates echoed from afar. He could not allow them to witness their leader in such a disheveled state. Water release. Water cannon technique. Kurizawa Ichiro swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of compact water orbs the size of fists. These chakra-infused water spheres were remarkably resilient, shattering Nagato's barely erected earthen barrier. Subsequently, these water orbs rained down upon the unsuspecting trio like heavy blows. Nagato was struck thrice, collapsing to the ground, dazed. Hearing the cries of the downed trio, Kurizawa Ichiro ceased his jutsu. Observing his subordinates surrounding the area, he crossed his arms, regarding them coolly. You little brats, have you had enough suffering? Now, reveal who is behind you. Who are your accomplices? Where are they hiding? I have seen you relay messages and have heard of your organization, Akatsuki. If you confess honestly, I may spare you. Otherwise, this will be your grave. My subordinates will employ 100 methods to torment you. His subordinates. Witnessing their leader's arrival and the 3 cunning brats incapacitated on the ground, began to flatter him. Boss is magnificent. There is truly nothing he cannot resolve. I told you not to worry. These 3 little mice are surely trapped. Kurizawa-sama, leave these 3 brats to me. I will make them regret ever being born. That girl may not be much of a fighter, though she is already a beauty. Capturing her and selling her to the flower district in the land of soup will fetch a good price. With the situation seemingly in his favor and reveling in his subordinate's flattery, Kurizawa Ichiro brandished a kunai, thrusting it before Yahiko. You little brat, do you hear me? If you do not confess, I shall strike first. Yahiko wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rising to shield Konan and Nagato. You two are a ninja from Amigakure. Why must you be so cruel to your own people? Those hard-working brewers have merely shattered a few jars. Yet your subordinates resort to murder. The people of this nation have already suffered the ravages of war. You, who should protect the village, have turned to harm them. Does your conscience not ache? We have no accomplices nor directives. We formed Akatsuki in hopes that the people of this nation, the ninjas of this village, could unite to resolve all disputes through the ideals of peace and negotiation. We wish to negotiate with Sunagakure, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure to sign a friendly treaty, to save this nation that has been weeping for too long. Will you join us in realizing this dream? Struggling to his feet, Yahiko's golden hair shone like a small sun amidst the persistent rain. His impassioned speech inspired admiration from Nagato, who gazed at him with reverence. Join you? Resolve disputes through negotiation? Kurizawa Ichiro murmured, approaching Yahiko. Yahiko nodded, eager to persuade the wandering ninjas further, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Kurizawa Ichiro raised his knee and delivered a crushing blow to Yahiko's midsection. Yahiko crumpled to the ground, collapsing atop Nagato. You little brat. Daring to propose such ridiculous notions to persuade me to join? Since you are not under anyone's directive. Wouldn't it be better to kill you 2 brats and sell this girl? Do I really need to listen to your incessant prattling? Kurizawa Ichiro drew his ninja blade, swinging it towards the incapacitated Yahiko and Nagato. Just then, Konan, having exhausted her chakra, suddenly dashed forward, placing herself in front of the 2. Konan. Yahiko and Nagato gasped in shock, struggling to rise, but it was too late. Nagato felt a surge of heat wash over his eyes, as if all his chakra were about to boil over. You little brat. Kurizawa Ichiro's blade descended, realizing too late that Konan stood in his way. Unable to halt his attack, he cursed the financial loss he would incur, but the blade's momentum could not be stopped, poised to cleave through Konan and the others. With a thunderous sound, a bolt of lightning erupted from the south, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The figure, enveloped in lightning, even parted the raindrops. Was this the lightning armor? Had the wreckage arrived? Kurizawa Ichiro, grinning maliciously, was rendered momentarily speechless upon seeing the figure. The onrushing silhouette, akin to a flash of lightning, surpassed his reflexes. Before reaching him, he felt the sting of electric arcs against his skin. Before he could clearly discern the appearance of the approaching figure, he was abruptly struck by a cerulean and white shadow, sending him flying. The sound of a snap echoed as Heike's Kazuo's ninja blade shattered into 3 pieces upon impact. The overwhelming force felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him head-on. Prior to being launched, Kazuo was already immobilized by arcs of blue and white electricity coursing through his body. He could neither evade nor perform the necessary hand seals for a body flicker technique. You are not the wreckage. What manner of creature are you? Kazuo, a distinguished special jonin of the Amigakure assassination unit, found himself grievously injured by this sudden assault, suffering broken bones and severed tendons. The figure enveloped in electric currents was not the wreckage. He gazed at the silhouette that had regained its footing after propelling him backward, yearning to voice a multitude of inquiries, yet only blood gushed forth from his lips. The adept assassin, Heike's Kazuo, was felled in a single strike. Even as a special jonin of the Amigakure, the inherent vulnerabilities of a ninja, with their offensive prowess overshadowed by their frail defenses, remained unchanged. This audacious and formidable assault had precedence within the Shinobi world. The Raikage's ultimate shield, the lightning release armor. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. Such a fearsome collision instantly quelled the scattered rogue ninjas surrounding them. Naturally, it also subdued Konan and her companions, who were already fatigued from excessive chakra usage. Still shaken, Konan sensed the paper crane in her grasp, exhaling a sigh of relief as she looked curiously at the figure before her. The one who had sent their enemy flying, radiating electricity, could almost rival the legendary Raikage. "Is that you, Mikage? You appear to be clad in striking armor." Mikage paid no heed to the lifeless Kazuo, instead lifting his mask to reveal a concerned expression. "Konan, are you all right? Mikage, is it truly you? What brings you here?" She grasped the hand he extended, her face lighting up with joy. "The paper crane indicated you were still some distance away. How did you arrive so swiftly? And you've grown taller." Faced with her barrage of questions, Mikage pointed toward the encroaching rogue ninjas. "We can discuss this later. First, we must deal with these threats." Mikage was not the Raikage. As the recently stunned rogue ninjas began to notice the forehead protector emblazoned with the Sunagakure symbol, they started to converge toward him. The tragedy of Sunagakure lay in its inability to match the formidable might of the Raikage, even when its third Kazekage was hailed as the strongest throughout the ages. What hope did Mikage and his obscure companions have against such overwhelming odds? He took several deep breaths, striving to mitigate the discomfort from the force of the impact. Thanks to the modified frenzied mechanism he wore, he managed to arrive just in time. He had expended nearly half of his chakra to achieve this powerful, projectile-like propulsion. Despite its impressive appearance, his lightning release technique merely utilized low current and high voltage to create a discharge effect. It was more show than substance. Apart from the mech itself, he lacked the defensive capabilities of true lightning armor. This collision had not been without its toll on him. But the cushioning provided by the enhancements within the frenzied mechanism allowed him to eliminate the ninja intent on harming Konan. Now behind him, the thrusters began to glow anew with chakra. The current iteration of the frenzied mechanism not only utilized high-purity chakra to fortify its internal structure, but also enabled the intricate routing of this pure chakra within, allowing him to precisely channel wind-release chakra to critical nodes, significantly enhancing his speed. He was now extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, his primary objective was to protect Konan and her companions, for he was no longer alone in this battle. "Who are you to dare provoke the Moonwine Gang? Everyone, attack! Eliminate this monster." The rogue ninjas, initially surrounding and preventing the trio from escaping while admiring their leader's prowess, were taken aback when their formidable leader was dispatched in an instant by this stranger. Fortunately, it was not the Raikage himself who had arrived. Otherwise, their chances of escape would have been non-existent. Was this merely the backing of those three little brats? They had simply taken down their leader by surprise, and nothing more fearsome was at play. In an effort to mask their earlier misjudgment of Mikage as the Raikage, the rogue ninjas grew increasingly brazen. Outnumbered and feeling empowered, they prepared to strike, believing they had the advantage. After all, apart from the three exhausted children, there stood only this peculiar figure, insufficient to intimidate these desperate rogues. In an instant, they refrained from employing ninjutsu, opting instead to hurl shuriken, kunai, and sunbon toward Mikage. Mikage leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Konan and the others, extending the shield on his arm while bending his body slightly to shield them. His hands swiftly formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Mikage channeled 1/3 of his chakra into a conical, highly compressed wind release. The solidified wind that erupted from his mouth enveloped the incoming projectiles, significantly diminishing their velocity, despite not directly knocking them down. He braced himself, relying on the defenses of the frenzied mechanism to withstand the weakened projectiles. As the shurikens clattered to the ground, Mikage allowed a smile to escape his lips. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." No sooner had he spoken than 6 torrents of violent airflow erupted from the back of his frenzied mechanism. With the force of these compressed air blasts propelling him, Mikage bolted forward, his left hand shielding his front while his right arm unleashed a high-frequency, vibrating blade. At a distance of 20 meters ahead, 3 rogue ninjas had just released their shurikens and other projectiles when Mikage charged directly at them. As he collided with one, the horizontal sweep of his blade cleanly severed the necks of the remaining 2 without him needing to swing his arm. The sheer force of the impact was sufficient. The rogue ninja, who had been thrown back, felt a fleeting sense of relief for merely being knocked aside, yet Mikage, fueled by the intensified air pressure, rapidly closed in once more. Drawing his left hand to his waist, he executed a powerful straight punch as he pivoted. This seemingly unremarkable move from the martial arts of his past life struck terror into his opponent's eyes. With a sickening sound, the half-meter-long blade struck true, piercing through his adversary's face and emerging from the back of his skull. Blood splattered in a gruesome display. This is not a matter of personal vengeance. Chapter 30. The Disparity of Power. 3. Mikage utilized a reverse joint leg jump to propel himself backward, retreating to the front of Konan and her companions. He retracted the blade from his left arm and shouted menacingly, "You rogue ninjas, who have committed countless misdeeds, it would be no injustice to end your lives. I now offer you a chance to surrender. Drop your weapons, kneel, and cover your heads with your hands. Otherwise, these few will serve as your examples." Having dispatched the leader of the rogue ninjas and swiftly eliminated 3 more, his words held considerable weight. However, not all the rogue ninjas were of sound mind. In this twisted world, few ninjas possessed a rational mindset. Zani S. Tobi, I speak of you. At this moment, within the Uchiha territory of Sunagakure, a 5-year-old boy inexplicably sneezed. A rogue ninja, with one eye bandaged and wielding 2 ninja blades, stepped forward. Those 3 little brats are spent. We need not fear this one who specializes in ambush. We outnumber him. Let us wear him down with shurikens and ninjutsu. As long as we keep our distance, we will surely defeat him. Mikage needed to protect Konan and her companions. Facing these formidable rogue ninjas, the opponent's strategy effectively countered his mobility, given the information he had previously revealed. The scattered shurikens and various ninjutsu hurled towards him left Mickey no choice but to rely on wind release, great breakthrough, and the resilience of his mechanical armor. His current chakra reserves, bolstered by the fusion of his dual souls, were only equivalent to that of a chunin, even though he could minimize waste through precise chakra control. Without sufficient reserves, even the most skilled craftsman cannot make a meal without rice. Under concentrated fire, Mickey soon found himself unable to continue the great breakthrough due to dwindling chakra. The rogue ninjas quickly noticed this and began to shout, "That arrogant fool has run out of chakra. Let us finish him off." Nagato, whose chakra replenished the fastest, was the first to rise and began to assist Mickey with a defensive jutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth emerged before Mickey, granting him a moment of respite. Konan helped the beleaguered Yahiko to his feet and, with concern, urged Mickey, "Mickey, there are too many of them. Don't push yourself. We need to retreat." Taking advantage of Nagato's earth flow wall to withstand 2 waves of ninjutsu and projectiles, Mickey gasped slightly and replied, "Do not worry. They have neither surrendered nor retreated. There is no opportunity left." Before he could finish speaking, accompanied by a tremor in the ground, a colossal figure charged from the south. "Watch out! What on earth is that?" The massive creature, resembling wood in color, leapt towards them with disproportionately large arms. One rogue ninja at the southernmost point barely dodged the creature's curved blade, only to be crushed into a bloody pulp by a gigantic hand. Upon witnessing the arrival of the mountain god mech, Mickey finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was the subsequent appearance of the fiery figure that truly bolstered his confidence. Yakura, clad in the white phoenix close-fitting armor, approached, her body ablaze with intensely dry flames. Even the incessant raindrops of the land of rain evaporated within a few meters of her presence, creating a billowing white mist that resembled an extension of her flames. Radiating an unmatched elegance, Yakura glanced over at Mickey, saw that he, Konan, and Yahiko were unscathed, and even gave him a thumbs up, which eased her worries. "Sorry, Mickey. I took down 3 rogue ninjas on my way here and lost some time. Are you and your little girlfriend all right?" Little girlfriend? With only Konan present, it was obvious to whom she was referring. Conan's cheeks flushed crimson, as if steam were rising from her head. Mickey smacked his forehead, feeling exasperated by Yakura's loose tongue. He hastily changed the subject. "Teacher, enough of the banter. Let us eliminate these rogue ninjas. If you don't act soon, your best disciple may be worn out." Yakura spread her arms, summoning a series of fox-shaped fireballs. Fire release. Foxfire technique. The rogue ninjas were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of fiery foxes. Only 2 managed to erect a water barrier, but it was quickly vaporized by the enhanced fire release. Foxfire technique, leaving a gaping hole. The fiery projectiles exploded upon impact, their flames overwhelming. While water may extinguish fire, the effectiveness depends on the specific jutsu's level and chakra capacity. These rogue ninjas were merely chunin level from the Hidden Rain village, and their numbers provided some threat, but against Yakura, who specialized in dispatching fodder, they were no match. The hurried arrival of Scorpion resulted in the demise of one, while the remaining 6 rogue ninjas were reduced to desiccated corpses. Feeling the enhancement from her high-purity chakra metal armor, Yakura was quite pleased with her display of foxfire technique. She extinguished the flames enveloping her and gave herself a thumbs up. How about that, my disciple? Aren't I impressive? This isn't the same restrained situation as at the border outpost. Originally, Mickey's sudden intervention had already shocked Yahiko and Nagato, but now, the sight of the towering mountain god mech and the fiery Yakura utterly transformed their perception. Is this what a ninja is? Shouldn't they rely on agility, intelligence, and various jutsu to eliminate their foes? They had witnessed the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and even Jiraiya, who had taught them ninjutsu, adhered to traditional ninja combat styles. Was this the true essence of a ninja? Unlike the previous disheveled appearances of Mickey and Scorpion, how could someone of similar age to them now be capable of eliminating Jonin? Could it be a jinjutsu? After being struck down by verbal jutsu, Yahiko glanced at Nagato and, in silence, jabbed him with a kunai. Ouch! I'm bleeding. This can't be an illusion. However, this harsh reality hit him harder. Meanwhile, Conan was too flustered to contemplate anything else. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Scorpion and Yakura, her face burned as she pondered the implications of being referred to as Mickey's little girlfriend. Did the rest of the team already know? How embarrassing. The world was filled with precocious individuals, and Conan was no stranger to matters of the heart. At that moment, she began to envision a scenario where Mickey presented her with flowers in a marriage proposal, covering her face with her hands. She was lost in thought when she felt a tap on her shoulder, only to realize it was Mickey, who had shed his puppet armor. Mickey, I would be willing. Mickey, bewildered, looked at himself and then at the flushed Conan, feeling utterly perplexed. Hey, am I doing something wrong? Aren't you supposed to be the composed sister Nan? As soon as Conan's words escaped her lips, she realized her gaffe. She stammered, no, it's nothing. What were you saying just now, Mickey? Mickey reiterated his invitation for her and the others to join him. From the small cylindrical device, capable of storing and utilizing lightning release, Conan recognized Mickey's talent for crafting ninja tools. Now, he even possessed the strength to rival formidable ninjas. However, Mickey's invitation left Conan conflicted. To be candid, she harbored feelings for Mickey, who was wise beyond his years and always considerate of her. Yet, the prospect of joining Sunagakure was something she could not accept. The flush on her face faded slightly as she took a deep breath to steady herself before stating, I'm sorry, Mickey. I know your invitation is well-intentioned, but I have been inseparable from Yahiko and Nagato since childhood. They are like family to me. I cannot abandon them to join another ninja village. Chapter 31. Shared aspirations summoning her courage. Conan rejected Mickey's invitation, her lips quivering and tears welling in her eyes. She feared that her refusal would lead to a growing distance between her and Mickey. But her bond with Yahiko and Nagato was stronger than that of siblings. They were her family. Exhausted from her refusal, she bent down and solemnly apologized to Mickey. I'm sorry, Mickey. I cannot leave the land of rain. Mickey patted Conan's shoulder, puzzled. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong. Besides, even if you can't join Sunagakure, it won't affect our collaboration. Huh? You're not upset with me? Conan gazed up at Mickey with tear-filled eyes. Oh my, the future icy sister Nan can be so adorably naive. Mickey reached out to wipe her tears, his heartwarming demeanor causing him to pinch her cheeks playfully. He then turned to Yahiko and Nagato, inquiring, Yahiko, Nagato, what are your thoughts? Will you choose to join Sunagakure as ninjas or pursue your dreams in the land of rain? Mayahiko's lips twitched slightly. Wasn't Makoto's inquiry rather perfunctory? How could he have been so solemn when questioning Conan earlier? Did he and Nagato merely serve as mere appendages to Conan, a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship? However, upon mentioning his dreams, Mayahiko, who had faced ridicule from Kurizuwa Ichibu and others, clenched his fists and declared, Of course, if we abandon this weeping land, who among the people of this nation can save them? I shall not relent in my efforts. I believe that one day, I will persuade those great nations and prominent figures to heed our demands through dialogue and negotiation. We must prevent the people of this land from enduring the ravages of war. Standing resolutely behind Mayahiko, Nagato, with his crimson long hair, nodded vigorously. His silence spoke volumes. Hearing Mayahiko's idealistic response, Scorpion shook his head. Such naive notions would scarcely survive a day on the battlefield. Had it not been for Konan and her companions previously aiding Mikoto, he would have mocked them outright. Yakura leaned against a nearby tree, manipulating several scorching fireballs that hovered above Mikoto and the others, shielding them from the incessant rain. The searing fireballs effectively blocked the relentless raindrops, proving more useful than any ordinary umbrella. She watched with keen interest as Mikoto responded. Mikoto did not deride Mayahiko's impractical ideals. Even though he was aware that the original timeline had seen Mayahiko, Nagato, and Konan fail, he gently applauded and stated earnestly, "A most magnificent dream. Those who possess such selfless and noble aspirations and are willing to take action should never be ridiculed." However, Mikoto shifted the conversation, pointing towards the distant corpse of Kurizawa Ichibu. "But tell me, Mayahiko, do you truly believe that those malevolent individuals will listen to your words? I too harbor a desire for genuine peace within the shinobi world, not merely between the wind and fire countries, but for the entire shinobi realm. Yet, I refuse to cling to unrealistic fantasies like you. The conflicts, disputes, and enmities of this world cannot be resolved through ideals and speeches alone. Sometimes, one must wield power." As he spoke, Mikoto extended his right hand toward Mayahiko. "Scorpion and I have established a workshop, and we have already welcomed formidable allies, uniting those who share our convictions. Though we may not be ninjas of the same nation, I firmly believe that one day, we shall all live together, adorned with the same forehead protectors. One day, we will fight side by side, using courage and strength to vanquish those with ulterior motives, bringing true peace to this world. Thus, even if we cannot currently stand in the same camp, we shall strive in our respective ways. Since our aspirations align, why not forge an alliance?" "An alliance?" Mayahiko regarded Mikoto's earnest expression without a hint of mockery for his seemingly unrealistic ideals. On the contrary, he found the other's aspirations even grander than his own. The entirety of the shinobi world. The most he had dared to envision was a peace between the wind and fire countries. Only when these two great nations achieve peace would small nations like the rain country be spared from the horrors of war. Although Hanzo was indeed one of the instigators of the Second Shinobi World War, gazing at Mikoto's outstretched hand, Mayahiko hesitated for a moment, his voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, "Peace for the entire shinobi world? Mikoto, you claim that my dream is unrealistic. Yet yours is even more challenging to realize. Even Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, could only achieve fleeting peace. You are merely a low-ranking shinobi from Sunagakure, are you not?" Mikoto did not withdraw his outstretched hand. Instead, he gestured towards his formidable combat mecha, the mountain deity Mecha behind Scorpion, and Yakura, who was observing from beneath the tree. "These exceptionally practical mechas represent my first step towards changing the world. This is a world that venerates strength. If we wish to realize our respective ideals, we must first empower ourselves, be it through our chakra, ninjutsu, or your Akatsuki organization. Only with sufficient strength can we compel those lofty figures to take our words seriously. A lion does not concern itself with the thoughts of ants. Presently, the shinobi villages of this weeping nation are governed by Hanzo, who is hailed as a demigod. Which of the other hidden village leaders is amenable? To earn recognition from others, one must possess the strength worthy of it. We have already embarked on tangible efforts towards this goal, which is why I extend this invitation for you to join or ally with us. So, Mayahiko, do you wish to persist in encountering obstacles through speeches and negotiations? Or will you choose to strive for strength while inspiring more individuals to join Akatsuki in pursuit of your dreams?" After pondering for a considerable time, Mayahiko gazed up at the orange fireball hovering above that shielded them from the downpour. The sheer destructive power it represented was beyond his current capability to resist. Perhaps this boy named Mikoto was indeed correct. To persuade others, one must at least possess the strength that commands respect. Mayahiko recalled how their trio faced constant setbacks, their ideals ridiculed by countless individuals. Was this not the very reason? He had witnessed Mikoto's rapid progress. Not long ago, he had been a struggling, beleaguered low-ranking shinobi. Now, he could confront even the most formidable rogue ninjas. Regardless of whether Mikoto's ideals were fanciful, his advancement was undeniably evident. In contrast, what of his own journey? Mayahiko's steadfastness began to waver for the first time. He extended his right hand, grasping Mikoto's firmly. Perhaps you are right. I shall continue to uphold my ideals. However, I am willing to make one change. I will diligently strive to grow stronger. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mikoto. You are the most visionary and rapidly progressing individual I have encountered. You are correct. To engage in equal discourse with those in power, one must possess the ability to be acknowledged. Therefore, even if it is due to my connection with Conan, I am delighted to ally with you. Please share your specific plans. How may we assist? Chapter 32. A common path. Just as Mikoto was about to respond, Yakura, who had been sheltering from the rain beneath the tree, suddenly interjected. Hey, do you all enjoy conversing in the rain so much? Mikoto, my chakra is being consumed while shielding you from the rain. If you don't hurry, your little girlfriend will soon be soaked. Mikoto looked up at the now diminished fireball overhead, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, My apologies, my apologies. Conan, are there any nearby villages? Conan nodded adorably, yes. We just escaped from Tsuki no Sake town. That town is not far from the border and is famous for its sake brewing. Let us take refuge there. Mikoto nodded. And neither Scorpion nor Yakura opposed the idea. The group made their way to the somewhat desolate little town and found an empty house to stay in temporarily. With Yakura's scorching abilities, a few small fireballs dried the house and their clothes in no time. Please, Mayahiko, enlighten us about the situation in this town. Conan managed the group's provisions, carrying food on her person without any storage scrolls. While the others listened attentively to Mayahiko's explanation of Tsuki no Sake town, she pragmatically set up a rudimentary cooking fire in one corner of the room. Just as she was searching for flint, a burst of flames unexpectedly appeared within the firewood, quickly drying it out. As the flames licked the wood, a roaring fire began to blaze. When Conan looked up, she saw that the one helping her kindle the flames was the voluptuous young woman, Yakura. At that moment, Yakura leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, scrutinizing Conan's bashful demeanor. Noticing her awkwardness, Yakura smiled slightly. May I call you Conan? That brat often mentions you. I am Isyang's teacher. That mischievous boy, fearing that you might feel shy, asked me to bring you some items on his behalf. Oh, of course, you may call me Xiaonan. Is this a gift from Isyang? Yitsong nodded, listening to the resounding explanation from the adjacent room, and took out a storage scroll. Release. As the seal was undone, an assortment of rice, tricolored dumplings, and other delicacies appeared before Xiaonan, including Isyang's prideful cold noodles. Yitsong pushed the bowl of cold noodles towards Xiaonan and then set down the storage scroll along with a pair of exquisite gloves. As Xiaonan hesitated to accept, Yitsong encouraged, Do try it. This dish, cold noodles, was specially prepared for you by your little boyfriend. This storage scroll, the chakra metal gloves, and these provisions are all gifts from him, without any strings attached. You need not worry about the success of the collaboration. Accept it. That mischievous boy, who seems so carefree, is surprisingly considerate. Xiaonan wiped her eyes and took a bite of the noodle-like cold dish, her senses momentarily stunned by a flavor she had never encountered before. In their tumultuous life in the land of rain, simply having food to eat was a blessing. Yet she had never tasted anything so delectable. After savoring a bite, Xiaonan suddenly exclaimed, This dish is so delicious. May I share some with Yahiko and Nagato? Yitsong pointed to the pile of provisions and replied, Your little boyfriend thought of that already. He truly understands you. Don't worry. There are 2 more portions in that food box, and they can enjoy it once they finish their conversation. TSK, I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Teased by Yitsong, who resembles an elder, Xiaonan merely smiled and focused on her meal, seemingly accustomed to the title of Isyang's little girlfriend. After Xiaonan finished the cold noodles, Yitsong introduced her to the specially made gloves by Isyang. Meanwhile, Isyang listened as Yahiko elaborated on the circumstances of this town. As a border settlement, Yujio town had also suffered the ravages of war. This town, primarily engaged in brewing, relied on a moon spring and local rice to produce and sell its alcoholic beverages. In this sorrowful land, amidst chaos and poverty, many ordinary people sought solace in alcohol. The liquor trade thrived here. Initially, this business allowed the locals to scrape by. However, under the control of rogue ninjas led by Kurosawa Kazuo, these villagers became enslaved, stripped of their earnings from brewing, and even deprived of limited food and clean water. Isyang suddenly inquired, Have the rogue ninjas taken over the town, and what of the nobles and daimyos of the Land of Rain? Yahiko shook his head sorrowfully. Since the Second Ninja World War, the daimyo of the Land of Rain has become a puppet and the entire land is under the dominion of that so-called demigod, the leader of the Rain Village. To secure support from the local nobles, Hanzo has been extremely lenient with them. During the war, those nobles profited immensely by hoarding and selling grain, while the common people suffered, perishing from hunger amidst the turmoil. This land, ravaged by war, gave rise to numerous bandits and rogue ninjas, with the nobles neglecting their duties and Hanzo's power waning post-war. These brigands and rogue ninjas have long established a lawless reign over the villages. Scorpion showed little interest in these matters, tending to his mechanized suit, while Mi Xiang pondered deeply, stroking his chin as he gazed at the map. The land of rain, sandwiched between the land of wind and the land of fire, has always existed as a buffer zone between the two nations. During the Second World War, Hanzo, with his formidable strength, sought to challenge the status quo of the five great nations, aiming to elevate his small nation into a new power. However, once embroiled in the conflict, he realized the tragic reality of being a minor nation without the foundational experience of warfare, lacking the overwhelming strength possessed by figures like Hashirama Senju. The outcome was inevitable. Had it not been for the internal strife among the other great nations, the land of rain might have faced obliteration. The battles between Sunagakure and Konoha turned the land of rain into a battleground, leaving Hanzo, the so-called demigod, with no choice but to turn a blind eye. Illustrating his dire predicament, following the war, power dynamics shifted, and Hanzo, having lost his ambition, retreated into the safety of the Rain Village, allowing the nation to descend into chaos. What struck Mi Xiang was that Hanzo's narrative felt eerily familiar. Was it not akin to Liu Biao's plight from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Occupying a strategic position, yet remaining passive, ultimately squandering a winning hand? Nevertheless, Mi Xiang found a certain appeal in such a neighbor. The current state of Yujio Town presented a prime opportunity for his development. After careful consideration, Mi Xiang pointed to the location of Yujio Town on the map and proposed, in that case, Yahiko, how about relocating your Akatsuki organization to Yujio Town? I will provide you with silver notes, food, and other support to help revive this beleaguered town and offer its people a chance at survival. Yahiko, somewhat cautious, replied, Are you representing Sunagakure, intending to annex this town? No, Mi Xiang clarified, I am merely a lowly genin from Sunagakure, representing no one. Just as your Akatsuki seeks a path for this sorrowful land, I wish to join my comrades in finding a true path to peace for the entire ninja world. Chapter 33. An extraordinary proposition. How shall we proceed? Nagato, usually quiet, was evidently captivated by Mi Xiang's envisioned future and could not restrain his curiosity. Mi Xiang, observing the boy with long hair concealing his eyes, recognized the powerful Rinnegan hidden behind that crimson mane. Those eyes, belonging to Uchiha Obito, surely had white Zetsu lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye on Nagato. However, with a clear path for his own growth, Mi Xiang had no desire to covet such power. It was not meant for him. Nor did he disdain relying on it. He would grow stronger in his own way. Mi Xiang's electromagnetic senses detected faint, non-human life forms nearby, and with a casual smile, he continued, Since we have officially allied, my plan unfolds in 3 phases. First, we shall stabilize the order in Yujio Town. Scorpion and I will clear the surrounding instability and establish basic laws. Yahiko and Nagato will procure sufficient food and tools to revive the town's agriculture and brewing. Naturally, I will cover the expenses. With self-sufficiency, we can provide hope for survival to the townsfolk. The second step involves distributing food through labor in exchange for aid. A task I entrust to you, Yahiko. You must ensure that these ordinary people genuinely feel the credibility of your Akatsuki and recognize the difference from other rogue ninjas. The third step is to establish an orphanage in this revived town, gathering those children displaced by war. Afterward, we shall embark on a grand endeavor together. As Mi Xiang spoke, he traced a line on the map from Yujio village to their workshop oasis, declaring, We must join forces to excavate a clandestine waterway from Yujio Town, channeling the floodwaters that often ravage this town to the arid deserts of the Land of Wind. Mi Xiang's bold proposal left everyone, including Scorpion, utterly astonished. Transboundary water diversion? Could such a feat be realized? If accomplished, it would benefit both the inundated Yujio Town and the parched deserts of the Land of Wind. Yet, the challenges ahead were anything but simple. Scorpion could not help but pour cold water on Mi Xiang's ambitions. Mi Xiang, the distance is not trivial. The mountains at the border between the land of wind and the land of rain block the moisture from the latter. How do you intend to transport water across those peaks? Furthermore, on the wind side, there lies a vast stretch of desert. Even if water could traverse, much of it would evaporate, rendering the effort futile. Compared to these challenges, the disputes and issues regarding crossing borders are hardly significant. Mi Xiang was well aware of the problems Scorpion articulated. His plan was not without foresight. In the nation he hailed from, long before the infrastructural frenzy of the 1960s, they had self-reliantly carved out the Red Flag Canal, stretching over 1,000 kilometers through the Taiying Mountains. Over a decade, they reshaped mountain tops, excavated tunnels, and constructed aqueducts. The collective strength of the people truly transformed that arid land. Although Mi Xiang could not yet rally such numbers, one must remember that this world possesses chakra and ninjutsu. Were he to harness the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he could obliterate the mountain range standing between the land of wind and the land of rain. Would it not be more beneficial to alter the terrain and climate of both sides rather than engaging in a battle for the sake of so-called bonds? Though he currently lacked sufficient strength, he was determined to amalgamate his limited power to achieve this grand endeavor. After all, it was merely a linear stretch of 7 kilometers of mountains. Could a living person succumb to the urge to relieve themselves? To those familiar with the monumental undertakings of the past, this task was a mere trifle. Mi Xiang summoned Xiaonan, who was busy preparing food, along with Yi Tsong, who accompanied her, and meticulously outlined his plan. The plan was exceptionally detailed, with every aspect considered thoroughly, as if it drew from a wealth of mature experience. It seemed genuinely feasible. Realizing the challenges faced by their respective nations, the eyes of the gathered individuals began to gleam with hope. It was worth a try? Indeed. This plan had practical examples. Mi Xiang had essentially replicated the construction philosophy of the Matua hydropower station. The scale and elevation of the mountains here, in comparison to the construction difficulties of the Matua project, were of an entirely different magnitude. The wondrous ninjutsu of the Shinobi world provided a foundation for this vision. This world possesses earth-release techniques. Mi Xiang produced a scroll and presented it before Nagato. Nagato, Yahiko excels in soothing hearts. Let him organize the civilians to work in exchange for aid, in addition to using paper cranes for communication. Xiaonan's chakra paper is also a vital material for this project. Among us, you possess the greatest chakra. Only you and I have earth-release chakra. Shall we learn this ninjutsu together to create something magnificent? Yahiko, as the leader of their small team, readily agreed, and Nagato, of course, would not refuse. He took the earth-release scroll, tracing the characters inscribed upon it. With an alliance established, Mi Xiang delegated specific tasks for implementation. Even Yi Tsong, who had been merely observing, was assigned a role. I have a task. You want me to scorch the aqueduct? Am I truly that unlovable? Has your mind started to wander again? Yi Tsong threatened, clenching a fist. Unfazed, Mi Xiang pointed at the white phoenix armor adorning Yi Tsong. My dear teacher, the white phoenix armor can still be upgraded. Do you not wish for it to become more formidable? Moreover, systematically expending chakra serves as part of your training. There is still room for improvement in your overexertion. Surely, you are not afraid of trouble, are you, Teacher Yi Tsong? Yi Tsong promptly shifted his fist to point at himself with a thumb. Please, I, the Scorch Release user Yi Tsong, am not one to shy away from inconvenience. A trivial matter. Leave it to me. With a chuckle, Mi Xiang produced 300,000 ryo in silver notes and entrusted Yahiko and Nagato with procuring provisions. The rain had ceased outside, and rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. Mi Xiang donned the enthusiast Mecha and exchanged a fist bump with Scorpion, who sat within the mountain god Mecha. Teacher Yi Tsong, you and Xiaonan hold the fort here. Should we encounter difficulties, you can assist us. Xiaonan, guide us with your paper cranes. The wandering shinobi and mountain bandits around Uejiu town are no longer necessary. Let us depart. In the far north of the Land of Fire, in a mountainous graveyard, a dense primeval forest enveloped the area, rarely traversed by human feet, and even insects were scant. Enormous beast bones were visible on the ground, covered in vines and moss, with the stark white of the bones barely discernible. Beneath the thick forest lay a labyrinth of mine tunnels, the walls marked by human excavation, some areas connected to the stone gates of Otsutsuki ruins, where indistinct ancient runes were etched into the stone. Deep within the tunnels lay an exceptionally spacious cavern, housing a colossal and fearsome outer path golem at its center. Black chains coiled around the golem, emanating a chilling chakra, while root-like structures at its base delved deep into the earth, slowly siphoning energy from the ground. An elderly man, gaunt with a peculiar human face tattooed on his chest, sat before the outer path golem. At that moment, faint rustling sounds echoed from the depths of the tunnel. A gray-green figure slid along the rock wall into the cavern. It was White Zetsu. He did not stand upright, but maintained a half-crouched posture, his fingertips brushing the ground. His voice ethereal. "Lord Madara, I have returned from the land of rain. 3 sand shinobi have made contact with Nagato and his group." Upon hearing this news, the aged Uchiha Madara abruptly opened his eyes, the crimson orbs revealing 3 tomos slowly spinning, locking onto White Zetsu. Chapter 34. Misguided Control. As Uchiha Madara activated his Sharingan, an immense pressure descended upon White Zetsu. This oppressive force felt tangible, pinning the half-crouched figure to the ground. White Zetsu dared not utter unnecessary words and hastily reported, "Lord Madara, those 3 sand shinobi did not detect the Rinnegan, nor did they pay attention to Nagato. It seems they are more focused on that boy named Yahiko, who is preoccupied with ideas of changing the shinobi world and achieving true peace." Only then did Madara retract some of his murderous pressure, allowing White Zetsu a measure of relief. With narrowed eyes, Madara spoke in a detached tone. "In the future, get to the point first. If it does not threaten the safety of the Rinnegan, it is of no consequence. Who are those sand shinobi interacting with that boy Yahiko? Is it Chiyo's little girl, or the clown Kazekage from Sunagakure? No, it appears to be a 7-year-old genin from Sunagakure and a so-called genius puppet master who is a chunin. Their leading jonin is the Scorch Release user Yitsong. These individuals have gathered to plan the excavation of a waterway from the land of rain to the land of wind. It seems these sand shinobi have a good relationship with Yahiko and Nagato, assisting them in eliminating a few wandering shinobi. Could this possibly impact Nagato's growth?" Madara appeared to find such trivial matters uninteresting. With a dismissive snort, he remarked, "What a joke. What threat could a Sunagakure village, pressed under the heel of Konoha, possibly pose? Yitsong, the Scorch Release user? I have heard of him in the Land of Mist. His fame rests on his bloodline limits fire techniques. But his strength is hardly noteworthy. The Land of Wind has no future. Focus more on Konoha and pay attention to any geniuses emerging from the Uchiha clan. A nation slowly consumed by the desert cannot produce powerful shinobi. Friendship? Bonds. However, it would not be detrimental for Nagato to have a few more good companions." Madara's tone dripped with disdain. "Bonds. The deeper they run, the greater the power gained when severed. Go, indulge those children in their shinobi games. Do not trouble me with such trifles." With that, Uchiha Madara fell back into slumber, and White Zetsu, not daring to linger, retreated into the dark tunnel, disappearing from sight. In the Land of Rain, Nagato expressed gratitude towards me for assisting the young lad with the provision of these rations. The populace of Suki no Sake town would have enough to sustain themselves. Yahiko, having returned from procuring food from the Land of Birds, patted the storage scroll on his person and flashed a grin at Nagato. As Nagato practiced his earth release techniques while walking, he nodded in agreement upon hearing Yahiko's inquiry. Typically reserved, Nagato's silence did not deter Yahiko, who continued, "Nagato, what do you think about that kidme? Who would have thought to use ninjutsu for digging tunnels?" As they ventured closer to Suki no Sake town, they approached a nearby peak. Sensing danger, Nagato halted Yahiko. "Careful, there are numerous chakra signatures ahead." Intrigued, he noted, "2 of them feel familiar. It seems to be me and that fellow named Scorpion. Let us go lend a hand." Yahiko concealed the storage scroll borrowed from Conan, and both armed with kunai, they dashed towards their comrades. Upon reaching the slope, they were met with a startling sight. A group of bandits and rogue ninjas obstructing the entrance of a cave. A vagabond ninja, lacking a forehead protector, stood defiantly before the mixed band of outlaws, brandishing an oversized wind shuriken, and shouted, "Where did that sand ninja come from? Unaware of the danger, daring to provoke my lair. Do you think this is merely a game of ninjas? Lay down your weapons and riches, and I shall spare your lives." Dressed in flamboyant fanatic armor, me extended one arm forward while retracting the other, revealing a half-meter-long blade. The blade began to shimmer, and violent arcs of electricity erupted from it. Behind the crimson and gold armor, 6 jets of azure energy burst forth. A fifth of his chakra, compressed to its limits, was unleashed from the jets. Boom. Though me was not a taijutsu specialist, nor had he perfected the body flicker technique, The precisely controlled chakra output propelled him with a thrust exceeding 7 tons. In an instant, he surged forward, covering a distance of 20 meters amidst the explosive force. The rogue ninja, spinning the wind shuriken, was momentarily blinded. The electric arcs paralyzed him before he could react, as Mi's armor pierced through his skull, sending him crashing against the mountainside. The wind shuriken fell to the ground, and the once mighty leader was now a lifeless figure against the rock. Gulp! The remaining bandits and rogue ninjas swallowed hard, astonished. Is this what a ninja does? Isn't a battle supposed to involve stealth, blade clashes, or ninjutsu exchanges? How could this ninja charge in and decimate with brute force? It's too brutal. They stood transfixed as Mi slowly withdrew his arm blade from the stone. Not intending to show off, Mi realized he had underestimated the power of his chakra, which had significantly increased recently. Damn, the thrust was too great. I nearly drove myself into the rock. He extracted the arm blade, shaking off the remnants of blood and flesh, and addressed the remaining bandits. Do you wish to follow this fool to your doom, or will you lay down your weapons and surrender? You have but one chance to preserve your lives. With blood splattered across his armor, Mi's disdainful gaze made it clear he awaited their response. Surrender. Please spare us, noble ninja. We were forced into this life of banditry. The bandits, who had once boasted of their leader's prowess as a former jonin in a major village, were now cowed. Realizing they stood no chance against the might of Mi gestured for the bandits to drop their weapons and kneel, arms over their heads. Once the situation was under control, he addressed Yahiko and Nagato, who had come to assist. Ah, Yahiko and Nagato, welcome back. Did your procurement of food go smoothly? Yahiko swallowed hard, noting that Mi's raw display of power seemed even more formidable than before. Yes, we didn't acquire much. The merchants in the land of birds didn't raise their prices, Yahiko replied. But Mi, these bandits have committed many wrongs. Are we truly letting them go? Mi pointed at Nagato. Nagato, see if you can sense the intentions of these individuals. Identify those with malice and let me know. Chapter 35. The balance of kindness and authority faced with the temporarily subdued bandits. Mi was not inclined to show undue mercy nor engage in mindless slaughter. As a traveler in this world, he possessed the greatest advantage of all: information. He was keenly aware of Nagato's hidden abilities stemming from his Uzumaki lineage, which allowed him to perceive the inner thoughts of others. During their first encounter in the Land of Rain, Nagato had exhibited this trait. He had shown trust in Mi while being wary of Scorpion, who was on the verge of darkness. Although Nagato had yet to evolve into the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with a complete sense of good and evil, he could still discern the malevolence in the bandits before them. Surprised that Mi knew of his secret, Nagato nonetheless complied, stepping forward to indicate, this person, that one, and this one, all exude immense malice and hostility. However, Mi, I can only vaguely sense their intentions. I cannot be certain. Mi, clad in his flamboyant armor and standing nearly as tall as an adult man, reassuringly patted the somewhat timid Nagato. Your ability is remarkable. At the very least, you can distinguish between those who harbor good intentions and those with ill will, can't you? That's all we need. The rest falls to me. With that, Mi, alongside Scorpion, escorted the identified malevolent bandits to a separate area. He addressed the remaining honest bandits. You are fortunate. You have passed the test and earned a chance to live. However, since you have been granted a new lease on life, you must sever ties with your past. From this day forth, you are no longer bandits, but ordinary individuals who will sustain yourselves through honest labor. You will live under the protection of the Akatsuki as legitimate citizens. As Mi spoke, he introduced the bandits to the eager Yahiko. Surprised by Mi's words, Yahiko did not falter. Instead, he stepped forward to share the peaceful ideals of the Akatsuki with them. Meanwhile, Mi quietly led the identified malevolent individuals, along with Scorpion, back to the Akatsuki's base in Suki no Sake town. Mi, you've returned. Was everything successful? Conan greeted them eagerly, having placed a special paper crane on each of them to sense their whereabouts. The crane made for Mi was particularly unique, crafted using special paper techniques that allowed for vague sensing of his location and simple written communication. Sensing their return, Conan rushed out to meet them. Mi retracted his armor, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair, and casually handed her a purple wildflower he had picked along the way. Disregarding the disdainful glares from Scorpion, Mi Xiang and Shaon and strolled into the courtyard, casually recounting the details of their assault on the mountain bandits. Naturally, He omitted his earlier miscalculation that nearly led to embarrassment. As he spoke, he cast a threatening glance at Scorpion. Through the puppet's sensory perception, Scorpion noticed Mi Xiang's expression and, with a dismissive shake of his head, wondered if they could still play together. Why had Mi Xiang become so vain in front of Xiao Nan? And what was that unpleasant odor emanating from the mech? Oblivious to Scorpion's complaints, Mi Xiang instructed Xiao Nan to generate some paper and whispered a few reminders in her ear, assigning her the task of documentation. His instructions were devoid of any ambiguous content. Rather, he considerately informed Xiao Nan that there might be a need to execute bandits as a warning. If she was averse to bloodshed, she could record from the adjacent room. Xiao Nan felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head with a smile. She was not a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse. She had long been accustomed to scavenging for supplies on the battlefield alongside Mi Yin and the others. Such trivial matters were within her endurance. Given Xiao Nan's resolute stance, Mi Xiang refrained from insisting she avoid the situation. In the world of ninjas, how could one possibly evade the sight of slaughter and bloodshed? He commenced an unprecedented interrogation right there in the courtyard. Speak, recount your misdeeds one by one. And based on your transgressions, I shall determine your fate. He first questioned the bandit identified by Nagato as the most malicious. To hell with you. I haven't done anything wrong. Let me go, you little brat. Aren't you supposed to resolve conflicts through peace and communication? Why am I tied up? The bandit, having heard Mi Yan's principles before being taken away, regurgitated them in defiance. Mi Xiang remained unfazed, releasing a high-voltage arc of electricity from his hand with precise control. As the current intensified, the obstinate bandit began to wail. Unmoved, Mi Xiang continued to escalate the voltage for a full 10 minutes until the bandit finally succumbed. He brushed off the carbonized residue from his hands and addressed the others. Whether you have committed misdeeds, you know in your hearts. I asked, and you will answer one by one. I wouldn't mind exterminating all of you, the scum of banditry. This is your final opportunity. Do not attempt to fabricate lies. I have ample means to ensure others expose you. At that time, it won't just be 10 minutes of wailing before your demise. Now let us begin with you. The bandit, already terrified from the preceding screams, began confessing every wrongdoing, including petty thefts from his youth. After hearing the confessions, Mi Xiang determined that the most serious transgression was injuring villagers during a raid. Amidst the bandit's anxiety, Mi Xiang pronounced his sentence. Your crimes are not grave enough for capital punishment. You shall not die, but you cannot escape your punishment. You are sentenced to 3 months of labor reform. The bandit, taken aback by the leniency, wept tears of joy upon having his hands freed. The spared bandits were provided with prepared food, far superior to what they had consumed in their hideout. Under Mi Xiang's blend of benevolence and authority, he swiftly categorized the offenses of the more than 10 bandits. Among them, for had murdered more than one person, and they were undoubtedly sentenced to death. Mi Xiang would publicly execute them in the town. The others had varying degrees of crimes, but none warranted death. They would be released after assisting in the construction of the waterway. This marked the first step in establishing order in the town of Uegyo, the righteous legal code. As for Mi Yin, he would continue to progress under the banner of love and understanding. He would protect Xiao Nan while also lending a hand to Mi Yin. However, he would not attempt to correct Mi Yin's naive beliefs just yet. Some lessons are best learned through personal experience. Now that the threats surrounding Uegyo had been eradicated, the primary task ahead was the excavation of the special waterway. With proper positioning and route surveying, the tunnel digging commenced. Mi Xiang, hands flying, rapidly formed seals with the speed of a single man for 20 years. Earth Release, Rising Earth Technique. Chapter 36, The Civil Engineering Application of Ninjutsu Earth Release, Rising Earth Technique. Both Scorpion and Yi Tsong were aware that Mi Xiang had exchanged for this ninjutsu from the village. Compared to the battlefield-grade version retained by Iwagakure, the one preserved by Sunagakure was rather outdated. Nevertheless, the technique that propelled underground soil to the surface, creating an eruption akin to a mud volcano, was still a remarkable feat. Could it be that Mi Xiang's chakra had reached a level capable of commanding such a grand-scale ninjutsu? Before the eyes of all, as the ground trembled, the mound of earth before Mi Xiang began to churn, resembling boiling water. Subsequently, the roiling ground began to spew liquefied soil and small stones, scattering on the surface to form a mound and a hollow. Yet, this mound was only as tall as a person, and the hole appeared to be no deeper than 2 meters. Is that it? The onlookers, filled with anticipation to witness the effects of the ninjutsu, were sorely disappointed. Wasn't it supposed to be a battlefield-grade, large-scale terrain ninjutsu? Instead, it merely dug a well. Even the usually serious Scorpion couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, filled with unsaid critiques. Mi Xiang, however, clapped his hands in satisfaction, declaring, The results are quite good. Unable to contain his frustration, Yitsong instantly appeared, executing the Venom Dragon drill. You little brat, how dare you mock me? What kind of earth release is this? You merely dug a shallow well. While Mi Xiang endured the painful yet pleasurable experience of the drill, he explained, Teacher, you misunderstood. I was merely establishing a vertical shaft for the waterway project. You know that the amount of chakra controlled can drastically affect the outcome of ninjutsu. You can't blame me for this. After some reflection, Yitsong relented, sparing the mischievous Mi Xiang, escaping the grasp of the toxic drill. Mi Xiang then turned to Nagato. Nagato, use the vertical shaft I've excavated as the center and attempt to unleash the earth release at full power. As Mi Xiang instructed the others to step back, Nagato, having learned the technique, stood alone before the shaft Mi Xiang had dug and began forming seals with precision. Boar, dog, rat, horse, earth release, rising earth technique. As Nagato channeled chakra to its fullest, the ground over 10 meters in area began to boil and churn. Soon, like a suppressed fountain, the liquefied soil shot up like a high-pressure water column, soaring over 3 meters high. Mi Xiang had anticipated this, instantly teleporting behind Nagato to pull him away from the spraying area. Nagato was indeed a sincere child. When told to unleash his full power, he left no chakra behind. With Nagato's vast chakra reserves and the enhancement from the Rinnegan, the mud volcano that erupted before them, creating a pit 15 meters in diameter, finally resembled the essence of the earth release. Nagato's display of ninjutsu lasted over 20 minutes, ultimately excavating a pit 15 meters wide and 6 meters deep in the clearing near the Yueying River. A simple calculation reveals that this pit contained over 1,000 cubic meters of earth. If 100 people were to dig this pit with shovels, it would take them at least 3 continuous days. The earth release ninjutsu is truly a divine tool for civil construction. Mi Xiang instructed Nagato to rest well, particularly reminding him not to deplete all his chakra at once. This large pit served as the starting point for the entire tunnel project, but it would not end there. In the future, Nagato would continue to employ the earth release to expand the water storage space at this starting point. With the vast chakra volume and rapid recovery speed characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato emerged as the perfect candidate for completing the surface excavation. With the starting pit completed, the sloped waterway construction could now commence. The construction method employed by the Mikyang is inspired by the design of the Keres system. It utilizes a naturally inclined channel that connects the river beside the Moon Wine town to the Oasis workshop. The excavation process is characterized by a series of vertical shafts that serve as reference points. The distance between these shafts corresponds to the range of the Mikyang's bioelectric field sensing. Through this method, Mikyang has established 22 vertical shafts along the route, enabling precise adjustments to the excavation direction based on bioelectric field feedback. In the rain country, the excavation of a reservoir relies on the vortex-like structure of Nagato. Meanwhile, at the terminus in the wind country, Mikyang has issued tasks through the village, directly enlisting 6 ninjas skilled in earth manipulation to dig deep wells exceeding 20 meters adjacent to the abandoned oasis. Coupled with the topographical disparity between the rain and wind countries, the elevation difference measures over 30 meters. Ordinary water channels do not require such a steep gradient. However, Mikyang's aspirations for this channel extend beyond mere water conveyance. If one were to inquire of a primary school student from Huaxiao about the potential uses of flowing river water, the answer would invariably include the generation of electricity. With the abundant water resources in the rain country, failing to harness them for power would be a tremendous waste. With sufficient electrical energy, a myriad of possibilities unfolds. As the water diversion project commenced, Mikyang grew increasingly busy, akin to a small spinning top. Xiaonan, please inform Nagato via a paper crane that the excavation of the reservoir can be paused for a while. Let him begin generating stone slabs from the earth and hire villagers from Moon Wine Town for the installation. Also, notify Yahiko to procure more food. With the workload increasing, it is essential that everyone remains well fed. Sasori, why has your excavation mech come to a halt? Slacking off means no lunch. Xiaonan, transformed into Mikyang's dedicated secretary and life assistant, merely smiled at Mikyang's banter directed at the exhausted Sasori, quietly departing with the plans in hand. Having spent considerable time together, she understood that the bond between Mikyang and Sasori was akin to that of brothers. Their playful exchanges had become a daily routine. Yet it was often Sasori who found himself at a disadvantage, given his lack of eloquence. At this moment, the mountain god Mecha had undergone modifications. Resembling a half-buried earth insect, with robust, sharp outer finger covers. Enhanced by chakra lines and hydraulic assistance, it could efficiently excavate a passageway. Within this passage, Mikyang employed his chakra-infused earth manipulation technique to safely widen and elevate the tunnel. By utilizing chakra to compact the excavated soil, he not only saved time in transporting it away, but also fortified the entire passage. While expressing his frustrations, he set aside the insulated paper coils he had been working with to lend a hand. If Sasori had halted his excavation mech, it could only mean one thing: encountering hard rock ahead. Sasori maneuvered the modified mountain god mech back into the widened and reinforced tunnel, allowing Mikyang, clad in the frenzy mech, to advance. Unfazed by Mikyang's comments, Sasori leisurely sat beside the peculiar machinery Mikyang was crafting, replenishing his strength with food and inquiring. What you are creating seems to require an abundance of chakra metal. Is it yet another formidable ninja tool or mech? Enveloped in the frenzy mech, Mikyang shook his head. He extended the arm blades against the rock, activating high-frequency vibrations and the pulse jets on his arms. Accompanied by a resonating hum and the sound of airflow, he replied, "This is neither a ninja tool nor a jutsu. However, it has the potential to convert natural forces into a power comparable to chakra. Of course, it can also be stored for use as a weapon or jutsu. It is called a hydro-turbine generator." Hydro-turbine generator? Sasori mused, observing the coils of chakra metal, finding no connection to lightning release. The principle of generating electricity through magnetic field cutting was complex, and Mikyang found it challenging to explain it succinctly. He shook his arm clad in the frenzy mech while gathering energy, saying, "Do you recall the friction-based electricity generator I demonstrated in the workshop? This is a different, more efficient machine for generating lightning effects. Once our project is complete, you shall witness the power of this electrical device. We are not merely channeling water to the wind country. We are ushering in a new era." As Mikyang spoke, he began to channel a backward pulse airflow through the nozzle of the frenzy mech's arm. The harsh sounds of cutting and impact reverberated through the tunnel. Utilizing compressed wind release as thrust, he transformed the two arm blades into a battering ram to shatter the hard stone. Under the continuous high-frequency vibrations of the chakra blades, the stubborn rock was swiftly cleaved apart. With debris scattering, the obstacle obstructing the tunnel's advance was obliterated by Mikyang in the frenzy mech. Amidst the relentless fragmentation, the tunnel extended straight ahead, following Mikyang's meticulously plotted course. This was a world imbued with wondrous jutsu, gradually being pried open for transformation under Mikyang's modern mindset. Even if the changes were currently minuscule, the tale of the industrious Yugong, known by children of the new era, filled Mikyang with unwavering confidence as he continued to excavate. Behind him, ordinary citizens engaged in leveling and transporting stone slabs for reinforcement. Those with ambition will ultimately achieve their goals, Mikyang firmly believed. In Sunagakure, the Kazakage Tower, the financial situation of the village significantly improved thanks to the high-quality chakra metal acquired through Elder Chiyo's covert channels. After all, the remuneration for the village ninjas could also be dispensed in chakra metal. This was a more widely accepted form of currency than silver notes, especially in a market where it was scarce. Observing the village's financial recovery, the third Kazakage's tension eased considerably. "I have called you all here today to discuss two matters," he began, addressing the elders of the village and influential ninja clans seated in his office. "Konoha has extended an invitation to us to participate in a joint Chunin exam next year, in the 43rd year of Konoha. The confirmed participating villages, in addition to Sunagakure, include Amigakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure. This presents a splendid opportunity to showcase the strength of Sunagakure to the entire ninja world and its noble clans, as well as a chance to redeem our village from the shadows of our second great ninja war defeat. The village has decided to dispatch 2 teams to participate." The third Kazakage glanced at the recently active Elder Chiyo. "Elder Chiyo, the puppet brigade has always been a crucial combat force for our village. To preserve the village's honor, Let us keep Sasori's Chunin status undisclosed. How about having him and Mikiyang form a team with another ninja from our village? Since Sasori had become more sociable, Elder Chiyo's enthusiasm for participating in village affairs had also surged. Upon hearing the Kazekage's proposal, she did not hesitate to agree, since the Kazekage has made a decision. Allowing those two boys to participate would be beneficial. As for the other team member, this old woman, shall find one for them. By the way, Kazekage, I remember the village promised me an opportunity to participate in the Shikaka trial. When will that be fulfilled? The third Kazekage glanced at Raza standing nearby and replied nonchalantly. Indeed, there is such an agreement. However, Elder Chiyo, this year's candidates for the Shikaka trial have already been selected. They are members of the Shaken Brigade, who possess a higher probability of awakening magnetic release. As tensions rise within the ninja world, having an additional magnetic release ninja participate in this Chunin exam will be a boon for our village. For the sake of the village, how about we defer your trial opportunity until after the Chunin exam? The third Kazekage's suggestion left Elder Chiyo deep in contemplation. As Fenfu grows older, the opportunities to undergo the magnetic trial become increasingly scarce, limited to a mere once a year. Furthermore, the secret prison that confines Funfu restricts the number of participants allowed for the trials. The list of candidates has been predetermined, and Elder Chiyo does not place much emphasis on whether this will enhance the power of the Wind Shadow. Everything is done for the sake of the village. And as for me, that intriguing young individual possesses hidden strengths that even she cannot fully discern. Despite lacking the aptitude of a puppet master, he exhibits extraordinary talent in puppet creation. Contemplating this, she suddenly inquired, Yekom, what have those two youngsters been up to lately? Yekom, who had been lost in thought since the meeting began, finally responded after Chiyo's second question. Oh, I was just daydreaming. Me and Scorpion are busy repairing the water channel to divert some water to the Oasis workshop. This matter is also known to the third Wind Shadow, as such tasks issued to the village cannot be concealed from him. The third Wind Shadow is indifferent to plans involving ordinary citizens. The border oasis has long been abandoned. Perhaps due to the excessive extraction of sand and iron, the underground water levels have significantly declined, rendering the land uncultivable. The villagers around the oasis have long since migrated, leading to its desolation. Otherwise, considering the invaluable nature of every oasis in the Land of Wind, how could one so easily abandon it? In the world of ninjas, to squander time enhancing one's abilities by engaging in the trivialities of common villagers is, even with a hint of talent, truly disappointing. Elder Chiyo's impression of me is that he possesses a maturity beyond his years. Every step he takes is meticulously planned. How could he waste time on futile endeavors? It seems that Yekom, in her naivety, remains unaware of what me is occupied with. Elder Chiyo nodded, concealing her doubts, and concurred with the third Wind Shadow's proposal. Standing beside the third was Rasha, whose previously tense demeanor finally relaxed. With the absence of opposition to the third Wind Shadow's topic, it was officially enacted. After the meeting, the numerous elite ninjas divided into two distinct factions. Except for a few clans that adhered to neutrality, the majority aligned themselves closely with the third Wind Shadow, with only Yekom and Chiyo maintaining a close rapport among the elite known for their ninjutsu. As Kaibo Kuzai needed to attend to matters in the intelligence department, he left only the two of them behind at Chiyo's residence. It was then that Chiyo asked, Yekom, why have you been so dazed? Those two boys have been toiling away at the oasis for over half a year. What makes the water channel so significant? Yekom shook her head. I can't quite fathom it, but Elder Chiyo, those two certainly haven't been slacking. Their progress in strength has been astonishing. Me has even improved upon my techniques. I truly wonder how his mind works. Oh, is that so? Elder Chiyo mused. How about accompanying this old lady to the Oasis workshop? Yekom naturally did not refuse. After leaving Sunagakure, she habitually donned her white phoenix armor. Gazing at this armor, which resembled clothing more than protective gear, Chiyo found it aesthetically pleasing but paid little mind to it. The two could be considered the pinnacle of combat strength in Sunagakure, requiring no escort as they made their way directly toward the border oasis. Along the journey, observing Yekom's somewhat perturbed state, Chiyo queried, Yekom, during the elite ninja assembly, I sensed something was amiss with you. Has something occurred? Now deeply connected with me and Scorpion, Yekom would not conceal anything from Chiyo. Stepping back slightly from Chiyo, Yekom ignited her surroundings in an orange-red blaze. Is this a new technique you've developed? No, it's still the dry release's scorching flames. Chiyo halted, realizing the extraordinary nature of Yekong's armor. Is it entirely composed of chakra metal? No, ordinary chakra metal would not achieve such efficient conduction. Could this be the work of that little rascal me? Yekong nodded, channeling chakra to amplify the flames around her. Even in the parched desert, Chiyo felt the dryness intensify. In this state, Yekong would be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Me truly is remarkable. In response to Chiyo's praise, Yekong nodded in agreement. Then, she concentrated her chakra in her hand, forming a massive, oversteam-killing fireball. At the center of her palm, an iron sphere the size of an egg was enveloped in the searing orange fireball. After sustaining the fireball for over 10 minutes, the iron sphere only turned slightly red, with some black debris accumulating on its surface, showing no signs of melting. Yekong wore gloves made of chakra metal threads, insulating her from the heat. She gazed at the merely reddened iron sphere, disappointment evident as she dissipated the oversteam fireball. Elder Chiyo, this is the challenge that me set for me. He noted that my flame temperature is too low, relying solely on moisture extraction to harm opponents. If they use ninjutsu to defend or wear armor, its effectiveness is drastically reduced. He instructed me to enhance the flame's temperature until I can melt this iron sphere. I've been trying for a month, and while my chakra has increased by over 20%, I still have no clue how to elevate the temperature. Chiyo, a quintessential puppet master, had her skills rooted in puppet manipulation and had not extensively researched elemental techniques. Observing Yekong's despondent demeanor, Chiyo, with her hands concealed within her sleeves, remarked meaningfully, "Since you have pondered this conundrum without finding an answer, why not consult the individual who posed the question? Is it out of pride that you stubbornly complicate your own predicament? Who says a mentor cannot seek guidance from their disciple? Yekong, that young man named me, is extraordinary. Why not directly ask him?" Chiyo's words awakened Yekong from her reverie. Over the past month, she had been deeply troubled by the challenge left by me. She had experimented with various methods to enhance her chakra, but had yet to succeed in melting the iron sphere. This dilemma had plagued her to the point of distraction, and it had not occurred to her to simply approach that mischievous boy for help. What did pride matter? If he dared to withhold information from her, she would show him the might of the poison dragon drill. Having come to this realization, Yekong resumed her previous haughty demeanor, and together with Chiyo, they hastened their journey. Before long, they arrived at the transformed oasis workshop. The once dominant high sand and iron hills surrounding the oasis had given way to a vast bowl-shaped pit. In the center of the pit, towering stone pillars generated by the earth release technique leaned against a deep well formed by earth ninjutsu. These pillars stood over 2 meters high above the pit's base, designed to prevent the surrounding sand from collapsing. Under Yekong's guidance, the two leaped onto the pillars and looked down into the pit, where a young girl with blue-purple hair was busily working. "Ah, Xiaonan, you're here. Where's that rascal me?" Xiaonan, busy measuring at the bottom of the pit, looked up and saw not only Yekong but also the elderly lady with the sand ninja forehead protector, whom she did not recognize. "It's Yekong-sensei. Me and Scorpion are over there setting up the generator. I'll go get him." Just as she finished speaking, Mi's voice echoed from the tunnel behind them. "Scorpion and I are coming out now." "Xiaonan, is it Yekong-sensei and Elder Chiyo?" Chiyo had heard Yekong mention that Mi possessed a sensing ninjutsu-like ability. For a ninja, information about oneself is a vital component of combat power. The thicker Mi's cards are, the more at ease Chiyo feels. Given Mi's creation of the Mountain God armor for Scorpion and the subsequent modifications, he has never been stingy with chakra metal. The assistance offered by the other party to their grandson naturally led Chiyo to regard Mitsuke's as one of her own. The more formidable Mitsuke's became, the greater her delight. Observing Mitsuke's and Scorpion, Chiyo instantaneously transported herself to the bottom of the water reservoir. Gazing at the tunnel that had been excavated, she expressed her astonishment. "Did you truly dig a tunnel from here to the land of rain? My heavens! This spans 7 or 8 kilometers and must traverse a mountain range. How on earth did you achieve this?" Mitsuke's continued to push Scorpion forward to elucidate the matter to Chiyo. Under Mitsuke's influence, Scorpion gradually began to warm up to Chiyo. As long as he did not become twisted or psychologically corrupted, he remained in Chiyo's eyes the most esteemed genius puppeteer, Scorpion. Listening to her grandson animatedly recount the amusing anecdotes from the tunneling endeavor, Chiyo felt a sense of satisfaction while simultaneously being astounded by the capabilities of the mecha crafted by Mitsuke's. Historically, puppets had adhered to a lightweight design for ease of control. Poison blades, concealed weapons, and high attack power with weak defenses had always characterized puppeteers. Yet these two children had managed to excavate a massive rock mountain using their unique puppet mecha. This formidable offensive capability was utterly overwhelming in the context of a ninja's battle. Not to mention the extraordinary defensive capabilities of the mountain god, which extensively utilized chakra-infused metal. As for the three children from the land of rain that Scorpion had mentioned, Chiyo held no reservations. In this day and age, which village did not have its share of orphans? To her, the strength of her grandson and Mitsuke's was of utmost importance. After exchanging pleasantries, Chiyo smiled and inquired on behalf of Yakura. Mitsuke's. I hear you posed a question to Yakura regarding the temperature of chakra flames. Although Yakura excels at the bloodline limit formed by the fusion of wind and fire techniques, she has toiled for a month without breaking through the temperature of scorch release. As the one who raised the question, do you have a method to enhance the flame temperature? Would you mind explaining it to the bewildered Yakura? Beside them, Yakura raised her fist, mimicking the motion of a poison dragon drill as a gesture of threat. Mitsuke's whispered a few words to Conan, who then produced several exquisitely crafted origami sofas. Even the coffee table was made of folded paper. Mitsuke's invited Chiyo and the others to sit down, presenting an iron ball as he began. Actually, raising the temperature is quite simple. One only needs to understand the essence of fire. Yakura, in your opinion, what is fire? Chapter 39. The Essence of Fire. 2. What is fire? Yakura was taken aback by Mitsuke's straightforward inquiry. As a ninja skilled in fire and wind techniques, she answered without hesitation. Fire is a force created by the chakra within. My scorch release, for instance, fuses wind and fire chakra, allowing chakra to manifest in the form of flames, thus possessing the capacity to vaporize anything with its high temperature and destructive power. This standard response from a ninja was indeed correct within the context of this world, but it bore no utility for the advancement of one's abilities. Mitsuke's shook his head, bluntly critiquing, vaporizing everything with high temperature and destructive power? Yakura-sensei, you can't even vaporize that iron ball. Yakura tossed the iron ball, which she had heated countless times. To Mitsuke's, you cheeky brat, how could iron possibly be vaporized by flames? If you can, then show me. Mitsuke's primary chakra attributes were wind and lightning. Although he had forcibly developed a variation of chakra properties through his understanding of natural energy and meticulous control, he primarily applied wind and lightning techniques. Upon receiving the iron ball from Yakura, Mitsuke's began his demonstration. He placed the iron ball on a rock, his hands hovering around the mottled surface of the ball. Suddenly, high-voltage arcs of electricity appeared from his hands, the bluish-white arcs piercing the air and linking to the iron ball, accompanied by a sharp sizzling sound. High temperatures began to leave their mark on the surface of the iron ball. The mottled, oxidized iron fragments, previously formed by repeated burnings, began to flake off, while a new metallic layer was rapidly scorched by the arc, creating dark brown oxidation spots. These spots expanded and deepened with the heat, resembling a charred crust forming on the iron ball's surface. The extreme heat conducted by the arc did not originate from the outside. As the arc continued to exert its influence, the internal temperature of the iron ball surged dramatically, and fine cracks began to appear in the unassuming oxidized shell. Right before Yakura and Chiyo's eyes, an orange-red, searing glow began to emanate from the fissures of the iron ball's shell. Soon, the cracks spread in a web-like pattern, and the charred shell crumbled under the intense heat, revealing the iron within, which had reached a semi-molten state. The iron ball had truly melted. At this point, the iron ball no longer retained its regular spherical shape. The edges began to soften and sag, resembling a wax block melting under the sun. The original silvery gray iron ball was entirely replaced by a bright, fiery orange hue. On the molten surface, tiny bubbles occasionally formed. When these bubbles burst, they scattered small droplets of molten iron that cooled instantly upon contacting the rock, turning into black iron granules. The rock beneath the iron ball also began to soften. As the temperature surpassed the melting point of iron, the ball completely transformed into a pool of flowing molten iron, collecting into an irregular, bright red liquid pool on the melted rock surface. The edges of this liquid pool slowly flowed outward, scorching the surface of the rock, which began to blacken, smoke, and exhibit faint signs of melting. As Mitsuke's increased the power of the arcs, the temperature of this pool of molten iron continued to rise. its color transitioning from orange-red to a dazzling bright white. The bubbles on the surface of the molten iron became increasingly dense and vigorous, and the surface began to boil like water in a pot. Large quantities of iron vapor began to escape from the liquid surface, condensing into light gray metallic dust in the air. This iron vapor was rapidly oxidized, forming a thin layer of gray mist that enveloped the surroundings. Could it be that the molten iron was truly boiling? Even the seasoned elder Chio had never witnessed such a spectacle. It turned out that extreme temperatures could indeed melt iron and rock. Chio had previously thought that the legendary fire techniques of Uchiha Madara, which melted everything in its path, were merely exaggerations. Now, witnessing Mitsuke's demonstration, she realized that even the hardest iron and rock could be rendered as easily as boiling water. How astonishing was this? Was this truly something a genin could accomplish? Mitsuke's continued to unleash the arcs, amplifying their output for a more pronounced effect. When the temperature reached the critical point of iron's vaporization, a violent transformation occurred. The bright white pool of molten iron began to boil vigorously, with a significant amount of iron vapor erupting at a visibly rapid pace. The once searing and luminous pool of iron quickly shrank, and the bluish-white arcs were enveloped by steam, making their brilliance appear even more blinding. Within mere seconds, the remaining molten iron completely transformed into iron vapor under the high temperature. As the vapor gradually dispersed and cooled, the gray dust suspended in the air settled slowly, ultimately leaving behind a large, charred, sunken pit on the rock. While the iron ball that Yakura had heated for so long had been entirely evaporated by the arcs, Mitsuke's clapped his hands, grinning broadly. Oh dear. I almost forgot to bet with Yakura-sensei. This was a surefire win. Yakura was left dumbfounded by the scene, her mouth agape in disbelief. What had she just witnessed? The young Mitsuke, who was not proficient in fire techniques, had achieved temperatures that her proud fire techniques could not reach using his lightning techniques. If her scorch release could attain such power, how could any enemy defend against it? Suddenly, Yakura let out a shriek and lunged at Mitsuke, enveloping him in an embrace. My dearest disciple, quickly teach me how to enhance the temperature of flames. I promise to meet any condition you set. Caught off guard, Mi-seong found himself ensnared in the tender embrace of Yi-song, unable to extricate himself, succumbing to a bittersweet happiness. Had it not been for Elder Qiandai's timely intervention, Mi-seong might have suffocated under the weight of such overwhelming affection. The frenzy of a woman can indeed be a fearsome thing. Wiping the blood from his nose, Mi-seong cautiously remarked, Yi-song, you must temper your exuberance. My intention in having you attempt to melt that iron ball was to allow you to genuinely experience the essence of temperature and flame. As he spoke, Mi-seong retrieved several chakra metal spheres, each the size of a fingernail, from Scorpion. Yi-song, to enhance the potency of flames, one must grasp two fundamental concepts. First, temperature. The temperature of a flame is determined by the velocity of countless such small spheres in motion. The faster these spheres move, the higher the temperature of the object. Conversely, if these constituent spheres come to a complete standstill, the temperature plummets to its lowest possible point. Thus, while temperature has a lower limit, it possesses virtually no upper limit. In theory, you could achieve temperatures astronomically high, such as 14,168 quintillion degrees Celsius, which I believe is referred to as the Planck temperature. What you need to do is accelerate the motion of those invisible spheres within the flame. As he spoke, a dark red flame materialized at the tip of his finger. Gradually, the color of the flame transformed, shifting from red to orange-red, then to bright red, and ultimately culminating in a dazzling white brilliance. Chapter 40. The Essence of Flame. 3. The flame on Mi-seong's fingertip continued to change hues as it drew closer to Yi-song. Yi-song. Chakra serves as the fuel for the flame, but how to ignite that fuel relies entirely on your imagination. Once you comprehend the essence of flame, you will understand how to elevate its potency. Yi-song, shedding her previous playful demeanor, conjured a steam-infused fireball with her hand, gradually moving it toward the small flame on Mi-seong's finger. Elder Qiandai observed the role reversal between the two with contemplative intrigue. Soon, as Mi-seong adjusted the flame's temperature, Yi-song, using the steam-infused fireball as a sensor, felt her perception of fire deepen significantly. The color of the steam-infused fireball also began to shift. The initially orange-red fireball brightened until it radiated a brilliant yellow. Even Qian could sense the heat emanating from this flame. Unlike the gentle flame in Mi Xiang's hand, the bright yellow fireball in Yi Tsong's grasp began to churn violently, exuding a dangerous aura. All right, Yi Tsong, this temperature has surpassed 1,500 degrees. It should suffice for now. Focus on consolidating this level. Hastily increasing the temperature could lead to peril if you cannot maintain control. Yi Tsong nodded, tossing the steam-infused fireball onto a nearby stone slab. In no time, the area where the flames dissipated revealed the stone slab, created through the earth-style technique, had melted considerably. Yi Tsong closed her eyes, reflecting on the sensation of having raised the temperature. Mi Xiang's guidance had proven immensely beneficial, and after repeatedly recalling the experience to ensure it would not fade from memory, she smiled radiantly. My finest disciple, you have greatly aided your teacher. Pray tell, how might I express my gratitude? Mi Xiang scratched his nose, pointing to the large tunnel on the side of the deep well. We are all family here, no need for formalities. I have long awaited Yi Tsong's breakthrough in flame temperature. Come now, rather than waiting for the opportune moment. Let us today experience the second element of flame potency together, the conduction and control of temperature. Let us incinerate this entire tunnel. Upon hearing this, Yi Tsong swiftly enveloped Mi Xiang in her arms again. You sly rascal. So this was your true intention all along, to have your teacher do the work for you. I should have known you were not so benevolent. Ah, that hurts. Yi Tsong misunderstood him once more. Watching Yi Tsong and Mi Xiang playfully banter, Qian smiled as she accepted the teacup from Xiao Nan. Little one, do take a moment to rest. Fear not, for though you are not a ninja from Sunagakure, as long as you are a friend of Mi Xiang, you are not our enemy. Moreover, in the previous wars between nations, every individual was a victim. As Qian spoke, she glanced at Scorpion, who had grown increasingly reclusive since the loss of his parents in the Second Shinobi World War. Were it not for Mi Xiang's influence, Qian would have been anxious about Scorpion's potential descent into darkness. Now, despite their busy lives at the border oasis, he frequently wrote to her. How fortunate it was to have a child like Mi Xiang around. Qian squinted her eyes lovingly, stroking Scorpion's hair. Scorpion, however, merely turned his face away in a haughty manner, refusing to flinch. Scorpion, what do you think of the idea of having Mi Xiang teach at the Ninja Academy after the Chunin exams? Upon hearing his grandmother's unexpected suggestion, Scorpion paused, contemplating before he replied. Ever since Mi Xiang returned from the land of rain with injuries, it seems he has truly become enlightened. Although his overall chakra capacity has not dramatically increased, he has indeed acquired immense knowledge. His insights are exceptional, especially regarding the concept of the mountain god Mecha, which elevates the safety of puppeteers to an extraordinary level. Calling him a genius would not be an exaggeration. Now he can even provide guidance to the Jonin Yi Tsong. Truly impressive. However, grandmother, you are aware of the situation in our village. The people in the third Kazakage's faction will not agree. Qian nodded, her hands clasped within her sleeves, appearing as an innocuous old lady. Yet the sharpness in her eyes revealed she had not lost her edge. Those individuals only concern themselves with their own power. What else do they know besides infighting? Pay them no mind. You and Mi Xiang should focus on your growth. I can still protect you for a while. Those who harm their own kin will eventually face retribution. After Mi Xiang promised a plethora of delectable treats, Yi Tsong finally relented. Before this endeavor commenced, she was well aware of Mi Xiang's specific plans. Previously, her inability to raise the temperature had hindered her assistance. Now that the excavation and laying of the tunnel were complete, they awaited only the final step, which Mi Xiang referred to as tunnel hardening. Upon hearing Mi Xiang's arrangements, even the seasoned Qian was astonished by this ingenious idea. To use flames to melt rock and unify the entire tunnel? What a fantastical concept. Could this truly be accomplished? Should I borrow some other ninjas from the village to assist? Qian well-meaning offer was graciously declined by Mi Xiang. Currently, in Sunagakure, not only were the primary ninjas specializing in Doton techniques aligned with the Kazakage, but the village itself had dwindled to only a handful of capable ninjas. There were scarcely any proficient in Katon techniques, let alone those of Yi Tsong's caliber. Previously, even Yi Tsong had struggled to accomplish the task of melting rock and sand. Others would undoubtedly find it impossible. Presently, those skilled in Katon techniques were primarily in Sunagakure, especially the Uchiha clan with their crimson eyes. Even amidst alliance relations, Mi Xiang could discern the weight of priorities. He shook his head, saying, I appreciate Elder Qian Dai's kindness. The village is currently occupied with numerous matters, and those formidable ninjas have their own tasks, so there is no need to trouble them. This task is not overly difficult, and it will provide Yi Tsang with practical experience in flame control. The construction of this tunnel is, in fact, a process of enhancing one's abilities. Please do await the outcome. As Mi Xiang spoke, he turned to the ever-quiet Xiaonan. Xiaonan, have you informed Yahiko's group? It is imperative to ensure that no one approaches that reservoir and deep well in the Land of Rain. Xiaonan pursed her lips and nodded. Everyone has been notified. We have also received the response from Yahiko and Nagato's paper cranes. Since the day before yesterday, personnel have been evacuated from the reservoir. No one is allowed within several hundred meters, rest assured. Mi Xiang nodded in relief, gesturing for Yi Tsang to join him at the entrance of the tunnel, which had a diameter of over 2 meters. Teacher Yi Tsang, soon you will employ the technique of scorch release, overheating, maximizing the flame's temperature. Can you manage that? Yi Tsang pressed down the visor of his Baihuang mech, flexing his hands and giving a thumbs up to himself. Don't worry, it's a small matter. In a swift motion, Yi Tsang formed seals, channeling most of his chakra, from which a brilliant yellow flame erupted from his hands. Scorch release, overheating. Beside him, Mi Xiang also completed his hand seals, exhaling a transformed wind release technique. Wind release, tornado breakthrough. Chapter 41. The miracle of wind and fire accompanied by a pale blue, violently swirling wind from the tornado breakthrough. Yi Tsang's scorching yellow fireball, amplified by the Baihuang mech, was enveloped by this unique wind release. Beginning to spiral into the tunnel, the wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed strength from the wind. Upon contact with the tunnel, the newly enhanced overheating fireball began to emit copious amounts of smoke. The moisture in the earth evaporated, and at nearly 1,700 degrees, the flame rapidly transferred heat into the surrounding soil and rock layers. The tunnel's bottom was primarily paved with stone slabs generated by earth release techniques. Mi Xiang had specifically tested this type of rock, formed by compressing earth with chakra, which resembled sedimentary rock and could melt into magma at approximately 1,500 degrees. Other soils, a mix of various sands and stones, would also soften or even liquefy at this temperature. Even particularly heat-resistant materials would eventually be enveloped by molten substances, solidifying into a single mass. This was why he had consistently guided Yi Tsang to elevate the flame's temperature. The more active the ionic state of the flame, the higher the temperature. The swirling wind of the tornado breakthrough gathered the fire, allowing the intense heat to concentrate against the inner walls of the tunnel. Localized high temperatures did not dissipate, but rather advanced forward with the tornado. As the overheating fireball was enveloped by the tornado-like breakthrough, the entire tunnel began to melt. It was forcefully pressed outward by the violently rotating wind. The molten, lava-like substance became denser, and the deeper soil and rock layers followed suit in liquefaction and compression. This entire process progressed as the wind propelled the fireball forward, gradually cooling down. Now even the naive Xiaonan could comprehend Mi Xiang's intention. He aimed to fuse the tunnel into a singular mass of lava. What a brilliant idea! Scorpion had witnessed Mi Xiang utilize the wind and fire release techniques to gradually strengthen the turbine generator installation room. Mi Xiang was not particularly adept at fire release, and the previous enhancement of the turbine generator room lacked such grandeur. He had discussed this plan with Mi Xiang and was familiar with the concept. But the combined ninjutsu of Mi Xiang and Yi Tsang exhibited such power that it genuinely astonished him. Under the enhancement of wind and fire, the changes at the tunnel's exit were evident. In the surrounding soil and rock layers, a solidified mass of magma material had formed, measuring at least 30 centimeters thick. As the tornado of flames continued to surge inward, the inner walls of the tunnel, over 2 meters in diameter, transformed into a cohesive structure with tiny whirlwinds. It was truly astonishing. Chio could not help but exclaim. The transformation of chakra properties into an efficient combination of ninjutsu. This little rascal Mi Xiang already possesses strength far surpassing that of a Chunin. Scorpion, next year Konoha will organize a joint Chunin exam, and the Wind Shadow will dispatch various teams to participate. Your Chunin status has not been made public, and the village has decided to form a small team for you to join. We still need one more member. Who do you wish to include? To Konoha? Scorpion clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, his voice somewhat muted as he inquired, will the village allow me to seek revenge? Chiyo shook her head resolutely. No, Scorpion. Konoha's white fang possesses elite-level strength. Even the third wind shadow would not dare claim victory assuredly against him. Seeking revenge would only lead to your demise. Now that you have such a good partner in Misyong, your own strength continues to grow. Trust that one day, you will surpass Hatake Tsukumo and defeat him honorably on the battlefield. Moreover, Hatake Tsukumo should be my opponent. You and Misyong are the future of the village. This Chunin exam will allow you to showcase the strength of Sunagakure. Defeating the new generation of Konoha and proving yourself is a victory in its own right. Scorpion's mood remained somewhat low, gazing blankly at Misyong and Yi Tsong as they solidified the tunnel, choosing not to speak further. Chiyo's heart tightened with worry as she observed Scorpion's profile. She had not anticipated that mentioning Konoha and Hatake Tsukumo would rekindle Scorpion's painful memories. Now, she was uncertain how to comfort him. Meanwhile, Misyong was entirely focused on controlling the tornado breakthrough. If the swirling wind did not guide the solidifying molten rocks swiftly enough, the upper layers would begin to drip down, significantly diminishing the overall effect. In this bizarre world devoid of reinforced concrete, yet filled with extraordinary forces, this was the best solution he could ensure for a sturdy and durable tunnel. The combined ninjutsu of the two had burned for 10 meters before dissipating due to exceeding the control range. Good lad. You truly live up to being my disciple. Yi Tsong. This tornado breakthrough is executed splendidly. Yi Tsong crossed his arms, regaining his usual prideful demeanor, each strand of hair in his green bun radiating triumph. The temperature of the overheating fireball had doubled in power, with the enhancement of the Bai Huang mech. Employing the full-body flame mode would cause the opponent's tools to melt upon close contact. All of this was thanks to Misyong, the underdog she had initially underestimated. What she had once thought to be merely Scorpion's sidekick had turned out to be not only the brain of the team, but also someone whose understanding of ninjutsu and personal strength had transcended the boundaries of a mere genin. Currently, few chunin in the village could match him. Given this growth trajectory, it would not be long before Misyong and Scorpion became the new generation of experts within the village. In response to Yi Tsong's praise, Misyong merely smiled. Noticing Scorpion standing beside Chiyo, his expression cold, he could roughly guess what had transpired. Elder Chiyo had already informed him about the Chunin exams. The mention of Konoha and its top expert, Hatake Tsukumo, would naturally evoke Scorpion's painful memories. He beckoned Xiao Nen to bring food to entertain Chiyo and Yi Tsong, then approached Scorpion, nudging him with his shoulder. Hey, stingy Scorpion, are you feeling jealous seeing me shine? Humph, your mediocre ninjutsu is no match for the mountain god mech. What is there to be jealous of? In light of Scorpion's retort, Misyong pointed upward toward the reservoir. Since you're not jealous of my brilliance, how about taking a stroll with me? Despite feeling a bit disheartened due to the mention of Konoha and Hatake Tsukumo, Scorpion could not refuse the invitation of his dear friend. Neither of them donned their mechs. They attached chakra to their feet and ran straight up. They settled atop a sandiron hill beside the puppet workshop, quietly observing the sandstorms occasionally sweeping across the oasis and the distant flickering campfires rising from scattered oases. After a while, Scorpion suddenly spoke. The village is sending us to Konoha for the joint Chunin exam. The date is set for next year. Misyong nodded, then suddenly said, Scorpion, you're scared, aren't you? Chapter 42. This world should not be like this. Scared? A jest? Why should I harbor any fear? Do I fear battle? Or do I dread Konoha, the village of the white fang, Kakashi Hatake? I fear him not. Scorpion, resembling a cat whose tail has been stepped upon, straightened up and declared. Beside him, Mikon merely gazed calmly, his deep-set eyes seemingly capable of penetrating into Scorpion's very soul. Scorpion stubbornly held Mikon's gaze, but before long, he found himself at a loss. He despondently kicked at the iron sand beneath his feet, murmuring, Mikon, I truly do not fear battle, I swear. Mikon patted his shoulder and continued, I know you fear not any confrontation. You are the most talented Scorpion of Sunagakure. Even if tasked to face Kakashi Hatake, you would not flinch. I am unwavering in this belief. Moreover, I shall stand beside you in battle at any time. Scorpion lifted his gaze to Mikon, puzzled by his sudden earnestness. Mikon, with his hands clasped behind his head, spoke with conviction. However, I am aware that instinctively, you harbor a fear of going to Konoha. You dread the villagers living under the sun, thriving in their homes, cherishing their village and families. You fear that the place you have loathed for so long is not a lair of vile monsters, but a sanctuary of your own hatred. Leaving your animosity without a place to rest. Grasping a handful of iron sand, Scorpion clenched it tightly, but the granules slipped through his fingers. His silence betrayed that Mikon had struck at the core of his thoughts. Mikon turned to observe Scorpion's profile. Look into my eyes and answer me, Scorpion. Do you believe Kakashi Hatake is a born demon? Scorpion pivoted to face Mikon, his voice rising. He killed my parents. Indeed, he did take your parents' lives. Yet, Scorpion. That occurred amidst the chaos of war, in a realm where life and death clashed. Both sides existed as opposing ninjas. In the Great Ninja War, countless ninjas perished. Who were their parents? Whose parents did they slay? Mikon asserted, sitting upright and gazing at his own hands. Even you and I, the rogue ninjas we have slain. Those from the Rain Village, were they not someone's children? Or someone's parents? Scorpion found himself at a loss for words, having never contemplated the matter from this perspective. In his world, this sorrow was uniquely his own. Had Mikon not guided him, he would have long pursued the so-called eternity, beginning to craft human puppets. Mikon's tone remained tranquil, each word imbued with strength. Scorpion, we now sit upon the soil of the land of wind. To the east lies the rain country of Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. Further east is the land of fire. To our north is the land of birds, and beyond that, the land of earth. These nations, large and small, are delineated by borders and distinct ninja headbands, dividing them into separate nations and villages. From the moment we are born within these lines, we are taught to love those within and to despise those beyond. When the daimyos and nobles deem it necessary, they compel the ninjas of the village to cross these lines and slay those who have been equally indoctrinated to love their own village and hate others. Do you believe this is just? Mikon continued, Kakashi Hatake and your slain parents were, at least, engaged in a duel between ninjas. And what of Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato? They are but ordinary individuals, reluctantly caught in the throes of war. What wrong have they committed? Kakashi Hatake, in essence, is no different from you and me. Merely a tool under the constraints of those rules. We are all victims of this system. Scorpion's voice wavered with confusion and struggle. Are you suggesting I should not hate him? Mikon, those were my parents. Does their blood shed in vain? Mikon resolutely shook his head. No, you should feel hatred. I empathize with the pain of losing your parents. No one can condemn your resentment and sorrow. This is the purest of human emotions, a testament to our existence. I shall never endeavor to erase this pain from your memory. Nonetheless, Scorpion, we cannot remain ensnared in this anguish. Mikon gestured towards the distant bonfire in the oasis and the deep pits excavated for water storage. Look at those places. There exist many ordinary individuals striving to live just like us. They toil tirelessly, earning merely enough for sustenance. These people form the silent majority of this world. In Konoha, in Awagakure, in Kirigakure, and in our Sunagakure, such souls abound. Your tragedy is not the sole tragedy. It is merely one among countless repetitions upon this land. Our true enemy has never been a specific tool, even Kakashi Hatake. Our genuine adversary is the system that forces parents to kill other parents. It is the very world that incites all ninjas to despise and slaughter one another, perpetuating a cycle of tragedy. This world ought not to be as it is. This world ought not to be as it is. Mikon's words seemed imbued with extraordinary power, resonating through the air. He stood up, clenching his fists and striking his chest with fervor. These tragedies arise from the clash of lofty wills. They will not heed the voices of the common folk. This decaying, outdated rule is the very core of all tragedies. If we persist in pursuing vengeance against the tools of execution, we will be as lost as searching for mirages in a sea of sand. We shall never escape this blinded desert. Mikon placed his hands on Scorpion's shoulders, gazing intently into his eyes. Scorpion, what we must do is transform this desert, just as we are now redirecting water from the rain country to nourish the parched sands. And for the town of Tsukizake, burdened by flooding, they can cultivate their fields and brew their sake in peace. This is our first step towards altering the entire ninja world. With our mechanization and ninjutsu, we will benefit this world, rather than becoming obsessed with slaughter. I have heard an ancient adage, in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. We shall grow stronger, empowering ourselves to enact change. To sever this wretched rule, we must unite all like-minded companions, even those from formerly adversarial nations. Scorpion, let us strive together to grow stronger. Starting with the land of wind. Our goal transcends merely constructing a water channel. We aim to replace the decaying, archaic rules with just ones. This path will be arduous. Yet I am steadfast in my belief that we can achieve it. We can ensure that every individual in this world lives without distinction between nobility and poverty, devoid of senseless internal strife. In the future, there shall be no need to kill others' parents, nor to fear being killed by others' parents. Let us restore this world to its original state. To my mind, this is the true art and the endeavor worthy of pursuit. Chapter 43. Insult Scorpion seemed to have laid down the burdens of his heart, rising to fist-bump Mekon. In Mekon's perception, two distinct bioelectric signals, one large and one small, began their journey from the iron sandhill towards the puppet workshop. Without needing to inquire, he could surmise that it was the concerned duo, Conan and Chio. His ties to this world continued to deepen. Having untangled Scorpion's inner turmoil, the two prepared to return to the workshop. At that moment, Scorpion suddenly asked, "The ninja team requires 3 members. Do you intend to include Conan?" Mekon sensed that Conan and Chio had arrived at the puppet workshop. Upon hearing Scorpion's inquiry, he shook his head. "No, Conan is still a citizen of the Rain Country. I do not wish to place her in a difficult position. Let us welcome Zitsong into our midst." "Zitsong, is there such a ninja in the village?" "He has yet to become a ninja, but his potential is remarkable, albeit undiscovered by the village. Trust me, he is destined to become an exceptional taijutsu ninja." Xia places great faith in Mijang's judgment, thus no objections arise. As the two deliberate on improving the puppet mecha, they descend the small hill of sand and iron. With a year remaining until the Chunin exam, it is time for him to begin strengthening his abilities. Zitsong emerges from Mijang's tavern, making his way to another transportation site. Since receiving the chakra extraction technique from Mijang, he has diligently practiced every evening. In addition to the chakra extraction technique, Mijang has also gifted him several ninjutsu techniques. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has yet to master the foundational 3 techniques of ninjutsu: the shadow clone technique, the body replacement technique, and the transformation technique. Mastering these 3 basic skills would allow him to graduate from the Ninja Academy and become a novice ninja. Ironically, he finds himself able to execute the more advanced techniques with remarkable fluidity. Now, Zitsong begins to doubt his own ninja aptitude. While walking, he focuses on regulating his breathing. Suddenly, he senses someone approaching rapidly. His body instinctively dodges, avoiding a collision with a burly man. The aggressor, surprised by Zitsong's evasion, crashes into the wall of a nearby shop. "Hey, useless Zitsong, how dare you dodge?" The man, adorned with a sand ninja forehead protector, rises and yells at Zitsong. It dawns on Zitsong that this man is Kawasaki Ruji, a fellow participant from the village's ninja exam. Both had once vied for the affection of a village girl, Zitsong's mother, Zihua. Ruji had lost to Zitsong in the first round of the physical test, and it seems he harbors lingering resentment. Zitsong, wishing to avoid conflict, calmly replies, "I do not wish to engage in a fight. Please, step aside, I need to pass." Ruji's 2 subordinate ninjas watch the exchange, and he juts his chin forward, tauntingly approaching Zitsong. "Useless Zitsong, our rivalry is far from over. I truly wonder how Hanako could have been so blind as to choose you, a worthless fool. Today, I have some free time. How about we settle this in a duel? Surely, you wouldn't lack the courage to accept?" As Ruji advances, Zitsong takes a deep breath, his heart racing. His muscles tense as he clenches his fists, stating, "I apologize, but I have work to do. Please let me pass." Ruji's taunts escalate. "Oh, useless Zitsong, have you lost your courage? Today, I am in a generous mood. How about I fight you with one hand? Watch as I still manage to beat you senseless." According to village regulations, ninjas cannot harm villagers arbitrarily. However, the rudimentary laws allow for normal duels to occur without restriction. This is precisely why Ruji is intent on provoking Zitsong into a fight. If Zitsong succumbs to his insults and strikes first, Ruji could easily take advantage of the situation, eliminating Zitsong without facing repercussions. Ruji's insults soon cross a line. "Incompetent Zitsong, could it be that your failure to be a man is what drove Hanako to despair? Who is that little brat of yours? I am most curious." Zitsong can tolerate Ruji's insults, but he cannot abide the slander against his deceased wife and son, Zihua and Zihong. Taking several deep breaths, Zitsong's lungs and heart begin to mobilize, his eyes taking on a pale hue, and his muscles swell with latent power, emanating an aura of danger. The 7 days breathing technique, second activation, initiated. Even if it results in punishment from the village, he refuses to allow Ruji to insult Zihua. Ruji eagerly anticipates this moment, gripping a kunai wrapped with explosive tags behind his back. Should the enraged Zitsong strike first, he would relish the opportunity to eliminate his former rival. Just then, a gust of wind sweeps through, and Zitsong's poised fist is seized by a hand crackling with tiny arcs of electricity. Initially, this hand lacks the strength to restrain Zitsong in his second activation, but the familiar voice accompanying it calms his breath. Zitsong, battles between ninjas must be conducted by ninjas. Might I suggest you step back and allow me to take this duel instead? The unexpected appearance of Mijiang, clad in an extravagant fanatic's mech, compels Ruji to instinctively retreat to a safer distance, standing beside his teammates. Who are you? Are you that underachieving ninja Mijiang? The lackey of young Master Xie from the Ninja Academy? Zitsong's eyes remain a ghostly white, maintaining his first activation as he attempts to break free from Mijiang's grip. Mijiang, I sincerely apologize. I have my reasons for needing to fight. Please do not hinder me. Mijiang, sensing Zitsong's resolve, quickly quells his thoughts. Zitsong, next year, I will be in your team for the Chunin exam. I have brought your ninja paperwork and forehead protector. Are you sure you do not wish to take a look? As Zitsong processes Mijiang's words, Ruji lunges forward, exclaiming, impossible. Zitsong, that waste, cannot even perform the 3 basic techniques. How could he possibly become a ninja? Mijiang, relieved to be in his fanatic's mech, recognizes that, otherwise, he would need to look up to speak to a child, which would be quite embarrassing. He flips open Zitsong's ninja certification and slaps it onto Ruji's face. Take a good look. It's a special endorsement from the village council. What? Do you dare to question the village's decision? Ruji stares at the undeniable evidence of Zitsong's ninja certification, utterly incredulous. Before he can voice a rebuttal, a fist connects with his face. How dare you use your face to intercept my punch? You infuriate me. I, Mijiang, challenge you to a duel between ninjas. In Chapter 44, the secret technique of taijutsu is revealed. Mijiang's fist lands squarely on Ruji's nose. Ruji is still grappling with the disbelief that the seemingly incapable Zitsong could possibly be a ninja. Mijiang, a non-taijutsu ninja, unexpectedly delivers a punch that he never anticipated. Although he does not wield blade-like arms, the chakra metal gauntlet strikes with considerable force. Those who have experienced a blow to the nose can certainly empathize with his plight. Beyond the physical pain, the humiliation sends Ruji into a rage. Tears welling in his eyes as he clutches his nose. He bellows in fury, "You little brat. Riding on young Master Xie's coattails and donning a puppet makes you special? What audacity! You dare to ambush me. You, a mere underachiever. Dare to provoke a seasoned lower ninja like me. Come, I accept your challenge. Let us fight to the death." Clutching his bleeding nose, Ruji pulls 2 passing ninjas into the fray as witnesses, ready to engage in a fight to the death with Mijiang. Zitsong attempts to intervene. Mijiang, this conflict originated with me. Allow me to duel instead. Ruji does not exaggerate. He is indeed a lower ninja, one with experience from the Second Ninja World War, making him a formidable opponent. Mijiang hands Zitsong his ninja certification and forehead protector. Do not worry. As your future captain, I cannot allow my teammate to be bullied. Do not refer to me as young master. Simply call me captain or Mijiang. Moreover, you must understand what it means to possess the strength of a captain. Mijiang's reasoning leaves Zitsong with no choice but to cease his protests. The duel is established, and the group moves to an open space, forming the necessary seals to officially commence the battle. Kawasaki Ruji is an all-rounder ninja, possessing neither remarkable strengths nor glaring weaknesses in both physical and ninjutsu skills. His nose, adorned with 2 bandages, lends an even more comical aspect to his round visage. You little brat. Cross me, and it's the end for you. Not even Scorpion can save you today. Accept your fate. With these words, Kawasaki Ruji hurled 3 shurikens in a triangular formation. Mi Xiang, clad in the enthusiast puppet mecha, adeptly formed hand seals with remarkable dexterity. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Upon completing the seals, he unleashed a concentrated, conical gale from his mouth. Under his precise control, the originally expansive attack was constricted to a smaller area, directly deflecting the shurikens. Amidst the tempest, a sudden explosion of flames erupted. Unbeknownst to Xiang, Ruji had concealed a shuriken laced with explosive tags behind the three he threw. This clever battlefield tactic, however, was clumsily dismantled by Xiang's unreasonable wind release. The wind release initially aligned with the intelligence Ruji had gathered, which categorized Xiang as a ninjutsu user. Consequently, Ruji devised a strategy centered on close combat. "You've fallen for my trap." Ruji swiftly evaded the frontal assault of the wind blast using a body flicker technique, and as he ran, he formed additional seals, creating an illusion of two figures through the shadow clone technique. His agility was commendable, and with the aid of his ninja blade, he aimed to deliver a fatal strike before Xiang could react. Clutching his ninja blade with a sinister grin, Ruji lunged at Xiang. This response was astute, exploiting the considerable recovery time inherent in ninjutsu. However, just as Zikao prepared to rush in for support, Xiang appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly paralyzed, standing still. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, the scene shifted dramatically. ZZZZT. The enthusiast mecha, charged with high-voltage electricity, found its outlet in the ninja blade wielded by Ruji, acting as the perfect lightning rod. Xiang did not require the insight of the Sharingan or advanced martial skills. He had transformed his mech into a colossal Tesla coil, causing arcs of electricity to discharge whenever an enemy ventured within a meter's proximity. The high-voltage discharge sent Ruji, gripping his blade, into a state of frozen shock. "I've got you now." Xiang grinned, leisurely turning to face the incapacitated Ruji, raising his right palm. Secret technique. Great slap. "You dare to strike down a fellow villager?" A tooth flew from Ruji's mouth as the slap sent him reeling, his head tilting sideways. Almost immediately, Xiang followed up with his left palm. "Why not go complete your missions instead? Do you only rely on your ninja status to bully others?" In a slow-motion sequence, Xiang delivered a series of resounding slaps, transforming Ruji's face into a swollen mess. As the electric charge that had paralyzed Ruji began to dissipate, he found himself dazed. His eyes glazed as he attempted to threaten Xiang. "You little brat. I will kill you." Boom. With a military-grade punch, Xiang struck Ruji's already bruised nose, sending him flying. Spitting in disdain, Xiang retrieved the fallen ninja blade, swiftly deploying the arm blade from his right arm. With a buzzing sound, the wind chakra-infused blade sliced through Ruji's ninja blade as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Xiang then waved the arm blade at Ruji's two teammates. A clear message conveyed. Had he truly intended to fight, Ruji would have been reduced to mere pulp long ago. Not only that, Xiang retracted the arm blade and lowered his stance to gather strength, the jet ports on his elbows compressing wind chakra to the maximum. With a thunderous roar, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a crater over 60 centimeters in diameter. He was not a martial arts ninja, nor possessed the monstrous strength of Tsunade. As Xiang stood up, cracking his neck, he exchanged a challenging glance with Ruji's teammates. Raising an eyebrow, "You two think you can use your faces to block my fists unless you carry that waste away?" Gulping heavily, the two men shook their heads like rattles. Apologizing profusely, they hastily carried the unconscious Ruji away. Damn it! How could this fool Ruji provoke such a formidable opponent? Are we the bottom of the barrel? Just the hair on the tail of the bottom dweller? With the crisis averted, Zikao released the 7-day breathing technique, his eyes returning to their normal hue. The events of the day weighed heavily on him, and he found himself at a loss for words in expressing gratitude to Xiang, who had essentially become his benefactor. Xiang patted Zikao on the shoulder and inquired, "How has Zilluo been lately? I plan to train you intensively. If you come with me to the border, can I trust you to stay in my home?" Chapter 45. Everyone is striving. Why wouldn't I be trustworthy? With the care of the boss and the boss lady, Zilluo is much happier now, Zikao replied, lowering his gaze with a hint of embarrassment. "In the past, when I went out to work, Zilluo was always home alone. Ever since Hanzi passed away, he learned to take care of himself quite early. Besides, the kindness of the boss and his wife far exceeds what I could provide." Hearing this, Xiang felt relieved and reassured Zikao, "That's wonderful. Your special ninja qualification was requested from the village through Elder Chio because I believe in your capabilities. What you lack now is how to better harness that strength. But there's no rush. There's still over a year until the Chunin exams, and we have ample time for intensive training. You will become incredibly strong, stronger than you can imagine." Since their encounter at the Great Stone Pillars, Zikeo had developed immense faith in Mi Xiong, who had transformed his life. Now he pounded his solid chest with his fists, signaling his commitment to Mi Xiong's plans. Mi Xiong had returned to the village primarily to take Zikeo with him. At present, he found no one more suitable than Zikeo for his team. Upon returning to his family's izakaya, Mi Xiong was taken aback by the expansion of the establishment, which had nearly doubled in size. It seemed the money he had sent home had been utilized for renovations. After sharing a warm yet somewhat awkward meal with his original parents, Mi Xiong informed them of his impending busy schedule in preparation for next year's Chunin exams. While his parents felt a tinge of reluctance, they understood that for a ninja, the village's arrangements took precedence, especially given the relatively lower danger associated with the Chunin exams compared to regular missions. Perhaps, after lunch, Mi Xiong and Zikeo headed towards the border oasis. Along the way, Zikeo voiced a question that had been troubling him. Mi Xiong, Captain, why is it that when I use the chakra extraction technique, I can draw out a significant amount of chakra, yet after some time in my body, it always disappears, preventing me from utilizing any ninjutsu? Mi Xiong carefully explained his understanding of the chakra principle from a modern perspective to Zikeo. Zikeo, to me, chakra is akin to a tool guiding and manifesting our wishes and abilities. For a ninjutsu user like myself, it manifests as techniques like wind release, great breakthrough, or lightning release, lightning body. For the perceptive ninja, this manifests as enhanced vision and superior hearing. Thus, it seems to me that for a pure physical technique ninja like yourself, the chakra you refine is actually utilized to fortify your bones, tendons, and muscles. They do not simply vanish. Rather, they integrate into every facet of your being. Although Zikeo has come to understand why the chakra he refines dissipates, he still feels a sense of loss. So it is, but this means that physical technique ninjas can never truly hold their ground. Relying solely on physical techniques, one would be toying with illusions before even approaching the opponent, subject to distant assaults from ninjutsu or ninja tools. After years of effort, it seems Zilluo faces the same fate. He cannot rely solely on talent to become a ninja, can he? Mi Xiong shook his head, gazing at the yellow sands of the Gobi Desert. Do not worry, these are merely temporary. In the future, within the new ninja school, the manifestations of chakra will be diverse. The ability to utilize earth release and the three-body technique will no longer be prerequisites for becoming a ninja. Both of them moved swiftly, conversing as they dashed through the sandy expanse. Upon reaching the verdant oasis at the border, Zikeo was awestruck by the magnificent construction before him. It was utterly astounding. To think such a grand project could be excavated here. I thought we were merely here for training. Mi Xiong patted his shoulder, saying, do not celebrate too soon. There are still some finishing touches I must attend to. For now, adhere to the weight training plan I have devised for you. Once I complete my tasks, even more rigorous special training awaits you. Standing tall like a soldier, Zikeo thumped his solid chest and declared, rest assured, Captain Mi Xiong, I will fulfill your tasks without fail, with no regrets, until death. As long as you possess such confidence, we are set to alter the old rules, which will undoubtedly not be an easy feat. Let us strive together. Mi Xiong introduced Zikeo to the members of the camp, including Xiao Nan. Scorpion and Yetzong were renowned ninjas in the village, requiring no introduction. Although it was somewhat peculiar for Mi Xiong to recruit an adult who solely practiced physical techniques without any ninjutsu, Yetzong and Scorpion buried their doubts, welcoming the newcomer Zikeo with friendly acceptance. In the days that followed, every morning, clad in specially designed weights, Zikeo would be the first to venture out, practicing amidst the sandy seas surrounding the camp. He would incorporate tasks such as transporting supplies over long distances into his basic physical technique training. One of Zikeo's assignments involved transporting sand iron from a small hill over 20 miles away to the Oasis workshop. Each day, one could see Zikeo trudging along, bearing a specially designed metal box over 50 centimeters in size, filled to the brim with sand iron. Despite its unassuming appearance, the weight of this sand iron exceeded 400 pounds. Just the sheer strength and resilience he displayed earned him the admiration of many. Scorpion, busy within the workshop, was also not without his own challenges. He had progressed to the point of simultaneously controlling 3 sets of puppets through the art of the 10 fingers, responsible for crafting Mi Xiong's peculiar devices within the puppet workshop. In addition to his regular training, utilizing chakra threads for weight lifting was one of the numerous exercises Mi Xiong had assigned him. According to Mi Xiong, Scorpion's future mecha would be heavy yet highly mobile. Without strength, how could one strike? The process of precise machining using chakra threads also served as a form of training. While immersed in his work, Scorpion often remembered the conversation from that day at the Sandiron Hill. Xiaonan, in addition to preparing meals daily and maintaining communication with Yahi through origami, was also inundated with tasks assigned by the unscrupulous capitalist Mi Xiang. Besides executing the art of paper, creating large quantities of ultra-thin insulating paper to specified dimensions, she had to complete numerous intricate origami exercises. Many of these origami projects were based on hand-drawn illustrations from Mi Xiang's memory, lacking detailed instructions, forcing her to rely on her own exploration. Nevertheless, fueled by her boundless passion for origami, Xiaonan successfully crafted the art of paper shield and the exceedingly complex art of paper wings. In response to Mi Xiang's extravagant praise, her cheeks flushed red like an apple. Once order was restored in Suki Sakazuki village, the first batch of exquisite wine was produced, prompting Yahi to bring representatives from the town to express gratitude to Mi Xiang. His Akatsuki organization expanded to 12 members, primarily tasked with liaising with the townsfolk. Nagato continuously reinforced the surrounding embankments using earth release, preparing for water flow. Meanwhile, Mi Xiang and Yetzong diligently advanced within the tunnel, employing combined ninjutsu to melt the tunnel walls. Each day, they experienced the excruciating cycle of chakra depletion and recovery, returning to the Oasis workshop utterly exhausted, as if they had committed some egregious offense and been drained of their vitality. Amidst this busyness, time flew swiftly. At last, the day of the water channel's inauguration had arrived. Chapter 46, A Small Step, a great leap. Early that morning, everyone gathered near the reservoir. Even Chio received a letter from Scorpion and made a special trip with Ebizo. Sister, did these children truly accomplish this? Since Scorpion gradually grew closer to her, Chio had transformed into a kindly old woman. Sitting beside Scorpion, she nodded gently. Indeed, the main section of the tunnel was excavated by Scorpion using the mountain god Mecha. That child Mi Xiang is truly remarkable. Such a large-scale water conservancy project would require countless commoners and years to complete if commissioned by a feudal lord or noble. Ebizo, who managed the village's intelligence, knew that his sister spoke the truth. In a world that valued individual strength in battle, it was rare for anyone to utilize ninjutsu and puppet techniques for such grand endeavors. He glanced at Mi Xiang, who was busily engaged, stroking his beard as he remarked, "Indeed, he is quite a remarkable child. Scorpion has an excellent eye for friends. The ninja clans in the village only know how to vie for resources and funding. They are far inferior to these children." However, everything was ready, yet the water had yet to flow. Scorpion explained, "One of our team members is still out training and hasn't returned. His physical techniques are truly exceptional. Had it not been for Mi Xiang's discovery, he would have remained buried in the village." Ebizo had heard from Chio about the one who became a genin through sheer talent, Zikeo. As a traditional ninja, Ebizo did not believe that one could become a competent ninja by merely practicing physical techniques. At that moment, he felt the ground begin to tremble faintly. Following the direction of the sound, a cloud of dust was approaching from the southwest. "What is that?" Scorpion rose from his mat, clapping his hands. "That should be Zikeo returning." As the dust rapidly drew near, the tremors in the ground became more pronounced, as if not just a person was approaching, but a colossal summoning beast. When the dust settled at the Sandiron Hill, Ebizo finally beheld Zikeo. His robust figure emanating steam, with a massive iron box strapped to his back. Observing the heap of black sand iron that spilled forth, Ebizo gasped. "This pile of sand iron. If I am not mistaken, this person named Zikeo just ran here carrying over 1,000 pounds of sand iron?" Scorpion nodded. "Indeed. Typically, Mi Xiang has Zikeo carry sand iron over 10 kilometers each day. Given his speed today, he must be eager not to delay the commencement of the ceremony. Carrying over 1,000 pounds of sand iron and still running at such speed, this physical prowess was indeed astonishing. Truly remarkable, with such strength. Even without the ability to employ the three-body technique, he possessed formidable combat capabilities. The ability to uncover his potential is indeed a rare talent. Is it this keen insight that makes you, dear sister, want to advocate for Mickey to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Chio, with an enigmatic demeanor, shook her head. It is not merely that. Mickey possesses many exceptional qualities, which you will come to realize in due time. The ceremony was about to commence. Look, that child Mickey is about to speak. Aizo watched as Mickey, who was even younger than Scorpion, nervously approached the makeshift stage raised by Earth Release. "Greetings, esteemed elders, companions, mentors, and friends," Mickey exclaimed, bashfully rubbing his nose with his finger, momentarily swept up in the excitement and delivering a speech reminiscent of his past life. Fortunately, everyone was quite supportive. Yakura not only applauded but also whistled like a rogue, truly letting loose. "Oh, Yakura-sensei." Mickey cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness before continuing. "The construction of this water supply tunnel was achieved through our collective efforts over the span of 6 months. It embodies our intelligence, unity, and the diverse strengths of ninjutsu and puppetry. This tunnel will significantly enhance the environment on both ends and serves as a testament that ninjutsu can be wielded not just for destruction but also for creation, heralding new beginnings. This is but a small step for us, yet it will undoubtedly mark a monumental leap for the ninja world. I hereby declare the water channel officially open." As he spoke, Mickey signaled to the blushing Conan nearby. Understanding his cue, Conan waved her hand, releasing a flurry of origami swallows into the air. This was her improved origami, flying at speeds exceeding that of a paper crane by more than tenfold. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed through the tunnel. Over at Tsukizake Town, upon receiving the signal from the origami swallow, Nagato promptly utilized Earth Release to breach the dam connecting to the Suki River. The surging river water first filled the excavated reservoir. Then the upper layers of water flowed through the solidified tunnel. The reason for excavating a reservoir by the river in Tsukizake was to allow sedimentation, reducing the amount of silt carried by the incoming river water. When the water began gushing from the pipes at the border oasis of the Wind Country, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. They had personally accomplished this remarkable feat. For the first time at the parched border of the Wind Country, clear river water had arrived. As the multi-tiered reservoirs filled up, the river water began to flow through the concealed channels that Mickey had excavated, allowing for direct access to clean water through underground wells in the vicinity. While everyone marveled at the pristine and sweet river water in the reservoir, Mickey had already entered the transformed puppet workshop with Scorpion. The place had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The once empty underground rooms had been treated with high-temperature treatment by Mickey and Yakura, transforming the walls and floors into something akin to obsidian. These rooms were divided into several functional zones, including a core smelting area and various electric machine processing zones. In a small room near the tunnel's power generation module, Mickey solemnly retrieved a metal cylinder, about the thickness of a finger and 20 centimeters long, from a cabinet that occasionally emitted electric arcs. "Mickey, is this the supercapacitor you mentioned, charged with electricity?" Scorpion asked, cautiously holding the small cylinder, having witnessed its immense power. Such a small cylinder could store lightning release equivalent to double the chakra converted by Mickey. If released in an instant, it could rival a B-rank lightning ninjutsu. Of course, they had already devised advanced applications for this supercapacitor. Mickey nodded, thoroughly satisfied with the charging efficiency of the turbine generator. With a power source sufficient to supply the hydroelectric generator of the previous life town, the charging efficiency surpassed his chakra recovery speed by 100-fold. Moreover, this energy could be stored and released at will. With this electricity, many of his ideas and innovations could finally be realized. His painstaking efforts in constructing this tunnel were not solely for water. Compared to the conspicuous wind power generation, these inconspicuous hydroelectric devices buried deep underground were his most reliable contingency for enhancing his strength. Mickey retrieved another fully charged supercapacitor and installed it on a massive chakra metal arm nearby. "Scorpion, give it a try. With these, our mecha can be upgraded to a powered model." Chapter 47. The Tiger Leopard Dual Form Combat Mecha. Hearing Mickey's words, Scorpion inquired with excitement. "Are you saying that the new functions added to the Mountain God Mecha can now be powered by this lightning release? And can that ultimate move you mentioned be realized as well?" "Absolutely not. The ultimate move is to be executed only in dire situations against invincible foes. For now, just focus on skillfully controlling the modified Crow and Black Ant. If necessary, don the Mountain God Mecha for combat. That will suffice. Do not recklessly think of the ultimate move. Who throws down their trump card upon first meeting?" Faced with Mickey's concerned reproach, Scorpion could only sheepishly scratch his head. Despite being a year older than Mickey, he felt that the latter was far more mature. The once small follower had now undeniably become the leader of the group. Even the team leader, Yakura, frequently sought Mickey's counsel. It was truly astonishing. Previously, during Mickey's demonstration of the combined ninjutsu to reinforce the tunnel, Scorpion had already collaborated with him to make significant modifications to the mountain god Mecha. However, despite these modifications consuming vast amounts of chakra metal, the actual combat effectiveness had yet to be realized. According to Mickey, these modifications merely enhanced the features such as ultra-high torque motors. Actual operations still required an external energy storage unit. During these days, Scorpion could only watch the newly modified and dazzling mountain god Mecha, feeling the frustration of being unable to use it. As Mickey observed the rapidly charging Ninja World version supercapacitors, he felt quite pleased with their efficiency. Although a Ninja World version supercapacitor could store a maximum of 300 degrees of electricity, equivalent to about 10 days of household electricity in the modern world. When converted to chakra, it represented the total chakra of a mid-level lightning attribute ninja. Here, Mickey only needed chakra metal and insulating paper, along with sealing talismans, to produce them in bulk. The power of nature could be harnessed without relying solely on sage chakra. His investments in enhancing his companion's mechas had always been generous. Seeing Scorpion eager to try, Mickey handed him 2 supercapacitor plug boards, each affixed with 6 Ninja World version supercapacitors. With this power source, the fully modified mountain god Mecha began to take shape. The core cockpit was no longer the cleverly designed egg shape. The current mountain god Mecha resembled a half-giant seated on a track platform. The upper body alone exceeded 2 meters in height. The robust mechanical arms were equipped with powerful ultra-high torque motors. Coupled with reduction gears, they could deliver strikes of varying speeds and intensities. Now with power, the mountain god Mecha truly resembled a mecha. The torso served as the cockpit, boasting an extraordinary defensive capability. Mickey utilized ultra-thin insulating paper generated by Conan in the innermost layer, layered with 3 different structures of chakra metal armor from the inside out. The outer layer of scale-like chakra metal plates was even insidiously connected to high-voltage electrodes. In its normal state, beneath the outer layer of paper coating, it resembled a stylish, ordinary armor. However, once damaged, the plates would shatter, unleashing high-voltage arcs. It was truly a special reactive armor unique to the ninja world. Corresponding to its superlative defense were the 3 modes of attack: long-range, mid-range, and close combat. The lower portion of the jumping legs had been transformed into a tracked module. In its usual state, it could utilize motors to drive the tracks for swift movement across complex terrains. During combat, the mountain god Mecha could stand tall. Utilizing the overload mode of energy storage, the entire mountain god mech can operate independently without relying solely on chakra lines for movement, possessing formidable mobility and offensive capabilities. Mi-seong eagerly anticipates the despair of enemies when confronted with the mountain god mech. The modified mountain god mech has grown substantially in size. Intended for use as a trump card, thus, its everyday deployment feels somewhat excessive. Currently, Mi-seong and his team share this concern. To address this issue, Mi-seong has implemented dual-mode enhancements for the powerless mechs of both Yi-seong and Zi-seong. Now, their mechs are endowed with 2 distinct forms. The ordinary form resembles an inconspicuous vest, featuring chakra alloy protection at vital areas such as the neck, torso, arms, and calves. Notably, the exceptionally pure chakra metal gloves enhance the effectiveness of ninjutsu and strengthen chakra lines, significantly amplifying Zi-seong's muscle power. Drawing inspiration from the Saint Seiya armors and the puppet modification concepts of the original time-space Scorpion, Mi-seong has stored the main body of the mechs within storage scrolls on their backs. While others carry 3 scrolls, only Scorpion requires additional supercapacitors, leading to a design with 4 scroll slots. Consequently, they can appear as ordinary ninjas, donning the common cloaks of Sunagakure, remaining inconspicuous. When combat ensues, they merely need to unseal the scrolls, allowing the mech's main body to envelop them within a second. At that moment, they would enter their most powerful state. Among these mechs, the most challenging modification was for Zi-seong. As a pure taijutsu ninja, Mi-seong meticulously considered the mech's agility and defense. While Scorpion tested the new energy-powered mountain god mech in the Sandiron Hills, Mi-seong worked with the somewhat anxious Zi-seong to fine-tune the combat-oriented Tiger Bear mech. After over 2 decades of relentless training, Zi-seong's physical attributes have reached an astonishing level. When activating the second phase of the 7-day breathing technique, he can sprint at full speed while carrying over 1,000 pounds of sand iron, demonstrating his extraordinary strength. without the need to throw a punch. The impact of this gravitational acceleration feels akin to being struck head-on by a truck. Mi Xiang's objective is to minimize the physical toll on Zitsong while maximizing the efficacy of the 7-day breathing technique. Therefore, this set of tiger-bear combat mechs primarily focuses on these two aspects. The everyday mech takes on a leopard form, with the inner lining crafted from high-purity chakra metal threads, providing commendable defense while enhancing the chakra's reinforcement of muscles and bones. This results in a noticeable increase in Zitsong's chakra during daily training. The everyday form boasts heightened agility, allowing Zitsong to maintain the second phase of the 7-day breathing technique. The fully realized tiger form is truly remarkable. Its artistic design resembles a golden lion's helmet, complete with a respirator mask. This is not mere decoration. Within one of the scrolls of the complete tiger form lies a series of compact, high-pressure oxygen tanks. Through precise air separation and compression, the oxygen can be infused to supply ultra-efficient saturated oxygen when Zitsong adjusts his breathing. With the aid of the tiger form mech, Zitsong can safely activate the third phase. This enhancement is akin to opening the third gate of the 8 gates of Boryoku, purely physical strength. In this state, the tiger form mech primarily serves to amplify his chakra, protecting his muscles and ligaments from excessive stretching. Currently, Zitsong's limit is the activation of the 4th phase, but Mi Xiang has strictly prohibited this. Following the activation of the 3rd phase, his body would incur varying degrees of injury. Even with the mech's ample protection and the provision of saturated pure oxygen, for Zitsong, activating the 2nd phase is more than sufficient against ordinary Chunin. As his offensive capabilities have become robust enough, with the mech's support, his damage output exceeds expectations, rendering such risks unnecessary. Zitsong is acutely aware of Mi Xiang's concerns. These preparations, though seemingly routine, are intricately tailored training for the 7-day breathing technique, underscoring Mi Xiang's profound understanding of him. He is indeed a benefactor to whom Zitsong owes much. During the days Mi Xiang and the others verified the modifications to the armor, friction within the ninja world began to escalate, and the date of the Chunin exams drew near. It was time to set forth. Chapter 48. Noble demeanor, have you remembered everything I said? Mi Xiang inquired before their departure, his concern palpable. Xiao Nan, undeterred by his admonitions, nodded earnestly. Yet Mi Xiang remained uneasy, inspecting the specially designed everyday form mech she wore. It was purely a mechanical check. There was absolutely no ulterior motive. Her fitted mech was equipped with 6 fully charged Ninja World supercapacitors. Despite this, Mi Xiang continued to express his worries, urging her to reiterate the precautions. Of course, I will stay safely at the puppet workshop base and will not venture out unnecessarily. If danger arises, I'll use the supercapacitor to release an electric arc for protection, or activate self-destruct mode and toss it away. Xiaonan reassured him. Granny Chio had arranged for puppet masters to be stationed nearby, and she would frequently visit, so there was no cause for concern. Scorpion couldn't help but interject. Hey, Mi Xiang, weren't you the one who said that supercapacitors are quite expensive and that self-destruct mode should only be used in dire circumstances? Why are you? His words were abruptly silenced by Yi Tsong's hand over his mouth, while Mi Xiang offered an embarrassed yet polite smile. Once they confirmed that all was well at the Oasis workshop, they waved goodbye to Xiaonan. Granny Chio and the 3rd Kazakage had gone to the borders of the land of birds to address tensions with the Wagakure, thus unable to see them off. Much brighter and more cheerful than before, Xiaonan waved at Mi Xiang while displaying an origami swallow in her hand. Her message was clear. Even if Mi Xiang ventured to Konoha, she could still convey messages through her origami swallows. It's wonderful to have someone who cares. As the 4 members led by Yi Tsong donned the common hooded cloaks of the desert and gradually faded from view, Xiaonan returned to the Oasis workshop. Had she forgotten something? Yahiko and Nagato were crouched in a corner drawing circles. It seemed Xiaonan hadn't written to them in quite some time. Land of Rivers. Mi Xiang and his companions chose a route through the Land of Rivers, avoiding the chaotic Land of Rain on their way to Konoha. The terrain of the Land of Rivers is significantly lower than that of the Land of Rain, as the abundant rainwater from the latter ultimately converges into rivers here. The entire country is rich in mountains and rivers, with a complex landscape of numerous valleys. The northern and central regions of the Land of Rivers serve as its primary agricultural zones, in stark contrast to the arid Land of Wind. The soil here is fertile and conducive to grain cultivation. Thus, Despite its small land area, it can sustain a large population. The grain produced here is also a key trade commodity with the Land of Wind. Additionally, the Land of Rivers boasts many mines rich in gemstones and mineral resources. These bountiful conditions left Mi Xiang and his companions envious. Compared to the Land of Rivers, their Land of Wind, while boasting the second largest area in the ninja world, with the Land of Earth being the largest, is predominantly desert terrain. In light of the favorable natural conditions, the Land of Rivers lacks its own ninja village. Or rather, the neighboring lands of Wind and Fire prohibit the establishment of ninja villages within buffer zones. This places the country in a precarious position in a world dominated by chakra power. When faced with trouble, the Land of Rivers can only rely on the protection of nations with ninja villages, such as Konoha and Sunagakure. Utilizing the method of task delegation through monetary exchange to procure martial support, the conflicts of war or the Chunin exams serve as manifestations of a village's prowess, naturally influencing the distribution of missions. In the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, many tasks originally assigned to Sunagakure have been redirected towards Sunagakure. For the nobility and daimyo of this world, such a shift facilitates easier control over the common populace, akin to reigning in the Shinobi. However, this scenario has led to the Land of Rivers frequently suffering from incursions by bandits and rogue ninjas, adversely affecting the livelihoods of its citizens. Yet, some small border towns within the Land of Rivers thrive, achieving a peculiar balance and flourishing through the trade of spices from the Land of Wind and delicacies from the Land of Fire, culminating in a distinctive commercial atmosphere. Despite its modest size, the Land of Rivers, as a buffer between great nations, possesses its own governing bodies. Here, one finds not only the daimyo ruling the state and the bureaucratic apparatus at work, but also a cadre of samurai bearing swords. The samurai encountered by Mikishin along his journey bear a striking resemblance to those depicted in cinematic portrayals of Japanese warriors, leading him to garner newfound insights into the essence of this world. In this realm, the daimyo remains the supreme ruler of the nation, yet lacking a hidden village. Their governing power is relatively feeble. The aristocratic dominance in the Land of Rivers does not possess the formidable military strength that supports the five great nations, often rendering them ineffectual in the face of external threats and internal instability. The fear evident in the eyes of these once arrogant samurai upon seeing Mikishin's Sunagakure forehead protector speaks volumes. Truly, this is a distorted, high-powered martial world. At present, Mikishin has yet to inflate his ambitions to decipher the truths of the shinobi realm. He remains in the nascent stages of cultivating his agricultural pursuits. His current endeavor merely allows him to observe the governance of a small nation under secular authority up close. He harbors no desire for conflict, yet, regrettably, trouble has a way of seeking him out. Just as they exited the town, a youthful voice echoed from a nearby gorge, pleading for help. "Please, spare me, my lord. I am but a child and cannot serve you." Mikishin and his companions, Yakuro among them, instantly transported to the source of the cry, only to be confronted by 3 ninjas and over a dozen samurai. Who dares to offend Lord Ogawa? The leading samurai, upon catching sight of Mikishin and his companions, was about to issue a loud reprimand when he noticed the forehead protector revealed beneath the hood. Recognizing the intruders as ninjas from Sunagakure, the samurai's tone softened, though it retained an air of aristocratic arrogance. "Ah, it is merely the ninjas of Sunagakure. We are vassals of Lord Ogawa and have matters to attend to here. It would be wise for you to step aside. Should you offend Lord Ogawa, we shall hold Sunagakure accountable." Yakura, trained in the traditional ninja system, instinctively felt a twinge of fear towards the lofty nobility. Though she was dissatisfied, she prepared to comply and lead the group away. In the eyes of most in this era, nobility is regarded as exalted and untouchable. Yet, unexpected elements still exist. Unfazed, Mikishin suddenly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A column of compressed air, broad in horizontal scope, erupted from his mouth. The power of this wind technique was not overwhelming, yet sufficient to overturn the cart behind them. Inside this traditional Japanese cart, a pallid youth was in the midst of tearing at a young girl's clothing. The opulent attire and the sickly visage painted in cosmetics presented to Mikishin a disheartening glimpse of the so-called nobility of this age, truly grotesque. As the cart's cover was abruptly torn away, the pale individual glared at Mikishin, exclaiming, "Cough, you are ninjas from Sunagakure? Step aside." Do not meddle in my affairs and disrupt my enjoyment. Otherwise, the tasks of our Ogawa family shall be transferred to Sunagakure. Chapter 49. Methods of dealing with nobility. The countenance of the debauched Ogawa noble was filled with disdain. As a noble, even when faced with a village leader, they merely offered a token of respect. How could they regard a team of 3 lower-ranked ninjas led by a jonin? This world belongs to the aristocracy. Just as he was about to continue his vile actions against the young girl, Mikashin sprang into action. Lightning release. Lightning body flicker technique. As Mikashin performed the hand seals, the 2 supercapacitors on his wrist were instantly depleted. Coupled with his own chakra, he unleashed a lightning technique equivalent to 3 B-rank ninja techniques. Mikashin's lightning release diverged significantly from the standard lightning body flicker. He harnessed precisely controlled high currents to create an extensive high-voltage electric field around the Ogawa noble. While the current was not strong, the voltage was exceedingly high. Observing Mikashin's sudden display of ninjutsu, the samurai and the wandering ninjas hired by the Ogawa noble could not remain indifferent. Some drew their swords, approaching the cart, while others advanced to intercept the Sunagakure ninjas. An unexpected occurrence ensued. As arcs of electricity appeared between their legs, they convulsed and collapsed, rendered unconscious. Ignorance truly is terrifying. How could they dare to move recklessly within a high-voltage electric field? Were they unaware of the phenomenon of step voltage? A potential difference exists between their legs, effectively using their bodies as conductors and resulting in a discharge. At such a moment, one should either hop on a single leg or stand still. The wooden wheels of the cart provided insulation, and the elevated cart spared it from harm. With a single jutsu, Mikashin incapacitated all the guards of the Ogawa noble. Do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall find no refuge in the entire Shinobi world. The disheveled Ogawa noble stammered, retreating in fear as Mikashin approached him with a smile. Yakura, observing Mikashin's restraint, noted that the lightning techniques had merely rendered the ninjas and guards unconscious, sparing their lives. Furthermore, the Ogawa noble in the cart had not been harmed, indicating that there remained a possibility for redemption. She placed a hand on Mikashin's shoulder. Mikashin, he is a noble. Do not harm him. Otherwise, you will truly have no choice but to become a rogue ninja. Merely injuring his guards would warrant a token apology from the village, and I, as the leading jonin, would bear the responsibility. A symbolic reprimand would suffice. However, should you harm the noble, even the daimyo of the Land of Wind could not protect you. Meanwhile, Ziku swiftly positioned himself in front of Mikashin, his muscles bulging as he activated the first stage of the 7-day breathing technique. Captain Mikashin, allow me to take action. I am confident in leaving the matter of this scoundrel to you. Let me bear the blame for slaying this wretch. Mikashin, however, was not inclined to act recklessly. In a world where he lacked the strength to overturn the table, challenging its operational rules would be futile. Yet, to turn a blind eye to such a loathsome individual, especially one capable of harming a child, would stifle his convictions. How could he be any different from a beast? The scorpion within the team clutched an improved crow puppet scroll, steadfastly supporting Mikashin despite the knowledge that his actions would not be tolerated by the secular authorities. Meanwhile, Ziku and Yakura remained entrenched in the notion that nobility held absolute supremacy. Their efforts to either counsel or offer themselves in Mikashin's stead highlighted a mere ideological conflict. Their hearts still aligned with his cause. Ideological discrepancies could be amended gradually, and as long as their hearts remained steadfast, they would remain loyal comrades. Mikashin felt a sense of relief. He shook his head, reassuring the concerned Yakura and the eager Ziku. Yakura-sensei, Ziku, do you truly believe I would act so rashly? Fear not. I merely intend to check on the frightened young noble. He approached the young noble of Kawakami with a beaming smile, grinning as he said, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding between us. Surely, Lord Kawakami would not obstruct my taking this little girl, would he? Without waiting for the trembling noble to respond, Miseong wrapped the terrified girl in his clothing and lifted her up. As he turned away, he heard the noble stammering, yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Just let me go, and I won't cause you any trouble. Supporting the still trembling girl with his left arm, Miseong extended his right hand behind him. With a crackling sound, a 1-meter-long arc of high-voltage electricity rendered the noble unconscious. My apologies, but I do not believe a word you say. The noble glared at the retreating Miseong, just beginning to feel relieved that he had survived, when the sudden jolt from the electric arc knocked him out. The young girl in his arms was also gently incapacitated by a small current applied to the nape of her neck. Mi Xiang's control over his lightning techniques had become increasingly adept. Mi Xiang, your transformation has come rather swiftly, Yi Tsong observed, somewhat taken aback. She had been too late to intervene, and the detestable noble had been rendered unconscious by Mi Xiang. With the situation escalated, Yi Tsong declared fiercely, "Since it has come to this, there is no other option. I shall incinerate them along with the carriage, leaving no evidence behind." "Stop," Mi Xiang interjected. "Teacher Yi Tsong, wait a moment. They are merely unconscious. They are not dead yet." He passed the unconscious girl to her. Yi Tsong extinguished the fireballs in her hands and took the girl, perplexed. "Even if they wake up, they will still report us to the village. You are being naive. These nobles are not to be trusted. Even if you do not kill him, disrupting his plans will inevitably lead to slander and oppression against you. They might even put a bounty on your head in the black market. It is far more prudent to erase all traces." Mi Xiang slapped his forehead. He could understand why Yi Tsong was willing to take on the task. But oh, Teacher Yi Tsong, weren't you just advising me to pursue a policy of appeasement? How have you become the most radical one now? Mi Xiang's lips twitched as he pointed at the scorpion beside him. "Teacher Yi Tsong, if a noble disappears without a trace, even if we were merely passing by, we would still be suspected. Rest assured, Scorpion possesses a secret technique that can use ultrafine needles to seal a portion of their memory through chakra lines, leaving no external injuries detectable. As long as we seal their memories of this time, they will not even know whether they have encountered us. Isn't that much safer?" In response to Yi Tsong's questioning gaze, Scorpion huffed dismissively. "Humph, I knew you would bring trouble my way. Teacher Yi Tsong, Mi Xiang is not boasting. I have indeed researched this technique, and it can seal memories for at least 2 days." Scorpion's technique had originated from his studies during the time he developed human puppetry. In his original timeline, he had used this technique to control Yakushi Kabuto to safely act as a spy for him. Seeing that Mi Xiang had devised a proper solution, Yi Tsong finally felt reassured. Scorpion manipulated a needle, as fine as a hair and only half a centimeter long, applying the technique to each person in turn. Once completed, the group swiftly departed the scene with the little girl in tow. By evening, upon reaching the border town between the land of rivers and the land of fire, Mi Xiang suddenly suggested, "Teacher Yi Tsong, the night is drawing in. How about we stay in this town for the night?" The little girl in Yi Tsong's arms had cried herself to sleep. She cast a meaningful glance at the smiling Mi Xiang and nodded in resignation. They rented 2 rooms at the inn, one for Yi Tsong and the girl, and one for Mi Xiang and the others. Late at night, Mi Xiang suddenly rose and nudged Scorpion and Yi Tsong. "Stop pretending to be asleep. It's time to assign tasks." Scorpion groaned as he checked his scrolls. Mi Xiang turned to the bewildered Yi Tsong and said, "Scorpion and I are going to eliminate the lingering threat. Your techniques are too loud and recognizable, so for now, you will have to stay behind to watch the room. I cannot rest easy knowing that scum remains alive," Mi Xiang added. Yi Tsong nodded silently, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, he voiced his concerns. "Captain Mi Xiang, the nobles are said to be descendants of divine beings, possessing noble blood. Killing him may bring retribution. Your future is bright. Let me bear this burden." Mi Xiang looked at Yi Tsong, who was only in his 20s yet bore an aged visage, and patted his shoulder. "Your willingness to shoulder this burden brings me great joy. Divine beings? They are merely a guise used by the daimyos and nobles to manipulate ordinary people. It is not yet time to settle scores. That is why we must remain cautious and avoid all taboos. One day, when we have enough allies and our strength is formidable enough to clear away obstacles, we will sweep these scoundrels into the trash heap." Although Yi Tsong did not fully understand, he chose to trust Mi Xiang. Once the arrangements for the room were settled, Mi Xiang and Scorpion ascended to the roof through the window and vanished in a few leaps. Meanwhile, Yi Tsong, who was holding the little girl as she slept, heard the commotion from Mi Xiang's room. She muttered a soft complaint about the little rascal and continued to pat the girl to help her rest. She could not sleep soundly until Mi Xiang returned safely. Mi Xiang and Scorpion traveled swiftly, following the traces left behind to locate the residence of the Kawakami noble. The noble had rented a small inn entirely for himself. Mi Xiang sensed the bioelectric field and led Scorpion to leap onto the inn's roof from the west side. On the top floor below, only the central room was occupied. It was undoubtedly the noble in question. Scorpion nodded and released the modified crow puppet. With a flicker of white light from the unsealing of its binding, The new crow puppet emitted a soft clicking sound and, under Scorpion's control, gracefully slid down from the roof. With exquisite precision, the crow puppet opened the window. They were not lacking in chakra metal, as the major joints of the crow puppet had been enhanced with chakra metal. The smaller crow puppet, reduced in size by 2 sizes from the original, silently entered the room through the window. From the rooftop, Scorpion formed a single-handed seal. Puppet's secret technique. Eye rotation puppet technique. As the perspective shifted, Scorpion maneuvered the puppet with greater agility. The diminutive crow puppet bobbed its oversized head and stealthily crept toward the slumbering Kawakami noble sprawled across the bed. With Mi Xiang's bioelectric sensing confirming his identity, the crow's left hand brandished a raccoon mask and slapped it across the noble's face. Before the startled noble could scream, the crow puppet thrust a uniquely shaped kunai into his mouth, driving it straight into his brain. The noble, whose face had been ravaged by indulgence, was engulfed in terror, unable to fathom the cause of his demise. It could be said that these so-called nobles had lived too comfortably for far too long. In this world of ninjas, both ordinary people and ninjas had been brainwashed for far too long. The source of power, reliant on bloodlines, had always been the most disastrous legacy. These so-called nobles, in a world of extraordinary power, possessed not even an ounce of strength. Scorpion silently recited the words Mi Xiang had taught him. This is not a personal vendetta. Of course, he added in his heart, when you threatened Mi Xiang, you had already chosen the path to your own demise. Scorpion manipulated the crow puppet to leave the shattered raccoon mask and a special kunai in place, flexing its joints with a soft crackle. After a brief inspection, it utilized the chakra threads to soar out of the window, thoughtfully closing it behind. Released the puppet jutsu. Scorpion dispelled the puppet's perspective, deftly sealing the crow back into the scroll, nodding at Mi Xiang, who was on lookout. Mi Xiang had confirmed through the bioelectric field that the scum, Ogawa, was utterly deceased. The two exchanged a gentle fist bump before vanishing from the rooftop in a few swift movements. Until they departed from the town, the inn remained eerily quiet in the night, as if nothing had transpired. On their return journey, Scorpion suddenly inquired, Mi Xiang, have you encountered a physical ailment? Since the second day of their departure, he had noticed Mi Xiang relying heavily on supercapacitors to perform jutsu. Is it an illness or some other trouble? Mi Xiang paused on a branch, scanning the surroundings with the bioelectric field and confirming the absence of any nearby presence. He then chuckled ruefully. I didn't expect you to notice. To put it simply, I have awakened an extraordinary ability. This ability can be understood as a second consciousness that assists me in controlling or calculating vigilance. However, this consciousness is currently quite feeble and needs to absorb my lightning release chakra to develop. Essentially, the chakra I generate daily is being consumed by this second consciousness. At this rate, I doubt it will evolve before the Chunin exams. Scorpion's expression turned anxious as he reached for his reserve supercapacitors, but Mi Xiang stopped him. Do not fret. Once we reach Konoha, I can procure some other components and fabricate a small generator. At that point, we can recharge these supercapacitors. This second consciousness is crucial to our future. Its assistance will be indispensable for the intricate mech operations we will undertake. I am determined to ensure its evolution at all costs. Besides, I possess the modified bishop mech. Even without ninjutsu, I can crush our opponents with it. Rest assured. Mi Xiang reassured him, giving Scorpion a comforting pat on the shoulder. Besides, it's merely the Chunin exams. You and Zikio will be there, right? Even if I slack off, our performance won't be too shabby. I will be leaning on both of you. Scorpion felt a bit relieved, but reaffirmed. You assure me this consciousness will not jeopardize your safety? If there is danger, I can urgently contact Granny to request medical assistance from Konoha. Mi Xiang shook his head. Do not worry. Don't you know me? When it comes to my safety, I fear death more than anyone. I have 3 sets of the Shadow Clone Jutsu sealed with chakra at all times. If there were any issues, I would have returned to the village long ago. Am I the type to take unnecessary risks? Mi Xiang's self-deprecating humor eased Scorpion's concerns. He nodded and suddenly asked, the extraordinary consciousness you mentioned, it sounds even more formidable than Konoha's forbidden technique, the spirit manifestation technique. Does it have a name? Mi Xiang pressed his fingers to his brow and proclaimed, I call it Little Bug. The Intelligent Entity, Little Bug. Chapter 51. Ichiraku Ramen Intelligent Entity? Little Bug? Isn't that your old nickname? Since returning from the Land of Rain after the injury, Scorpion had refrained from using that moniker for Mi Xiang. Being sensitive and perceptive, Scorpion could sense Mi Xiang's discomfort with the nickname. Hearing that Mi Xiang had named his soon-to-awaken entity Little Bug left him puzzled. Mi Xiang could only explain from a different perspective, although I was once the bottom of the class at the Ninja Academy. Referred to as your little sidekick and nicknamed Little Bug, these are parts of my inseparable past. Those unflattering memories are also a part of me. I wish to commemorate them with the intelligent entity. Consider it my two sides of the same coin. Scorpion found this explanation acceptable, and the two resumed their swift journey. As dawn approached, they returned to the inn. Zikao, fully armed and guarding the room, felt relieved upon seeing Mi Xiang and Scorpion return safely. The following morning, Yakura noticed that Mi Xiang and Scorpion had not rested well and asked no further questions. She merely huffed and busied herself caring for the little girl they had rescued. Mi Xiang took the initiative to engage her. Yakura-sensei, do you have a cold? Why does it seem like your nose is congested? Upon seeing Yakura shake her fist as a warning, he shifted the conversation to the little girl. What is your name, little sister? Before the girl could respond, Yakura made a disgusted expression and remarked, how cheesy. Jar is the same age as you. Who is your little sister? At this time, it was the 42nd year of Konoha, and Mi Xiang was 10 years old. Still holding onto past notions, he naturally regarded the girl named Jar as a little sister. Thankfully, he had thick skin and was unbothered by the awkwardness. Jar, what an interesting name. Where are your family? At this, the girl's eyes welled with tears again, prompting Mi Xiang to gently admonish, if you can't speak, you should say less. Since they were approaching Konoha, he preferred to rest at the inn for half the day and set out in the afternoon. As Yakura gathered some food to take Jar back to their room, Jar suddenly wiped her tears and bowed deeply to Mi Xiang. Sorry, I was too weak. My family was harmed by the nobles, and I nearly. Thank you for saving me. I know you are not only a formidable ninja, but also a good person. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she followed Yakura back to the room. Mi Xiang found it all rather bewildering and turned to Zikao. Zikao then shyly explained, after you both left yesterday, Yakura-sensei came to wait with Jar for your return. But Jar fell asleep, and Yakura-sensei carried her back to the room. Yakura-sensei had guessed everything. I see. However, it didn't matter much to Mi Xiang, as he hadn't intended to keep secrets from his companions. He simply didn't want to indiscriminately eliminate other guards because of one despicable noble. Even if others were guilty, it did not warrant death. It seemed Yakura-sensei deliberately delayed their departure to allow them some rest. Yakura-sensei, I didn't expect you to be quite kind. Since Jar was now an orphan, Yakura decided to keep her close, planning to return to the Wind Country together after the Chunin exams. Mi Xiang and the others had no objections. Even if they had an additional burden, their speed remained swift. By evening, they arrived at the gates of Konoha village. The bustling Konoha was indeed unlike any other place. Perhaps due to the popularity of the Chunin exams, many vendors had set up stalls outside the gates. As the leading jonin, Yakura submitted diplomatic documents and competition verification. The verification process was not complicated, and they were soon granted entry into the village. The prosperity of Konoha was naturally incomparable to the barren Wind Country and Sunagakure. The streets were filled with an array of goods, bustling crowds, and the abundance of resources provided a sense of security to the common folk, a sight rarely witnessed in Sunagakure. Even the worldly Yakura could not help but gaze around with envy. Mi Xiang, when do you think our Sunagakure will also reach such prosperity? For the unworldly inhabitants of Sunagakure, Konoha's vibrant scene was indeed astonishing. However, for Mi Xiang, who had experienced modern society, it merely resembled the scale of a rural town fair. It was just passable, nothing more. He shook his head and said, Teacher Yetsong, what does this matter? I am merely a chunin now, unable to voice my opinions on village affairs. What progress can I hope for? However, regarding the area near the Oasis workshop, trust me, you will soon witness remarkable changes. Yetsong, having been one of the few to witness the extraordinary capabilities of Mi Jiang, naturally did not perceive him as boasting. Just as she was about to habitually tease Mi Jiang, a peculiar aroma wafted through the air. Raising her head, she saw it emanating from a nearby eatery. Is that Ichiraku ramen? It smells delightful. Come, let me treat you all today. Yetsong, like a big sister, took Jar by the hand and led Mi Jiang through the curtain into the establishment. Pork bone ramen? All right, boss, we'll have one bowl each. It was Mi Jiang's first encounter with the real-life Ichiraku, known for its amiable proprietor who greeted them as they settled in, busying himself in the kitchen. With nothing to occupy his mind, Mi Jiang sat on a stool, surveying his surroundings. The ramen shop was modest in size, with a counter-style table where a ninja of similar age to them sat. This ninja exuded an aura that discouraged approach, his white hair concealed beneath a mask. While he focused intently on his noodles, a short blade slung across his back. Could this be the legendary Kakashi Hatake, known for his distinctive appearance? Mijiang even entertained the thought of removing the mask to glimpse the hidden face, but fortunately, not being an ardent Kakashi fan, he restrained himself, avoiding a potential conflict. Nearby, a few square tables, also occupied by Konoha ninjas, turned their backs to them. They were engaged in conversation while eating noodles. I never expected Lord Tsukumo to take his own life. One of them, Tanaka Ketsuko, whispered urgently, "Be quiet. Didn't the village issue a strict order? No one is to speak of Lord Tsukumo's suicide. Have you forgotten?" Yamada Shinsuke, the speaker, retorted with discontent, "Why shouldn't we discuss it?" When the rumors were rampant, the village did nothing to stop it. They blamed Lord Tsukumo for the mission's failure, claiming it caused great loss to the village. What mission? Do you even know? What could be so significant? During the Second Ninja World War, that elder led many to their deaths with reckless commands. Shin, at merely 8 years old, perished on the battlefield, and yet he faced no reproach. Why must Lord Tsukumo bear the unjust blame? Before he could finish, a loud bang echoed as both Scorpion and Kakashi shouted in unison, "He was a coward." Chapter 52. The clash with Kakashi. The simultaneous outcry momentarily stunned all present, including the two instigators. "Suna, what are you doing here?" The confrontation sparked between the two, akin to a clash of flames. The Konoha ninjas discussing Tsukumo turned pale upon realizing that one of the standing figures was Kakashi. They quickly stammered, We respect Lord Tsukumo. We didn't mean to speak ill of him. Please accept our condolences." Kakashi's eyes, filled with menace, scanned them coldly. "That coward does not represent me. You need not apologize. As for you, Suna Ninja, since you are here for the Chunin exams, I shall overlook your disrespect this time." Kakashi's icy glare shifted to Scorpion. "However, you ought to tread carefully. That coward is not one you can criticize." Scorpion flicked his red hair dismissively, unconcerned by Kakashi's threats. "That coward, Hatake Tsukumo, has thwarted my plans for revenge. He chose to end his own life. Why should I not voice my criticism? He is nothing but a coward." "A coward?" Scorpion's emotions flared, his hands trembling. Since uncovering the truth behind his parents' murder, his relentless pursuit of puppetry was fueled by the desire for vengeance. Just before participating in the Chunin exams in Konoha, he grappled with whether to confront the man who killed his parents, Hatake Tsukumo. Arriving in Konoha, he was met with the shocking news that the very target of his long-held vendetta had taken his own life. Although Mijiang's words had diverted his focus from revenge, upon hearing this news, he was engulfed in rage. With the sound of blade against sheath, Kakashi slowly unsheathed his short sword. "Suna Ninja, you are courting death. Do not think that because you are here for the Chunin exams, I will refrain from acting against you. Apologize, or you shall not leave here alive." Hatake Tsukumo's son, if I am not mistaken, is called Kakashi, right? My name is Scorpion, and my vendetta lies with that coward who took his life. I have no intention of seeking revenge against the son of my enemy. Scorpion's right hand twitched as his improved crow, Kaka, floated before him, joints twisting ominously. 6 puppet limbs extended sharp blades, all aimed at the poised Kakashi. Mijiang sighed, rising silently while clutching a brand new supercapacitor, positioning himself behind Scorpion. Zitsong also stood beside Scorpion, activating the first phase of the 7-day breathing technique. With each deep breath, his eyes grew slightly gray. Scorpion felt warmth in his heart, grateful for Mijiang and Zitsong's silent support. Yet, he understood that this was Konoha. Should a fight ensue, their trio could not contend against the entire village. Zitsong, observing Mijiang's rise, sensed that the situation would not spiral out of control. This boy, though seemingly brash, was quite reliable when it mattered. She comforted the worried Jar by offering her a piece of fish cake. "Do not fret. It's merely a childish quarrel. They won't come to blows." As Scorpion maneuvered his crows, he slightly turned his head. "Mijiang, Zitsong, this is my own matter. Do not interfere. Let me teach this insolent white-haired fool a lesson." Mijiang placed a hand on Scorpion's shoulder, stating, "Scorpion, I will not allow you to face this danger alone. We are comrades. How could we retreat at such a moment? Moreover, you are entirely right. Hatake Tsukumo, fully aware of his unjust persecution, chose to end his life rather than defend himself or fight back. When did a mission become more important than the bonds between ninja comrades? Even if a mission fails, should not the higher-ups bear the responsibility? Why must a celebrated hero be condemned? He is not only a coward, but an utter fool. Seeing Scorpion's companion rise, Kakashi initially assumed they would mediate. However, he was taken aback by Mijiang's venomous words, which painted his father's character in an even worse light than this fiery-haired boy. Kakashi crouched low, gathering energy, prepared to strike down these insufferable Suna ninja. At that moment, with a loud bang, two clouds of white smoke erupted between them, revealing a figure with golden hair and another clad in a black high-collared, spiky hairstyle entering the ramen shop. Minato Namikaze, the spiky-haired ninja, was that the famed Shunshin no Jutsu? Minato grasped Kakashi's hand, speaking gently, "Kakashi, the other party is a guest here for the Chunin exams. Suna is now our ally. Please remain calm. If there are any disputes, I will handle them." Meanwhile, the high-collared ninja extended his hand to block Mijiang and the others, guests from Suna. "Please tread carefully with your words. In Konoha, no one may act recklessly. Please do not force me to take action." Miyoshi discerned the fan pattern behind the high-collared hedgehog hairstyle, effectively confirming the identity of the Uchiha boy before him. The future embodiment of Shunshin and Chishui. With both Minato Namikaze and Chishui Uchiha standing in the way, it seemed this confrontation would not materialize. Yakura sighed, preparing to utter some diplomatic pleasantries, when the curtain of Ichiraku ramen was suddenly flung open. "Kakashi, we have come to aid you, even if you are a scoundrel. Lord Obito will not allow you to be bullied by the Sand Shinobi." The voice, full of youthful exuberance, heralded the arrival of a figure clad in a sports jacket, sporting wind goggles atop his head. Trailing closely behind was a girl with short brown hair adorned with two violet markings on her face. Miyoshi recognized them. Who else could it be but Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara? Is Ichiraku truly a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, to encounter such renowned figures while merely having ramen? Obito, upon entering, caught sight of Minato and the others. Sensei Minato, I heard Kakashi was being harassed by the Sand Shinobi, so I rushed over to assist." Minato sighed with a hint of resignation. "Well, I am heartened by the bonds you share as teammates. However, as ninjas, one must not act recklessly. Focus on your training and prepare for the Chunin exams. Let's gather for dinner at my home tonight." This was merely a verbal spat that has already been resolved. "Obito, please refrain from complicating matters. Yakura, these are my students. My apologies for the disturbance. To the guests from Sunagakure, please refrain from causing trouble in our village. The Chunin exams are imminent. I hope you all perform admirably." Chishui Uchiha had arrived nearby upon receiving news to maintain order. Before departing, he cast a curious glance at the unassuming Miyoshi. Instinctively, he sensed that this individual, with an unusually low chakra reserve, was the true cornerstone of the team. Such a scant amount of chakra, what abilities could he possibly possess? His curiosity was piqued. With the conflict quelled, Ichiraku ramen finally returned to a state of tranquility. Scorpion retracted his crow puppet, and after Miyoshi took care of the ramen bill, they exited the establishment, observing the villagers whispering and pointing at them from a distance. Scorpion felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I apologize, Miyoshi. I was somewhat impulsive earlier. What does it matter? We are living beings, not emotionless machines. As we discussed earlier, do not forget your grievances, but do not be shackled by them either." To think that a top-tier combatant like Sakomo Hatake could be manipulated by the decaying higher-ups of the ninja villages to the extent of taking his own life as a statement. With such a corrupt leadership controlling the village, there is little difference between Konoha and those aristocratic regimes. Does this not seem absurd to you? Has your previous perception of Konoha's strength not shattered? This is their true nature. Let us focus on the tasks at hand. One day we shall possess enough power to sweep away these scoundrels. Chapter 53. Shadow of the Pot. Yakura, leading the slightly anxious Gyre, grimaced. "I truly lament being this team's leader. I seem to have no presence whatsoever. Others might mistakenly believe that Miyoshi is the team leader." Upon hearing Yakura's sardonic remark, Miyoshi snapped his fingers. "Oh, is Yakura-sensei feeling a tinge of jealousy? Well, it was our impulsiveness as students. As an apology, I shall cover all expenses for your shopping in Konoha. I am quite wealthy now." Yakura's spirits lifted as he took the wallet from Miyoshi's hand, dragging the bewildered Gyre off for a shopping spree. Once Yakura had departed, Scorpion murmured, "Miyoshi, if I am not mistaken, that wallet you just handed to Yakura-sensei appears to be mine, right? Who do you think we are?" Yakura-sensei probably won't spend much anyway. Ah. Scorpion playfully squeezed Miyoshi's neck, shaking him lightly before pulling him into a side embrace, whispering a quiet thank you. Miyoshi, shedding his playful demeanor, extended his fist towards Scorpion and Zikio, exchanging friendly taps, and cheerfully declared, no need for thanks. Come, let us procure some ninja tools. Order whatever you desire. Oh, Zikio, do not forget to buy some Konoha specialties for Zyro. The three friends strolled arm in arm towards the bustling commercial district. Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in his chair, observing the small commotion depicted in the crystal ball, which had been diffused by Minato. He took a deep drag from his pipe, releasing the smoke through his nostrils. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Hiruzen dispelled the telescope technique, and the image in the crystal ball vanished instantly. Come in. An Umbu member, masked and clad in shadows, entered, placing a report on Hiruzen's desk. Report. A special mission has been transferred from the Land of Rivers. A noble from the region has been assassinated, and investigations point to the Konoha Umbu. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers, through the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has issued a request for collaboration. The evidence and investigation report are contained within this document. Umbu? Assassinating a noble from the Land of Rivers? How could this be? Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the ashtray and furrowed his brow as he reviewed the report. Upon seeing the mask fragments and the specially marked kanai within the evidence, Hiruzen slammed the report onto the table, exclaiming, notify Danzo. He must come immediately. The masked Umbu nodded, forming seals, and vanished in a puff of smoke. After a moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with sharp short hair, an X-shaped scar on his chin, and both eyes intact. Hiruzen, I have many matters to attend to. What is it that you require of me? The visitor was none other than Shimura Danzo, who adjusted the dark, high-collared short haori he wore, sitting down across from Hiruzen with an air of impatience. Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe, coldly observing Danzo's careless posture, and said, You have overstepped your bounds, Danzo. Being in charge of Umbu training does not grant you the license to act recklessly. Your indiscretions could invite trouble upon the village. Danzo shifted uncomfortably under Hiruzen's gaze, straightening his posture as he replied, I have remained within the village. Hiruzen, do not slander me. Furthermore, it may well be the Hidden Rain Village's doing. What does that have to do with me? Those opportunistic individuals from Sunagakure will inevitably become a threat to the village. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. Danzo believed Hiruzen had uncovered his collusion with Hanzo and the plot to assassinate Yakura, hastily defending himself. Sunagakure? The Hidden Rain? Are they also involved in the assassination of the noble from the Land of Rivers? Hiruzen grew tense upon hearing of Sunagakure and the Hidden Rain's involvement. Danzo, equally perplexed, responded, What noble from the Land of Rivers? Assassination? Who is responsible? The two quickly realized they were not discussing the same matter. Hiruzen, exasperated, tossed the report at Danzo. After perusing it, Danzo erupted in fury. This must be a setup. My men have always been in the Hidden Rain Village and have never assassinated this so-called noble from the Land of Rivers. You must believe me, Hiruzen. What were your men doing in the Hidden Rain Village? I distinctly remember not assigning any Umbu to missions in the Hidden Rain. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, puffing on his pipe, and seized upon the information Danzo had inadvertently revealed. Danzo hesitated briefly before reluctantly admitting, nothing much. It was Hanzo who invited me. There is a group called Akatsuki emerging in the Land of Rain. It is said they have some connections to Sunagakure, and I feared they might conspire together to threaten Konoha, which is why I sent someone to investigate. I am eliminating potential hazards for the village. Hiruzen rapped the table with his pipe, expressing his dissatisfaction. You should have informed me before taking action. You oversee Umbu training. You do not have the authority to act unilaterally. Currently, all major nations are ardently preparing for war, and Sunagakure stands as our ally. I have painstakingly invited the Hidden Sand Village to participate in the joint Chunin exams to fortify our alliance. Now, 2 teams from Sunagakure have arrived in Sunagakure, and I have entrusted Minato with their safety. You must remain composed. To act against Sunagakure is to drive them towards opposition. You have overstepped your bounds, Danzo. Although Danzo concealed the failure of the assassination attempt on Hanzo, being reprimanded face-to-face by Hiruzen Sarutobi left him quite displeased. This position should rightfully have been his. Danzo rose abruptly, seething with anger. Everything I do is for the village. In a classic moment, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. I am the Hokage. This declaration seemed to possess immense power, rendering Danzo utterly subdued. He glared, forcefully flinging open the door to the Hokage's office, leaving without a backward glance. Hiruzen, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples, called for a member of the Umbu after a moment. Relay the order to temporarily freeze the funding for the Umbu training division until the conclusion of the Chunin exams. Keep a close watch on Danzo. Understood. At the Sunagakure orphanage, the headmistress expressed her concerns. We have just taken in 5 orphans, and our supplies are dwindling. The medic, Nanaka, who was treating a child missing an arm, paused upon hearing the headmistress's words. Dressed in a nun's attire and wearing round glasses, she immediately offered a warm smile. Do not worry. I shall head to the marketplace to procure some food on credit. The remuneration from Konoha Hospital will be dispersed by the end of the month. Things will improve. As she spoke, she utilized her healing jutsu to mend the child's wounds. Once the injuries were fully healed, she gently ruffled the child's hair and bestowed a broad smile. Nanaka departed the orphanage, donning her hood as she made her way to the marketplace. At that moment, her usual confidence had been replaced by worry. Securing credit from merchants was never an easy task. The orphanage was out of funds, and the previous debt had yet to be settled. Nevertheless, Nanaka felt compelled to attempt it. She could not allow the children to go hungry. If all else failed, she would have to seek financial assistance from Root. However, Nanaka bit her lip, fully aware of the darkness that plagued Root. Unless absolutely necessary, she wished to avoid any interaction with them. With a heavy heart, she arrived at a rice shop on the marketplace. Upon being greeted by the round-faced shopkeeper, Nanaka was about to speak when he interjected. Is that you, Director Nanaka? We have received the payment you sent, and I am eternally grateful for your order for a year's worth of grain, which is all prepaid. A year's worth of grain? The shopkeeper, fearing he had displeased Nanaka, wiped the sweat from his brow and rubbed his hands together, offering, I sincerely apologize for any previous disrespect shown to you. Director Nanaka, as a gesture of goodwill, I would like to offer an additional small bag of rice to be sent along with this week's supplies. Nanaka was taken aback by this unexpected news. She had just settled her previous debts and now ordered an entire year's supply with prepaid funds. She certainly did not possess such wealth, especially considering the headmistress had begun mixing wild vegetables into the porridge to conserve supplies. Observing the children happily consuming their porridge always tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, the village's subsidies to the orphanage had ceased, and her income from treating patients was barely sufficient. In her moment of despair, who would have placed such a substantial order for the orphanage? As she pondered, the shopkeeper swiftly organized his staff to load the supplies onto a cart, ensuring everything was in order before dispatching it toward the orphanage. He then handed Nanaka a special receipt for her signature. Just as she was about to inquire about the identity of this benefactor, her attention was drawn to a seemingly insignificant doodle in the bottom right corner of the receipt. It depicted a curved arm beneath raindrops, accompanied by a grain of rice and a black bug with a long nose resting atop the rice. Nanaka couldn't help but chuckle. She recognized the mysterious benefactor. That mischievous boy truly has a knack for whimsical antics. With a smile gracing her lips, she swiftly signed her name and politely bid farewell to the shopkeeper. As she attempted to leave, she was halted by the owners of the clothing and vegetable shops, both of whom had similarly arranged orders. Someone had placed enormous orders in the name of the orphanage. With Nanaka's signature on the receipts, they could collect prearranged funds from the Konoha Task Management Office. Each receipt bore that distinctive doodle. Nanaka signed receipt after receipt, as if enveloped in a mist, conjuring the image of that confident, sunny boy. That rascal truly had not forgotten her, nor the orphanage. The weight on her shoulders seemed to lighten considerably. It appeared that Sunagakure had also come to participate in the joint Chunin exams. It had been nearly 2 years. Had that mischievous boy grown taller? At that moment, within a hotel room, Mickey was assembling a hand-crank generator when he suddenly sneezed. Had he caught a cold? Since his arrival in this world, his health had been impeccable. After checking himself with internal observation and finding no issues, he resumed fastening the last clasp with Scorpion. Come, Zikeo, you possess the greatest strength among us. Why don't you give this generator a try? Utilizing chakra metal and some iron ingots purchased from the Konoha tool shop, Mickey had crafted this hand-crank generator in his hotel room. Unlike the large generators at the Oasis Puppet Workshop, this one was only the size of a water tank. Though small, it was equipped with a gear system. Zikeo tested it, finding the effort required to crank it quite substantial. As he strained his muscles to turn the handle, the gear system activated, causing the cutting coils inside to spin rapidly. The generated electricity surged into the connected supercapacitor. Due to conversion efficiency limitations, Zikao cranked for a full hour before filling a single supercapacitor. Wiping his brow and catching his breath, Zikao expressed concern. This efficiency seems rather low. The Chunin exams begin in 2 days. If we can only fill a few supercapacitors a day, will it impact your performance? Mickey offered Zikao a glass of water. Thank you for your hard work, Zikao. Consider it a strength-building exercise. If you become fatigued, take a break. Do not overexert yourself. This makeshift generator is merely a stopgap measure. With the current supercapacitors, we will be adequately prepared for the Chunin exams. Do not forget, I have the upgraded version of the Enthusiast Mech, the incredibly stylish Archbishop Mech. With the Mech in battle, I can also play the role of a taijutsu ninja. Scorpion scoffed, ignoring Mickey's self-praise. Fortunately, with Zikao, the taijutsu expert, hand-cranking the generator served as good exercise. Otherwise, with so many supercapacitors empty, Mickey's chakra would have been nearly depleted, causing concern. However, upon mentioning the Mech, Scorpion finally felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, with the Mech's support, the three of them would be exceptionally strong. It was merely a Chunin exam. He had already resolved to reserve the supercapacitors for Mickey's use. His improved mountain deity Mecha boasts formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, yet its weight has significantly increased. Without a supercapacitor drive, it is predominantly relegated to static output. Nevertheless, he can still rely on the armament of the new Raven and Black Ant, employing the skills of a puppeteer to secure victory. As he sketches the enhancement blueprints, Mi Xiang has dispersed his savings to aid orphanages in need. With such ample resources at their disposal, the orphanage run by pharmacist Yena should experience a considerable alleviation of its burdens. Currently, he is unable to engage directly with pharmacist Yena in Konoha and must resort to this roundabout method. That old schemer, Danzo, has been keeping a watchful eye on the orphanage. The tragic circumstances surrounding pharmacist Kabuto and pharmacist Yena were orchestrated by him. In this timeline, I hope to be of assistance to her. Amongst the other notable figures in Konoha, Mi Xiang is acquainted with them, but they remain oblivious to his existence, rendering any overtures unnecessary. Before establishing any reputation or strength, the notion of connections is but a fleeting illusion. With a means to recharge, Mi Xiang and his companions scarcely ventured outside prior to the Chunin exams. Each day was spent in therein, discussing puppet modifications with Scorpion and strategies for desert reclamation near the oasis. Following Mi Xiang's advice, Zitsong focused on utilizing violent chakra to impact his chakra pathways. Drawing upon his robust physical constitution, Zitsong explored a rudimentary version of the 8 gates technique over 7 days of breath control, successfully unlocking the first gate and approaching the threshold of the fourth. However, activating the fourth gate, known as the injury gate, is no trivial feat currently. Without a medical ninja in their ranks, Mi Xiang is reluctant for Zitsong to risk a flashy display that could result in dire consequences. Yet, even without resorting to this perilous technique, Zitsong, empowered by the first 4 activations of the 7-day breathing technique, has already grown exceedingly formidable. In the absence of overload from the supercapacitor, Mi Xiang is no longer a match for Zitsong. Fortunately, as the strategist of their team, bolstered by his accumulated prestige, his position as captain remains secure. The rate at which his chakra is generated has finally surpassed that of the special consciousness entity's absorption. No longer must he endure the sensation of his vitality being drained daily. Previously, any chakra he generated would be consumed by this insatiable entity. Were it not for the increasingly regular patterns of the entity's rhythms, he would have suspected himself of cosplaying as Gaara, given his perpetual dark circles. Even Yakura discreetly inquired if he had taken up some unhealthy craft, cautioning him that such practices could be detrimental to his health. He is merely 10 years old, a child. Yakura-sensei, it is rather impolite to admonish a child with such a teasing expression, don't you think? The worst part is that he cannot explain himself. Amidst their bustling activities, the highly anticipated joint Chunin exams have finally commenced. Chapter 55, The Unexpected in the Written Examination as per the competition format. The first phase of the joint Chunin exams remains a written test. Mi Xiang and his companions bid farewell to Yakura and eagerly entered the examination hall. Along the way, they encountered a team led by Raza. Although from the same village, they regarded each other with mutual disdain, akin to adversaries. Mi Xiang harbored no intentions of ingratiating himself. Scorpion introduced him to the members of Raz's team, who were primarily former members of Raz's Sand Gold unit, excelling in wind and earth release, as well as possessing varying degrees of basic magnetic release obtained through the Shikaku trial. These 3 seasoned Chunin shamelessly masqueraded as genin to participate in the joint Chunin exams. In Scorpion's words, they had lost all sense of dignity. Casting a sidelong glance at Scorpion, who was continuously complaining, Mi Xiang noted his realization of being teased. Scorpion awkwardly nudged Mi Xiang. "Stop looking at me like that. My Chunin qualification has yet to be officially granted by the village, unlike these seasoned Chunin." Mi Xiang responded with a nasal tone, saying, "I recall that the 3rd Kazekage delayed my opportunity for the Shikaku trial to grant a magnetic release prodigy from the Sand Gold unit. Where is he?" Scorpion adjusted his hair dismissively. "Do you even need to guess? He must have failed the trial. If the Shikaku trial could awaken magnetic release, our Sand Village would have long been the most powerful nation." According to his grandmother, Shikaku has a notoriously foul temper, and had it not been for the control of the Division of Fortune, the trial's dangers would have been off the charts. Even so, the success rate is exceedingly low. His grandmother advised him not to place too much importance on it. If it succeeds, great. If not, we still have our puppets and mechas. Mi Xiang nodded and called to Scorpion and Zitsong. "It's almost time. Let us proceed to the examination." The 2 groups entered the examination hall like strangers. Among Mi Xiang's trio, only the self-taught Zitsong felt a twinge of anxiety. However, since all teams were within the same examination hall, it should be permissible to gather and transmit intelligence, much like during Naruto's exam, essentially a form of cheating. With Scorpion, a master puppeteer, utilizing chakra threads and the eye-turning puppet technique, they would have no trouble assisting Zitsong in completing the exam. For Mi Xiang, who has been through numerous exams, navigating the various aspects of the test is second nature. Having faced countless exams throughout his life, he has honed a unique skill, the ability to deduce answers even when he lacks understanding. This is merely jest. In truth, based on Mi Xiang's assessment of the inefficiency of ninja education in this era, even freshly literate ninjas are comparable to 5th-grade students from his past life. The examination hall's setup resembles that of a typical classroom, with the chief examiner sporting a pineapple hairstyle, bearing a striking resemblance to the future Nara Shikamaru. Based on age estimation, he should be Nara Shikahisa, a member of this generation's Ino Shikicho trio. As Nara Shikahisa outlined the examination rules, Mi Xiang quickly skimmed the questions and discerned that they bore little difference from Naruto's previous exam. The test paper comprised half foundational ninja knowledge, such as projectile trajectory calculations and considerations for stealthy infiltration. The other half, however, ventured into advanced territory. For instance, one question queried the chakra conduction characteristics of barriers and the overall composition of their power. Were it not for Mi Xiang's development of a Ninja World version of the supercapacitor and the insights he acquired from Elder Chio regarding sealing techniques, as well as his own electrical circuit knowledge for comparative improvements, even he would find such a challenging question insurmountable. He merely glanced at the questions before swiftly drafting his responses. Answer: the power of a barrier is determined by the material and technique employed at the nodes. Due to the requirements of technique connection, the impedance undergoes a step change akin to the chakra pathways and meridian nodes in sealing techniques. Based on the correlation between chakra volume and pathway conductivity, the formula for calculating barrier power can be derived. In addition to the chief examiner Nara Shikahisa, there were several Chunin assisting in the oversight. Shikahisa did not remain at the podium, but casually traversed the examination hall, occasionally inspecting the candidates, who were all younger than Genin. Among them, Zitsong's age was hardly noteworthy. When Nara Shikahisa approached Mi Xiang, he was immediately captivated by his answers. A formula for calculating barrier power? What an enigma. However, as Konoha's intellectual asset, Nara Shikahisa was not without merit. He quickly recognized the ingenuity of this young sand ninja-esque calculation method. When did Sunagakure come to possess such an exceptional ninja? Nara Shikahisa noted the name Mi Xiang on the paper and intended to continue his stroll when he observed Mi Xiang tackling the final analytical question. Shikahisa abruptly halted. This question was designed to challenge all examinees, much like Naruto's previous exam, intended to assess the ninja qualities of these individuals. The source of the topic stems from his recent unfinished work in the barrier division. Historically, the barriers in Konoha have experienced sudden fluctuations, with their locations being unpredictable and the duration brief. The barrier division was unable to identify the issue and sought his assistance. Nara Shikaku personally intervened, collaborating with the barrier division for over 2 weeks, yet the problem remained elusive. The village's barriers were remarkably stable. Neither the core of the barrier nor any control points showed signs of damage. He found himself at a loss, and, after being appointed by the third Hokage as the main examiner for the first round of the Chunin exams, casually included this conundrum in the exam paper. This question baffled not only the Chunin scattered throughout the examination hall, but also him and the seasoned members of the barrier division. Was this sand ninja so obstinate? Nara Shikaku, taken aback by the answering techniques displayed by the candidate Mianxiang, paused beside him, eager to witness how he would tackle this daunting problem. Mianxiang began by sketching the basic range of the barrier and the points of malfunction on a draft paper, selecting the center of the entire barrier as his reference. He proceeded to delineate absolute positions, transforming the barrier into a complete area composed of hexagonal segments within a circular region. Confronted with such a challenge, Mianxiang felt a wave of nostalgia for his high school math exams. He deconstructed the barrier's complexities according to circuit principles. Immersed in his calculations, he paid no heed to Nara Shikaku standing beside him, rapidly performing deductions and computations. According to Kirchhoff's current law, the barrier nodes act as points of chakra divergence and convergence, akin to nodes in a circuit where the algebraic sum of currents equals 0. Under normal circumstances, the chakra flux, analogous to current, at these points should be balanced. If a sudden flux anomaly occurs, such as an unusual convergence or loss, it indicates the presence of short-circuit-like points or branching nodes. From the boundary conditions and topological structure of the barrier, one could deduce that the integrity of the barrier's closure corresponds to the completeness of a circuit loop, with nodes typically situated at topological discontinuities of the barrier, much like connection points in series branches or common nodes in parallel circuits. By analyzing the geometric topology of the barrier, analogous to circuit topology, one could infer the inevitable locations of the nodes. Based on the topology of the barrier, 5 potential locations for artificially induced parallel node circuits were identified: A, B, C, D, and E. Feeling a sense of fulfillment from solving the difficult problem, Mianxiang swiftly marked these 5 potential parallel node locations on his diagram. He set down his pen and was about to stretch when Nara Shikaku snatched the exam paper from him, instantly disappearing from the examination hall. Mianxiang was left bewildered. What was happening? Why did the chief examiner take my paper? Is Konoha out of its depth? Chapter 56. An unexpected answer had it not been for Mianxiang's knowledge of this pineapple-headed individual being Konoha's strategist, the illustrious head of the Nara clan, Nara Shikaku. He would have lashed out when his paper was taken. Yet this sudden turn of events left the candidates in the hall astounded. What was happening? Why would Konoha's chief examiner act in such a manner? Taking a candidate's paper without any explanation? This is unacceptable. Is Konoha capable of organizing an examination? What sort of questions are these? In response, several Chunin responsible for maintaining order stepped forward. Silence. Lord Shikaku has urgent matters to attend to. We will provide an explanation later. Anyone attempting to cheat will face Konoha's wrath. As he spoke, one Chunin executed a swift kick, sending a cheating Takigakure ninja crashing against the wall. Fortunately, he controlled his strength, dragging the dazed individual by the neck out of the hall. This combination of body techniques and body flicker was executed with precision, quickly restoring calm to the examination room. 3 Konoha Chunin proctors conferred briefly, leaving 2 to continue overseeing the exam, while 1 flickered away to seek Nara Shikaku. The most anxious were Sasori and Zitsong, whose hopes had rested on Mianxiang. Thankfully, Sasori, a prodigy from Sunagakure, possessed a solid foundation in ninjutsu and sealing techniques, though he had grown accustomed to relying on Mianxiang. Now, with their lifeline inexplicably taken, they had to rely on their own abilities. Sasori refrained from expending energy to uncover the hidden source of information and instead began solving the problems he was confident in. Subsequently, he manipulated the control hub of Zitsong's leopard form lightweight exosuit with a chakra thread. With just 1 thread, he achieved the intricate movements typically managed by a puppeteer's 10 fingers. Zitsong, who had been silently troubled, suddenly felt the exosuit at his waist begin to stir. Familiar with this sensation from prior practice, he recognized Sasori's control. relaxing his body. Zitsong allowed Sasori to use the puppet technique and chakra threads to control his arms for answering the exam questions. As Calm returned to the examination hall, the Chunin proctors responsible for maintaining order felt a slight sense of relief. Yet they wondered what their cornerstone, Lord Narashikaku, was up to. What could have prompted such an unexpected action? Why take a candidate's paper? Lord Narashikaku, please return quickly. At the Hokage building, Narashikaku burst through the door of the Hokage's office without preamble. Sarutobi Hiruzen, quick to react, discreetly tossed the adult magazine he was holding beneath the desk. Feigning calmness as he inquired, "Shikaku, what is the matter? Why the rush?" Narashikaku, eyes wide with astonishment, presented Mienxiang's exam paper to Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd Hokage. This is the exam paper from the first round of the Chunin exams. The candidate is from one of the 2 teams from Sunagakure, seemingly led by the user of Scorch Release, Yakura. This individual has deduced the problem nodes of Konoha's Great Barrier from the limited information provided in the questions. Problem nodes? Is that the abnormal fluctuations you've been investigating with the barrier division? Shikaku nodded and elaborated, precisely. This issue has been troubling me for some time, and I casually included it as the final unresolvable question in the exam. I never anticipated that someone would actually solve it. Although the method contains many incomprehensible aspects, the reasoning is clear and coherent. It even identifies the cause of the problem based on the barrier's performance and outlines the fault points. I've already dispatched the barrier division to investigate along this line, and indeed, there are chakra sealing parallel circuits set by someone. If activated, the creator could enter and exit Konoha's Great Barrier without detection. Upon hearing Narashikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill of alarm. This was the very barrier protecting the village. Someone had tampered with it, and a participant of the Chunin exams from Sunagakure had uncovered it. He ordered sternly, "Seal off these nodes immediately. Conduct a thorough investigation through the barrier division. Who set these nodes, and who has entered and exited the Great Barrier through them?" Before Shikaku could respond, an auxiliary examiner responsible for the Chunin exams rushed in. "Lord Shikaku, the examination hall is waiting for your explanation. How shall we deal with the candidate whose paper was taken? Was it due to cheating or some other reason?" Realizing his impetuousness, Narashikaku promptly instructed, "It's nothing." The candidate named Mienxiang answered flawlessly. "Such a perfect paper. I naturally need to present it to the Hokage for review. Please inform that this candidate has achieved a perfect score. As for the final question regarding the mental test, it has been cancelled. Those who pass will advance to the next stage." "Yes." As the other party departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the exam paper with curiosity and inquired, "This sand ninja named Mikage is quite formidable? When did Sunagakure start producing ninjas of such cunning intellect as those from the Hozuki clan?" Narashikaku, known for his remarkable memory, recalled the information he had previously reviewed about Sunagakure's lower ninja candidates and replied, "Reporting to you, Hokage-sama, this Mikage is currently 10 years old, with records indicating proficiency in ninjutsu. He is the captain of one of the 2 sand ninja teams participating in the exam." After a brief pause, Shikaku added, "However, according to Hyuga Hinata's pre-exam assessment, this Mikage possesses an exceedingly low chakra reserve." As Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the registration form from Sunagakure, he noticed Mikage's photograph, which struck a chord of familiarity. "Isn't this the individual who clashed with Kakashi at Ichiraku Ramen a few days ago?" As the village's strategist, Narashikaku was well aware of the incident, which had involved several ninjas discussing the suicide of Hataki Sakumo in the ramen shop, ultimately leading to a conflict. The disciplinary orders for those ninjas had been personally signed by Shikaku. Mikage's team comprised a ninjutsu specialist, a puppet master, and a taijutsu practitioner. It appeared that Mikage, being the captain, also served as the team's intellect. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, deliberately lighting it, and inhaling deeply, stating, "Chakra is fundamental to a ninja's being. To describe it as exceedingly low yet still be the team leader is unlikely to be achieved solely through intellect. There may be undisclosed techniques at play. This joint Chunin exam is unprecedented. All 5 great nations are preparing earnestly to prevent any mishaps. The final showdown, overseen by Minato, should pose no issues. As for the second round in the Forest of Death, let Orochimaru serve as the chief examiner." Chapter 57. Kushina's Dilemma. As the barrier team conducted a unified inspection of Konoha's Grand Barrier, the cleverly constructed parallel pathways at critical nodes were systematically eliminated. Meanwhile, The announcement of Mike's perfect score stunned the entire examination hall. In light of this revelation, the noticeably lenient results from the first round of the exam were overshadowed. After all, everyone had the same test paper, and the difficulty of the final question was such that it left many perplexed. Numerous adept reconnaissance ninjas exerted themselves to no avail, having not gleaned the answers from others. It was absurd. If even Konoha's strategist Narashikaku found the question insurmountable, how could anyone else possibly solve it? Mikeage had evidently relied on his intricate understanding of circuitry from a past life, coupled with hands-on experience in crafting mechs and supercapacitors. Once his exam paper was collected, no one in the examination hall could tackle that question, not even those intentionally set up as sources of hidden information. This extraordinary performance rippled outward as the lower ninjas exited the examination hall. At Uzumaki Kushina's apartment, "Aunt Kushina, we are here to see you," exclaimed the exuberant Uchiha Obito. Before Minato could react, the apartment door swung open as Kushina, with her fiery red hair, seized Obito's ear, exclaiming, "You rascal. Minato and I are not married yet. We are merely a couple. If you keep shouting nonsense, I shall pull your ear off." With her temper akin to that of a fiery chili pepper, Kushina eventually released Obito after his pleas for mercy. Blushing slightly, she welcomed Minato, Kakashi, and Haruno Sakura inside. Minato placed various delicacies he had procured on the table, prominently positioning a specific meal box. Today, a merchant brought delicious cuisine from the land of wind. It seems to be a dish called liangpi sourced from Sunagakure. I waited in line for a long time to acquire it. How about we enjoy this for lunch alongside other dishes? Obito and Sakura had successfully passed the first round of the exam, warranting celebration. Kushina ruffled Kakashi's expressionless hair before arranging the food. "Minato, you wasteful spender. The food purchased from outside is so expensive. I could have cooked for you," she declared. "My culinary skills are exceptional." Upon hearing Kushina's proclamation, Minato and Kakashi shivered in unison. Even the typically taciturn Kakashi suggested, "Perhaps that's not the best idea. The ingredients from outside would be inedible after your cooking." Standing beside Kakashi, Sakura quickly reassured, "Kakashi, that's quite rude. Miss Kushina's cooking might actually be passable." Obito interjected, "What do you mean passable?" "It's utterly inedible." He lamented the future of Minato's married life. You little brats are utterly insufferable. How dare you question my culinary talents? My cooking ability is as brilliant as my sealing techniques. I am a genius." Minato hastily intervened to placate the irate Kushina, repeatedly saying, All right. Kushina's culinary skills are indeed top-notch, akin to her sealing prowess. It's merely that she is busy, and I'd like her to have more opportunities to practice cooking for me. Kakashi and Obito's teasing was all in jest. There was no need for her to be upset. Kushina understood that Minato was defending her, and she recognized that the three young ones regarded her with familial affection. Such straightforward words could hardly provoke her ire. Nevertheless, she sought to redeem herself. "Oh dear, the barrier team has been exceedingly busy lately. The village's grand barrier has been experiencing inexplicable fluctuations. We have yet to pinpoint the issue. Due to overtime, I have not had the chance to prepare a splendid meal for you. Fortunately, Lord Shikaku obtained an ingenious solution from a candidate. Thanks to this brilliant idea, our barrier team has managed to seal all the loopholes, and I can finally return home to spend time with you. How about this? Once this busy period concludes, and your Chunin exams are finished, I shall personally cook a lavish feast for you all." The group graciously accepted Kushina's offer of a home-cooked meal. However, when Kushina mentioned the topic, Sakura curiously asked, "Miss Kushina, are you referring to that final question from the first round of the exam? The one involving the calculation of barrier pathways?" Kushina lightly tapped her palm with her left hand and nodded. "Precisely. I heard it was a young ninja from Sunagakure who deciphered it, and its intricacy left Lord Shikaku thoroughly impressed. My goodness, how does one's mind develop so?" Despite Sunagakure's adversarial stance against Konoha during the early stages of the Second Shinobi World War, the alliance that formed later on placed Konoha in a position of advantage, leading to a relatively favorable perception of Sunagakure among the village's ninjas. Naturally, Obito was the exception, exclaiming, "How can Sister Kushina praise the enemy? That arrogant little sand ninja and that puppet master with the red hair are equally detestable. They were nearly in a brawl with Kakashi at Ichiraku Ramen the other day. What good is being smart?" Obito adjusted his forehead protector, indignantly clenching his fist and extending his pinky finger. "Our team S. Hinata had observed that little brat with her Byakugan. His chakra level is even lower than that of a newly enrolled child. Kushina had only heard of the incident at Ichiraku Ramen, yet in her heart, she held a favorable view of the two young ninjas, particularly regarding their assessment of the Hatake Tsukumo incident. The incident was steeped in an air of strangeness, akin to the malice she often felt while in the village. This scent of conspiracy was something she deeply detested. However, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, her freedom was severely restricted, thus she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She was straightforward, but not foolish. Upon hearing Obito's assessment of this genius ninja who unraveled the mystery, Kushina incredulously questioned, "Is his chakra amount really less than that of a novice entering the ninja academy? How can this be possible? With such a meager chakra reserve, how could he have become a ninja? He likely cannot even perform the body flicker technique. Could he be a taijutsu ninja, a kinda-guy?" Behind her, Minato had set the food and utensils, responding, "No, I reviewed the information on that ninja named Mifune. According to the registration from Sunagakure, there is a taijutsu specialist in this team, apparently named Zissou. The other team member is the genius puppet master, Sasori, who is said to be the grandson of Elder Chiyo." Minato glanced at Kakashi, continuing, "Sasori's parents perished at the hands of Lord Tsukumo during the Second Shinobi World War. This ninja, named Mifune, is the team leader, and the other two hold him in high regard. The records indicate that he excels in ninjutsu. He is a ninjutsu specialist." Chapter 58. Self-inflicted humiliation, a ninjutsu specialist? How could that be? Kushina struggled to comprehend how someone with such a paltry amount of chakra could be deemed a ninjutsu specialist. She kept this doubt to herself and urged the three youngsters to eat quickly. "Obito, leave some cold noodles for Kakashi. Eat well and don't annoy him too much. Rin, you mustn't only focus on those two. You need to eat more too." With her hands on her hips, Uzumaki Kushina shouted at the trio. Today was a celebration of Obito and Rin successfully passing the first challenge. Other concerns could wait for another time. In the route, Danzo sat with his hands crossed in front of him, leaning on a long knife, his voice laced with profound dissatisfaction. "Orochimaru, the back doors of the barrier you set up have already been blocked." In front of him, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, standing in the shadowy boundary of light and darkness, and replied in a hoarse voice, "What does it matter if a few back doors are blocked in a barrier as vast as the village? Danzo, have you lost your nerve? Even the feeble ninjas of Sunagakure are beginning to worry." Danzo paused, displeased, gripping his long knife tightly. "What nonsense! Would I lack courage? Without my deterrence, these restless sand ninjas would have long betrayed Konoha. Your experiments would have faltered without my support, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly before me?" Orochimaru flicked his tongue like a serpent, letting out a hissing laugh. "I greatly appreciate your investment, but it seems you have gained more from our collaboration. However, Danzo, hiding away underground and relying on cunning schemes will only distance you from that chair. If you wish to realize your desires, you cannot rely solely on underhanded tactics. Wasn't he at Hiruzen who seized the opportunity? The position of Hokage should have been mine. I should be Hokage. Now, I support you in vying for that position. But I have no desire to be Hokage myself. You'd best produce results from your experiments soon." Orochimaru paid no heed to Danzo's threats, murmuring instead, "You are too impatient, Danzo. The ability of wood release is not easily attained. This batch of samples has all failed. Not a single viable embryo remains. You must provide me with sufficient samples and adequate time. When I become Hokage, that will be the time to truly unleash my ambitions. Yet, I do harbor some concerns. Look at how the legendary Konoha White Fang, who struck fear into the hearts of all nations, only threatened your position and met such a fate. How ironic. The formidable Tsukumo is truly fragile. Your manipulations and schemes have come to naught. Is it not laughable? Do you really believe you can suppress the Konoha White Fang?" Danzo tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, wishing he could chop Orochimaru into pieces if possible. This loathsome serpent was insufferable. Ignoring Danzo's fury, Orochimaru's laughter became more sinister. "Danzo, my dear teacher has appointed me as the chief examiner for the second phase of the Chunin exam. I shall closely observe that intriguing sand ninja. Do not rush, there is ample time. If you are too hasty, you will end up with nothing once again. Only to be scolded by my dear teacher. Ha ha ha." Orochimaru's chilling laughter gradually faded, leaving only the flickering candlelight illuminating Danzo's ever-changing visage. After a long silence, Danzo beckoned into the darkness, and two figures wearing masks swiftly appeared before him. That ninja named Mifune from Sunagakure. I have taken a strong disliking to him. Send someone to infiltrate the forest of death and bury that brat directly in the woods, to serve as fertilizer. As you command. Danzo gazed at the flickering candlelight. A cold smile creeping across his face. Hiruzen is still too weak. With the capriciousness of Sunagakure, he should have been directly extinguished. The prodigy, huh? Mifune and his companions were also celebrating, with their gathering taking place at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. The aroma of grilled meat indeed awakened one's appetite. And even the somewhat reserved girl, Gyre, indulged in several pieces. Yakura seemed quite fond of Gyre, serving her grilled meat while advising, Gyre, don't be shy, eat more, or they will finish it all. If you come back with us to Sunagakure, you might not have such delicious barbecue again. The bountiful land of fire is truly enviable. Mifune, who was scribbling on a piece of paper nearby, heard Yakura's words and interjected. Yakura-sensei, there's no need to worry. The wind country used to be very barren, lacking in resources. That will soon change. Once the Oasis workshop develops, things will improve rapidly. As he spoke, he pinched his fingers together, mimicking counting money. Besides, Yakura-sensei, you are so wealthy, you could buy cattle and sheep from merchants. It is not as easy as you say. Outside of the affluent land of fire, where else can one find such favorable conditions to enjoy beef and lamb? Each time the Shinobi World War occurs, the target of attack is always the land of fire. That says it all. Mifune dismissed such views. These are merely excuses from inept politicians. Who says there is only one path of external plunder? The benefits of reckless warfare accrue solely to the daimyos and nobles, while it is the common folk who suffer the consequences. Rest assured, Yakura-sensei, I will show you a different developmental direction. Even without resorting to external plunder, we can find a way for ordinary people to be well-fed and warmly clothed. Yakura, rarely refuting Mifune's seemingly naive ideas, reached out to ruffle his hair, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you have ambition. I have faith in you. One day, when you become the great hero of the village, perhaps you could even become the village's Hokage. At that time, you might truly realize the kind of development you envision. Before Mifune could respond, a deep voice interjected. Yakura-sensei, is this how you teach your students? I heard that upon arriving in Konoha, you nearly came to blows. How extravagant to order so much barbecue. It seems the money I earn daily with the Sunagakure team is squandered by you, Yakura-sensei. The group, who had been feasting in the corner, turned to see the speaker was the sand ninja, Rasha. He held a food box, seemingly packed to take home. The three ninjas from the Sunagakure team did not approach. Upon hearing Rasha's sarcastic remarks, before Yakura could respond, Mifune took the lead. Oh, I thought it was someone making a ruckus. Turns out it's you, Rasha-senpai. Previously, you acted as if you didn't know us. I thought we weren't from the same village. What's wrong? Do we need your approval to eat with our own money? Is it true that the Sand Senin's team has fallen so low that they can no longer afford to indulge in barbecue? Are you suggesting that the village has skimmed off your mission rewards to the extent that you cannot even enjoy a meal? Would you like me to lend you some money? One must not tarnish the village's reputation, even outside. Mi-seong coldly addressed Scorpion beside him, stating, the Sand Senin and the Sand Gold Corps are the village's military force, not solely yours. Although you are a disciple of the third Hokage, you are not yet the Kazekage. We are dining. If you are displeased, you are welcome to leave. The long-standing animosity between Rasha and Yi-song flared up as he witnessed the group lavishly feasting on barbecue, prompting him to come over and mock them. Unexpectedly, he was met with retorts from Mi-seong and Scorpion, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. In truth, Rasha's income was not meager. He simply had a family to support. Unlike Yi-song, who could afford to eat to his heart's content without concern. Moreover, it was Mi-seong who was footing the bill for this extravagant meal. As he was the wealthiest among the group, having failed in his attempt to ridicule them and feeling humiliated, Rasha was reluctant to remain any longer. His sand gold began to stir within his sleeve, seemingly on the verge of erupting into conflict within the barbecue establishment. At that moment, two masked umbu suddenly leapt out from the surroundings, intervening to prevent Rasha from losing his temper. Rasha-senin, please do not make this difficult for us. Only then did Rasha begrudgingly retract his sand gold, muttering resentfully, you self-serving individuals who disregard the village still dare to aspire to become the Kazekage? Just do not bring shame to the village in tomorrow's second exam. Chapter 59. While all are intoxicated, I remain sober. Rasha, seemingly infuriated by Mi-seong, flicked his sleeve. scattering a few sparkles of golden light, and left the barbecue restaurant without a backward glance. Mi Xiang, Yi Tsang, and the others continued to eat as if nothing had happened. Once they returned to the inn, Yi Tsang and Jiaer directly made their way to Mi Xiang's room. After setting up a silent barrier, Yi Tsang inquired, "What was the intel from Rasha? His acting skills are truly lacking." Mi Xiang produced a small scroll, which Rasha had discreetly sent beneath the table during their conflict at the barbecue restaurant, manipulating a cluster of sand gold. Although they were ninjas from the same village and appeared to harbor deep-seated grievances, their relationship had not deteriorated to the point of outright hostility. It seemed that Rasha might still be salvageable. Among the third Hokage's faction, Rasha was merely a man with differing ideologies, not as radical as others. Life is akin to a play, entirely reliant on one's performance. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed information meant to be burned after reading. The chief examiner for the second round of the Chunin exams had been replaced by Orochimaru, and there were indications that someone from Konoha was targeting Mi Xiang. Within mere seconds of opening the scroll, the text seemed to ignite, fading into nothingness, leaving behind a blank scroll. In recent days, Mi Xiang had sensed an increase in the number of shadowy figures tracking him through the bioelectric field. Given his standout performance in the first exam, it was only natural for him to attract attention. However, this was Konoha, a place fraught with peril. The feeling of being watched was unsettling. Tomorrow marked the second round of the joint Chunin exams, the trial of the Forest of Death, where teamwork and collaboration would be tested. True to Konoha's long-standing traditions, the competition would involve a battle for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. Mi Xiang and his companions had initially prepared thoroughly for the second round. Yet, with the sudden introduction of Orochimaru as a variable, things were likely to become more complicated. According to Mi Xiang's recollection, at this stage, Orochimaru had not yet fallen into darkness or defected from Konoha, although he had begun to delve into forbidden experiments spurred by the fragility of life on the battlefield. He still harbored aspirations of becoming a worthy successor to the Hokage. After all, the legendary Sannin of Konoha were nurtured under this very model, roots deep in the soil. The chosen successor to the Hokage, a person of great promise. Perhaps, based on Mi Xiang's analysis, Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality began after the unexpected death of Rope Tree. At this point, whether or not he had already commenced his experiments with corpses or human trials, he was likely collaborating with Danzo. It was during this time that Orochimaru began to lose his moral compass. Nonetheless, he should still be capable of normal communication, wouldn't he? As Mi Xiang fell into contemplation, Yi Tsang expressed concern. What does it signify for one of the legendary Sannin to serve as the chief examiner for the second round? I recall the original examiner was Konoha Jonin Aburame Shibi. Is it because of your dazzling performance in the first round that Konoha feels threatened? Scorpion and Zitsang also voiced their apprehension for Mi Xiang, even suggesting whether he should withdraw from the second round. Even Jiaer, who was initially oblivious, mustered the courage to approach Mi Xiang, saying, "I have never thanked you. It was thanks to you that I was saved that day. I am aware of the legendary status of the Sannin in Konoha. If you need assistance, I can help too." With that, Jianer's hands shimmered with a gentle green light. Healing technique. Mi Xiang recognized the familiar yang chakra and exclaimed. Yi Tsang had long been aware of Jianer's ability. When Mi Xiang and the others had dealt with a lingering threat, Yi Tsang had accidentally crushed a cup, injuring her hand. At that time, Jiaer had used the healing technique to mend her wound. Upon careful questioning, Yi Tsang learned the backstory. Before Jiaer's village had been destroyed by the noble family of Ogawa, the village chief had sustained a gash on his thigh from a wild boar's tusk. At that moment, a broad-hearted woman clad in green robes, accompanied by a short-haired girl, passed through the village. Subsequently, the village chief paid a substantial amount for treatment. And while the girl performed the healing technique, Jiaer observed closely and learned the skill. Yi Tsang had intended to wait until they returned to their village to discuss this matter, as the importance of a medical ninja was tremendous. Not to mention, Jiaer was a prodigy who could intuitively master techniques merely by witnessing them. Until now, Mi Xiang had the opportunity to truly appreciate the girl he had saved. In this world, where chakra exists, how many talents have been overlooked? And could that broad-hearted woman have been Tsunade? Oh, if only Jiaer had known her identity and showcased her gifts, perhaps she would have been accepted as a disciple by Tsunade. Possessing innate yang chakra, being able to learn the healing technique after just a few demonstrations, her talent rivaled that of Kabuto. Mi Xiang smiled broadly and said, "What has come over you?" We are here to participate in the joint Chunin exams, not to challenge the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Orochimaru is merely the chief examiner, not a competitor in the arena. Is there truly a need to be so anxious? Besides, you all know my capability for self-preservation. If danger truly arises, I will outpace anyone in my escape. Just do not blame me for abandoning you then. The group scoffed in disdain, yet acknowledged Mi Xiang's reasoning. Indeed, as the host country, Konoha would not stoop so low as to allow the chief examiner to attack the participants during the competition. Overall, Konoha still had some semblance of honor. In contrast to this intel, the frequent appearances of spies around them instilled a sense of unease. Mi Xiang turned to Jar and advised, "Do not disclose your talent as a medical ninja to anyone before we return to the village, understood?" Jar nodded earnestly. Mi Xiang and Scorpion deliberated the strategy for the next day. Upon hearing the stipulation that they must not kill their opponents unless absolutely necessary, Scorpion expressed confusion. Their intent is to kill us in battle. Why must we impose such a restriction? Does it not bind our hands? Mi Xiang clarified. Our purpose in participating in this joint Chunin exam is not merely to eliminate opponents. That is not our goal. Our mission is to showcase the strength of our village through the results of the competition. To put it plainly, we aim to promote our sand-hidden village. Do you believe it would be more advantageous to leave a reputation for ruthless slaughter among the observing noble clans, or to be remembered as a formidable force with a compassionate heart? Mi Xiang, folding his blank scroll, spoke meaningfully. When the rest of the world has grown accustomed to the notion that ninja competitions are merely brutal carnage, a team that crushes its adversaries with absolute strength while embodying mercy will stand out like a flicker of light in the darkness. We must have faith in our power. With our mechas, we are utterly formidable. Scorpion and Zitsong pondered Mi Xiang's confident words. Even Jia Air's eyes sparkled with a certain brilliance at Mi Xiang's words. Thus, undeterred by the intelligence they had received, the three entered the arena for the second round of the Chunin exams with fervent enthusiasm. The Forest of Death. Chapter 60. The Scroll Seizure Battle. The rules for seizing scrolls in the Forest of Death were quite similar to those from the time when the Konoha Little Strong participated. Within a 5-kilometer radius of this forest, teams carrying the Heaven and Earth scrolls would be dispersed. Every team must protect their own scroll while attempting to seize the other type. The challenge tests the ninja's reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities, but more importantly, it assesses combat prowess and operational capacity. When Mi Xiang received his scroll, he observed the chief examiner, Orochimaru, up close. In turn, that serpentine gaze was also curiously studying him. Enduring the unsettling scrutiny, Mi Xiang nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Orochimaru. He had received the Heaven Scroll. Within the next 5 days, his team needed to acquire an Earth Scroll and then reach the central tower of the Forest of Death with both scrolls. During this time, all other teams would be their adversaries. Any team that suffered casualties, withdrew, or opened their scrolls prematurely would be eliminated. At this point, Orochimaru had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. Compared to Orochimaru, Mi Xiang paid little attention to the other teams. As for signing death agreements, such trivial matters hardly crossed his mind. Since arriving in this world, he had always danced on the edge of danger. Let us go. Mi Xiang waved his hand and, accompanied by Scorpion with his raven puppet and Zitsong donned in leopard mecha, they were the first to step into the dense forest. With so many trees, surely they could fetch a handsome price if sold. Orochimaru leaned against a pole by the barbed wire, watching with interest as teams of lower ninjas entered from various entrances. Just as he was about to slip away, he abruptly halted. Jiraiya, haven't you gone off in search of the legendary child of prophecy? What brings you back? The other examiners had already entered the Forest of Death, and with Orochimaru's unexpected question, Jiraiya, with his wild white hair and oil-stained forehead protector, appeared before him. I returned for other matters. Were you involved in the incident with Sakumo's suicide? Orochimaru licked his lips with a raspy voice. Such a rotten conspiracy could only have been orchestrated by that individual. Our dear teacher was certainly complicit. They, who had fallen prey to the machinations of nobility, wished to suppress and control Sakumo, turning him into a useful tool devoid of independent thought. It simply backfired in the end. What, you foolish one? Intend to seek justice for Sakumo? In response to Orochimaru's mockery, Jiraiya's face was marked with anguish. He had been wandering about under the guise of gathering intelligence. Was he not also fleeing? It was precisely because he understood Orochimaru that he knew the latter spoke the truth. How could it come to this? That was Sakumo Hatake, a hero of the village. Jiraiya's return to the village was perplexing. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to inquire directly with Orochimaru. Perhaps, subconsciously, he wished to shield his dear friend from such decayed conspiracies. Now that he had received his answer, there was no reason for him to linger in the village. Just as Jiraiya was about to leave, Orochimaru inquired with curiosity, "Did you truly come back solely for the Oil Woman clan? What unreliable prophecy did that giant frog bestow upon you?" Jiraiya nodded. "The prophecy from the great sage Toad is still quite accurate. This time, it pertains to insects. There are no upheavals with the Oil Woman clan. I intend to investigate the Iwagakure regarding the Kamizuru clan. Insects? How intriguing. It seems I shall also need to study insects in due time. There are quite a few interesting young ones in this Chunin exam. Are you truly not staying to observe?" Jiraiya leapt onto a telephone pole and bounded away. "What is so entertaining about children fighting? Convey my regards to the old man and inform him that I am off to gather intelligence in Iwagakure." Orochimaru chuckled softly as he glided into the forest of death, a small white snake slithering from his sleeve. The snake flicked its tongue, pointing northwest. Heading to the northwestern edge? Have I been discovered? Or are they merely wandering away from other teams? How fascinating. With a hissing laugh, Orochimaru vanished into the dense foliage. In that direction, a trio of ninjas was present, with two positioned on either side, likely lying in ambush. Misyang sensed an approaching team using bioelectrical perception. After all, in a forest limited to 5 kilometers, encountering numerous teams was rather inevitable. It was all Narashikaka's fault. His lenient first round had hardly eliminated any teams. As both sides closed in to within 30 meters, they officially entered combat range. "Takigakure, what scroll do you possess?" Facing the 2 men and 1 woman with their hands pressed to the ground, Misyang was the first to inquire. As he spoke, he gestured to the sides with the hand that was resting behind his back. The 3 individuals, adorned with Takigakure headbands, did not respond to Misyang's question. The slender-faced ninja in the center grinned broadly. "Is your scroll heaven or earth?" Misyang revealed the scroll he had been holding. "We have the heaven scroll. What about you?" Suddenly, the slender-faced ninja raised his hands from the ground and swiftly waved them towards the center. Water release. Water body technique. The 2 figures beside him shattered, transforming into 2 blobs of viscous water, and along with the surge of water from the ground, they formed a large net that surged toward them. Simultaneously, the trees on either side reverberated with the sounds of ninjutsu, secret technique, pollen confusion technique, combined ninjutsu, amber prison technique. A vast cloud of pollen, accompanied by large brown hands formed from the viscous water, enveloped the 3 within the range of the jutsu. This amber trap was the trio's signature technique, capable of solidifying the thick resin into hard amber and ultimately trapping their enemies within it, immobilized. As the first to launch this technique, Feiju Yujin wore a victorious smile. As the captain of this small team, he was one of the rare sensory ninjas from Takigakure. After enduring rigorous waterfall training in the village, he awakened the skill of water wave perception. By preemptively laying down resin water, he could sense various information about the enemies along the way. Naturally, he could also discern that the 3 from Sunagakure who had walked into the trap were all tangible entities, especially for Misyang, who had made such a striking impression during the first exam. How could Feiju Yujin not remember him? Their scroll was also a heaven scroll. Yet he still chose to launch an ambush, eager to teach Misyang and his companions a lesson. After all, it was these Sunagakure ninjas who loved to show off. Chapter 61. The overwhelming power at the moment when Feiju Yujin felt triumphant. Misyang's face also bore a smile. "I've caught you." With a whoosh, Misyang propelled himself forward, harnessing the minuscule amount of chakra he had to compress the air, and in a mere 2 seconds, he traversed the 30 meters that lay between them. The little chakra Misyang had, accumulated over half a day, unleashed a terrifying burst of compressed wind ninjutsu. This was not merely the body flicker technique that could cover a few meters. Feiju Yujin blinked, and Misyang appeared beside him, accompanied by an arc of electricity over half a meter long. "Ah!" Feiju Yujin emitted a cry that could easily be misconstrued, rendered unconscious by the high-voltage arc. This somewhat suggestive scream caused both Scorpion and Zitsong to falter for a moment. The instigator, Misyang, disdainfully took 2 steps away, not only to alleviate the dizziness and shock from his high-speed movement, but also to distance himself from this peculiar character. Fortunately, the true strength of their team far surpassed that of their opponents. A brief hesitation would not affect the overall outcome. Scorpion faced the female ninja, who had released the pollen. Under his control, the oversized puppet crow began to spin, its 6 limbs angled at various positions, pivoting around a slender body axis, transforming into a wind funnel driven by high-speed motors. It was a 6-blade wind funnel, accompanied by a deafening noise. The crow puppet morphed into a wind funnel that whipped up a tempest, causing the pollen to swirl back. Although this wind lacked the cutting attributes of wind release, its impact was no less formidable than a powerful wind breakthrough. The Takinen girl, named Firefly, was an adept medical ninja skilled in battlefield support. Her pollen disruption technique was forcefully blown back by Scorpion's crow, and the formidable wind pressure rendered her momentarily unable to open her eyes. However, Scorpion's assault was not so straightforward. He was a puppet genius from Sunagakure. Just as Firefly raised her arms defensively, a sudden, violent impact surged from beneath her feet. Combining puppet techniques, the crow and the black ant danced in unison. A robust puppet, exuding a dark metallic sheen, burst forth from beneath Firefly, sending her flying into the air. Following closely behind, the sturdy black ant puppet, under Scorpion's deft control of chakra strings, opened a mechanism in its abdomen. Firefly, unable to evade midair, was captured with a snap and confined within the belly of the black ant puppet. Since acquiring the mountain god puppet, Scorpion had seldom relied on such traditional puppet attacks. This time, it was merely to subdue the Takinen. Capturing her was sufficient, and there was no need to employ any lethal techniques afterward. He maneuvered the 2 puppets to land gracefully, striking a rather impressive pose. Mi Xiang was still adjusting to the disorientation from his high-speed assault. Otherwise, he would have already commented on Scorpion's ostentation. In contrast to Mi Xiang and Scorpion, Zitsong's situation was far simpler. Activating the first stage of the 7-day breathing technique and enhanced by his leopard form mech, his agility soared. With 2 swift directional changes, he easily evaded the incoming amber. He then flashed to stand before the tall and robust iron rock amber, delivering a powerful step punch that shattered the opponent's fortified amber shield. Next came Zitsong's moment. Yura Yura Yura, the rapid fist technique taught by Captain Mi Xiang, combined with this incantation, maximized its power. Zitsong followed Mi Xiang's guidance meticulously, unleashing a flurry of 30 punches that sent iron rock amber crashing down from the tree. This set of Wing Chun rapid punches was executed with remarkable finesse by Zitsong. As the instructor, Mi Xiang only grasped the surface of the technique. Yet, even this rudimentary understanding, when employed by the physically superior Zitsong, surpassed the meager physical techniques of the ninja world. Impressive. In a single encounter, the 3 self-proclaimed advantages of my Takinen were swiftly resolved. Mi Xiang searched Feiju Yujin and discovered a heaven character scroll, which did not disappoint him. He casually tossed the scroll to Scorpion. It's a heaven character scroll, not bad. Now let us release that Takinen. Whether they wished to withdraw from the competition or continue to strive for victory was up to them. As for him, they would part ways from now on. The 2 of them should aim for another Earth character scroll and wait for him near the tower. The remaining matters would be handled by him according to the plan. Scorpion's fingers moved slightly, and with a series of clicks, the latch on the black ant's belly opened, releasing the panicked Firefly. Firefly, witnessing her unconscious teammates, incredulously asked, You want to kill us? Mi Xiang shook his head, taking Scorpion and Zitsong aside to distribute their supplies. He himself carried 20 fully charged supercapacitors. After receiving 5 from both Scorpion and Zitsong, who wished to offer more, Mi Xiang declined. You 2 need to prepare for unforeseen circumstances as well. I'm going to have a heart-to-heart with Orochimaru, not to engage in battle. There's no need to carry so many supercapacitors. Moreover, he is a renowned Sannin of Konoha and the proctor for this Chunin exam. He won't attack me. Even though Mi Xiang had previously outlined his plan, Scorpion still uneasily handed over explosive tags, communication puppets, and other scrolls, thrusting them into his hands. I understand your reasoning, but your preparations suggest otherwise. Your current chakra is minimal. You can only rely on these supercapacitors to perform jutsu. Why not let me and Zitsong accompany you? Mi Xiang, everyone has their secrets. I don't wish to pry. However, you have promised me that you would help establish a different ninja world. If you break that promise, I will truly turn you into a puppet and seek vengeance using your own puppet against you. Mi Xiang was deeply touched by Scorpion's declaration. Yet he found Scorpion's expression of loyalty rather daunting. He patted his supercapacitors and extended his fist towards Scorpion and Zitsong. Fear not. I am Ixiong, who is reputedly most afraid of death. How could I engage in suicidal endeavors? Let us not forget, I also possess the upgraded version of the Enthusiast Mech, the Archdeacon Mech. I carry 30 supercapacitors, each containing over 30 bolts of natural lightning. This chakra amount is equivalent to the power of 60 of my former self. Should a confrontation arise, do you think anyone could stand against me? I could obliterate the entire death forest with it, so there's no need for concern regarding safety. Trust me, I have compelling reasons to meet Orochimaru. For the future we both envision. Only then did Scorpion and Zitsong fist bump Mixiang. For the future we both envision. Mixiang watched as Scorpion and Zitsong departed before turning westward. Arriving at a clearing on the edge of the death forest, he opened a storage scroll, extracting a few needle-like objects and inserting them into the ground, before placing a mat atop them. Next, he scattered a handful of silver dust, the size of rice grains, across a radius of several dozen meters. Having completed all of this, he sat on the mat, placing the initially acquired heaven character scroll before him, and spoke. Orochimaru, come forth. Chapter 62. Mastering Thunder. Orochimaru, come forth. As Mixiang's call echoed, his voice resonated through the clearing. Soon, accompanied by a raspy chuckle, Orochimaru, clad in a traditional Japanese robe, emerged from behind a tree. Interesting. I can sense your insignificant chakra. Young Sand Ninja, what emboldens you? What gives you the audacity to remain here alone? Are you not afraid of other teams coming to eliminate you? Mixiang sat calmly, as if at home. Forgive me for amusing Lord Orochimaru. The scroll you provided has been tampered with, so it is hardly out of concern for my safety. It is merely a means to track my movements. Surely, you have matters to discuss with me, do you not? He paused momentarily, shaking the heavenly scroll that Orochimaru had entrusted to him, before retrieving a storage scroll and continuing. As for me, I intend to seize this opportunity to engage in a transaction with Lord Orochimaru. Transaction? Young Sand Ninja, what do you possess that would entice me to trade? Moreover, if I were to eliminate you, wouldn't all your possessions naturally belong to me? Mixiang suddenly turned his head towards his approaching direction, sensing the atmosphere, and remarked, apologies. But some unwelcome guests are on their way. Lord Orochimaru, please take cover. Let me deal with them first, and then we may continue our business discussions. However, I urge you to safeguard yourself to avoid any inadvertent injury. Orochimaru, possessing his own means of reconnaissance, lowered his voice and said, can anyone truly harm me? An intriguing thought. 3 individuals, it seems they have come specifically to pursue you. They carry a rather unpleasant aura. It appears they wish to kill you out of sheer frustration. Shall I dispose of them for you? Mixiang confidently replied, no need. Demonstrating my strength to the trade partner will facilitate our bargain, will it not? An amusing little rascal. I shall enjoy your performance, Orochimaru remarked, as he seemed to melt into the ground. With the sound of rustling footsteps, 3 poker-faced ninjas emerged into Mixiang's view. These 3 ninjas bore the headbands of the grass village, but Mixiang could easily deduce their true origin. They were root ninjas. That Danzo, truly a petty individual. Just because I blocked a few of the barriers he set up, he holds a grudge against me? As expected, as soon as the 3 poker-faced ninjas appeared, they wasted no time in launching shuriken at him. Following the shuriken, they drew their blades, and the ninjas of the ninjutsu style began to form seals, clearly intending to unleash offensive techniques. The one submerged underground must be preparing to execute the decapitation technique, no doubt. A 3-pronged attack, aiming to kill right from the outset, is characteristic of Danzo's minions. Yet, they failed to send even a single renowned root ninja. These mere lackeys underestimate him far too much. Mixiang had no intention of engaging them in conversation, nor did he harbor thoughts of competing in ninjutsu or taijutsu. He aimed to showcase his potential to Orochimaru. And the more decisive his victory, the better the impression it would leave. Unleash your fury, electricity. Without even forming seals, Mixiang spread his arms wide, using his hands as conduits to instantly draw forth the charge from 2 supercapacitors, totaling 600 degrees of electricity. A single lightning bolt only contains a little over 200 degrees. In Mixiang's hands, he amassed 1,200,000 volts of voltage and 20,000 amperes of current, flashing for a mere 0.1 milliseconds. Whoosh! This formidable electric field rivaled the power of ordinary lightning. In the dry air, it could easily penetrate over 300 meters. Not to mention, The current location was a relatively humid forest. Mi Xiang, fearing the power might be insufficient, scattered chakra-infused metal debris around him, while also laying down chakra metal grounding beneath his feet. This was an ultra-large-scale area of effect damage. Without exception, the three root ninjas, skilled in coordinated assassination, were enveloped by a blinding arc of electricity. Not only them, but within a 300-meter radius centered around Mi Xiang, everything was instantly consumed in white light. Kunai, swords, grass, trees, insects, birds, and even the concealed Orochimaru. Nothing could escape. Among the three ninjas, two reacted swiftly, activating their preset substitution techniques. However, a mere 15-meter substitution distance was utterly trivial within the 300-meter arc of electricity. Furthermore, there were those secondary and tertiary lightning surges triggered by the chakra metal around Mi Xiang. Within a radius of several meters surrounding Mi Xiang, everything was enveloped in a bluish-white halo. The unfortunate root ninja who had burrowed underground became ashes in an instant. At the moment the current tore through the air, a deafening series of crackling sounds erupted. This sound was not akin to ordinary thunder, but rather a cacophony, dense as if a box of firecrackers had been tossed into a bonfire, creating a continuous series of explosions. In an instant, the acrid scent of ozone permeated the forest. The thick, bluish-white arcs of electricity twisted like a giant serpent, activating the chakra metal debris scattered around Mi Xiang. These metallic fragments suddenly glowed, eerily levitating. On the outer layer of these massive arcs, countless thin blue secondary arcs stretched outward. Unlike the primary arcs, which were 20 centimeters thick, these smaller arcs varied from a few millimeters to several centimeters, resembling numerous branches extending from the serpent's body, sprawling in all directions. The arcs near Mi Xiang surged upwards like a brilliant sphere of light, carrying destructive energy as they ascended, vaporizing everything in their path: tree trunks, branches, leaves, turning them to ash. The towering trees several meters away were swept by the arcs, their bark instantly charring and peeling off, the insides glowing red before igniting into fierce orange flames. The layer of fallen leaves on the ground was ignited by the heat waves radiating from the arcs, forming a circular fire ring, with sparks being swept into the air by the currents, intertwining with the bluish-white glow of the arcs. This scene, akin to a natural disaster, bore an eerie yet brutal beauty, an overwhelming force. From the core, vast amounts of air were ionized into plasma, visible purplish ion clouds rolling outward. Over 200 meters away, tree trunks and rock surfaces began to show signs of electric scorch marks, while even more distant branches trembled violently, shedding their leaves. Subsequently, the activated chakra metal discharged again, wreaking havoc within the vicinity of Mi Xiang. Damn, this has escalated. A single strike vaporized the three root ninjas who sought to kill him. Undeniably impressive. However, Mi Xiang overlooked one crucial detail. While he may be immune to lightning, he was not immune to high temperatures. Had he not reacted swiftly to don the upgraded full-body protective variant of the Zealot mech, he would have been the first unfortunate soul to be incinerated by his own skill. Fortunately, the intense heat generated by the charge came swiftly and dissipated just as rapidly. Under the protection of the mech, Mi Xiang only felt a fleeting scorch. As the surrounding charge gradually dissipated, the exaggeratedly designed mech stood amidst the charred, glass-like remnants of the forest, resembling a deity. With the charge fading, from over 100 meters away, a charred corpse emerged from a fallen tree, spitting out a slick Orochimaru. Great Serpent Substitution Technique. The reappeared Orochimaru extended his long tongue to taste the slickness on his face, emitting a chilling laugh. Heh. Fortunate I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have truly perished here. This technique is exceptionally formidable. I acknowledge you, Mi Xiang of Sunagakure. This is the most powerful lightning release technique I have ever witnessed. Truly remarkable. Now, speak. What do you wish to obtain from me? Chapter 63. Dancing with Serpents. What do you desire from me? Power? Wealth? Or perhaps ninjutsu? Could it be intelligence from Konoha? Mi Xiang, at present, Konoha and Sunagakure remain allies. Orochimaru had not encountered such a life-threatening situation in a long time. Since the Second Shinobi World War, Mi Xiang was the first to compel him to use the Great Serpent Substitution Technique. According to Orochimaru's estimation, had he been in close proximity to Mi Xiang, even the Great Serpent Substitution Technique might not have sufficed for defense. In that moment, there wouldn't have been enough time to summon the summoning technique. The overwhelming power that caused his very soul to tremble instilled both fear and an unusual fascination within him. The magnificent spectacle of thunder still sends shivers down his spine. This is power. The power to command thunder. To possess such power grants Mizuki the right to engage in equal dialogue. Faced with Orochimaru's acknowledgement and inquiries about a transaction, Mizuki shook his head and spoke. Lord Orochimaru, we can discuss the matter of trade later. I have a question I have long wished to ask you. Mizuki retracted the Archbishop Mech and sat upon a charred rock, his face displaying a calmness far beyond his years. As he uttered words that took Orochimaru by surprise. Lord Orochimaru, you are profoundly lonely, aren't you? Lonely? Orochimaru mused, intrigued by Mizuki's question. Why do you say that? How could I possibly be lonely? Among those who understand Orochimaru, Mizuki, with insights from a future perspective, undoubtedly ranks first. He could even claim to know him better than Orochimaru himself. From a genius orphan to joining the ranks of Princess Tsunade and the impetuous Jiraiya. With a mentor like Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage of Konoha, revered as the doctor of the Shinobi world. In the Second Shinobi World War, he withstood the legendary Hanzo, earning the title of the Legendary Three. Through trials and tribulations, he emerged as the foremost antagonist in the early stages, even blurring the lines of gender, ultimately finding redemption in the grand finale. This esteemed scientist of the Hokage world, Orochimaru, is currently a formidable contender for the next Hokage of Konoha. He is merely disoriented, not entirely fallen. Even without Naruto's eloquence, Mizuki comprehends what Orochimaru lacks the most: direction. Direction in life. Taking a deep breath, Mizuki slowly articulated, Lord Orochimaru, you are the most tenacious seeker of the ultimate question of existence I have ever encountered. You even go so far as to conduct human experiments. To me, it appears that what you pursue is not the oft-quoted immortality, but rather a profound fear of the obliteration of individual will. You fear that one day you, as an individual, will vanish abruptly, much like Senju Hashirama or the Shinobi Kato. Your dread has never been of death itself. Rather, it is the loneliness and uncertainty that follows the demise of the individual. Orochimaru, expressionless as he sat upon the charred stump, replied with a detached tone, Isn't this a rather normal understanding? No matter how brilliant the knowledge or how great the will, it all fades with the demise of the body. Only immortality can unlock the ultimate exploration of this world. Mizuki paid no heed to Orochimaru's retort, continuing on his path, a clear understanding, indeed, and quite rational. Yet, even beings as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths cannot achieve eternal life. Even if one day, Lord Orochimaru discovers the secret of immortality, what of your soul? With constant body exchanges, the soul must undoubtedly become tainted. At that point, will the Orochimaru of that time still be you? At this moment, Orochimaru had just begun to study the technique of the impure world reincarnation, the crux of which involves severing the soul to change bodies, thereby achieving longevity. He found it astonishing that a mere ninja from Sunagakure had uncovered this. Mizuki, you are aware of this? What a terrifyingly impressive intelligence you possess. Your threat level in my eyes has risen considerably. I am curious. How did you discern my recently birthed thoughts? Have you been to Myaboka Mountain? Mizuki could not explain the matter of time travel, but the vague prophetic abilities of the great sage Toad served as a fitting shield. Consider it that I possess eyes that can pierce through time. I have glimpsed the solitary figure of Lord Orochimaru traversing the path of fate. However, to me, any individual's pursuit of immortality is merely an illusion. Even rocks, enduring centuries of wind and rain, will eventually crumble. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. So, Mizuki, are you suggesting I carve stones? Is there truly nothing eternal in this world? Mizuki shook his head. There is, indeed. Only thought and civilization can endure eternally through inheritance. An individual life can only achieve true immortality by transforming their thoughts into civilization. Translating thought into civilization? Orochimaru mused. Such a romantic fantasy cannot satiate my quest for reality. My dream is to master all ninjutsu in existence. Mizuki regarded Orochimaru with a gaze that seemed to brim with pity. Thus, Lord Orochimaru, the technique you wish to pursue is the impure world reincarnation, correct? You aspire to evade the cycles of life and death through the continual exchange of vessels, to prolong your knowledge, to retain enough vigor to study more ninjutsu. Am I right? Yet, Lord Orochimaru, An individual's energy is ultimately limited. The tragedy of the shinobi world cannot be resolved merely through ninjutsu. Mizuki continued, pointing at Orochimaru and then at himself. I have envisioned an alternative path. This path allows one to become a disseminator of ninjutsu and civilization, to shelter more individuals, to involve more in the development and refinement of ninjutsu. What we must do is guide this transformation, allowing it to truly impact everyone in the shinobi world. At that time, you and I will no longer be solitary figures trudging along, but will become bearers of civilization, founders of order, remembered by all. Only in this way can we achieve true immortality. Orochimaru, licking his lips with his long tongue, remarked with keen interest, to be the bearer of civilization and order? Mizuki, your words do not seem to belong to a 10-year-old genin. Yet, even if I were to attempt such a feat, not only would I be considered a heretic in Konoha, but I would also be destroyed. Mizuki rose, clenched his fists, and gently thumped his chest. Thus, those decaying rulers, nobles, daimyos, and those so-called beneficiaries of the will of fire are shackles on this path. What we must focus on is the entire shinobi world. We must shatter all shackles within the shinobi world, uniting the strength of all, eliminating internal strife and bloody wars, elevating the civilization of the entire world to a higher level. The entire world? Orochimaru chuckled. Mizuki, do you truly aspire to unify the shinobi world? This was something even the legendary shinobi, Hashirama Senju, could not achieve. What makes you believe you can accomplish it? Mizuki remained unfazed by Orochimaru's skepticism, resolutely replying, perhaps I lack the wisdom of Lord Orochimaru, and I do not possess the innate talent to master ninjutsu at a glance like some. However, I refuse to remain a scavenger, secretly transforming myself under the shackles of this decaying, old society. The shinobi, a miraculous force that should propel civilization forward, has been reduced to a tool for the nobility and daimyos to vie for power. This world should not be so. I would rather use my strength to become the beacon that ignites a new world. If Lord Orochimaru encounters setbacks in the future he firmly believes in, feeling uncertain and lost about his own existence, he is welcome to explore an alternative path. With a foundation of equal dialogue established, we can now discuss matters of trade. Orochimaru's slit-like pupils narrowed abruptly as he grinned and inquired, it seems that you, Mikusho-kun, are privy to numerous secrets of the ninja world? Is this a bloodline limit or some other ninjutsu? Can your eyes truly penetrate time? Or do you possess unique channels of intelligence? This time, Mikusho did not respond to Orochimaru's queries, instead tossing a storage scroll towards him. What is this? Orochimaru exclaimed as several serpents slithered from his sleeves, swiftly seizing the scroll. Release. The most basic storage scroll had no seals or traps. A puff of white smoke revealed a pile of silver-gray metal bars. Orochimaru coiled one metal bar with his serpentine hand, infused it with chakra, and exclaimed, Advanced chakra metal. A conductivity rate of 45, and this weighs at least 20 pounds. I never expected you to be so affluent, Mikusho-kun. Now, tell me, what do you desire? Mikusho extended 2 fingers, stating, I seek the mutual explosion tag and the spirit transformation technique. Mutual explosion tag? Spirit transformation technique. Orochimaru mused, noting Mikusho's considerable appetite, already eyeing Konoha's forbidden techniques. Merely this amount of chakra metal would not suffice. Without a word, Mikusho tossed another scroll. This one contained 40 pounds of chakra metal of the same quality. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued by this sand ninja. While the chakra metal was indeed precious, he, as the successor to the Hokage, would not be so easily bought. How could he betray the village's secret arts? Before he could refuse again, Mikusho hurled yet another scroll, this time containing 80 pounds of chakra metal. The thrill of using chakra metal as a weapon was exhilarating. Should Orochimaru turn down this offer, Mikusho would toss over a scroll with 160 pounds of chakra metal. However, that would be the last scroll, and if Orochimaru were truly so greedy, he would no longer be a partner worth collaborating with. There are countless paths to becoming stronger. There is never just one way. Fortunately, Mikusho had not misjudged Orochimaru. Mikusho-kun, you are indeed an intriguing individual. I have developed a slight interest in your ambitions. The deal is struck, but I can only grant you the spirit transformation technique for now. As Orochimaru spoke, he scrutinized Mikusho's expression. To his surprise, Mikusho displayed no dissatisfaction. Orochimaru then revealed an appreciative expression, saying, How generous. Mikusho-kun, your magnanimity surpasses many. My experiments are severely lacking in chakra metal, so I shall gladly accept this. I am quite curious why you would choose these two seemingly trivial forbidden techniques. Mikusho remained silent, his expression calm and devoid of any fluctuation. Orochimaru expelled a slimy scroll from his mouth and casually tossed it to Mikusho, stating, "Since you are so well acquainted with Konoha, you naturally know the fate of the only individual who succeeded in mastering the spirit transformation technique. That fool met his demise due to the flaws inherent in this technique. The improved version created by Kato Dan has not been touched in the village since that time. It has been preserved here with me. Thus, I can offer you this technique. As for the mutual explosion tag, a technique only utilized by the second Hokage, are you certain you desire it? Given its significant drawbacks and costs?" Mikusho did not take the scroll thrown by Orochimaru, not out of fear of traps, but due to his disdain for the slime coating it. As he wiped the slime away with a handkerchief, he nodded and replied, "The value of a technique does not lie solely in its power. It is equally contingent upon who wields it. A simple water technique, when executed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, bears a power incomparable to that of an ordinary ninja. I am in no rush. Whenever you obtain this technique, you may gift it to me. There exists a mutual trust between us." Mikusho unrolled the now clean scroll, briefly examining it, confirming it indeed contained Kato Dan's version of the spirit transformation technique. "How fascinating. Survive well, Mikusho-kun, and allow me to witness the future you envision, one that embodies civilization. Perhaps one day, I shall be inclined to grant you the mutual explosion tag." With that, Orochimaru descended once more into the earth, vanishing from sight. Mikusho utilized bioelectric sensing, confirming there were no large life forms nearby before exhaling a sigh of relief. "Damn it, that nearly gave me a heart attack." The pressure of confronting Uncle Snake had been the most intense he had experienced since his arrival in this world. This was still after he had seized the initiative, using 2 supercapacitors to store over 600 degrees of charge, swiftly dispatching the root ninja and earning a fair opportunity for dialogue. The spirit transformation technique. This seemingly trivial forbidden technique had become one of Mikusho's greatest gains from this venture. He reached out to the recently awakened consciousness within his sea of awareness. "Little bug, how do you feel now?" "Mikusho, I thank you for expending such a vast amount of chakra to nurture me. I am a little bug, yet not merely a little bug. Perhaps I am the evolving intelligence you recall, but I do not yet know how this frail form of mine can assist you." Mikusho conveyed his delight within his consciousness. "No worries. Every great achievement begins with small progress. I will aid you in learning and growing alongside me. The spirit transformation technique we have acquired is tailor-made for you. From this moment forth, your primary task will be to analyze this technique." The voice of Little Bug radiated joy within the consciousness. "Understood, Mikusho. The new Little Bug is always at your service. There are no useless ninjutsu. Only those who do not know how to wield them. The spirit transformation technique, surprisingly employed for assassination and intelligence gathering? A hidden gem indeed." He perused the scroll containing the spirit transformation technique, which was then memorized by the intelligent entity, Little Bug. Although this newly awakened Little Bug was still weak, it had the ability to merge souls and continuously learn, evolving just like AI in its infancy. This would become his greatest asset for the future. As for the other unexpected gain, Mikusho had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. He was no longer as generous as during his trade with Orochimaru. Instead, he was crouched on the ground, diligently searching for the scattered fragments of chakra metal. Having discarded 140 pounds of chakra metal without a second thought, he now meticulously controlled strands of chakra metal to collect the small shards littering the charred surface. Could this be the legendary principle of saving where one should, and spending where one must? After some time, covered in soot and ash, Mikusho suddenly leaped up, holding a grain-sized fragment of metal aloft, exclaiming, "I've found it." Chapter 65, Unexpected Delight. This minuscule fragment of chakra metal appeared unremarkable, with no discernible changes in its metallic edges. Yet, Mikusho's eyes gleamed with excitement, even more so than when he had acquired the spirit transformation technique. He cautiously gathered the other scattered fragments of chakra metal from the ground, using the strands to fashion an electromagnet to sort these particles. In total, Mikusho obtained 12 similarly unique fragments, though collectively weighing no more than a gram. He cradled them in his palm, as if they were treasures. Holding his breath, he cautiously brought his other hand, gripping the electromagnet, closer. As the electromagnet approached, these grain-sized metal particles inexplicably shifted aside as if nudged by an invisible hand. Mikusho conducted 3 consecutive experiments, each yielding the same result. The Meissner effect, or rather, the Meissner effect at room temperature. This phenomenon is more commonly known as superconducting metals exhibit complete diamagnetism in a magnetic field. These metals possess the remarkable property of room temperature superconductivity. This world, imbued with chakra, is indeed a wondrous realm. With this discovery, his vision of a mechanized suit transcends mere fantasy. Mi was so exhilarated that he shouted and gathered the shards of chakra metal, sealing them along with the charred remnants of soil. Being still in the Hidden Leaf Village, he lacked the means to verify how chakra metals exhibit superconductive abilities. His preliminary assessment suggested a correlation with the phenomena of high-voltage discharge. As a meticulous science student, he longed to transport the entire clearing back with him. Initially, he intended to enhance his expansive discharge by adding conductive nodes around him to prevent any root ninjas from deploying secret techniques against him. To his surprise, he inadvertently collected these shards with superconductive properties. It was during the intense discharges that he observed the majority of the chakra metal fragments melting due to the instantaneous high pressure and current. Only a few shards remained intact. At that moment, he began to harbor doubts. This was his greatest gain from the encounter with Uncle Snake. No exceptions. Mi secured his findings, donned the pristine Archbishop mech, and activated the maximum power of kinetic assistance. He dashed towards the central tower like a fool, filled with joy. The future is promising. At the base of the central tower in the Forest of Death, Scorpion and Zetsu were poised against 2 teams from the Hidden Leaf. "You Sand Shinobi underestimate us too much. How dare you seize the scrolls and loiter here without entering the tower?" exclaimed Aoyama from the mountain village, shaking his finger with a smug grin. At this time, 2 teams had tracked down Scorpion and Zetsu, one led by Aoyama, Moonlight Gale, and Oil Girl Shurzwa's squad, and the other by Inuzuka Claw, Kageawashi, and Suma's squad. Both teams included members skilled in reconnaissance, having merged and followed Scorpion and Zetsu to this location. In response to Aoyama's provocation, Scorpion merely released his puppet, Crow, and Zetsu activated the initial phase of the 7-day breathing technique. They were both equipped with basic mechs for protection and did not yet need to deploy their trump cards. Scorpion maneuvered Crow, extending a mechanical limb to beckon Aoyama, a universal gesture of provocation that incensed the latter. Aoyama wasted no time, commanding, "Attack." With Aoyama's command, the body technique expert Suma and Inuzuka Claw charged forth. Ninjutsu, Blade of Wind, Joint Ninjutsu, Twin Fong Assault. Suma glided forward, swinging his kunai with precision, creating an afterimage as he struck at Scorpion, the puppet master. In a battle against a puppeteer, the first move must be to attack the body. Inuzuka Claw and her black ninja dog transformed into 2 whirlwinds, hurtling towards Zetsu. At that moment, Moonlight Gale, guarding Aoyama's side, suddenly vanished, employing the technique of invisibility. Meanwhile, Aoyama formed hand seals and smeared his blood on a special summoning mark on his palm. Technique: 1,000 Crows. As this jutsu was activated, a legion of crows materialized, diving from the sky towards Scorpion and Zetsu. This was Aoyama's most prized combination ninjutsu, merging summoning with illusion. Its offensive power may not be substantial, but the chaotic swarm of crows would sufficiently disrupt the enemy's judgment. Subsequently, his teammates' assaults would surely overwhelm their opponents. Let us not forget that Moonlight Gale, skilled in the Leaf's sword technique, was lurking nearby, poised to strike with lethal intent. This intricate attack strategy entwined illusion, perception, body techniques, and Shurzwa's pestilent insect jutsu. In Aoyama's view, it was a foolproof plan. However, these notions were merely illusions. First, Shurzwa, calling out a warning, refrained from joining the assault and instead unleashed his pestilent insects, forming a black barrier behind Aoyama. Following that, his mixed illusionary crows collided with Scorpion's crow puppet, resulting in a cacophony of cries as blood and feathers scattered. Just as Aoyama stood in shock, utilizing the cover from the crows, Suma swiftly maneuvered, his blade flashing like lightning as he struck Scorpion. Success! Yet, confident in his attack, Suma was met not with a splash of blood, but with a resounding clang. His kunai shattered. Only then did he realize he had not struck flesh, but instead had hit the deceptive black ant. With a series of clicks, the black ant puppet snapped open its belly, lunging forward and capturing the flummoxed Suma within, transforming into the black ant. Scorpion deftly maneuvered the puppet to shield itself from Inuzuka Claw's fierce assault. As she executed the twin Fang assault alongside her ninja dog, the painted-faced kunoichi Inuzuka Claw unleashed a formidable barrage. She charged towards Zetsu, whose eyes had turned a pale gray. Zetsu, having activated his first phase, inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as he assumed a stable stance, legs shoulder-width apart, anchoring himself while propelling his weight forward. With a twist of his waist and tension in his muscles, he readied himself to collide with Inuzuka Claw's spinning attack. Me, in his Archbishop mech, arrived just in time. Protected by the mech, he accelerated with compressed wind release, crashing through the insect barrier and scattering the insect clones. The sound of thunderous propulsion echoed as he breached the defenses, assisted by the newly awakened intelligent insect entities. Mi's speed surpassed the sound barrier. With the initial phase of the intelligent insect awakening, he no longer needed to siphon chakra constantly. He could finally utilize his own. Having suppressed his power for so long, he felt as if he were emerging from a cocoon. The arcs of electricity encircling the Archbishop mech formed a protective barrier that deterred any pestilent insects from approaching. The tremendous force of his high-speed advance was only partially absorbed by Shurzwa's insect wall and clones, allowing the remainder to surge directly towards Aoyama. With a slight sidestep, bent elbow, and lowered shoulder, he shielded himself while barreling into the hapless Aoyama. Boom! Aoyama, who had also been airborne, was sent flying as Inuzuka Claw narrowly passed by, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had barely caught a glimpse of the golden figure before being propelled into the air. What jutsu is this? The speed was so astonishing that he barely had a moment to employ his body substitution technique. Was that a flash of lightning surrounding him? Could it be the lightning release chakra mode? Wasn't that a unique ninjutsu of the village hidden in the clouds? Mi Xiang had no time to entertain the sarcastic remarks of Yamakawa Aoi. After a series of powerful impacts, his speed had significantly diminished. At the prompt of the intelligent entity, the little insect, he suddenly pushed off the ground while sliding to the side, kicking up a cloud of dust as he charged toward the open space beside Scorpion. Got you. The mechanical hand of the High Priest's mech extended, and the arc of electricity, initially a mere half-centimeter long, surged forward. In an instant, the arc and the mechanical glove ensnared the convulsing figure, Moonlight Gale. The surprise attack from Moonlight Gale, relying on the elusive bloodline limit, was thwarted as he was electrocuted and captured by Mi Xiang. With a sigh of relief, Mi Xiang, adorned in the High Priest mech, held Moonlight Gale steadily, bringing the whirlwind of dust and chaos to a halt. In the blink of an eye, the two lower-ranked ninja squads from Konoha had been subdued completely. Mi Xiang's prowess had already surpassed that of a mere chunin. These opponents couldn't even last a single exchange against him. Casually tossing aside Moonlight Gale, Mi Xiang brushed off non-existent dust from his mechanical glove, unperturbed by any semblance of shame. "Oh, did I keep you waiting?" he teased. "How did it go? Did you obtain the Earth Scroll?" Scorpion, with an air of disdain, pulled out 2 scrolls from his waist, each emblazoned with the characters for heaven and earth. Displaying the scrolls, he gestured to the Konoha ninjas strewn on the ground, unconscious or groaning in pain, and asked, "Was it smooth? How shall we deal with these individuals?" "Smooth, beyond imagination. The details can wait until we return. As for these Konoha ninjas, we can toss them an extra Earth Scroll. The rest is no longer our concern." Mi Xiang was aware that these scrolls were embedded with reverse summoning seals. Once opened, a supervising chunin would appear. Scorpion flicked a chakra thread, expelling the captured Suma Shurji from the black ant. Following this, an Earth Scroll emerged. Suma instinctively caught the scroll, surprisingly becoming one of the least injured individuals present. Alongside Yinyu Shurzwa, who had lost most of his parasitic insects. "You're not going to kill us?" Suma, appearing merely a year or two older than Scorpion and Mi Xiang, asked incredulously while holding the scroll. Mi Xiang retracted his impressive High Priest mech and waved goodbye to them. "It's just a chunin exam, not a battlefield. Besides, Sunagakure and Konoha are still allies. Take care of yourselves. We are heading to the tower." As he spoke, Mi Xiang draped an arm around Scorpion's shoulders, who grimaced in distaste, and beckoned the vigilant Zitsong to join him in entering the tower. Meanwhile, Yamakawa Aoi, finally managing to sit up while clutching his chest, pounded the ground in frustration. Wasn't this Sunagakure ninja team just a filler? Their instructor warned them to be cautious of another Sunagakure team adept in magnet release. How could this filler team be so formidable? Is there no justice? The Sunagakure team, led by Mi Xiang, successfully passed the examination in the Forest of Death. And as they entered the central tower, the Chunin in charge checked their scrolls before announcing the results. Mi Xiang glanced up at Orochimaru on the second floor, feeling no biological electric field signals, indicating it was merely a shadow clone. He nodded to Scorpion and Zitsong, quietly taking a seat to wait. 3 teams had arrived before them, some of whom were already well known, casting various glances at Mi Xiang and his companions. After a while, another Sunagakure team entered the tower. Upon seeing Mi Xiang and his team, they did not approach to greet but instead occupied seats on the opposite side. Clearly, they had been influenced by the village's factional divisions, viewing Mi Xiang's team as rivals. As more lower-ranked ninjas completed their tasks and entered the tower, a total of 7 teams passed the second round of trials, comprising 2 Sunagakure teams and 5 Konoha teams. Mi Xiang's team: Mi Xiang, skilled in ninjutsu, Scorpion, adept in puppet techniques, Zitsong, proficient in taijutsu. Sunagakure team: Kazekage Erasure, master of magnet release, Kazekage Shield, expert in magnet release, Kazekage Bind, skilled in magnet release. Rin's team: Uchiha Obito, proficient in fire release, Noara Rin, adept in medical ninjutsu, Inazuka Kiba, skilled in blade techniques and assassination. Hibi's team: Might Guy, expert in taijutsu, Narashikamu, adept in hidden weapons, Hibi, proficient in ninjutsu. Yamakawa Aoi's team: Yamakawa Aoi, skilled in illusion techniques, Moonlight Gale, proficient in blade techniques, Yunyu Shirzwa, adept in family secret techniques. Hyuga's team: Hyuga Hanamori, expert in gentle fist, Morinai Ibiki, skilled in secret techniques, Matashi Azuki, proficient in taijutsu secret techniques. Uchiha's team: Uchiha Tenkai, expert in fire release and hidden weapons, Uchiha Yaku, proficient in fire release illusion techniques, Uchiha Inaharu, skilled in taijutsu and Uchiha sword techniques. Indeed, the proud Uchiha clan even formed teams exclusively with their own kin. Observing these individuals, who held their heads high, Mi Xiang shook his head internally. With the victors of the second round now present, Orochimaru on the second floor suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke with a loud bang. As expected, it was a shadow clone. It seemed he had used it to inform the Hokage. Soon, accompanied by the body flicker technique, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in the Hokage robe and hat, appeared on the second floor alongside Danzo, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze. Chapter 67. The Will of Fire. Live version. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was now in his 50s. His gaunt face, not yet bearing the signs of aging that would come later. Standing on the high platform, he held a pipe in his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over the assembled ninjas below. Noticing that most wore Konoha headbands, he nodded slightly, a testament to the strength of the Leaf Village as a leading hidden village. However, his eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing 3 Uchiha clansmen standing together, distinctly set apart from the other Konoha ninjas. As his gaze passed over, he also noted the 2 teams adorned with Sunagakure headbands. The lower-ranked ninjas sent by Sunagakure seemed remarkably elite. Did Sunagakure harbor ulterior motives toward Konoha? This ally appeared less docile than anticipated. Nevertheless, he believed that when the time for battle arrived, the disparity in strength would reveal the truth to them. He concealed his concerns within, cleared his throat, and began. Firstly, congratulations to you, young ninjas. The voice of the third Hokage, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the venue, infused with the inspiring power of an orator. Mi Xiang nudged Scorpion with his elbow, mischievously urging him to pay attention to the speech of the master of the Will of Fire, for such an opportunity was rare. As Mi Xiang had anticipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen commenced his eloquent oration. You have relied on your wisdom, strength, and perseverance, and through the bonds forged among companions, you have traversed the threats of death to stand here. This alone proves that you possess the potential to become outstanding ninjas. Seeing a Konoha ninja in the hall adjusting his goggles with a look of admiration, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of satisfaction. In the forest, you confronted battles and choices. Some teams may have formed friendships through their struggles, while others may have sown seeds of competition. This is excellent. For competition and communication are the driving forces that propel us forward. With a shift in tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more solemn. However, I also wish for you to remember that bonds and the spirit of sacrifice are the essence of becoming exceptional ninjas. Perhaps you are already aware that not long ago, we in Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, lost a great ninja. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from mentioning the name of Kajiki Masashige directly, his gaze shifted to Kakashi, standing guard nearby, donning a raccoon mask and white hair. Kakashi, you must step forward soon. The village needs the strength of exceptional ninjas like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, his voice gradually rising. He possessed radiant power, yet was ultimately consumed by shadows. This reminds us that the path of a ninja is not merely the pursuit of strength, but also the spirit of sacrifice for the village. Where leaves dance, fire also thrives eternally. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and enable the new leaves to sprout. This embodies the will of fire of Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed, his voice growing ever more resonant. What is the will of fire? It does not lie in the number of powerful jutsu you master, nor in the strength of your bloodline limit, nor even in how many enemies you have defeated. Sarutobi adjusted his Hokage hat, his voice soaring with infectious fervor. It resides in the belief in protection, protecting your comrades, safeguarding your family, defending the village, and preserving the hopes and future in the hearts of the people on this land. This desire to protect is the very essence that drives us, the ninjas of Konoha, to grow stronger and to wield this power correctly. It surpasses any forbidden technique and is more precious than any bloodline. This is why other ninja villages hold Konoha in such high regard. This is the most treasured will of fire that flows within Konoha and its allies. Long live the will of fire. Long live the Hokage. Under the influence of Uchiha Obito, applause erupted throughout the hall. Me nudged the disdainful scorpion, who clapped his hands twice in a token gesture. Listening to the declaration of the will of fire was indeed quite stirring. However, Uncle Hiruzen, doesn't this seem contradictory? The slander aimed at Hatake Tsukumo accuses him of abandoning his mission to save his comrades, regardless of the truth behind the rumors. Such contradictory statements would earn few points in an essay. Me, with a smirk of sarcasm, turned to Scorpion beside him, unbeknownst to Hiruzen on the second floor. He paused for a moment, looking with satisfaction at the particularly enthusiastic applause from that Uchiha boy. If only other Uchiha clan members could be like this child named Obito. That Uchiha named Shursui was also a commendable practitioner of the will of fire. Once the applause subsided, he continued, the upcoming final exam will be divided into two parts. The first step is the preliminary round, where you will draw opponents and engage in one-on-one elimination matches. The victors will then face off in an ultimate showdown under the watchful eyes of the feudal lords and nobles from various nations. This will be your stage to showcase yourselves and bring glory to the village. May you all ignite your flames and become the light that illuminates the path to the future. Now, prepare yourselves, and let me, and the entire ninja world, witness the brilliance of your new era. Where leaves dance, fire also thrives eternally. Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech ignited the fighting spirit of most Konoha ninjas. Amidst the resounding applause, he turned to Minato Namikaze with satisfaction. The next phase is in your hands, Minato. There was no need for Hiruzen to remain and witness the selection matches. Danzo, who stood beside him, discreetly glanced towards the Sand Ninja, already aware of the news regarding the disappearance of the three individuals he had arranged. However, as Hiruzen was currently scrutinizing him, he waited for an opportune moment. There was no rush. His plans were already set in motion, and he merely needed to await the results. With the waters muddied, it would be easier to fish. As Hiruzen moved further away, he suddenly turned to Orochimaru beside him and asked, Orochimaru, have you given it serious thought? No one but me can support your research. Even Hiruzen cannot mobilize sufficient chakra metal for your indulgence. Orochimaru replied in a low, raspy voice. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Danzo. You should mind your own affairs. My dear teacher is keeping a close watch on you. Danzo, who had been brimming with confidence, was taken aback to hear not only Orochimaru's refusal, but also his mockery. Before he could express his anger, Orochimaru halted, leaning against the railing of the second floor, and added, since Elder Danzo has matters to attend to, please do go ahead. I, on the other hand, find myself intrigued and wish to enjoy the performance of those who have inherited the will of fire. It may prove to be quite entertaining. Danzo suppressed his fury and quickly departed with several rude subordinates. Remaining any longer would surely lead to an explosive confrontation with Orochimaru. Very well, Orochimaru. You two have developed your own ideas? Is the lesson from Tsukumo not profound enough? Just then, Minato Namikaze flashed into the center of the arena. Thank you all for your hard work. I am the chief examiner, Minato Namikaze. Compared to Hiruzen's deliberately emotional rhetoric, Minato's voice was warm and filled with infectious energy. Truly a shining sun. Me observed the young Minato with keen interest, according to the timeline. He had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and was soon to showcase his prowess in the Third Great Ninja War. Minato was unaware that he was being scrutinized by those among the crowd. With his golden hair, he announced, "Then I declare the one-on-one preliminary matches officially commenced." Chapter 68, The Clash of Passion and Youth. 1. The first match features Zissou against Might Guy. Me was momentarily taken aback, turning to the somewhat nervous Zissou. On the other side, clad in a green jumpsuit and sporting his signature watermelon hairstyle, Might Guy had already arrived at the arena. At this moment, he lacked the confidence he would later exhibit, merely stretching his body in solitude. His demeanor was reminiscent of Zissou's earlier days practicing by the boulders on the village outskirts before becoming a ninja. Me could sense Zissou's anxiety. Although he was now an adult, his time as a ninja was no longer than Guy's. "Zissou, are you feeling a bit tense?" The breathless Zissou turned at me as question, replying, "Sorry, Captain, I am indeed a bit nervous." Me patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "You must believe in yourself, and in the skills of both me and Scorpion. After years of hard training, today is your best stage to showcase yourself to the ninja world. Your opponent is also a top-tier taijutsu expert from Konoha, making this an excellent matchup. Take a deep breath, calm your mind. I believe in your strength. You must have confidence in yourself as well. Your 7-day breathing method and your self-discovered chakra pathway technique are both formidable. In this competition, I permit you to unleash your 4th activation, opening your chakra pathways to the 3rd gate, the opening of life. Be brave and give it your all." Me felt as if he were sending a child off to an examination, offering encouragement to Zissou. Under Me's comforting words, Zissou appeared to truly relax. "I'm up." Although Zissou seemed untroubled, he stumbled slightly as he stepped onto the stage, regaining his balance just in time. To the younger Genin, this adult still ranked as a lower ninja appeared rather unimpressive. However, not all of Konoha's ninjas mocked Zissou. Yamashiro always suddenly cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted to Guy, "Guy, don't underestimate this guy. He is very strong." Even Guy's teammates, Ebisu and Nara Shikamaru, held reservations about Guy, who often acted foolishly and had caused them considerable embarrassment. They feared that Guy might pull another stunt during the match and were too preoccupied to cheer him on. Aoi's shout took Guy by surprise. He flashed his radiant smile, responding to Aoi. "Thank you for the reminder. The passion of youth will never overlook any opponent, even if he is an adult. I will give it my all. Let my youth burn." Here it comes, Guy's signature move. Me and Scorpion settled comfortably at the sidelines, now only missing some snacks and drinks. Upon witnessing the eccentric Guy, Scorpion let out a scoff, remarking, "Why does the hidden leaf seem to be filled with such clumsy individuals? Surely this watermelon-headed fellow won't be dispatched by Zixiang in a single strike?" Mi Xiang shook his head, countering, "No, on the contrary, he will prove to be Zixiang's finest adversary." Scorpion recognized Mi Xiang's keen judgment, and upon hearing his assessment of the quirky watermelon head, began to pay serious attention to the unfolding match. As the proctor, Minato Namikaze, did not need to officiate. He observed as both Guy and Zixiang entered the arena, attentively listening to the referee's instructions. In a flash, he materialized beside Kakashi, who was perched on the railing. "Kakashi, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Kakashi, his face obscured by a mask, replied lazily, "Naturally, Guy. Though he may appear unreliable, he is, in truth, remarkably strong." Momentarily, Kakashi paused, recalling that on his first day at the Ninja Academy, a similar sentiment had been expressed by a certain man. How could he possibly echo the words of that coward? Minato patted Kakashi on the shoulder while leaning over the railing to observe the two competitors preparing their stances. The match begins. Guy enthusiastically gestured a thumbs up to the somewhat timid Zixiang. "I've heard you excel in taijutsu, esteemed elder from the Sand Village. Let us engage in a thrilling contest of martial prowess." Despite being nearly 10 years old, Guy's years of rigorous training had endowed him with considerable height and strength relative to his peers. As the match commenced, he launched a flying kick toward the hesitant Zixiang. The force behind Guy's kick was formidable, and Zixiang, unable to evade, instinctively curled his arms, using his mechanical arm to absorb the impact. With a resounding thud, Guy's kick sent Zixiang staggering back 3 steps. In a daze, Zixiang found himself on the battlefield of the Chunin exams. Was this not a dream? Zixiang, abandon such foolish aspirations. You cannot even execute transformation techniques, yet you wish to challenge me? You seek your own demise. Guy began to establish his rhythm against Zixiang, who was still in a defensive posture. He executed a seamless combination of upper and lower kicks, the Konoha whirlwind, his legs slicing through the air like whips aimed at Zixiang. In Zixiang's bewildered state, Guy began to resemble the bullies from his past. Denied entry into the ninja academy for his inability to perform ninjutsu, he had endured countless disdainful glances. The reason he had concealed himself behind boulders to practice taijutsu was to escape that scorn and ridicule. Through countless hours of training, he had ingrained the basics of taijutsu into his very being. Even in his daze, he instinctively blocked Guy's upper kick and sidestepped to deflect the follow-up. Guy pressed forward with the Konoha Gale, utilizing incredible strength and flexibility to execute a sweeping kick, a mid-level kick, and an upward thrust in rapid succession, enveloping Zixiang like a tempest. What a magnificent display of taijutsu. Has Guy truly honed the Konoha steel fist to such a degree? This was the first time Hibiki had witnessed his teammates' prowess. In stark contrast to his usual goofy demeanor, Guy now commanded the arena with the poise of a martial arts master. Guy, maintain your momentum and defeat this sand ninja. As Hibiki and Shiranui cheered for Guy, Mixiang called out to the disoriented Zixiang, Uncle Zixiang, do not forget your dreams. Instinctively, Zixiang leaped to evade Guy's sweeping kick and turned to see Mixiang's encouraging expression, coupled with Scorpion's concerned yet proud demeanor. Dreams, under Mixiang's encouragement, had propelled him to the rank of a genin. Now was his moment to prove himself on the stage of the Chunin exams. His years of relentless effort were not meant to be a mere reminiscence. Although Zixiang managed to evade the initial strike of Guy's rapid Konoha whirlwind, the ensuing blows proved far more challenging to dodge. A mid-level kick disrupted his balance, a high kick sent him airborne, and with a powerful impact, he was launched into the air. Power prelude. As Zixiang soared, something within him shifted. He took a deep breath, his heart racing as blood surged through his muscles. His eyes turned a shade of gray, and his physique appeared more robust. 7-day breathing technique. First activation, engaged. In midair, Zixiang's chest heaved as his lung capacity surged by 30%, channeling more energy into his muscles. Faced with Guy's flying kick, he raised his left arm defensively. And despite being in midair without leverage, he extended his right leg forward in a powerful thrust. Skyward step. With enhanced strength and agility, Zixiang deflected Guy's kick aside and retaliated with a swift counterattack. Fortunately, Zixiang had not utilized any leverage while airborne. Thus, Guy could withstand the force of the retaliatory strike. Upon landing, Zixiang became a formidable opponent, no longer easy to contend with. Serpent strike punch. Attempting to replicate Guy's earlier combination, Zixiang struck with a rapid punch that connected squarely with Guy's face. With his left hand shielding his face, he pivoted, twisting his waist as his right fist zipped forward like a venomous serpent, striking with a resounding force. Mixiang, merely a novice, had only demonstrated flashy techniques gleaned from fighting videos. Yet Zixiang, a natural talent in taijutsu, had adeptly integrated many of these techniques into his own style. Despite Mixiang's inexperience, the techniques derived from Muay Thai, Bajikwan, mixed martial arts, and even video games, when executed by Zixiang, proved capable of overpowering Guy, who relied solely on the Konoha steel fist. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving the observing genin in stunned silence. Aoyama from Yamashiro had suffered greatly at Mixiang's hands, and he recognized that the man capable of defeating Inuzuka Kiba was far from ordinary. Guy, be serious. This sand ninja is exceptionally skilled. Even Kakashi, who had been listless by the railing, straightened up to watch as Guy rose from the ground, blood on his lips. With a defiant gesture, Zixiang acknowledged, esteemed elder from the sand village, your taijutsu is indeed remarkable. However, I shall now harness the power of youth and passion to defeat you in one fell swoop. Prepare yourself. Guy unleashed a surge of ferocious chakra, breaking through the confines of his first chakra gate. 8th gate, open. Release. With his declaration, Guy's entire demeanor transformed. His muscles swelled, and his gaze sharpened. The spiraling chakra around him whipped up a whirlwind, scattering dust in every direction. This is the essence of my youthful ninja way. In this state, I am invincible. No longer the goofy figure of before, Guy's voice resonated with newfound authority. After proclaiming his intent, he moved with such speed that he left behind afterimages. Appearing instantaneously on the opposite side, with a powerful stomp, he shattered the stone-paved ground beneath him. His fists and legs moved with a thunderous force, producing ominous sounds as they cut through the air. The spectators, initially amused by the antics of two seemingly inept taijutsu practitioners, could hardly fathom the astonishing prowess displayed by the overlooked pair. The ground shattered with each step, and few among the audience dared to confront the ferocity of his punches and kicks. Shiranui and Hibiki exchanged incredulous glances. Is this the same Guy we know? In his current state, Guy charged at his two opponents with the intention of delivering a punch to each. On the second floor, Minato was astonished, while Kakashi, who had sparred with Might Guy numerous times, seemed to have anticipated this move. He remarked coolly, "That sand ninja, a master of taijutsu, is bound to lose." Guy's power in this state has increased at least threefold. Before Minato could respond, Guy once again gathered his energy and propelled himself towards Zitsong. The speed of this charge exceeded that of the body flicker technique, leaving behind only a green afterimage. Lotus. In this enhanced state of strength and speed, Guy prepared to conclude the match with the taijutsu technique known as the Lotus. This technique is not merely a singular move, but rather a series of intricate maneuvers. Given Guy's daily training, he would leverage his surging power and speed to close the distance to his opponent instantly. Following this, he would unleash a flurry of heavy kicks to launch his opponent into the air, an assault that would be utterly overwhelming under the augmented strength and speed. Once the opponent was airborne, the follow-up to the Lotus would commence. The combination involved sending the opponent skyward, then swiftly appearing behind them, utilizing bandages infused with violent chakra to ensnare them. With a twist of his body, he would propel the enemy into a rapid spin, ultimately crashing them down to the ground. This was the true might of the Lotus. However, in his high-speed advance, Guy failed to notice that his opponent had also undergone a transformation. The second activation of the 7 days breathing technique had commenced. The first barrier of the chakra channels had been breached. Open the gate. Guy's confident kick was effortlessly blocked by Zitsong, whose skin had started to change color. The 7 days breathing technique enhanced internal functions, while the 8 gates released chakra and the human body from its constraints. Zitsong had trained diligently for 15 years, resulting in a physique that surpassed ordinary expectations. At that moment, the swirling vortex of violent chakra surrounding Zitsong was even more pronounced than Guy's. With both strength and agility amplified, Zitsong far surpassed the inexperienced Might Guy, especially with the additional support of his Panther Mecha and traditional Chinese martial arts techniques. Zitsong did not evade Guy's swift kick. Instead, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, lowered his shoulders, and positioned his arms defensively across his chest. With clenched fists and elbows lowered, he aligned his body to project force from his feet through to his arms, forming an effective defensive posture. As Guy's kick, empowered by the opening of the 8 gates, approached, Zitsong sprang into action. He twisted his waist sharply, driving his left arm downward, the elbow protected by the mecha, striking fiercely against Guy's shin. This sequence of movements exhibited a beautiful harmony of power and coordination, compact and precise, relying solely on the explosive force generated by the unity of waist and hips. At this moment, Zitsong's fundamental strength metrics surpassed those of the current Might Guy. Moreover, Zitsong possessed the dual enhancement of the 7 days breathing technique and the incomplete 8 gates. The elbow block was merely a segment of this combo. The subsequent attacks would be overwhelmingly powerful. Tiger climbs the mountain. Zitsong had seamlessly integrated this technique into his own understanding of taijutsu, honed through relentless practice until it became instinctual. As he blocked the attack, Zitsong propelled his shoulder forward, his robust frame leaning slightly, embodying the poised energy of a tiger preparing to pounce. This not only absorbed Guy's kick's impact, but also stabilized his own center of gravity through the counterforce of the block. Despite Guy's exponentially increased power from opening the 8 gates, he could not budge Zitsong. Now, Zitsong had completed his build-up. He resembled a 4-wheel drive vehicle, halted by an obstacle. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, he transmitted force through his waist to his arms, lunging forward while simultaneously sweeping downward. This was the essence of the tiger climbs the mountain. Advancing rather than retreating, he countered with offense. Roar. In the arena, the sound of Zitsong's descending hands, fueled by his entire body's strength, echoed like a tiger's roar. Clouds from the dragon, tigers from the wind. Under the influence of Zitsong's technique, he surged forth like a colossal tiger, carrying a tempestuous pressure, charging at Guy, who had become rigid after his failed kick. Upon the activation of the first gate of the 8 gates, the initial strike of the lotus, propelled by immense force, was met with Zitsong's own ferocious taijutsu. Repelling it back, Tiger climbs the mountain. Chapter 70. The Clash of Passion and Youth. 3. Boom. Zitsong's execution of the tiger climbs the mountain was akin to a divine palm descending from the heavens, slamming the formidable Guy into the ground. Centered around Guy, a massive crater approximately 4 meters wide, riddled with cracks, formed in the earth beneath them. The tremendous impact sent debris flying, causing the entire tower to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. As the dust settled, Zitsong's silhouette emerged. Gulp. The still stunned Hinata and Hibiki, who had just witnessed Guy's exaggerated taijutsu, were now wide-eyed, swallowing hard. Is this taijutsu? Wouldn't he being struck by that leave one in pieces? Was this merely a contest of ninjas at the lower ranks? Could it be an illusion? This sentiment was echoed by many participating ninjas in the arena. Caught off guard, the proctor, Minato, was still lamenting how Guy, who initially displayed only a single characteristic ability, had proved to be so remarkably skilled in taijutsu, only to be turned around by this seemingly unassuming sand ninja. That exquisite taijutsu was called the tiger climbs the mountain, right? It was simply astonishing. The devastating blow that felled Guy did not lead to a follow-up attack. Instead, Zitsong took a deep breath, dissipating the overwhelming aura surrounding him. This aura and the violent chakra bore resemblance to the 8 gates, yet seemed to have fewer side effects while being even more potent. Zitsong's restraint in not delivering a fatal blow earned him Minato's admiration. He swiftly approached the center of the crater, witnessing Guy, disheveled and struggling to sit up, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive taijutsu. I will strive to defeat you. Before he could finish, he promptly lost consciousness. Minato checked on him and determined he was merely unconscious, with no serious harm, and subsequently announced the match result. Zitsong of Sunagakure wins. At that moment, the crowd's perception of Zitsong transformed. Is this a mere genin? Even an average chunin would be utterly dominated by this individual. A taijutsu prodigy had emerged from Sunagakure. In contrast, Guy's youthful fervor seemed less radiant. The attention undoubtedly shifted towards the victor. Zitsong returned to his team, exchanging fist bumps with Mijiang. Well done. Your application of the tiger climbs the mountain was commendable. Zitsong had always held Mijiang's vision and strength in high regard. Yet he had been somewhat skeptical about the techniques imparted to him. Previously, he had primarily practiced against imagined foes with limited opportunities for actual combat. Through this Chunin exam and several encounters, he seemed to regain much of his confidence. His faith in Mijiang's seemingly unconventional taijutsu had also strengthened. Captain, although you may not excel in taijutsu, the techniques you've taught me are exceptional skills. Mijiang grinned broadly. What you've learned thus far was merely rudimentary. Now that I have a more formidable ally, I will assist you in designing even more powerful techniques in the future. Zitsong pointed to his head and whispered, Is that which the captain mentioned awakened? Just as you planned, can it assist you in calculations? Sort of. This Chunin exam has indeed yielded significant rewards. As several Earth-style ninjas approached to execute the technique of Earth Return, they meticulously repaired the large pit with stones, and the one-on-one duel resumed. The second battle featured Suna Kinbu against Morinai Ibiki. The recent intense and fervent clash between Zikeo and Might Guy, despite its brevity, had significantly elevated everyone's expectations with its unparalleled might. As a member of the Suna forces, Suna Kinbu cast a few discerning glances at Zikeo before stepping onto the arena. Upon forming the necessary hand seals, the two combatants wasted no time in engaging directly in combat. Morinai Ibiki initiated the confrontation with a double throw of shurikens. Foolish leaf ninja, do you think such trifling techniques can defeat me? He taunted, launching 4 thick sand ropes from the cloak common in the land of wind. Clang, clang. The sand ropes not only deflected Ibiki's shurikens, but also ensnared him like a constrictor snake. Sand binding technique. The 3 members of the sand team had acquired basic sand skills through their magnetic release trials. Compared to the formidable bloodline techniques of the Raza clan, their skills were considerably weaker, yet binding Morinai Ibiki proved to be a simple task. Die leaf trash. Despite being tightly bound, Morinai Ibiki maintained a stoic expression, coldly regarding Suna Kinbu, who had declared his victory. Kinbu had hoped to see fear in his opponent's eyes, but the mocking expression he received was thoroughly unsatisfactory. He hurled 2 shurikens that grazed Ibiki's face, leaving 2 crimson trails. I dislike that look in your eyes. Beg for mercy, and I shall grant you a swift end. Just as he finished speaking, Kinbu suddenly froze. What is happening? The onlookers were perplexed by the sudden immobility of the sand ninja. Moments later, the sand bindings fell away from Ibiki, and both he and Kinbu erupted in torrents of blood. You have lost. Ibiki appeared unscathed, as if the injuries were not his own, gazing at the unconscious Suna Kinbu, who had succumbed to his wounds. What just transpired? Confusion spread among the spectators, who had been buoyed by the apparent control of the Suna ninja over Ibiki, only to witness a sudden reversal of fortune. It wasn't until Namikaze Minato announced Ibiki as the victor that the others began to comprehend the situation. Scorpion, observing from the sidelines, seemed to have an epiphany and asked Mikage, could it be some sort of secret technique? Not having paid much attention to the match, Mikage glanced at Ibiki, who was clutching his wounds, and deduced the nature of the technique. It must be a type of damage-sharing interrogation technique, which could certainly be classified as a secret art. Scorpion then noticed the blueprints in Mikage's hands. What have you designed this time? It resembles a vehicle akin to the mountain god Mecha. Mikage nodded. We have gained much from this Chunin exam. I am not overly concerned with the victories or defeats of others. In my spare time, I chose to design a vehicle suitable for use in the Land of Wind. Just then, the next match commenced. Uchiha Obito against Noera Rin. Upon hearing the announcement, Mikage excitedly patted Scorpion on the shoulder. Pay close attention. This match promises to be intriguing. Intriguing? Are these 2 skilled ninjas from the Leaf? Will they be our future adversaries? Scorpion assumed Mikage had identified promising candidates from the Leaf, becoming alert to the 2 competitors in the arena. With hand seals formed, Obito declared, I concede. Wearing goggles, Obito flashed a bright smile and raised his hand in surrender. Chapter 71. Farewell to Noera. I concede. Uchiha Obito exhibited a sunny smile and confidently assured the astonished Noera Rin, I will not harm you. It's merely a competition, and I could not care less. This unexpected concession took everyone by surprise. Is that all? Obito's action elicited laughter from the audience. Noera Rin, fuming with rage, stomped her foot. You idiot. Obito is such a big fool. Tears brimming in her eyes, she turned and ran away. The ensuing spectacle involved Noera Rin fleeing while Obito pursued her. The atmosphere filled with laughter. This guy is a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. The clan leader should expel him. He does not deserve to be an Uchiha. An angry voice erupted from beside Mikage. Observing Obito chasing after Noera Rin, Mikage shook his head with a wry smile, muttering, Obito, the eternal simp. While the subsequent matches were also entertaining, neither the discussions, nor the grandiosity, nor the air of mystery could compare to these 3 bouts. Scorpion faced and defeated Reiku. Mikage triumphed over Hinata Hayashi. Tsukikage Hate emerged victorious against Suna Kinran. Uchiha Inuzuka bested Oil Girl Shiza, and Uzumaki Akane lost to Suna Kinpachi. Uchiha Toka overcame Uchiha Yaomi, while Yamashiro always sustained severe injuries when struck by Mikage, leading to his forfeiture, allowing Hibi to advance automatically. Ultimately, the results of the preliminary matches revealed the qualified participants: Zikao, Morinai Ibiki, Noera Rin, Scorpion, Mikage, Tsukikage Hate, Uchiha Inuzuka, Suna Kinpachi, Uchiha Yaomi, and Hibi. These 10 would proceed to the finals. You all performed admirably. The finals will take place in a month. At that time, you will showcase your abilities before the daimyo and nobility. This month would serve as a period for the nobles and daimyo to arrive for the event. Let us go. The Leaf has arranged accommodations for us near the training grounds. We should gather with teacher Yakura and Jar and move there. Mikage tucked away the blueprints, clapped his hands, and departed the tower with Scorpion and Zilluo. The sun shone brightly outside, for sand ninjas have advanced. Foolish Hizashi, how could you allow such outcomes to transpire? Danzo's voice echoed in the Root's secret chamber as he glared at the kneeling subordinates, his tone laced with mockery. In his time, my teacher suppressed the Uchiha so thoroughly. Yet now, 2 Uchiha have advanced in a single Chunin exam, while the Sand Village has sent 4 through. That naive Hokage must be gloating over his allies' cordial exchanges and tolerance. Truly naive. Danzo sneered. That weak Hisashi is far from a qualified Hokage. My teacher was deceived by him. In his eyes, what a pile of nonsense he considers a symbol of peace. To me, it is merely the restless sand village attempting to challenge the authority of the leaf. Those who ought to respect and obey the leaf now dare to tread upon the advancement of leaf ninjas. Hisashi, that waste, has disappointed me greatly. The scar on Danzo's jaw was exceptionally conspicuous in the flickering candlelight. We have 1 month. We must not allow the sand village to challenge the leaf. On leaf territory, I will not permit these sand ninjas to flaunt their prowess. Keep a close watch on them. I want all their intelligence. In a month, they cannot avoid practicing at the training grounds. Employ all means necessary to create trouble for them. Even if we must give Hisashi face, we cannot kill them outright. They must feel a sense of fear. With that, Danzo turned to another subordinate from the sand village. Send in more capable subordinates to infiltrate. The Jinchuriki from the sand village is aging and has likely not yet found a new host. We must uncover the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. An aging Jinchuriki will present us with our best opportunity. As he spoke, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he inquired, hasn't the funding for the orphanage been cut? Why hasn't the renowned healer, Yao Shi Nayu, come to seek my assistance? The illustrious walking shrine maiden is squandering her powers on those orphans. Is the esteemed director Yao Shi Nayu so idle? On a rooftop in a park in Konoha, Miseong leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant villagers. Beside him, an elderly woman clad in brown garments dozed off. The familiar, gentle voice of Yao Shi Nayu broke the silence. Miseong-kun, your perceptive abilities are remarkable, even with my impeccable disguise. You were able to uncover me? With a playful demeanor, Miseong conjured small sparks of various ninjutsu at his fingertips and replied nonchalantly. As a man intent on transforming the ninja world, one must possess some skills, no? Director Nayu, how is the orphanage faring? Thanks to your generous investment, it has now welcomed over 10 new children. They are well fed, and their clothing is sufficient. They are quite fortunate in these tumultuous times. Those adorable little ones are eagerly awaiting the finals of the Chunin exams. Miseong-kun, you seem rather affluent for spending so much on the children. Have you stumbled upon a gold mine? As he spoke, Miseong sensed the surrounding bioelectric fields with his bioelectricity. What is this? I've discovered treasures far more valuable than gold. Director Nayu, don't you find it peculiar that the village suddenly halted the funding for the orphanage? Peculiar? Those are merely unfortunate children. Who would have the heart to act against them? Miseong found it hard to fathom how someone as compassionate as Yao Shi Nayu could navigate the shadows of the rude organization, becoming one of its finest spies. Yet, her benevolence was exploited by that scoundrel Danzo. Has Root never approached Director Nayu? Perhaps to entice you back into their ranks? Are you suggesting that all this is orchestrated by Lord Danzo? When I left Root, it was with his consent. Shouldn't he go back on his word? Miseong scoffed. How could Danzo, who prides himself on being Konoha's shadow, care for his reputation? If one scheme fails, he might very well target the orphanage. Director Nayu, please be cautious. The elderly woman, in her guise as Yao Shi Nayu, spoke with a hint of amusement. Thank you for your concern, Miseong-kun. I know how to proceed. Danzo and Root cannot harm me. As for the children, I have ways to provide them with a future. Affluent Miseong, does your base require more manpower? There are older children in the orphanage whom I can help send out of Konoha. In return, I could furnish you with intelligence from Root. Yao Shi Nayu tilted her head slightly, her words laden with significance. Information regarding your team's operational plans from Root. Chapter 72. Loyalty to future and hope to deal with me? Shimura Danzo truly has a narrow mind. Miseong felt no trepidation regarding Danzo's intentions towards him. He disdainfully remarked, Danzo's so-called schemes are merely those of a village head at best, capable only of manipulating morally upright ninjas like you and Shikaku. Village head. Are you implying that the leader of Root, Danzo, could ascend to the position of Hokage? Yao Shi Nayu was taken aback by Miseong's assessment of Danzo. Upon hearing this retort, Miseong realized he had made a blunder. Nonetheless, it wasn't he entirely incorrect. The so-called 5 great nations and their respective village leaders possess an awareness akin to that of a mere village head in Huaxia. How absurd. Danzo has always harbored resentment over how Sarutobi Hiruzen had to intervene when he sought to sever ties with the second Hokage. This has been a lifelong knot for him. The more he entangles himself, the more pathological he becomes. Director Yi, you should be wary of him. The ninja world is unstable. War is likely to break out again soon. Mi Xiang produced a modified electric baton from his hand. Here, take this for your protection. Yao Shi Yi, still in her disguise, caught the silver tube with grace and remarked with interest. Is this similar to what you gave Xiaonan? Impressive. It seems to be made with even finer materials. Now, are all your ninja tools crafted from chakra metal? Since you are so wealthy and powerful, would you consider taking me under your wing? My children and I scarcely have enough to eat. Facing Yao Shi Yi's jest, Mi Xiang did not shy away. Instead, he turned to her with earnestness. Certainly, I can support you all. However, the time is not yet ripe. For now, it would be best for you and the orphanage to remain in Konoha for a while. After this ninja war, I should be able to establish a stable base. His words exuded a profound confidence, far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age alongside Jigu. Since their encounter in the Land of Rain, Yao Shi you had gleaned some information about Mi Xiang from Root's intelligence. Although Danzo had not deemed Mi Xiang significant before the first round of the Chunin exams, she could trace his growth. What truly captivated her was Mi Xiang's discreet support for the orphanage. It was scattered and subtle. He had never approached the orphanage directly in Konoha. This steadiness and rapidly growing strength instilled in her an inexplicable trust regarding Mi Xiang's vision for a new order in the ninja world. Unlike Yahiko's naive aspirations, his ambitions were grounded in practical steps towards development. As a seasoned intelligence operative, Yao Shi you had witnessed countless dark corners of the ninja world. If it weren't for her commitment to caring for the orphanage, she might have succumbed to madness long ago. It was never about her rescuing those children. Rather, they had redeemed her from her own confusion. Now, this sand ninja named Mi Xiang had, in just over a year, presented her with unprecedented possibilities. She was willing to embrace this venture. Yao Shi Yi's gentle voice resonated with determination. Mi Xiang-kun, you truly are a remarkable individual. The futures you have shown me have already found validation in the tragic fate of Hitaki Shikaku. In this desolate ninja world, perhaps the path you have chosen is the only one that can lead to genuine success. I am willing to place my trust in you and the future you promise. I look forward to our continued collaboration. Of course, Xiaonan will generally be stationed at the Oasis workshop. Once I inform her about the orphanage, she will coordinate with you, Director Yi. By the way, we haven't returned yet. Let us prioritize selecting the girls from the first batch of children for relocation. We also rescued a girl on our journey who possesses a remarkable talent for medical ninjutsu named Jair. I will need you to guide her. Yao Shi Yi, still disguised as an elderly woman, smiled slyly. Understood. So, Mi Xiang-kun, you do have your own little secrets. Xiaonan is a fine girl. Do be careful not to become entangled. Mi Xiang, caught off guard, was about to explain when, prompted by his intelligent companion, he sensed two familiar figures approaching through the bioelectric field. Jitsong and Might Guy arrived, likely due to their training in taijutsu. For now, let us conclude this meeting. Director Yi, do take care of yourself. With your talents, no place can hinder you. Farewell. Yao Shi Yi, still in her guise, nodded and slowly rose, gathering her belongings. Soon, Jitsong, accompanied by a bruised Might Guy, rushed over. Captain, this Konoha ninja has been persistent, insisting on becoming your disciple. No matter how I refuse, he won't relent. Mi Xiang held a fondness for Might Guy's spirited persona. The 8 Gates technique and that final shout of Night Guy ignited the fervor of countless youths. However, he does not agree with the Japanese philosophy of fleeting beauty and melancholy. As a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, he could indeed assist Kai in achieving greater heights. Of course, not at this moment. Mi Xiang feigned unfamiliarity with Kai and spoke. You are the Leaf Village ninja, known as Might Guy, correct? The techniques of ninjutsu and taijutsu are closely guarded secrets of each village, and I cannot make decisions on that front. However, the finals are approaching soon, and if we submit a request to the Hokage and the Wind Shadow, it may be possible to facilitate an exchange of ninjutsu between the two villages. Though Might Guy was fiery and passionate, he recognized the validity of Mi Xiang's words. He raised his thumb and flashed a bright smile, proclaiming, I am already delighted by Captain Mi Xiang's intention. I will request the Hokage upon my return. The elder Zitsong felt a bit bashful from Guy's praise. After politely declining Guy's invitation to visit his home, Guy left the park in a handstand. What an impressive young man. I hope Zyro can strive to be like him in the future. Mi Xiang nodded in agreement, responding, rest assured, we are performing excellently, and we will surely be promoted to Chunin upon our return. At that time, I will nurture Zyro well. Of course, you should personally teach him taijutsu. We aim to establish a unique school over at the Oasis. Zizong remained silent, solemnly bumping fists with Mi Xiang. Some matters are not suitable for open discussion. As Mi Xiang's plans sound quite astonishing. To Zizong, Mi Xiang harbored a certain condescension towards the so-called Hokage, nobility, and feudal lords. For him, his fate began to change the moment he encountered Mi Xiang at the Great Stone Barrier. He no longer regarded Mi Xiang merely as the brain of the team, but positioned himself as Mi Xiang's vassal. His personal honor and disgrace, along with the future of himself and Zyro, were entrusted to this bright and sunny youth before him. Mi Xiang suddenly inquired, by the way, what is Scorpion busy with? Has he made progress with his 10 fingers technique? Is he still tinkering with his new puppets? Returning to their quarters, Zizong headed straight to the training grounds to practice. Meanwhile, Mi Xiang entered the house to find the coolly dressed Yakura teaching Jiaer the standard chakra refining technique. The picturesque scene compelled Mi Xiang to glance a few extra times. TSK. He intended to continue indulging his eyes when the sounds of clattering from Scorpion's area drew his attention. Yakura-sensei, I'm back. I'm going to check on Scorpion. Yakura had long noticed Mi Xiang's return, and his appreciative gaze did not escape her notice. Unfazed, she continued to guide Jiaer on the intricacies of chakra refining. One must maintain inner tranquility, as chakra is a fusion of spiritual and physical energy. Our bodily energy is derived from the 130 trillion cells in our body, while spiritual energy is cultivated through extensive training and accumulated experience. Just like that lecherous fellow who passed by earlier, his spiritual energy is exceptionally strong, allowing him to extract chakra and manipulate it with precision far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. You are naturally gifted in chakra and precise control, but do not let it go to your head. Jiaer cherished her current days, nodding earnestly, her flowing red hair reminiscent of Kushina in her youth. Thank you, Yakura-sensei. I will certainly strive to improve. Mi Xiang pushed open the door to Scorpion's room, only to find chaos within. Puppet parts, metal ingots, and tools were strewn about, creating a mess even more disorderly than Mi Xiang's own workshop during his metalworking experiments. Hey, Scorpion, what are you up to hold up in here? Didn't you say you were researching the 10 fingers technique? Why is it such a mess? What exploded earlier? Scorpion, noticing Mi Xiang's arrival, wiped his oil-stained face and brandished a mechanical glove, declaring, "What's this 10 fingers technique? Guess what I've created?" Mi Xiang observed that the fingertip of the mechanical glove bore a component inscribed with the character for core. A spark of realization struck him. You actually made a regeneration core? Scorpion appeared puzzled, replying, "What on earth is a regeneration core?" This is a control core constructed from chakra metal combined with the soul crystal from the land of demons. Utilizing the chakra circuit we studied. With this control core, I can manipulate this core with a single chakra thread, allowing me to control complex puppets. While it's not perfected yet, in the future, I might be able to use one control core to precisely manipulate multiple puppets. Mi Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing Scorpion had once again delved into human experimentation. In the original timeline, it was around this time that Scorpion transformed himself into a human puppet, a perfectly normal person, reduced to merely a regeneration core. Even though Scorpion could manipulate the secret technique of the Red Secret Arts using the regeneration core, it could not compensate for the tragedy of becoming a puppet himself. Ultimately, that puppet was taken away by Kankuro. How infuriating. Mi Xiang watched as Scorpion demonstrated his ability to deftly control an improved puppet, the crow, using just a single finger. For an assassination-type multi-jointed puppet, which ordinarily required 10 fingers for manipulation, Scorpion now managed to use the control core, connecting a single chakra thread to it, allowing him to extend 10 chakra threads and effortlessly control the crow puppet. As he observed the puppet, cloaked and with a massive head, stumbling about the room, Mi Xiang suddenly asked, "Scorpion, may I take a look at the soul crystal within that regeneration core?" Scorpion rummaged through the clutter and produced a dark crystal about the size of 2 fingers, stating, "Here it is. It is said to be a spiritual stone that seals demonic creatures, generating a special crystal after being tainted by them. It can store some simple operational commands." The highest level of puppet mastery from the Sand Village, the Hunin of the Nara clan, utilized quite a bit of this material. Mi Xiang promptly placed the precious soul crystal into his pocket, saying, "Since it is so valuable, I shall take it." Scorpion waved his hand dismissively. "I have already crafted 5 control cores, but my current limit allows me to control only 1, so I won't be needing the soul crystal for now. If you want it, take it." Scorpion has always been quite generous towards Mi Xiang. Although Mi Xiang initially intended to negotiate further with Scorpion, he could not help but feel touched by Scorpion's magnanimous response. He patted Scorpion, who was engrossed in the control core, and shook the soul crystal in his hand, saying, "Generous Scorpion, I knew I did not misjudge you. Regarding the modifications to the chakra pathways and the soul crystal, I have gained some insights. Did you construct the chakra line control circuit using the principle of interruption I mentioned?" Scorpion nodded. Mi Xiang, contemplative, returned to his room and began a period of seclusion. He even instructed that food be left at his door, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. "Little worm, allocate 30 of processing power to help me analyze whether there are any issues with this chakra pathway." Within the sea of consciousness, Little Worm's somewhat mechanical voice responded, "Understood. Mi Xiang, I will deploy 5 consciousness units for verification. The other 10 units will continue to analyze the spirit transformation technique. If we increase the power supply, we can enhance computational efficiency by 25. Should we convert chakra into electricity? Yes, just reserve 50 of the chakra for me. The rest can be utilized." "All set. Mi Xiang, the computation allocation is complete, and I will alert you once the analysis results are available. Thank you for your hard work." Mi Xiang exited the sea of consciousness, rubbed his head, and noted that the Little Worm Intelligence Unit had commenced efficient computation, employing a simulation and trial and error method to verify whether his design had any flaws. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the door to grab a bite to eat. "Mi Xiang, Captain, excuse me for interrupting you." As I opened the door, I was greeted by Jia, her vibrant red hair tied into a high ponytail, holding several rice balls and 2 bowls of side dishes at the entrance. Mi Xiang rubbed his temples and waved his hand, assuring her, "It's nothing. You haven't disturbed me. I was just about to grab something to eat. Thank you for your efforts. Why is the meal so simple? Please convey to Teacher Yetzong to prepare more meat or eggs for everyone daily. Don't hold back on the expenses." As he spoke, Mi Xiang took the plate from Jia and returned to his room. He quickly devoured the rice balls, which were infused with sour plum, before resuming his design work. Time always sped by when he was busy. Just as his stomach began to grumble again, he heard a long-awaited notification. "Mi Xiang, the circuit simulation has passed. This version of the circuit contains no logical errors and has successfully cleared the simulation test. Can I truly isolate an intelligent unit and embed it within this circuit?" Mi Xiang nodded and approached his workbench, retrieving 2 grains of ultra-pure chakra metal, each the size of a rice grain, exhibiting room temperature superconductivity. Taking a deep breath, he began to fashion the superconducting chakra metal into fine threads, carefully embedding them onto the precisely cut soul crystal. Chapter 74. The initial stage of spiritualization technique. Thanks to Mi Xiang's meticulous talent, he swiftly completed the embedding of the 2 soul crystals, each the size of a fingernail. The delicate superconducting threads were arranged according to a well-structured circuit diagram, embedding the sealing technique and energy pathways into the small soul crystal. Following the suggestion from the Little Worm Intelligent Unit, he ultimately directed a 5-volt charge into this pathway. He additionally utilized a minor sealing technique to store 0.25 degrees of electricity within the sympathetic circuit. As the charge flowed in, the 2 black crystals, adorned with silver-gray metallic lines, began to radiate with light. The embedded threads lent the entire black crystal an ethereal dark green translucence. So, the soul crystal is not black after all. After several checks confirmed everything was functioning correctly, Mi Xiang waited for over an hour before measuring the charge throughout the pathway. He ultimately discovered that within the pathway constructed from superconducting chakra metal, there was indeed no loss of charge. Confirming that both crystals were operational, Mi Xiang prepared to undertake the most challenging task, the transplantation of the intelligent unit. He pushed open the door and was met with a thermos containing rice, a fried egg, and a bowl of grilled meat from the Akadu family barbecue shop. Beside the meat was a note that read, "You little rascal, always scheming against the teacher. From now on, your meal allowance will be deducted double." Next to the note were 2 crude drawings of fists performing the poison dragon drill. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Teacher Yetzong. How childish. The thermos was kept warm by charcoal beneath, and the aroma of meat wafted enticingly. Feeling a warm glow inside, he sat at the door and finished the food in no time. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged. Little worm. Temporarily halt the simulation calculations for the spiritualization technique. Please help me review the key points of the first and second stages of the technique thoroughly. Understood, Mission. Halting the simulation of the spiritualization technique now. Current computational power is 100 available. Initiating auxiliary training for the spiritualization technique. In his room, Mission entered a meditative state, practicing the spiritualization technique within the sea of consciousness. The essence of the spiritualization technique lies in the manifestation of chakra's spiritual energy, coupled with the temporary separation and control of the soul and body. To achieve this, one must at least overcome 3 core thresholds: the refinement of spiritual energy, the anchoring threshold of the soul, and the precise manipulation of the spirit's separation from the body. According to the notes from the secret scroll obtained from Orochimaru, the training of the spiritualization technique must be gradual, avoiding situations where the soul cannot return after separation. In such cases, the practitioner faces only one fate: death. Moreover, the protection of the body after the soul's departure is a significant weakness of this technique. Mission suspected that Kato Dan met his demise due to this very issue. As an elite jonin renowned for the spiritualization technique, how could Kato Dan overlook this point? Aside from betrayal from within, it seemed impossible for anyone else to possess sufficient information about this technique to kill him. Such acts could even be accomplished without Danzo personally intervening. Simply leaking some information would suffice. Mission, daring to practice the spiritualization technique without protection, relied not only on the little worm intelligent unit within his sea of consciousness, but also on the fact that he did not need to separate his soul entirely. What he aimed to separate was merely a computational node. These computational nodes, according to Mission's analysis, were quite similar to the little worm itself, formed from the fragments of souls he had absorbed. After being assimilated by the main program intelligent unit, the little worm, they ultimately manifested as computational nodes. Given that these nodes possessed soul-like characteristics, their optimal pairing was indeed the spiritualization technique. Mission had already completed the first 2 stages of the 5-stage spiritualization technique: the purification of spiritual energy and the anchoring of the soul. Currently, 2 exceptionally bright consciousness spheres in his sea of consciousness were the results of his recent efforts to enhance the purification of spiritual energy. He had only progressed to 5 centimeters in the soul anchoring training, which might not even be considered an entry-level accomplishment for the spiritualization technique. However, it was adequate for the operations to be infused into this control core. Mission solemnly placed a control core soul stone, glowing with dark green light, on the table before him. Bowing his head, he pressed his forehead against the soul stone and began to form seals with his hands. First was the Yin seal. Crossing his hands with fingers interlocked, palms facing each other, guiding the chakra within his body to converge into the sea of consciousness, initiating the purification of spiritual energy. Next was the Yang seal, with his index and middle fingers together while the other fingers curled correspondingly, beginning to separate a cluster of computational nodes. Utilizing the spiritual energy from the chakra and physical energy, he established the embryonic form of the spirit. Following this was the Chun seal, with his hands clenched into fists, thumbs protruding, palms facing each other, strengthening the spiritual anchor point between the spirit and body to prevent disconnection after separation. Under this dual protection, the light sphere began to solidify slowly. Finally, the C seal was formed by crossing the ring fingers and pointing the index fingers toward the sky, guided by his consciousness. The spirit began to emerge from the separation channel created at his forehead, slowly departing from the body. The complete version of the spiritualization technique would include the remaining 4 seals: Wu, Wei, Shun, and Yu, at which point the spirit would fully exit the body, capable of movement and attack. For now, Mission had not yet reached that stage. Being able to separate a computational node was sufficient. Yin, Yang, Chun, Si, spiritualization technique. As he completed the seals, Mission cautiously guided the solidified computational node slowly out through the channel he had opened at his forehead, maneuvering the light sphere into the soul stone pressed against his forehead. As the light sphere entered, the entire soul stone embedded with circuitry suddenly brightened by 3 degrees. Soon after, the glow began to rhythmically pulse in alternating brightness, resembling a miniature heart slowly beating. Little worm, assess this computational node. Can you establish a connection or control it? Fully focused on completing this separation node of the spiritualization technique, Mi-seong felt a wave of tension wash over him. Dampening his back with sweat, he exhaled deeply and inquired within his consciousness. Mi-seong, I perceive everything to be normal. You can even assign a unique name as a code name to this separated intelligent unit. It can be controlled closely through voice or synchronized consciousness before its energy is depleted. This computational node is powered by the sympathetic circuit within the soul stone. As long as you avoid overloading it, it can sustain for an extended period. You have accomplished a remarkable feat. I never imagined the spiritualization technique could be applied in this way. Congratulations, Mi-seong. This is also your merit, little worm. One day, I shall construct for you an extraordinarily handsome body. For now, let us refine this remarkable endeavor using the detached, intelligent computation nodes. Very well, Mi-seong. I am curious. Are the other soul stone and computation node intended for Scorpion? Do Zitsong and Yetsong, the Jonin, not require intelligent nodes? Chapter 75, Raven, activate. For Zitsong and Yetsong, the purpose of the mechas is to enhance chakra and provide self-defense. Their inherent characteristics and combat styles have already been established. Thus, they do not require intricate control at this stage. The assistance of an intelligent entity is unnecessary for now. Once this model is successfully validated in the future, we can equip them with intelligent entities for remote communication. Upon hearing Mi-seong's explanation, the intelligent entity, Little Bug, playfully remarked, "You really don't need to explain. I am merely your auxiliary tool." Mi-seong solemnly replied within the sea of consciousness, "No, to me, you have never been just a tool. You are my companion." Upon hearing this, the intelligent entity seemed to pause momentarily before sincerely expressing gratitude. Emerging from the sea of consciousness, Mi-seong restored his chakra and mental energy, then commenced the infusion of another soul stone. Drawing from his initial experience, this infusion proceeded much more smoothly. Observing the soul stone beginning to resonate, Mi-seong retrieved his Archbishop Mecha from the storage scroll and installed the intelligent computation node. The areas requiring improvement were minimal. It sufficed to connect the necessary parts to the intelligent computation node via wires. Once he had completed his mecha, he carefully stored it away and, with enthusiasm, exited his room holding the newly infused soul stone. Bang! Like a ruffian, Mi-seong kicked open Scorpion's door. "Fortunate Scorpion, flatter your big brother Mi-seong well, and I shall grant you a surprise." It was already 2 in the morning, and indeed, Scorpion was awake. Not lifting his head from the workstation, Scorpion, equipped with a magnifying glass, remarked, "So, the meat-loving Captain Mi-seong has emerged from his seclusion? I'm busy, no time to deal with you." Mi-seong smiled silently. Walking directly to Scorpion's side and unsealing the scroll containing the raven, he then cast the unsealing technique, sealing scroll, release. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, 6 agile limbs and a large head materialized, the improved puppet, Raven, designed for Scorpion's main attacks. Familiar with the process, Mi-seong opened Raven's head to locate the control core and, without hesitation, inserted the soul stone pulsating with light and darkness, connecting the wires and enhancing the power unit. The 2 individuals busied themselves in the room. Scorpion paid no mind to Mi-seong tinkering with his puppet. After all, it was Mi-seong who had assisted in its improvement, so what if it were dismantled? In the late-night room, Scorpion and Mi-seong were engrossed in their respective tasks. The sounds of tools and materials clashing filling the air. Soon, Mi-seong completed the modifications to the Raven puppet. Unlike the installation of the Archbishop Mecha, Mi-seong had added 2 supercapacitors within the Raven puppet, also enhancing the power unit and adding 4 duct fans. In the absence of the ability to manipulate gravity through the light and heavy rock technique, this was the most suitable construction for achieving levitation without chakra control. During the installation of the intelligent computation node, Mi-seong also conducted a power upgrade for the Raven puppet. The Raven puppet was no longer the fragile toy reliant on sneak attacks. Securing the final screw, the modified Raven puppet appeared largely unchanged. Mi-seong yawned and rapped his knuckles on Scorpion's table. "Hey, stingy Scorpion, after my long labor, you can't even offer a glass of water?" Scorpion, setting down the control core he was crafting, glanced at the unaltered Raven and quipped, "Extravagant Mi-seong, after your prolonged seclusion, what have you produced? This puppet seems hardly different." Removing Scorpion's magnifying glass, Mi-seong smugly shook a finger. Stingy Scorpion, one must not judge by appearances. Behold, witness the moment of miracles. Through the intelligent entity, Little Bug, he had named this intelligent computation node Raven, as Scorpion typically did. With a raised hand, he commanded, Raven, activate. Maintain a height of 1.5 meters in a state of alert. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously prone Raven puppet sprang to life. The large head illuminated with blue-white glimmers in its eyes. A buzzing sound accompanied by a rush of air propelled it upward, hovering at a height of 1.5 meters. Next, Raven's 2 forelimbs extended, revealing sharp blades as it began patrolling the room autonomously. How is this possible? Without chakra wire control, how could Raven move on its own? Seeing this unfold, Scorpion sprang to his feet. A puppet, which required control to operate, was moving independently. Mi Xiang, noticing Scorpion's astonishment, felt his drowsiness dissipate. Raven, retract your blades and enter defense mode. Raven's 6 arms unfurled fish-scale shields, merging in front to form a large shield taller than a person, all while suspended in midair. Scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement. The puppet had developed its own consciousness. Was this not the very goal he had tirelessly pursued? Mi Xiang had truly achieved it. As a genius puppeteer, Scorpion instantly envisioned hundreds of concepts that could be realized based on this control platform. He dashed from the workstation, grasped Mi Xiang's shoulders, and shook him eagerly, exclaiming, "Ah? Amazing, Mi Xiang. Tell me how you accomplished this." At that moment, Mi Xiang, channeling the playful spirit of a mischievous friend, feigned indifference. Yawned. "Oh dear. I am so tired. Scorpion, you carry on. I am heading back to sleep." He exaggerated a yawn, stretching his arms as if to depart. Scorpion, uncharacteristically serious, altered his tone. "Esteemed Captain Mi Xiang, please share your method with me." Realizing Mi Xiang was about to leave, Scorpion abandoned his pride. "Brother Mi Xiang, I will cover your meat from now on. Just tell me." Finally relenting, Mi Xiang wrapped an arm around Scorpion's neck and stated, "All right, I was merely teasing you. This intelligent computation center was designed for you. It functions like a helper capable of completing simple tasks. In the future, you can train a series of continuous command sets as I just demonstrated. This way, you won't need to control Raven directly. It can become a wonderful assistant for you. More importantly, this intelligent entity is not like ordinary mechanisms. It can learn and evolve in tandem with my intelligent entity." Upon hearing this, Scorpion pondered briefly, his expression growing increasingly astonished. If it evolves in such a manner, could it one day develop into something akin to a human? Mi Xiang shook his head. "You're thinking too conservatively. One day, this intelligent entity will surpass humans in capability." Unable to contain his excitement, Scorpion grasped the Raven puppet in one hand and pulled Mi Xiang along with the other. "Come, let us go to the training grounds for a practical test." Just as he finished speaking, 2 sharp knocks echoed, and fists landed on their heads. "Brats, are you two still awake?" Chapter 76, The Weeping Spirit. Ouch. Mi Xiang clutched his head, realizing an irate Yetsong stood beside him. Without waiting for an explanation, Yetsong swiftly tucked him under his arm and glared at Scorpion, who was also rubbing his head. "Now, immediately, go to sleep. You two have been staying up late every night. I have tolerated it long enough. Look at the mess in this room. You've even damaged the door." Under the oppressive influence of the frenzied Yetsong, the typically proud Scorpion could only curl his lip in disdain, rummaging through a pile of puppet parts to find a suitable place to rest. Before settling beneath the covers, Scorpion made sure to use his chakra threads to deactivate the buzzing Raven puppet. Meanwhile, Mi Xiang, caught between Yetsong's grasp, dared not resist. He was enveloped by a faint, comforting fragrance as he was brought back to his room. "Now go to sleep. Not a single one of you is a source of peace." Mi Xiang obediently lay down, nodding vigorously, for the wrathful Yetsong was truly terrifying. After days of researching the art of spiritual transformation and the intricate circuitry of the soul stone core, he was utterly exhausted. As soon as he lay beneath the blanket, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and he drifted into a deep slumber. Yet, the recent exercises and simulations had seemingly ingrained a reflex within him. Even in his sleep, his hands instinctively formed hand seals. Yin, Yang, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun Yu. The art of spiritual transformation. Mi Xiang felt as though he were soaring through the air, and upon opening his eyes, he realized he was suspended in midair. What is this? He gazed down at the familiar room and training ground below, and upon glancing at his semi-transparent, glowing form, he was struck with horror. How had his soul separated from his body? He had only completed the initial steps of the spiritual transformation technique and had no knowledge of the subsequent stages. How could he return? Despite his frantic efforts, he found himself helplessly hovering above the village of Konoha, utterly immobile. Although the spiritual form created by the transformation was not as fearful of sunlight as ordinary ghosts, remaining disconnected from his body for an extended period could prove perilous. In a moment of distress, Mi-seong was suddenly drawn to a chorus of overlapping whispers. The spiritual transformation technique, which separated spiritual energy from physical energy to form a spiritual entity, had resulted in a remarkably solid form due to Mi-seong's potent mental strength. For the time being, there seemed to be no risk of dissipating. Gradually, he discovered a means to navigate his spiritual form by concentrating his attention in the direction of his perceptions, allowing him to move towards the sense target. According to the notes of Kato, the enhanced perception ability following spiritual transformation was formidable. Even though Mi-seong was not a sensory ninja, he could expand his consciousness to thousands of meters. However, he was still uncertain how to interact with the living. He could sense Scorpion, Yetsong, and Jiaer, but did not know how to communicate with them. He perceived numerous entities resembling nodes within an expanse of consciousness throughout the village of Konoha. The closest of these was not far from their temporary residence. It seemed to be the village's memorial stone. Driven by curiosity, he maneuvered his spiritual form closer to these luminous points of consciousness. As he attempted to touch them, an overwhelming wave of information surged through him. He yearned to feel the paper frog he had just learned to fold from Hanako. Mother, I'm sorry. I promised to return for your miso soup. Captain, I've entangled the enemy's intel in my kunai. Brother, I can no longer protect you. You must live on. Even for my sake. Inu-ken, has Grey Maru escaped safely? Father, once again you have broken your promise. I cannot see your performance at school. Countless fragments of consciousness, imbued with various obsessions and emotions, threatened to overwhelm Mi-seong in the sea of awareness. Thankfully, the intelligent entity, Little Bug, took over the processing of this information when Mi-seong did not respond. Little Bug halted all computational directives, mobilizing the remaining 13 nodes to manage the influx. Meanwhile, Mi-seong's physical body began to twitch slightly, an indication of significant chakra depletion. The two supercapacitors he always carried began to supply energy, extracting vast amounts of charge to alleviate the drain on his chakra reserves. Information was categorized and stored by Little Bug, and as this data was received, Mi-seong gradually regained consciousness. His head throbbed painfully. Why was he feeling such sorrow? As he wiped his face, he was startled to find his spiritual form streaming with tears. A spiritual entity could cry? It dawned on him that the unconscious light points surrounding him were fragments of the souls of those who had perished on the battlefield. Even with Little Bug assisting in processing this information, Mi-seong felt as though he had experienced the narratives of these individuals. The sadness, reluctance, and pain were chillingly real. Gazing at the flickering fragments of obsession in the night sky, a weight of various emotions pressed upon him, making it hard to breathe. What kind of world was this? Truly, it was wretched. The indignation and sorrow within him threatened to crush him. Allowing his tears to scatter like stars, Mi-seong's voice, tinged with hoarseness, resonated. I feel your obsessions. I understand you. His voice seemed to carry a magical quality, and the previously chaotic light points appeared to quieten. Yet, I harbor an even deeper hatred for the root cause of all this. Mi-seong pointed towards the majestic Hokage rock silhouetted against the night sky, his voice filled with outrage. Though I am not a ninja born in Konoha, should not the original intention of every village's establishment be to protect its people, allowing them to escape the ravages of war and preventing such tragedies from occurring? But what is the reality? After so long since the founding of the ninja villages, has this world achieved peace? No. On the contrary, the tragedies caused by war have only multiplied. Is this truly the purpose of the ninja villages? Is this the so-called will of fire? Mi-seong's spiritual voice echoed across the skies of Konoha. The so-called will of fire. Is it not always said to protect comrades and pass on hope? Yet in reality, all he witnessed were decayed family legacies and schemers wielding power. The hero who sacrificed his mission to protect his comrades, the illustrious Konoha White Fang, was merely threatened by a few positions and subsequently framed to death. He died under the weight of public opinion in his own village. Where is the promise of protecting comrades? Is this right? In Mi-seong's eyes, The light points enveloping him represented the sacrifices under the guise of this so-called will of fire. His spiritual voice was inaudible to ordinary people. Only those skilled in the secret arts of release, such as the Yamanaka clan, might vaguely sense the murmurs, yet they could not discern the words. Unbeknownst to the tearful Mi Xiong, 3 special light orbs began drifting towards him from places like the Hitaki clan, the abandoned Senju clan grounds, and Konoha Hospital. Chapter 77. Brilliant as the Sea of Stars. Mi Xiong was so focused on the light points that he failed to notice these 3 indistinct spiritual figures. The so-called will of fire had been distorted into a means for the village's rulers to serve their own interests, placing their gains above the lives of ordinary ninjas. Is this just? The light points seemed to respond to Mi Xiong's tearful accusations, many starting to pulse in a rhythm of brightness and dimness. Mi Xiong pointed towards the Hokage building shrouded in darkness. His voice still filled with indignation. Where is the promise of achieving peace in the ninja world through the protection of the village? Konoha occupies the richest lands in the ninja world, yet resorts to war to seize resources from smaller nations. Who are they truly protecting? Has peace been achieved in the ninja world? Where is the land of whirlpools? It was Konoha's staunchest ally. The will of fire has always proclaimed self-sacrifice for comrades and the village. Yet what is the reality? The beneficiaries of those villages hide in the shadows, sending freshly graduated children to battle. Where is the promise to protect the saplings of the village? True protection should be about preventing ordinary people from being ensnared in these desperate and brutal conflicts, should it not? Shouldn't we safeguard the saplings, allowing them to grow peacefully and happily, free from the scourge of war? From the moment he traversed into this distorted world of the land of Sakura, the worldview of the Naruto universe has relentlessly challenged his perception. At this moment, how could he not express a heartfelt grievance? This world ought not to be in such a state. I comprehend your sorrow, but I refuse to relive your tragedies. Though I am a ninja of the Sand Village, I shall utilize my own abilities to forge a truly peaceful ninja realm. This entirely new ninja world will no longer be a place where innocent lives are ensnared by idealistic moral slogans. This new ninja realm will not conceal the brutal reality of the strong subjugating the weak under the guise of protecting the village. It shall be a world where ordinary individuals can ascend to leadership through diligence, where the capable surpass the mediocre. This new ninja realm will embody a balance of rights and responsibilities, enabling everyone to harness their intellect and live honorably. As he spoke, gripping his fists and striking his glowing spiritual essence, he solemnly pledged, "This is the endeavor I have steadfastly pursued. I will employ Mecha's technology and my sincere heart to establish such a ninja realm. I understand your anguish, thus I choose to sever the roots of this pain." His words resonated with the fragmented souls and also served as a reflection of himself. As his voice subsided, the souls imbued with obsession suddenly stirred. In the night sky of Konoha, countless specks of light, akin to fireflies, soared towards him. Behind these luminous points, 3 particularly large orbs of light followed suit, merging into his spiritual form. Once again, he was rendered dizzy by the sudden influx. In the ocean of his consciousness, the 13 computation nodes were already overwhelmed. Surrounding these nodes, new points of light emerged, forming tiny new nodes that connected seamlessly. Soon, his consciousness was filled with a multitude of luminous points, dazzling like a sea of stars. However, the immense computational burden exceeded the capacity of his original intelligent entity, the little bug. One by one, his supercapacitors drained, and his chakra began to wane. His entire being convulsed violently, his skin reddening from the heat. If this continued, his soul would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of nodes. He would become a resilient spirit, but devoid of his primary consciousness, a mere shell. Overburdened, his spiritual essence plummeted from the air. Just at that critical moment, the 3 large orbs of light that had merged into his consciousness began to transform. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Mi Xiong, these 3 entities could indeed perform ninjutsu within his mindscape. The spirit vein binding technique. Hexagonal honeycomb structures of pale yellow barriers enveloped his spiritual essence, drawing it back into his body. These honeycomb barriers also appeared around the intelligent entity, the little bug, and the core of Mi Xiong's soul, forming a remarkably resilient shield that thwarted the surging tide of consciousness nodes. The Yang release body and mind resilience technique. A surge of life force emanated from another orb, restoring Mi Xiang's chakra-depleted body to a normal state. As this immense vitality flowed into his cells, his heartbeat grew stronger, and the feverish redness of his skin began to normalize. The Hitaki-style instantaneous technique. The final orb accelerated, swiftly organizing the chaotic nodes in mere moments. With the assistance of these three orbs, the little bug intelligent entity gradually began to assimilate the nodes. As these nodes integrated, the computational capacity of the little bug increased progressively. Groups of light points connected orderly to the intelligent entity, with the speed of integration escalating rapidly. Ultimately, within Mi Xiang's consciousness, a vast network of nodes resembling neurons formed around the little bug as the core. These points of light began to pulsate rhythmically, emitting varying intensities of brightness, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Only at this juncture did the unconscious Mi Xiang settle down. The wounds on his fingers, once marked by the soul stone, visibly healed, even the scabs falling away. After such tumult, Mi Xiang emitted a long, sonorous snore, descending into a deep slumber. In the sea of consciousness, the three unique orbs seemed equally fatigued. They ceased to speak or move and softly shimmered in Mi Xiang's mental expanse, appearing to drift into slumber as well. In the special apartment district of Konoha, Kushina was jolted awake by the tumultuous chakra of the nine tails within her. Infuriated, she plunged into her consciousness, ready to confront the nine tails. Within the vast, dark prison, the nine tails paid no heed to Kushina's fury. With interest, it tapped its claws against the bars of its confinement, addressing the approaching Kushina in a booming voice. "Little girl, do not be so easily angered. I was merely roused by an intriguing guest. What a fascinating soul indeed." Having spoken, the massive nine tails disregarded Kushina, resting its head on its paws, seemingly falling back into slumber. Kushina, more irritated by the nine tails' nonsensical remarks, tugged at her flowing red hair in frustration and resorted to kicking the bars of the nine tails' prison. Upon exiting her consciousness, she remained perplexed as to why the nine tails was behaving so unusually. After much contemplation, unable to sleep, she resolved to rise and prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Minato. Surely, he would be delighted. Chapter 78. The enigmatic Mi Xiang. What have those youngsters from the Sand Village been up to these days? What skills have they uncovered? For reasons unknown, Danzo always casts a shadow of foreboding over the roots. Beneath the flickering candlelight, his visage appeared even more sinister. A masked subordinate respectfully reporting to Lord Danzo. Our three-man teams have been continuously monitoring the temporary residents of the Sand Village. Initially, they seldom ventured out, remaining indoors. Only recently have the puppeteer Sasori and the taijutsu ninja Zikyo engaged in simple sparring at the training ground, utilizing only basic puppetry and peculiar taijutsu techniques. What tricks can the Sand-S puppet technique conjure? And what of that ninja named Mi Xiang, whom I instructed you to keep an eye on? What information do we have on him? Danzo's voice dripped with dissatisfaction. As for Mi Xiang, all we know is he graduated from the Sand Village Ninja Academy with the lowest scores. It is said he gained admission to the academy through Sasori's influence. Beyond that, there are no indications of any talent. No talent whatsoever? Do you presume me a fool, or that Leaf's ninjas are a band of simpletons? The hidden door on the barrier is so well concealed that even the barrier unit could not detect it. Yet a talentless ninja from the Sand Village deduced it during the examination? Faced with Danzo's ire, the root ninjas dared not argue, kneeling on the ground with heads bowed in silence. After a lengthy tirade, Danzo fixed a glare on his subordinate. The Chunin finals are about to commence. That boy Mi Xiang has never set foot in the training ground. What has he been doing? The masked subordinate raised his head, confusion evident in his eyes. Indeed, he has never visited the training ground. Our operatives have been aimlessly following him around the village these past few days. Danzo's gaze turned icy as he pressed his hands against the table. Is there someone in the village colluding with him? Finally, I've caught a whiff of his trail. Capture everyone he has interacted with and interrogate them thoroughly. Upon noticing his subordinate's hesitation, Danzo's anger flared. Why are you still lingering? What are you waiting for? My lord, you mustn't. Those who have encountered the sand ninja known as Mikiang have exceeded 200, all of whom are the widows of the fallen ninjas from the village. What? Might you be Ayakawa Hanako? Mikiang, disregarding the surrounding Umbu and Root members, inquired of the young woman before him, who appeared to be in her teenage years. Ah, yes. I am Ayakawa Hanako. May I ask who you are? Mikiang pointed to the forehead protector adorned with the Sand Village insignia on his brow. Greetings. I am a sand ninja here to participate in the Chunin exams. I hope I am not being too forward, but I would like to purchase 10 of your origami frogs at 100 ryo each. Is that acceptable? 1 origami frog for 100 ryo. Ayakawa Hanako, pale-faced, stared at the 1,000 ryo note being offered and could hardly believe her eyes. Is this a windfall from the heavens? Could he be a fraud? Yet, the banknote was indeed solidly in her hand. Just as she attempted to decline, Mikyang had already released his hold. Please, I only ask for 10 origami frogs. Mikyang sat cross-legged at the entrance of Ayakawa Hanako's abode, seemingly determined not to leave without the paper creations, unable to refuse any further. Hanako reluctantly folded 10 origami frogs on the spot to appease Mikyang. Upon receiving the frogs, Mikyang sighed in relief and turned to depart with his whimsical purchases. Excuse me, is this the Sena household? Good day, madam. I would like to purchase a bowl of miso soup. Would 1,000 ryo suffice? Hello, is this the Inazuka family? I am a ninja from the Sand Village here for the Chunin exams. Might you have a ninja dog named Greymaru? Alas, he fell alongside his master. I am truly sorry for the disturbance. Mikyang strolled through the streets of Konoha like a fool, leaving behind a reputation as a simpleton. Not only did the Umbu and Root divisions fail to comprehend his actions, but even Yakura and Scorpion were baffled by Mikyang's peculiar behavior. It seemed that ever since that day he awoke, his aura had transformed entirely. Yakura even worried that he had struck Mikyang too forcefully that night, rendering the child daft. Scorpion, for reasons unknown, received an unexpected punch to the head. Fortunately, Mikyang's daily antics, though perplexing, did not hinder his chakra from growing steadily. He was well-fed and well-rested, and with his ample wealth, Yakura and Scorpion allowed him to roam Konoha, spreading warmth to those around him. As time flew by amidst the bustling activity, the finals of the Chunin exams were finally set to commence with the arrival of various feudal lords and nobility. At the Konoha Memorial, Ayakawa Hanako strolled with a bouquet of flowers, seeking her father's name engraved upon the stone. Tenderly, she traced the letters of her father's name, beginning to speak softly to him. Father, do you know? A fascinating sand ninja has come to our village. He appears to be here for the Chunin exams and is quite formidable. Many have called him a fool, yet I perceive a gentle soul within him. Although he is merely in his teens, the compassion in his gaze is unmistakable. Do you remember the origami frogs you taught me to fold as a child? The very ones I always struggled to make perfectly. You promised that upon your return from missions, you would see how well I had improved. It is these very origami frogs that have transformed my life. Father, he purchased 10 from me for 1,000 ryo. 1,000 ryo, father. What others do not know is that this sand ninja, in addition to the payment, gifted me a recipe for a dish called braised meat. Surely, you are unaware of this delicacy, which is reputedly quite famous in the Sand Village. I have already prepared this braised meat, and it has sold exceptionally well in the marketplace. Now, I can sustain myself, and you need not worry any longer. Back then, you worked so hard on missions, and we lived in such hardship. Do you remember? You told me that if we won the war, we would lead a good life. But, father, you deceived me. The war was won, yet you did not return. Those esteemed individuals claim you are a hero of the village. Yet why is it merely talk? No one has cared for Hanako since your sacrifice. Life has been arduous for mother and me. We have often relied on our neighbor's charity to survive. Yet, it is through these origami frogs that I have gained the ability to live independently, and I can now care for mother. Whenever I missed you, I would fold the frogs you taught me. I miss you dearly, father. Leaning against the memorial, tears streamed down Hanako's cheeks. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a half-burnt origami frog that landed gently in Hanako's hand. Her tears fell upon the fragile paper, soaking it through. Chapter 79. The Art of Manipulating 5 Weapons. Regardless of the external mockery, Mikyang remained unwavering in his convictions. Since awakening to the myriad of star-like points within his consciousness, he had been left in a daze. Was this the construction of a computational center? So, it was not merely a dream. His spiritual energy had multiplied exponentially. This was understandable. However, the enhancement of his physical capabilities was perplexing. Nevertheless, it was a fortunate circumstance. Although the gains from this phase were not immediately visible, they were indeed fortifications for the future. Mikyang's behavior over these past days, akin to an artistic performance, was a means to fulfill the dreams of those remnants of obsession. Although those lingering thoughts had not specifically requested such actions from him, Mikyang remained true to his heart. resolutely completing these endeavors. What he sought was simply a clear conscience. For now, it was not convenient to disclose this to Scorpion and the others. Fortunately, despite his seemingly foolish antics, Mikyang's mental and physical states remained intact. In this context, the much-anticipated finals of the Chunin exams finally commenced. Unlike the makeshift venue of the preliminaries, the finals were held in a grand arena. The feudal lords, nobles, and affluent merchants had long since reserved their seats in the VIP section, while the participating genin resembled performers in an arena, striving to captivate these apex individuals with their fervor. Following the customary speeches from the leaders, the finals officially began. The first match was a confrontation between Scorpion of the Sand Village and Zitsong. Onlooker Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned towards the third Kazekage and remarked, "The Sand Village is brimming with talent. Among the ninjas who have reached the finals, for hail from the Sand Village, with these two exceptionally skilled individuals standing out." The performance during the preliminary rounds had indeed garnered much attention. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Danzo, seated among the advisors, deepened the coldness of his expression. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja from the Root organization appeared behind him, whispering a few words, causing Danzo to reveal a smug smile. The third Kazekage was dissatisfied with this outcome. Only one of his Sand Gold team had advanced, while Mikyang's team from Elder Chio's side had all three progressed to the finals. This stark contrast was a source of great displeasure for the third. Of course, he could not show his discontent in front of others. While the youth may have potential, they require guidance to transform that potential into true strength. There is no comparison to the deep-rooted heritage of Konoha. Victory will undoubtedly belong to the Sand. In response to the third Kazekage's aggressive stance, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed. The budding talents of Konoha are equally impressive. In the arena, anything can happen. Let us await the outcome. With their exchange of veiled barbs concluded, the duel between Zitsong and Scorpion commenced. The hand seals were formed. The match began. As the referees signaled the start, the two engaged in a direct confrontation. 7 days breathing technique. Second activation. Open the gate. Zitsong's eyes transformed to a grayish hue, his skin subtly shifting in color as he activated the second stage of the 7 days breathing technique. With the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia unlocked, his movements became imbued with an afterimage. A step forward followed by a straight punch, a forearm strike, a backhand elbow, and a spinning jab. The swift actions of Zitsong rapidly closed the distance between the two, landing a series of 3 strikes on Scorpion, producing a resonant clang of metal upon metal. As the sand clone shattered, Zitsong's 3-hit combination merely hit the switched black ant, while Scorpion's true form had already repositioned to the side, releasing the scroll in his hand. A buzzing crow puppet materialized amidst a puff of white smoke. The crow activated. The newly upgraded crow, equipped with an intelligent computing unit, floated in the air, propelled by a channeling fan, lunging towards Zitsong. Scorpion's left hand maneuvered the black ant to defend against Zitsong's powerful assault, while his right hand, adorned with 5 rings inscribed with the character for nucleus, unfurled a long scroll. The 5 soldiers' manipulation technique, accompanied by 5 explosive puffs of smoke. 5 half-body puppets wielding dual blades emerged, deftly controlled by Scorpion through intricate chakra threads. Utilizing the core control rings, he expertly manipulated all 5 battle puppets with a single hand. This technique, initially intended to be named the 5 warriors breaking the mountain technique, was rejected by Scorpion, who was unfamiliar with the 5 warriors. At this moment, Scorpion alone commanded 7 puppets. Gasps erupted from the audience. The puppet masters of Sunagakure were indeed a significant presence, and the prowess of a puppet master was directly reflected in the number of puppets they could control. While ordinary puppet ninjas could manage 2 puppets with great difficulty, this red-haired youth commanded 7. This approached the legendary 10-finger technique of Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, witnessing Scorpion's skill for the first time, straightened in his seat and nodded slightly. As the 7 puppets appeared, Zitsong found himself at a disadvantage. The 5 dual-blade soldier puppets attacked, while the black ant defended. The upgraded crow acted like an assassin, patrolling in midair and occasionally launching shuriken to create distractions. Having practiced the crow tactics with Scorpion multiple times, Zitsong was well aware of the crow's lethal combinations. Recognizing that the stakes of this duel were not particularly high, Zitsong had no intention of further unlocking the 8 gates of Duanjia. He viewed his battle with Scorpion as a trial in preparation for larger-scale conflicts. clad in a leopard-patterned mech with defensive capabilities in his arms and other areas. Zitsong executed an opening elbow strike. Facing the advancing dual-blade puppets, he stepped forward, driving his knee into one's abdomen, while simultaneously using his right elbow to deflect the blade's edge, allowing him to follow through with an elbow strike to the temple. The technique, known as the 8 Extremes Fist, was remarkably powerful. With a fierce opening elbow strike, Zitsong knocked down one of the dual-blade puppets. He swiftly performed 2 body flicker techniques, evading the shuriken fire from the crow puppet. As this was a friendly spar, the crow puppet refrained from employing its more lethal skills. The seamless coordination between the two combatants appeared extraordinary to the onlookers. The physical confrontations were equally as thrilling as ninjutsu battles. Now, Scorpion's puppets were no longer made of mere wood. The impact resistance of chakra metal was significantly superior. Despite sustaining some damage, the dual-blade puppet, now with visible dents, continued to swing its blades. Remember, there was not just one dual-blade puppet. Utilizing the control core, Scorpion, inspired by the computational nodes of Xiang, completed an intricate series of movements with a single chakra thread. The two closest puppets charged like taijutsu ninjas, their blades trailing behind them as they swiftly flanked Zitsong from both sides. The Overlord's dismissal. The crushing fist strikes the ribs. Unperturbed, Zitsong skillfully parried the dual slashes with both hands, using the momentum to twist and deliver a crushing blow, folding the puppet in half. As the 3 remaining dual-blade puppets advanced, Zitsong pressed forward, channeling his strength into a spinning kick, raising his arms to meet the 6 gleaming blades. In just one exchange, the 2 fighters engaged in a dazzling display of counterattacks. Chapter 80. A Clash of Wills. Scorpion relished the sensation of controlling his puppets. Under the guidance of his chakra threads, the 5 soldier puppets moved with the agility of skilled taijutsu and sword-wielding ninjas. Although they possessed only upper bodies, they advanced, blocked, protected, and slashed with such finesse that it was nearly impossible to tell they were puppets. Each puppet appeared to be controlled by a single chakra thread, yet Scorpion, utilizing the control core, employed a command set to indirectly manipulate these complex puppets. This method of control was a clever deviation from the traditional 10-finger technique. Meanwhile, Zitsong, activated in both his second state and the opening of the first gate, experienced a tremendous boost in both strength and speed. Even amidst the crow's distractions, he held his ground against the 5 dual-blade puppets. The arena was alive with movement and flashing blades, stirring the emotions of the spectators. Indeed, I wager on the brawny taijutsu fighter to win. No, I still believe that the red-haired puppet master will triumph. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Wind, fanning himself, leaned towards the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, saying with elegance, "It seems the 3rd Kazekage truly lives up to his title as the strongest, possessing not only formidable personal strength, but also adept at governing his village." The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, casting a discontented glance at the Hokage, similarly covered his mouth with a fan, remarking, "It's merely a match between low-ranking shinobi. What is there to be proud of?" Even though Konoha was not as powerful as in the era of Hashirama, it remained the most formidable shinobi village. Just as the 2 exchanged barbs in the VIP section, the situation in the arena suddenly shifted. While Zitsong was countering the assault of the 5 dual-blade puppets, he abruptly swung his arms outward, executing the wild horse splitting mane. This maneuver allowed him to simultaneously cast off 4 dual-blade puppets, creating a gap through which he charged toward the rear, heading straight for Scorpion. Boom! Upon colliding with Scorpion, he realized the unfortunate truth. The sensation was far from that of a human. This Scorpion was a puppet. Zitsong reacted swiftly, sidestepping to lean against the puppet, which was beginning to shed sand clone fragments, and delivered a flying kick toward the black ant in a protective stance. If this Scorpion was a ruse, then this black ant must be the true disguise of Scorpion. Scorpion was far too cunning, but I have him now. A smile crept across Zitsong's face as he moderated the force of the kick aimed at the black ant. The outcome was already determined. However, as his sidekick struck the black ant, he fell directly into a wide-open cavity. This puppet was also genuine. As he descended into the black ant's capturing chamber, Zitsong glanced back at the puppet masquerading as Scorpion. Revealing its true form, the puppet resembled a corpulent crocodile, and the fallen sand fragments confirmed Zitsong's suspicion. It was indeed a puppet. The puppet mountain pufferfish. 8 puppets appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Where was Scorpion's true body? Not only was Zitsong caught in the Black Ant's clutches, but even the audience was left flabbergasted by this sudden twist. Where was the puppet master? The curtain had been lifted, revealing that the orchestrator of the performance was absent from the stage. Had all 8 of these puppets been battling on their own since the beginning? Was this the emergence of puppets that required no puppet master to control? A chorus of astonished gasps filled the audience, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Soon, Scorpion revealed the answer. Sorry, Zitsong, you've lost. The crow, still airborne, had its cloak unfurled, and with the assistance of the dual straps securing Scorpion to the crow, he descended, leaping down directly. With a flick of his chakra thread, he freed Zitsong from the grasp of the Black Ant. You were inside the crow. The crow can actually bear a person's weight? What an ingenious plan. I concede defeat. It turned out that Scorpion, upon discovering Mi Xiang's modified crow puppet, had leveraged its powerful channeling fan thrusters for offense. In a moment of inspiration, he ingeniously modified the crow puppet, reducing its weight and securing his body using a backpack method. Cloaked in a cape and employing a puppet transformation technique, he disguised himself. The lack of flight capability of Zitsong rendered it oblivious to the aerial distractions posed by the crow puppet, leading to its eventual capture. Zitsong refrained from utilizing the higher tiers of the 7 days breathing technique, nor did Scorpion deploy the mountain god Mecha. Overall, their strengths remained quite comparable. With a sense of resignation, Zitsong raised a hand to signal his surrender. The two formed a seal of reconciliation, awaiting the judge's announcement of the outcome. Upon witnessing the red-haired Scorpion emerge from the puppet that had merely served as an annoyance, the audience suddenly grasped the situation. It was akin to witnessing a dramatic performance with unexpected twists. At the moment the truth was revealed, a thunderous cheer erupted. As the referee swiftly entered the arena and declared Scorpion the victor, a masked ninja suddenly leaped in from the sidelines. He raised a scroll high and proclaimed loudly, "This Scorpion is not a genin. He has deceived everyone. I possess intelligence from Sunagakure that can confirm he has been a chunin for a year. He is a fraud sent to compete for the sake of Sunagakure's reputation." The masked ninja repeated his assertion thrice, ensuring that the entire audience heard, before producing the intelligence scroll and handing it to Minato Namikaze, who had appeared beside him. With golden hair, Minato unfurled the scroll, took a deep breath, and signaled for the masked ninja to accompany him to report to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen examined the scroll twice, puffed from his pipe, and then handed it to the third Kazekage nearby. Raza, standing behind the third Kazekage, also caught sight of the information on the scroll and whispered a name into the Kazekage's ear. A look of realization crossed the Kazekage's face as he glanced at the displeased daimyo in the VIP section, quickly exclaiming, "This is all my oversight. I was deceived by a genin seeking fame, allowing him to exploit this situation. Yekong, as the leading jonin, you must also bear some responsibility. Such an incident occurring at such a significant occasion as the Chunin exams is unacceptable. Upon our return to the village, you are to submit a reflective report to me." As he spoke, he stood up, disregarding Yekong's attempts at explanation, and declared loudly, "Our village's ninja, Scorpion, has audaciously participated in the Chunin exams while masquerading as a genin. This dishonest act not only deceives the daimyo, but also tarnishes the image of Sunagakure." Hearing the third Kazekage's words, Scorpion realized that in order to preserve face for himself and the daimyo, as well as for the village's honor, he had been sacrificed. This opportunistic maneuver bore no distinction from how Konoha treated the coward, White Fang. The world is indeed full of crows of the same hue. His hands trembled with rage. Yet his ingrained pride led him to disdain any defense for himself. He casually retracted his puppets, intending to leave the arena with dignity after the Kazekage had shifted all blame onto him. What did it matter if he became a rogue ninja? He would not be weak like Kakashi Hitaki. However, his hand was suddenly grasped. The truth is not as such. Scorpion is wrongfully accused. He is a legitimate contender representing Sunagakure in the Chunin exams. This decision was made by the village. Third Kazekage, do you intend to shift all blame onto Scorpion? The speaker was Mikoto. He grasped Scorpion's hand, raising it high and interrupting the third Kazekage with the loudest voice possible. As the situation became tense, Raza swiftly appeared beside Mikoto and whispered, "Mikoto, think of the bigger picture. The Fuchsia clan has somehow contacted Konoha and disclosed the village's arrangements for Scorpion. The Kazekage is now in a difficult position. We must exercise restraint." The Kazekage is compelled to handle Scorpion this way to preserve the daimyo's face. Once we return to the village, the Kazekage will surely clear Scorpion's name. Mikoto wore a mocking smile, ignoring Raza's words, as he pointed towards the third Kazekage in the stands, declaring, the arrangement for Scorpion to participate in the Chunin exams was indeed the village's decision. Is the third Kazekage's magnanimity truly so limited? To sacrifice the reputation of a village ninja for the sake of so-called face? I will not tolerate the village's underhanded tactics that vilify Scorpion's eligibility to compete. Those who err should face consequences, rather than sacrificing the innocent for the sake of the so-called greater good. Scorpion was never formally granted Chunin status by the village. Is it a crime for a genin to possess Chunin-level strength? Or can the village's decisions be overturned merely due to the slander of malicious individuals? If a withdrawal is necessary, then our team shall withdraw together. Chapter 81. Fracture. Mikoto's declaration left the third Kazekage in a precarious position. The black sand iron from his Kazekage robe began to materialize as he prepared to teach Mikoto a lesson for his disrespect. Just as he was about to harness the sand iron technique, Hiruzen Sarutobi unexpectedly exhaled a large cloud of smoke and spoke. Kazekage, I appreciate your fairness and decisiveness. Upholding the integrity of the exams is a shared responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi's words not only acknowledged the Kazekage's handling of the situation, but also aligned both parties in their commitment to maintaining the rules, providing the Kazekage with a means of retreat. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's remark, the Kazekage's expression softened, and the nearly unleashed sand iron retreated. It is merely that the young people of our village have shown a lack of decorum, causing the Hokage to witness such folly. Hiruzen, tapping his pipe, smiled. Since they are all young ninjas, they represent the village's precious assets. Even in punishment, there is no need for haste. How about this? Given that Scorpion is here as a guest for the Chunin exams, it may be rash to detain him before a thorough investigation is complete. Perhaps it would suffice to annul Scorpion's results and prevent him from participating in the upcoming matches. What do you think? Hiruzen Sarutobi's suggestion not only preserved the Kazekage's dignity, but also eliminated a formidable opponent for the Konoha ninjas. Moreover, this incident would surely sow discord between the talented ninja named Scorpion and the Kazekage. Such discord could serve as a future point of contention between them. Was this not akin to laying a trap for an enemy? Why not take advantage of it? The Kazekage nodded and then announced, since the third Hokage has expressed a stance, matters regarding Scorpion and Mikoto will be addressed upon our return to the village. Yekon, please escort your esteemed disciple away. Do not bring shame upon the village here. Yekon sighed deeply and swiftly approached Mikoto and Scorpion. Before she could speak, Scorpion interjected, Teacher Yekon, do not worry. I will not put you in a difficult position. This mere Chunin exam, had I not been dispatched by the village, I would not have bothered to attend. Mikoto, the remaining matches are in your hands. Do not hold back. Let them witness your prowess. Scorpion tossed his red hair back, extending his fists to bump against those of Zitsong and Mikoto. Yekon led the two youths and the adult Zitsong off the arena, and the third Kazekage secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Had Mikoto, that arrogant brat, continued to confront him, the foundation of Sunagakure would have been exposed. How detestable the Fuchsia clan was, and how equally detestable was the reckless Mikoto, who failed to consider the greater good. As the competition resumed, the referee announced the next match. Coincidentally, Mikoto drew the opponent, Marino Ibiki. Just as he had left the arena, Mikoto returned to the stage. The audience erupted in a commotion at the sight of Mikoto, who had just confronted the village's leader. However, Mikoto remained indifferent to their reactions. As the referee declared the commencement of the match, after forming the necessary hand seals, Miseong hurled a shuriken towards the cold-faced Sanai Ibiki, grazing his shoulder and leaving a faint trace of blood. Sanai Ibiki pondered whether such an injury was sufficient to activate his interrogation technique. If not, he could always launch another shuriken. Just as he was forming his hand seals, Sanai Ibiki's expression shifted dramatically. How could this sand ninja be aware of his secret technique? He had never divulged any details. Was it possible that one mere observation of his previous match had unveiled the essence of his abilities? This was inconceivable. Gritting his teeth, Sanai Ibiki resolved not to let Miseong's words disturb his focus. He charged forward to unleash his interrogation technique. In that instant, both combatants stood frozen. Miseong felt his spirit drawn into an abyssal void, reminiscent of a torture chamber within a prison, filled with various bloodied instruments of torment, evoking an aura of dread. Sanai Ibiki's visage materialized in this dark realm, akin to a master chef entering his domain, manipulating the tools of agony while ominously stating, "In this space, you are the fish on the chopping block. I may do as I wish." As he spoke, he looked up to savor the fear etched upon Mixiang's face, only to be struck with disbelief. How is this possible? Such a formidable soul cannot exist. In stark contrast to the fervent battles of Scorpion and Zitsong, the clash between Mixiang and Sanai Ibiki devolved into a standoff. After forming their hand seals, one party launched a shuriken and then remained motionless. Subsequently, Sanai Ibiki coughed up blood and collapsed backward. Mixiang merely smirked coldly, crossing his arms as he turned his gaze toward the officiating referee. Uncertain of the events that transpired, the referee approached Sanai Ibiki to assess his condition, noting he was significantly injured but not in mortal peril. The victor is Mixiang of the Sand Village. The audience fell into a hush, many ordinary spectators bewildered by the outcome. Tuanzong straightened in his seat and inquired of Yamashiro Kazakage behind him. What transpired? Was he poisoned? Or was it a mental technique? There was no intel suggesting this sand ninja possessed such abilities. Yamashiro Kazakage, sensitive to in-released chakra, replied, "It seems this is not a technique executed by the sand ninja. Sanai Ibiki's chakra fluctuations indicate he may have suffered a backlash from a failed technique." Tuanzong nodded. Leaning back in his chair, in the Sadosi, I had thought the Sand Village had mastered techniques akin to those of the Yamashiro clan. Any progress on the 8 gates? None yet, but we have established contact with the Fuchsia clan in the Sand Village. They faced reprimand from the Wind Shadow following the last mission against Yakura, so we might be able to orchestrate some actions through them. Tuanzong acknowledged this with a slight nod, refocusing on the arena. As Mixiang descended from the arena, the audience erupted in a cacophony of discussion, inevitably centering on the techniques displayed. The next confrontation would feature Noera Rin against Tsukiyakari Kaze. As Noera Rin, adorned with 2 streaks of face paint, entered the arena, her devoted admirer Obito was notably present. "Rin, you are the best. Defeat this ailing fellow." Facing Obito's mindless encouragement, Rin could only frown at Tsukiyakari Kaze and apologize. "I'm sorry, my teammate is a bit indiscreet. He did not mean to offend." Tsukiyakari Kaze, placing a hand on his sheathed blade, revealed his pallid, gaunt visage devoid of color. He coughed a few times, then remarked, "Just a bit of noise. It cannot affect my swordsmanship." Form the hand seals. The duel begins. With the referee's command, Tsukiyakari Kaze lowered his body, gripping the hilt of his sword. In an instant, he transformed into a flurry of afterimages. As the illusions danced, his blade was drawn in a brilliant arc, phantom step slash. From a distance of several body lengths, he surged towards Noera Rin, accompanied by the shimmering light of his blade. This technique, a fusion of illusion and Leaf Village swordsmanship, created a series of phantoms that would severely disrupt the opponent's judgment. Fortunately, as a medical ninja, Rin possessed keen perception, just in the nick of time. She blocked the descending strike with a shuriken. "Not bad, quite nimble," Tsukiyakari Kaze noted. Aware of his own physical limitations due to previous injuries sustained in the Death Forest against Mixiang, he could only muster half of his usual prowess. Otherwise, that last strike would have been even swifter. Amidst the cheers from Obito outside the arena, Noera Rin struggled to fend off Tsukiyakari Kaze's blade with her shuriken, sustaining multiple cuts along her arms, shoulders, and even her back. Despite this, Rin persevered, defending against the onslaught while utilizing healing techniques to mend her wounds. "You are quite resilient, yet all this is in vain. You are not suited for combat," Tsukiyakari Kaze remarked, sheathing his blade and forming hand seals to declare his victory. "In the face of invisibility, your persistence is futile." As he activated his technique, his body gradually became translucent, along with his clothing and weapon disappearing from sight. Rin wiped the sweat and blood from her face, biting her lip as she stubbornly scanned her surroundings for any sign of Tsukiyakari Kaze, yet the arena felt as though she were utterly alone. As a drop of blood-tainted sweat fell, a sudden sound of slicing air emerged from her left. Instinctively, Noera Rin swung her shuriken and turned to block, only to realize it was merely a spinning shuriken thrown her way. She had been deceived. Return. Crescent moon slash. With the sound of his blade being drawn, Tsukiyakari Kaze reappeared behind her, leaping as he swung his sword, unleashing 3 arcs of light upon Rin's back. "Rin, Obito, fervently cheering from the sidelines, felt a surge of heat in his eyes, yet no further changes occurred. Just as he was about to rush into the arena, he was halted by the flashing figure of Minato Namikaze. Obito, do not act impulsively. Do not disrupt the match. Rin is fine. At that moment, just as Rin was about to be cleaved by the three arcs, she stumbled forward and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. I used the dull side of the blade. Had I not shown mercy, you would have perished, Sunagakure Kaze stated. Your futile resistance is meaningless for a medical ninja. You have done well enough. Coughing lightly, he sheathed his sword. Rin, possessing a tenacious spirit and unwilling to concede defeat, understood the peril she had narrowly escaped. She suppressed her pain and bowed to Sunagakure Kaze. Thank you for your mercy. I concede. As the officiating referee announced Sunagakure Kaze as the victor, the exhausted Noira Rin dragged herself off the arena. Passing by Mi Xiong, who stood with arms crossed, he muttered to himself, in love, one may wager their life. Such obsession can become a blade that harms both others and oneself. Beware of being ensnared by this extremity, lest you stray from your own path. When it is time to sever, one must do so, otherwise, one risks chaos. Noira Rin paused at his words, about to respond, but was interrupted by the rushing Obito. Rin, are you all right? Come, let me accompany you to the Leaf Hospital. With her gentle nature, Rin would not forcefully dismiss Obito. She simply nodded toward Mi Xiong before leaving the arena. At that moment, Mi Xiong observed Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Yao in the arena, maintaining his stance as he addressed Kakashi, who was perched on the nearby railing. Kakashi, why not follow and see how she fares? What purpose does it serve to linger beside me, a sand ninja? Kakashi, standing aside, paid no heed to Mikoto's teasing and posed an uncomfortable question. Why did you involve yourself when Scorpion was wronged? Are you not aware that offending the Wind Shadow publicly puts you in a more precarious position than that arrogant red-haired brat? Mikoto, observing the two Uchiha engaged in combat in the arena, responded nonchalantly, and what of it? I would rather be labeled a rogue ninja than allow my dear friend to bear injustice alone. To traverse a sea of people as though one were wandering a desolate night road is indeed a tragic fate. Kakashi seemed to grasp something profound, squatting by the railing and falling silent. The two of them resumed watching the match as if nothing had transpired. The Uchiha battle was, on the whole, quite impressive. As both combatants possessed the Sharingan, they were tacitly acknowledged as Chunin-level ninjas. Their keen insights, athletic prowess, genjutsu, and fire techniques showcased the quintessential Uchiha traits, resulting in a thrilling exchange on the field. The intricate throwing techniques of shuriken and the fierce clashes of fireballs delighted the spectators, including the feudal lords and nobles. If only these Uchiha were less extreme in their temperaments, they would garner even more favor from the lords. In contrast, the Senju and Sarutobi clans better matched the lord's ideal image of a leader. Before long, Uchiha Inaho gained the upper hand. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. After creating some distance, Uchiha Inaho initiated the sequence of hand seals. As he leapt into the air, he expelled a flurry of vibrant fireballs. These projectiles soared swiftly, effectively blocking Uchiha Yakumi's escape routes. With no other option, Uchiha Yakumi activated his single Tomo Sharingan. Empowered by the Sharingan, he deftly navigated through the fireballs, managing to evade all the Phoenix fire coverage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Inaho did not relent. He too activated his Sharingan, first directing two shuriken to pursue Uchiha Yakumi, then rapidly forming hand seals and inhaling deeply, causing his chest to swell. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Uchiha Inaho constrained Uchiha Yakumi's evasion space, he unleashed an even larger fireball than usual. This superior fireball overwhelmed Uchiha Yakumi's own, which was also a great fireball. Realizing his attack was nullified and the opponent's fireball still surged forth, Uchiha Yakumi had no choice but to instantaneously shift to the mountainside. In that moment, he encountered the sight of Uchiha Inaho's Sharingan, adorned with Tomo, casting a genjutsu that immobilized him on the spot. By the time Uchiha Yakumi broke free from the illusion, a kunai was already pressed against his neck. I concede. Uchiha Yakumi lowered his head in reluctant defeat. The victor is Uchiha Inaho. Uchiha Inaho patted his opponent on the shoulder before sheathing his kunai. The second round of combat commenced with Mikoto of Sunagakure facing off against Sand Shield of Sunagakure. In this match, Sand Shield had received a bye in the previous round and advanced directly to this one. As Mikoto took the stage, he brushed past Uchiha Inaho, who made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. The audacious brat from Sunagakure dares to act unruly in front of the Hokage? Living on borrowed time, are we? I hope you win this match. I will show you what true strength is. However, Mikoto had never been one to shy away from confrontation. With a single retort, he struck a nerve. Is your desperate flattery of Sarutobi Hiruzen an attempt to showcase the Uchiha's magnanimity? Mikoto casually dug at his ear and added, I have heard that Uchiha masters rely on prowess to subdue their adversaries. With all your chatter, do you perhaps excel in verbal skirmishes? Uchiha Inaho found himself at a loss against Mikoto, unable to retaliate yet unwilling to remain silent, left to simmer in impotent fury. Mikoto was fully aware of the prowess depicted in the animation concerning Uchiha Inaho, yet he remained unfazed, for his strength surpassed that of his opponent. As he ascended the stage, Mikoto unfurled the scroll containing the Archbishop mech. With each step he took, the newly integrated operational core of the mech synchronized with his movements, adorning him in its formidable form. The sight of Mikoto clad in the striking Archbishop mech momentarily stunned Sand Shield, who presumed it was merely a puppet crafted by Scorpion. Look at you, the underachiever Mikoto, receiving hand-me-downs from Lord Scorpion? TSK, quite the spectacle. Don't weep when I shatter it. I will teach you what true respect for the wind shadow entails. He summoned 4 massive shields of pale gold, each 15 centimeters thick, adorned with peculiar shikaku patterns. These shields served both offensive and defensive purposes, integral to his strategy for victory. Within the Sand Team, his role was that of a stalwart defender and a decisive artillery piece. These shields were not merely for protection. With the formation of the Stance Seals, the internal match of Sunagakure officially commenced. Sand Shield intended to continue taunting Mikoto, but he was caught off guard as a multitude of nozzles behind Mikoto's peculiar mech armor began to expel bluish-white gas. Little bug, calculate the trajectory of movement and lock onto possible evasion paths. Elevate my feet 3 centimeters off the ground. What speed will be non-lethal? With an overwhelming array of computational units, the intelligent entity, Little Bug, processed the calculations at an astonishing pace. Kinetic energy MV, Archbishop mech plus host weight of 100 kilograms. To penetrate a solidified seal equivalent to a 20 centimeters thick high-density sand shield requires overcoming a material compressive strength of 500 MPa, estimating a critical velocity of approximately 15 Mach. Excellent. According to this thrust, channel wind chakra to breach the sand shield, then reverse thrust to launch it out of the arena. Little Bug comprehended. All this communication occurred within Mikoto's consciousness. To the spectators and Sand Shield on the field, Mikoto, donned in his flamboyant armor, merely stood with legs apart, hands crossed in front, striking a pose reminiscent of the goddess of Dawn's forgiveness. Of course, this world was unaware of the Saint Seiya reference. Activate. With a sudden blast of compressed air surging from 8 nozzles, a brilliant wave of incandescence enveloped Mikoto. The force propelled him slightly off the ground. And with Little Bug maintaining his dynamic balance and posture adjustment, he no longer appeared as clumsy as he had during the rescue of Conan in the Land of Rain. The newly constructed Archbishop mech's operational nodes could execute precise controls in microsecond intervals. This mech was far more than just an impressive exterior. Mikoto moved. At the moment of explosive thrust, the air surrounding him and the dust on the ground compressed into a dense shockwave, radiating outward in a circular pattern. With the Archbishop mech at its epicenter, the mech erupted into action, its vibrant gold and crimson colors bursting forth. Mikoto tore through the sound barrier in less than 0.3 seconds. Had it not been for the protective capabilities of the Archbishop mech, even his robust physique would have sustained injuries. Nearby, Uchiha Inaho activated his single Tomo Sharingan, witnessing an astonishing sight in slow motion. Around the striking mech, the air was forcibly compressed, forming a pale purple conical shockwave. The visuals reached his eyes before the sound could catch up. As Mikoto charged at 15 Mach, the extraordinary speed rendered the outline of his mech, even under the dynamic perception of the Sharingan, a mere blur in the air. As he passed through, the golden sand scattered on the ground was swept away by the airflow, remnants of the hidden strategies left by the Sand Ninja. When Mi Xiang launched his assault, he could manipulate this sand to ensnare or ambush his opponent. However, Mi Xiang's speed was astonishingly rapid, surpassing even the reflexive capabilities of his nervous system. Among the spectators, only the Uchiha clan with their activated Sharingan or the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could keep up with such velocity. The Uchiha Shursui in the stands was equally astonished by this sudden burst of speed. In truth, Mixiang's pace had exceeded even his own reflexes. Fortunately, he was aided by the Epic Enhanced Intelligence Unit, Little Bug. Amidst the high-speed charge, Little Bug utilized wind-release chakra in front of the Archbishop mech, minimizing air resistance to the utmost. The golden sand coalesced into a barrage of high-velocity projectiles, causing the nearby sand shield to tremble as if intimidated by this overwhelming kinetic force. Even Uchiha Inaho, with his activated Sharingan, struggled to comprehend the situation, let alone face the onslaught of the sand shield. Mixiang maintained his stance with both fists poised, relying solely on the defensive capabilities of the Archbishop's mech and the might of kinetic energy to triumph. He did not even bother to unleash his arm blades. With an enormous kinetic impact, the sand shield, which was a source of pride for its reinforced defense, was pierced through as if it were mere drywall. After breaching the first layer of the sand shield, Little Bug slightly adjusted the angle of the nozzles. Mixiang's twin fists redirected the force, sending the sand shield catapulting between the two shields. The bewildered sand shield soared into the audience, and the pain in his chest had yet to register in his mind when the roar that filled the arena erupted. The sharp sound of the sonic boom reverberated, causing the audience's eardrums to ache, the sound only reaching them after the sand shield had been propelled away. Just how fast was he? As the remaining 3 sand shields disintegrated, only Mixiang remained in his stance. With a single strike, he had shattered the renowned defenses of the sand shield. Chapter 84. Naked humiliation. As the sound of breaking the sound barrier faded, the arena, which had felt as if paused, sprang back to life. The sand shield, propelled away by Mixiang's unreasonable force, crashed against the audience's barrier. Despite his efforts to rise, the pain coursing through his body rendered him unconscious. Although not fatal, the impact from the collision was sufficient to keep him down for quite some time. Even the officiating referee was taken aback by Mixiang's ferocity. What had just transpired? Wasn't this sand ninja known for his ninjutsu? When did ninjutsu practitioners become so savage? After a moment of dazed contemplation, he finally announced the result. Mixiang from Sunagakure is victorious. As Mixiang prepared to leave the arena, he was intercepted by the referee. Mixiang, you have just been informed that your opponent, Moonlight Gale, has withdrawn from the match due to a previous injury. Uchiha Inaho advances to the finals. Do you need to rest and recover your chakra? Mixiang shook his head. No need. I'm in a hurry. Let us commence the finals. Re-entering the stage, Uchiha Inaho appeared considerably more serious. You have indeed concealed your strength. Such formidable ninjutsu deserves to be defeated by me. Uchiha Inaho activated his Sharingan and stood opposite Mixiang. Hand seals, let the duel begin. At the referee's command, Uchiha Inaho swiftly threw 2 kunai, blocking escape routes, followed by a ground-clearing ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. With the completion of his hand seals, Uchiha Inaho inhaled deeply, releasing a fireball larger than the one he had used against Uchiha Yao. As the obscuring fireball advanced, Uchiha Inaho utilized the body flicker technique to position himself beside Mixiang. Jinjutsu. Uchiha Inaho immediately unleashed a combination of kunai, fire release, and jinjutsu. No matter how Mixiang evaded, he would inevitably be struck by one. Once he gained the upper hand, the outcome was sealed in the face of the all-seeing Sharingan. However, clad in the stylish Archbishop mech, Mixiang did not dodge. He remained stationary, forming hand seals, wind shield, great breakthrough. He did not evade the kunai, allowing them to bounce off the mech's armor. Facing the surging fireball, he chose to counter with wind release. Uchiha Inaho's jinjutsu was momentarily delayed. Even a junior student at the Ninja Academy should know that fire release counters wind release. Using wind release, great breakthrough to block the great fireball technique. Was Mixiang truly a fool? This would only amplify the fireball's power. Did he still need to employ jinjutsu? Yet, what unfolded next was utterly astonishing. Mixiang's wind release, great breakthrough, not only failed to amplify the fireball's power, but effectively held it in place mid-air. If even the young ninjas of the ninja world understood that fire release countered wind release, how could Mixiang possibly be unaware? However, the principles of extinguishing flames, known even to children in modern society, were not lost on him. Without delving into the fundamentals of fire extinguishing, such as oxygen, temperature, and combustible materials, in the face of unreasonable chakra, there were bound to be certain anomalies. Nevertheless, the The flames of this world still adhered to the basic laws of physics. There are numerous technical routes for extinguishing flames using strong convection. Remember the powerful blowers firefighters used during forest fires? Mi Xiang's uniquely controlled wind release. Great Breakthrough operated on the same principle. He transformed the conventional wind release, Great Breakthrough, typically executed in a straightforward manner by ninjas, into a violently rotating vortex. In the center of this vortex, he created a near-vacuum state. The rapidly spinning periphery generated turbulent airflow, guiding the fireball. As Uchiha Inaho's Great Fireball made contact with the vortex, it was torn apart into small fire clusters before it could begin to expand. These chaotic fire clusters, entering the vacuum of the vortex, found themselves devoid of combustible materials, oxygen, or a continuous supply of chakra. Soon, the imposing Great Fireball was completely consumed by Mi Xiang's seemingly inconspicuous wind release. How was this possible? How could wind release negate fire release? Mi Xiang's maneuver left Uchiha Inaho utterly astonished. This scene, which subverted the common understanding of ninjas, once again stunned the entire arena. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally taken aback by Mi Xiang's display. The transformation of chakra properties. Truly impressive. At such a young age to utilize altered wind release to counter the Uchiha clan's strongest fire release. The third Kazekage, Sunagakure, is indeed teeming with talent. The third Kazekage, who had initially been lost in contemplation from the previous battle, was struck by how Mi Xiang had incapacitated the Sand Shield, reputed to be the strongest defense within the Sand Ninja ranks. How could someone bearing the title of Shield be so undeserving of their name? How could such a formidable opponent be bested by Mi Xiang, a mere subordinate of Scorpion, using just physical prowess? Was this even scientific? Compared to the previous match, where Mi Xiang had already shown proficiency in ninjutsu, using altered wind release to extinguish the Great Fireball now seemed less striking. Before he could respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, an even more shocking event unfolded. After absorbing Uchiha Inaho's Great Fireball, Mi Xiang turned to meet the gaze of his red single Tomo Sharingan. Next up, the Jinjutsu, right? I suspect you've activated your double Tomo by now, with your current strength. You won't even be able to make me flinch. Arrogant, excessively arrogant. How dare he meet the gaze of the Uchiha clan, who granted him such audacity? Uchiha Inaho directly infused his ocular power into Mickey's eyes, declaring, illusionary eye technique. This was the most effective Jinjutsu employed by the Uchiha clan after awakening their Sharingan. It required no hand seals and could be executed with mere single Tomo ocular power. The effect was to ensnare the opponent in a state of confusion for a brief duration. Although this moment was fleeting and could be dispelled by allies, in the rapidly shifting tides of battle, such a lapse in concentration could prove fatal. After casting the illusionary eye technique, Uchiha Inaho swiftly drew his ninja blade, making a swift motion toward Mickey's neck. Those who dare to meet the gaze of the Uchiha shall perish. However, despite the Jinjutsu's activation, Mickey's eyes momentarily clouded, but he did not appear dazed. Instead, he unleashed the vibrating blade from his arm, severing Inaho's weapon. Retrieving his arm blade, he extended his armored hand and shook his finger in disapproval. Insufficient. The power of your Jinjutsu is lacking, as is your speed and strength. Is this what you call the Uchiha's resolve? Do not conceal your true capabilities. You are currently unable to even make me shift my stance. Allow me to witness the power of your double Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Inaho had never suffered such humiliation. You insolent brat, this is your own doing. His crimson eyes blinked fiercely, two Tomo materializing as he fixated on Mickey's eyes, forming hand seals. Illusionary technique. Naraka. Chapter 85. Consequences of grave severity. The Naraka technique was rated D, a Jinjutsu of relatively low difficulty. Its primary ability was to compel the opponent to witness terrifying visions they were unwilling to confront, thereby inducing psychological shock and distress. However, Uchiha Inaho, utilizing his double Tomo Sharingan, augmented the potency of this technique to a terrifying degree. As the Jinjutsu took effect, he drew a kunai, preparing for close combat. Even if this detestable sand ninja had a high resistance to Jinjutsu, he could not possibly remain so composed when confronted with his most dreaded visions. Could he? Indeed. As Uchiha Inaho successfully executed the Naraka technique, Mickey's demeanor shifted. The intensity in his once piercing gaze dulled, revealing a flicker of fear. Mickey was indeed ensnared by the Naraka technique. However, The scene that unfolded before him was not a gruesome spectacle of carnage, but rather a recollection of the days he had loathed the most prior to his transmigration. In the familiar confines of a school, Mickey observed his former self, vexed as he rose to attend an early morning class, fuming over group assignments when others slacked off, and racing between laboratories and study rooms in pursuit of competitions. He also recalled the incessant scrutiny from the student council, who wielded their authority like a feather duster to find fault with him over dormitory cleanliness. Time had passed, and it became clear that these once mundane routines, which he could no longer return to, were scenes he had dreaded and despised. Mickey, are you all right? If you do not respond, I will stimulate your chakra to dispel the Jinjutsu. Upon hearing the inquiry from the intelligent entity within his consciousness, Mickey quickly interjected, "No. Do not dispel this Jinjutsu. Allow me to linger here a while longer. You take charge of controlling the mech outside, directing the computational nodes. Just focus on defense. Do not defeat Uchiha Inaho. Allocate several processing nodes to me. I wish to replicate some knowledge from my deeper memories." Understood. I will temporarily assume control of the Archangel mech. If any urgent matters arise, I will consult you. The intelligent entity began to commandeer the Archangel mech. In Uchiha Inaho's perception, this audacious sand ninja had fallen under his control upon succumbing to the Naraka technique. Even if his ninjutsu and chakra nature were exceptional, it was no reason for him to act so arrogantly before an Uchiha. How dare he meet the Uchiha's gaze? Inaho believed the Naraka technique had taken effect, plunging his opponent into profound fear, marking the moment to conclude the battle. However, as he lunged forward to pierce Mickey's throat with his kunai, the Archangel mech had already raised its arm, deflecting his weapon aside. How is this possible? Did you not fall under the Jinjutsu? Mickey did not respond to Uchiha Inaho's query. After deflecting his kunai, he remained rooted in place, his expression still dazed, seemingly lost in the Jinjutsu. Uchiha Inaho assumed this was merely an involuntary reflex on Mickey's part, an unconscious defense against his attack. He swiftly performed a body flicker to appear at Mickey's side, casting 3 shuriken bound by wire, while simultaneously forming hand seals, fire release, phoenix fire technique. 3 blazing fireballs enveloped the shuriken, tracing a peculiar trajectory as they surged toward Mickey's vital points. Though this assault would not breach the defenses of the sturdy Archangel mech, the intelligent entity was strictly adhering to Mickey's commands. Faced with the incoming trio of fireballs concealing shuriken, the intelligent entity swiftly assessed their distance and velocity, calculating the optimal response, which was promptly transmitted to the processing nodes controlling the Archangel mech's movements. In a flash, the Archangel mech reacted, lowering its center of gravity. 2 arm blades extended. The mech executed its movements with agility and precision. The left arm swiftly jabbed, the blade's tip finding its mark within the shuriken's central hole, knocking it from its fiery encasement, while the right arm, having retracted, thrust forward to dissipate the central fireball into a shower of sparks. Subsequently, the right arm withdrew, and the left arm swept horizontally, cleaving through the final fireball. With this elegant 3-part maneuver, Mickey, lost in his daze, appeared as a master of taijutsu, effortlessly countering the 3 fireballs. Uchiha Inaho stood agape, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. What the hell? Was that instinct? Is he truly still under the effects of the Naraka technique? Even with his double Tomo Sharingan activated, the duration of a Jinjutsu's potency could not possibly extend this long. In the world of consciousness, no matter how terrifying the scene, it would only last a fleeting moment before the overwhelming fear would disrupt the chakra and bring one back to reality. Could it be that this sand ninja was not merely resistant to Jinjutsu? On the contrary, he might very well be a hidden master of taijutsu, possessing a complete lack of Jinjutsu resistance. This could explain why, despite being ensnared by the Jinjutsu, he was able to defend against his ninjutsu while remaining immobile. Believing he had unraveled the truth, Uchiha Inaho took the initiative to employ body flicker and the substitution technique to taunt Mickey from a distance. Indeed, as long as he did not enter Mickey's attack range, no matter how much he provoked, his opponent remained unresponsive. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan's keen insight, Mickey's vacuous gaze indicated he was still ensnared within the Naraka illusion. He had almost been deceived. It was merely a facade. He had genuinely believed Mickey to be a master of Jinjutsu resistance. Given the circumstances, he would not hold back. Uchiha Inaho rotated his double Tomo red Sharingan, locking his gaze onto Mickey's perplexed eyes, his hands leisurely forming seals as he channeled a vast amount of chakra into the Sharingan. Illusionary technique, magical restraint. This high-level genjutsu could only be executed with the double Tomo Sharingan. Originally, this technique required no hand seals, merely the act of making eye contact to invoke it. However, Uchiha Inaho sought to amplify its power by infusing it with an overwhelming amount of chakra. The magical restraint technique's intended effect was to draw the opponent into an illusionary space, a realm entirely under the control of the user. Within this captured space, the subject would feel as though their limbs were being driven into a wedge, rendering their body completely immobile, accompanied by excruciating physical pain, the effects of which would ultimately manifest in reality. The art of the illusory shackles can be considered a rudimentary version of the moon reading technique, capable of inflicting immense damage upon opponents through the suppression of mental energy. Enraged, Uchiha Inahibe employed an enhanced version of the illusory shackles, intensifying the impact within the realm of mental energy. However, at the moment the illusory shackles were successfully cast, the confusion in Mi Xiang's eyes vanished. With a steely gaze, he directly targeted the expectant Uchiha Inahibe, his voice laced with fury. "You have disturbed me." With a hum, Mi Xiang seized control of the High Priest mech, issuing a command for a zigzagging impact to the intelligence unit, Little Bug. This time, he did not require the immense force needed to breach the sand gold shield. He merely sought to knock Uchiha Inahibe down. The one who interrupted his reverie of past dreams was unforgivable. Boom. Propelled by the currents of air, Mi Xiang unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Uchiha Inahibe's face. Chapter 86. Glory is but a fleeting cloud. It is exceedingly rude to disturb another's dreams. It was only now that Mi Xiang realized that the mundane aspects of his previous life, which he had despised and even feared, had transformed into unattainable memories of the past. Under the influence of the illusion, he would rather allow Little Bug to control the mech for defense than awaken from that dreamlike state. This was merely the Naimian falling technique. If the infinite moon reading were to construct a dreamscape from his former life, would he not wish to remain asleep as well? Zigzag advance, hook punch, reverse advance, right swing punch. Once confined to passive defense due to Uchiha Inahibe's illusion, Mi Xiang now embodied the essence of a body technique ninja. He darted swiftly across the arena, closing in for a heavy strike. Uchiha Inahibe activated his double Tomo Sharingan, enough to astonish the entire crowd. An Uchiha with double Tomo, if developed methodically, would undoubtedly achieve the rank of Jonin in the future. His innate talent for illusions, amplified by the Sharingan, only increased in potency. When the two Tomo emerged, Konoha had already deemed the outcome inevitable. Who could have anticipated that the battlefield would turn into a one-sided beating? When did the perceptive Uchiha become subdued by someone utilizing speed? This so-called Mi Xiang, a genin, was merely toying with them through his speed-driven assaults. Mi Xiang was renowned for his proficiency in ninjutsu. His striking armor concealed arm blades capable of springing forth. A sand ninja skilled in ninjutsu, yet dominating a double Tomo Uchiha through sheer speed? Had they all fallen under an illusion? The ordinary spectators were not the only ones shocked. Even the higher-ups of Konoha were taken aback by this spectacle. Uchiha Inahibe could clearly see Mi Xiang's straightforward advances, yet his motor reflexes failed to match the speed of his vision. Now, as he struggled with the unfamiliarity of the double Tomo, he found himself in the embarrassing position of having his eyes keep pace while his body lagged behind. Even when he attempted to utilize the substitution technique, he had no time to follow up, receiving a punch to the nose from Mi Xiang, who had instantaneously closed the gap. This almost teleportation-like speed left Namikaze Minato pondering. This was neither the body flicker technique nor the flying thunder god technique. What peculiar skill was this? Just as Mi Xiang charged toward Uchiha Inahibe once more, a chilling gaze emanated from the spectator stands, not from the bruised Uchiha Inahibe, but from the Uchiha clan members observing from the stands. An ambush. Illusory shackles. On the Uchiha stands, Uchiha Fugaku shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Tetsuhebe, who had launched the attack, yet even enhanced by Uchiha Inahibe's hand seals. The illusory shackles proved ineffective. How could such an ambush yield results? With Little Bug's assistance, Mi Xiang withstood the illusory shackles through the myriad of calculation nodes in his consciousness. His speed showed no signs of faltering as he zigzagged to catch up with the retreating Uchiha Inahibe, delivering a powerful punch from above. This strike was a retribution for the underhanded tactics employed by Konoha, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. The despicable machinations of these conniving politicians would eventually be repaid. This was merely the interest. With the assistance of the two propulsion ports on his arm, Mi-seong slammed Uchiha Inahibe into the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He could even hear the sound of his own ribs fracturing. At this moment, a golden figure appeared on the arena. Enough, Mi-seong. The opponent has lost combat ability. Cease your assault. For Namikaze Minato, such an intervention was somewhat unjustifiable. However, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, as the village did not wish to further embarrass the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Mi-seong was not a bloodthirsty individual. After that punch, he refrained from continuing the onslaught. Namikaze Minato admired Mi-seong's restraint in using only his fists without deploying his arm blades. After ensuring that Uchiha Inahibe was incapacitated, he declared, "The champion of the Chunin exam finals is Mi-seong, a ninja from the Sand Village." The ensuing cheers and celebrations had little bearing on Mi-seong. He retracted the high priest mech, exited the arena, and said to Scorpion and Zitsong, "Call on teacher Yakura. Let us return." The celebrations can be handled by those prominent figures. The third Kazekage did not even attempt to retain Mi-seong as they departed. His pride was wounded by Mi-seong's public defiance, leaving him seething with frustration. As Yakura led them away from Konoha, many came to bid them farewell. Among them were villagers grateful for Mi-seong's generosity and guidance, as well as Konoha ninjas who had formed bonds through combat. Guy, train hard, and do not recklessly wield powers you cannot control. Mi-seong had discreetly instructed Zitsong to teach Guy the fundamentals of the 7-day breathing technique. In return, Guy shared the orthodox practices and breakthroughs of the 8 gates of might with Zitsong. The origami frog, Hanako, also had stakes in Might Dai's modest food stall. Without the overt protection of ninjas, her business would not survive. Although Might Dai was merely a long-standing genin, he was still a ninja, and his true strength remained largely unknown. With this unassuming supplementary income, the lives of Might Guy and Might Dai could improve significantly. Aside from the openly supportive Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru, there were also masked root members and Uchiha clan members lurking at a distance, casting scrutinizing and unfriendly glances. Mi-seong paid them no mind. His gains from this journey to Konoha had already been substantial. "We're leaving. Parting is inevitable after a 1,000-mile journey. We shall meet again. Konoha Orphanage Yao Shiryena, you truly possess remarkable abilities, managing to run the orphanage without relying on the village's funding." Danzo leaned on his hidden ninja blade, surveying the frightened children within the orphanage while addressing Yao Shiryena. Yao Shiryena merely bowed her head in silence, while the matron gently reassured the children. Danzo, accompanied by a dozen root ninjas, had abruptly invaded the orphanage, startling Yao Shiryena. She feared her secrets had been uncovered. Danzo gestured around the orphanage with his staff, stating, "The village has decided to redevelop this area, and thus the orphanage cannot continue here. Elder Danzo, you cannot do this. Without this shelter, these children will not survive." Yao Shiryena pleaded desperately. Only then did Danzo reveal a smug smile of triumph. "When the walking priestess is needed, you refuse to return, even enduring the cessation of funding for the orphanage. What will you do if I demolish this place?" His voice brimmed with arrogance. "So, Yao Shiryena, are you willing to return to the roots and carry out my covert orders? I believe you wouldn't want these unfortunate children to go hungry or be left homeless, would you?" Chapter 87. The surprise at the Oasis workshop. Yao Shiryena raised his head, the round lenses glinting momentarily, and asked in a cold tone, "May I inquire, Elder Danzo, where exactly do you require my infiltration?" He continued, "If I leave, who will care for the children at the orphanage?" Shinobi Danzo understood that Yao Shiryena had acquiesced. He replied icily, "Your mission is to infiltrate the border between the land of rain and the land of wind, gathering intelligence on the ninja villages of these two nations. In addition to information regarding Hanzo, there is a group known as Akatsuki within the land of rain, of which you must be particularly vigilant. According to reports, this organization attracts many with its slogans of love and communication. What better guise than that of a benevolent headmaster who gathers orphans? You will take these children with you. I will dispatch root ninjas to escort you. This way, you need not worry about their care." Danzo paused before adding, "Also, be wary of a ninja named Mifune from Sunagakure. The puppet armor he showcased during the Chunin exams is likely the village's secret weapon. Acquire all information regarding this artifact. at any cost. Yao Shiyi now you was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to respond. Danzo, thinking Yao Shiyi now you was reluctant to accept the task, ominously stated. You wouldn't want the orphanage to suddenly catch fire, would you? You have no choice but to obey my orders. There is no room for resistance. I previously refrained from action, as I had no immediate use for you. But now, Root requires your contribution. Will you choose to watch it turn to ashes? Or will you comply with my will? Choose. Under Danzo's oppressive authority, Yao Shiyi now you stiffened his expression and lowered his head in resignation. I accept this mission. When shall we depart? Danzo nodded in satisfaction. Prepare your belongings today. We leave tomorrow. Remember, as long as you are with Root, you will forever be a part of it. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can escape my control. With Yao Shiyi now you left in silence. Danzo departed the Konoha orphanage, filled with self-satisfaction. Everything was under his command. Finally, they had returned. Upon seeing a paper origami swallow circling before him, Mifune knew that Conan had come to greet them. Indeed, as they stepped into the border of the Land of Wind, Elder Chiyo and others awaited them. Among them, the purple-haired Conan wore the brightest smile. Elder Chiyo, holding Scorpion's hand, ruffled his red hair and said, I have already understood the specifics through the origami messages exchanged between Mifune and Conan. Mifune performed admirably, with proper manners. The Fuma clan has yet to settle the accounts from last time. Their actions this time were utterly outrageous. When the third Kazekage returns, I will certainly address this in the council. Chiyo did not mention the third Kazekage's faults, and Mifune understood well. In this distorted political system, even if such actions were disgraceful for a village leader, subordinates would still strive to cover them up. He had done his best for now. Before he possessed the power to overturn the table, he would leave the rest to time. For the medical ninja prodigy, Jar, Elder Chiyo easily resolved the identity issue. Of course, she did not disclose Mifune's secret assassination of the noble from the Land of Rivers. All your family is gone. How tragic, having encountered thieves, Chiyo remarked, observing the composed Mifune. Regarding your earlier proposal to establish a school at the Oasis, the village has agreed. However, given the current financial situation, there are no extra funds available for you. Is that acceptable? Mifune grinned widely. Elder Chiyo, you worry too much. Now that the Chunin exams are over, the Oasis workshop can commence full-scale production, and money will not be an issue. Since Mifune had already devised a plan, Elder Chiyo no longer inquired about details. Everyone harbored their own secrets, did they not? The evening gathering took place at the Oasis workshop, and Elder Chiyo left hastily after dinner, as she had many matters to attend to back in the village. In the underground workshop, Yakura stretched and patted his belly, saying, it feels good to be back. Even meals in Konoha were unsatisfactory. Scorpion retorted, Yakura-sensei, you never skimp on eating grilled meat ramen. Yakura playfully punched Scorpion to silence him. It's all Mifune's fault. Spending too much time with him has made me pick up his habit of sarcasm. Mifune was discussing the recent situation at the workshop with Conan when he felt Scorpion's resentful glare and glanced at himself in confusion. What's the problem? Naive Scorpion. You have yet to experience the harshness of reality. How could you dare comment on a woman's weight? As he spoke, he snuck a glance at Yakura's impressive physique. Turning back, he met Conan's inquisitive gaze. Mifune awkwardly shuffled his feet, realizing the discomfort of being caught sneaking a look. He quickly defended himself. I was merely observing Scorpion getting reprimanded, not intentionally peeping at Yakura-sensei. Conan organized a stack of forms and placed them before Mifune, her eyes revealing a different sentiment. Mifune-kun, I am just happy you have returned safely. Before you left for the Chunin exams, you mentioned you would have significant plans upon your return. What are these grand plans? Mifune reached out to ruffle Conan's hair, placing his hands on the table as he declared, of course, we will embark on 3 major endeavors to truly strengthen ourselves. Cultivating the land, engaging in commerce, and establishing a school, taming the desert, growing food to feed the people, selling our products to ensure we have wealth. Establishing a school to enlighten knowledge and nurture the soil for producing more exceptional ninjas. We will start right here at our Oasis workshop. Mifune pointed at himself. Exuding pride as he asserted, we will take this monumental step towards transforming the ninja world. With the addition of the purple-haired Song and Jiaer to his team, Mifune presented the detailed plans he had organized during his time in Konoha. Particularly regarding agriculture, he had directly copied the desert management techniques from his previous life in China. As for commerce, Mifune's entry point was, of course, in the ironware business. During his time in Konoha, he had not forgotten to establish connections with the tool shop of Tintin's family. Naturally, Tintin had yet to be born. For now, Konoha remained an ally, and such normal trade was not against any regulations. In the absence of sufficient strength, chakra metal would still be supplied through Elder Chio. Mifyun, well versed in the path of industrialization, knew that even less expensive ironware could create a myth of wealth. At that moment, a paper crane fluttered its wings and landed in Conan's hands. She unfolded it curiously and exclaimed with joy, "Mifyun, it's a letter from Yahiko and the others. The letter says that Sister Yinao has arrived in the land of rain with over a dozen children." Chapter 88. The arrival of Yaoshi Yinao has arrived? Though Mifyun had previously discussed with Yaoshi Yinao the possibility of coming to meet Conan, he did not expect her to reach the land of rain so swiftly upon their return. He stood up and asked Scorpion and Song. "Yinao has arrived in the land of rain and is currently with Yahiko. Conan and I will go visit her. Do you two wish to join?" Song, unfamiliar with Yaoshi Yinao and Scorpion, though acquainted, were not close enough to go. Song intended to bring back Kuro and see the Konoha specialties. Meanwhile, Scorpion was busy modifying puppets, having already tasked Elder Chio with the procurement of a significant quantity of soul stones. As for Yi Song and Jia, they were utterly reluctant to move. Mi Xiang exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Nan, and hand in hand, they exited the puppet workshop. Regarding the envious grievances of the single Scorpion behind them, Mi Xiang could only chuckle. "Young man, you may as well amuse yourself with those puppets." Once Mi Xiang donned the Archbishop's mech armor, he noticed the origami wings emerging behind Xiao Nan and suddenly found inspiration. However, now was not the time to explore those ideas. He extended his arm, signaling Xiao Nan to come closer. "Xiao Nan, your origami wings are rather slow. Come, let me carry you as we travel." Those around them were aware of their mutual feelings, and Xiao Nan found it easier to suppress her blush in front of Mi Xiang. She obediently nestled against his chest in a princess carry, softly stating, "Mi Xiang-kun, I've missed you dearly these past days." Having been single for 20 years, Mi Xiang had never experienced such heartfelt declarations from a girl. His heart swelled with happiness as he held Xiao Nan securely with the strength of his mech arm, responding, "I've missed you too. A great deal has transpired during our journey to the land of fire, and I will recount it all to you upon our return. For now, hold on tight and embrace the speed." With that, Mi Xiang set the destination for the intelligent assistant, Little Bug. It would precisely adjust the thrust and angle of the jets, ensuring a swift and chakra-efficient journey. As they entered the land of rain, it seemed that a recent rain had left puddles scattered across the ground. Fortunately, the town of Moonlight had recovered significantly from the previous floods, brimming with renewed vitality. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki's base, Mi Xiang and Xiao Nan were intercepted by two young men adorned with headbands. "Who are you?" said Ninja. Before they could finish, the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, appeared alongside Nagato to greet them. "These two are newcomers. They don't recognize you. Allow me to introduce." This brat unfastening his armor is the true leader of the Akatsuki, and everything you consume is provided by the esteemed Mi Xiang. He added, "And that purple-haired love-struck individual is also a core member of our organization." Xiao Nan fashioned a paper ball the size of a sandbag and threw it directly at Yahiko's face. "Yahiko, if you continue to babble nonsense, I shall use paper shurikens next time." Yahiko laughed heartily, rubbing his sore nose, and then embraced Mi Xiang. "Thank you, Mi Xiang. With your support, the people in the town are now living in stability. By the way, the mountain bandits we captured have been rehabilitated and are now residing in the town." Mi Xiang held confidence in Yahiko's organizational skills. He reminded Yahiko to strictly adhere to the Akatsuki's laws and bumped fists with both Yahiko and Nagato. "Come, let us check on Director Yano." Upon entering the room, they found the still black and white-clad nun, Pharmacist Yano. Xiao Nan rushed over to embrace her arm. "Sister Yano, what brings you here so suddenly?" Pharmacist Yano cheekily pressed her face against Xiao Nan's, unable to hide her joy. She recounted the pressure exerted by Danzo, causing Mi Xiang to laugh until his stomach hurt. "How delightful. Danzo truly is a divine assist. I can hardly imagine how Sister Yano managed to stifle her laughter back then. Originally, Sister Yano needed to conceal her identity when entering and exiting Konoha, but now she could come and go openly. Heaven has aided me. I intend to establish a school for children at the Oasis Puppetry, and I shall rely on Sister Yano to be the principal." Pharmacist Yano nodded, unfazed by Mi Xiang's address. She smiled and asked, "Will the school you establish, Mi Xiangkuan, accept only children with ninja talents, or will it take in all orphans?" Mi Xiang patted his chest, declaring grandly, "All orphans will be accepted. The recent Ninja World War has wrought countless tragedies. It is imperative to provide these orphans with a chance at life, even if they lack ninja talents. I can teach them skills vital for survival." Pharmacist Yano had no doubt about Mi Xiang's sincere intentions. However, having traversed many nations, she understood the sheer number of orphans. "Mi Xiangkuan, I admire your compassion, but the number of children affected by the war is considerable." The 10 or so children from the Konoha orphanage were also sent over by Danzo's route. "With so many, will your financial burden be too great?" Mi Xiang gave himself a thumbs up, confidently stating, "Fear not. I am quite wealthy. Trust me, I will soon acquire even more wealth." Pharmacist Yano tousled Xiaonan's hair, her eyes sparkling with mirth behind her round glasses. "That's reassuring. I look forward to relying on you, Mi Xiangkuan." "Absolutely. From now on, we shall all be comrades in the same organization." Mi Xiang briefly shared his forthcoming plans. Upon hearing Mi Xiang's grand vision, even the seasoned pharmacist Yano was taken aback. "Mi Xiangkuan, such a colossal undertaking is beyond our capabilities." Before Mi Xiang could elaborate, Yahiko interjected, "Sister Yano, follow me. I shall show you the grand project we completed. We've excavated a tunnel that connects Moonlight Town all the way to the oasis at the border of the Wind Country. You accomplished such a monumental feat?" "Of course. I, Yahiko, am an impressive ninja. Even Master Jiraiya praised me." Nagato chimed in. "Seems like we did all the digging, while you were busy talking dreams and communication." "Hey, Nagato, I also organized the villagers to help, alright? You can't tarnish my reputation like that." Pharmacist Yano smiled as she watched Yahiko and Nagato bicker, already believing in the authenticity of the project. With Mi Xiang involved, what once seemed impossible appeared effortlessly achievable. Mi Xiang truly is a miraculous individual. At that moment, Mi Xiang clapped his hands and stood up. "Alright, you two, stop the bickering. Sister Yano has traveled far. Let me show her the tunnel." Chapter 89. Return Xiaonan to me. As Mi Xiang led Pharmacist Yano out of the base, just as they were about to head to the reservoir outside the town, they were stopped by a cute little boy. "Return Sister Xiaonan to us." The young boy, with a cherubic face, brandished a wooden kunai, glaring at Mi Xiang, who stood beside Xiaonan. "Chao Wulin, don't act up." The boy, known as Chao Wulin, ignored Yahiko's reprimand, defiantly gripping the wooden kunai and asserting, "You don't deserve to be with Sister Xiaonan. She belongs to our land of rain." With that, he wiped his running nose with the back of his hand and huffed, "If you dare, accept my challenge, I shall duel you. The winner gets to have Sister Xiaonan." Yahiko quietly remarked, "This kid, Chao Wulin, lost his family during the Second Ninja World War. He joined us shortly after we established the Akatsuki. Back then, Xiaonan took care of him, and I had not expected him to cause trouble today. Mi Xiang, please don't take it to heart. He is just a mischievous kid without any malice. At such a young age, he can already perform chakra extraction techniques. He possesses considerable ninja talent." Mi Xiang gently squeezed Xiaonan's hand, signaling that he would handle the situation. In an instant, he appeared beside Chao Wulin, ruffling his hair without giving him a chance to retaliate. Before the boy could react, Mi Xiang swiftly evaded. "You're quite bold for such a little one to have your eyes on my Xiaonan. Is it Liang Jingru who has given you the courage?" Mi Xiang's attitude towards children only fueled Chao Wulin's anger. Puffing his cheeks, he angrily formed hand seals, water release, water bullet technique. As the sealing was completed, a water sphere, about the size of a fist, was expelled from his mouth, striking the side of Mi Xiang. Ouch, not bad. Mi Xiang's current strength was no longer something that a mere low-level water balloon could harm. He extended his hand and conjured a low-density rotating wind, which held the water sphere suspended in midair. "Brave lad, but unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong target for your anger. It was not the sand shinobi who took your family from you, but rather the deeper layers of the ninja world. Your talent in ninjutsu is commendable. Study well in school, and when you feel strong enough, you may challenge me at any time." As he spoke, Mi Xiang casually crushed the water sphere in midair. He then glanced at the open space outside the town, and in an instant, appeared at the center of that area, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Rising Earth technique. This time, Mi Xiang spared no effort. He drew upon nearly 80% of his chakra to fully unleash this technique, accompanied by his deep shout. The earth responded with a thunderous rumble at the moment his incantation concluded. The ground trembled beneath everyone's feet, as if a slumbering giant had awakened. Mi Xiang's physical prowess and mental fortitude had grown tremendously in the past few months. Moreover, he was augmented by chakra-infused metal and enhancement talismans. As the technique was activated, his gloves radiated a brown chakra. The ground within a 60-meter radius of him began to quake violently, the freshly soaked muddy surface appearing as if stirred by an invisible hand, sending droplets flying. The once flat terrain was instantly transformed into a chaotic landscape, with countless jagged fissures spreading like wrinkles across the earth. Accompanied by an ear-piercing grinding sound, deep brown soil surged upward through the cracks, exuding a pungent odor. Suddenly, the entire surface paused for a moment before violently rising. This upheaval was not a gentle rise. It was a forceful convulsion. Layers of mud over 2 meters thick were forcefully lifted, with numerous clods and stones shaking free from the ground. As the technique progressed, some of the heavier stones were hurled over 10 meters into the air, crashing down and splattering mud everywhere. The tremors intensified, resembling an earthquake. The chakra that Mi Xiang wielded acted as an invisible pillar, supporting the rising earth, which expanded to form an irregular earthen mound over 40 meters in diameter and nearly 10 meters high. The surface of this mound was rugged and uneven, covered in sharp soil ridges and ravines. Many wet soil clods slid down under gravity, creating streams of mud that meandered down the slope of the mound, pooling into a murky swamp at its base. However, the true effect of the rising earth technique was yet to come. The mud beneath, now under immense pressure, was finally freed from its constraints and erupted forth. A violent rumble accompanied the massive discharge of mud, as if a mud volcano had spontaneously formed in the clearing. The ejected mud hollowed out the ground beneath, causing the accumulated volcanic mound to collapse. As the mud sprayed out and fell around, combined with the central collapse, a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters was created. The power of this technique rivaled that of a natural disaster. Gulp. The initially eager Xiao Wu Chaolin was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the person he wished to challenge? The power of this technique was beyond what 100 of him combined could withstand. Could his sister Xiaonan truly not be saved? His next plan was to construct several more water reservoirs here. Mi Xiang's actions served a dual purpose. Not only did he showcase his abilities, but he also made an impressive display. Upon returning to his team with a few quick movements, Mi Xiang meaningfully remarked to Xiao Wu Chaolin, "If you are not strong enough, your anger will appear as mere childishness in the eyes of the strong. Moreover, Xiaonan is my girlfriend. How could I possibly hand her over to someone else? Young man, focus on your studies." What Mi Xiang could do was to use the might of his ninjutsu to intimidate this young man. As for the shaping of his worldview, that would be up to the pharmacist Yao Shi Naoyu. Every field has its experts. Mi Xiang, accompanied by Yao Shi Naoyu, observed the effects of the dark channel along the way, and they planned to construct 3 more on the path from Yuzhou Town to the Oasis Workshop. Upon arriving at the Oasis Workshop, witnessing the revitalized oasis and the abundant water flow, Yao Shi Naoyu finally believed that Mi Xiang and his companions were not merely boasting. These children truly were remarkable, especially Mi Xiang, who had just recently overwhelmed the formidable Uchiha Inao and other experts in Konoha, breathing in the dry air of the Wind Country. Yao Shi Naoyu stood atop the towering black sand-iron peaks, arms outstretched like a child, spinning around. Mi Xiang-kun, you truly are a miracle worker. Reflecting on the first time he met Mi Xiang, in such a disheveled state, it was astonishing how he had grown to such heights in less than 2 years. Truly remarkable. Mi Xiang stood beside Yao Shi Naoyu, hands behind his back, gazing at the increasing lights nearby, and remarked with feigned nonchalance, "This is nothing. I am merely copying homework. Placing the right individuals in suitable positions and teaching according to their talents is the only way to truly cultivate talent rather than mere tools." Yao Shi Naoyu adjusted his glasses, smiling. Mi Xiang-kun, your words carry deeper meaning. Chapter 90. The Promise Meeting Yao Shi Naoyu's gaze. Mi Xiang calmly replied, "What else could it be? Don't mention a few small ninja villages. Even the great nation's ninja villages are merely training tools for slaughter." Taking a deep breath of the dry air, he continued, "Once our universal school is established, it will truly allow all children to choose their own paths for the future according to their desires. Discussing this now is premature. Diverting water for agriculture is essential for the survival of more villagers in the Wind Country. Establishing workshops and trade systems will enhance earning potential. Schools are the seeds of the future. Yao Shi Now Yu adjusted his glasses, kneeling before Mi Xiang in a gesture of reverence. I, Yao Shi Now Yu, pledge my loyalty to Mi Xiang Kuan. Your will is my entirety. Your resolve is the direction of my journey. Mi Xiang helped Yao Shi Now Yu to his feet. Nodding solemnly, I, Mi Xiang, also vow to live up to your expectations. I will do everything in my power to show you a brand new world. Yao Shi Now Yu believed this wholeheartedly, responding with a smile. Mi Xiang then led Yao Shi Now Yu back into the Oasis workshop, saying, with a multitude of tasks ahead, we must take it step by step. First, let us report the initial plan to the village. Yao Shi Now Yu asked curiously, will the Wind Shadow support Mi Xiang Kuan's grand plan? Mi Xiang shook his head, of course not. However, sometimes a rejected plan can also serve its purpose. Sand Hidden Village, Wind Shadow Conference Room, how could such an absurd plan possibly come to fruition? This boy named Mi Xiang is utterly unaware of his own limitations. The third Wind Shadow had just returned to the village when he was met with a scolding from Elder Chio. Regarding the matter of Scorpion, the third Wind Shadow felt guilty and could only endure the verbal onslaught from the outraged Elder Chio, who, fortunately, spared him the public embarrassment of this conflict. However, during the subsequent meetings of the upper ninjas, the proposal submitted by Elder Chio left the third Wind Shadow feeling utterly speechless. How could such a ludicrous scheme ever be implemented? Moreover, the Wind Country's dire situation had persisted for hundreds of years. Even the feudal lord of the Wind Country was powerless to change it. Why should our hidden village take on such burdens? The ninja known as Makoto should not let his victory in the Chunin exams lead him to hubris. This plan cannot be executed within the village. The village's finances have only recently improved. It is unreasonable to invest precious resources into such a ludicrous scheme. Elder Chio glared fiercely at the somewhat guilty third Kazekage. Completely devoid of the kind demeanor she had shown before Scorpion. Kazekage, since the village cannot carry out this plan, will Makoto pursue it on his own? Surely the village will not impede him. Or do you suggest that the village lacks the capacity for such tolerance? The thought of Makoto undertaking this plan himself, diverting water, cultivating land, was absurd. These were matters a ninja should not concern himself with. Did he aspire to be a farmer? After much contemplation, as long as the village did not have to finance it, Makoto could do as he pleased. The third Kazekage drummed his fingers on the table and spoke. If he does not utilize village resources, let him proceed as he wishes. However, as a ninja of the village, Makoto must not neglect the village's mission assignments. Elder Chio's expression softened slightly as she picked up her teacup, casually adding, in that case, Kazekage, please inform the daimyo that Makoto has borrowed quite a sum from me to acquire these desolate lands. Is that agreeable? The third Kazekage doubted Makoto possessed such financial means. In his estimation, Makoto was merely a pawn pushed forth by Chio and her puppet clan, using this scheme to vex him. After all, these were merely barren lands. Let Elder Chio and her clan squander their resources as they wished. However, upon further reflection, Makoto had outperformed all the talented ninjas from Konoha, even besting elite members of the Uchiha clan. Despite the assistance of puppet techniques, achieving such results would significantly enhance Sunagakure's reputation. This was also why the third Kazekage chose to overlook Makoto's public defiance. With this in mind, the third Kazekage manipulated sand iron to pour tea for the seated elders. Esteemed colleagues, the recent joint Chunin exams have showcased our strength in Sunagakure. The volume of mission assignments has increased by 20%. We must collaborate earnestly to fulfill these tasks. With the major hidden villages preparing for war, it is likely that peaceful days are numbered. Let us all strive diligently. The other elders nodded in agreement. Even the bruised elder from the Fusa clan refrained from voicing any opposition. He had been thoroughly beaten by Elder Chio, and, if not for the intervention of the third Kazekage, the outcome could have been dire for him. Having offended Elder Chio due to the Leaf Warehouse incident, and now the Scorpion matter, he dared not show his face. He attempted to remain inconspicuous. But Elder Chio had no intention of letting him off lightly. Kazekage, now that we have discussed rewards, shall we not address the matter of punishment? The Fusa clan's collusion with enemies to harm our village's ninjas and divulge village secrets warrants their complete eradication. Elder Fusa hastily defended himself. I was entirely unaware of these matters. It was infiltrators within our clan. We, the Fusa clan, are also victims. As a ninjutsu clan aligned with the Kazekage, the Fusa clan had not produced any exceptional ninjas in a long time. However, they controlled numerous ninja tool workshops and resources, having familial ties with many nobles of the Land of Wind. To secure his position, the third Kazekage could not afford to disregard them. Rubbing his temples, he spoke to Elder Chiyo in a conciliatory tone. Elder Chiyo, has not enough time passed? Let us not harangue Elder Fusa any longer. Your clan seeks to purchase those abandoned oases and wastelands, does it not? Elder Fusa, offer Elder Chiyo some at a favorable price as an apology. Let this matter rest, and no one shall speak of it again. Elder Chiyo paid no heed to the Kazekage's tone, nodding as she sipped her tea. It is Mikoto who wishes to purchase the wasteland, not this old woman. Nevertheless, I shall thank you on his behalf, Kazekage. Since you say so, I am obliged to acquiesce. Thus, we shall turn the page on the Leaf Warehouse and Scorpion matters. Before the Kazekage and Elder Fusa could breathe a sigh of relief, Elder Chiyo's voice rang out once more. However, there remains another matter that requires the Kazekage to fulfill his promise promptly. The third Kazekage, exasperated by Elder Chiyo's relentless demands, felt the sand iron subconsciously encase his arm as he struck the table in fury, exclaiming, Elder Chiyo, you are being unreasonable. Elder Chiyo's fingers moved slightly, and a thread of chakra lifted the teacup from the table. The enraged third Kazekage's strike with the sand iron merely cracked the table. While every teacup before the elders remained suspended in midair, not a single drop spilled. Elder Chiyo's mastery of chakra manipulation was truly remarkable. Calmly placing down all the teacups, she cradled her own cup and remarked, Ah, Kazekage, did you not say the village's finances were still tight? Repairing this table will require considerable funds. Do not be overly agitated. The promise I refer to is one you made previously. Do you intend to go back on your word? The third Kazekage realized he had lost his composure. He retracted the sand iron from his arm and coldly inquired, What promise did I make? Elder Chiyo, do not push your luck. Elder Kazekage, it appears you are indeed busy. Have you forgotten the trial quota for Shikaku that you promised Mikoto? You claimed it was for the village's benefit that last year's quota was given to the young master of the Fusa clan. What of it now? The success rate for the Shikaku trial is notoriously low, which is understandable. However, if you promised to defer it to this year, has there been some unforeseen change? Only then did the third Kazekage recall this matter. He shot a fierce glare at Elder Fusa, coldly stating, How could I renege on what the village has decided? In 3 months, we shall officially commence this year's Shikaku trial. By then, that boy's name shall naturally be included. As for whether he can acquire magnet release, that is beyond my control. Elder Chiyo discreetly glanced at the elder from the Sea clan, smiling. That is certainly the case. I shall thank you on behalf of that child, Mikoto. Oh, and to give back to the village, I plan to contribute 2 new designs for puppet schematics to the puppet army. Additionally, I will increase the supply of chakra metal by 20%. It is all for the village, after all. Faced with Elder Chiyo's opportunism, the third Kazekage could only respond with a stoic nod. The fine grains of sand iron swirled around his fingers like dark serpents. In the newly established Oasis workshop, the smelting area was now ready. Scorpion, prepare to initiate the linked feed. Zitsong, commence loading the conveyor belt. Conan, inspect and ensure the safety of the casting and forging area. Teacher Yakura, release the fireball. Maintaining the temperature at 400 degrees Celsius. The smelting begins. This newly established smelting area was on a scale that far surpassed anything Mikoto had previously attempted. The continuous smelting pool now dwarfed the original by more than tenfold. Just preparing the graphite for the inner lining of the pool took a full half-month. As Yakura controlled the high-temperature fireball to descend into the electrolysis smelting pool, the mixture of salt and sand iron powder began to melt. Once the pool was filled with scalding liquid, Mikoto grasped the positive and negative electrodes, precisely inputting the charge. Under the influence of higher temperatures, the molten mixture began to undergo violent changes. Soon, a bright red molten iron began to emerge from the bottom of the pool. Scorpion, begin the output. Initiating the collaborative casting and forging process. The Scorpion utilized chakra threads to open the outlet, as the molten iron surged forth, pouring into molds prepped with specially crafted, delicate paper. Though exceedingly thin and not particularly heat-resistant, this paper would carbonize upon contact with the molten metal, forming a dense carbon layer that served as a release agent. As the mechanism activated, The molds filled with iron began to move outward, gradually taking on a deep crimson hue. These cast pieces were extracted and sent for the forging process. The motor, through a gear ratio, drove the forging hammer to fall continuously, shaping the workpieces. This batch involved plowshares, as a humanoid excavator, crafted from iron sand, pushed the sand onto the conveyor belt for a series of processes including melting, casting, and forging, transforming into sturdy and beautiful plows. As the residue accumulated in the basin, the scorpion would manipulate a special high-temperature alloy using chakra threads to gather and collect the debris. The entire assembly line operated seamlessly, producing various iron agricultural tools in a continuous flow. Although Mixiang's chakra could not meet such a substantial electrical demand, he leveraged the supercapacitors to maintain the electrolytic processing of the iron sand. Dreams are never mere words. They require diligent labor. Standing beside the scorching electrolytic cell, Mixiang endured the discomfort of a high current coursing through his body. Acting as a relay for the electric flow, he extracted charges from the supercapacitors, modulating them into standard voltage and current, delivering this energy into the electrolytic cell. The charges, stored via hydroelectric power, facilitated the electrolysis of iron sand into molten iron, which was then forged into various urgently needed iron tools. Items such as agricultural implements, iron ingots, rebar, and sheets of iron continuously flowed from the production line. Even Yahiko and Nagato, accompanied by over a dozen Akatsuki members skilled in water techniques, including the young Asajiri Rin, drew water from the reservoir for quenching and cooling purposes. Nagato donned a helmet reminiscent of a mechanized police officer, constructing a large cement calcination kiln beside the nearby stone mountain, peering through dark goggles. This semi-helmet, specially crafted by Mixiang, not only afforded protection but also concealed Nagato's Rinnegan while allowing for future integration of intelligent nodes. With this, Nagato could confidently harness the power of his newly awakened Rinnegan without fear of exposure. Under the influence of these extraordinary eyes, he single-handedly completed the initial construction of the cement kiln. Utilizing the earth release technique, a massive rock hemisphere rose from the ground. This advanced earth release, enhanced by the Rinnegan, dwarfed the scale of any previous techniques employed, being a full 20 times more substantial. Despite the exertion required, Nagato's breath remained steady. "Well done, Nagato. You've worked hard." Mixiang's voice rang out, prompting Nagato to turn and nod at Mixiang and Yakura, responding, "It's nothing. This is what I am meant to do." Observing the monumental rock formation before him, even Yakura was taken aback. Mixiang had assembled quite the crew. With the foundation for the cement production established, it was time for her and Mixiang to enhance it. Clad in her white phoenix armor, Yakura began to channel chakra vigorously. After all, as a master of the fire release, she could not afford to lose face before these youngsters. Fire release, overheating vapor technique. Mixiang stood alongside her, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, spiraling wind shuriken. The harmonious resonance of wind and fire manifested as an enlarged version of the Rasengan, spinning smoothly without the chaotic winds, while Yakura controlled bright, dry fireballs to enter the enormous earthen structure crafted by Nagato. The gaps in the rock began to fill with molten red magma. Chapter 92. The industrial prototype of the ninja world. Everyone had witnessed Mixiang and Yakura's previous collaboration in melting tunnels. While the fiery structure of the earthen dome was still impressive, the impact had diminished significantly. However, as time passed, the cavity formed by the rock was gradually filled with melting magma. The magma that should have dripped was instead being expelled by Mixiang's spherical wind release. Throughout this process of melting, cooling, and remelting, the original structure of the rock underwent a thorough refining. The entire immense earthen dome, bound by Nagato's chakra, became increasingly thinner and more heat-resistant. The once dark red cavity walls could now withstand Yakura's scorching temperature of 1500 degrees Celsius. "All right, Yakura, you can withdraw the fireballs," Mixiang called. "It's your turn, Conan." Conan nodded, extending her hands as a flock of paper cranes, their bellies swollen, flew into the cavity. These origami cranes were filled with sifted white clay. Upon entering the searing cavity, the cranes were instantaneously carbonized. Thunderstorm. Mixiang activated 3 fully charged supercapacitors, triggering their self-destruct mode and tossing them into the special earthen dome. Boom! A brilliant burst of electric charge ensued, embedding the white clay powder within the semi-molten interior walls. Enveloped in wind release, the lightning fused the clay powder with the refined earthen dome, creating a layer of even greater heat and wear resistance. Excellent. Hold steady, Nagato. Prepare for cooling and solidification. Nagato, with ample chakra, maintained the earth dome without difficulty. As the cavity gradually cooled, a colossal heat-resistant vessel finally took shape. Phew, it's finally complete. Mi Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow and began directing everyone to install the remaining equipment. The Ninja World-S version of the cement production vessel was ready. In this peculiar realm of Shinobi, cement did exist, albeit produced through techniques related to bloodline limits. Mostly a specialty of the land of Earth. Not only was it costly, but its quality also varied widely. As someone emerging from a nation known for infrastructure, Mi Xiang could hardly justify procuring such expensive and inferior cement. What to do when cement is needed? Fire it. Having previously tested a promising mix, he was now ready to utilize this massive container for cement calcination. Modern cement kilns in the ninja world typically measure several meters in diameter and extend dozens to hundreds of meters in length. However, given the different heating methods here, such dimensions were unnecessary. With Yakura's stable and effective heating, why not take advantage? As limestone, clay, iron sand powder, and other materials were added in proportion to the kiln, Mi Xiang patted Yakura, who was still assessing the colossal creation. All right, Yakura, your opportunity for refinement begins now. 900 degrees for 2 hours, 1500 degrees for half an hour. Are you up for such a challenging task? Crossing her arms, Yakura scoffed. Oh, my foolish disciple. Do you think I, the master of fire release Yakura, rely solely on reputation? Today, I shall show you what it truly means to command flames. Fire release, overheating vapor technique. Dozens of orange fireballs materialized and flew directly into the slowly rotating massive cavity. Yakura's prowess had evidently advanced. The ability to simultaneously control so many fireballs was truly impressive. Clearly, the task was best left to Yakura. He was in awe. Yakura held her head high, prideful as a victorious rooster, flicking her orange locks with a smirk. Go on, attend to your business. Such a scale of chakra manipulation is merely child's play for me. Mi Xiang shot a glance at the almost chuckling Xiao Nen before leading her away from the area. Just then, Scorpion emerged from the puppet workshop. Holding a small scroll, Mi Xiang, the information from grandmother has been conveyed. The trial for Shikaku has been scheduled for 3 months from now, and acquisitions of wasteland have already commenced at the locations you planned. Grandmother asked me to inquire if you have sufficient funds or if she should assist in gathering some. Mi Xiang accepted the information scroll and pondered the timeline before asking his part-time secretary, Xiao Nan, could you review our schedule for the next 3 months? Xiao Nan retrieved a scroll from her pocket, which floated before her as she perused it. Today, Mi Xiang has arranged for the production of cement equipment. The day after tomorrow is dedicated to validating wind power generation. Next week, we need to solidify the new tunnel. Within 2 months at most, the fort on this side of the border will be completed. Mi Xiang nodded. In 2 months, their base would possess adequate self-defense capabilities. With 3 months remaining, the timeline seemed ample. He affirmed, 3 months is manageable. Scorpion, please convey my gratitude to Elder Chio. Kindly have her cover the expenses for now. Once construction on the fort begins, we shall continue refining chakra metal. Difficulties are merely temporary. Once the fort is completed, we can finally breathe easy. By the way, Scorpion, how is the puppet workshop progressing? Scorpion joyfully displayed a delicate gear. I truly cannot fathom how your mind works to create such impressive machinery. The precision of this fabrication allows for self-processing. It is unfathomable compared to what puppeteers of old could conceive. Mi Xiang took the gear, inspecting it closely and indeed finding it exquisite. It's nothing extraordinary, much like your integrated calculation node version of the Raven. Now that we have electricity and calculation nodes, combining them with machinery results in a puppet with preliminary intelligence. Elder Chio has assisted us greatly, so let's craft that special puppet together and present it to her later. At that moment, Xiaonan suddenly interjected, Mi Xiang, it seems you Haven T returned home for quite some time. Don't you think it's time to pay a visit? Hearing her reminder, Mi Xiang felt a pang of concern. It was indeed not ideal to neglect home. He contemplated, before saying, all right, once the fort construction commences, Xiaonan, accompany me back to the village. How does that sound? Xiaonan's face instantly flushed. Mi Xiang, is that too forward? Mi Xiang playfully pinched her cheek, reassuring her, not at all. They are all very amiable. We will bring some gifts to visit. But we won't be staying overnight. Staying overnight? You mean we will stay overnight? Xiao Nan's face radiated with a warm blush, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. Oh my. The usually aloof sister, Nan, is quite adorable. He intended to continue teasing Xiao Nan when Scorpion interjected with an exasperated tone. You two should tone it down. Chapter 93. Intelligence of the Akatsuki. In the face of Scorpion's disgruntled demeanor, Mi Xiang laughed heartily, taking Xiao Nan's hand as they ascended the sandy iron hill. The sandy iron had diminished somewhat. Zizong had shifted to training on a different sandy iron hill each morning. The vicinity of this once-abandoned oasis had transformed into a bustling construction site. With a water source now available, life had returned to this place. Many villagers recruited from the borders of the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind were currently excavating the foundation under Yahi's organization. Though Yahi's thoughts were somewhat naive, his organizational skills and charisma were indeed exceptional. At this moment, Yahi was not issuing commands from a lofty position, but was instead leading a group of younger followers. Rolling up his sleeves to work alongside them, it appeared that he was sharing stories while laboring, occasionally eliciting laughter from those around him. The fortress that Mi Xiang envisioned was to be built against this greenstone mountain, enclosing the entire oasis workshop. In preparation for the imminent Third Great War, Mi Xiang required a stronghold on the front lines. This location was in close proximity to the Land of Rain, the Land of Birds, and the Land of Rivers, which would likely be the main battlegrounds for the impending conflict. Mi Xiang had invested heavily in establishing this industrial base, and certainly did not wish to see it obliterated by warfare. Xiaonan noticed that among those working alongside Yahi, there seemed to be a few wandering ninjas captured during a prior incident, and remarked, Mi Xiang, you truly are a miracle worker. This desolate land, once home to helpless villagers, now provides a place for them to thrive. Perhaps, one day, you can genuinely alter the ninja world. Mi Xiang draped an arm around Xiao Nan's shoulders, softly replying, this is merely the genesis of our endeavor, compared to the intricacies of Sunagakure's power dynamics. This overlooked and barren border is akin to us, the insignificant characters. Even so, we must unite more of these minor figures and empower them with technology, transforming the entire ninja world into what it ought to be. Xiao Nan nodded, snuggling closer to Mi Xiang, murmuring, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Mi Xiang-kun, I will remain by your side, unwavering until the end. In the desert wind, an inexplicable sweetness wafted through the air. In the Land of Rain, in the village of Amigakure, enormous pipes filled with a steampunk aesthetic resembled the exposed vanes of a high tower. At the very heart of this village was the legendary leader's office. Rain poured incessantly against the black glass windows, with precipitation occurring more frequently than in the town of Tsukigai. The room exuded a musty odor, illuminated by a dim yellow desk lamp that cast the hunched figure of Hanzo the salamander against the wall. The legendary demigod of the ninja world, the village's hero, appeared particularly massive and somber at this moment. He donned a respirator, his expression impassive as he listened to a report from an Umbu operative, an organization established by a group of children, the Akatsuki. Hanzo repeated the syllable Akatsuki in a low tone, the vast emptiness of the leader's office echoing back. Concealed by the respirator, his expression was obscured, but his eyes, visible, remained as sharp as they had been in his prime. Slowly, he rose from his seat, turning his back to the kneeling Umbu. Outside lay the realm he governed with an iron fist and toxic mists. He had not hesitated to control the daimyo of the Land of Rain. In his past, he had dreamed of challenging the 5 great nations, aspiring to empower the Land of Rain. Alas, he continued, proceed. The Umbu trembled slightly, bowing his head even lower, as you command. According to the intelligence, this organization called the Akatsuki initially began as a playful mutual aid group founded by a few war orphans. However, it appeared that they had recently made contact with ninjas from Sunagakure. The scale of the Akatsuki was expanding, as some refugees and orphans were being organized to work on the side of the Land of Wind. The core member of this organization was named Yahi, an orphan from the Land of Rain who had learned some ninjutsu from an unknown source. Other children with ninjutsu abilities, as well as wandering ninjas, had also joined their ranks. They primarily operated in the civilian districts along the border, proclaiming that through communication and understanding among people, they could achieve peace in the ninja world. Peace. Hanzo let out a deep, derisive scoff, filled with endless mockery. Foolish peace, peace? Huh. He had instigated the Second Great Ninja War, with the battleground right in the land of rain. When the fighting commenced, he discovered the pitiful lack of resources compared to the major nations. During the war, the land was soaked in blood, and the so-called peace was merely a hypocritical excuse for the strong. What are they doing? Hanzo gazed out at the rain-soaked world, quietly inquiring. The Umbu contemplated for a moment before continuing. They are assisting civilians in rebuilding their homes, combating bandits, and repairing rivers and reservoirs. Occasionally, they also mediate minor conflicts. They speak of renouncing the use of force, yet they show no mercy in attacking nearby wandering ninjas. In the border regions, their reputation is ascending rapidly. Reputation. Hanzo repeats the word, his gaze growing ever colder. Assisting civilians? Gaining prestige? How familiar this ploy seems. He recalls his youth, when he too garnered countless followers through his formidable strength and ideals, ultimately ascending to this position. Merely a naive idealist, after all. But the naive often meet their demise swiftly and are of little concern. While they proclaim communication and peace, do they not employ violence against their adversaries? Hypocrisy. The rule of Hanzo the Salamander is founded upon absolute military deterrence, allowing no room for erosion. If this organization known as Akatsuki seeks to undermine his dominion not through force, but rather through so-called benevolence, that would indeed provoke his apprehension. Their current proclamations are nothing but the hollow chants of a hypocritical clique, akin to the myriad of rebellious factions in the land of rain. Surveil them. Should they continue to grow, Hanzo's voice is devoid of emotion, akin to the cold rain outside. I must know everything about them, while not overly concerning. The shadow of Sunagakure ninjas cannot be overlooked. He commanded spies to infiltrate, gathering intelligence on every newly inducted member, the specific locations of their activities, and especially whether they are colluding with Sunagakure. Indeed, the Umbu, as if granted amnesty, swiftly exited the vast chamber. Once the Umbu departed, silence reclaimed the office. Hanzo gazed once more out the window, his eyes seemingly piercing through the curtain of rain. Suddenly, he heard footsteps again. What is it now? Hanzo's voice dripped with impatience. The Umbu re-entered the chamber, bowing their heads in report. Lord Leader, the Umbu from Konoha has sent word of vital intelligence. The Umbu from Konoha? Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never contact me. Hanzo shook his head, until he beheld a familiar token presented by the Rain Umbu. Pondering, Hanzo stroked his chin and said, "Take me to the meeting room. I shall arrive shortly." Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Hanzo pushed open the door to the meeting room. Observing the masked figure within, a sardonic expression crept onto Hanzo's face. "Danzo, your cowardice remains unchanged. You dare send but a shadow clone to relay information to me? Surely your true self is in the land of rain. Are you not afraid of my extensive manhunt?" The figure seated in the meeting room removed the ornate raccoon mask, revealing indeed it was Danzo. Facing a former demigod of the ninja world, I could not afford to be unguarded. I am merely here to convey intelligence. Intelligence that may shake your standing in the Rain Village. Are you interested, Hanzo? I possess more knowledge of Akatsuki than you do. If this is all mere drivel, you may take your leave. Of course, I am more than willing to lend a hand. As Hanzo spoke, he had already grasped the sickle tethered to an iron chain. Danzo's shadow clone remained unyielding, coldly retorting, "Foolish Hanzo, do you not realize the involvement of Sunagakure ninjas in this matter? Do you think a few children can destabilize an organization such as Akatsuki? Has the once great demigod of the ninja world truly gone deaf?" In response to Danzo's derision, Hanzo drove the sickle into the table. "This is the land of rain, not your Konoha. Danzo, did you come here to humiliate me? Relax, Hanzo. If I merely wish to insult you, why waste a shadow clone?" To be brief, those conspiring with Akatsuki include Chiyo's grandson and a prodigy from Sunagakure named Mikage. He is the one who triumphed in this Chunin exam. Additionally, there is an adult skilled in taijutsu named Ziso. They are the ones colluding with Akatsuki, attempting to stir trouble. I have already dispatched proficient spies to infiltrate their ranks. Now, I require the assistance of a demigod of the ninja world. Together, we can thwart Sunagakure's schemes and deliver a severe blow to that village. Naturally, I will also aid you in quelling the burgeoning rebellion in the land of rain. Hanzo drew out a chair and sat across from Danzo, hands clasped before his eyes, declaring, "In the Rain Village, and indeed throughout the entire land of rain, no one dares defy my decrees. My will is the sole voice in this realm. A mere organization like Akatsuki, even with Sunagakure's involvement, consists of nothing more than inconsequential ninjas, unworthy of my attention. Tend to your own affairs, Danzo, and do not extend your filthy claws into my territory." As he spoke, a plume of purple smoke suddenly enveloped Danzo's shadow clone, which then erupted into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. Hanzo maintained his posture, arms crossed before his face, stating, "Dispatch additional ninjas to infiltrate the Land of Wind, to discern what transpires there. Gather intelligence on this Mikage. If necessary, eliminate him." "Yes, Mikage. Do I look presentable in this attire?" Standing before the entrance of the original's family's izakaya, Conan asked nervously. "You look splendid. Whatever you wear suits you beautifully," Mikage teased, affectionately flicking her nose with his finger. "Do not worry, they are all wonderful people. Moreover, my Conan is usually so confident. Why the sudden shyness?" Mikage's playful banter brought a blush to Conan's cheeks, making her appear even more radiant. However, reassured by his words, Conan found her confidence returning. She lifted her chin, inhaled deeply, and then entered alongside Mikage. "We're back. Kid's father, Mikage has returned. This lovely girl must be the Conan you've mentioned, right?" "Absolutely beautiful." The original's mother hurried over, wiping her hands on her apron before taking Conan's hands to examine her closely. A mother's joy was unmistakable when her child found a partner. The original's father was busy at the counter, but subtly waved to them. Mikage, now the most relaxed of them all, busied himself helping Conan in the shop, preparing cold noodles, arranging side dishes, serving plates, and greeting customers. As they worked together, Conan's initial anxiety dissipated considerably when the shop closed for the night. After sharing a meal with the original's parents, Mikage laid down a stack of bills and a paper crane, stating, "This is the reward from my mission. I have much more, but these are for the family," not allowing the original's parents to decline. He then divulged even more astonishing news. "You should be able to perceive the village's current situation. I am close friends with Sasori. My admission into the Ninja Academy was due to Elder Chiyo's special consideration. Thus, within the village, I naturally align with Elder Chiyo's faction. This mark is inescapable, and I have no desire to escape it. Consequently, certain families from the Wind Shadow faction may cause trouble for various reasons in the future. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek the assistance of Elder Chiyo and Elder Hozuki. Of course, you can also use this paper crane to contact Conan directly." The original's parents exchanged glances, and it was the original's mother who spoke. "We are not ninjas and do not understand these matters. Mikage has already become a chunin. I am so proud. Rest assured, Lord Yakumo and the renowned puppet masters in the village now regard our shop as a dining hall. No one has caused trouble for a long time. Those with ulterior motives in the village do not dare to overstep." As she spoke, the protagonist's mother joyfully tucked away the rice and the silver notes handed over by the newcomer, exclaiming, "Our little rice has become quite remarkable. Surely, he will grow into a great ninja. You should keep this money for your future wedding." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan's face flushed crimson, leaving her somewhat dazed. Even after departing from the sand-hidden village, she remained in a state of blissful confusion. "Oh dear, Sister Nan, must you be so adorable?" Rice, now clad in the Grand Bishop mech, scooped Xiao Nan into his arms. "Hold on tight, Xiao Nan. I'm about to accelerate." Xiao Nan nodded, pressing her warm cheeks against the front of Rice's mech. "Let us go. We're heading home. Little bug, begin adjusting the nozzle and maintain the duct fan power output at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. "Understood, little bug," came the reply as chakra was mobilized to maintain altitude, and the mech's duct fan roared to life. Taking a deep breath, Rice unfurled the shield on his arm to shield Xiao Nan from the wind. Simultaneously, the nozzles at his waist and feet began to emit a bluish-white stream, levitating the entire mech 30 centimeters above the ground. Then, the magnetic levitation bearings and duct fans at the rear of the Grand Bishop mech activated, humming as they swiftly propelled them toward the Oasis workshop at the border. Chapter 95. Have you hidden well? Here I come. When Rice and Xiao Nan returned to the Oasis workshop, the camp was significantly quieter. Most of the villagers, weary from a long day's toil, had begun to rest. The duo, careful not to disturb anyone, was just passing through the barrier, preparing to stealthily enter the underground puppet workshop when they were abruptly pulled into an embrace by Yi-Song. Ninjutsu, poison dragon drill technique. Rice had entrusted his biological electric sensing to the intelligent entity, Little Bug, ensuring a constant awareness without blind spots. Thus, he had detected Yitsong's presence well in advance. It was no trouble for him to let his teacher vent a little frustration. Yitsong had been lying down when she sensed someone entering the barrier, prompting her to confront Rice. She held him in her arms, pushing his head down with both hands, and admonished, "You rascal. How dare you trick your teacher into working for you? You even had the audacity to call it training for my ninjutsu." Xiaonan, having grown accustomed to such antics, covered her mouth and hurried back to her room, leaving Rice to relish his painful yet joyful predicament. Knowing he couldn't conceal his intentions for long, Rice seized the opportunity amidst the Poison Dragon drill as chaos and declared an upgraded version of the White Phoenix mech set, enhanced defense and attack capabilities, equipped with intelligent computational nodes, capable of brief flight. "Humph, at least you know your place," Yitsong conceded, finally releasing Rice. She crossed her arms and tilted her chin at him, saying, "Rice, Chunin, remember, you promised. If you dare to renege, I shall teach you a lesson." Rice rubbed his head and extended his hand to seal the promise with her. "Worry not. Have I ever defaulted on a promise?" This childish pact solidified the mech's upgrade plan. Reluctantly, Rice gazed at Yitsong's beautiful back, lamenting the limitations of the mech. He couldn't afford to prioritize aesthetics while leaving such blatant vulnerabilities. The fortress construction had already commenced, and he could not afford to neglect the improvements to his mech. Back in the brightly lit workshop, he found Scorpion engrossed in a heap of parts. Rice knocked on the wall and called out, "Hey, Scorpion, you tireless workhorse. Don't you fear burning out?" Scorpion, sporting a monocular magnifier, did not look up and retorted, prioritizing beauty over friendship. "Rice, if you continue to slack off, your strength will surely lag behind." Rice approached and removed the magnifier from Scorpion's face, taking him to the power storage room adjacent to the workshop. "What are we doing here?" Scorpion asked, puzzled by Rice's intentions, pointing to the supercapacitors charging in the cabinet. Rice unsealed a scroll and produced a large cabinet embedded with a fist-sized soul crystal. The intricate seals on the crystal were far more complex than those on previous computational nodes. Rice connected two insulated normal-temperature superconducting chakra metal wires to the electrical distribution cabinet in the wall. As the current surged, the large soul crystal and each node within the cabinet illuminated. "What is this cabinet?" Scorpion inquired, perplexed by the seemingly extravagant apparatus before him. Rice pointed to his head and explained, "This cabinet is a portion of the intelligent nodes within my consciousness. With this computational node collective, it will serve as the brain of our fortress in the future. Many design and computational tasks can be delegated to it. Of course, it's still somewhat rudimentary now, only capable of performing preset tasks like a crow puppet. However, as its computational learning synchronizes, this intelligent node collective will evolve to surpass our own intellect." Scorpion gazed at the unassuming cabinet, which, aside from the prominent soul stone and numerous nodes, appeared rather ordinary. Rice initiated a mental command, "Fortress Core, activate." With a rapid flickering of nodes, an emotionless mechanical voice emanated from the cabinet. "Hello, Rice." "Hello, Scorpion. The Fortress Core is at your service." Rice input a list of tasks into the cabinet and continued. "Your mission is to establish a biological electric correspondence table for all personnel entering and exiting the fortress based on biological electric differences. I have granted you control over the sensing barrier through the intelligent entity, Little Bug. Once the fortress's defense system is fully established, you will take over." The Fortress Core acknowledged the command. With a rapid depletion of power, it soon responded, "Biological electric scanning complete." A total of 773 life forms and 3 half-life forms were detected within the camp. Half-life forms, Rice thought, immediately switching to mental communication. After acquiring their locations, he whispered to Scorpion, and the two vanished from the workshop. The only half-life forms that could be present at the fortress were likely white Zetsu. He could think of no other possibilities. Arriving beside the temporary dormitory adjacent to the Foundation excavation site, Rice exchanged a glance with Scorpion, and they activated their scrolls, donning their respective mechs. "Scorpion, you take position to prevent their escape, while I will capture these beings." According to the Fortress Core's monitoring, all 3 half-life forms were within this makeshift building. Who goes there? The arrival of Rice and Scorpion's mechs startled the villagers inside, who had not yet fallen asleep. As Rice, clad in the Grand Bishop mech, bent to enter the makeshift house, he called out, "It's me, Rice." Upon seeing the impressive Grand Bishop mech, the occupants of the room sighed in relief. "Oh, it's Lord Rice. What brings you here?" While extending his mech's arm, Rice replied in a cheeky tone, "Nothing much. Just making sure you're all hiding well. Here I come. It might sting just a bit." Before he finished speaking, his mech's hands crackled with electricity, connecting arcs to the more than 10 individuals within the room. Cries of agony and peculiar sounds erupted shortly thereafter. The commotion drew the attention of several nearby temporary dwellings. Nagato and Yahiko, residing next door, rushed over instantly. "What happened? Are there enemies?" Upon seeing Scorpion's mountain god mech guarding the exterior and Rice standing inside the room, Nagato and Yahiko were left speechless. Before they could inquire further, Rice emerged, dragging 3 corpses clad in the tattered garb of ordinary villagers, their pale skin tinged with green. "Ah, Yahiko and Nagato, I apologize for disturbing your rest." As Rice unceremoniously discarded the charred bodies onto the ground, Yahiko anxiously checked on the other occupants of the room, seeing that the other villagers in the house were merely paralyzed with shock and unharmed. He finally felt relieved enough to step outside and inspect the 3 charred corpses on the ground. Upon careful examination, he discerned the peculiarities of these bodies. They were eerily pale, faintly glowing with a subtle green hue. The once human faces bore expressions of grotesque distortion. Instead of fresh blood, a dark green liquid oozed from the corners of their mouths and charred remains. Chapter 96. The concept of swarm. Observing these clearly non-human entities, Yabiku exclaimed, "What are these creatures? How did they infiltrate?" Regarding the origins of the White Absolute, Makoto could only offer a vague explanation, attributing their presence to the discovery of these monsters by the fortress barrier. The White Absolute did not escape the impact of the electric charge, and the Scorpion also sheathed his weapon. Makoto promptly sealed the 3 White Absolute corpses with a sealing scroll and reassured the other villagers, who were still trembling with fright, saying, "Do not worry. Our camp is equipped with a formidable monitoring barrier that prevents any monsters from infiltrating. I apologize for the scare today. I will compensate each of you with a small bag of rice tomorrow." Makoto-kun is truly generous. "Thank you, Makoto-kun. We will certainly work hard." What a splendid leader. Of course, Yubika-kun is also a fine young man. As the situation calmed down, Makoto gathered everyone within the fortress. "Makoto, who sent these creatures?" asked Yakura, examining the strange corpses of the White Absolute with furrowed brows. Makoto continued to deflect, citing unknown monsters while urging everyone to prioritize safety. With the ongoing construction of the fortress, the barrier and monitoring systems were becoming increasingly sophisticated, making it even more challenging for the White Absolute to infiltrate. It was evident that these White Absolutes were intended to surveil Nagato. Sure enough, when the others departed to rest, Nagato, wearing a specially designed helmet, deliberately lingered at the back and quietly approached Makoto, saying, "Makoto-kun, I encountered this monster in my childhood. Did I bring this trouble?" Makoto patted the ever-insecure Nagato, offering comfort. "Do not overthink it. Trust me as you trust Conan. As long as I am here, I will ensure that these monsters do not harm you." Nagato nodded and departed. Makoto rubbed his temples and returned to the power room adjacent to the puppet workshop. Indeed, Scorpion had moved the workbench next to the fortress core and was engrossed in studying the new device. "Take a break, Scorpion. The fortress core isn't going anywhere." If Scorpion were in modern society, he would undoubtedly be a genius in engineering. His enthusiasm was precisely what professors adored in their research students. Scorpion, without turning, replied, "What do you mean take a break? The fortress core is so powerful, I need to study it thoroughly." Makoto promptly curtailed Scorpion's research ambitions with a single command: Fortress Core. Allocate 10 computing units to monitor the camp. All other computing power should be directed towards the analysis and development of the 10-finger technique. The Fortress Core acknowledged the command and began its analysis, requesting authorization to mobilize significant electrical power. Authorized the mobilization of power. As the order was given, the cabinets within the Fortress Core began to flicker with high frequency, indicating the activation of large soul stones and other minor nodes. All set. You can continue your research. Ha ha ha. Makoto filled the Fortress Core's computational capacity to the brim and mischievously scampered back to his room. Time for sleep, sleep. Alas, faced with the Fortress Core's full operation and its unresponsiveness, Scorpion could only scratch his head in frustration. Left with no choice, he lay down on the cabinet of the Fortress Core, wrapping himself in a blanket. The engineering fanatic Scorpion found an unusual sense of peace in the midst of such electromagnetic chaos, and with the low, humming sound, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Scorpion saw his parents and experienced a bittersweet sense of happiness. Suddenly, he felt someone nudging him. Scorpion! Scorpion! Groggily opening his eyes. He saw Makoto's concerned face and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. It's nothing, I just had a nightmare. Sitting up, he exhaled deeply, only to realize that the fortress core had ceased its frantic flickering. Has the analysis completed so quickly? Upon hearing Scorpion's inquiry, the fortress core quickly responded, Yes, Scorpion. The analysis is complete. I will now provide you with strategic recommendations based on your combat style. The fortress core was essentially adapting the 10-finger technique based on the predictions made by the intelligent entity, Little Bug. According to the fortress core's calculations, it proposed a collaborative strategy for puppetry that was not yet feasible at this stage. The concept of swarm collaboration centered on building a miniature fortress core level node atop Scorpion's main puppet, which would analyze and coordinate the control of other puppet squads through this node. Such an operation, compared to Scorpion's previous 100-level maneuvers, possessed numerous advantages. First was decentralization. Each puppet would no longer require Scorpion's direct control. Instead, the central intelligent core within the main mech would handle synchronization, tactical development, and overall command issuance. Each puppet could act according to its limited computational nodes, adapting to their circumstances for defense, offense, and tactical maneuvers. Even in the event of interference or exceeding control limits, they could autonomously respond according to their preset instruction sets, effectively granting each puppet limited intelligence. The second characteristic was collaboration. Under the control of these nodes, the puppets would no longer operate as isolated entities but could coordinate their efforts, executing saturated attacks during offensives or forming defensive matrices to create formidable layers of protection when sufficiently numerous. The third, and perhaps most critical point, was decentralization. In the event that the controlling entity, Scorpion, fell under an illusion or became overwhelmed and unable to manage the other puppets, each puppet squad could autonomously network and engage in battle according to predetermined emergency protocols. If a core node was damaged due to an attack, other computational nodes could swiftly take over. Thus, the combat squads would form a multi-path, multi-node parallel network, sharing vision and operational objectives, and could seamlessly assemble more efficient tactical teams when necessary. This concept was derived from drone warfare. In due time, Scorpion alone would represent an entire army, far more potent than his previous 100-level maneuvers. After absorbing this strategic concept, Scorpion gaped in astonishment. Is this still puppetry? According to this grand plan, I would be terrifyingly powerful. However, Makoto quickly doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Scorpion. This is the version derived from the initial predictions made by the intelligent entity, Little Bug. The core fortress has reintroduced several details. There are numerous bottlenecks constraining this concept, such as high-density energy storage and miniaturization of the core computational center. Even the production of each of your puppets would require redesigning. These are not challenges that can be overcome in a day or two. Scorpion rubbed his face and bumped fists with Makoto, declaring, Rest assured, I understand. Such a magnificent plan is worth a lifetime of dedication to realize. Thank you, Makoto. This grand concept is even more alluring than eternal art. Makoto grinned and bumped fists with Scorpion, replying, It won't take that long. We can modify existing puppets and build them one squad at a time. Progress must be made step by step. We will grow stronger. Just then, the three large orbs of light in Makoto's consciousness began to pulse rhythmically. Emitting various voices, the technique of spiritual transformation can be applied in such a manner. What a brilliant idea. Has the nature of warfare between ninjas transformed? One individual can indeed represent an entire army. Hey, ambitious Sand Ninja, you were fortunate to have my secret technique to assist you during that crisis. Chapter 97. Three distinct obsessions. Upon hearing these voices, Mi-seong felt a stir within his heart. He gently patted the excited Scorpion and sat down alone beside the distribution room, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the sea of awareness. As he sensed the diverse auras emanating from the three luminous spheres, he first addressed the one with a sharp, blade-like quality. Are you Hitaki Sakumo? The white fang of Konoha? Mi-seong could feel the essence of extreme sharpness and confusion contained within this sphere, which softly replied. The white fang of Konoha is merely a dull blade, one that cannot even discern its own nature. Indeed, this sphere must be Hitaki Sakumo. Turning to the lively sphere, Mi Xiang inquired. Then you must be the younger brother of Tsunade, the disciple of Orochimaru, Senju Rope Tree? The spirited sphere exclaimed with delight. How did you know it was me? Oh dear, that takes away the fun. I wonder how my teacher and sister are faring. They must be disappointed in me for failing to meet their expectations, right? Mi Xiang gently nudged the sphere of Senju Rope Tree with his consciousness before turning to the final, larger sphere. Then you must be the accomplished master of the spirit transformation technique, Kato Dan, correct? This sphere nodded appreciatively, its voice calm. The spirit transformation technique can transcend distances, yet it cannot bridge the treachery of the human heart. I never expected such an outstanding successor to emerge from Sunagakure. Your application of the technique is something I had not even contemplated. Perhaps you truly can change the ninja world. Residing within the sea of your consciousness is quite the disturbance. I am Kato Dan, a jonin of Konoha. It was indeed they three who, during an accidental encounter with the spirit transformation technique, managed to turn misfortune into fortune, thanks to the assistance of these three spheres. Mi Xiang was acutely aware of their obsessions. Within the sea of consciousness, he expressed his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your prior assistance. I fully understand your obsessions. Yet I am currently not strong enough to help fulfill these regrets. But please believe me, I shall strive with all my might to realize the aspirations expressed by the fragments of obsessions, a devotion that endures until death. Kato Dan's voice resonated. After becoming spirits, we are ensnared by our obsessions and unable to reach the Pure Land. If not for your sea of consciousness to reside in, we would likely fade away slowly. Your dreams are incredibly alluring. Is there anything we can assist you with? Naturally, Mi Xiang welcomed the assistance offered. Hataki Sakumo. Could you allocate a portion of the computational nodes to help me organize a ninjutsu tutorial? The sphere of Hataki Sakumo pulsated slightly in agreement. No problem. If the opportunity arises, could you keep an eye on Kakashi for me? Certainly, I will pay more attention to him. Are you sure you don't want to speak to him yourself? Sakumo replied, not for now. I have yet to find my way, and in my confusion regarding principles, I cannot offer Kakashi any guidance. Within Mi Xiang's sea of consciousness, he synchronized with a wealth of knowledge that belonged to eras past. The time in which Mi Xiang resides is truly remarkable. Allow me to ponder for a while longer. Mi Xiang, not wishing to impose, after promising Hataki Sakumo, turned to Kato Dan's sphere. Dan, could you utilize your spirit transformation technique to help me establish a pathway for computational nodes that transcends distance? Based on my understanding of intelligent computation nodes, I have some ideas for improving the spirit transformation technique. Could you allocate some nodes to me? I need time to refine this technique. Mi Xiang readily agreed, as it merely required a bit of energy, and he was financially capable of such expenditure. Having a master skilled in the spirit transformation technique assisting him in development felt akin to resting one's head on a soft pillow before slumber. As for the unspoken obsession of Kato Dan, Mi Xiang was quite aware. Dan, to my knowledge, Lady Tsunade should be in the land of hot water, numbing herself with alcohol and gambling. You and Rope Tree are the ones she cares for most dearly. Do you not wish to see her? The sphere belonging to Kato Dan fell into a long silence before finally responding. I do not know how to face Tsunade. Let me develop this spirit communication technique first. Mi Xiang then turned to Rope Tree. Rope Tree, do you have any means to contact Lord Orochimaru? Senju Rope Tree hesitated. My teacher taught me the summoning technique for the messenger snake, but as I am only a spirit now, I cannot use summoning techniques. Mi Xiang was elated and exclaimed, no worries, I can use it. Please teach me the summoning technique, Rope Tree. Once Mi Xiang mastered the summoning technique within the realm of consciousness, he allocated some computational nodes to Rope Tree, aiding him in organizing ninjutsu. As Orochimaru's disciple, Rope Tree had been taught ninjutsu without reservation by his teacher. Regrettably, Mi Xiang informed Konan and the others that he needed to venture out to test the ninjutsu. Then ventured alone from the puppet workshop, hastening toward a desolate valley near the land of wind, close to the land of rain. At that time, Rope Tree was still young and had not yet formed a blood contract with Orochimaru in the Dragon Cave. What Orochimaru imparted was the summoning technique for the messenger snake. Utilizing the biological electric field for sensing, Mi Xiang confirmed that no one was around before beginning to seal. He knew Su, Yu, Shin, Yui summoning technique. This ordinary summoning technique did not require a blood contract or the use of blood as a medium. With a flash of runes upon the ground, a small white snake emerged from a cloud of smoke. Upon its appearance, The little white snake seemed momentarily taken aback by the person before it, and then suddenly opened its mouth, from which emerged Orochimaru, covered in a viscous substance. Wow, Uncle Snake, your entrance is quite unexpected and rather heavy on the taste. The rising Orochimaru spoke in his distinctive voice. Ah, Misyankun, what a surprise to see you again so soon. This is my messenger snake technique. I recall not having bestowed this technique upon you. I am quite curious about where you acquired it. Misyang pointed to his head and replied, I would never indulge in the art of desecrating the dead. Do you still remember, Lord Orochimaru, when I visited many of the fallen Leaf Village ninjas' orphans during my time in Konoha? Naturally, Orochimaru was aware of this, as the incident of a sand ninja dispersing wealth in Konoha had garnered considerable attention. Now, with Misyang suddenly bringing it up, Orochimaru, ever astute, narrowed his serpent-like vertical pupils, licking his lips as he remarked, Interesting, Misyankun, you are indeed clever, having grasped the threshold of the spirit transformation technique so swiftly. If I am not mistaken, your encounter with the spirit transformation technique occurred while you were cultivating it, correct? Misyang nodded and continued, During my time in Konoha, I had many dreams. The ninjas in those dreams implored me to meet their loved ones. Of course, I also encountered a vibrant youth with hair resembling yours, Lord Orochimaru, who wore the Leaf Village headband and spoke to me at length. This technique is what he taught me. Misyang sensed a palpable surge of killing intent. As though he had stepped into the scene of a bloody horror film, he understood that he had touched upon Orochimaru's most concealed pain. Yet, he pressed on. That youth told me, when the explosion erupted, it became clear how fragile dreams are before the detonating symbols. Orochimaru seemed to shudder, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He appeared to be transported back to the battlefield, witnessing the mangled figure of Rope Tree. Misyang's voice began to distort. For some reason, that child asked me to convey to you, Lord Orochimaru, the exact words. Teacher, you are on the path of pursuing truth, and there is nothing wrong with that. However, if this path demands the obliteration of all emotions you cherish, then what significance remains at the journey's end? The kunai you gifted me, I have yet to use. It remains hidden in its original place. Chapter 98. Infiltration. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's hands trembled even more violently. For one who was renowned as the cold-hearted Orochimaru, such a state was exceedingly rare. He murmured something unintelligible, retreating until his back pressed against the stone wall behind him. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru finally regained his composure, restoring his customary cold and serpentine demeanor. I seem to have lost my poise, Mikage-kun. Surely, your efforts to seek me out and share such matters are not merely a result of boredom, seeking conversation for its own sake? Mikage produced a sealed scroll, unveiling 3 corpses of white Zetsu before Orochimaru. Their humanoid forms, with pointed ears and skin pale to the point of a faint green hue, oozing a greenish fluid from their wounds, instantly captivated Orochimaru's attention. What is this? Human genes intertwined with botanical traits? Does this contain the essence of wood release? What does Mikage-kun know? Mikage merely dismissed the infiltrating creature he had slain, presenting the remains to Orochimaru for research purposes. Naturally, he had already inferred Orochimaru's interest in the first Hokage's cells and would release. The abilities of Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konoha, had long been legendary in the ninja world. If the leaders of Konoha were indifferent, no one would truly believe it. Orochimaru contemplated the technique of spiritualization, silently acknowledging Mikage's explanation. Without hesitation, he summoned 3 snakes, devouring the 3 white Zetsu corpses whole. His slit-like eyes scrutinized Mikage as he spoke. You never cease to surprise me, Mikage-kun. Pray tell, what do you seek from me this time? Mikage gestured towards the desolate mountains surrounding them. I seek a promise from you, Lord Orochimaru. A promise? Do you require my assistance in some endeavor? My promises come at a steep price. Mikage shook his head. This promise is a request entrusted to me by Rope Tree-kun. It does not require you to undertake any actions, but rather implores you to refrain from conducting human experiments and to avoid aiding Danzo in such endeavors. These unique corpses can be cloned, providing you with ample research material. Should you take that step, Danzo will undoubtedly use it against you in your bid for Hokage. Orochimaru licked his lips, astonished that this Suna ninja was privy to such secrets. Moreover, the youth had not sought to leverage this knowledge against him, instead alleviating potential hazards. Could this boy, Mikage, truly foresee the future? Orochimaru questioned, If I conduct normal experiments in Konoha, would not Shimura Danzo employ underhanded tactics as well? Thus, Lord Orochimaru should extricate himself from the confines of Konoha and establish a dedicated laboratory outside the village. Then, you need not fear Danzo's coercion. Haha. Does Mikage-kun imply that I should evade Danzo's threats only to fall under yours? Mikage shook his head. I merely wish for you not to descend into darkness, lest you regret it in the future. Above all, I implore you to avoid human experimentation. This is my bottom line. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A bottom line? What if I were to cross Mikage-kun's threshold? Mikage patted his waist, activating his mech suit, which enveloped him with a mechanical click. Through the visor, his voice resonated with an icy intensity. If you forsake the moral boundaries of humanity, no matter where you flee, you shall find no opportunity for redemption. As he spoke, an aura of profound danger emanated from Mikage, electricity crackling outward. Orochimaru felt a sharp pang in his breath, reminiscent of that harrowing moment in the forest of death. He quickly interjected, Mikage-kun, I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I have not yet commenced human experimentation. Mikage then dissipated the volatile energy surrounding him. I trust that your pride, Lord Orochimaru, would prevent you from resorting to deceit. With your prowess, utilizing white Zetsu cells for cloning research should pose no challenge. The bottom line is here. If you wish to collaborate with me further, do not transgress it. Orochimaru no longer viewed Mikage as a mere 10-year-old. He possessed ample reasons to believe this Suna youth had mastered the technique of spiritualization. His formidable strength allowed him to stand on equal footing with Orochimaru. Haha. Mikage-kun is indeed an intriguing individual. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. Accepting the gift, Orochimaru summoned a small white snake from his sleeve, which slithered to a point just 2 meters before Mikage, hesitating to advance further. It regurgitated a scroll, dissolving into white smoke. What is this? Mikage scrutinized the slimy scroll, his expression one of distaste. Haha, Mikage-kun, the mutual explosive tag is a technique of considerable power, albeit demanding in terms of chakra and sealing skills. I wonder how long it will take you to master this technique. I shall contemplate your suggestion carefully, hoping for a pleasant collaboration. With that, Orochimaru gradually descended into the ground, and as half his body vanished, he added, one more piece of information. Danzo's root has surfaced in the land of rain, seemingly targeting you, Mikage-kun. Danzo harbors a deep-seated grudge. As Orochimaru disappeared, Mikage retrieved the slimy scroll with his mechanized gloves, meticulously cleaning it before unrolling it. Indeed, it was the mutual explosive tag. The initial power puzzle he required had been completed. Stowing away the scroll, Mikage prepared to return to the land of wind when his biological electric sensing detected a team of suspected ninjas nearby. Given that only Tsuki no Sake town was in the vicinity, what ninjas would venture here? Mikage approached the group stealthily, undetected by the 2 squads of ninjas ahead. Inching closer to the signals concealed in 2 puddles. Wind release, wind wall, electric charge. Mikage unleashed 2 techniques in succession. A small whirlwind enveloped the 2 puddles, swirling with great velocity but lacking offensive power. This whirlwind was not intended for attack. As he tossed the electric charge into the puddles, it jolted 2 rain ninjas grasping breath masks. With high voltage and low current, Mikage's control of force was precise, rendering the 2 unconscious without a sound. Upon seeing the 2 rain ninjas, Mikage frowned. Had Hanzo the salamander begun to take notice of Yahiko and the others? He swiftly bound the 2 sentinels, hastening to follow the path ahead. As he approached Tsuki no Sake town, Mikage noted the distinctions between the 2 ninja squads. The 6 individuals did not wear the standard garb of sentinels, but rather tattered clothing akin to ordinary villagers. Chapter 99. Trouble comes knocking. Observing these 6, who had not employed transformation techniques and had brazenly entered the town in their worn attire, Mikage halted. Were they spies dispatched to observe? It seemed Yahiko and his companions had yet to attract sufficient attention from Hanzo, based on the cellular intensity detected by his biological electric sensing. It was evident these 6 were merely low-ranking ninjas. Since they were spies, and he had already identified them, there was no need for him to startle them. At times, spies can serve a different purpose when utilized effectively. Mikage instructed his intelligent agent, Bug, to record the biological electric information of these individuals before quietly retreating. The weather in the land of rain resembled the misty rivers of Jiangnan, and the rain began to fall. As Mikage hoisted the 2 unconscious miscreants with his mech, he heard a distant voice. Is anyone there? I'm a villager seeking refuge. Oasis Puppet Workshop. Xiaonan, why has your Mikage gone into seclusion again? That rascal promised to upgrade my Baiwang mech. Yakura hung his dust-covered cloak at the door, brushing aside his orange bangs, addressing Xiaonan, who was buried under a mountain of paperwork. Xiaonan set down the form in her hands and smiled. Teacher Yitsong. Mi Xiangjun mentioned that he is unable to assist at the moment and has gone to validate a new product. A new product? That rascal has been in seclusion for over half a month. I hope he doesn't end up like last time in Konoha, losing 2 days in a daze. Xiaonan. Do you bring him food every day? Rest assured, Teacher Yitsong, I deliver meals to Mi Xiangjun daily. Aside from turning that specially designed room into a mess. He is doing quite well. Yitsong nodded, relieved, as long as he doesn't overexert himself to the point of exhaustion. These youngsters are hardly easy to manage. One locks himself away in a special room, while another is practically sleeping with his puppets. Surprisingly, the most mature among them, Zitsong, spends her days training with Xiao Ziluo, full of youthful vigor and passion. At least Jia Air is the least concerning, studying medical ninjutsu under the ninja named Yao Shiyi Naiyu. Speaking of which, Mi Xiang is quite capable to have recruited such a remarkable medical ninja from Konoha. Just then, an angry shout echoed from the puppet workshop. Ah, Mi Xiang, why have you used up all the supercapacitors again? It was the voice of Scorpion. With eyes as red as his hair, Scorpion stormed toward the room where Mi Xiang was in seclusion. Mi Xiang, open the door. What are you doing using up 120 supercapacitors in a day? The ones I charged this morning, not a single one is left. Yitsong and Xiaonan exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired. However, Scorpion's temper was indeed fearsome, as he pounded on the multi-layered insulated door. Accompanied by the unpleasant scent of ozone, a disheveled Mi Xiang emerged. What is the noise, Scorpion? I'm conducting experiments using a large amount of electric charge. Calm down. Calm down. Once the other wind power plants are operational, we'll have more electricity. Huh. Have you activated your eye technique? Why are your eyes red? Scorpion grasped Mi Xiang's shoulders and shook him vigorously. That's 120 supercapacitors. I even halted the production line in the puppet workshop. And you drained them all. Are you consuming electricity? Mi Xiang crossed his arms, effectively pushing Scorpion's arms away. Scorpion, please calm down. Do you remember that special metal used for embedding soul stones in computational nodes? At the mention of this special metal, Scorpion finally calmed down. You mean that superconducting metal? Mi Xiang nodded. Scorpion's eyes lit up, really? How did you manage that? Mi Xiang opened his hands, revealing 2 small silver metal pieces. He spoke meaningfully. This is the ninja world, a realm filled with miracles. Before he could adopt a lofty demeanor, Scorpion interrupted, is that all? After half a month. You've consumed so much chakra metal, over 100 supercapacitors a day. Each contains 300 degrees of electricity. You've used up 4 million degrees of electricity for this little bit? Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to reach the threshold of creating this metal? Scorpion curiously inquired. The high-purity chakra metal you refined is already quite impressive. Even Granny praised it, as the puppet army's strength has significantly increased due to that high-purity chakra. Isn't this special metal only needed in small quantities to embed soul stones? Mi Xiang waved his hand dismissively. If this metal only had such limited uses, why would I go through all this trouble? Many of its properties are capable of transforming our energy storage and subsequent combat systems. Do not underestimate this small amount. As Mi Xiang spoke, he inquired of Scorpion, how are your puppet designs coming along? Upon mentioning his expertise, Scorpion perked up. Based on Granny Chio's ideas and some of Zitsong's physical techniques, I'm preparing to modify a batch of puppets for squad combat. Scratching his red hair, Scorpion continued, however, since you've consumed all the electricity, I've only managed to complete one. Just one. Just as Mi Xiang was about to console Scorpion, Xiaonan, who was watching the commotion alongside Yitsong, suddenly reached out to catch a paper crane that flew their way. Upon unfolding it, she urgently called out to Mi Xiang. Mi Xiangjun, there's trouble in Uejo town. A squad of samurai and ninjas has surrounded it. Mi Xiang and Scorpion exchanged glances, cracking their knuckles. Another group of blind fools coming to provoke us. Let us don our black robes with red clouds and go assist Yahiko and the others. Listen up inside. Come out and surrender. Hand over our town, Shi Yuan Temple, and all your possessions, and our Lord will spare you for your treachery. In front of Uejo town. Over 30 samurai and 9 rain ninjas surrounded a man in extravagant attire wearing a tall hat, shouting towards Yahiko. This man appeared quite arrogant. Yet a closer look at his already worn clothing revealed that Shiyuan Temple was not a great noble. He had only learned of the town's newfound wealth from the intelligence of his family's guard ninja, realizing that this once nearly abandoned town was now thriving. With no crops being cultivated, reclaiming the land was another matter. If these occupiers of the town do not recognize their situation, then the samurai and ninjas he brought along are not to be trifled with. Yahiko tried to calm the villagers holding farming tools and stepped forward. This town has long been abandoned, and we have rebuilt it bit by bit. It does not belong to any noble family. So on what grounds do you claim it as yours? Shiyuan Temple's Mori looked down on Yahiko and the others, waving his hand. On what grounds? In this land, all territory belongs to the nobility. I declare this as Shiyuan Temple's, and it shall only be Shiyuan's town. As for you wandering ninjas, you deserve nothing but to be corpses, hung from trees for display. Charge. Those who dare to resist, kill them without mercy. Chapter 100. A tribute to the classics. As his words fell, 2 figures clad in black robes with red clouds landed in front of Yahiko and the others. Who are they? And Rain Ninja guarding Shiyuan Temple's Mori drew his ninja blade and demanded an answer. Both figures stood tall at 6 feet, wearing masks that exuded an air of mystery. The sudden appearance of these two startled Yahiko and Nagato. However, Nagato's keen eyes noticed one of them shaking a paper crane behind his back. It was then that he realized who had arrived. He discreetly pulled Yahiko aside and whispered a few words. Dressed in the classic Akatsuki black robes with red clouds, there could be none other than Mi Xiong and Scorpion. Their identities as Suna ninja made them cautious about acting recklessly in the land of rain, as it could spark a conflict. This long robe and armor served as the perfect disguise. However, without any renown, it would be difficult for them to intimidate the rain ninjas and samurai. Charge. Eliminate them. The first to act was a heavily armored samurai, flanked by 9 followers, brandishing his long sword as he charged forward. Scorpion reached for a storage scroll and unsealed it. With a puff of white smoke, a towering puppet appeared at the front line. This puppet, clad in normal attire with bulging muscles, bore a striking resemblance to the physically adept Xiaozi Luo. Shielded from view by this giant puppet, Scorpion assumed a boxing stance and charged toward the samurai. Bending low, he threw punches, executed jabs, and delivered knee strikes. Each movement of the giant puppet was astonishingly agile, akin to a master of physical techniques, taking down 6 samurai in one encounter. It was only during a knee strike that the armored samurai, the small captain, seized the opportunity to swing his blade at the puppet's neck. With a clang, sparks flew. The long sword did not shatter, indicating its commendable quality. This giant puppet was as tough as steel. In the presence of the Scorpion, who maintained a knee-bashing stance, he merely shrugged at the complaints directed his way. What does it mean to be as strong as steel? This giant puppet, aptly named the Great Powerhouse, was indeed crafted from iron. Utilizing the forbidden art of eye-transformed puppetry and the art of puppetry coordination, this iron puppet was powered by electric torque gears, with its stability reliant on a computational core. The specific movements were a direct replication of Scorpion's own actions through his dual secret techniques. From the perspective of his puppet, the terrified warriors resembled mere children. As the warriors found themselves at a disadvantage, the rain ninjas hired by the Zaiwanji family were not to be outdone. Shuriken and kunai were hurled toward them, while the escaping ninjas began forming hand seals, water release, water dragon bullet technique. The 14-seal water dragon bullet was dwarfed in size compared to the rain ninjas ambushing Yezong at the outpost. Just as Mi Xiong, who was watching the spectacle beside Scorpion, was about to intervene, Nagato behind him formed seals first, earth release, earth flow wall technique. A towering earthen wall sprang up, directly obstructing the great powerhouse puppet's path. Enhanced by the Rinnegan, a standard Jonin's water dragon bullet could hardly penetrate Nagato's earth flow wall. The water dragon, as thick as a person, shattered against the wall, while shuriken and kunai were effortlessly blocked. Earth release ninjutsu? Could they be rogue ninjas from Iwagakure? Yahiko and Nagato had not donned their ninja headbands, and the disguised Mi Xiong and Scorpion would not reveal their identities either. The rain ninjas deduced from the earth flow wall that their opponents might be from Iwagakure. Before they could charge forward, as the earth flow wall technique dissipated, a figure suddenly emerged from the crumbling earthen wall. It was none other than Mi Xiang, clad in the fanatical battle armor. The Archbishop's armor was too flamboyant, making it impractical to reveal at such a moment. Against these foes, there was no need to deploy the Archbishop's armor. A bag of rice can carry several floors. Mi Xiang proclaimed dramatically, extending his right hand forward, the chakra metal amplifier in his palm glowing a bluish-white. As he struck this pose, his left hand swiftly completed a one-handed hand seal, wind release, ultra breakthrough. For this grand breakthrough, Mi Xiang summoned half of his chakra. With his enhanced mental acuity and physical prowess, his chakra surpassed even Yazong's. The full-force application of the grand breakthrough, augmented by the chakra metal amplifier and precise control, transformed it from a mere gust into a concentrated shockwave. Just as Mi Xiang prepared to pay homage to the classic Shinra Tensei, he was abruptly propelled backward by the recoil of the solidified shockwave. Fortunately, with the assistance of the intelligent entity, Little Bug, who adjusted the counter-thrust, Mi Xiang was only sent flying 3 meters before coming to a halt. At least he hadn't embarrassed himself. Thank goodness. The warriors and rain ninjas he faced, however, were not so fortunate. As a shockwave compressed to its utmost, the enhanced blast, though not as formidable as the true Shinra Tensei, was sufficient to leave them reeling. This instantaneous pressure exceeded 50 kilopascals, far surpassing the force of a super typhoon. The shockwave, appearing like an invisible hammer, sent the warriors and ninjas sprawling over 10 meters. Even those with considerable physical resilience in the ninja world were left with fractured bones and concussions. Only a few quick-thinking rain ninjas managed to utilize the replacement technique, gazing in horror at the wooden stakes that had been blown away. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It just appears without any hand seals. Mi Xiang, cloaked in black and red clouds, hovered 2 meters above the ground, exuding an air of grandeur. Cost deity path was a success. I apologized, Nagato. I shall take this cup first as a sign of respect. Witnessing such immense power, Nagato and Yahiko were left speechless. This technique was incredibly impressive. What was its name again? Shinra Tensei? Lord Zayuanji. This is bad. Lord Senai has been killed by them. Mi Xiang then noticed that the arrogant nobleman, referred to as Zayuanji, had been completely obliterated by the modified ultra breakthrough. Such poor physical conditioning, yet he dared to attract firepower in the front lines? At that moment, upon discovering their employer's demise, the rain ninjas, once steadfast, now gazed warily at the imposing Mi Xiang. He, masked for breathing, inhaled deeply, bit his finger, and slammed it onto the ground. Summoning technique. As the seal's markings expanded, a tremendous plume of smoke erupted. Emerging from the mist was a creature over 5 meters long, with 4 legs, a flat mouth, and brown skin covered in small bumps. The Salamander. Chapter 101. Double kill with the Salamander hook, Scythe the Salamander. Utilizing the eye-transformed puppetry technique, Scorpion halted momentarily, his towering great powerhouse puppet freezing in place. The name of the half-god Salamander Hanzo was not merely a facade. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo effortlessly defeated Mifune and killed 11 elite from Konoha, single-handedly suppressing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, ultimately bestowing upon them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Even Shio, who had managed to counteract Hanzo's venom, could not withstand his ninjutsu. Were it not for the limitations of the Land of Rain, Hanzo might have elevated it to a great power. Scorpion was acutely aware of this, and upon summoning the Salamander, his astonishment was palpable. At that moment, Mi Xiang charged forward, exclaiming, "This is not Hanzo, merely an ordinary summoned beast." Lightning release, Thunderlight walk. Mi Xiang leaped in a parabolic arc, completing hand seals, and slammed his hands onto the ground. 2 brilliant arcs of electricity shot forth from his palms, targeting the rain ninja who summoned the Salamander. A mere parlor trick. No need for Lord Hanzo to intervene with you lot. Red Thorn, evade, unleash toxic mist. With a swift movement, the Salamander evaded the direct hit of Thunderlight walk alongside its summoner. The Salamander then opened its gaping mouth, unleashing a plume of purple toxic mist. Exploding toxic mist technique. The rain ninja, summoning the smaller Salamander, cast several explosive tags that drifted into the purple mist. As the mist approached, the explosive tags detonated, causing the mist to expand dramatically. While Scorpion was momentarily stunned, Mi Xiang remained calm, bending down to grasp the ground, his legs pushing firmly against the earth. The nozzles on the back of his fanatic armor aimed forward. Ventilation fans activated. With a hum, 8 nozzles discharged a powerful gust. The wind swept the toxic mist, blowing it back. This was not ninjutsu, merely the effect of electrically powered fans. This is not Hanzo. Hanzo's salamander is the size of a small mountain. It cannot be this insignificant. Scorpion felt somewhat embarrassed. He had been intimidated by the reputation of Hanzo, and his earlier behavior was not befitting of a qualified ninja. Furthermore, he was currently controlling the great powerhouse puppet, unafraid of the toxic mist. Scorpion gathered his energy and commanded the great powerhouse puppet to charge forward. Powerful charge punch. The 2-meter-tall steel construct appeared significantly smaller than the summoned smaller salamander. However, the disparity in their offensive capabilities was immense. The iron fist slammed down onto the salamander's pockmarked skin, sending forth a ripple of water. The smaller salamander emitted a pained croak, sounding akin to that of an axolotl. You're looking for death. Standing atop the head of the small toad, the ranged shinobi had drawn forth his chain sickle, biting down on his respirator as he hurled it towards the gigantic puppet. In his estimation, despite the brute strength of this lumbering giant, could it truly withstand his sickle? This ranged shinobi meticulously emulated the techniques of Hanzo the salamander, and his various ninjutsu bore an unmistakable resemblance to those of the legendary figure. Cloaked in a black raincoat, he remained motionless atop the toad, his chakra firmly anchored. As the massive puppet's fist swung toward him once more, he swiftly lifted the hem of his raincoat with his left hand, unleashing several poisoned shurikens that whistled ominously through the air, aimed at the puppet's vital points. The puppet, controlled by Scorpion, made no attempt to evade, responding instead with a powerful strike. You fell for it. The ranged shinobi gripped the sickle at his waist with his right hand, its blade glinting with a dark purple hue. Infused with the venom of the toad, a deadly weapon renowned in the ninja world. With a deft tap of his toes on the toad's head, he used the cover of the rain to sidestep, launching the sickle in a lethal arc while securing the chain with his other hand. The poisoned blade struck the puppet's arm, slicing through its clothing. Success! The ranged shinobi's eyes sparkled with delight as he prepared to retract the sickle. Under the influence of the toad's venom, it would take merely 5 minutes for his foe to succumb to the poison. Calmly, as he formed hand seals with his left hand, he called out again, "Toad, unleash another spray of poison." His summoning beast, the small toad, lunged forward from the mud, splattering water everywhere as it opened its mouth to expel a thick cloud of purple poison, enveloping the massive puppet within. Under the shroud of toxic mist, Scorpion's puppet lost sight of its surroundings, as did the ranged shinobi, who overlooked the sparks that flew when the sickle struck the puppet's arm. He believed the giant had already begun to suffer the effects of the poison. Initially, there would be a burning sensation in the throat, followed by a gradual slowing of movement. Although the toad's venom might not be as potent as that of the leader, it was lethal nonetheless. Just as he thought victory was assured, a figure burst forth from the purple haze, launching a flying kick, using the momentum of a reverse joint to spring upwards. Scorpion controlled the gigantic puppet to leap high into the air, arching back with legs extended in a perfect split. What? It can still attack. The opponent should have been paralyzed by the poison. Caught off guard, the ranged shinobi was struck squarely in the chest by this cunning aerial kick. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as the impacted ranged shinobi transformed into a mass of liquid, dissipating entirely. A water clone. A clever tactic. It turned out to be a puppet. Such a resilient puppet is beyond my expectations. He saw his opponent, clad in black with red clouds, adopt the same stance for the aerial kick. The ranged shinobi evaded the puppet's kick thanks to the water clone and had discerned the technique's essence. Meanwhile, the toad, having released its poisonous mist, accelerated towards the nearby rice field. How will you respond to the toad's direct charge, a ninjutsu master adept in wind techniques? The toad's short legs flailed rapidly through the muddy water, its poison points swelling grotesquely. This was not merely a brute force assault. The liquid venom contained within those points was fatal upon impact. So it is a puppet master. No matter how sturdy your puppet is, can its body withstand my sickle? The ranged shinobi suddenly appeared beside the water pool near Scorpion. His figure, still grasping the respirator, materialized behind him. Prepare to die? A glint of cold light flashed as the sickle sliced through the air, aimed directly at Scorpion's neck. In the distance, the toad lay low to the ground, its venom sacs pulsing slightly, the toxic mist it exhaled growing ever more potent. The ranged shinobi proclaimed with arrogance as he swung the sickle for the kill. No matter how swift your puppet, it cannot evade my lethal sickle. Rain Village's Ninjutsu. Double kill with the sickle. Chapter 102. Confusion and mist. The tide of battle shifted abruptly, leaving Nagato and Yahiko unable to react in time. Just as Rice Field and Scorpion were about to meet their demise, Nagato felt a surge of powerful ocular energy coursing through his eyes. As a dangerous aura began to swell around him, a figure clad in black with red clouds landed beside him, gently patting his shoulder. Nagato, calm your emotions. Scorpion and I are unharmed. Nagato looked up in confusion, unaware of when Rice Field had arrived. Without time for explanations, Rice Field hurled a gleaming supercapacitor into the purple mist, its self-destruct button already flashing. Meanwhile, the Rain Shinobi, grinning maliciously as he wielded his sickle, was left stunned when he realized that his proud strike had not severed flesh and bone. It was another puppet. Got you. As the black and red garment tore apart, the disguise fell away, and Scorpion's body ballooned, resembling a stout barrel. A hunting trap. Black Ant, fearing that his sickle strike was insufficiently ruthless, the Rain Shinobi pressed himself against the disguised Black Ant. In the instant of transformation, he was caught off guard by the Black Ant's grasp. With a series of clicks, the locking mechanism engaged. Simultaneously, the capture chamber of the Black Ant, now resembling a massive barrel, and the distant purple mist crackled with electricity. The Black Ant no longer relied on crows for coordination. Its internal supercapacitor had fully charged the capture chamber. There was no need for living captures. 1/3 of the charge surged within. Accompanied by screams, Yahiko and Nagato could even smell the charred aroma wafting through the air. It was then that the two realized the charred screams were emanating from different locations. The purple mist also echoed with the scent of burning. All set. Just wait. There's still a loose end. Rice Field clapped his hands, about to announce victory when a thought struck him, and he leaped toward a nearby tree. Electricity surged, and the entire tree was carbonized, followed by another scream. Soon, a charred humanoid figure tumbled from the tree. This was Scorpion, clad in black with red clouds, who had jumped from the crow and, using chakra threads, nudged the charred figure. Contemplating, he thought, could it be a monster from the camp? Rice Field nodded, and several wind blades shredded the already charred body of White Zetsu. It seemed Uchiha Madara was still keeping a close watch on Nagato. Trouble must be stirred up. Having cleared the battlefield, Rice Field instructed Scorpion to examine the corpse of the small toad, and once they confirmed its safety, he sealed it within a scroll. Yahiko and his companions assisted in cleaning up the battlefield, and Rice Field swiftly appeared beside him. Yahiko, we must bolster defenses around the town of Mizuki. Let's transport cement from the fortress. Where is the territory of the CNG clan? Yahiko sketched a rough map in the dirt with a stick, asking, Rice Field, why do you inquire about this? Daring to encroach upon Mizuki, these nobles should not expect to act without facing consequences. You represent Akatsuki's goodwill, naturally. Someone must embody its deterrence. A single strike can avert 100. This is the essence of a stable existence. Rice Field paid little mind to whether Yahiko understood, swiftly making his way alongside Scorpion toward the location of the CNG clan. Yahiko stood rooted, watching the two departing figures, murmuring, why? Why can't we sit down and negotiate? Why must there be war and slaughter? Beside him, Nagato adjusted the goggles obscuring his Rinnegan, patting Yahiko's shoulder. Yahiko, I cannot answer your questions, but have you considered what would happen if we did not resist and allowed those samurai and hired ninjas to storm Mizuki? After speaking, Nagato went to console the villagers. A gentle rain fell once more, shrouding the town, slowly washing away the traces of blood and battle. Only the silhouette of Yahiko remains amidst the curtain of rain. In the far north of the Land of Fire, within the depths of a cavern, a hoarse voice of Black Zetsu echoed, akin to a blob of slime gliding over moss. Lord Madara, another eye from Nagato's side has been lost. The cleanser's methods were remarkably clean, suggesting no mere accident. The last signal received indicated a strong chakra metallic reaction, accompanied by the flash of lightning release. Uchiha Madara's withered form leaned against the outer path golem, his Sharingan devoid of any ripple, exuding a frigid understanding of worldly affairs. It seems that even in Sunagakure, such abilities exist, which I had underestimated. Madara's voice was deep, yet filled with undeniable authority. It appears that restless little insects have also surfaced in the deserts of the Land of Wind. How intriguing. He did not express anger over the loss of White Zetsu. Instead, he felt an inexplicable surge of interest. The loss of some White Zetsu was hardly a concern for him. They were merely expendable. Their demise mattered little. Yet the implications behind their loss necessitated a re-evaluation of this chessboard. Lord Madara, should we reinforce our ranks? Or shall I lead a special team of white Zetsu to eliminate these nuisances? Black Zetsu suggested. No, Madara decisively dismissed the notion, contemplating that the adversary was concealed and possessed methods to detect and eradicate spores. Even if you and the special white Zetsu were to venture forth, it would merely serve as a means to deliver intelligence to the enemy. He raised his gaze slightly, his crimson eyes seemingly piercing through the rock layers. Landing upon the land of rain, Nagato's growth was slower than anticipated. Perhaps these disturbances could provide the nourishment to stimulate his development. It seems that those sand ninjas surrounding Nagato, much like that blonde-haired boy, are pitiable idealists. Madara's voice held a cruel calculation. Elevate the surveillance level to observer mode. Utilize white Zetsu to indirectly monitor Nagato's movements through others. Maintain distance. Do not expose additional intelligence. I merely require the safety of the Rinnegan. The trivial details of these children's games are of no concern to me. Understood, Lord Madara, Black Zetsu replied, quickly shifting the topic. Then, regarding the blood mist initiated by Kirigakure, how shall we intervene in the preparations among the great nations? Madara paused for a moment, the cavern resonating solely with the faint pulsations of the outer path golem's conduits. Control does not necessarily require direct intervention. He observed his aged hands, clenching them tightly. Fear and suspicion are more effective shackles than any genjutsu. Let white Zetsu disguise themselves, inciting discord among the great nations. Additionally, place more white Zetsu around Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. A glimmer of dangerous red flashed within Madara's replacing Sharingan. When the great nations descend into chaos due to distrust and minor frictions, it shall be our prime opportunity to seize our interests. These nations, surviving due to Hashirama's foolish policies, will transform into prisoners of hatred through their jealousy and greed for resources. Pay close attention to the sincere children among the Uchiha, strengthening the bonds around them. As for us, ensuring that the turmoil within the Shinobi world remains irreversible will allow us to reap the fruits with ease in the future. A low, sinister chuckle escaped Black Zetsu. Truly, you are the great Lord Madara. As for the insects in Sunagakure, let them live for now. The awakening of the Rinnegan requires the sacrifice of nourishment. Madara appeared weary, slowly closing his eyes, assuming a posture akin to that of the deceased. The puppets of these children are but a jest before the formidable warriors of the Shinobi world. When they are crushed by the machinery of war, they shall merely serve as sustenance for Nagato's Rinnegan. The deeper the bonds, the more potent the effect when severed. Chapter 103. Fractures, collaboration ceases. Kakashi, Lin is talking to you. Who are you sulking for? Hey, I'm speaking to you. Konoha's Minato, accompanied by Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin, had just returned from a mission and needed to rest in this town for the night. After scouting for information, Obito began to shout. Kakashi, wearing his mask, had a cold demeanor, unwilling to engage in any conversation with Obito, leaping onto the rooftop in an instant. Kakashi, stop. I want to duel with you. Obito, this is quite rude. As Kakashi ran ahead, Obito chased after him with all his might, while Rin struggled to keep up, anxiously trailing behind. Soon, Obito, having lost sight of them, rounded a corner only to be struck in the face by a wooden stick. Who is it? Obito reacted quickly, leaping back to evade the stick, only to find another one waiting behind him. Bang! A wave of dizziness washed over Obito as he collapsed to the ground. Obito, what happened? It seemed that Rin had startled the assailant, who wielded the wooden stick, causing him to vanish into thin air. Dazed, Obito, upon seeing Rin's concerned expression, momentarily forgot the throbbing pain at the back of his head and smiled. Don't worry, I'm strong. This sneak attacker is no match for me. Rin looked at the bump on the back of Obito's head, quickly employing her healing technique to assist him. That was too dangerous. Obito, you should tell Minato-sensei. Obito, unwilling to let Rin inform Minato, thought that would ruin his image. After much persuasion, Rin finally agreed to help him keep this incident a secret. Rin's healing technique proved effective, and the bump on Obito's head soon dissipated. Seeing Rin's concern for him, the black-clad assailant was promptly dismissed from his mind. How fortunate the children of the Senju are, they remained blissfully unaware. That night, in the inn room, Obito applied eye drops before lying down to sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as Hokage, marrying Rin. Suddenly, A sound of slicing air and pain jolted him awake. A bloodied kunai grazed his face, embedding itself into his pillow. Konoha's Orochimaru research base. Orochimaru was observing cloned white Zetsu cells under a microscope when he suddenly spaced out. As he adjusted to the memory shock from his vanishing clone, an odd smile crept across his face. How unexpected of Mikage-kun, over a mere conflict in the Chunin exams with a member of the Uchiha, to go to such lengths requesting me to undertake this trivial task involving chakra metals. If anyone were to discover that I used a clone to intimidate a mere Uchiha genin, it would certainly cause quite a stir. Uchiha Obito, do not hold it against me. After all, Mikage-kun has provided me with far too much. Orochimaru muttered to himself while summoning a messenger snake from his sleeve. Deliver this scroll to Mikage-kun. As the messenger snake vanished, Orochimaru again focused on the microscope. Fascinating. These cells exhibit traces of Hashirama's cells, a life form that is half plant and half animal. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. After I conduct further research, I shall proceed to intimidate Uchiha Obito. The grievances among children? How delightful. Do you find this amusing? Mikage and Scorpion toiled throughout the night, completely dismantling the armed forces of the Sayuki clan. Upon returning to Suki no Sake town, he received unexpected news. The spies he had marked for control or the dissemination of false information had been released by Yahiko. Mikage halted Scorpion, who was about to explode with anger, and firmly met Yahiko's gaze. Yahiko, I made it abundantly clear when I discovered those spies. They were a card in our hand. Retaining them is far more advantageous than playing them. Why did you let them go? Yahiko's orange hair was somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes were filled with an undeniable determination. Mikage-kun, I know you're angry, but I had to do it. Mikoto suppressed his anger, speaking with a strained tone. Yahiko, what you have unleashed is far more than mere Rain Village spies. They are infiltrators planted in Suki no Sake town, enemies and unequivocal saboteurs. Your actions merely signal to those coveting this town that you are weak and willing to compromise. This will jeopardize the Akatsuki and the entire town. Yahiko stepped forward defiantly, retorting, but our Akatsuki's tenet is peace. A peace achieved without force, through understanding. It is not about confrontation or slaughter. It is a hope for mutual comprehension. A peace that transcends the horrors of war. By keeping them confined in the town, Hanzo will only send more of his men. Hatred will accumulate like the rain. I release them to convey our goodwill to Hanzo, to show him that we are not his enemies. What we desire is dialogue. A transformation of this nation through communication and understanding. Conveying your vision of peace to Hanzo? You seek to demonstrate sincerity through weakness and retreat to the leader of the Rain Village? Yahiko, I can comprehend your naivete, but I cannot fathom why you believe Hanzo would sit down to hear a child speak of his dreams for peace. The people of the West Garden Temple, those who once occupied Suki no Sake town, will they heed your ideals? Yahiko shook off Nagato's obstruction, defiantly stating, I am not a child. I have witnessed true warfare. It is precisely because I have seen it that I understand violence cannot solve problems. Mikoto, both you and Scorpion are formidable ninjas with grand aspirations. But the peace I envision is one achieved through communication and understanding. Mikoto smiled wryly. I had thought that after enduring so much, you would have matured. Alas. You remain so childlike. Only when Hanzo clearly realizes that provoking the Akatsuki will incur consequences beyond his capacity to bear, will he be compelled to consider alternatives to force. The same holds true for the dynamics between great nations. Dialogue is predicated on a foundation of equal power, or at the very least, an apprehension of the other side. What you are doing now is akin to offering your knee to the opponent, just as we have begun to inflict pain upon them. If Scorpion and I had not come to your aid, would you have been prepared to kneel before those nobles of the West Garden Temple, pleading for their understanding? Yahiko, agitated, raised his voice. I have yet to properly communicate with them, and you have already resorted to murder. This is not understanding. This is slaughter and violence. Peace born of fear is not true peace. Mikoto shook his head, disappointment heavy in his voice. Yahiko, I have stated before that your heart is pure. However, your thoughts have become so purely idealistic that they have reached an extreme. Our paths diverge, and thus our cooperation ends here. Pursue your beloved Akatsuki. But I will not allow Conan to be part of this idealistic venture of yours. Nagato, will you continue to accompany Yahiko in his quest for this ideal? Nagato. Equipped with the helmet Mikoto had crafted for him, no longer required to shield his eyes constantly, spoke with newfound confidence. I'm sorry, Mikoto. While I agree with your perspective and find Yahiko's ideas somewhat naive, I cannot abandon him. Perhaps after facing obstacles, he will come to understand. Mikoto halted Nagato's attempt to remove the helmet. Nagato, these mechas are a gift from me to you. They will protect you better. Furthermore, even if our collaboration with the Akatsuki is temporarily suspended, we remain friends. In times of difficulty, you may reach out to Conan directly. He glanced at the clenched fists of Yahiko and shook his head. If one day you come to your senses, the door to collaboration will always remain open for you. I do not wish for you to sacrifice those around you in pursuit of this so-called peace and ideal. Time will reveal what is right and what is wrong. With that, Mikoto turned and, accompanied by Scorpion, stepped into the curtain of rain. He donned his crimson cloud-embroidered robe, his figure clad in the fervent Mecha, appearing unusually desolate. Chapter 104. Striving in one's own way. Mikoto, please do not blame Yahiko. He was raised in the land of rain, where Hanzo the salamander is akin to a deity among the people. Mikoto sat on a mound of sand and iron, lost in thought until he heard Nagato's voice, prompting him to turn. Ah, Nagato, what brings you here? Nagato removed his helmet and sat beside Mikoto, brushing aside his red hair. I know you speak the truth, and I also recognize the malice of those villains. Yet, I must remain by Yahiko's side to assist him. You do not hold that against me, do you? Mikoto shook his head. Yahiko's heart is good, but such boundless kindness can be exploited by wicked individuals. Ultimately, these unprincipled evildoers will use this goodness to harm even more virtuous souls. Hanzo's so-called agreement to communicate is merely a tactic to placate the sharp contradictions within the land of rain using the Akatsuki. I uphold righteousness, yet I will not succumb to blind appeasement. Yahiko has his convictions, and I have my unwavering beliefs. Nagato nodded. I understand. Suki no Sake Town is a living testament to this. Without your constant investment and transformation, without you and Scorpion purging the wandering ninjas and bandits, how could this town be thriving today? When Suki no Sake Town lay in ruins, those nobles from the West Garden Temple turned a blind eye. Yahiko just hasn't grasped the reality yet. I only hope Mikoto can forgive his stubbornness. Achieving peace without bloodshed has always been Yahiko's dream. It is lamentable and infuriating to see such potential wasted. I'm merely contemplating the immense difficulty of attaining true peace in the ninja world. Rest assured, Suki no Sake Town is now self-sufficient, and Hanzo currently requires the Akatsuki's assistance to stabilize the domestic situation. He will not act against us in the short term. However, the future remains uncertain. I respect your choice, and should danger arise, remember that both Conan and I will stand by your side. Nagato patted the paper crane on his shoulder, nodding earnestly. Then I shall return. The town will soon come under the jurisdiction of the nobles from the land of rain. With that, Nagato stood, donned his mask, and headed towards Suki no Sake Town. As Nagato walked away, Mikoto raised his voice. Scorpion, Conan, and teacher Yakura, do not hide any longer. Come forth. Having been discovered, Scorpion, Conan, and Yakura sheepishly approached the mound of sand and iron. We were merely concerned. Seeing you in good spirits puts us at ease. Mikoto rubbed his sore nose, wrapping an arm around Scorpion and another around Conan, addressing Yakura. Such minor setbacks will not break me. Fear not, teacher. We shall continue to strive at our own pace. Scorpion, you will continue to oversee the expansion of the puppet workshop. Once we validate the energy units, we can initiate mass production. Conan, while coordinating the resources, utilize the calculation nodes I left you to simulate the sealing techniques. You are not yet ready to master that forbidden technique. Start with the ordinary explosion tags. Turning to Yakura, Mikoto added, as for you, teacher Yakura, I must trouble you to oversee the production of the cement workshop. After all, among us, your mastery of fire release is unparalleled. Yakura tousled Mikoto's hair playfully, exclaiming, you impudent brat, always assigning me such labor-intensive and dirty work. If it weren't for your promise to help me improve the Byakko Mecha, I wouldn't bother with this, humph. Suddenly, Scorpion interjected, Mikoto, are you preparing to return for the Shikaka trial? As a temperamental-tailed beast, the trial always presents numerous challenges. Relying on our fortress base, we can steadily enhance our mechs and other weaponry, thus growing stronger. Why must you insist on participating in the elusive Shoha trials? Me remarked, kicking the sand iron beneath his feet with a hint of resignation. A wise mind contemplates potential dangers, young one. Currently, our mechs can easily overpower these ordinary ninjas. However, during the Ninja World War, we will face the elite forces of various villages. At that time, when shadow-level ninjas fill the skies and Jinchuriki commonly take to the battlefield, relying solely on our present mechs will not suffice. What me did not articulate was that in the later stages, facing the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and even the cosmic Otsutsuki clan, the level of power would be beyond our current reach. He must unite all available forces, and the magnetic release from the Shoha trials would significantly bolster his mechs. Even if it merely awakened the sand release binding or sand release shield, these ordinary magnetic techniques would still be formidable skills. This represents one of the four great powers of the ninja world. In his hands, its potential would extend far beyond simple control of sand iron or sand gold. More importantly, he harbored aspirations for the position of wind shadow. Would he wish to be a wind shadow incapable of magnetic release? That would be rather unimpressive. Since me had already laid out a clear plan, the others ceased their persuasion. After all, there were still half a month left until the Shoha trials, and Mi's arrangements required time to unfold step by step, without haste. The following morning, Mi and Scorpion began the rigorous validation of two types of engineering machinery. The first was an electric truck that combined loading and unloading functions. Compared to vehicles powered by internal combustion engines, the electric truck's design is significantly simpler. Utilizing control nodes constructed from soul stones, this seemingly clumsy behemoth was surprisingly easy to maneuver. The overall design featured 4 rows of rear-driven wheels, powered by 3 supercapacitors. To minimize power loss through gear transmission, the 6 rear wheels were driven by independent motors. Naturally, the loading and unloading utilized gear ratio outputs without hydraulic systems. The tires were crafted from a special origami material transformed by small Nan's chakra. This folded cushioning structure was a product of extensive calculations and improvements by both Small Nan and Small Bug, consuming a full 3 days of computation. Thanks to the unique material of chakra paper, these aesthetically pleasing origami tires not only provided excellent cushioning, but were also remarkably durable, rivaling rubber. The extra-wide contact area made them particularly suited for desert terrains. With intelligent computational nodes synchronizing the motors, the overall control of the massive truck was exceptionally smooth. When the truck arrived at the smelting pool, carrying over 20 tons of sand iron, the villagers working on the fortress were astonished by this colossal machine. Such a vast amount of sand iron would take even a martial arts expert like Zitsong many days to move. Of course, Zitsong's efforts to transport sand iron alongside Ziluo were more about physical training, as they had deliberately chosen to move it from a different sand iron hill. The magnificent creation of Mi and Scorpion was intended to assist with the fortress construction. In contrast to the heavy-duty truck, the second piece of machinery was even more abstract. Constructed from iron beams, this machine, although requiring considerable steel, was not particularly difficult to build. It comprised 2 motors and a system of gear cables. It boasted a more resounding name, the Tower Crane. Chapter 105. The Scientific Method of Strengthening. Is this the Tower Crane? Scorpion inquired, observing Zitsong as he installed the crane arm, controlling the crow puppet to help tighten screws. In response to Scorpion's question, Mi opted for a model to provide a live demonstration of force arms and torque. Do you recall the chakra line pathways when you operated the Mountain God mech? It's quite similar to the principle behind our initial energy storage device for the mechs. Now, let's use this tower crane model to clarify the relationships between these forces. Mi pointed to the origami tower crane model and continued, this tower crane, designed for lifting heavy objects, has the tower body as its core, and the crane arm as the key component. Isn't it akin to your chakra line controlling the target? Previously, the efficiency of puppet manipulation was hindered not only by the tension in the chakra lines, but also by the traditional puppeteers' efforts to minimize the weight of their puppets. The introduction of power units into our puppets, like the Mountain God mech, alleviated some of the pressure on the chakra lines. However, relying solely on chakra lines to lift puppets is the least efficient method. It's akin to using a long pole to lift a heavy object from a distance, which proves quite challenging. This involves the concept of the lever arm, where the horizontal distance from the lifting point to the tower body represents the lever arm, and the effective distance from the fixed point to the target in your chakra line is also a lever arm. When the line and the object are perpendicular to the force direction, the lever arm is maximized, thus requiring the least effort. You can feel the difference between lifting a puppet directly with chakra lines and manipulating it remotely. Scorpion nodded. As a genius puppeteer, he had previously focused on puppet creation without considering the efficiency of chakra lines. In his original timeline, designing semi-autonomous puppets eliminated the need for such considerations. Now, with me having altered Scorpion's fate, it was necessary to compensate for his loss of power through foundational knowledge of mechanics. What could be more effective than this? Me continued. Torque is the product of force and lever arm. The lifting capacity of the tower crane multiplied by the length of the crane arm equals the torque. If this value exceeds a certain limit, the tower crane will topple. For you, it is the pulling force of the chakra multiplied by the effective lever arm. If you wish to overturn a boulder using chakra lines, it requires not only honing your chakra line skills, but also lengthening the lever arm. Conversely, if you want to quickly adjust the posture and actions of a puppet, you can shorten the lever arm, allowing for a more efficient movement range of the chakra line. With newfound understanding, Scorpion manipulated the puppet with chakra lines, clarity dawning upon him. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "What are the specific uses of movable and fixed pulleys?" Me felt like a teacher guiding a student, filled with a sense of accomplishment as he continued. These applications can maximize the potential of chakra lines. Observe, the fixed pulley on the tower crane remains stationary, merely changing the direction of force without saving effort. When you use chakra lines, wrapping them around a fixed tree trunk or boulder as a fulcrum allows you to alter the direction of the object being moved. This is also an indirect application of the fixed pulley. It's particularly useful when you want to maneuver a puppet around obstacles or swiftly relocate it behind an enemy. Meanwhile, the hook of the tower crane, which moves with the weight, employs a movable pulley, having the required effort, but necessitating a longer distance for the cable to travel. In practical terms, it parallels how you utilize chakra lines to control the mountain god mech for excavation, sacrificing travel distance to gain greater force. Me produced the planetary gear set that facilitates the rotation of the crane arm, emphasizing the principle mirrors that of this planetary gear set, where small gears drive larger ones, sacrificing speed for greater torque. Conversely, using a large gear to drive a small one requires more force but achieves the rapid speed of the small gear. In matters of strength, fairness prevails. Scorpion extended his hand to feel the differences between the fixed and movable pulleys, as well as the variations in cable travel and planetary gear effects. He promptly rushed back to the workshop with these models. Me did not hinder him, recognizing that for a genius like Scorpion, comprehension often came swiftly. Like a satisfied teacher, he clapped his hands and continued to supervise the tower crane's assembly. With the aid of a flying, initial-level intelligent crow puppet and the formidable strength of Zitsong, the seemingly crude tower crane was successfully constructed. Watching as it effortlessly lifted enough cement slurry to require more than 10 small trucks to transport, the onlookers erupted in astonished cheers, including the enthusiastic applause of little Ziluo. As the violet dawn settled firmly on the ground, he gazed at the mechanical creation and remarked, "Mi Xianjuan. This tower crane and heavy-duty truck merely require electrical power to achieve the strength that would otherwise necessitate the 7 days breathing technique or the 8 gates of Duanjia. Is there still a place for physical ninjas?" Mi Xiang affectionately ruffled the hair of Zyro and calmly replied, "The purpose of these tools is simply to amplify the strength of ordinary individuals. A common axe can be wielded by an average person to chop firewood, while you, upon mastering the 7 days breathing technique and 8 gates of Duanjia, could cleave mountains. The efficacy of a tool, much like the potency of ninjutsu, is contingent upon the wielder. A basic ninjutsu executed by an ordinary ninja might not even slay a foe, yet in the hands of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, it possesses the power to devastate the world. Both mechas and ninjutsu serve as instruments for our empowerment in this realm. When physical training reaches greater heights, combined with the formidable might of mechas, the resultant force will far exceed our expectations. The physical training you and Zyro engage in will never become obsolete. Once our school operates normally, you must select more children adept in physical techniques. The 7 days breathing technique and the 8 gates of Duanjia are tools for enhancement. But do not regard them as mere consumables. I do not require your sacrifice for a fleeting moment of brilliance. I need you to teach them to amplify this controllable strength through martial arts and mechas. Can you accomplish this?" Before Zyro could respond, the young Zyro stood tall, pounding his chest with his fist and declaring, "I can do it." His youthful voice resonated with unwavering confidence. Zikao affectionately patted Zyro's head. also raising his fist and thumping his chest rhythmically. With a promise, we shall devote ourselves. Mi Xiang echoed the sentiment. I shall not betray your trust. Let us grow stronger together and utilize our power to achieve true peace in the ninja world. We shall strive together. With the deployment of the second heavy truck and the fourth tower crane, the construction pace of the Oasis fortress accelerated significantly. The walls being cast now stand over 2 meters high. Once cement transportation is no longer necessary, these heavy-duty trucks will proceed with land cultivation. Currently, the steel reserves at the workshop are limited, necessitating prioritization for fortress construction, while the production of other vehicles must be temporarily halted. Mi Xiang has been tirelessly electrolyzing and smelting steel, even neglecting the treatment of chakra-infused metal slag. He must depart for Sunagakure to participate in the Shikaka trial. Chapter 106. The Shikaka Trial. 1. Elder Chiyo, I truly apologize for troubling you to lead the way personally. Elder Chiyo clasped her hands, appearing as a kindly old lady. Mi Xiang, I have told you many times, like Scorpion, you may simply call me grandmother. The time has come for the elderly Fubuka to take on the mantle. And with the ninja world in disarray, the significance of this Shikaku trial is evident, as magnet release serves as a crucial source of power for the village. All clans are keenly observing this trial, including the Fubuka clan, though Mi Xiang is not well versed in the clan dynamics of the village. He clearly remembers the Fubuka clan's previous collusion with Konoha and Amigakure, attempting to harm Yazan. Grandmother Chiyo, hasn't the Fubuka clan already faced village sanctions due to the Chunin exams? How can they still participate in this Shikaka trial? As they walked, Chiyo explained. The Fubuka clan has always been closely connected to the third Kazekage, producing many skilled ninjas adept in magnet release. It is said they possess noble blood from the land of wind, particularly excelling in wind and earth release, making them regular participants in the Shikaka trial. Nobles? Do these lofty aristocrats truly care for the strength of ninjas? They are merely a fated nobility, yet their clan maintains good relations with the daimyo. Many guardian ninjas surrounding the daimyo emerge from the Fubuka clan. With the daimyo's backing, the Fubuka clan has been able to commit numerous atrocities without facing obliteration. Mi Xiang, following closely behind Chiyo, remarked meaningfully, Heaven's way is clear. Those who commit wrongdoings will inevitably face punishment. It is merely a matter of time. Chiyo, seemingly accustomed to Mi Xiang's manner of speaking, did not pay it much mind and continued her discourse like a familial elder. Mi Xiang had previously familiarized himself with the Shikaka trial's process. This trial is not merely a gathering of participants sitting around Shikaku, waiting in line to partake in fruit. Rather, it requires participants to face 3 tests at the hands of the Jinchuriki, who seals Shikaku. The first test involves chakra synchronization, as the wind and earth attributes necessary to awaken magnet release are prerequisites for all trial participants. However, the ability of their chakra to harmonize with Shikaku's chakra is crucial to ultimately awakening magnet release. If the disparity in chakra synchronization is too great, there is little need to proceed to the subsequent trials. This first test serves as a preliminary screening. The second test of the Shikaku trial involves facing a segment of Shikaku's arm within the trial space. This arm is generated from the chakra released by the Jinchuriki, Fubuka. According to Chiyo's analysis, it possesses strength ranging from elite Chunin to special Jonin. Coupled with Shikaku's sand manipulation abilities, it presents quite a challenge within the confines of the trial. This stage assesses the participants' combat abilities, judged by the duration they can endure. The final and most arduous test requires entering the sealing prison where Fubuka is confined, confronting the overwhelming pressure exerted by Shikaku. This stage is akin to facing Shikaku within the realm of the spirit. Ultimately, the awakening of magnet release and its potency hinge upon the insights gained from this mental confrontation. Previously, a prodigy from the Fubuka clan faltered in fear when faced with Shikaku and ultimately failed the trial. This time, the Fubuka clan has similarly dispatched their elite, reportedly procuring a valuable artifact from the Fire Temple. They are determined to seize what may be Fubuka's final trial as a Jinchuriki. Listening to Elder Chiyo's admonitions along the way, Mi Xiang arrived at the heavily guarded sealing temple. This temple is the highest secrecy of Sunagakure, housing the seal of the One-Tail, Shikaku. Awaiting outside the temple are the youths participating in the Shikaka trial. A tall, slender elder in ornate robes spoke up. I wondered who it was. Is that not Elder Chiyo? Has the puppet brigade also begun coveting Shikaku's power? Chiyo, appearing tender and warm before Xiang and Scorpion, responded sharply like a barrage of sunbond towards the tall elder, Elder Sasa. How many years has it been since your clan awakened a magnet-release ninja? Are you not also eyeing the opportunity for the Shikaka trial? Furthermore, this is the village's reward for the Chunin competition victors. Are you dissatisfied with Elder Sasa? Or do you have objections to the third Kazakage's decision? That is a fallacy. When have I ever questioned the third Kazakage? I merely believe such a precious opportunity should not be squandered on a boy primarily wielding lightning release. Before Chiyo could retort, Xiang had already amassed wind and earth chakra in his palms. Just this level of precise control surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. As Elder Sasa sought to continue provoking, a deep voice interjected, "Enough. We are all distinguished clans of the village. Let us not quarrel over trivial matters. Everyone has arrived. Let us commence the trial promptly." Accompanied by the sand lifting, the third Kazakage arrived with Raza, quelling the dispute. The Sasa clan and the Fubuka clan share a close relationship, and confronting them openly suggests a desire to advocate for the Fubuka clan. However, with the third Kazakage's arrival, the initiation of the Shikaku trial became the primary concern. Other neutral families would naturally not object. As the third Kazakage unsealed the barrier of the sealing temple, the 7 participants in the trial entered the first chamber in single file. Raza bowed to the third Kazakage before entering the sealing temple himself. As he was the host of this trial involving the Shikaku, under Raza's guidance, the group arrived in a room shaped like a cauldron. In the center stood a stone pillar adorned with sealing incantations, only half a meter tall and entirely black. Atop the pillar, a swirling mass of wind sand resembling a raccoon continued to disperse and reassemble. Upon seeing Xiang, Raza paused briefly, furrowing his brow as he began to explain the first point of attention. Each family should have briefed their chosen elites, but the young participants listened with little focus. Once Raza finished his explanation, the youths promptly gathered around the stone pillar, sitting cross-legged with closed eyes to attune themselves. There were 7 cushions beside the pillar, spaced evenly apart. Xiang casually chose one and began to survey the surrounding seals. As he observed, he communicated with his intelligent companion, Little Bug. "Please help me replicate and analyze these sealing techniques." "Certainly, Xiang. Would you like me to analyze the Shikaku's chakra as well?" Xiang replied nonchalantly. The tailed beast chakra is merely a synthesis of elemental chakra and yin-yang chakra. What is there to analyze? Even the tailed beast ball is just a combination of yin attribute 2 and yang attribute 8. Besides, with my precision talent, it takes but a glance. Within the sea of consciousness, the light orb belonging to Kakashi suddenly spoke. "Xiang, your understanding of tailed beasts reveals a keen insight into the mysteries of the world. Since you have already discerned the composition of the Shikaku's chakra, why wait further?" Chapter 107. The Shikaku Trial. 2. Xiang gazed at the myriad computational nodes sparkling like stars within his sea of consciousness and calmly stated, "My intentions extend beyond the simplicity of this trial. I envision a grand spectacle that requires the assistance of Mr. Kakashi and Mr. Danzo." The orb belonging to Senju Hashirama interjected eagerly, "I can help too, Xiang." Not one to dismiss such goodwill, Xiang agreed. After concluding their discussions in the sea of consciousness, he emerged to find that 4 others had completed their chakra analysis. Xiang then leisurely generated the chakra ratio for the Shikaku sand, ensuring the exclusion of the yin-yang attributes. "Xiang has passed," Raza announced after inspecting the chakra ratio in Xiang's hand. Ultimately, one individual failed to concoct the necessary ratio and left the sealing chamber, covering his face in disappointment. The remaining 6, led by Raza, proceeded to another building constructed of yellow-hued stone. Within this sealing chamber, a stationary arm of the Shikaku would appear. Each participant would enter the room in the order drawn and be ranked based on the duration they could withstand the challenge. Only 3 would be permitted to face the Shikaku directly. I must caution you. Although the arm released from the seal cannot move and possesses only 1/20th of the Shikaku's full strength, its power is still capable of inflicting severe harm. Stay alert. Understood. Xiang drew his lot, and unfortunately, it was the last. He remained unconcerned, sitting down on the ground to wait. A sharp voice nearby suddenly remarked, "How unfortunate to be last. The strength of the Shikaku's arm you will face is quite different." Lowering his voice, he continued, "I drew third, don't worry. I'll make sure to provoke the Shikaku, allowing you to fully experience it, commoner." Mi Xiang nonchalantly dug at his ear with his pinky and replied, "Who are you? Why are you talking so much? Do I even know you?" The boy provoking Mi Xiang was short, with several streaks of paint on his face, giving him a fierce appearance. He approached intending to mock Mi Xiang, but the response of not recognizing him ignited his fury. The underachiever of the Ninja Academy, a lackey of the Scorpion, thinks he is impressive due to sheer luck in Konoha? Let me tell you, in the face of the Ninja clan's heritage, you are nothing, and even your Master Scorpion cannot assist you. Keep reveling in your arrogance, commoner. Reality will teach you to revere the strength of the Ninja clans. Mi Xiang suddenly raised his hand and called out, "Raza, this buzzing fly beside me stop chattering. Could you silence him?" Raza, who was about to accompany the first participant into the trial room, heard Mi Xiang's words and noticed the agitated individual next to him. Frowning, he said, "Fashazalu, please maintain your composure, or I will have to expel you." As the leader of the Sand Gold Corps, Raza's threat carried weight. The boy named Fashazalu finally fell silent. With a flash of the barrier at the trial room entrance, Raza led the first participant directly inside. As Mi Xiang arranged for his intelligent companion, Little Bug, to replicate and analyze the sealing techniques and barriers, he seemingly remarked casually, "So, you are Fashazalu, the one implicated in colluding with the root of Konoha and the Rain Ninja, attempting to harm the ninjas of your own village?" Fashazalu felt each of Mi Xiang's words prick like thorns, retorting angrily, "The village has reached a conclusion on this matter. Who permits you to slander the Fuchsia family? You, a mere commoner-esque lackey, will be beaten for such nonsense. Aren't you the coward who was held down by Jonin Yakura, too afraid to even utter a sound?" Mi Xiang delivered another blow. "Nonsense. Our Fuchsia family is the oldest in the village." "The Fuchsia family? Is that the same one that was trapped by Elder Chio and dared not leave their clan grounds for 7 days? Ultimately, they had to rely on the protection of the third Kazakage and apologize with their tails between their legs. You seek death. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Mi Xiang, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up, revealing a fist clad in armor from beneath his cloak. Fashazalu attempted to dodge, but felt a sudden paralysis wash over him, helplessly watching Mi Xiang's fist crash into his nose. The sensation was exhilarating, stars danced before his eyes. As Mi Xiang swung his right fist, his left discreetly released a low-voltage electric arc of 100,000 volts. The paralyzed boy was at his mercy. A series of ordinary strikes, punch, knee lift, elbow drop, sent the incessantly chattering Fashazalu crashing to the ground. After all, Mi Xiang had trained with the martial arts expert, Zitsong. He had long endured the annoyance of this fly. Eager to continue his assault, Mi Xiang was reminded by Little Bug to instantly return to his previous position and sit cross-legged. "Commoner, how dare you hit me? I will kill you." Rising from the ground, Fashazalu wiped the blood from his nose and brandished a kunai, shouting. As he prepared to charge with the kunai, a mass of golden sand enveloped him. "Fashazalu, who gave you the audacity to run rampant in the Sealing Temple?" Raza appeared, one hand lifting the unconscious boy, the other controlling the golden sand that confined Fashazalu. Upon recognizing Raza, Fashazalu hastily explained, "Raza, it's not as you see. This commoner, no, this scorpion's lackey struck first. Shisataru, you must testify for me. Did this foul boy not strike me first?" The boy named Shisataru, called upon, reluctantly stood and said, "Raza, it was indeed Mi Xiang who struck Fashazalu first." Mi Xiang, meeting Raza's displeased gaze, calmly replied, "It is true I struck him first. Others can testify that this boy has been incessantly provoking me. Even now, he still calls me commoner. Unfortunately, his stance was too striking. I couldn't help but hit him." Raza, well aware of the Fuchsia family's reputation, did not need further inquiry. He stated, "Let this matter end here. If you wish to continue fighting, do not participate in the trial. Young Master Fuchsia, silence yourself." Luo Sha commanded as he regained control of the arena, retracting the sand gold. The second challenger was a youth from the Shasa family, who managed to endure significantly longer than the first. The third to enter was Fuchsia Lulu, who, taking advantage of Luo Sha's momentary distraction, turned and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Mi Xiang. This reckless individual, despite his lack of clarity, demonstrated impressive strength as he summoned a puppet directly from a scroll upon entering the trial room. If Mi Xiang were present, he would surely recognize this puppet as the metallic, enhanced defensive version of the black ant that he and Scorpion had modified. It was remarkable that Fuchsia Lulu could acquire such a modified puppet. His strategy appeared to be to use the puppet as an all-encompassing defensive shield. Chapter 108. The Trial of the Guardian Crane. 3. Luo Sha observed from a corner as Fuxia Lulu released the puppet, only twitching his eyelid without intervening. The Trial of the Guardian Crane did not prohibit the use of tools. However, puppets controlled by puppet masters typically prioritized agility, relying on the master's deft manipulation of chakra threads to launch unexpected attacks on enemies. Puppets were never known for their sturdiness. The Guardian Crane's arm, adorned with violet patterns, detected an intruder and began to thrash violently. The trial room was rectangular and relatively spacious. If one stood against the farthest wall, the Guardian Crane's arm could not reach them. However, to think one could successfully stall for time by hiding there was pure folly. After several ineffective swipes, the sand-formed arm of the Guardian Crane seemed to grow even more robust, its violet patterns gleaming as it spread its claws forward. Wind release. Sand hail bullet. As the Guardian Crane's claws opened, a barrage of sand bullets erupted like hailstones, indiscriminately flying in all directions. The damage was unavoidable. With a wave of his hand, Luo Sha conjured a golden wall of sand gold, firmly erecting it in front of himself. As long as the Guardian Crane's arm could not strike anyone, the initial attack would be the sand hail bullets. Without panic, Fuxia Lulu calmly activated the mechanisms of the black ant puppet and climbed inside. The barrage of sand hail bullets erupted with a sound akin to a tempest. Contrary to Luo Sha's expectations, believing that the fragile puppet would shatter under the assault, it astonishingly held its ground. As the exterior coating of the black ant puppet began to peel away, the gouges revealed not wood or insect shell, but the gleam of steel. This was indeed a puppet crafted from iron. Luo Sha recognized the Fuxia family's wealth, but had not anticipated such a premium puppet. The iron puppet seemed to suggest that the puppet corps had only recently begun to equip themselves with such gear. How could they manage to obtain this? Utilizing the protection of the black ant puppet, Fuxia Lulu deftly threw shurikens at the Guardian Crane's arm. Sealing ninja tool, evil restraining bowl. As 2 shurikens and a small bowl were launched, they embedded themselves into the Guardian Crane's sandy arm, followed by a flash of fire. Boom! The explosive tag detonated. The room echoed with the Guardian Crane's roar of fury as Fuxia Lulu swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before exhaling a concentrated sphere of wind. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. A series of wind orbs, each the size of a finger, erupted from Fuxia Lulu's mouth, piercing through the smoke of the explosion. Moreover, after releasing the vacuum sphere, Fuxia Lulu immediately formed seals again. Earth release. Earth spike. Another sealing ninja tool, evil restraining bowl. A rock spike as thick as a water barrel shot forth, directly piercing into the Guardian Crane's arm on the wall. Another palm-sized evil restraining bowl was thrown. But such a seemingly trivial sealing technique was effortlessly shattered by the Guardian Crane's arm. The Guardian Crane was, after all, a tailed beast most adept at sealing techniques. Such a level of sealing technique could not hold for even a second. Luo Sha nodded in approval, recognizing that this young master of the Fuxia family possessed some genuine skill. His use of wind and earth ninjutsu was commendable, though the effectiveness of these tools was rather commonplace. Following Fuxia Lulu's series of attacks, the Guardian Crane's arm seemed to grow impatient, curling its claws to unleash magnetic release. Yellow sand transformed into flying hail, enveloping the entire room. As the Guardian Crane raised its arm, Fuxia Lulu immediately dove into the belly of the black ant, relying on the sturdy composite steel puppet to prevent the sand hail bullets from penetrating, only leaving pockmarks on the surface. Once the barrage ceased, Fuxia Lulu re-emerged. Luo Sha anticipated he would repeat his earlier ninjutsu to restrain the puppet, but an unexpected turn occurred. Having spent sufficient time in the trial room, Fuxia Lulu no longer wished to play such childlike games. Protective ninja tool, evil restraining bowl. With a throw of a palm-sized clay bowl, he struck the wildly thrashing arm of the Guardian Crane once more. Crack! This unassuming clay bowl bore a minuscule mark of the fire temple, resembling the previous bowls, to the extent that even Luo Sha could not discern its potential efficacy. The function of protective ninja tools was generally fleeting and would not hold much significance, especially against the Guardian Crane. As the bowl shattered, a wave of ferocious energy surged forth. What is this? Before Luo Sha could comprehend the situation, Fuxia Lulu instantly appeared at the boundary's entrance. Senior Ninja Luo Sha, I can no longer endure. I request the trial be halted. Luo Sha nodded. dissolving the protective barrier of sand gold, and, upon reaching the room's entrance, was taken aback by the scene behind him. The once thick arm of the guardian crane had suddenly tripled in size. The guardian crane's arm, with merely a casual swipe, flattened the sturdy black ant puppet. Then, the guardian crane's arm curled its claws and, with a fierce grasp, transformed the swirling yellow sand into a cascade of sand claws, directly swiping towards Luo Sha. Sand gold barrier. Luo Sha raised his hand to erect a sand gold wall in front of him, promptly retreating alongside Fuxia Lulu from the trial room. Fuxia Lulu, what did you do to the guardian crane's arm? Why did it suddenly go berserk? Fuxia Lulu wiped his neck, which had been grazed by the rampaging sand, and replied with an odd expression, Senior Ninja Luo Sha, do not wrongfully accuse me. I merely utilized a defensive ninja tool, which did not succeed. The guardian crane's rampage has nothing to do with me. Luo Sha suspected the issue lay with Fuxia Lulu. Yet he remained unaware of how a mere bowl could provoke such a violent reaction from the guardian crane's arm. He enveloped Fuxia Lulu in a mass of sand gold, binding him firmly in place. No one is to move. Wait for my return. Furrowing his brow, Luo Sha instantly entered the ceiling temple. In the pitch-black prison filled with seals, an elderly monk knelt against the wall, one arm extending into the adjacent wall, murmuring sutras. Upon hearing the door open, he opened his eyes. Ah, it is you, Luo Sha. Have the trial participants been selected? Shall we commence training directly against the guardian crane? Luo Sha sensed the aura and condition of the monk, Fanfu, finding nothing amiss. Fanfu, what triggered the guardian crane's arm to suddenly go berserk? Berserk? Fanfu paused, taking a moment to attune himself to the guardian crane's presence before responding slowly. The guardian crane is somewhat agitated, akin to a child feeling wronged, lashing out in frustration. It often has its moods, but usually settles down in a few days. If you are concerned, perhaps it would be wise to postpone the trial. Seeing Fanfu's frail state, as if he might collapse at any moment, Luo Sha expressed a hint of disdain. As long as the guardian crane is unharmed, please restrain it. I will report this situation to Lord Windshadow. The decision to halt the trial is beyond our authority. Fanfu raised his left hand in a gesture of stillness, murmuring, all conditioned phenomena are but illusions. As the prison door closed, the seal-laden chamber descended once more into darkness. Shoha, please maintain your composure. In the second phase of the trial, Shoha's arm suddenly went berserk. However, the seals and conditions on Fubuku's side were satisfactory. Now, Shoha's arm has more than doubled in power. Should the trial proceed? Chapter 109, Shoha Trial 4. The third Kazekage was deep in thought when the elders of the Fusa and Sasa clan simultaneously reminded him, Kazekage, Fubuku is aging, and this critical trial opportunity cannot be delayed. Initially, the third Kazekage believed Chiyo might voice dissent, but to his surprise, Chiyo simply stood with her arms crossed, smiling quietly at everyone without uttering a word. In truth, Chiyo was merely 50 years old, but the harsh winds of the desert made her appear older than she was. A neutral elder leaned in and whispered, Chiyo, their arrangement is clearly aimed at the last-placed Mickey. Otherwise, how could Shoha coincidentally become violent right after their families passed? This is exceedingly unfair to subsequent trial participants. It's all a scheme. Will you not take a stand? Chiyo maintained her smile and shook her head, saying, some conspiracies are beneath notice. Such crafty tricks are insignificant in the face of true strength. Let them frolic. Strength? Insignificant? Can a mere Chunin truly confront a raging Shoha? Surely, Elder Chiyo jested. In response to the doubts, Elder Chiyo merely smiled faintly, offering no clarification. Some truths are self-evident. The third Kazekage consulted the elders and, acknowledging Fubuku's frail condition, reluctantly nodded. Let the trial continue. Please ensure safety and prevent any casualties. Rosesa nodded and re-entered the ceiling temple. The trial resumed. Shoha was somewhat chaotic, so self-protection was vital. No need for bravado. Mickey glanced at the arrogant Fusaruru but dismissed his throat-cutting gesture. Soon, the trial participants who entered barely lasted 3 minutes. It appeared that the first 3 entrants had indeed lasted the longest. So that was their intent. Mickey's turn was imminent. Rising from the ground, he dusted off the scroll behind him, and the Bishop Mecha clicked into place. Beside him, Fusaruru boasted, before the rampaging Shoha's arm. Your puppet armor will be crushed. Abandon that red-haired fool and join the Fusa clan. I can assure you a reward. Mickey merely tightened his fists, retorting, what is this? Is your nose itching again? Do you wish to face my fist? Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. If you're brave, stay in the trial room longer and let Shoha crush you. Fuzaruru felt a twinge of apprehension towards Mickey, who seemed unperturbed by his clan's threats, blunt and unyielding. Regardless, their scheme was already in motion. This reckless fool would not surpass the top 3. What good was bravado? Magnet release belonged solely to him. As Mickey followed Rosesa into the ceiling trial room, Rosesa suddenly cautioned, "Mickey, Shoha's arm has gone berserk. Do not overexert yourself." Mickey surveyed the room filled with swirling sand and the colossal sandy arm wreaking havoc, stretching his shoulders and replying with an oddly cryptic remark. "Rosesa, will striking Shoha's arm here harm the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki? Striking? Harm?" Rosesa was taken aback, never considering those terms could relate to Shoha. He paused for a moment, and as Shoha's arm swung toward them, he quickly warned, "Of course not. This is merely an external manifestation of Shoha's seal. It won't harm the main body. Be careful." As Rosesa retreated, he unleashed his sand gold, ready to assist Mickey at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, clad in the impressive Bishop Mecha, Mickey charged at the oversized sandy arm, throwing a punch. With a powerful swing, in the consciousness space, beyond Rosesa's hearing, Mickey had instructed the intelligent entity to activate propulsion. As he swung his right arm, 3 jet nozzles released compressed wind release, enveloping his fist with a violent charge. Boom! Shoha's sandy arm was shattered by Mickey's punch. The punch traveled at a speed of 110 meters per second. Had it not been for the intelligent entity's precise control and buffering, that single punch could have dislocated his arm. A hoarse roar echoed in the void as the shattered remnants of Shoha's claw began to coalesce again. Mickey assumed a stance. His left hand raised protectively, his right hand pulled back. The mecha hovered 20 centimeters above the ground, with all jet nozzles wide open. The compressed wind released chakra within them intensified, glowing a perilous bluish-white. The right fist of the Bishop Mecha extended, wrapped in arcs of electricity. As he gazed at the swelling Shoha arm, muttering something inexplicable, "I hope this structure is sturdy enough." Boom! Rosesa, huddled in a corner, felt the fierce winds stir the yellow sand, his vision momentarily obscured. Accompanied by a deafening roar and the sound of massive friction, the entire room trembled. The electrified arm blade, now locked onto the target, shot out in a split second, propelled by the intelligent entity's optimized adjustments, transitioning from stillness to blinding speed. The Bishop Mecha transformed into a kinetic projectile. At this velocity, Shoha's violet-patterned sandy arm, upon contact with the chakra-infused metallic arm blade, shattered like glass. Under the force of the shockwave, the once mighty Shoha arm cracked and disintegrated. If one could slow down the motion, that massive claw seemed to collide with a giant cannonball. Starting from the crackling arm blade, it erupted into a storm of yellow sand, swept away in a whirlwind of dust and debris. The reinforced ceiling room trembled under the relentless barrage, shaking off layers of dust. Rosesa hastily raised the ceiling with sand gold, fearing the structure might collapse. This room was designed to withstand Shoha's rampage. As he stabilized the room, he called out, "Mickey, are you all right?" As the dust settled, Rosesa finally spotted Mickey, standing amidst the yellow sand, arms crossed. The once mighty Shoha arm that had filled the room was now utterly destroyed, along with the ceiling stone on the wall. Mickey had shattered the rampaging Shoha arm. How was this possible? One punch. Is this a chunin from the village? If that punch had landed on me, could the sand gold barrier withstand it? A ninja adept in the elemental arts? What a jest. Facing Rosesa's astonishment, Mickey grinned. "Rosesa, do I really need to wait here any longer?" Chapter 110. The truth revealed, perhaps not. "Mickey, are you certain you are a ninja of the elemental arts?" In response to Rosesa's inquiry, Mickey gave himself a thumbs up. "Is there still doubt? I am undoubtedly a ninja of elemental arts. However, even elemental ninjas must learn some physical techniques, correct?" Rosesa dispelled the sand gold, his mouth twitching, overwhelmed with a multitude of frustrations he couldn't articulate. This was the first time in many years that someone had directly obliterated Shoha's arm during the trial. With such prowess, remaining in the trial room served no purpose. Mickey's achievement was first place. It was time to exit. As Luosha announced the final results, Fushalu and his companions were celebrating, utterly dumbfounded at that moment. Is it truly possible? Has someone managed to withstand such a ferocious assault from Shoha's arm? Fushalu felt a familiar pain in his nose. "All right, Mijiang, Fushalu, and Shasataro. Follow me into the sealing prison. The ultimate trial will commence under the watchful eyes of the third Kazekage and the esteemed elders. Do not presume that having passed the first 2 trials grants you the luxury of underestimating Shoha's might. Do not disgrace yourselves in front of the elders. As Luosha lectured, he dispatched a clone to invite the third Kazekage and others inside. Naturally, his gaze was primarily fixed on Mijiang during this admonition. It seemed that as long as this fellow was present, uncertainties would invariably arise. Even though this young man possessed considerable strength, he never aligned perfectly with the third Kazekage. Mijiang shrugged, harboring no arrogance himself. During the trials, you must steadfastly maintain your consciousness. You cannot allow Shoha to overwhelm your spirit. The longer you endure within your consciousness, the more likely you are to awaken your magnetic release. Strive hard. The third Kazekage encouraged Mijiang and the others before leading the way to dispel the barrier of the sealing prison, entering the most enigmatic location in Sunagakure. Oh, the third Kazekage and the village elders have arrived. So, the second round of the trial has concluded? These 3 youths are the village's promising newcomers? They radiate such vitality. The third Kazekage cast a disdainful glance at the aging Fubuku and coldly remarked, "Just focus on your own duties. Let us commence the final trial without delay." Fubuku, having retracted his arm, appeared like an ordinary old monk. With his hands clasped, he murmured, "Persevere without overstepping, neither tardy nor slothful. A monk must forsake greed. For all is but an illusion. Let us begin. Children, I shall endeavor to shield you from Shoha's consciousness onslaught. Approach Shoha with love and understanding." As the third Kazekage and Elder Chiyo settled into chairs beside the walls, Fubuku signaled to commence the trial. Fubuku hunched over, gradually unsealing part of his own power. Soon, amidst a cacophony of arrogant laughter, the 3 seated beside Fubuku were drawn into Shoha's consciousness. The ultimate trial had begun. The voice of the wind and sand resounded as Mijiang awakened in the realm of consciousness. Beneath him lay an endless expanse of yellow sand. The entire space shrouded in darkness. Heavy footsteps echoed, the size of a room, revealing a massive claw adorned with violet runes. "Hee, my toys have arrived. You little ones must ensure that you entertain Lord Shoha to the fullest. It must be delightful." In the core secret laboratory of the Leaf Village. This had once been a frequented haunt of Orochimaru. However, since his fallout with Danzo, all traces of Orochimaru, including the barrier, had been erased. Rows of incubation tanks displayed embryos submerged in a green liquid, their forms faintly visible. Even in Orochimaru's absence, the research here would persist. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, which concealed a ninja blade, gazing greedily at the embryos. "The time is nigh," he rasped, his voice dry as parchment, reverberating in the dim space. According to plan, Shoha's trial in Sunagakure should have commenced. "Bairu, have the materials you provided truly yielded results?" A figure gradually emerged from the shadows. With white hair and crimson eyes, a gaunt figure, wrapped in bandages and bound by 3 belts at the waist, stepped forward. It was Bairu, who had supplanted Orochimaru and now controlled this laboratory. His once gentle visage was now overtaken by a fervent thirst for knowledge and the pallor of someone starved of sunlight. Bairu adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixated on the embryos within the tanks, responding nonchalantly. "If we relied solely on the Fushilu and Shasataro families, success would be utterly unattainable." His tone dripped with condescension. TSK, to assassinate the third Kazekage and eliminate a Jinchuriki to elevate their families. An ambitious plan indeed. But the caliber of the executors is profoundly concerning. "Danzo, your judgment in selecting allies leaves much to be desired." Danzo's lips curled into a ghastly smirk. Their original plan was destined for failure. All I need to do is introduce elements that ensure its success. While they stealthily procured the sealing vessel from the Temple of Fire, they have already fallen into my rhythm. The Fushilu clan has long harbored dissatisfaction towards the third Kazekage. Their desire to dominate Sunagakure has not emerged overnight. My role is merely to give them a gentle push. Danzo lightly tapped his cane against the ground, producing a dull sound. The internal accomplices were already positioned during the Chunin exams. The crux lies in the gifts you provided, Bairu. I trust you will not prove as unreliable as Orochimaru. Bairu's face suddenly brightened with a sickly glow as he stepped forward, speaking in an eccentric tone. Unreliable like Orochimaru? Absolutely not. I am a genius surpassing Orochimaru. The blades I've crafted are coated with a potent anesthetic toxin, tailored specifically for bloodline limits. Imagine Danzo, when the third Kazekage is pierced by the blades that he cannot manipulate with his magnetic release, succumbing to paralysis as his cells disintegrate into despair and death. What a thrilling scene. His prideful sand iron would not guard against those closest to him. By the time he attempts to retaliate, it will be too late. Haha, I am the true genius. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he replied coldly. I hope you are not boasting. Your toxins and special blades must indeed be effective. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Bairu nodded nonchalantly. Rest assured, Danzo, my creations are flawless. Those blades are derived from the exceptional bone blades of the Taketorai clan, sharper than ordinary ninja blades and shuriken. A mere scratch will be absolutely fatal. Moreover, did you not arrange a contingency plan? I hope the people of Sunagakure will execute this assassination themselves rather than leave the cleanup to my people. The route must not be exposed, for that would diminish my gains. Danzo slowly turned to face the enormous map of the ninja world on the wall, his gaze falling upon the location of Sunagakure, as if he could peer through the miles to witness the turmoil. Some of the sealing vessels harboring Kushina's essence will certainly not escape Shoha's notice. To eliminate the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure would be the perfect arrangement. Bairu, enhance your research on wood release. Do not disappoint me. As you command, Danzo. You will discover that I am a far superior collaborator than Orochimaru, the very best. Bairu's eyes glimmered dangerously as they reflected upon the incubation tanks. In the realm of consciousness, Shoha's eyes materialized, his sand-formed visage twisted in a grotesque grin. Lord Shoha has arrived. My little toys. This is impossible. Chapter 111. The Perfect Assassination. In the ceiling prison, the third Kazekage stared in disbelief at the two bone daggers embedded in his body. The numbness and itchiness emanating from the wounds were undeniable evidence that these daggers were laced with poison. The third Kazekage felt his chakra and strength rapidly dissipating, barely managing to conjure two spheres of sand iron to push away Elder Fushalu and Elder Shasataro. Why? Why would you do this? The sudden turn of events left the numerous elders and magnetic release guards scattered around the room utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, the once tranquil trial arena erupted with a terrifying beastly aura. Even Fubuku could not contain the leakage of Shoha's essence. A massive surge of sand inscribed with cursed runes emerged, gradually enveloping him. As Shoha displayed signs of going berserk, the third Kazekage was about to rise to quell the chaos when he was ensnared by a chain forged from golden sand. At his side, the elder of the Fuchsia clan and the elder of the Shasa clan simultaneously struck, plunging poisoned bone daggers into his body. The target of the third Kazekage's inquiry was none other than a member of the Sand Gold Squad, Shaken Fu. Before Shaken Fu could respond, Elder Fuchsia Yukimura had already produced and unfurled a scroll from his robes, declaring, "Do not move. This is the order of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. The third Kazekage has failed in governing the village and has repeatedly faltered in battle. He is unworthy of continuing as Kazekage. Henceforth, I shall temporarily assume the role." However, contrary to Elder Fuchsia's expectations, the other elders bowed in dissent. Regardless of whether they hailed from the clans of ninjutsu or puppetry, they all turned their gazes toward Elder Chiyo. Even as the third Kazekage collapsed, bleeding, he pointed at Elder Chiyo, uttering his last words. "Elder Chiyo, I have been too lenient with these nobles. You must support the village going forward and ensure a worthy successor to the Kazekage." With great effort, the third Kazekage uttered his final sentiment before closing his eyes in the embrace of Risha. 10 Guardians of the White Secret Technique. Elder Chiyo could scarcely believe the tumult that had unfolded during the trial. She unfurled the sealing scroll, revealing 10 puppets of varying sizes before her. Other neutral clans and puppet masters gradually gravitated toward her side. At that moment, an elder of the Puppet Master clan, standing behind Chiyo, unleashed a mantis puppet that suddenly attacked. Its 2 serrated blade-like forearms lunged toward Chiyo's neck. With a crack, sparks flew as the serrated blades tore through the robe, enveloping her. Yet, to Elder Fuchsia Yukimura's astonishment, Chiyo, who should have been decapitated, emerged unscathed. Beneath her cloak, she wore a form-fitting armor that shimmered with silver light. From the shoulders of this seemingly delicate armor, semi-transparent azure shields extended outward, effectively blocking the mantis puppet's assault. Deployment of the puppet technique's light shield. The prototype of the puppet protection armor activated its skills autonomously through intelligent computational nodes. Matsubai Chizii. So it was you conspiring with the Fuchsia clan. No wonder Fusharuru was able to procure the steel black ant puppet. Have you also chosen to be a traitor to the village? Matsubai Ichizui's attack failed, and his body was promptly dismantled by the 10 guardians. His true form materialized beside Fusha Yukimura as he manipulated 2 puppets and retorted, "What do you mean I betrayed the village? It is you who are ungrateful." Hidden villages can only survive through the daimyo's support. If you do not express gratitude, do you intend to defy the daimyo's orders? You are the true traitors to the village. Nearby, Shasa Shiontai bellowed, "Stop wasting words with these people. We hold the advantage in this sealing prison. Eliminate these traitors and restore order to the village." With hand signs, Fusha Yukimura wore a feigned smile as he addressed Rusha, who cradled the 3rd Kazakage's lifeless body. "Rusha? A wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances. The magnet release guards and many from the Sand Gold Squad have already pledged their allegiance to me. Your talent is highly regarded by the daimyo. Do not resist any longer. Join me, and I will petition the daimyo to bestow upon you a noble title." Surrounded by a swirling mass of golden sand, Rusha, like a coiled serpent ready to strike, confronted Shaken Fu and Shaken Shield, demanding, "Why have you betrayed the Kazakage?" In response to Rusha's inquiry, the two offered no answer, instead employing magnet release to construct enormous sand shields and ropes. This was their reply. Yet, their initial assault was not directed at Chiyo and Rusha. Their target was Fuku. Attack. Chains, shields, various ninjutsu, and explosive tags were unleashed, including Fusharuru and Shasataro, who were engaged in the trial beside Shoha. All initiated their movements. Their role was to execute a close-range assassination on Fuku. A Jinchuriki without tailed beast transformation is no stronger than an ordinary ninja, especially one immersed in a consciousness trial, wielding a specially crafted bone knife. Fusharuru did not initially strike at Fuku. Instead, he grinned maliciously, thrusting the bone knife toward the entranced Mi Xiang. He could not wait to settle the score. He needed to eliminate this insolent brat first. Not a moment's delay. Clang. Appearing to be in a deep slumber, Mi Xiang raised his mechanical arm to block the strike. Fusharuru's rapid thrusts, 3 in total, were all deflected by Mi Xiang with a single arm. What was happening? Wasn't this kid supposed to be entrapped in the consciousness trial with Shoha? Could he, like them, be employing a consciousness shield seal, feigning resistance against Shoha's consciousness? Ruru. Step aside. Use ninjutsu to eliminate Fuku. We cannot allow the Jinchuriki to fall into their hands. Sand chains, the oncoming sand shields, earth spear, wind blade, vacuum sphere. Shuriken laden with explosive tags, and giant wind shurikens. The scene, dominated by the elder of the Fusha clan, was inundated with a barrage of ninjutsu and hidden weapons, overwhelming Fuku's position. A whirlwind of sand engulfed the area, and even Chiyo and the others could not intervene in time, as Fuku's seated form was consumed within. Fuku. Elder Chiyo called out, rushing toward the location guided by her memory. Other clans did not hold back either, manipulating their puppets and casting ninjutsu. Enraged, Rusha summoned a substantial amount of golden sand, swirling toward the original position of Fusha Yukimura and the others. With a thunderous explosion, a fierce wind swept into the dim prison, gradually dispersing the cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Elder Chiyo furrowed her brow at the gaping hole in the ceiling prison. Fusha Yukimura and his cohorts had already emerged into the desert. A massive black scorpion and a giant sandworm, half buried in the sand, stood before them. Both summoned beasts loomed over 8 meters tall. Fusha Yukimura stood atop the colossal sandworm, surveying the hundreds of elite ninjas surrounding him, crossing his arms with a smug expression, declaring, "Chiyo, Rusha," as the saying goes. A wise person knows how to adapt to circumstances. In such dire straits, your sacrifice is utterly meaningless. Do you still wish to resist? Chapter 112. Driven into desperation upon witnessing these 2 summoned beasts, Elder Chiyo and the others displayed expressions of unease. In team combat, such tough-skinned, resilient summoned beasts pose a significant threat to puppets. Yet, even in such a dire predicament, Elder Chiyo remained unyielding. With a flick of her chakra threads, she took control of the 10 guardians, charging out of the ceiling prison. Check to see if anyone is injured. Assess the situation of Fuku and Mi Xiang. I will cover the escape. As she spoke, she directly manipulated the 2 most robust bull-headed puppets, initiating their mechanisms. Raging Bull Mountain Smash. The 2 bull-headed puppets, on all fours, expanded their puppet components, charging forth like wild bulls toward Fuchsia's forces. The semi-transparent shields that unfurled from the bull-headed puppets absorbed the flying shuriken and ninjutsu, hurtling forward at great speed. Boom! As the smoke from the collision cleared, the bull-headed puppets failed to break through the blockade. The giant sand scorpion and giant sandworm weathered the fierce assault. Though both summoned beasts bore human-sized damages, they did not falter. And Chiyo and her allies were left to engage in a passive war of attrition. Ha ha ha! Elder Chiyo's temper remains as fierce as ever. Your resistance is futile. Now, if you surrender, I may show mercy and grant you a path to survival. Before Chiyo could respond, a cry of alarm rang out from behind. Fuku is dead. The child named Mixiang has vanished without a trace. A sudden chill gripped Chiyo's heart, plunging her into despair. She had harbored hopes of awakening Bunpuku, allowing him to temporarily transform into a tailed beast to break free from this predicament. If they could escape the confines of the sealed temple, the depth of their respective clans' resources would not pale in comparison to those of Fuchsia and his allies. Yet now, her last hope had dissipated. Though Chiyo's heart was heavy with hopelessness, her face betrayed no hint of panic. She retracted the bullhead puppet, maneuvering the Jinsong tin into formation, and, fixing her gaze ahead, spoke. Rosa, will you choose to perish alongside us, or will you forge an alliance with those traitors? Standing atop a mound of gleaming sand, Rosa's eyes widened in fury as he replied, Elder Chiyo, you jest. These traitors dared to assassinate our master. I would rather perish here than ally with them. Chiyo sighed softly. Rosa was the only one she could now trust. The other puppet clans and neutral families would undoubtedly choose surrender over futile resistance when faced with absolute despair. To them, replacing the wind shadow would bear little consequence for their clan's interests. It was a pity for the child Mixiang. She lamented not knowing how to explain this to Scorpion. However, perhaps she too would soon follow suit. Then, Rosa, I will hold them off. You must vanquish the summoning beasts. With Elder Chiyo commanding the Jinsong 10 and coordinating with Rosa's golden sands, the assault commenced. The elders of the various clans unleashed their ninja tools and techniques. Naturally, the Fuchsia Yukimura clan would not show weakness. Combination ninjutsu, wind release, sandstorm formation. A row of wind-style ninjas combined their powers with several magnetic-style ninjas, executing a vast jutsu that enveloped the sand in a tempest. Magnetic release, golden sandwave. Rosa pressed his hands to the ground, channeling chakra, and a cascade of golden waves surged forth. He manipulated layers of sand to create a tumultuous wave that crashed toward the Fuchsia coalition. Sandworm, spiral assault. As ninjas from the same village, Fuchsia Yukimura was well aware of Rosa and Chiyo's abilities. After plotting for so long, they had devised countermeasures. The assassination from the puppet clan was merely one part of their scheme, although they had not anticipated Chiyo's hidden mechanical techniques. Yet for Rosa, who excelled in group combat, the lack of personal defense and the rigidity of his techniques were his Achilles heel. The massive sandworm beneath the feet of Fuchsia Yukimura trembled, its rows of razor-sharp teeth poised to strike as it burrowed into the sand. Just as Rosa's golden waves began to suppress the sandstorm formation, he felt a tremor beneath him. It was the sandworm. Elder Chiyo hurled two puppets connected by steel wires, utilizing their momentum to whisk the unsuspecting Rosa away from his position. With a series of ominous crunching noises, the enormous sandworm leapt from Rosa's original stance. Its menacing jaws, lined with jagged teeth, ground even the stones in the sand to dust. Surviving by a hair's breadth, Rosa had no time to rejoice. He clapped his hands together fiercely, Sandfall Funeral. The golden sands coiled like two agile serpents, ensnaring the sandworm's body. As Rosa clenched his fist, the sands constricted violently, causing the worm to emit anguished cries. Just as he intensified his efforts, a fierce wind swept past, forcing Rosa to evade, interrupting the ongoing damage of Sandfall Funeral. The sudden attack tore a gash in his clothing, and taking cover behind Chiyo's puppets, he discerned the source of the assault, a black scorpion tail strike. Yet he noticed something amiss. Elder Chiyo, why does your puppet seem off? Is it the joints? Chiyo, controlling the increasingly stiff Jinsong 10 to fend off the traitorous ninjas led by Fuchsia, smiled slightly and responded, indeed. This is also the foundation of the third Wind Shadow's oppression of the puppet clan. In his eyes, puppet techniques that could be easily countered by magnetic release were nothing but useless trinkets. Rosa felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been an ally of the Third Wind Shadow, diligently aiding in the suppression of Chiyo's puppet masters. Now, they found themselves relying on the very puppet masters they typically scorned to withstand the onslaught. It was undeniably a bitter irony. With two large summoning beasts serving as shields, the Fuchsia coalition found their footing, battling with renewed vigor. Thanks to the fine sand environment created by the synergy of magnetic and wind techniques, the movements of Chiyo's Jinsong 10 grew increasingly cumbersome. As two dual-blade puppets leaped to evade an attack from below, preparing to strike, their raised arms suddenly became ensnared by the accumulating fine sand. In the heat of battle, such a mistake could prove fatal. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Fuchsia, nearly struck by the dual-blade puppet, executed Earth Spike, piercing the ensnared puppet into a heap of debris. While reforming seals to draw chakra, he turned to his father and asked, "Father, if we kill Shikaku, we will lose our Jinchuriki. How will we obtain magnetic release then?" Calmly directing a gigantic sandworm to assault the evading Rosa, Fuchsia Yukimura replied, "Fool. Tailed beasts are immortal. Even if they perish alongside their Jinchuriki, they can be revived in about a year. We shall simply recapture and seal them again. Now eliminate Chiyo." With Chiyo's Jinsong 10 continuously destroyed, only 6 remained. She flicked her chakra threads, poised to unleash the 3 treasures in a desperate bid, when a familiar voice echoed, "I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm late." Summoning Technique. Chapter 113. Summoning Shikaku. Accompanied by the familiar voice, a colossal figure appeared before Chiyo. As the smoke dissipated, the figure swayed a tail inscribed with purple runes, resembling a small mountain. Was this Shikaku? How had Shikaku emerged? No, if Shikaku had gone berserk, it would have uttered the familiar phrase, "I have finally emerged." The height was also inconsistent. The complete form of Shikaku stood 50 meters tall, while this apparition appeared no more than 12 meters in height. Summoning Technique? It was then that Chiyo and the others discerned the figure standing atop Shikaku's head. Mixiang? What was happening? Clad in a high priest mech, Mixiang folded his arms and declared, "This matter is lengthy. We shall discuss it later. First, let us deal with these traitors." Suddenly raising his voice, Mixiang proclaimed, "I offer you one final chance. Surrender now, and I guarantee your lives, along with a fair trial. Do not say I did not warn you." Regrettably, these rebellious clans, who prided themselves on their noble bloodlines, did not even comprehend the meaning of Mixiang's warning. When Fuchsia Yukimura beheld Shikaku's emergence, he was taken aback. Yet, akin to Chiyo, he sensed that something was amiss with Shikaku. As the tailed beast of Sunagakure, Shikaku's notorious temper was well known. Living in the desert, Shikaku's ferocity was as terrifying as the deathly sands. Each time Shikaku went berserk, it was a calamity for Sunagakure. Children in the village were all too familiar with the thunderous declaration, "I have emerged." When had Shikaku ever been so subdued? When had Shikaku ever been summoned? How could a tailed beast possibly be only a few meters tall? It was an illusion. Attempting to intimidate them was far too naive. Fuchsia Yukimura pointed, "Sandworms and giant scorpions, advance." Accompanied by the sound of grinding sand, the colossal desert scorpions and sandworms charged forward. "Shoha, it seems your deterrent power is not as formidable as I presumed." Mixiang's tone was laced with mockery, yet beneath her feet, Shoha remained unfazed, merely narrowing its star-shaped pupils and grinning. "Mixiang-kun, you're jesting. Perhaps I have lingered too long within the body of Finfu. The village has forgotten my terror." As Shoha spoke, its mouth twitched. "Isn't it your fault for reducing me to this state? To question me in person, isn't that a blow to my dignity?" The circumstances dictated Shoha's submissiveness, behaving as docilely as a tamed raccoon beneath Mixiang's feet. Not only did it refrain from retorting, but it also cautiously inquired, "Mixiang-kun, may I crush these 2 summoned beasts?" Mixiang nodded affirmatively. "I have offered them a chance. Since they do not cherish it, grant them their end." After dispatching the 2 pests, prepare to refine the void sphere. With Mixiang's consent, a cruel smile finally adorned Shoha's plump visage. "Foolish insects, you seek your own demise." With a swift motion, Shoha's sandy arms shot forward, its colossal claws transforming into a formidable sandstorm, rapidly expanding. The originally 10-meter-long arms swelled to over 20 meters. Boom! The 2 sandy arms, each exceeding 8 meters in diameter, forcefully slammed the desert scorpion and the giant sandworm into the earth. Liquid splattered. Gulp! These immense arms evoked memories of Shoha within the villagers of Fuchsia. The overwhelming destructive power, the strength of a tailed beast. How could this be? Before they could react, Shoha's arms had reverted, grinning widely as it began to pound its belly. Insects. Feel the wrath of Lord Shoha. Misyangkuin, I shall begin. Refining the void sphere. Misyang had already formed a hand seal, extending one hand forward to charge the compressed air within Shoha's mouth with electricity. Simultaneously, a supercapacitor with its self-destruct mechanism activated was hurled forth, enveloped by the compressed air as it soared away. A combined ninjutsu, thunderstorm void sphere. A 5-meter wide, blue-white electric orb of high-compressed air erupted from Shoha's mouth. The immense void sphere approached with alarming speed, and before it struck, the villagers felt their hairs stand on end. Swish! The thunderstorm void sphere began to discharge wildly before impact. In the desperate gazes of the onlookers, it engulfed them entirely. The ravaging wind blades, wrapped in ferocious electrical charges, exploded. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as Fuchsia had completed its substitution and had not yet relaxed, another colossal void sphere appeared before them. No. Boom, 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 boom. A quintuple barrage of void spheres. 5 highly compressed air blades. 5 supercapacitors. Misyang and Shoha's simple combination of ninjutsu utterly obliterated the elite forces and allies that Fuchsia had pinned their hopes upon. In the yellow sands, 5 overlapping craters remained, filled only with charred debris. Total annihilation. Shoha, having endured such frustration, finally vented its pent-up emotions with these 5 void spheres. Insects. Now do you comprehend the might of Lord Shoha? Foolish ones. Chiyo and the others exchanged glances. This tone unmistakably belonged to Shoha. The explosively temperamental Shoha was surprisingly obedient. How had Misyang accomplished this? Facing Shoha's braggadocio, Misyang merely stamped her foot, silencing it. Misyangkuin, the task is complete. Excellent. Practice wind release ninjutsu more often. If danger arises, use reverse summoning to call for me. With my protection, no one can bully you. Go play in that Anchor Point desert. As you command. Shoha reached down and dragged Misyang along before vanishing with a loud pop. Chiyo, how is the 3rd Kazekage? Is he gravely injured? Chiyo, having gathered her team of 10, shook her head sorrowfully. Misyang furrowed her brow, questioning. Has the Fuchsia clan lost their senses? What benefit do they gain from assassinating the 3rd Kazekage? Do they think they can ascend to the position of Kazekage? You guessed correctly. Their objective is to usurp the 3rd Kazekage. Their backers are the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. Misyang was taken aback by this revelation. Has the feudal lord of the Land of Wind lost their mind? The decline of Sunagakure cannot be beneficial to the Land of Wind. Before Chiyo could respond, the arriving Hayuzo stated, to the feudal lord, an uncontrollable Kazekage is akin to a ninja blade that could harm them. Even if the feudal lord fails, it won't pose a significant issue. But Sunagakure cannot afford that. Sister, the village is at a critical juncture of survival. As Hayuzo spoke, he handed Chiyo an information scroll. Chiyo unfurled the scroll. Her expression shifting dramatically. What does the feudal lord mean by this? A temporary halt on funding for the village? Upon hearing that Chiyo and Hayuzo were to deliberate village matters, Misyang instinctively turned to leave, only to be stopped by Chiyo. Misyang. This is a moment of crisis for the village. You and Scorpion must attend the Jonin conference. Chapter 114. Freedom Gundam vs. Shoha, 1 Chiyo Baba. Both Scorpion and I are Chunin. A meaningful smile graced Chiyo's face. Misyang, you now wield the greatest power of Sunagakure. Since the founding of the village, you are the first to tame Shoha as a summoned beast. Jonin Rasha, do you have any objections to promoting Misyang and Scorpion to Jonin? Since the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage, Rasha had been in a state of deep melancholy. After a moment of hesitation upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, he slowly replied, not at all. Especially Misyang. Being able to control Shoha surpasses even the Jinchuriki. This is a world of extraordinary power. Even though Misyang had often concealed her strength, the mere act of subduing the unruly-tailed beast Shoha was enough to instill terror. The once docile Shoha, akin to a playful kitten, would leave anyone incredulous that it was the calamity of the sandy seas. Now, gazing at the seemingly harmless Misyang, Rasha perceived her strength as terrifying. Coupled with her previous effortless completion of A-rank and S-rank missions, who could question Misyang's promotion to Jonin? Chiyo then nodded. In these extraordinary times, seal all information and convene the Jonin conference immediately. Suddenly, she inquired, Misyang, Could you share how you tamed Shoha to become a summoned beast? If it's a secret technique, you needn't disclose it. I am merely curious. Upon hearing Elder Chio's question, including Rasha, everyone else perked up their ears. Mi Xiang smiled widely. There's no secret. I simply used love and understanding, ultimately enlightening Shoha. In the heart of the Death Desert, Shoha bounded joyfully across the sands, running circles before settling beside a dune, patting its belly. Freed from the confines of the ceiling space, it should have felt elated. Yet, the summoning array imprinted upon its soul imposed another form of bondage. A binding that it had requested itself. Covered in yellow sand, Shoha recalled the harrowing encounter in the consciousness space, still shaken. How terrifying it had been. Shouldn't the trial-goers communicate with it through love and understanding, much like Finfu? When Shoha projected its consciousness space, it distinctly sensed only one consciousness entering. Weren't there supposed to be three? Could the other two be so inferior that they couldn't even achieve a resonance of consciousness? Not paying it much mind, Shoha eagerly manifested its complete form within the consciousness space, preparing to astonish this trial-goer. A massive 50-meter-tall body, it was the calamity of the desert. The master of magnetic sealing technique, capable of silencing a child's cries, the one and only Shoha. Upon encountering the consciousness of the complete form of Shoha, Mi Xiang was utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. 6 paths immortal, indeed. Who is this being? Curiously stepping into the realm of consciousness, Mi Xiang maintained the appearance of his human form, devoid of mech armor, ninja tools, or scrolls. He surveyed the sand raccoon, adorned in purple talismans, with keen interest. To the people of this era, a 50-meter-tall Shoha was an undeniably terrifying behemoth. However, for Mi Xiang, a modern individual, such heights were commonplace in the urban landscape, with 50-meter skyscrapers being a mere triviality. What truly astonished Shoha was not the diminutive Mi Xiang before him, but the immense light and shadow looming behind him. A brilliance akin to a sea of stars. Tentatively, Shoha inquired, "Are you truly a sand-hidden ninja here for the trials?" Mi Xiang nodded affirmatively, countering with, "You are the Shoha that instills fear in the hearts of the sand-hidden people? Pray, enlighten me on how to awaken magnet release." This was more like it. Shoha felt invigorated. The trials of the sand-hidden ninja had always been a refreshing diversion from its monotonous existence. Thus, it resolved to indulge itself and entertain the young ninja to its fullest. With a cold smirk, Shoha declared, "If you wish to awaken magnet release, then prepare to endure my assault." As it spoke, a colossal sandy arm descended upon Mi Xiang. Such a foul temper. Mi Xiang shook his head, his 3 radiant orbs behind him watching with keen interest as he prepared to respond. In this realm of consciousness, he was intimately familiar with its myriad operations. I shall strike in my Gundam form. In this space, with computational power at its zenith, he resembled a deity. As the classic model from the Mobile Suit Gundam series, Mi Xiang was well acquainted with the various forms of the Freedom Gundam. In the astonished gaze of Shoha, radiant light enveloped Mi Xiang, and pieces of machinery materialized from thin air. With the assistance of the intelligent entity, the little bug, innumerable mech components assembled seamlessly. Soon, a striking mech, predominantly white with blue and black accents, stood before Shoha. The original Freedom Gundam stood at 18 meters. In this realm of consciousness, Mi Xiang would not allow himself to be dwarfed by Shoha. Scaling appropriately, the Freedom Gundam appeared before Shoha at a height of 51 meters, towering just above Shoha. Through the voice modulator of the Gundam, Mi Xiang proclaimed with an unprecedented authority, "Submit to me, or face annihilation." Shoha, proud and unyielding since its inception, had never endured such contempt. Not even from its most formidable adversary, the Ninetales, had it ever felt such derision. With a furious roar, Shoha unleashed a powerful attack. Slamming its abdomen, vacuum bullet, a solid, tempestuous wind was expelled from its mouth, hurtling towards Mi Xiang, who hovered in the Freedom Gundam. With the maneuverability of the Freedom Gundam, Mi Xiang adeptly evaded the vacuum bullet. Yet, in this realm where he wielded absolute control, retreat was not an option. Thrusters engaged. Shields activated. The impact of Shoha's signature vacuum bullet barely breached the plasma lattice shielding of the Gundam, only stripping away a minuscule layer of paint from its surface. In reality, due to industrial limitations, he could not yet construct such a magnificent mech. However, with systematic advancement, he could certainly create a mech that would astound the ninja world. Is this truly the extent of Shoha's power? How utterly disappointing. I can withstand more. Push harder. You fool. You imbecile. Enraged, Shoha's eyes blazed crimson, and with a sweep of its claws, it conjured a whirlwind of yellow sand. Sand waterfall burial. Hundreds of tons of sand surged forward like a tsunami toward Mixiang. Is this the might of magnet release? It seems to possess an element of gravitational force. Now, entertain me, Shoha. Missile storm. The guided missiles from the shoulders of the Freedom Gundam whistled forth, resembling a relentless rain of destruction, directly targeting the approaching sand tsunami. Chapter 115. Freedom Gundam vs. Shoha 2. These missiles, preloaded with advanced high-explosive nitrogen ion salts, detonated with a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the realm of consciousness. Lingering in the air, as the smoke cleared, not only had the tsunami of sand been decimated, but Shoha itself had lost substantial portions of its sandy form. Oh, it seems high-tech weaponry might be overwhelming for you, Shoha. Now, I shall engage in close combat. With a hum, Mixiang, aided by the little bug, commanded the massive Freedom Gundam to accelerate instantaneously. The wings on either side shifted to propulsion mode, emitting blue and white flames as the Gundam surged forward, directly confronting Shoha. Dragon Fist. Forward thrust punch. Elbow strike. Backhand elbow. Twisting punch. Aerial kick. Triple combo. Mixiang unleashed a flurry of intricate combat techniques, effortlessly executing them within the realm of consciousness. If Shoha, at 50 meters, resembled a monstrous sand behemoth weighing 10,000 tons, then Mixiang's Freedom Gundam embodied a nimble warrior weighing 3,000 tons. Moreover, it was a warrior whose defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Shoha's vast sandy form was shattered by Mixiang's relentless assault, scattering sand in all directions. The speed at which it could condense sand paled in comparison to the velocity of Mixiang's mech strikes. A single punch from the Freedom Gundam could carve out a 7-meter-wide crater. Before the unparalleled speed and agility of the Freedom Gundam, the arrogant Shoha appeared as clumsy as a blob of slime. Vacuum bullet. In a fit of rage, Shoha slammed its abdomen once more, expelling a solidified ball of destructive energy. Mixiang, charging forward with all his might, did not evade but instead controlled the Freedom Gundam to collide head-on. With thrusters at full throttle, the impact of Shoha's vacuum bullet was dissipated, and the Gundam barreled into Shoha. Sand erupted into the air as Shoha let out a mournful cry, its massive sandy body knocked back. This was solid sand, an entire 50-meter-tall beast composed of it. Frustration welled within Shoha, its star-shaped eyes becoming a deep crimson, resembling the awakening of the Sharingan to the unknowing eye. With all four limbs planted on the ground, Shoha raised its head, merging sand and wind, expelling a barrage of mixed sand and wind. Wind-sand barrage. These attacks resembled sand bullets. But under the might of the complete form of Shoha, each sand bullet exceeded a meter in diameter, akin to formidable clay projectiles. Little bug. Lock onto all the sand bullets, calculate their sequence and distance, and then you shall take full control of the mech to strike them down. This was a rare opportunity for a duel in such a resilient and high-capacity realm of consciousness, one that would not come again. The invaluable data from this training should be meticulously recorded for future mech development. Understanding the task at hand, the little bug began to manage the Freedom Gundam for the counterattack. The targets were locked, their sequence calculated, and the assault commenced. In a state of furious rage, Shoha unleashed its wind-infused sand bullets, believing it could create trouble for Mixiang. What transpired next left it utterly astonished. The magnificent mech adeptly utilized its thrusters to initiate small-scale teleportations, synchronizing its movements with rapid punches, recovering seamlessly, as if effortlessly inviting Shoha to attack. At a towering height of 51 meters, the Freedom Gundam moved with the grace of a hummingbird. Each sand bullet was systematically obliterated by the Freedom Gundam, leaving not a single one untouched. How could this be possible? Shikaku never anticipated that its ingenious and expansive combination of ninjutsu, the wind-sand shrapnel, would be so effortlessly dismantled. This was its consciousness space. Here, it was the deity that governed all. How could Shikaku possibly fathom the operational nodes and the intelligent entity? The little bug? Within Mixiang's consciousness space, he struggled to activate all the operational nodes. The collective consciousness was so formidable that it exceeded Mixiang's capacity to endure. One could only conclude that Shikaku's consciousness space was indeed powerful enough to withstand the amalgamation of Mi Xiang's consciousness. Is the battle over? Now it is my turn. Mi Xiang struck a superhero pose, employing the mech combat style he most frequently utilized in reality: full-speed thrusters, an audacious kinetic propulsion assault. Superhero fist. The several thousand tons of Freedom Gundam surged forth, propelled by 8 primary thrusters and 6 auxiliary wing thrusters, slicing through the air towards the astonished Shikaku. Boom. The kinetic impact was so forceful that it surpassed the explosive power of a flying missile. The already diminished Shikaku was blasted apart, losing a third of its body from that singular punch. The force of the blow even caused the mech arm of Freedom Gundam to warp slightly. Now reduced to half its original size, Shikaku stared at Mi Xiang, who was charging at it once more, and promptly collapsed on the ground, burying its head in the sand. Woe is me, I shall not fight any longer. Who are you? Wasn't this supposed to be a trial? You are being too cruel to Shikaku. Didn't Fubuka the monk always teach you to sway me with love and understanding? Woe is me. Mi Xiang, clad in the towering 51-meter Freedom Gundam, reveled in the exhilarating sensation akin to wielding Susanoo, utterly unprepared for Shikaku's capitulation. He landed and gently nudged Shikaku's rear. Hey, Shikaku. Known for your defiance, I have just begun to enjoy myself. Where is your original spirit? Rise and continue the fight. There is a disparity in size. So I shall simply switch to another mech, shall I not? Mi Xiang disengaged the enlarged Freedom Gundam and regenerated a heavy red Zaku. The red Zaku was rather impressive as well. Come, my current mech stands at only 16 meters. Shall we continue? Despite Mi Xiang's coaxing, the frightened Shikaku resolutely refused to lift its head, resembling a deluded ostrich unwilling to engage. After finally obtaining the opportunity to freely simulate mechs within the consciousness space, and after merely testing one mech, Mi Xiang found himself unsatisfied. Yet, the sight of Shikaku in this submissive state left him unable to continue the one-sided assault. He was not one to indulge in senseless cruelty. Just as he found himself at an impasse, the luminous entity, Kiki Sakomo, who had been assisting him in constructing the summoning technique, suddenly spoke. Mi Xiang-kun, did you not struggle to find a suitable subject for your summoning technique? Now that Shikaku has surrendered to you, why not consider it as your summoning beast? Mi Xiang-kun is truly a miracle worker. Who would have imagined that a powerful-tailed beast could be tamed? Upon hearing Kiki Sakomo's suggestion, Mi Xiang envisioned the image of standing atop Shikaku's head after summoning and found it somewhat acceptable. He, adorned in the red reinforced Zaka mech, gave the recalcitrant Shikaku a gentle kick. Hey, Shikaku, did you hear that? Will you submit to me and sign a summoning contract? Or will you continue to serve as my training partner? At that moment, the intelligent entity, the little bug, chimed in. Mi Xiang-kun, it seems that an anomaly has occurred in the trial room. Someone is attacking the main body. If not for the rebellion of the Fubuka clan, Shikaku's humiliating journey would have continued. Originally, Mi Xiang had planned to experiment with various mechs within this high-level consciousness space. However, experiencing the Freedom Gundam was a small dream fulfilled. Even Shikaku's consciousness space began to tremble, indicating that the Jinchuriki Fubuka had encountered an unforeseen incident. If the Jinchuriki were to perish, Shikaku would share the same fate. In that unexpected moment, Mi Xiang did not hesitate and directly posed a sole query to Shikaku: submit, or be obliterated. Should Shikaku stubbornly refuse to comply, Mi Xiang would not hesitate to obliterate it within the consciousness space, even if he refrained from acting. Once the Jinchuriki outside perished, Shikaku would inevitably follow suit. From its inception, the proud Shikaku had only encountered human emotions of fear and hatred. Those like Fubuka, who had sought to communicate with it through love and understanding, were truly anomalies. It had never witnessed Mi Xiang's unreasonable approach, leading with a barrage of blows. This was its consciousness space. How potent must the opponent's spiritual world be to act with impunity within its own? Shikaku could scarcely fathom the extent of Mi Xiang's power in reality. Of course, it was blinded by the concept that spiritual strength in the ninja world equated to ninja prowess. Caught between seeking a powerful ally to survive and stubbornly following Fubuka to death, Shikaku did not hesitate for even a second in making its ultimate decision. Farewell, Fubuka. I, Shikaku, shall follow my new master and avenge you. The subsequent steps were straightforward. With the assistance of Kiki Sakomo, who excelled in summoning techniques, and utilizing Kato's spiritual transformation technique, The summoning formula was implanted into Shukaku's spiritual world. This entire process unfolded remarkably smoothly, as it was conducted with Shukaku's voluntary consent. Upon exiting the spiritual realm, Miseong merely needed to establish a summoning anchor point for Shukaku. This was also the reason why Miseong returned after the great battle commenced. It was not that he had intentionally waited for the crucial moment to appear. Now that everything had settled, Shukaku of Sunagakure did not perish alongside the Jinchuriki. It nestled within the warm sand dunes, relishing the rare moments of freedom. As time progressed, the body that had been pummeled by Miseong gradually began to recover. The sensation of freedom felt quite delightful. Just then, the summoning contract deep within its soul began to resonate. Miseong was calling for it. Shukaku opened its star-shaped eyes, letting out a roar that sent sand flying, and unleashed a few random strikes upon the ground, finally responding to Miseong's summon. Why is the passage not wide enough for it to pass through? Shukaku did not ponder further, believing that Miseong did not require the full form of its being. Once Shukaku acknowledged Miseong, it prepared an explanation for him. Having restored itself to over 30 meters, Shukaku compressed its form down to a mere 10 meters in height, before traversing through the summoning array. At Oasi's workshop, Miseong returned to the fortress and recounted the tumultuous events of Shukaku's trial to Konin, Scorpion, Zitsong, and Yazong. Of course, he could not forget to boast about having tamed Shukaku as his summoning beast. Naturally, everyone was filled with curiosity, setting aside their tasks to gather in the open space, awaiting Miseong's summoning of Shukaku. As the summoning formula was completed, Miseong placed his palm on the ground, but there was no reaction. Was it not a failure of the technique? Could it be that summoning techniques had a delay? Since none of them had ever used summoning techniques, they assumed this was a normal occurrence, discussing the village's situation while waiting. Upon hearing that the third Kazekage had been assassinated, Scorpion merely scoffed disdainfully. The so-called strongest Kazekage, during the Second Great Ninja War, made a series of foolish commands due to his concern for the unreasonable demands of the Land of Wind's daimyo. Had it not been for his principle-less compromises, the village's surroundings would not have been left so desolate, and my parents would not have been slain by the White Fang of Konoha. Those from the Fubuka clan, whom he had nurtured as his confidants, truly deserved such a fate. Miseong was well aware of Scorpion's attitude. In the original timeline, he had directly assassinated the third Kazekage, even transforming him into a human puppet, indirectly triggering the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. In this realm, guided by continuous influences, Scorpion has not succumbed to darkness. Yet, it is unfortunate that the third Kazekage cannot escape the fate of assassination. One might say it is both timing and destiny. As the discussion turned to the forthcoming Jonin meeting, a sudden explosion of white smoke erupted from the spot where Mitsukiage had performed the summoning technique, draining his chakra in the process. As the smoke cleared, the colossal Shukaku, towering over 10 meters, swayed its massive tail, prostrating before Mitsukiage. Mitsukiage-kun, have you summoned me? Indeed. It was Shukaku. Yukura's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the Shukaku, adorned with intricate seals. Scorpion and Konin were equally mesmerized, tentatively touching the sandy form of Shukaku. Wasn't Shukaku known for its fierce temperament? Why was it so docile now? Could it truly be that Mitsukiage had tamed it with love and understanding? How remarkable Mitsukiage is! In that moment, the image of Mitsukiage, who could subdue Shukaku, soared in the hearts of the onlookers. However, Mitsukiage expressed some dissatisfaction, inquiring of Shukaku. Hey, Shukaku, why did the summoning technique take so long this time? Are you resisting my summoning? Shukaku's mouth twitched as it hurried to explain. Not at all. I merely took some time to compress my size. The chakra you infused into the summoning technique was not abundant. I had to reduce my form to a scale of about 30 meters, which requires a significant amount of chakra pathways. I hope you do not mind. Mitsukiage felt a slight blush at this revelation. It turned out that with all his chakra, he could only summon Shukaku at this reduced size. To summon its full form, he would need to enhance his training. Nevertheless, it was a pleasant surprise to have contracted Shukaku. His primary combat strength had always been his mechs and technological weaponry. Understanding the delay in summoning was due to his own limitations, Mitsukiage held no grievance against Shukaku. However, since he had expended chakra to summon it, he would not let it go to waste. Shukaku, your ability to manipulate sand should be intact, right? Since you're here, please assist me in carving out a sand trench outside the fortress. Shukaku obediently responded, A trivial task. Mitsukichi-kun. How wide should the trench be? Mitsukichi swiftly positioned himself atop Shikaku's head, pointing towards the northern expanse of the fortress. Begin from this mountain range, and carve out a pathway 50 meters wide right here at the fortress. Move the sand from other areas to the sides, creating a trench that spans over 50 meters deep. Even if we cannot stop ninjas from other villages, we can certainly hinder their advance. Chapter 117. Concerning Life and Death. 1. Shikaku patted its rotund belly, exclaiming, "Leave it to me." Though Shikaku appeared massive, it moved with surprising agility. It crouched low, leaping like a raccoon to the designated spot Mitsukichi indicated. Magnet release, sand waterfall technique. As Shikaku manipulated the sand, it surged like ocean waves, casting aside great mounds of it. For Shikaku, controlling sand was as instinctual as breathing. In mere moments, Shikaku had excavated a vast trench beside the oasis fortress, resembling two dry moats. While Shikaku exerted itself in this task, Mitsukichi sat cross-legged atop its head, attuning himself to something. Once the trench was completed, he guided Shikaku back to the oasis fortress. "All right, return now, Shikaku. Make sure to practice magnet release when you have the chance. In a few days, we may need to fight side by side again." With a squint of its star-shaped eyes, Shikaku nodded vigorously. "Then I shall return to the desert of death." Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Shikaku vanished from sight. Yakura gazed enviously at his disciple, who had unknowingly grown so formidable. Shikaku, the tailed beast of Sunagakure, had displayed such obedience before Mitsukichi, akin to a docile raccoon. Well, Shikaku's appearance does resemble that of a tanuki. Scorpion, ever perceptive, suddenly remarked, "Mitsukichi, have you awakened magnet release?" Upon hearing this, everyone noticed the swirling mass of sand in Mitsukichi's hand. Mitsukichi shook his head. "I cannot say if this constitutes magnet release. If I had to define it, it feels more akin to gravitational and repulsive forces." As he spoke, Mitsukichi disrupted the balance between the gravitational and repulsive forces. Launching the sand away, he clapped his hands and said, "These are mere trifles. We must hasten back to the village. The upcoming Jonin conference will determine the very fate of Sunagakure." At the fortress, with Konin and Yakushi Nono overseeing, there was no cause for concern. Mitsukichi, Scorpion, and Yakura donned their mechs and set off towards Sunagakure at great speed. During their run, Yakura noticed a change. "Mitsukichi, I feel as though my weight has significantly decreased while running alongside you. Is this your new ability?" "Indeed. Though I can only exert it over a distance of 2 meters for now. Thankfully, it can be maintained through electrical energy consumption. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss with my chakra." With Mitsukichi's awakened gravitational and repulsive forces, the trio swiftly returned to Sunagakure. Currently, the news of the third Kazekage's death had been kept under wraps, preventing any chaos within the village. Upon entering the grand conference room, the remaining elders and other jonin had taken their seats. As Mitsukichi and his companions entered, the gazes of the assembly predominantly fell upon him. This once unremarkable student of the village's ninja academy had, unbeknownst to many, matured into a formidable figure capable of subduing Shikaku as a summoning beast. Such an achievement was one that only the legendary Uchiha Madara had accomplished, and that had been through the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mitsukichi calmly took his seat, observing Elder Chiyo preside over the gathering of the jonin. The position that belonged to the third Kazekage was now merely an empty hat. The third Kazekage had been betrayed by his own villagers, assassinated by conspirators, and even the Jinchuriki had fallen victim to this calamity. This news weighed heavily upon everyone present, akin to a massive rock constricting their hearts. Thankfully, Mitsukichi, who had undergone the Shikaku trial, had somehow tamed Shikaku through an unknown secret technique, preserving the village's top combat strength. The proposal to elevate Mitsukichi and Scorpion to special jonin faced no opposition. After all, how could one who could tame Shikaku not be worthy of becoming a jonin? That would indeed be a grave oversight. Elder Chiyo, who presided over the assembly, wore a grave expression as she sat in the main seat, while Kaiza sat beside her, unfurling a scroll, his gaze lowered in contemplation. Upon noticing Mitsukichi, Scorpion, and Yakura seated, Chiyo gave a slight nod in their direction. "The Jonin Conference of Sunagakure is now officially convened. The reason for summoning you all should be clear." Chiyo's voice carried a suppressed fury. The third Kazekage was ruthlessly betrayed and murdered in front of countless witnesses by the Fusha and Sasori clans. They conspired to assassinate the third Kazekage. As soon as she finished speaking, the room erupted with various voices, questions, anger, and even the sound of fists pounding on tables echoed throughout. Silence. Chio slammed her fist on the table. The pressing matter at hand is to determine the future path of our village. This incident involves not only the traitorous Fuchsia and Sasori clans, but also the feudal lord and nobles of the Land of Wind. It was the feudal lord of the Land of Wind who sought to control Sunagakure through their pawns, which led to the assassination of the third Kazekage. What? The assembly erupted into chaos, voices of accusation, skepticism, and outrage threatening to shatter the very roof. Absurd. Chio, do you know what a grave offense it is to slander the feudal lord? He is a descendant of the divine bloodline, a sacred and exalted feudal lord. A conservative elder shouted vehemently. Where is the evidence? Why would the feudal lord wish to overthrow the third Kazekage? What is the rationale? In the face of torrential skepticism, Chio remained steadfast. She elevated her voice, overpowering the inquiries. Evidence? Fuchsia Sakamura and his cohorts acted within the trial grounds of the sealed temple, attempting assassination in the presence of nearly all the elders of Sunagakure. The daimyo has promised that once accomplished, his family would seize control of Sunagakure. Had it not been for Miki bringing Shikaku to our rescue, we would have been eliminated on the spot. What more evidence do you need? At that moment, the intelligence officer of Sunagakure, Izo, interjected. Our reporting department has previously submitted the most critical evidence to the third Kazekage. The daimyo and the nobility of the Land of Wind support Fuchsia and his faction in their plot to overthrow Sunagakure. However, this matter has been suppressed by the third Kazekage. As for the daimyo's motives, it is likely because the Kazekage has escaped the grip of the daimyo's budget cuts through the wealth generated from Sunagold and other trades. This directly threatens the interests of the daimyo and the nobility. They would rather see Sunagakure perpetually impoverished and dependent on their charity than allow a strong, self-sufficient village capable of determining its own fate. Izo's words struck like a cold blade, slicing through the bloody reality. Many ordinary jonin of Sunagakure displayed expressions of deep contemplation and ire. They had suffered from resource scarcity, perpetually reducing their military capacity as the number of ninjas dwindled. Acutely aware of the underlying logic. Even if this is the case, as ninjas loyal to the daimyo, we cannot question his arrangements. Surely, there must be another reason. The conservative elder, roused with indignation, slammed his hand down. That is the daimyo. He is the jewel of our nation. If the daimyo truly acted thus, then it is a failure on the part of our ninja village. It must be the third Kazekage who has let down the daimyo's expectations. Even if the daimyo and the nobility are behind this, are we to rebel? That would make Sunagakure a target for all. We would perish. At this moment, a voice filled with sorrow and indignation exclaimed, "A jewel? Huh? Is this what we are to fight to the death to protect?" With that anguished cry, Rasha, who had remained silent in the front row, slowly rose. His eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched, his body trembling with intense rage. The golden Sunagold around him twisted, restrained by his overwhelming control. How much has my teacher, the third Kazekage, sacrificed for this village? He developed magnet release and enhanced sealing techniques. His greatest dream was to empower Sunagakure. To this end, he compromised with the daimyo and the nobility, reducing our military and the number of ninjas. Look at how weak Sunagakure has become. And what is the result? Rasha's voice emerged through gritted teeth. The result is that he is now dead, not on the battlefield, but by the schemes and treachery of those families he sought to protect. Tell me, is such a jewel worthy of our loyalty? My teacher has nowhere left to turn. And even now, the daimyo and the nobility have not spared him. What meaning does this loyalty hold? Rasha's outburst left the elderly elders speechless, and even Miki regarded him with unexpected scrutiny. In his memory, Rasha was a disciple of the third Kazekage, a pure politician. His readiness to sacrifice the village's hero, Yakura, for the sake of so-called compromise was evident. Now, Rasha's public challenge to the daimyo was indeed unexpected. Miki overlooked Rasha's status as the direct disciple of the third Kazekage. As one of the foremost practitioners of magnet release among the younger generation, his bond with the Kazekage was unfathomable to others. The conspiracy orchestrated by the daimyo to overthrow the Kazekage had ignited Rasha's fury the moment the assassination was attempted. As the leader of the Sunagold forces, Rasha's stance held tremendous influence. His anguish instantly ignited the anger of many of the Kazekage's loyalists present. Rasha is right. The Kazekage cannot die in vain. As the crowd grew agitated, Chiyo recognized the moment had come. Casting a glance at Miki, she stood and declared, "The third Kazekage is the hero of our village. We have fought tirelessly for the land of wind, yet the daimyo remains unsatisfied. The assassination of the third Kazekage is a dagger thrust into our very hearts. This matter concerns our survival, and we cannot forgive it. However, we must not blindly revolt, for that would be tantamount to courting death." Chiyo's words momentarily silenced the tumult in the assembly. She continued, "Yet we cannot sit idly by. If the daimyo can assassinate the Kazekage today, tomorrow he can cut our funding, forcing us into submission. He may appoint any vassal to take the Kazekage's place, demanding our allegiance to them. Sunagakure is merely a watchdog to be fed scraps when needed and discarded when not." Chiyo surveyed the many jonin present. Raising her voice, "We can choose to temporarily conceal the news of the Kazekage's assassination, but that would be futile. The daimyo, having failed to achieve his desires, will escalate his attempts to undermine our village. The third Kazekage has reached a point of no return, and the daimyo continues to pursue him. Some may argue that if we rashly act against the daimyo, it will incite hostility from the nobility of other nations. But do those who think this not realize that the ninja world is already in turmoil? The conflicts among other nations are irreconcilable. Do they not wish to invade Sunagakure? Regardless of whether we confront the daimyo, if we continue to weaken, war is inevitable. As for the daimyo and the nobility, has Hanzo of the Rain Country not taken action against them? We have nowhere left to retreat. Any struggle for survival is better than waiting for death." Chiyo's words resonated with many jonin. Since the Second Ninja War, the daimyo's control over village finances, alongside the probing and restlessness of other villages, indicated that war was not far off. At such a critical juncture, the daimyo of the Land of Wind not only failed to increase the village's military budget, but also demanded a reduction in the number of ninjas and investments. Was this not a sign of malice? Seeing no further opposition, Chiyo pointed to the onlookers, singling out Miki. "This is the newly promoted jonin Miki. His rapid progress is evident, and his contributions to the transformation of the Oasis Fortress and the enhancement of the puppet forces are remarkable. Shikaku, once our greatest disaster and burden, has now been tamed by jonin Miki, becoming his summoning beast. It will serve as one of the most formidable protective forces for Sunagakure, even more reliable than a Jinchuriki. This is Shikaku. To be able to tame Shikaku as a summoning beast places him among the elite of the ninja world. Previously, our understanding of Miki was merely that he excelled in the Chunin exams against Konoha's elite. Once a mere subordinate to Scorpion, he has now grown to this extent." She then pointed towards Yakura, Scorpion, and Rasha. "Though we have lost the third Kazekage, we still possess many powerful ninjas. Why can we not determine our own future? Jonin Miki, you and Shikaku are now crucial combat forces for our village. What is your opinion?" Miki, called upon by Chiyo, stood without hesitation, proclaiming, "I advocate for vengeance. Our vengeance is not merely an outlet for our anger, but a means to establish a new order. We shall not spare the true culprits, the daimyo. As for those nobles who rely on the daimyo, we shall offer them a chance to surrender. The order of the Land of Wind should be dictated by Sunagakure. We must convey to all adversaries that the blood of the Kazekage shall not be shed in vain. We shall harness the strength of ninjas to forge an entirely new Land of Wind, under the leadership of Sunagakure, devoid of aristocratic exploitation. All resources are devoted to the advancement of the hidden sand village, forging a powerful nation. Yet what of war? The other great nations will not idly stand by. Elders still harbor concerns, for war has never been a distant memory. Yet, we of Sunagakure shall be reborn from the ashes. Behind Mitsuki stand Yakura and Scorpion, who, through their actions, express their acknowledgement of him. Similarly, Rasha approaches Mitsuki's side, accompanied by the elite of the Wind Shadow Guard. This endorsement, along with the strength represented by Shikaku, lends substantial weight to Mitsuki's words. Endurance does not yield peace. It only invites further indignities. Better to be reborn in the flames than to rot in a slow death. I, Mitsuki, am willing to avenge Lord Kazekage and fight for the future of Sunagakure." Elder Chiyo gazes with satisfaction at the increasing number of elite shinobi rallying behind Mitsuki, nodding as she speaks. As Mitsuki has articulated, we are presented with only two paths. The first, to kneel, bury our heads in the sand, beseeching the daimyo for mercy, and await our slow dismemberment, becoming mere pawns in the hands of the daimyo's appointed vassals, leading to the village's demise, and becoming the guardians of the daimyo and nobility. The second, to rise, grip tightly our kunai, and pave a path to rebirth with the blood of our enemies and traitors. Chiyo takes a deep breath and calls out, "Now, let us commence the vote at the Sunagakure Elite Shinobi Assembly. Shall we continue to be the dogs that wag their tails for the daimyo and nobility, or shall we, alongside the village's shinobi, become revolutionaries who slay tyrants and seize our destiny in a new world? Those shinobi who choose to avenge the daimyo, please raise your hands." Silence envelopes the conference room, a deathly quiet. Then, Mitsuki raises his hand high. Following him are Yakura and Scorpion, and soon thereafter, Rasha, the fifth, sixth, and more stand up, rallying behind Mitsuki, raising their right hands high. Their eyes burn with the suppressed fury of too long, intertwined with a yearning for rebirth. Ultimately, all elite shinobi of Sunagakure express their support through action. As for the few aged elders, their choices have become irrelevant. Chiyo observes all of this and slowly closes her eyes, knowing that the fate of Sunagakure has irrevocably changed from this moment onward. She exchanges a glance with Hozo, who nods slightly in response. Chiyo opens her eyes and hoarsely announces the outcome. Thus, Sunagakure officially declares war on the daimyo and nobility of the Land of Wind. Blood debts must be repaid. Chapter 119, A Turn of Events. Blood debts must be repaid. Many elite shinobi also raise their arms in fervent agreement. With our approach unified, all that remains is the execution of our plan. Mitsuki, you shall be responsible for the assault on the capital of the Land of Wind. Is there any issue with this? Mitsuki intercepts Rasha, who wishes to participate, taking upon himself the daunting task of confronting the daimyo directly. For other shinobi of this era, there may still be a lingering reverence for the noble bloodlines when facing a daimyo. Yet, for Mitsuki, such matters hold little significance. In the nation where he resides, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang had once proclaimed that nobility is nothing but a title. What is a mere daimyo to him? He understands Rasha's desire to avenge the third Kazekage, yet he insists on taking on the battle against the daimyo himself. Rasha, your task is no less daunting. We must swiftly take down the various aristocratic factions. We shall only execute the ringleaders, sparing the innocent. The quicker we stabilize these noble factions, the more time we will have to prepare for the harder battles ahead. Rasha's eyes redden slightly as he contemplates Mitsuki's words. A thought occurring to him. Are you suggesting that the daimyo of other nations will send shinobi to intervene? Indeed, the faster we act, the less opportunity those nations will have to interfere. This operation must be executed swiftly. The sooner, the better. Chiyo and Hozo remain at the helm of Sunagakure, while teams of shinobi led by elite members depart from the village, heading toward other settlements within the Land of Wind. Those who assist the daimyo in governing the region are predominantly from aristocratic lineages. Within their castles, revelry ensues, seemingly oblivious to the plight of the impoverished Land of Wind. In the capital of the Land of Wind, the daimyo's estate shines brightly tonight, yet the originally festive gathering of wine and dance is now left in disarray. Useless. Those fools from Sunagakure are nothing but a bunch of complete failures. Daimyo Kikawasenki rages, smashing objects in a fit of hysteria. The Fushida clan boasts of their noble heritage, alongside the disgraceful Sabesa clan. And what of Danzo? Where are his shinobi? How could he have promised me such assurances? The third Kazekage is dead, and none of the loyal families, including the Fushida and Sabesa clans, have escaped. Not only has Sunagakure not descended into chaos, but they are now seeking revenge against me. Who gave them the audacity? Who is that brat named Mitsuki leading them? How did Shikaku become his possession? The daimyo of the Land of Wind continues to howl, his voice reverberating through the hall. The elder advisors and nobles cower like quails, afraid to utter a word. They had been celebrating the success of the assassination, lavishing praises upon the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Who could have foreseen that the subsequent reports would reveal Sunagakure was not in disarray? The unexpected appearance of Mitsuki, wielding the powers of Shikaku, annihilated the rebellious clans, while the decisive assembly of elders ensured that Sunagakure not only avoided a power vacuum and infighting, but solidified their unity with a terrifying swiftness. This was precisely the concern of the daimyo. He had merely eliminated one-third Kazekage, yet he had inadvertently eradicated all the noble bloodlines and shinobi he had cultivated within Sunagakure. This ironclad spirit of shared enmity had never been witnessed during the reigns of previous Kazakages. My lord. The informant steps forward, voice trembling. My lord. The mobilization of elite shinobi from Sunagakure is complete. Their rallying cry is blood debts must be repaid. Blood debts must be repaid? Upon hearing this news, Daimyo Kikuo reacts as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. His sickly countenance contorts as he screeches. Repay blood debts to whom? How dare they? I am the daimyo of the land of wind, the chosen ruler, the descendant of divine blood. Yet, even as he speaks, he knows that when the time for confrontation arrives, the so-called divine lineage holds no weight. Accompanied by his impotent rage, a wave of fear spreads wildly among the opulent nobles. No, I cannot sit idly by. Listen up. Daimyo Kikuo Senki forces himself to stand and commands loudly. Immediately issue a decree in the name of the daimyo of the land of wind. Notify all nobles that the third Kazakage perished due to unfortunate circumstances stemming from the tailed beast's rampage. However, Sunagakure is now under the control of the radical rebel Shinobi Mitsuki and Rasha, who intend to overthrow the nation. They are regicides, traitors, the greatest of rebels. He attempts to frame this action as a rebellion, yet he knows well that the decision made at the elite shinobi assembly cannot be swayed by one or two shinobi. He realizes he is truly finished. I need to send a plea for aid via a shinobi eagle. A thought strikes him, and he almost frantically shouts to his subordinates. The first letter, covertly dispatched to Shimura Danzo of Konoha. Inquire what he is plotting. Demand he fulfill his promises. Konoha must deploy shinobi to intervene in this matter. As for the conditions, let him dictate. Even though he knows he is inviting trouble, he can no longer afford to care. The daimyo of the land of wind pauses momentarily, then continues. The second letter, addressed to the daimyo of the land of fire, outlined the treasonous acts of Sunagakure, urgently requesting the noble alliance to dispatch shinobi and quell these traitorous rebels. Upon uttering this, he seizes the collar of the guardian shinobi beside him, glaring intently. No, this is still insufficient. Send forth emissaries to the land of earth, the land of lightning, the land of rain, the land of birds, and the land of rivers, seeking their aid. Every ninja must be dispatched for assistance. All of you, until reinforcements arrive. You must defend my castle. Utilize the strongest barriers and surrender your private soldiers, household guards, and ninjas. Furthermore, go to the black market and offer a generous bounty. Hire all rogue ninjas and defectors who can wield a kunai. Money is no object, nor is relinquishing territory. We must thwart the rogue ninjas of Sunagakure until our reinforcements arrive. Their demise will be assured then. The crowd hurriedly set out to execute these orders. The once bustling hall was left in disarray, strewn with chaos, save for a few guarding ninjas. As night deepened, the daimyo of the land of wind stood alone on the highest terrace, wrapping himself tightly in his exquisite brocade robe. The streets outside the castle appeared to awaken from their slumber, stirred by the frantic proclamations of his subordinates. Regret consumed him, an unprecedented feeling of remorse. He lamented having heeded Danzo's deceit and underestimated the backlash of those he deemed mere tools. He understood better than anyone the destructive potential of these extraordinary ninjas. Previously, they had been obediently controlled like hunting hounds by the third Kazakage. He had once criticized the third Kazakage's management, hoping to take matters into his own hands. And now he faced dire consequences. Surely, they wouldn't dare approach. This is the capital. I am the daimyo of the land of wind. The daimyo murmured to himself, his voice dissipated by the arid wind, lacking conviction. That was no mere wind. At that moment, a scream accompanied by the scent of blood pierced the air, startling the daimyo of the land of wind, Keichuan Senki. Who goes there? A figure emerged from the darkness, adorned with a headband marked by a scar from Takigakure. His face was obscured by a mask and an old-fashioned ninja hat, his eyes gleaming a vivid green. I hear you are offering a high price for ninjas? Chapter 120. A game of cat and mouse. Upon seeing this evidently rogue ninja, the daimyo of the land of wind instinctively took a step back, mustering his courage to inquire, "Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the daimyo's estate?" The newcomer smirked disdainfully, flexing his wrists as he replied, "I am Kaku, the most renowned bounty hunter. I do not entertain contracts below 30 million. The daimyo clung to the hope of salvation, urgently proclaiming, "Money, I have plenty. If you can halt those rebellious sand ninjas, I will pay you handsomely. Kill the leading ninjas, and I will offer you 30 million per head. No, I will give you 60 million. Kakuzu's green eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth as he grinned. You are indeed a commendable patron. Prepare the funds. I shall return for my reward. Kakuzu gleaned the mission details from the daimyo's close aides and swiftly appeared outside the castle of the Land of Wind. When the sentinels hurriedly reported the arrival of the Sand Ninja Squad, Kakuzu declared, You all go inside the barrier and watch the spectacle. Do not concern yourselves with me. I can eliminate those valuable heads from outside. He stood alone on the path leading to the daimyo's castle, observing the approaching figures clad in their customized mechanized armor. Distinctly unlike ordinary ninjas. Kakuzu retrieved a kunai from his tool pouch, flipping it in his grasp as he called out, A high price is being offered for your heads. Be sensible and hand them over to me, and spare yourselves the trouble. Recognizing the distinctive figure, one of the armored ninjas exclaimed, You are Kakuzu? The bounty hunter Kakuzu? Am I really that well known? That is of no consequence. Even if you recognize me, I shall show no mercy. Hand over your heads, Kakuzu said, lunging at the ninja with his kunai. Repulsion. The ninja, aware of Kakuzu's tactics, countered with the tendrils of his Doton technique, seizing Kakuzu's heart in close proximity. In the absence of information, this maneuver was exceedingly treacherous. However, once aware, it posed little threat, akin to hidden strategies. The black tendrils extending from Kakuzu's arm were repelled by an unseen force as they approached the armored ninja. The repulsive force within 2 meters was indeed unreasonable. Scorpion, Yakura. You two deal with the fortress. I'll handle this bounty hunter myself. Kakuzu, clad in a black cloak with a masked face, remained undeterred by the failure of his Doton technique. He swiftly created distance, his hands weaving as he unleashed fire release, great fireball technique. A ferocious fire dragon formed instantaneously, surging towards the ninja. Utilizing repulsion, the ninja expertly countered the onslaught, isolating the flames 2 meters away and dissipating the impact through his mechanized suit's exhaust ports. I can endure this. Kakuzu, do try harder. He taunted, though it was insufficient. Kakuzu scoffed, his Doton technique stirring within him. The mask on his back twisted into shape. Opening wide, lightning release, false darkness. Blinding lightning erupted from the mask, transforming into a colossal lightning spear, its speed surpassing prior ninjutsu. This swift lightning bolt surged towards the armored ninja, aiming to pierce through him. In Kakuzu's eyes, any metallic creation was a mere target in the face of such furious lightning. Confronted with this lethal lightning spear capable of paralyzing elite shinobi, the ninja made no attempt to evade. He merely raised his left arm, beckoning Kakuzu with a flick of his finger. Zzz. The powerful lightning spear struck true. Yet the anticipated scene of the mechanized suit being incapacitated in an explosive display did not unfold. The raging electricity flowed like water meeting a sponge, guided and dispersed along the elegant curvature of the armored gauntlet, ultimately fading into silence. What? Kakuzu's pupils narrowed in disbelief. This was impossible. His lightning technique could cleave through the hardest stone. How could it possibly falter against mere metal? The ninja smirked. I apologize, Kakuzu. But I am an adversary you cannot conquer. Though you are a ruthless killer and your greed is insatiable. Even if the explosive tags worth 6 billion from my past life are unrelated to you, I am still willing to spare your life should you choose to surrender. Using lightning techniques against him? There exists a term for such folly, showing off before a master craftsman. Though Kakuzu could not comprehend the ninja's words, his vast combat experience prompted an immediate tactical switch. Earth release, earth spear hardening technique. His skin darkened and hardened instantaneously, while another mask shifted behind him. Wind release, pressure damage. He intended to employ the all-encompassing wind release combined with his hardened body technique to close in and obliterate this arrogant sand ninja. Yet, at that moment, the ninja remained unperturbed, not even bothering to form seals, calmly awaiting Kakuzu's approach. Within 2 meters, I am invincible. Repulsion. The unreasonable force withstood the backlash from the wind release, while Kakuzu, having reached the ninja, was propelled back by an invisible force. He tumbled away, having employed all 5 elemental techniques, yet failing to inflict any harm upon the ninja. His pride in taijutsu was thoroughly dismantled by the repulsion and attraction. When he charged in, he was flung back. When he attempted to evade, he was drawn towards the ninja's fist. Had it not been for the ninja's restraint, he would have faced not merely a fist but the devastating arm blade of high-frequency vibrations. After being struck by the ninja once more, Kakuzu's rage boiled over. Bastard! 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 In his furious outburst, Kakuzu's shoulders bulged, the sound of cracking bones accompanying the rampage of the Doton tendrils, as a sinister mask unfurled from his back. Countless tendrils resembling small gray-black snakes pinned the tattered fabric to his torso. Kakuzu's head hung low, his eyes veiled by chakra. At this moment, he was no longer human. His joints had been replaced by Doton, and his form had transformed into a monstrous amalgamation of tendrils, masks, and murderous intent. This is the ultimate form of the earth grudge fear. Mi Xiang, now slightly more serious, spoke up. Mr. Kakuzu, are you still unwilling to surrender? This is your final opportunity. Kakuzu's mouth was occupied by the tendrils of earth grudge fear, causing his voice to sound somewhat distorted. Are you asking me, Kakuzu, to surrender? I am the one who assassinated the first Hokage. Mi Xiang couldn't help but retort. Was it the kind where you threw a shuriken from 800 miles away? This remark ignited Kakuzu's fury. From the mouths of various masks, an immensely destructive ninjutsu was unleashed. He himself wielded his tendrils and charged towards Mi Xiang. The flurry of tendrils resembled a massive, gaping maw, intent on swallowing both Mi Xiang and his mech whole. Chapter 121. The Collapse of the Four Purple Flames Formation. The earth grudge fear, driven to its utmost by Kakuzu, surged towards Mi Xiang as if it possessed a life of its own. This time, Mi Xiang held nothing back. To him, Kakuzu had long since lost his own will. In fact, the moment he became possessed by earth grudge fear, he was effectively dead. As he commanded the Archbishop Mech to extend its right hand, he released not repulsion this time. With the two supercapacitors drained, a fierce arc of electricity erupted from the palm of the mech. Brilliant arcs of blue and white electricity filled the space around Mi Xiang, forming a dazzling barrier that obscured the encroaching tendrils of earth grudge fear. The violent discharge lasted a full 2 seconds. Mi Xiang feared it might not be thorough enough. As the arcs dissipated, only a cloud of carbon ash remained in the air. Instinctively, Mi Xiang repelled the floating ashes and the once formidable Kakuzu. The most profitable steward of the Akatsuki in his original timeline vanished from this world. The immortal duo relied on their bizarre abilities to create unexpected effects. Their seemingly eerie immortality was quite intimidating, but if their information were to be revealed, their threat would diminish significantly. With Kakuzu dealt with, Mi Xiang felt little sense of accomplishment. He merely sighed and directed the Archbishop Mech towards the Lord's castle. The castle, bathed in the fierce sunlight, emitted a violet glow, indicating that Scorpion and the others were encountering difficulties. Indeed, upon Mi Xiang's arrival, the entire castle was enveloped in a violet barrier. This formation appeared to be the Four Purple Flames Formation. Outside the yellowish stone walls of the Lord's castle lay dozens of corpses, some charred to a crisp, while others bore only injuries to vital areas like the neck. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Scorpion and Yakura. At this moment, both were firmly held outside by a layer of intense violet flame barrier. The Four Purple Flames Formation, like a resilient violet glass dome, enveloped the castle in an absolute domain, with flowing runes adorning its walls, deep purple patterns racing across a pale violet background. Scorpion commanded his numerous puppets to collide with the barrier, only to be vaporized by the intense heat, leaving behind ripples at the contact points. The ground outside the barrier was littered with puppet debris. Meanwhile, the blazing fireballs unleashed by Yakura were absorbed by the formation upon contact with the violet dome, causing no damage whatsoever. For ninjas stood guard at each corner, channeling their chakra like beams of light into the barrier. A smaller protective barrier surrounded their bodies. It was said that the Four Purple Flames Formation could only be shattered from within or by eliminating the ninjas maintaining the formation at its four corners. Otherwise, any attacks directed at specific points would be absorbed by the entire formation, rendering them seemingly ineffective. The Lord of the Land of Wind stood atop the castle tower, observing the futility of Scorpion and his allies against the Four Purple Flames Formation, and he sipped his drink with satisfaction. Excellent. This formation exemplifies the proper use of ninjutsu. As long as the chakra of those four ninjas holds for a day, reinforcements will surely arrive. At that time, I shall relish the sight of despair on the faces of those sand ninjas before I behead them all. Every single one shall be slain. Nearby, his retainers came forth to flatter him. Indeed, my lord, while these four guarding ninjas may lack other skills, their chakra reserves are quite substantial. Even with the use of sedatives, they will hold out long enough before their vitality is fully depleted. The Lord, being of divine bloodline, was surely blessed by the gods. The revelry among the people atop the castle was vibrant and jubilant. Upon Mi Xiang's arrival to assist Scorpion, he felt somewhat embarrassed as he admitted, "It's my fault for not noticing these formations while clearing the outer samurai of the Lord." By the time the 4 purple flames formation was established, it was too late. Mi Xiang threw a kunai, which melted upon contact with the violet flames. The remnants of the kunai caused ripples at the formation's location. Mi Xiang adjusted his mech and calmly stated, "No worries, let me give it a try." You and Yakura-sensei prepare to prevent any escape from within. Prevent escape? Faced with the seemingly insurmountable 4 purple flames formation, Mi Xiang was already contemplating a follow-up pursuit. However, considering Shikaku, she believed that utilizing its power could significantly drain the chakra of the ninjas at the formation's core. Following Mi Xiang's instructions, Scorpion swiftly positioned himself atop the western roof of the Lord's castle, while Yakura moved to the left. They provided Mi Xiang ample distance to summon Shikaku. Yet, they did not anticipate that Mi Xiang would not summon Shikaku immediately. Instead, he maneuvered the mech to slowly retreat and directly launched himself into the 4 purple flames formation. Contrary to expectations, Mi Xiang's Archbishop mech was not incinerated by the 4 purple flames formation, as if separated by a transparent medium. Repulsion combined with kinetic energy. The flames of the 4 purple flames formation did not touch Mi Xiang, while the kinetic impact of the mech caused the entire square formation to tremble significantly. What could absorb ninjutsu fear? Wasn't it capable of absorbing physical damage altogether? It all depended on the extent of that absorption. With repulsion as a buffer and kinetic energy transfer, the Archbishop mech remained entirely unharmed. During the collision test, Mi Xiang commanded the Archbishop mech to gradually accelerate. Boom. The ripples on the square 4 purple flames formation expanded significantly. With Mi Xiang and the mech combined, their total weight exceeded 300 pounds. The speed of flight increased until it broke the sound barrier. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed as the entire 4 purple flames formation began to shake violently. What is that sound? Why is the castle trembling? The Lord of the Land of Wind, who was enjoying his drink, initially thought he was merely intoxicated. But as the immense sound of breaking air reached him, he realized the 4 purple flames formation was quaking. A samurai who had gone down to scout rushed back up. "My lord, those sand ninjas are colliding with the 4 purple flames formation, and the formation is shaking." Colliding with the 4 purple flames formation? How could that be? Wasn't it supposed to incinerate anything that touched it? Having consumed considerable alcohol, the Lord of the Land of Wind remained puzzled as to why anyone would dare to strike such a formidable formation. Before the samurai could respond, a louder, piercing sound emerged, followed by the sound of shattering. The once promising 4 purple flames formation, entrusted with great expectations by the Lord, began to emit smoke from its 4 core points. The entire purple formation shattered like glass, disintegrating into numerous fragments. The 4 purple flames formation has been destroyed. All right, Yakura-sensei, prepare to unleash a combined ninjutsu. Witnessing Mi Xiang shatter the 4 purple flames formation with sheer force, Yakura stood agape. It can be done this way? This formation is renowned in Konoha, yet it crumbled so easily? Before Yakura could fully process this, Mi Xiang had already bitten his finger and constructed a summoning formation. Summoning Jutsu. Roar. Shikaku has arrived. Chapter 122. Exceeding expectations, the towering Showa, standing over 20 meters high, suddenly materialized outside the fortress of the daimyo, instilling a deeper fear than the shattering of the 4 purple flames formation. Surrender. Surrender to the sand shinobi. The daimyo of the Land of Wind shrieked in desperation. With Shoha's appearance, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. However, it was already too late. Scorch release. Overheated incineration. Vacuum bullets. As a colossal fireball of superheated incineration slowly soared through the air, expanding to a size of 10 meters. Its yellow-white hue hung ominously aloft. Shoha then struck its belly fiercely, unleashing 3 massive gusts of wind from its mouth. Meanwhile, standing atop Shoha, Mi Xiang completed his seals, wind release, great breakthrough, modified wind tunnel technique. Mi Xiang transformed the great breakthrough into a highly constrictive spiral tunnel, establishing a conduit between the overheated fireball and the fortress of the daimyo. The 3 wind spheres emitted by Shoha surged through the wind tunnel, piercing the immense fireball and morphing into a blue-white stream of flame. This was the blowfire effect, amplifying the fire release far beyond mere wind release. A scorching stream at 2,300 degrees Celsius. What was this? As the scorch release fireball manifested, the daimyo's guardian Shinobi attempted to erect a barrier to withstand the impending onslaught. Yet, when the combined ninjutsu materialized into a searing blue-white stream, all resistance proved futile. The 2,300-degree stream collided violently with the fortress's rocky walls. These walls, once a formidable barrier against bandits and rioters, were the very foundation of the daimyo's confidence, allowing him to delay intervention from other great nations. Within the robust fortress, all civilians who might pose a risk had been driven away, leaving only the most trusted subordinates and guardian ninjas. Even the recruited ninjas were deemed unworthy of entering this stronghold. The daimyo of the Land of Wind believed that their underground granaries contained enough supplies to sustain them for over a year. Coupled with the supposedly indestructible Four Purple Flames formation, he felt secure. As long as these traitorous sand shinobi perished beneath the walls, he anticipated the arrival of reinforcements to eliminate them all. Such were his thoughts, but they were soon dashed. The highly anticipated Four Purple Flames formation shattered like an eggshell, and the once imposing fortress succumbed to the searing stream, awakening the daimyo to his grim reality. This was a world of ninjas imbued with extraordinary power. They could harness traditional shackles to control this strength. Yet, when their greed led them to tighten those chains further, they were utterly unprepared for the backlash that ensued. Under the merciless onslaught of 2,300-degree heat, white stone melted upon contact with the stream, while wooden structures were reduced to charred remnants, swept away by the raging winds. The stream swept through the fortress like a wild dragon, turning the gilded palace tops into molten metal that dripped down. The serene fountains and ponds that the daimyo cherished evaporated into wisps of white mist. As for living beings, even the defenders who attempted to resist met the same fate, vaporized without a sound in the searing heat. The power of the combined ninjutsu far surpassed the crude fire techniques of this world. The stream lasted but a mere 10 seconds, yet the once majestic daimyo fortress was reduced to a fiery wasteland. The towering stronghold of the Land of Wind crumbled beneath the wrath of the scorching stream, leaving nothing but indistinguishable ruins. The multi-layered defense system, in which the daimyo had placed such high hopes, had not endured even a single day. While he adhered to the traditional steps of noble warfare, Xiang had not followed any of them. You had turned the tables by attempting to assassinate the Wind Shadow, and I was still meant to engage in noble negotiations. Weighing the pros and cons. What a waste of effort. What need was there for extraordinary power? Even Yetsong, who had jointly participated in the combined ninjutsu, was taken aback by its potency. Was this truly the technique she had been part of? Had even the walls melted? Was this the vengeance for the third Wind Shadow? As she pondered, Xiang's voice rang out. Yetsong-sensei, stop dawdling. Come down and clean the battlefield. That little rascal. Yetsong felt a surge of irritation, yearning to deliver a punishing embrace. However, gazing at Xiang atop Showa, she felt a strange sense of reassurance. For Showa's sake, she decided to hold off on her retribution for now. Clean the battlefield. Blood for blood. Yet, revenge was merely the first step, according to Xiang. There was still much more to be done. As the daimyo of the Land of Wind was reduced to ashes, his messenger Hawk finally reached the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ha! The daimyo of the Land of Fire chuckled delicately, partially obscuring his face with a fan as he heard the news relayed by the guardian shinobi. Oh, the fool of the Land of Wind. Full of ambition, yet lacking the strength to match. Now the backlash has come, and he finally cannot hold on any longer, seeking our aid? The daimyo of the Land of Fire reclined lazily against his cushions, a smirk of mockery and condescension gracing his features. TSK. To be betrayed by one's own trained hounds. What a disgrace for a noble. A trusted advisor at his side murmured, My lord. The letter mentions that the Sand Hidden has reclaimed the One Tail and is seeking bloody revenge against the daimyo. We must be cautious. And what of it? The daimyo interrupted disdainfully. It is merely a skirmish between hunters struggling to survive in barren lands, making a bit more noise than usual. Does the incompetence of Kichuan, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, require me to clean up after him? The daimyo of the Land of Fire flicked his robe dismissively, his eyes glinting with scorn. Yet, deep within, a spark of intrigue flickered. Reply to him. The daimyo elegantly lowered his fan and savored a sip of tea before continuing. Communicate that the Land of Fire deeply understands the predicament of the Land of Wind and expresses serious concern regarding the insurrection of the Sand Hidden. Based on traditional noble ethics, we are willing to extend moral support. The strategist grasped the underlying message. Your Highness means to provide material and military support? None of that. The daimyo smirked coldly. However, he may borrow military funds from our merchants at a significantly higher interest rate. A cruel smile curled at the corners of the daimyo's lips. Additionally, in my name, send a directive to Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha, instructing him to closely monitor border movements and to seize resources and villages as necessary. Allow him to make his own decisions. These words bore great significance, granting both authorization to Konoha and a test of their stance, as well as probing the limits of the Sand Hidden. He would not easily dispatch a single soldier, preferring instead to watch the flames from the shore, hoping for a mutual destruction between the Land of Wind and the Sand Hidden. When the time was ripe, he could emerge and reap the rewards. Moreover, the daimyo paused to add, have Danzo come to see me. Some tasks are better suited for him. As far as he knew, the disgrace of the Land of Wind stemmed from Danzo's instigation of the assassination of the Third Wind Shadow. This matter, Danzo had handled splendidly. The daimyo of the Land of Fire resumed his elegant demeanor, wielding his fan downward. The wars of the ninja world are merely battles among hounds. As the master, one must not engage too readily. Chapter 123. A different Land of Wind. The daimyo's meaning was clear. The daimyo of the Land of Fire retracted his fan, not providing a direct answer. The pressure has been building. With such events unfolding, other great nations are likely to take action. Let the hounds fight it out. Mianxiang. The treasures within the daimyo's castle were astonishing. This was merely what lay in the underground treasury. Who knew how much more remained within the castle, now directly incinerated? What a pity. Scorpion gazed in shock as the treasures were continuously transported away. His expression transformed as he realized the sheer waste. Beside him, Yetsong nodded in agreement. Such a waste. His astonishment lay not in the quantity of treasures, but in the loss of those valuable items within the castle. Mianxiang had already returned Showa, and he was now inspecting the damage to the Archbishop Mech. Upon hearing Scorpion's complaints, Mi replied indifferently, "Oh, petty Scorpion, are these mere surface treasures all that your eyes can perceive? Broaden your vision. Although the Sand-Hidden village has lost its most formidable wind shadow, it has gained an entire nation. We have no time to bicker with these decayed, old nobility. Time is money, my friend." Suddenly reminded of the information Mi had provided to Granny Chio, Scorpion was struck with a chill. "Mi, you cannot be jesting, can you? Is it truly possible for those plans to come to fruition? Where there is a will, there is a way. Nothing is impossible." While other villages were gradually receiving letters of plea for aid from the Land of Wind, deliberating the pros and cons in meetings, the Land of Wind had already embarked on a grand transformation. This transformation was dubbed the Land Reform Initiative of the Land of Wind. Ninja Master, will these lands truly be allocated to us? The land belongs to the Land of Wind. You only possess the right to cultivate it. Naturally, you may continue to farm perpetually. Now that there are no nobles left in the Land of Wind, you merely need to pay a 30% tax on your harvest to the Sand-Hidden village. Of course, the Sand-Hidden village will provide you with security and the construction of irrigation facilities. Similar events unfolded throughout the Land of Wind. Under the unified coordination of the Sand-Hidden village's Elder Council, the elite ninjas swiftly cleared out the local nobility. The old bureaucratic aristocracy, centered around the daimyo, exhibited no resistance against the might of the ninjas. The oases and villages that were cleared and controlled underwent land reform in accordance with the action scrolls. The outcomes of these reforms belonged to the future. The vast assets seized from the nobility were already sufficient to sustain large-scale military campaigns for the Sand-Hidden village. Moreover, with the conservative restraints of the Third Wind Shadow now absent, the construction workshops at Mi's Oasis Fort had commenced full-scale operations. First, a substantial stockpile of ninja tools was distributed. Kunai crafted from fine steel, chakra-infused ninja blades, upgraded power puppets, and top-notch non-powered exoskeletons were swiftly delivered to the Sand-Hidden village, equipping the previously anxious ninjas to the teeth. Without the support of the daimyo, the village not only persevered, but flourished more than ever. Each member even received 3 expensive explosive tags. What generosity from the village! In response, Mi's logistics supervisor, Conan, smiled silently. with the village's rear secured. Me instructed Scorpion to continue overseeing the mass production in the workshop, while he ventured with Yakura to enhance the construction of defensive facilities along the northern border. Yakura-sensei, are you able to keep going? It's only been a short while, and you're already struggling. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you're down. Yakura lay sprawled on the sand, his chest heaving as he finally regained some strength to respond. You little rascal, do you treat your teacher like a beast of burden? My chakra cannot possibly compare to Shikaku's. That's a tailed beast, a tailed beast. Let me rest. You can solidify this section of the sand wall. Only then did me relent in teasing Yakura. Clad in his archbishop mech, he stood atop Shikaku's head and commanded, Shikaku, if you're ready, let us begin. Rest assured, Mikuin. I am Shikaku, with boundless chakra. The Sage of Six Paths did not classify the strength of tailed beasts by the number of tails. I am indeed powerful. To emphasize his lack of boasting, Shikaku suddenly flung up both claws, supersized sand wave technique. At the mountain gap between the land of wind and the land of birds, Shikaku controlled the desert, summoning massive waves of sand that piled up between the two mountains. With 3 consecutive colossal waves, a sand wall towering 20 meters was constructed in the gap. However, such a high sand wall would soon collapse if not solidified. And it was now me's turn to take action. Shikaku, leave a gate passage. I am about to begin solidification. Me instructed as Shikaku retreated to a safe distance. Maintaining the shape of the entire city wall with chakra, he then utilized the nozzle of the Archbishop mech to hover above the sand wall, flinging out dozens of over 1 meter long high-purity chakra metal needles. Soon, the supercapacitors on the Archbishop mech interconnected, and the palms of the mech began to glow. 200,000 volts. Brilliant. The massive arcs of electricity amplified through the mech's chakra metal, connected directly to the embedded chakra metal needles. Subsequently, the entire sand wall was enveloped in a dense array of dazzling arcs, resembling a colossal wall of lightning. The originally loose sand, subjected to the ferocious electric charge, instantaneously fused together, forming a structure akin to obsidian. As the electric charge dissipated, the high wall composed of sand had transformed into a solid, black entity. Shikaku observed Mi's dazzling display with relief on his chubby face. It was fortunate that he knew when to be prudent. Otherwise, offending me could have resulted in dire consequences. However, Shikaku's small eyes darted mischievously as he leaped beside me, flattering, Mikuin. Now that the land of wind has lost its daimyo, and the sand-hidden village is without the third wind shadow, other great nations will surely attack, right? When we encounter that nine-tails fellow, can we use that move to teach that pesky fox a lesson? Oh dear, Shikaku, you truly hold a grudge. Me remarked while inspecting the transformation of the chakra metal needles. I fear you will be disappointed. The 5 great nations are not a united front, and the land of wind is not as affluent as the land of fire. The scenario you envision, where other great nations converge upon the land of wind, will not materialize. After all, to them, the land of wind appears too impoverished. Thus, although this seems like a major crisis, it is merely the spark that ignites the third great ninja war. At most, 1 or 2 nations may tentatively attack the land of wind to seize some benefits. The true battleground will be in the land of fire. When that time comes, we shall seize the invading nations and deal them a decisive blow to establish our authority. At that moment, a blood-red origami swift arrived rapidly before me. This was an urgent message. Could something have happened at the fortress? Me opened the origami swift, and, upon seeing its contents, his expression grew grave as he exclaimed, Yakura-sensei, the first to jump out has appeared. Hanzo of the Salamander has colluded with the Leaf Village's roots, luring Yahiko's Akatsuki organization to negotiate in the rain-hidden village, only to slay Yahiko and the others. Only Nagato managed to escape. The rain-hidden forces have already occupied Tsukisake town. Chapter 124. Mobilization and Establishing Authority. No, it is our good neighbor, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander. It seems this demigod of the ninja realm is still unwilling to fade into obscurity. Let us use him to establish our authority. It is unfortunate for Yahiko, lamentable for his dreams. In the rain country, Tsukisake town, Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop the newly constructed command platform on the outskirts of Tsukisake town, his characteristic gas mask reflecting a cold sheen in the rare clear skies of the rain country. Behind him stood the elite upper ninja forces of the rain-hidden village, many emulating Hanzo by wielding chain sickle weapons. Below, a sea of rain-hidden ninjas stood silently in formation, their attire heavily imbued with the signature style of the rain-hidden. With respirators as standard gear, Hanzo's gaze slowly swept across his army, his deep and oppressive voice amplified through chakra, resonating clearly in the ears of every ninja, warriors of the rain-hidden. His voice echoed in the vastness beside Sake town, where many ninjas still bore the blood of treacherous traitors underfoot. A few managed to flee, but it was of little consequence. Soon, Hanzo of the Salamander would conquer the Land of Wind, achieving a true transformation for the Rain Country. At that time, he would cast aside the title of demigod and become an undeniable deity of a great nation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hanzo's long-dormant blood began to boil. Behind us lies the suffering land of rain. Before us, he abruptly raised his hand, pointing towards the border of the Land of Wind. Towards the peaks beyond, there lies the base of Sunagakure, which betrayed tradition, committed regicide, and colluded with the traitors of the Land of Rain. He skillfully distorted the facts, packaging his invasion as an act of self-defense and justice. Those from Sunagakure have subverted the rightful order. They dare to oppose the daimyo, bringing not hope, but greater chaos and threat. The rebels of Sake town serve as their example. Today, we are not the aggressors. We are the valiant defenders of the ninja world's order. He paused, allowing the righteousness of his words to permeate the atmosphere. However, the glint in many of the ninjas' eyes was not one of pure fervor, but rather a numbness born from years of war and turmoil. I know you harbor doubts and anxieties. Hanzo's voice suddenly turned cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. But do not forget, you are the elite of Amigakure. You are the strong warriors who followed me. Hanzo, carving a name in the cracks of great nations. What does Sunagakure possess? They lack the support of the daimyo, and they have lost numerous elite clans of ninjutsu, including the mightiest Kazekage. Now is our finest opportunity. You shall follow me to purge the weaklings of Sunagakure, bringing them under our dominion. Let the Land of Rain replace the Land of Wind and become the new of the 5 great nations. The general assault is to commence immediately. With his command, the occupied Sake town roared to life, transforming into a war machine. The first to mobilize was the Rain Tiger Assault Team, composed of ninjas skilled in silent assassination and rapid incursions. Drawing upon their past experiences against Sunagakure, their mission was to infiltrate the outer defenses of the Oasis Fortress under the cover of darkness before dawn. Their primary responsibilities involved sowing chaos and eliminating watchtowers and early warning systems. For the Baron Sunagakure, their strength was utterly insufficient to cover the expansive territory of the second largest nation, the Land of Wind. In previous ninja wars, many Oasis outposts along the border were left unguarded. These rain ninjas meticulously checked the poisons and explosive tags within their toolkits, their expressions as cold as ice. The second wave consisted of Amigakure's main forces, comprised of those adept in Suiton and Doton. In the moisture-deprived Land of Wind, their most powerful Suiton was significantly hindered. Yet, these ninjas would combine their ninjutsu with Doton, merging a small amount of Suiton to create a formidable Doton river, yielding considerable power. Following the formidable Hanzo, the final contingent comprised the Poison Mist and biological units. These elite guards, directly under Hanzo's command, constituted the most mysterious and fearsome force. They cautiously transported sealed ceramic jars containing the venom of the salamander. During the full-scale assault, they would unleash a deadly fog upon the Sunagakure ninja positions. This was Hanzo's ace in the hole, designed to counteract the advantages of the puppet army. While puppets are immune to toxins, puppet masters are not. Once the entire battlefield is shrouded in poisonous mist, the puppet masters would also be unable to escape. Yet, beneath this seemingly orderly mobilization, an undercurrent of discord had already begun to stir. The resistance in Sake town, if viewed as a desperate struggle of the common folk, had made Hanzo wary of that red-haired boy from the Akatsuki. When that fool, proclaiming love and communication, was deceived into Amigakure and, with Danzo's assistance, had his subordinates ruthlessly slaughtered, that red-haired boy had directly dealt a heavy blow to Danzo's root. That terrifying chakra, like an invisible wall, shattered the root ninjas skilled in assassination, including several of his elite subordinates. Were it not for Hanzo's extraordinary self-preservation ability, utilizing the body flicker technique and explosive tag traps to outmaneuver his opponent, he too might have met a dire fate. with such fearsome power? What need is there for proclamations of love and communication? If he had sought Hanzo's allegiance sooner, glory and riches would have been within his grasp. Injured and fleeing, where could he possibly escape to? This opportunity belongs to Hanzo the Salamander. Standing atop the platform, Hanzo observed all of this unfold. He issued orders to his aide in a cold voice. After neutralizing the outposts near the border, there is no need to linger. We shall directly invade Sunagakure. They are now leaderless, making this an opportune moment for us to seize victory. The rise of the Land of Rain begins today. Those who dare falter in battle are akin to this tree. Hanzo the Salamander's voice was resolute as he swiftly maneuvered past the great tree, returning to his vantage point. At that moment, the tree, embraced by two figures, began to topple slowly. Just then, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, charging towards them at incredible speed. Is it a reconnaissance puppet of Sunagakure? Or something else entirely? Do the Sand Ninjas possess such brave warriors? Sunagakure's response was impressively swift, nonetheless. They could be used to invigorate our morale. Hanzo the Salamander stood regally atop the platform, arms crossed, awaiting the arrival of this figure, seemingly walking to their death. He had waited for so many years, endured so much, and now was the time to savor the fruits of victory. What did it matter if he had to wait a little longer? Accompanied by the sound of treads, a 3-meter-tall half-human puppet emerged outside Tsuki no Sake town. The improved mountain god Mecha, Scorpion, stationed at the puppet workshop, was the first to engage the Rain Ninjas. Using a puppet mech, it blocked the path from Tsuki no Sake town to the border fortress of the Land of Wind. Scorpion's voice resonated through the mech. Yahiko is our friend. And Tsuki no Sake town has our contributions. You seek to kill and plunder while attempting to invade the Land of Wind. You truly deserve to perish. Chapter 125. The Clash of Scorpion and Hanzo. Faced with this seemingly intimidating puppet, the numerous Rain Tiger assassination squad did not hesitate, charging forward with their ninja blades. For such a reckless foe, Hanzo the Salamander felt little enthusiasm. Preparing to enjoy the sight of the Rain Tiger assassination squad shattering the puppet's shell and dragging the Sand Ninja inside for execution. However, as sparks flew and 6 Rain Ninjas struck, they discovered something unusual. This puppet was not made of wood and insect shells, but was as hard as rebar. How could Scorpion be a mere target? Just as the Rain Ninjas stood dumbfounded with their broken or damaged weapons, the towering puppet extended its exaggeratedly large arms. Slamming them together. Bang! 3 Rain Ninjas caught off guard were utterly obliterated by the massive metallic arms. It was a gruesome scene that required censorship. The others who managed to evade fared no better, as the mountain god Mecha forcefully crushed them under its treads. Among them, the captain of the Rain Tiger assassination squad managed to affix a hissing explosive tag to the strange puppet just as he was crushed. Grinning in anticipation of a mutual demise. Boom. The explosive tag erupted in a cloud of black smoke. However, the strange Mecha didn't even flinch. Rolling back over the captain of the Rain Tiger assassination squad without a second thought. What manner of monster is this? Do not approach. Use ninjutsu. 5 ninjas skilled in Suetun stepped forward, swiftly forming seals. Suetun, combined water dragon bullet technique. In the Land of Rain, where water is abundant, the effectiveness of Suetun is unparalleled. 5 enormous water dragons soared into the air, crashing towards the mountain god Mecha with tremendous force. Such a large-scale Suetun ninjutsu was capable of inflicting severe damage to the fortress's earthen walls. Yet, as the torrents of water dissipated, what greeted their eyes was a mountain god Mecha that appeared completely renewed. Once stained with red and white, it had been cleansed by the 5 surging water dragons. And the steel monster had not even moved an inch. Just how heavy is this creature? Could it possibly be made of solid steel? On the battlefield, the sudden appearance of Scorpion left the once emboldened Rain Ninja army, inspired by Hanzo of the Salamander, in disarray. Sensing the unfavorable shift in momentum, Hanzo swiftly appeared at the front lines and inquired, when did Sunagakure acquire such a formidable puppet master? Even Shio lacked such prowess. Thus you are unworthy to utter your name before me. Scorpion, commanding the mountain god Mech, struck an imposing pose, crossing his arms before him while the armor plates on his sides unfolded, releasing 3 puppets, Crow, Black Ant, and Dual Blade Warrior. The Crow soared high above, while Black Ant and Dual Blade Warrior positioned themselves on either side, all interconnected to the mountain god Mech via chakra threads. Scorpion's voice emanated from the mech. Sounding ominously dull, Hanzo of the Salamander, what stands before you is the puppet master Scorpion of Sunagakure. Remember this when you reach the Pure Land. Ha. It seems my long absence has allowed the ninja world to forget my terror. Young Sand Ninja, I shall demonstrate the might of a demigod. Hanzo, infuriated yet amused, had never encountered such arrogance from a Sand Ninja before. However, despite his disdain, he was acutely aware of the opponent's formidable defenses and size, evidenced by the sacrifice of the Rain Tiger assassination squad. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light streaked past, and Hanzo stood seemingly unscathed. Only the deep gash on the right arm of the mountain god mech indicated that the earlier attack was not a mere illusion. Utilizing his secret technique, the instant hook side slash, he employed his extraordinary speed to sever the enemy's head and limbs. Yet, upon observing the electrified wound, he noted it hadn't significantly damaged the puppet. Hanzo disregarded this, raising his finger to form a seal, proclaiming, "Explosive tag formation, explode." A series of violent explosions erupted, engulfing the mountain god mech in flames and smoke. The massive detonation of numerous explosive tags caused considerable disruption to the mech, which was lifted off the ground by the force of the blasts. With unwavering confidence, Hanzo formed another seal, combination ninjutsu, earth flow river technique. As he completed the hand signs, a torrent of mixed mud surged towards Scorpion's mountain god mech. The tracked movement of the mech was still relatively agile on solid ground, but having just been propelled by the explosive tags, it was quickly overwhelmed by the rushing mudslide. With a sharp display of taijutsu, the cunning Hanzo unleashed a combination of explosive tags and the earth flow river, seemingly submerging the colossal puppet, which had appeared invulnerable. The crow puppet hovered above, while the black ant and dual blade puppets were swiftly severed by Hanzo's instant hook scythe. Although these puppets were crafted from steel, their joints remained vulnerable. Behold, my esteemed leader. Hanzo stood proudly at the front lines, deriding, Scorpion, the so-called puppet genius of Sunagakure, shall meet his demise here today. Retrieve this puppet master from his contraption, and let his head serve as a trophy to inspire our morale. Ensure the puppet remains intact for study back in the village. A throng of rain ninjas charged through the mud, intent on capturing Scorpion, when suddenly the mountain god mech began to tremble ominously. What was that sound? Buzz. The half-submerged mech, accompanied by a fierce buzzing noise, erupted in a brilliant blue-white arc of electricity. Boom. The explosion centered around the mech enveloped dozens of rain ninjas within its lethal embrace. The molten metal shards, propelled like raindrops, scattered in all directions. Damn it! Damn it! Hanzo cursed furiously as the battlefield lay devastated before him. What kind of self-destruction was this? Within a 50-meter radius of the mech's core, not a single complete body remained. Within a range of 50 to over 100 meters, a few armored rain ninjas had intact corpses amidst a landscape strewn with burning remains. Even standing 300 to 400 meters from the epicenter, he was pelted with fine metal particles. What technique was this? Had he remained at the explosion's core? Hanzo felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Fortunately, this terrifying genius puppet master had perished in the blast. Otherwise, just as he began to feel relief, the sound of sealing scrolls unfurling reached his ears. One by one, puppets wielding dual blades landed on the ground, 30 in total, forming a formidable formation. Scorpion's voice echoed. What do you think of this surprise? The second phase begins. Dual Blade Warrior Formation. Chapter 126. The terrifying Hanzo in light of the explosive might displayed by the mountain god mech. The 30 puppets clad in long robes and wielding dual blades instilled fear in the hearts of the Rain Ninja Brigade. At this moment, the commander Hanzo was compelled to take action. His body shimmered like water as he swiftly advanced to the front lines. Scorpion of Sunagakure, I acknowledge your puppet mastery. Such powerful techniques are akin to those of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. You are not my rival. Retreat. The Scorpion before him was encased in a mech with 4 legs, reminiscent of an immortal from the game StarCraft, with a central cockpit door ajar and 4 thick tubes mounted on the mechanical arms. The red-haired Scorpion raised a finger and shook it. Is this the measure of a demigod? Even your true form dares not confront me? Hanzo, undeterred, replied beneath his breathing apparatus, arrogant youth. Even Shio of Sunagakure would respectfully address me as the demigod of the ninja world. Do not presume that a mere self-destructing puppet allows you to boast before me. Before he finished speaking, Hanzo's figure flickered, and he vanished from sight, executing the hook scythe instant slash. A brilliant arc of the scythe enveloped Scorpion's immortal mech. However, before the blade reached its target, it was met with a flurry of blades. The 30 dual-blade warrior puppets, under the command of an intelligent node, formed an intricate web of lethal strikes with no blind spots before Scorpion. Hanzo's water clone managed to sever only 2 of the dual-blade puppets before being reduced to puddles by the relentless assault. The feared hook scythe taijutsu of the demigod was rendered ineffective against the efficiently coordinated onslaught of the puppets. Reappearing, Hanzo's brow furrowed. Even if he were to charge through the blade formation with his true form, slaying a mere dozen puppets would be a maximum achievement. And the repercussions would likely involve injury from the dual-blade puppets. Was he to sacrifice his reputation as a demigod in exchange for mere puppets? Hanzo discerned the red-haired youth's strategy to impede his advance. He could not afford to engage in a trade-off any longer. Everyone fall back. Retreat further. The Rain Ninjas, familiar with their leader's demeanor, hastily distanced themselves, as though confronted with a great terror. The once orderly formation of the Rain Ninjas wished they could extend their legs further, clearing a vast space on the battlefield. With his breathing apparatus, Hanzo traversed the muddy terrain, arriving at the forefront of Scorpion's dual-blade warrior formation. You foolish sand ninja. Do not entertain hopes of stalling the Rain army. Your tricks will only serve as a jest in the face of my power. Summoning the summoning technique. Hanzo bit his finger and slammed his palm onto the ground. A colossal summoning array materialized, its runes flashing momentarily. Boom. The entire battlefield trembled violently, and the mud within a 50-meter radius of him churned as if boiling. A vast crack spread across the ground, from which a purplish-black mist gushed forth, reeking with a pungent stench and lethal toxicity. Wherever it passed, even the mud was corroded, hissing in protest. The cockpit of the Scorpion's immortal mech sealed shut, its back suddenly opening wide as a dark figure flashed before it closed again. The 4 dual-blade puppets at the forefront spun their weapons, charging towards Hanzo, who was constructing the summoning array. Amidst the thick fog, a colossal shadow slowly ascended, first revealing a massive head covered in warts and scales, its dark skin glistening with an oily sheen under the dim light. 2 lantern-sized eyes, murky yet radiating a chilling malice, surveyed the battlefield. This salamander, having fought alongside Hanzo, was far from young. Soon after, its robust body broke through the soil, its spiny back crushing through mud and corpses. With a casual flick of its powerful tail, it shattered the remnants of walls on the battlefield, sending mud and debris flying. The legendary summoning beast of the demigod of the ninja world, the most renowned salamander of the Land of Rain, was now descending onto the battlefield in its most terrifying form. Its length exceeded 50 meters, its massive body nearly occupying half the battlefield. With every breath, its flattened mouth expelled vast clouds of purplish-black toxic mist. The grass and trees withered instantly in its wake. The distant Rain Ninjas, even through protective gear, felt a searing pain against their skin. Many held their breath, continuing to evade the battlefield, fully aware of the potency of their leader's toxic mist. Inhaling this miasma meant certain death, even for allies. Hanzo's poison did not distinguish between friend and foe. Hanzo stood firmly on the broad back of the salamander, which was over 15 meters long. Its immense size exuded an overwhelming pressure. He flicked the chain hook in his hand, his cloak rustling in the toxic mist, gazing down at the approaching dual-blade puppets. His expression remained utterly indifferent, embodying the detachment and absolute control of a deity. Ants. Before a god, they are but mere ants. Once he claimed the Land of Wind, he would ascend to the status of a god in the ninja world. The salamander emitted a deep, resonant growl that reverberated painfully against the eardrums. Its murky gaze swept across the battlefield, paralyzing anyone it focused on, as if they were marked by death itself. It slowly shifted its massive form, its sturdy limbs leaving gaping, bottomless pits in the mud. In the face of the charging dual-blade puppets, the salamander simply opened its mouth, its dark tongue flicking out to send a puppet flying. The blade clattering against its enormous tongue left a mark shallower than the folds already present. Size equals power. The giant salamander's path stirred the mud and spread the toxic mist, enveloping the entire battlefield in an intense sense of oppression. Many young Rain ninjas watched in fervor as the colossal salamander rampaged before them. They gazed at Hanzo and his salamander, witnessing the ever-expanding cloud of poison. finally understanding why their leader was dubbed a demigod. Faced with such a terrifying summoning beast, they could harbor no thoughts of resistance. This was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter orchestrated by their leader. In the presence of this demigod and his poisonous summoning beast, any attempt at defiance seemed utterly ludicrous. The salamander unleashed another torrent of toxic mist, the purplish-black vapor surging like a tide towards the puppeteer's carefully constructed stronghold. Dual-blade puppets erupted from the cloud, attempting to strike at the salamander. Their sharp weapons appeared laughably insignificant against its massive body, akin to toothpicks. Red-haired brat, your puppets are nothing more than children's toys before me. What gives you the audacity to confront me? Chapter 127. 3 against 1 at this moment. The entire puppet stronghold was shrouded in purplish-black toxic mist. To Hanzo, the young ninja from Sunagakure was likely already succumbing to the poison. Summoning the salamander was his most rational tactical response to break through the blockade of puppets. To be thwarted by such a small fry at the border? Was he willing to forfeit the pride of a demigod in the ninja world? Now, he could simply fold his arms, look down upon the mist-covered battlefield, and savor the cheers and admiration of his subordinates. He sought only the reverence and worship of others, not love or understanding. At that moment, he keenly sensed a surge of danger emanating from the mist. It seemed the dense purple fog could not conceal the blue-white radiance. Not good. This technique again. Hanzo quickly performed hand seals, water release, waterfall wave, water release, water wall. Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, swiftly executed 2 grand-scale water techniques in a remarkably short time. The battlefield erupted as if the heavens themselves had opened, with torrents of water cascading forth like a river bursting its banks into the mist-covered arena. Around him and the salamander, a swirling wall of water formed. The immortal mech detonated amidst the toxic fog like a mountain god's wrath. With the supercapacitor's self-destruct mode triggered, the battlefield was once again showered with a torrential downpour of metallic shrapnel. However, this time, the other rain ninjas had been dispersed and remained unharmed. For Hanzo, this accidental use of a countermeasure against the high-temperature kinetic weapon of the metal shrapnel was fortuitous. Metal projectiles that could normally fly over 200 meters only traveled 8 meters in the deluge. Had they been bullets, they would be fortunate to travel even a meter in water. In truth, Hanzo only needed the waterfall wave. The water wall was superfluous. The sheer force of the mountain god's self-detonation had genuinely startled him. It is said that the longer one survives in the world, the more timid one becomes, a truth that holds in the ninja realm as well. Even he, who was called a demigod, was merely a flesh and blood being. After years of conflict, he had encountered numerous perilous moments. Caution was his greatest asset. Just how monstrous was this red-haired Sunagakure ninja? Such splendid puppets, detonated without a second thought? Before he could voice his thoughts, a sudden voice from across the battlefield interrupted. Ah, you arrived quite swiftly, Misyong remarked. Hanzo, the legendary salamander, truly lives up to its reputation, especially the giant salamander. Its sheer overwhelming power. To halt him, I had no choice but to sacrifice both the mountain god mech and the immortal mech. Sacrifices are insignificant in the face of industrial civilization. You have already exceeded expectations by holding off Hanzo for so long. Now, it is time for the 3 of us to confront this relic of a demigod. For now, we shall make do with the sword Saint Mech. I shall craft something even greater for you later. As the waters receded from the battlefield, 3 figures emerged before Hanzo. Standing atop the salamander, maintaining an air of superiority, Hanzo sneered. 2 more fools have come to their demise. I shall see how many puppets you still have left to self-destruct. Is this all that remains of Sunagakure? Where are the others? Where's Raza? Where is Yukura? Where are those adults, Chio, and the like? Do you look down upon me, or have you abandoned all resistance and chosen to submit? Clad in the Archbishop mech, Misyong stood at the center, flanked by Shao Nan in her 6-winged angel mech and Scorpion in his sword Saint mech, ignoring Hanzo's taunts. The trio raised their fists and brought them together. Defeat Hanzo the salamander. Avenge Yahiko. Though Yahiko's ideals may be naive, they are not for you, Hanzo, to extinguish. Since the Rain Village has stepped forward, let Hanzo the salamander be the one to establish our reputation. In the sea of consciousness, both Flagwood Sakumo and Kato are cautioning Mickey against the venom of Hanzo. With the title of demigod, how could Mickey not take heed? Indeed, the salamander Hanzo is formidable, but the newly awakened Mickey, Conan, and and Scorpion are even stronger. These three sets of mechas are not merely visually appealing. Mickey's confidence in allowing others to confront the scouts from the Land of Lightning is not mere arrogance. Let us engage, but give me some space. Upon hearing Mickey's command, Conan and Scorpion, adorned in their respective magnificent mechas, gracefully leaped aside. Mickey stood resolutely in place, facing the immense salamander and Hanzo, who perched upon its head. Summoning technique. The arms of the Archbishop Mecha unfurled, and Mickey bit his finger, smearing blood upon his palm before striking it against the ground. As the summoning ritual completed, a thunderous explosion of white smoke erupted. Mickey-kun, the air here is too humid. Why not fight in the Land of Wind? As the smoke cleared, a colossal figure, 25 meters tall, emerged. Shikaku squinted his star-shaped pupils and grumbled in dissatisfaction. In combat, it is only natural to engage on the enemy's territory to minimize losses. Even in the desert, I-1T allow the decaying forces to tread upon it. Go on, Shikaku, do not let this giant salamander best you. Mickey stood atop Shikaku's head, delivering a lethal taunt. If you lose to the salamander, I will promptly inform the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Mickey-kun, your tongue is quite venomous. The enormous Shikaku swayed his thick, sandy tail, forcefully striking his round belly. Little insect, what courage do you possess to face Lord Shikaku? Practice air burst. A massive air sphere surged toward the salamander, now rivaling its head in size. Salamander, dive underground. Hanzo swiftly evaded, and the salamander plunged into the muddy ground. As he prepared to reappear, Mickey and the others blocked his path. Shikaku, the salamander lies in ambush beneath you. It's up to you now. He donned the Archbishop's Mecha's mask, his voice booming. Today marks the fall of the demigod. Accept your fate, Hanzo. Buzz. Mickey radiated a twisted blue and white electric arc, his left hand shielding his front, while his right trailed behind. The thrusters and jet ports behind him propelled him with all their might. He surged forward at great speed toward Hanzo, who wielded a scythe. On Mickey's left, Conan unfurled her 6 chakra metal-enhanced origami wings, thrusting her hands forward. Paper dance. Paper shuriken technique. On the other side, Scorpion, clad in azure armor reminiscent of a legendary swordsman from Huaxia, opened the sword sheath slung across his back. 10 specially crafted chakra swords, like halos, fanned out. Puppet flying sword technique. What manner of strategy is this? Hanzo found himself overwhelmed by the simultaneous assaults from 3 directions. The sense of danger palpable. These 3 sand shinobi could even fly. What sort of attack is this? Chapter 128. The terrifying demigod. As Mickey and his companions made their entrance, the rain shinobi, who had kept their distance, maintained unwavering confidence in Hanzo. The leader is invincible. Summoned by the leader, the salamander is unstoppable. The legendary trio of Konoha, had it not been for the leader's benevolence, would have been annihilated long ago. The confidence of these rain shinobi stemmed from Hanzo's long-standing reputation as an undefeated warrior. This rain-worn shinobi proudly recounted the leader's illustrious past to the bewildered young ninjas. I have lived over 50 years, tasting blood amidst the rain for over 40. Countless formidable foes have come and gone, yet only Lord Hanzo is worthy of the title of demigod in the shinobi world. This is no mere flattery. It is a reputation forged from countless corpses and bloodshed. The old ninja pointed toward the figure standing atop the massive salamander, exclaiming in admiration, I recall when the Land of Rain was a plump target for plunder. Great nation ninjas ravaged our lands. Lord Hanzo emerged, barely in his 20s. Armed with a respirator and a bamboo tube containing the salamander, he single-handedly infiltrated the camp of 20 elite rock shinobi. No one knows how that battle unfolded. Only that by dawn, the camp was filled with the severed heads of rock shinobi. Countless ninja lives contributed to the leader's fearsome reputation, particularly the colossal summoned beast. The salamander, in partnership with the leader, is simply invincible. Before his words could settle, Shikaku, towering over 20 meters, emerged and crushed the salamander, forcing Hanzo to separate from it. This is a tailed beast. Even if only one exists, it represents a pinnacle of combat strength. Crucially, Shikaku is not susceptible to toxins. The old rain ninja trembled, watching as the salamander retreated underground to engage in guerrilla tactics with Shikaku. The moment it surfaced, Shikaku unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, causing deep gashes on its body, even severing its tail. He hastily reassured, everything is under control, do not worry. The leader's reputation is not solely based on the salamander. He wiped the foam from his mouth, excitedly explaining, "The leader's water-based ninjutsu is unparalleled. Have you witnessed the great waterfall technique? In the past, he laid a trap against the Konoha army in the valley outside the Rain Village, first using the water release, great waterfall technique to disrupt the allied forces' formation, leaving them in disarray. Just then, Hanzo unleashed the great waterfall technique against Mickey and his companions. The immense torrent resembled a river in reverse, and Hanzo's chakra capacity and control are among the finest in the Shinobi world. Unfortunately, the three of them can fly. Mickey charged directly against the water flow, soaring into the sky as the Archbishop Mecha traced a zigzag line before diving down again, his right arm extending with a blade. The old Rain ninja pointed at Hanzo, adopting a stance with one hand gripping the chain and the other wielding the scythe, raising his voice. "Look, that is the leader's invincible scythe technique." The leader once battled for 3 days and nights using this technique against numerous ninjas. The valley's rainwater turned crimson, and the Great Nation Ninja Alliance suffered heavy casualties, ultimately fleeing in disgrace. Following this battle, the title of demigod spread across the 5 great nations, and no one dared to provoke the Rain Village again. On the battlefield, Hanzo's scythe never touched Mickey's blade, deflected by an invisible barrier. The scythe he prided himself on seemed to be repelled by mere air. His expression shifted. Was this not a technique used by that escaping Akatsuki brat? Left vulnerable and open, he was unable to counter Conan's paper shuriken and Scorpion's agile, slicing flying swords. Water clone. Hanzo created a water clone while the original was obliterated by Mickey's charge. As he swung his scythe, he finally removed his respirator. "You have forced my hand." As the thick purple toxic mist spread from Hanzo's mouth, the old Rain ninja's voice grew shrill. "Look, look, the leader's ultimate form." The leader, having removed his mask, revealed the true shape of a demigod. Over the years, Lord Hanzo has single-handedly upheld the sky of the Land of Rain. A venom sac implanted within him makes every breath a deadly toxin. In this form, enemies cannot even linger near him. This is the legendary leader's unique poison body technique. The Konoha trio once fell victim to this very technique. Amidst the high-pitched praises, a sudden shift occurred among the three in battle. Wind release, great breakthrough, a spiral of 10 flying swords. Paper dance, under the explosive force of Mickey's breakthrough. The deep purple toxic mist surrounding Hanzo was continuously blown backward by the persistent wind pressure. Following close behind, the spinning chakra swords danced as if wielded by 10 masters of swordsmanship, forcing Hanzo to exert all his strength to barely defend against the dazzling palm strike from Conan. The triple strike had been rehearsed countless times, flowing seamlessly. With the flutter of 6 wings, Shounen gently pressed her palm against Hanzo of the salamander's chest, her form disintegrating like paper, only to reassemble in the sky above. It appeared that this series of attacks was merely a ruse to shield the purple-haired girl's palm. Yet, that palm was so light that it bore no semblance of force. All this effort, just for that strike. Hanzo channeled the chakra within him, unaffected by the illusion. This seemingly earth-shattering series of blows left even the seasoned Rain ninja in awe, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Mi called out, "Retreat." Shikaku, construct a defensive shield. As Mi directed the auxiliary thrusters behind him to push back with full force, Scorpion and Shounen soared high into the sky, distancing themselves from Hanzo. Shikaku seized the battered tail of the salamander, hurling it aside, and with its claws, raised the hardest sand to sculpt a towering statue resembling itself. Not one to show off, it cowered behind the grand sandy figure, tucking its tail away. With the wind pressure dissipated, the thick purple mist emitted by Hanzo began to spread once more. He believed his opponents feared his toxic fumes, prompting their retreat. After all, those from the hidden sand village could manipulate Shikaku and fly, a feat not easily accomplished despite their lack of offensive power. "I shall bestow upon you the title of the 3 ninjas of the sand. Submit to me, and you shall find your path to survival." The old Rain ninja, too, thought Hanzo had repelled his foes, and was about to offer praise when Hanzo suddenly noticed something strange on his chest. A detonating tag? When did that happen? The tag, now hissing and emitting smoke, bore intricate patterns, as if it existed outside of this space, and no matter how Hanzo struck at it, he could not dislodge it. Just a detonating tag, he mused. Even if it had ensnared him in an odd manner, what could it truly accomplish? As he prepared to summon chakra for protection, A sudden realization struck him, and terror washed over his face. No. Chapter 129. The Fall of a Demigod for Hanzo, a master of the explosive tag. A regular detonating tag was hardly worth his concern, as a seal that contained the explosive power of fire. A single tag could potentially wound a commoner gravely or injure a ninja. Thus, when Hanzo set his explosive tag array, he typically employed dozens at once, creating a large-scale explosion that left enemies with no avenue for escape. However, the special tag affixed to him now contained not just immense power, but also outer sigils of summoning. This was no ordinary detonating tag. It was the forbidden technique known as the mutual detonating tag, developed by the legendary second Hokage. Boom. The first mutual detonating tag, boasting a power at least 5 times that of an ordinary one, erupted with a deafening roar. Esme unleashed a continuous gale to prevent Hanzo from utilizing substitution or shadow clone techniques. Scorpion's flying sword served merely as a secondary safeguard. Even Hanzo found it difficult to respond, effectively ruling out the possibility of evasion through clones. The final blow came as Xiaonan, utilizing her paper jutsu, closed in and pressed the soul-locating, spatially binding mutual detonating tag against Hanzo. The intricate lines upon it were crafted from the finest chakra metal powder, enhancing the power of a single mutual detonating tag by at least 20%. When the first tag detonated, Hanzo's fate was sealed. The immense potency of the mutual detonating tag, largely shunned by all but the second Hokage, was due to its stringent requirements. The complexity of its sealing technique was formidable. Mere ink and paper could hardly suffice. Furthermore, the explosive tag necessitated soul-sensing locks and summoning techniques. Such a high-level seal could not simply be crafted for casual use. The name mutual implied the need for reciprocal summoning. To achieve greater power, one must create numerous tags. The expense of such endeavors was beyond the reach of common individuals. After obtaining this forbidden technique, Mi directed his intelligent agent, Little Bug, to conduct a detailed analysis, ultimately choosing pure chakra metal powder as the writing medium. With the aid of her intelligent assistant, Xiaonan mastered the complex sigils in merely 5 days. For someone skilled in paper jutsu like her, drawing one tag equated to drawing countless. Under Mi's guidance, would they lack chakra metal? Xiaonan was indeed the most suitable practitioner for this technique. Yet, a more severe challenge hindered the use of mutual detonating tags. Their overwhelming power could endanger the user. Should an ordinary person attempt to use a mutual detonating tag, they would find themselves caught in the explosion's radius, resulting in mutual annihilation. Yet, Mi and his companions possessed the ability to fly. Boom. Hanzo, severely injured by the first mutual detonating tag, was drowned out by a succession of explosive sounds. 1 tag, 2 tags, 3 tags. The intervals between the colossal detonations grew shorter until they merged into a cacophonous symphony. At Hanzo's location, only the relentless booming of explosions remained. Xiaonan maintained her chakra output in the air, enduring the agonizing drain, gritting her teeth to prolong the detonations. As her chakra finally waned, the explosions ceased. A sigh of relief escaped Xiaonan as she could no longer sustain her paper wings, beginning to plummet from the sky. Mi caught her in a princess carry as he dove, and even without the aid of biological electric sensing, he understood that Hanzo, once a demigod of the ninja world, had ceased to exist in this realm. Aside from the deep crater at the explosion's center, the vanished Shikaku served as the clearest proof. This former representative of the old ninja era had been driven by ambition, seeking to exploit the turmoil in the land of wind to fulfill his grand dreams. Yet, this time, he had not even set foot on the soil of the land of wind. Mi, cradling the unconscious Xiaonan, descended upon Shikaku's head. He surveyed the rain ninja, their eyes reflecting fear and confusion, and proclaimed, "Ninjas of the rain, I offer you a chance to surrender. Lay down your weapons." Mi's voice, amplified by the wind, distorted slightly but resonated clearly in each rain ninja's ears. Beneath him loomed the terrifying tailed beast, the colossal salamander, dwarfed in comparison. Yet, this fearsome creature, in the presence of the sand ninja, resembled a docile kitten. Mi continued, "The once great Hanzo of the salamander, who sought to invade the land of wind, has fallen. He treacherously assassinated the one who sought peace for the land of rain, Yahiko. He led his subordinates to slaughter the vibrant town of Tsukazake. He betrayed the future of the land of rain. He has guided you down this so-called path of conquest solely to satisfy his antiquated ambitions. His gaze fell upon an elderly rain ninja, whose expression revealed a profound loss of purpose. Just then, a dozen of Hanzo's loyal guards, wielding sickles, charged at Shikaku, shouting for vengeance. Kill! For our leader's revenge. Me, with arms crossed, merely huffed at the advancing rain ninja. He needn't utter a word. Shikaku extended its claws and, with an effortless grasp, unleashed the sand-binding coffin technique. A massive cloud of sand engulfed the rain ninja and tightened, splattering blood across the scene. Noticing no more rain ninja emerging, me declared, even if I refrain from intervening, merely using the tailed beast is sufficient to annihilate all of you. If it were Hanzo, he would undoubtedly choose to do the same. Hanzo employed the most despicable schemes to assassinate Yahiko, extinguishing the purest hope of your nation. He fears any force that may surpass him, one that truly considers the welfare of the land of rain. Seizing the chaos of our wind country, he seeks to bring slaughter and suffering upon us as well. But I am different. I am willing to offer you a glimmer of hope for survival. I will take charge of this weeping land, providing you with shelter, nourishment, and a better life. Now, I present you with a choice. Will you stubbornly resist and perish meaninglessly, following the decayed and outdated Hanzo? Or will you lay down your arms and embrace a new beginning? I promise that all rain shinobi who surrender will be granted safe passage back to their homes. Abide by my laws, and you shall enjoy peace. Will you choose to decay alongside the tyrant of the old era? Or will you take up the tools to construct a new future? Will you choose feudal death, or will you choose to live for your families? For the tomorrow of the land of rain? Now make your choice. Make your choice. The figure of Mianxiang stood atop the towering Showa, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating him in his archbishop armor as if a deity had descended. Clang! The first shuriken fell to the ground, like a domino effect, causing all the rain shinobi to drop their weapons. In this world, the strong are revered, and even more so in the rain-hidden village dominated by Hanzo the Salamander. Before the eyes of many, this godlike entity, once invincible in the ninja realm, was blown apart, leaving no trace. The impact was unprecedented, as the last few obstinate rain shinobi were crushed by Showa's sand coffin. This grand conquest morphed into a war of annihilation for the land of rain. Observing the ninjas bowing before him, Mianxiang did not relax. Throughout history, establishing a nation is easier than governing it. What he needed most now was time. In the northern region of the Fire Country, in the depths of ancient ruins, Madara's eyelids did not lift as he spoke in a dry, cold tone. Speak. Lord Madara, news has arrived from across the desert. Good news and better news. Which would you like to hear first? The report continued. The demigod of rain, known as Hanzo the Salamander, confronted the root and eliminated Yahiko. Nagato went berserk, nearly wiping out the root's ninjas. Hanzo fled swiftly, gathering the ninja army to attack the wind country. However, he was killed on the spot at the border town of Tsukisake by Mianxiang of Sunagakure, alongside Scorpion and Conan, who Nagato is familiar with. His rain shinobi forces surrendered almost instantaneously. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Madara exhaled deeply. Hanzo. He murmured this name with a hint of mockery. A frog in a well, unable to escape the land of rain, ultimately met his demise. His fall was swifter than anticipated. Nagato's outburst was ill-timed, occurring too early. His body was still unaccustomed to the Rinnegan. I sensed the outer path statue stirring. Nagato can only sense it now, but cannot summon it. The script I've arranged for him requires years of growth. What prompted the root to act so early? He cared little for Hanzo's fate. In his long-term plans, Hanzo was merely a tool to hone Nagato, catalyze his awakening of the Rinnegan, and eliminate the early idealism of the Akatsuki when necessary. Although the pawn was removed prematurely, it was not a significant loss. What truly captured his attention was the ensuing turmoil. It was Konoha. Danzo had diverged from Orochimaru and was collaborating with Hiru to conduct forbidden human experiments. Shadows of the root lurked within. Madara slightly raised a frail finger. Has Konoha discovered the secret of the Rinnegan? Or is Danzo coveting this power? Black Zetsu appeared beside him, interjecting with a hoarse, sinister voice. Konoha is in shock. Danzo is enraged and fearful. His investments have gone to waste. The Earth and Lightning nations are making frequent moves, primarily targeting the Fire Country. Sunagakure's assertiveness has surprised many. They may dispatch elite forces for probing, but more are merely observing. The power and system exhibited by Sunagakure have stirred the minds of many small nations and ninja clans. A bunch of short-sighted fools, Madara scoffed. Continuing, their reaction was to be expected. The collapse of the old order is always accompanied by endless panic and vile schemes. Let them fear, let them fight. Such struggles are meaningless in the face of absolute power. His gaze shifted back to White Zetsu. What do you consider the better news? White Zetsu eagerly replied, Oh, Lord Madara, it concerns Hiru. That mad scientist once abandoned by Konoha. He has discovered a new direction based on the Edo Tensei and the initial cell data provided by Danzo. He found that using my high-quality clones as core vessels, combined with the techniques of the Gedo Mazo, can significantly stabilize and enhance the souls and powers of those reincarnated through Edo Tensei. It may even allow the reincarnated to regain and approach their former strength. Madara's Sharingan narrowed slightly. Hiru? A trivial insect. Yet this insect seems to have stumbled upon an intriguing path. He was familiar with Edo Tensei. Bound by the caster, the reincarnated bodies possess limited strength, always exhibiting flaws. If Hiru's research can indeed break these limitations, using White Zetsu as a sacrificial offering to enhance the completion of Edo Tensei. Madara pondered, an interesting thought. Though still inferior to the perfect resurrection of the Rinnegan, as a backup, it may prove useful. Lord Madara, should we contact Hiru? Black Zetsu asked ominously. No need. Madara replied, closing his eyes once more, his tone returning to its icy demeanor. Let him continue his research. When necessary, we may provide him with some assistance and guidance. But ensure that the ultimate control remains firmly in my hands. He paused, concluding, For now, continue monitoring Nagato. The Rinnegan must not be lost. He is the key. In this world, strength ultimately prevails. Those puppet creations are but ants in the face of true power. The ruins returned to silence, broken only by the occasional deep hum of the outer path statue, resembling a sigh. In the Konoha conference room, a buzzing sound emerged. The murmurs of numerous jonin discussing matters quietly. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke before rapping the table with his pipe. Silence. Let us hear your opinions. Shimura Danzo was the first to react, his face adorned with bandages, agitatedly stating, Hiruzen, such a significant event in the Wind Country must have plunged it into chaos. Recall Jiraiya and deploy 2,000 shinobi. I can level Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed calmly at Danzo, placing the pipe to his lips. The order from the daimyo is to act based on the situation. Currently, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have stationed their forces at the borders of the Fire Country, and even the Rain-hidden village is stirring. At this moment, you want me to send troops to attack our allies? What are you thinking? Danzo raised his voice. Hiruzen, this is an act of weakness. In the face of the unpredictable Sunagakure, we should seize this chaotic opportunity to crush them. Your timidity will endanger the village. Unmoved, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the flustered Danzo, replying coolly, I have not lifted the ban on the route. Why are you still sending people out of the village? You returned injured. What of those root ninjas? What were you leading them to do? Who permitted you to demand elite heirs from the various clans? Danzo's fury subsided slightly as he argued. Everything I do is for the village. I am the Hokage. At this moment, Toka Shikamaru and Mito Mink arose, eager to mediate. Just then, a messenger ninja knocked and entered, presenting a scroll of intelligence to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, unfurled the scroll and gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, How is this possible? Chapter 131. The response of Konoha. What has happened, Hiruzen? Toka Shikamaru inquired, noticing the shock on his face. Hiruzen handed the scroll to Toka Shikamaru, continuing to puff on his pipe in silence. Danzo, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in for a look, equally aghast. This cannot be. How could Hanzo be defeated? The scroll clearly stated that Hanzo of the Salamander, leading the elite of Amigakure, was preparing to attack the Land of Wind. However, at the border of the Land of Wind, he was slain on the spot by 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, blown to smithereens by explosive tags. Ordinary AIM ninjas had no idea of the explosive tags' presence, thinking they were simply taken out by either explosive tags or some special ninjutsu. Previously, there had been intense clashes involving shikaku and various ninjutsu, making it impossible for ordinary ninjas to discern the situation, let alone from second-hand information. One thing was certain. The legendary figure, known as the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, was no longer among the living. His signature summon, the Salamander, had dispelled its summoning contract and vanished without a trace. The news spread rapidly through the assembled jonin, igniting a chorus of gasps. The name of Hanzo, forged through true combat, had perished at the hands of those they deemed inferior, which was utterly unexpected. The names of the 3 Sunagakure ninjas who had dispatched Hanzo also garnered attention: Mifune, Sasori, and Konan. While Mifune and Sasori were somewhat recognizable due to their participation in the joint Chunin exams, the name Konan remained unfamiliar to most. Upon seeing the name Mifune, Orochimaru, sitting far from Danzo, licked his lips with interest. "Mifune, how you've grown." Danzo could hardly fathom that Hanzo, with whom he had conspired in numerous unsavory dealings, had met such an end. Impossible. At that moment, another messenger ninja entered. Seeing yet another scroll, Hiruzen felt an unusual headache coming on. What news now? He unrolled the scroll and, after a cursory glance, spoke slowly. "Everyone, we must set aside matters concerning the Land of Wind for now. We are facing a grave crisis. Iwagakure has dispatched over 10,000 troops, invading the Land of Waterfall. The elite of Kumogakure, under the leadership of Jinchuriki, have already established a base in the Land of Rice. In the Land of Bears, sightings of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have been reported. Their aim is undoubtedly us." The Third Shinobi World War had begun. This revelation shocked the gathered jonin, initially convened to discuss responses to the Land of Wind. They were taken aback to find other great nations had set their sights on the Land of Fire. At this critical juncture, if they pushed Sunagakure into opposition, Konoha would truly be besieged from all sides. Hiruzen took several deep puffs from his pipe and shot a fierce glare at Danzo. "Danzo, this is a critical time. If you act on your own accord again, I will disband Root immediately. Cease the recruitment of the children from various clans at once. We are entering a wartime state. Everyone, in this dire moment, unity is our only salvation." Faced with such circumstances, even Danzo dared not act rashly. After deliberations at the Jonin Conference, a strategic arrangement was determined. To the north, Danzo would lead Root to confront the elite of Kumogakure with the recalled Jiraiya. Hiruzen had initially considered sending Orochimaru to deal with Kumogakure, but was politely declined. His apprentice seemed to have distanced himself from Danzo and had become considerably more subdued, which provided Hiruzen with some relief. Since Orochimaru was unwilling to cooperate with Danzo, Jiraiya was chosen instead. In the Iwagakure front, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru would coordinate to counter the numerical superiority of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, for the Mist, it was decided that Fugako Uchiha would lead a guard team to resist their advance. The village would allocate lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas to reinforce the 3 fronts. When it came to deciding who would be dispatched to Sunagakure, Hiruzen remained unresponsive to Danzo's suggestions, frowning as he puffed on his pipe. Just as Danzo grew impatient, Hiruzen finally spoke. "Let Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku lead the team to address the threat from Iwagakure." Minato Namikaze, the jonin, stood and responded, "Present." Hiruzen then set down his pipe, instructing, "Leave one of your flying thunder god kunai for Orochimaru to take to the front lines. During this time, you will take Kakashi's team to the Land of Hot Water to bring Tsunade back. Escort her as a representative of Konoha to Sunagakure to reinforce the alliance. If we can persuade Sunagakure to assist in battle, that would be ideal. If not, at the very least, we must maintain the alliance and ensure Sunagakure remains neutral." Understood. With the conclusion of the Jonin Conference, Konoha's war machine set into motion. Supplies, military provisions, and rations began to flow like water, divided into 3 parts to head towards their respective fronts. Hiruzen chose to remain in Konoha with the Elder Council to oversee the allocation of resources. The ominous clouds of the Third Shinobi World War cast unrest across the entire continent. Meanwhile, what was Mifune doing? In the Oasis workshop, in a makeshift infirmary. The medic ninja Nono Yaoji furrowed her delicate brows, halting her healing technique. "Mifune, Nagato's internal organs have suffered severe trauma from the explosive tags. With my and Jai's limited skills, we can only prevent further deterioration. It is difficult to mend such grave injuries." Upon hearing this, Konan covered her mouth to stifle a cry. Mifune embraced her and asked, "Sister Nono, can even your healing ninjutsu not save Nagato?" Nono adjusted her glasses, allowing Ja to employ their healing technique on Nagato. She expressed her confusion. Nagato's physical condition was decent, and his chakra recovery abilities were strong. Yet, for some reason, the vast chakra his body generates seems to vanish as if a funnel were siphoning it away. It's as if there's a black hole within him, continuously absorbing chakra. This occurrence is exceedingly rare. If only Tsunade were here. Tsunade? Mifune mused, judging that she was likely indulging in the casinos of the land of hot water, continually enhancing her reputation as a big spender. Given her current state, her hematophobia must have become quite severe. However, he had no connection with Tsunade now. Even if he sought her out, she would likely ignore him. Upon hearing Tsunade's name, the consciousness within his mind stirred to life. First was Shoten, who cheerfully exclaimed, "Mifune, go fetch her. I know how to persuade her. I haven't seen her in ages. How I long for her." Another light belonging to Kato Dan lamented, "Mifune, my obsession is Princess Tsunade. If you can cure her hematophobia, I shall have no regrets and can depart for the Pure Land with peace of mind." Meanwhile, the light belonging to Kakashi Hatake exuded an air of hermit-like wisdom. The entanglements of desire are hard to resolve. Who can truly unravel them? Mifune smirked slightly. "Uncle, you are the most stubborn among us. How you resolve your obsession remains a mystery." At that moment, a paper crane messenger flew in from the village. Landing in Konan's hands, she unfolded it and presented it to Mifune. "Konoha's message? They are dispatching Princess Tsunade as Konoha's representative to reinforce the alliance with Sunagakure. The escort team includes Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, and Kakashi." Chapter 132, Tsunade in the Land of Hot Water, a commercial village without a ninja village. Unprotected and bustling with activity. Here lies the most enigmatic underground exchange for gold, alongside streets adorned with flowers that leave men entranced. Yet, it is the casino on Short Book Street that holds greater renown. The air within the casino is thick with the scent of tobacco, alcohol, and fervent desires. The clattering of dice, the shuffling of cards, and the shouts of gamblers intertwine to create a distinctive symphony of sound. In a relatively quiet corner of the casino, Tsunade downed her drink in one gulp, casually pushing another stack of cash to the center of the table. "I bet on the big one." Her bold gesture belied a hint of weariness and numbness etched upon her brow. Standing anxiously beside her was Shizune, clutching her small piglet. At that moment, a uniquely shaped shuriken flew in through the window, followed by the tangible manifestation of Minato Namikaze, who landed where the shuriken had landed. His piercing blue eyes swiftly scanned the raucous crowd, quickly locking onto the figure marked with the bold character for gambling on its back. He refrained from approaching immediately, opting instead to patiently await the conclusion of Tsunade's current round. With the cheers of the onlookers, it was evident without needing to look that Tsunade had lost once more. "TCH, my luck is terrible today," she remarked, rising to her feet, her chest swaying slightly, while the patrons of the casino dared not lift their gazes from the table. In this casino, she was the prime target, yet a wandering eye could lead to the establishment's downfall. The notorious reputation of the furious woman was as notorious as the allure of a fat lamb. Tsunade pursed her lips, preparing to change venues. "Lady Tsunade, may we converse in a different location?" Minato's voice was gentle behind her. Turning with impatience, irritation flickered in her eyes. "Oh, it's you, Minato. What? Has the old man sent you to deliver some gambling funds for me?" Shizune quickly bowed in deference. "Lord Namikaze, Lady Tsunade is simply rude. Please do not take offense." Minato inclined his head slightly, his demeanor respectful. "Lady Tsunade, Miss Shizune, I come on behalf of the third Hokage with a matter of utmost importance concerning the survival of Konoha." "Survival?" Tsunade scoffed lightly, ushering the group out of the bustling casino. "Let us discuss while we walk. If you need me to assist at the medical base, that is acceptable. But if it involves returning to battle, count me out." Minato did not meander around the topic, but delved straight into the matter, his voice lowered yet clear. "Lady Tsunade, the situation is far more dire than you realize. The Hidden Cloud has been applying continuous pressure from the northeast. The forces of the Hidden Stone have breached the borders of the Land of Grass, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have appeared along the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire. Konoha is now facing a 3-front war." Tsunade tightened her grip, her painted nails of fuchsia trembling slightly, yet her expression remained composed. "Konoha is rich in talent, with you and Jiraiya, along with the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. We triumphed in the Second Great Ninja War. We can endure once more. This time is different, Lady Tsunade. Both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Cloud have deployed their finest. Even the Jinchuriki are in play. Konoha may still have the strength to fight, but the most unpredictable variable has emerged." Minato inhaled deeply before continuing. "Our ally, the Hidden Sand, has transformed into a factor that could destabilize the entire ninja world. At the mention of the hidden sand, Tsunade halted, though distanced from the power center. She was acutely aware of the changes the hidden sand had undergone in recent years. I know that the hidden sand's Chunin have surpassed the Uchiha clan, winning the joint Chunin exams. However, the Land of Wind is impoverished, and I have heard that the third Kazekage was assassinated by his own daimyo. What threat could they possibly pose? Lady Tsunade, they are no longer the weak village that required our assistance. According to the latest intelligence, the hidden sand has swiftly completed an internal purge, even overthrowing the Kazekage and the old noble system. It is said that a ninja named Mifune shattered the defenses of the daimyo's castle, wielding a jutsu of cataclysmic power. More importantly, he has tamed the tailed beast Shikaku, which has now become his summoning creature. Oh, a child who has tamed the one tail? Mifune, the victor of the joint Chunin tournament? Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the revelation. But there's more, Minato continued, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He, along with Scorpion and a previously unknown ninja named Conan, have formed a formidable triangle of power. They are referred to as the three ninjas of the hidden sand by Hanzo of the Salamander. At the mention of a familiar name, Tsunade scoffed, crossing her arms with disdain. The same old tactics, flaunting superiority after a victory. Hanzo personally intervened to defeat the new forces of the hidden sand. Others would surely falter against his sickle and toxic mist. The real danger lies with the hidden sand. No, Lady Tsunade, the outcome is quite the opposite. Their power transcends conventional ninja techniques. In the Battle of Tsukijo Town, Hanzo was instantaneously slain by their trio, and the Rain Ninja forces surrendered en masse. It was a complete rout. Hanzo was no match for the three from the hidden sand. It was a sheer display of overwhelming strength. Minato gazed at Tsunade with deep concern. It is said they utilized a special type of puppet mech, augmenting both offensive and defensive capabilities to a terrifying degree. Puppets? Mechs. Tsunade frowned deeply at this unfamiliar terminology. Puppets are weak, and aside from their strange poison blades, what threat could they pose? How could they possibly be linked to machines? Engaging Hanzo directly, to kill him outright? That difficulty surpasses even defeating him. Hanzo's survival skills are nearly as legendary as his name. As one of the foremost medical ninjas and taijutsu masters in the ninja world, Tsunade understood the challenges of such feats better than anyone else. Three unknown youths from the hidden sand could eliminate the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander and subjugate the Rain Ninja? How is this conceivable? Indeed, Lady Tsunade, the hidden sand relies on this puppet mech technology. Based on fragmented intelligence reports, it is a humanoid weapon that integrates chakra-conducting metals, intricate sealing techniques, and an unknown power source. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities and devastating offensive techniques, but its mobility and chakra amplification are also quite alarming. Minato conveyed the intelligence Konoha had gathered. The Elder Council surmises that the hidden sand's ability to subjugate Shikaku likely hinges on this puppet mech technology. Lady Tsunade, the hidden sand is now drastically different. They are undergoing reforms and expansions at a pace we cannot comprehend. The fall of the strongest Kazekage did not lead to the hidden sand's decline. Rather, it has brought the Land of Rain under their dominion. They now possess the power to decide the victor of the ninja wars. Tsunade and her companions settled at an outdoor table, listening in silence as her fingers unconsciously tapped the surface. After a long pause, she finally moved her lips. So, in such perilous times, you thought to call upon me? Tsunade finally spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse. You wish for this past its prime Sannin to confront the three ninjas of the hidden sand who defeated Hanzo? Huh. I wonder how Orochimaru and that fool Jiraiya would react upon hearing this news. We three were once defeated by Hanzo's hand. No, Lady Tsunade. The Hokage does not wish for you to engage in battle. Minato leaned forward slightly, his gaze earnest. We need you to represent Konoha and serve as an envoy to the hidden sand. An envoy? Tsunade blinked in surprise. Indeed. Teacher Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru have already proceeded to the front lines. However, based on the latest strategic assessment, even with Konoha's elite deployed, it will be challenging to contend with the aggressive hidden sand and the two other great nations. We require a strong representative of Konoha, one of sufficient experience, reputation, and strength to reinforce the alliance with the hidden sand. Minato's voice carried an undeniable trust. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a legendary Sannin, and the foremost medical sage in the ninja world. Your identity alone signifies the utmost importance placed on this diplomatic mission. I shall escort you there with Kakashi's team. Tsunade closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a considerable pause, she opened them. Shizune, gather your belongings. Rising to her feet, her voice regained its usual strength. Lady Tsunade, are we returning to the village? Shizune asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Tsunade glanced at Minato, shaking her head. No, we shall not return to the village. We are heading directly to Sunagakure. I despise the stench of decay that lingers in the village. Let us go, Minato. I wish to witness firsthand the new Sennin capable of defeating Hanzo the Salamander. I am also eager to see what this puppet mech truly is. A relieved smile finally graced Minato's face as he nodded solemnly. Thank you very much, Lady Tsunade. I entrust this to you. Chapter 133. The Conditions of Mifune Kakashi. Rin is speaking to you. Is this how you exhibit courtesy? You must respond properly. Uchiha Obito, clad in goggles, blocked Kakashi's path, shouting loudly. Kakashi's eyes slowly glanced at Obito before he instantaneously leapt to a branch, evading his attack. Who goes there? Step forward. Observing 3 young ninjas from Sunagakure appearing in the middle of the road, Kakashi reached for his kunai. Greetings, we are ninjas from Sunagakure here to welcome the delegation. May I inquire if you are the Konoha envoys? Upon hearing their identification, Kakashi relaxed his grip on the weapon. Yamanaka Rin displayed the delegation's banner. Hello. We are indeed the Konoha delegation, and Minato-sensei will be arriving shortly. After confirming their identities, the now more composed Asaka's Rin stepped aside to guide them. I am Asaka's Rin, and this is Jiro. She is Kiru, the envoys from Konoha. Please follow me. Mifune-sensei is awaiting you at Oasis Fortress. When Minato and Tsunade, along with Shizune, arrived at Oasis Fortress, they were awestruck by the grandeur of the structure. Is this the border of the Wind Country? Such an impressive edifice. How was it constructed? The grayish-blue outer walls appeared to be built from seamless massive stones. The nearly 20-meter-high walls were insurmountable for ordinary ninjas' body flicker techniques. On the walls, ninjas seemed to be patrolling, entering the fortress through long gateways, their eyes absorbing the sights. So many unfamiliar machines. And they pulled such an enormous load up to the walls with mere ropes? Large carts without oxen were laden with sand iron, while others carried various steel products. The land of the craftsmen outside required many artisans, and what would take a month to craft in the land of iron, here was in abundance. Is this truly the impoverished and weakened Wind Country? As Tsunade marveled at her surroundings, Mifune emerged with Scorpion and Conan to greet them. Greetings, envoys of Konoha. I am Mifune from Sunagakure, entrusted by the village elders to oversee these negotiations. This was Mifune's first encounter with Tsunade, and as a paragon of excellence. He took a moment to appraise this legendary figure, clad in a green robe, with the character for Gamble emblazoned on her back. There was no one else like her in the ninja world. After the guests and hosts took their seats, Tsunade straightforwardly articulated her request for Sunagakure to dispatch troops to the battlefield. Let us dispense with pleasantries. You are undoubtedly aware of my intentions. Mifune, I did not expect one as young as you to wield such influence in Sunagakure. You must be well aware of Konoha's precarious situation, besieged on 3 fronts. I represent Konoha in hoping that Sunagakure will honor our alliance and deploy troops to at least divert one of our enemies, alleviating some of Konoha's burdens. Her approach was direct, devoid of any circumlocution. This was Tsunade's style, forthright and candid. She had always loathed the intricacies of political maneuvering. Mifune donned lightweight, chakra-infused armor that resembled ordinary clothing, but surpassed the defenses of the samurai of the Land of Iron in this era. His metal-clad fist struck the table, producing a crisp sound. Instead of directly addressing Tsunade's request, he countered with a question. Alliance? Are you referring to the tacit agreement with Danzo and the Fuma clan, who conspired to undermine Sunagakure from within and coveted the power of Shikaku? Tsunade's brow furrowed. That was Danzo's personal undertaking and has no bearing on the entirety of Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei was unaware of it. Awareness or not does not alter the fact that there exists a malignant entity within Konoha that poses a threat to its allies, Mifune interjected, his tone remaining even. The old order of ninja villages is built on suspicion, betrayal, and narrow clan interests. Sunagakure is now pursuing a wholly new path. Why should we advance alongside those who would betray their own? Tsunade clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. When the lips perish, the teeth are cold. If Konoha falls, you will be the next target. Why can't we? Mifune responded with newfound confidence. He was no longer the helpless newcomer he once was. He had grown strong. A brief silence enveloped the conference room, Even Minato sensed that this mission might end in failure. Konoha was in dire need of Sunagakure. While Sunagakure did not require Konoha's aid, they now held the strength of both Sunagakure and Amigakure ninjas, coupled with superior combat prowess. And this formidable fortress seemed capable of withstanding any threat. At that moment, Mifune shifted the conversation. However, Sunagakure is not entirely opposed to considering some form of transaction with Konoha. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Transaction? What sort of transaction? Based on an agreement between allies. I require your medical expertise, Princess Tsunade. Mifune locked eyes with her, clarifying. It is not for treating ordinary wounds, but for a special patient whom only you can attend to, and a family oath must be sworn to keep this secret. Who? A friend of mine, whom you have met before. He overexerted a forbidden power to combat Hanzo, severely draining his spirit and life force, and he remains in a coma. His bodily functions have ceased to recover, and conventional medical ninjutsu is ineffective. I require Shizune as my assistant. Tsunade did not immediately acquiesce. Her secret of hemophobia must not be disclosed. Mifune gestured for everyone else to withdraw, signaling Tsunade to do the same. Tsunade allowed Minato and the others to leave. Minato was unconcerned for Tsunade's safety. After all, she was one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. If anyone should be worried, it was the opposing side. With everyone gone, the spacious room was left with only Mifune and Tsunade. Tsunade regarded the youth before her with intrigue, tightening her fists as she spoke. Now it is just the two of us, little brat. Are you coveting me? Now that the opportunity is ripe, if you do not take action, it will be too late. Mifune shook his head and suddenly addressed Tsunade. Princess Tsunade, do you believe that souls or consciousness exist after death? Tsunade was taken aback as Mifune swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring, spirit transformation technique. Before Tsunade could react, her consciousness was intertwined with Mifune's spirit transformation technique. In the vast sea of consciousness, Tsunade's mental image clenched her fists and shouted, You little brat, where did you learn the spirit transformation technique? What do you intend to do by pulling me into this conscious space? As she demanded answers, a gentle voice spoke, Tsunade. The irate Tsunade stood frozen upon hearing that voice. She feared she was dreaming and slowly turned to see a familiar figure, clad in the garb of a Konoha Jonin. With light blue hair, the fringe obscured the spiral symbol on their forehead protector. Bright, large eyes gazed at Tsunade, slightly narrowing as they called out softly. Just as they had during their passionate days, my Tsunade, it has been a long time. Chapter 134. Obsession and longing in a realm enveloped by a hazy luminescence. Tsunade felt a disconnection from all external disturbances. This consciousness space had once been intertwined with Kato Duan's essence. Here, malice was absent, and it seemed as though she had returned to the moment they first encountered each other. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery stabilized. Before her lay the twilight of the Konoha training ground, where the setting sun bathed the trees in golden hues. This was the very place where she had rendezvoused countless times with Kato Duan, envisioning a future transformed by medical ninjas. The familiar figure, imbued with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, slowly approached her. Kato Duan appeared unchanged, clad in his customary ninja attire, a gentle smile gracing his features, instilling a sense of peace within her. He looked just as he had on the day he departed, as if time had stood still. Is it truly you, Duan? Tsunade's voice trembled, almost in disbelief. She instinctively stepped forward, only to halt abruptly, her rational mind warning her that this was merely an illusion. Yet, her emotions surged like a flood, overwhelming her. It is I, yet it is not. It is my yearning for you, my deepest obsession. I have missed you dearly. My Princess Tsunade. Duan addressed her with a term of endearment that was uniquely theirs. His voice was deep and clear, imbued with an unusual tenderness. You remain unchanged. Frowning so tightly. Have you encountered a dilemma? My obsession lingers within the consciousness sea of Mecha, along with two other mysterious obsessions. Allow me to keep the details under wraps for now. Kato Duan playfully winked at her, reminiscent of their romantic days, shattering the psychological defenses Tsunade had attempted to erect. Tsunade opened her mouth, words caught in her throat. Tears streamed down her face, transforming into glimmering stars as she lunged forward towards Kato Duan. His figure appeared somewhat translucent in the light of the consciousness space, yet the affection and concern in his gaze were profoundly real. His essence embraced Tsunade's spirit. Through Mecha, I am aware of your struggles. He possesses eyes that can pierce through the fog. It was he who informed me of the severity of your hemophobia. It is my fault. Like Yahiko, who sacrificed himself. I was too naive and oblivious to the political struggles. Those decayed vested interests will never willingly share power. My death is inconsequential. But I regret the immense burden it has placed upon you. Tsunade shook her head vigorously, her voice choked with emotion. I have sensed something amiss. But I cannot avenge you. I feel so powerless. How could the village founded by my grandfather have descended into such chaos? She wept like a child, as if all her years of grievance were pouring forth. Kato Duan smiled gently. I know you are facing the intricate forces for the sake of Konoha. They cultivate their power in the shadows, eliminating any potential threats. I understand your dedication to Konoha, and I know my Princess Tsunade is immensely strong. Strong enough to evoke my sympathy. Kato Duan reached out, seemingly attempting to touch Tsunade's cheek, but his fingers merely passed through the light. Unable to make true contact. Do you remember? The last time we stood here, you spoke of reforming the medical ninja system and establishing a frontline medical framework. You vowed never to witness your comrades perish before your eyes again. His gaze was filled with compassion. Now, within Mikichikuin's vision for the future, I see another path, one that severs the senseless slaughter among ninjas. This path is more enticing than mere healing. It is hard to fathom how such a young soul could bring about such transformation in the land of wind. My princess, Lord Orochimaru, influenced by Mikichikuin, has paused in his descent into darkness. He seems to believe in the path chosen by Mikichikuin. Meanwhile, Lord Jiraiya remains entangled in the whims of fate, helplessly confronting one tragedy after another. Mikichikuin wishes for you to aid one of the 3 children you encountered in the Land of Rain, specifically Nagato, who was once a disciple of Lord Jiraiya. Yahiko has succumbed to the machinations of Hanzo and Danzo, a conspiracy as straightforward as in times past. Do not challenge the darkness alone. I believe a discussion with Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya would be prudent. To see you once more, my obsession is fulfilled, and I can return to the Pure Land without worry. However, my essence shall remain within the consciousness sea of Mikichikuin. Should you encounter any ninja-related queries, you may also consult him. Take care, my Princess Tsunade. Another mysterious individual awaits eagerly. Duan, do not leave. Tsunade's tears transformed into a myriad of stars, and the figure in her embrace began to dissipate, becoming a vast luminescent entity among the starry sky. At that moment, the scenery began to shift once more. The twilight of the training ground faded, transforming into a sunlit afternoon in the courtyard of the Senju clan estate, filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. As Tsunade wiped away her ungraspable tears, she was suddenly greeted by a vibrant voice. Sister. Her heart tightened anew as she turned to see a spirited Shotri, clad in a green ninja vest, his exuberant face radiating enthusiasm and dreams as he ran towards her. Shotri, is it truly you? Tsunade's voice quivered. She enveloped her younger brother in her arms, feeling an overwhelming mix of love, guilt, and the pain of failing to protect him. A stark contrast to her complex emotions towards Kato Duan. Sister, do not cry. The family secret technique I entrusted to Kato and I has been passed on to Mikichikuin. He is an extraordinary ninja. You cannot imagine how many lingering spirits of Konoha's fallen he has attracted when he inadvertently left his physical form that day. Though he is not a Konoha ninja, his ideals have transcended the village. Moreover, he has created various formidable puppet mechas. By the way, sister, Mikichikuin promised to craft a magnificent Shotri mecha specifically for my essence. Just thinking about it excites me. Shotri beamed, pointing to the forehead protector emblazoned with the character for ninja. Mikichikuin's ambition is to harness technology and the power of mechas to change the entire world. He envisions a future where all ninjas will wear the same forehead protector, free from conflict and self-destruction. I believe he can achieve this, don't you? Shotri. Tsunade struggled to find her words, unsure of where to begin. Yet Shotri seemed oblivious to her turmoil, his bright eyes fixed on her. Sister, you are amazing now. I've heard you are the strongest medical ninja, one of the legendary 3. You can definitely overcome your hemophobia. I believe in you. He nestled his head against Tsunade's chest, exuding childlike dependence and trust. That incredible Mikichikuin said he would avenge me and Kato and I. He will seek retribution for Yahiko and countless others, unafraid of those wicked individuals wielding power. Just being able to see you makes me so happy. In the future, sister, look forward to witnessing the might of Shotri Mecha. By the way, the other obsession belongs to Lord Kakashi. He mentioned that his obsession is to meet with Kakashi. So he will not greet you now. Sister, do your best. Shotri's figure gradually faded, transforming into a vast light among the sea of stars, leaving behind the vibrant echo of Sister, do your best. In the air, the scene collapsed entirely, and Tsunade found herself back in reality, holding the struggling Mikichi. Her eyes clenched shut, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 135. 3 punches I'm suffocating. Tsunade, you're going to smother me. As Tsunade heard the voice of Miki, she finally released her grip. Miki, still shaken, gazed at Tsunade, thinking to himself how close he had come to being suffocated by face wash. Tsunade, slightly embarrassed, discreetly wiped her face and relaxed as she sat back down in her chair, addressing Miki. Miki-kun, you truly are an extraordinary ninja. In the ocean of your consciousness, I can perceive an unparalleled strength. Allow me to see Nagato. I believe we have the foundation for an alliance. Miki nodded and led Tsunade to Nagato's room. In just a few days, Nagato had visibly lost considerable weight. Beside him, Kaori and Yakushi Nono were alternating their use of healing techniques to sustain Nagato's condition. Observing Kaori's adeptness with the healing technique, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. At such a young age, she wields the healing technique with such proficiency. Quite the talent, Nono. Is she your apprentice? Yakushi Nono, having received prior notification from Miki, adjusted her glasses and replied, Lady Tsunade, I only have a rudimentary understanding of medical ninjutsu. Kaori learned the healing technique from you, Lady Tsunade. From me? Tsunade pondered, unable to recall teaching the young girl, but the quietly accompanying Shizune whispered a reminder. Oh, so she learned it from just one demonstration in the Land of Rivers, did she? Such talent indeed reflects my own prowess in my youth. Miki-kun, let her train under my guidance from now on. Tsunade assessed Nagato's condition, recognizing the signs of chakra depletion and impending life loss. Merely using the healing technique would not suffice. Let me give it a try. With that, Tsunade sensed Nagato's state, brought her fingers together, and swiftly used her chakra scalpel to slice open Nagato's abdomen. Kaori gasped, but Yakushi Nono covered her mouth. Even Miki was taken aback. After all, Tsunade had a fear of blood. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Tsunade steady herself, firmly controlling the chakra scalpel with one hand while using the healing technique to stanch the bleeding with the other. Even Shizune was astonished. Tsunade, covered in blood, did not tremble. With gritted teeth, Tsunade maintained her focus on the wound, employing a refined extraction technique to remove the congealed blood and necrotic tissue from Nagato's abdomen. Once the blood became a vivid red, she ceased the extraction technique and sighed in relief, biting her finger to perform the summoning technique. As the white smoke dissipated, a blue and white striped slug materialized within the summoning formation. Lady Tsunade, how may I assist you? Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tsunade instructed the slug. Help me maintain the vitality of his organs. Certainly, Lady Tsunade. The slug transformed chakra into healing energy and began to channel it into Nagato's abdomen. Tsunade, now liberated, solemnly formed the hand seals, healing regeneration technique. As the jutsu took effect, a continuous flow of life force surged into Nagato's body. The healing regeneration technique is an A-rank ninjutsu that typically requires the cooperation of over 10 skilled medical ninjas to utilize effectively. Channeling yang released chakra to stimulate wound healing while simultaneously delivering life force to the injured. Such a demanding technique was executed solely by Tsunade. Gradually, Nagato's complexion began to regain its color, and his breathing normalized. Before long, the wound on Nagato's abdomen had completely healed, as if he had merely fallen into a deep slumber. All right, sleep for a while, you'll awaken in the morning, Tsunade said as she took the towel Shizune handed her, drying her hands. Miki applauded. Truly, you are Tsunade, the strongest medical sage. Due to their shared experiences within the ocean of consciousness, Tsunade and Miki found themselves in an extraordinarily unique state. She approached him without hesitation, tousling his hair. My work here is done, but this is merely a temporary fix. I need someone skilled in sealing techniques to assist me. Miki-kun, could you provide a sturdy and spacious venue? Confronted by Tsunade's beaming smile, Miki felt an inexplicable retreat. This fierce woman surely did not harbor thoughts of revenge for the earlier incident with the face wash. Outside the oasis fortress, what once was a small hill of sand and iron had been largely diminished. Tsunade stood atop the remnants of the sand and iron. Soon, accompanied by 2 billowing clouds of white smoke, Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared before her. Ah, what a rare visitor. Tsunade, this is your first time summoning me through reverse summoning. Orochimaru rasped. Jiraiya, beside him, leered at Tsunade's figure, burping from his drink. Hey, Tsunade, I was just discussing life over drinks with the ladies. I'm about to head to the battlefield, so let us make this quick. What is the rush? Has the old man summoned you as well? Tsunade clenched her fists and stepped toward Orochimaru. If it hurts, bear it. Just don't let me kill you. With a resounding blow, Tsunade unleashed her incredible strength, sending Orochimaru flying several meters and creating a deep trench. In an instant, she appeared before him, the sand and iron beneath her cracking as she unleashed a flurry of punches while demanding, "Who is the mastermind behind the events concerning Rope Tree? Why did you conceal it from me? Are you afraid I would not be a match for Danzo, or do you wish to conspire with him?" Tsunade's strikes were fierce, yet she refrained from using her full strength. Orochimaru did not evade, allowing her to vent her frustration. Once she paused, he adjusted his dislocated neck and spoke in a somber tone. "Tsunade, you are correct. I failed to protect Rope Tree. During that period, I began to question the very meaning of life. Had it not been for Miki-kuin's intervention, I too would have succumbed to darkness." Tsunade extended her palm and employed the healing technique to treat Orochimaru's wounds. "The past is settled today, Orochimaru. I require your assistance." With that, she turned to Jiraiya, who had a rosy complexion. "Tsunade." Tsunade rolled her shoulders and delivered a powerful punch to Jiraiya. The white-haired sage tumbled through the air. "Fool! You big fool! We are all fools." In the midst of her outburst, Tsunade struck herself with a heavy blow. Despite her unique constitution, the force of the blow left her bloodied. Just as she prepared to strike again, two figures appeared in an instant, Orochimaru and Jiraiya each grasping one of her arms. "Tsunade, are you insane?" Her face illuminated with a sense of release. She exclaimed, "We are all fools. The biggest fools in the world. After all these years, one spends his days scribbling nonsense, peeking around the world while shouting to chase me, yet knows nothing of my fears or dislikes. The other is obsessed with those disgusting forbidden techniques and conspires with the roots. Do you wish to render yourselves neither human nor ghost? Fools." She shook off their grips, her voice echoing against the cliffs. "You watched as I became consumed by gambling, as I evaded reality, clinging to the memories of the deceased. Will you only stand by and watch? Is this what the legendary three ninjas have become? We are not legends of the ninja world. We are but a farce. Are you still my companions?" Jiraiya winced, attempting to defend himself. "Tsunade, I just didn't want to pressure you." Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze profound. "Your immersion in sorrow reflects the fragility of life." "Silence." Tsunade interrupted their defenses sharply. "I have no time for your nonsense. I have seen Rope Tree and Kato Dan, right within Mickey's consciousness." Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused, taken aback. However, it was not their souls. It was merely their lingering attachments, and Miki-kun was but the vessel of their obsessions. That was not the complete essence of them. "I understand," Tsunade's tone deepened, imbued with a painful clarity. "Yet that attachment has made me realize that the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan are not solely the fault of war. There are unseen hands behind the scenes, a malignant growth nurtured within Konoha itself." Her gaze aflame with determination, she looked at the two. "I demand to know the truth. Why was the body of the Rope Tree stolen? What has become of its innards? Was the abrupt demise merely a consequence of a failed mission? Who possesses such profound knowledge of spiritual transformation techniques? Danzo, and what of our teacher? Where is his courage? What other sordid secrets lie buried at the roots of Konoha? Do you still wish to feign ignorance regarding the death of Tsukumo Hatake? I pose but a single query. Are we still comrades?" Chapter 136. Choosing the path ahead in response to Tsunade's inquiry, Jiraiya, his face swollen, answered nonchalantly, "Of course. I have no intention of relinquishing the title of the legendary three to the younger generation." Orochimaru, unusually serious, bowed his head in apology to Tsunade. "Tsunade, please accept my belated apology. It is my failure to have safeguarded the Rope Tree. I had thought that the three of us would grow old without ever crossing paths again." Tsunade extended her palm. "Meeting theirs in a pact. Since you both are still willing to acknowledge our bond as comrades, let us choose to assist me." Miki-kun proposed a grand vision that required additional strength. Tsunade laid bare the comprehensive plan she had received from Miki, leaving even the knowledgeable Orochimaru and Jiraiya astounded. Before they could express their astonishment, Tsunade continued, let us return to our respective fronts. We must first win this war before we can ponder the future. However, Jiraiya, do not rush. Assist me in perfecting a sealing technique. Years of Jiraiya's confusion evaporated at last. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, a sealing technique? Have you encountered trouble? Tsunade? Tsunade shook her head. It is not my trouble, but your disciple Nagato. He awakened beyond the Rinnegan due to Yahiko's death. This pair of eyes seems to have drained his chakra, and I require your assistance to intervene. Nagato, the roots have extended their reach even to the Rain Village. Once Jiraiya had cast the suppression seal upon Nagato's eyes, the three exchanged the reverse summoning scrolls and returned to their respective fronts. As Orochimaru and Jiraiya vanished in a plume of smoke, Tsunade crossed her arms and addressed Mikage. Mikage-kun, since there are no issues with the alliance, would you mind if I established the forward base in your Oasis fortress? Of course, while others might not be allowed to set up bases, you, Tsunade, certainly retain that privilege. A fruitful collaboration. Collaboration? Bang! The third Raikage's fist, imbued with lightning chakra, shattered the solid wooden table into splinters. His bronze visage glowed red with fury, his voice booming, reverberating throughout the Raikage's office. Sunagakure, that impoverished village, reduced to eating dirt, dared to meddle in our affairs instead of following us to take a bite out of Konoha. Standing by, the unflappable Mabui calmly reported, Raikage-sama, according to confirmed intelligence, Sunagakure has officially forged an alliance with Konoha. This is beyond dispute. Moreover, Hanzo of the Salamander has been confirmed dead. The entire Rain Village is now under strict martial law, seemingly managed by the people of Sunagakure. Intelligence suggests Hanzo may have fallen victim to a new type of puppet and special poison from Sunagakure. Hanzo is dead? Humph, an old, toothless snake attempting to challenge the authority of a great nation, and he couldn't even best the impoverished Sunagakure. Dying in a gutter is hardly surprising. The third Raikage spat disdainfully, glancing at his impetuous son and partner. A. B. Did you hear that? Sunagakure thinks their flimsy wooden puppets and insidious poisons can withstand the thunder of Kimobikure? A step forward, fists clenched, lightning crackling. Father, Sunagakure is courting death. Their puppets are nothing but scrap metal waiting to be dismantled before my and B's lightning release. I volunteer to teach these arrogant fools a lesson. The young killer bee swayed rhythmically beside him, echoing with his unique cadence. Yo, Sunagakure, foolishly striking a rock with an egg, brother's anger shatters into fragments. The third Raikage's furious brow twitched, suppressing the urge to strike Killer Bee. With a sweeping gesture, lightning erupted. Well said. Konoha is currently besieged on 3 fronts. At the end of its tether, now is the perfect time for us to strike. However, you need not go. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over everyone. You two will head to the Konoha front to bolster our forces and intensify our offensive against Konoha. Show Jiraiya and Minato what a frontal assault from Kimobikure truly entails. A. B. You two will lead an elite mobile unit and find a way to breach the Land of Fire, compared to the impoverished Land of Wind. Securing territory in the Land of Fire is far more advantageous. Mabui, ensure the intelligence and medical teams expedite the analysis of the new type of poison Sunagakure may employ, and prepare the most comprehensive antidotes and protective gear. We cannot afford to falter in the gutter. As for Sunagakure, I will personally test their metal to see whether their wooden puppets or my fists are stronger. Prepare the Heavenly Sin technique. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Their spirits high. They never worried that the third Raikage would face danger challenging Sunagakure alone. After all, he was the strongest embodiment of both spear and shield in the ninja world. If the third Kazekage were present, he might have evoked some caution. Now, against a Sunagakure that could hardly contend even with shadow-level powerhouses, victory was all but assured. In Iwagakure, the atmosphere in the Tsuchikage's office was starkly different from the stormy wrath of Kimobikure. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, floated in midair, his small frame crossing his arms beneath his chin, his murky gaze fixed on the intelligence scroll before him, lost in thought. Below, his son, Kuratsuchi, and the Iwagakure elite held their breath, awaiting the Tsuchikage's verdict. Hanzo is dead. The elders of my generation are dwindling. At last, Anoki spoke, his voice low and grave, tinged with a hint of unease. According to the intelligence, Hanzo of the Salamander fell to Mikage from Sunagakure, along with Scorpion and an unknown Conan. The battle took place in Suki no Sake town, and it was said to be grand, involving the Shikaku. I never anticipated such a significant upheaval in Sunagakure. Not only have they not crumbled, but they have also surprisingly secured the Shikaku as a summoning beast. While it may not be as convenient as a Jinchuriki, it is still a formidable war machine. Kuratsuchi spoke solemnly, Father. Sunagakure's strength may have undergone changes we are unaware of. This scorpion is rumored to be the grandson of the puppet master Chio, a prodigious puppeteer from a young age. It seems they have begun employing a new type of special puppet. A new type of puppet? Inoki snorted coldly. Is it designed for containing more poison? Or as a mobile earthen target? That old fool Hanzo, the most cautious of men, had an escape skill surpassing ninjutsu. He likely thought he was safe with his formidable poison. But to be taken down in an instant hints at a special poison at play, not a straightforward defeat. He drifted to the window, gazing at the endless Rocky Mountain range, his tone seasoned with experience. Let us not forget, Chio is not only adept with puppets, but also with poison concoction. According to ancient wisdom, one must tread carefully on cliffs, for even a minor slip can lead to a fall. And Hanzo, that fool, likely never considered his enemies would poison him. What concerns me is that Konoha, having reached this point, could still rally Sunagakure. The cost must have been considerable. And for Sunagakure to dare to intervene now is either foolishness or a calculated risk, believing they can gain something from it. They are all playing their own little games. Kuratsuchi, relay my orders. Inoki meticulously contemplated the intricacies of the situation, ruling out any scenarios that might jeopardize the interests of Awagakure. His voice was as resolute as stone. To the forces in the west, cease the large-scale offensive against Konoha immediately and transition to a stable positional warfare. Relying on the terrain, we shall construct permanent defensive fortifications to exhaust Konoha's manpower. No proactive engagements without my explicit command. Let those brutes from Kumogakure take the forefront. What we require now is observation, not recklessness. Activate all spies and focus on infiltrating the borders of the Land of Wind and the Land of Rain. I demand detailed information on Sunagakure's troop composition, the parameters of their new puppets, and the specifics of that peculiar poison. Notify all frontline shinobi upon encountering Sunagakure. Close-quarters combat is strictly forbidden. Prioritize the use of long-range earth release techniques for bombardment, paying particular attention to the sandy ground and anomalies in the air, and remain vigilant against surprise toxin attacks. A glint of malice flickered in Inoki's eyes. Organize demolition squads to dismantle those makeshift outposts along the border of the Land of Wind. Let us eliminate more sand shinobi and make them realize that standing alongside Konoha is the gravest error. Understood. The towering figure saluted and promptly turned to make arrangements. Inoki hovered in place, and before he could even exhale in relief, the door to his office was shattered with a resounding crash. Chapter 137, The Thunderous Might Lord Mikage. We have made a discovery at the frontline reconnaissance node. Numerous shinobi from the direction of Awagakure have infiltrated through the Land of Birds and are attempting to breach the border wall with powerful explosions. Explosions? According to Mikage's recollections, during this period, the creator of the great meteor technique, Deidara, was merely an infant, having a penchant for clay rather than black soil. Awagakure was renowned for its expertise in explosions, but surely only the demolition squads would be involved. Why would this elite force of Awagakure not confront Konoha, but instead venture to the Land of Wind? As Mikage prepared to respond, he suddenly received an alarming alert from his intelligent agent, Bug. Lord Mikage, intense spatial fluctuations have been detected north of the Oasis Fortress. A colossal man, charged with electricity, is heading towards the sentry outpost. Danger! Danger! The signal from the sentry outpost has vanished. The last image transmitted to Mikage was of a muscular, dark-skinned elder with flowing yellow hair, charging directly towards the outpost. The third Raikage. This figure, marked by a lightning tattoo on his shoulder, possessed a distinctive appearance and unique body techniques, unmistakably revealing his identity. However, with Konoha's alliance now attracting the attention of both Inoki and the third Raikage, Mikage found himself at a crossroads of emotions, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Nevertheless, he was no longer the same as before. He had evolved into a capable force able to engage on two fronts. Bug, inform Scorpion, Conan, and teacher Yakumo to head to the northern border wall to confront the demolition teams. As for the sudden appearance of the Raikage, notify Tsunade and Zetsu. Let us confront him. Understood, Mikage. The message has been relayed. Excellent. Mobilize at once. Was there no one? What was watching me just now? Upon arriving at the border through the body flicker technique, the third Reikage immediately sensed a presence lurking. His combat instincts had become second nature. Upon locating the well-concealed outpost, he swiftly executed the 4 pillars of the earth. A single strike pierced through the outpost, and as he brushed off the dust from his body, he realized that there were no shinobi stationed within. That sensation of being watched had been unmistakably clear, and dismissed it as mere illusion. Before he could investigate further, 3 figures approached him. Hey, this group of sand shinobi responds quite quickly. It seems they have set up numerous detection barriers, but against absolute strength, these measures are futile. Earthquake piercing 4 pillars. The third Reikage had come to stir up trouble, leveraging his overwhelming power to prey upon Sunagakure, which lacked top-tier combat strength. Even the rampaging 8 tails could be suppressed by him. How could a mere 1 tail, devoid of a Jinchuriki, pose any threat to the powerful third Reikage? Sunagakure was akin to a defenseless prey, free for him to ravage at will. Without so much as a moment's hesitation upon seeing the newcomers, he unleashed the 4 pillars. His formidable body technique surged like a bolt of lightning, directly aimed at Mecha, who stood among the trio. Thanks to Bug's warning, Mecha had already sensed the third Reikage's approach and was preparing to unleash a repulsion field when suddenly, Tsunade appeared before him in a flash. With a step forward, she unleashed a powerful punch. Monster strength fist. Boom. The violent shockwave erupted, causing the earth to lament. Each collision between these 2 titanic figures generated shockwaves potent enough to shatter the surrounding terrain. Mecha activated his repulsion field, barely managing to maintain his footing from the recoil. Meanwhile, Setsu stood by, his eyes wide, having initiated the first layer of the 7-day breathing technique. This was merely the aftermath of their clash. The third Reikage, resembled a war god harnessing thunder, his entire body enveloped in a tangible blue lightning chakra armor. Even the act of moving produced a piercing shriek in the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of singeing. His fingers, aligned together, resembled sharp spears, piercing through Tsunade's chakra-imbued fist. However, this strike merely grazed her fist, stopping short at the bone. Yet, Tsunade's formidable physique allowed her to recover swiftly. After the brief contact, she began to heal from the superficial wound. Her golden hair danced wildly in the turbulent air, her expression resolute as steel. Facing the Reikage, she displayed no inclination to retreat. Though her seemingly delicate fists were momentarily numbed by the electric current, she quickly retracted her arms and accumulated terrifying strength once more. Hiya! Tsunade shouted defiantly, advancing rather than retreating, as the ground beneath her feet cracked anew. Her body shot forth like a cannonball. Her right fist, now healed from the earlier injury, surged forward with the power to shatter mountains, meeting the Reikage's punch head-on. Boom! The point of impact erupted as if an invisible bomb had detonated. A visible wave of white energy radiated outward, causing the earth to cave in. Tsunade's body quaked violently. She tasted blood in her throat, but fought to swallow it down. In terms of strength, she was by no means inferior to the third Reikage. However, the electric currents enveloping him caused her considerable trouble. The paralyzing force sent her sliding backward, her feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Her fists trembled slightly. The knuckles reddened, with flickers of lightning dancing upon her skin, searing her flesh. The third Reikage, too, was momentarily halted by the force of the impact. His eyes flashing with surprise. He could feel that the opponent had, through sheer physical prowess and chakra eruption techniques, withstood a blow capable of demolishing a city wall. Woman, you are impressive. The Reikage's voice boomed like thunder, but it is still not enough. Next, I shall unleash the earthquake, piercing 3 pillars. As he retreated, he shifted his stance, concentrating the entirety of his lightning chakra into his right hand. This time, the third Reikage extended only 3 fingers. Those fingers transformed into the sharpest of spears, the crackling lightning at their tips causing the air around them to crackle ominously. This was a technique feared even by the 8 tails Gyuki. Come. Tsunade wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her emerald eyes ignited with indomitable flames. She was about to form hand seals to release her in seal when Mecha interjected, positioning himself in front of her. Tsunade, brace yourself from behind. There is no need to release the in seal. I will shield you from the electric charge and piercing attack. Tsunade was taken aback as Mecha stood in front of her, extending both arms forward and channeling all his strength into a repulsive force. Bug, adjust the nozzle position. Do not spray Tsunade, full power. Repulsion. Faced with the seemingly omnipotent Sanbin Guanshou, it was as if a lightning bolt had flashed by, halting just under a meter in front of Mi Xiang, refusing to advance any further. What a close call. Fortunately, the repulsive force intensified with proximity, or else he would have been severely injured by this unreasonable thrust. However, while Mi Xiang managed to block the thrust of Sanbin Guanshou, the immense kinetic energy of the impact was still overwhelming. Thankfully, a soft cushion from behind enveloped him. Tsunade embraced him, absorbing the tremendous shock. At that moment, how he wished he weren't wearing the Archbishop mech. Before Mi Xiang could dwell on his thoughts, he felt a tap on his helmet. You little rascal. Show me some respect. Call me Sister Tsunade. Tsunade is not someone you can just address casually. Concurrently, Tsunade released Mi Xiang and instantly counterattacked. Her left fist, like a cannonball, seized the moment after Raikage's thrust and struck fiercely. Monster strength fist. Boom. A deep, thunderous explosion erupted. Tsunade felt as if her punch had struck a steel needle veiled in thunder. The recoil, combined with the power of lightning, left her entire arm slightly numb. The third Raikage let out a muffled grunt, staggering sideways from the force of her earth-shattering punch. The lightning armor on his body fluctuated violently, astonished by the monstrous power contained in her fist. Truly, Tsunade of Konoha possesses formidable strength. Too bad you are not my match. Tsunade panted slightly, her expression grave. She was acutely aware that her strength was formidable, yet the opponent's lightning defense and speed were exceedingly abnormal. This lightning defense made it exceptionally uncomfortable for her to land a hit. You little brat, why did you stop me from using the Een sealing technique? How did you know I would use it? Chapter 138. Too tight. Mi Xiang could only evade the inquiry about his ability to see through the mists of fate. Fortunately, Tsunade was accompanied by a fool who was always in pursuit of the so-called destined child, making this explanation somewhat plausible. Just as she was about to charge forward and exchange blows with the Raikage, Mi Xiang intercepted her again. Zitsong, activate the mech's tiger form, and employ the 7-day breathing technique with the 8 gates of Duanjia. You can only open 4 gates at most. By me 3 minutes. Zitsong nodded, unfurling the sealing scroll, and donned the tiger form of the mech. As the 2 oxygen tanks began supplying oxygen, his muscles started to swell, and a turbulent chakra flow surrounded him. 7-day breathing technique. 4th layer, activate. 8 gates of Duanjia. 4th gate, the injury gate, open. Normally, opening the 4th gate would cause muscle fiber strains. However, when combined with the 7-day breathing technique, the significantly enhanced bodily functions not only greatly increased Zitsong's speed and strength, but also made the potential injuries from the injury gate manageable. Zitsong, who initially appeared frail, now fully filled out the tiger form of the mech. I'm in. Zitsong suddenly leapt forward, appearing directly in front of the third Raikage. Step forward. As he flashed, Zitsong executed a split kick, using the power of his leap to deliver a direct blow to the Raikage's face. What audacity to use taijutsu in front of me. The Raikage felt belittled. One of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Tsunade, was already struggling against him, and this reckless sand shinobi dared to confront him? In a fit of rage, his fist crackled with flickering lightning, prepared to unleash a paralyzing punch to obliterate this foolish sand shinobi. Unexpectedly, the third Raikage found that his lightning fist did not force the opponent back. The power contained in that kick was even able to match his own. What in the world? When did Sunagakure have such a formidable taijutsu ninja? Before he could process this, Zitsong, leveraging the reaction force from his kick, twisted his body, landing another kick squarely on the Raikage's face. He was not affected by the lightning armor's paralysis. The force was tremendous and swift as the wind. Seeing Zitsong seize the initiative with his martial prowess, Mi Xiang quickly retrieved a storage scroll. Tsunade, quickly take off your clothes. You little brat. What did you just say? Are you itching for a fight? Tsunade, still astonished by Zitsong's taijutsu prowess, was enraged by Mi Xiang's words. Not sensing the ambiguity in his statement, Mi Xiang added, yes, don't dawdle. Take off your outer robe and put on this mech. This is the Baiwang mech that I modified for Teacher Yekong. Once you wear this, you won't have to worry about the paralysis effects of the lightning armor. It not only boosts your defense, but also greatly enhances your ninjutsu. Only then did Tsunade realize she had misunderstood Mi Xiang. What lay before her was a shimmering silver outfit, and it was a feminine one at that. It did not appear particularly special. Zitsong was stalling the third Raikage, and they had no time to waste. Hurry and change into this mech. Zitsong cannot maintain this state for long. We don't have much time. Tsunade reluctantly removed her green robe and, with Mi Xiang's assistance, donned the discarded Bai Wang mech. Yekong was currently wearing the improved version, the Bai Wang mech 2, which possessed propulsion capabilities. This Bai Wang mech, crafted from high-purity chakra metal, was too valuable to waste. Tsunade's physique was more voluptuous than Yekong's, making it quite a challenge to get into, especially since she could not fasten the front. After some adjustments, Tsunade activated her healing chakra, enveloping herself in a soft green glow. Is this chakra resonance? Could this outfit be made entirely of chakra metal? No. The conductivity of ordinary chakra metal isn't this strong. You little brat, you have plenty of good things in your possession. This one is mine. Name your conditions. I'm in. Tsunade shouted as she witnessed Zitsong collide with the third Reikage. Your name is Zitsong, right? Your taijutsu is quite unique and impressive. Go rest for a while. This third Reikage is my opponent. Painful heavenly foot. Now, Tsunade radiated a faint green chakra aura. This was indicative of high-density healing chakra. In her current state, she was akin to having the Yin sealing technique and the Baika no Jutsu activated simultaneously. This mech, resembling clothing, was indeed remarkable. She just wondered how effective it was against lightning paralysis. Hearing Tsunade's call, Zitsong swiftly distanced himself from the third Reikage. In his place, a mighty downward strike was unleashed. The Tian Shou Jiao slammed into the ground, creating a crater over 4 meters wide. The third Reikage swiftly retreated to evade the attack's range. Nevertheless, the debris that erupted still caused the lightning armor to crackle ominously. You audacious woman, dare to return and seek death. Taste my 4 Benguanshou. The third Reikage transformed into a bolt of electricity, charging fiercely at Tsunade. Upon landing, Tsunade did not dodge or evade. Instead, she steadied herself. Gathering her strength as a layer of soft green, healing chakra enveloped her entirely. This sensation was comparable to activating the Baika no Jutsu. It even enhanced her strength. Good lad, why didn't you bring this out sooner? As she spoke, Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch forward. The fist, enveloped in the soft green healing chakra, amplified by the Baihuang mech, struck with even greater ferocity than before. Boom. Tsunade's seemingly petite fist directly collided with the oncoming thrust of the third Reikage. Unlike their previous confrontation, this time, the 4 fingers crackling with lightning were blocked by Tsunade's chakra-infused metal fist. A tremendous crash reverberated. And it was the third Reikage who was forced back this time. His most formidable spear could not penetrate this seemingly thin layer of armor worn by Tsunade. As the third Reikage, taken aback, struggled to regain his composure, Tsunade had already made her move, dashing forward with an air of determination. You little brat. You certainly didn't deceive your sister. Is this the mech you spoke of that will shape the future? It truly can withstand the paralysis of the lightning armor. Though it is rather constricting, making me feel uneasy. Now it's time for me to unleash my power. With her golden hair flowing, Tsunade left a crater in the ground beneath her feet and vanished from sight, reappearing above the third Reikage. Painful sky kick. Her right foot rose high, descending with tremendous force. A powerful gust of wind enveloped the area around the third Reikage, and the sound of her strike echoed like a meteor crashing down. What kind of taijutsu monster is this? Such a small frame can unleash such terrifying techniques. Just a change of attire brings forth such a dramatic transformation? Chapter 139. The Chaos of Taijutsu. This is merely the beginning. Empowered by the White Phoenix mech, Tsunade moved as if she were employing the 100 healings technique without pain. With each punch and kick, even the recoil from her strikes was instantly healed. Her monstrous strength was akin to a pile driver. A single blow sent the burly third Reikage flying. In terms of sheer power, the third Reikage found himself at a disadvantage. However, how could the strongest spear and shield, the third Reikage, be so easily vanquished? He charged his body with electrical energy once more, his speed increasing due to the stimulation of the lightning armor. With the speed of lightning, the third Reikage sidestepped Tsunade's frontal kick, positioning himself beside her. He swung a fist the size of a sandbag, launching a powerful strike toward Tsunade. After Tsunade narrowly evaded this heavy blow, the third Reikage halted abruptly, twisting his body to deliver a swift knife-hand strike. As Tsunade dodged the initial blow, she was caught off guard by the third Reikage's knife-hand strike aimed at her neck. Fortunately, the high collar of the White Phoenix mech offered protection, rendering the ambush ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade retaliated with an uppercut, monstrous strength rising dragon fist. The forceful uppercut landed squarely on the third Raikage's chin. Alas, the protection of the lightning armor absorbed most of the damage. Her strike failed to launch him into the air. Although the armor mitigated much of the impact, the transferred kinetic energy still caused the third Raikage to stagger. He shook his robust neck and remarked, "Tsunade of Konoha, indeed formidable. But alas, you cannot overcome my lightning armor. I shall subdue you and bring you back to Sunagakure to bear a new generation of bloodline successors. The Senju bloodline would surely thrive in Sunagakure." The notorious reputation of Sunagakure for stealing techniques and bloodline limits from other villages was well known throughout the ninja world. The third Raikage's words ignited Tsunade's fury, and she swung her arms in a wide arc, monstrous strength double fist. This time, fueled by rage, her punch shattered the resilient lightning armor. Just as Tsunade reveled in her success, a sudden warning from Mijiang, who had been preoccupied in the background, rang out. "Tsunade, watch out. The real Raikage is behind you." At the moment Tsunade's fist made contact with the third Raikage's body, he transformed into a figure composed of lightning. Lightning clone. The intense electrical discharge erupted as Tsunade's punch landed. This concentrated lightning clone could incinerate an ordinary ninja to ashes. Even a powerful fighter like Tsunade would suffer significant injury and risk being paralyzed by the rampant currents. For the lightning clone, this was an integrated offensive and defensive technique. In the instant the clone detonated, the third Raikage emerged from behind Tsunade, wielding his thunder axe. With a cruel smile on his face, he swung down heavily. The force of the falling thunder aimed at Tsunade, who was in a defensive stance. Mijiang's timely warning was not in vain. Tsunade, still processing her previous success, was caught off guard by the explosive force of the thunder axe. Though the third Raikage regretted that the lightning clone didn't incapacitate Tsunade, he did not pursue the stunned Tsunade but instead curled his fingers. Hell Piercer, triple strike. The third Raikage transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Mijiang, who was crouched nearby assembling a large cylindrical device. "Die, you sneaky coward hiding in the back. Surely you intend to ambush me." The speed of the third Raikage was so swift that even Tsunade struggled to keep up, let alone Mijiang. Luckily, he had his intelligent companion, Little Bug, monitoring the battlefield and facilitating his defense. Just before the lightning struck, he activated his repulsion force and clutched the large cylinder tightly to his chest. Boom. The unstoppable Hell Piercer failed to penetrate Mijiang's repulsion barrier. As the barrier compressed to around 50 centimeters, its resilience was astonishing. The three fingers, crackling with lightning, halted just before Mijiang, unable to advance further. However, the momentum still propelled Mijiang backward due to the immense force applied. "Ha ha ha, you thought you could ambush me? Too naive." Explosive thunder fist. The third Raikage's Hell Piercer propelled Mijiang away, and without pausing, he instantly targeted the approaching Zitsong. "A martial arts master like you from the impoverished Sunagakure deserves to be eliminated." This electrified punch barreled toward Zitsong. Under normal circumstances, with only the 4 gates of the 8 gates released, Zitsong would be unable to match the third Raikage's pace. However, under Mijiang's strict orders to avoid using techniques that could severely injure him, and with the dual techniques enhancement, he still retained the strength to fight back. Zitsong, knowing he could not evade the third Raikage's assault, decided against dodging entirely. With one arm raised and the other lowered, he angled his body and charged forward, Iron Mountain Crash. Just as his shoulder was about to collide with the third Raikage's furious fist, the enemy's figure suddenly flickered and appeared at his side. "You cannot hit me. What good is your technique?" With a missed strike, Zitsong, experienced in battle, remained composed and utilized the forward momentum to amplify the thrust of his tiger form mech's propulsion nozzles. Using the thrust, he leapt forward significantly, narrowly avoiding the third Raikage's knife hand slash. As he turned, he executed a stylish combination: left elbow twist, right elbow twist, jab. Taking advantage of his backward position, Zitsong unleashed a series of Muay Thai strikes, pushing the advancing third Raikage back. Simultaneously, a voice called out, "Don't underestimate me. I'm still here." Tsunade's powerful fist descended. But this time the third Raikage, wary, retreated just in time. Tsunade's petite fist maintained its momentum, crashing into the ground and sending large chunks of earth and debris flying. Utilizing the chaos of the airborne dust and rocks, Tsunade charged forward, denying the third Reikage any chance to pursue Zitsong. At the same moment, as Tsunade was forced back by the third Reikage's punch, Zitsong, having activated the injury gate and the 4 gates of the 8 gates, flashed over. Both hands pressed down to gather strength, channeling all his energy into a powerful strike. Ferocious tiger, scaling the mountain. This ultimate move of the Baji Quan caught the third Reikage off guard. Although he was adept at handling both Tsunade and Zitsong without losing ground, he was unable to continuously inflict damage on either of them. Just as the three engaged in a dynamic exchange, a voice echoed from a distance. Zitsong, Tsunade, get down. Chapter 140. The Light of Annihilation. Zitsong, Tsunade, get down. Give me 3 seconds. The shout was transmitted through directional wind force from Mijiang. Before the onset of battle, he was already aware that the approaching individual was the third Reikage. How could he not prepare adequately? A combination of injured warriors, healers, and damage dealers was meticulously arranged for the third Reikage. To his surprise, the Reikage proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Without the aid of the Baiwang Mecha, even Tsunade would have needed to employ the Yin Seal and risk her own health to counter him. Meanwhile, Zikao began to experience a significant decline in both strength and speed due to inadequate oxygen supply. In this tense standoff, Mijiang, the primary damage dealer, had only managed to use repulsion to deflect a single punch aimed at Tsunade, resulting in a total contribution of 0 to the team. However, he had been launched away by the Reikage without sustaining significant harm. He had not reappeared on the battlefield, as his intent was to assemble the colossal weapon now resting on the shoulder of the Grand Bishop Mecha. The moment for him to unleash his power had finally arrived. A distinct rumble, unlike chakra, resounded from Mijiang's shoulder at the rear flank of the battlefield. The striking Grand Bishop Mecha began to activate the additional machinery atop its shoulder. Since earlier, Mijiang had been meticulously assembling this secret weapon, which resembled a cannon, revealing intricate mechanical interfaces and cooling conduits. The Grand Bishop Mecha was suspended in midair, buoyed by jet propulsion, with a small intelligent insect maintaining its balance, ensuring remarkable stability. Mijiang had established a data link with Zikao's mecha, allowing them to share battlefield visuals. Hovering at a height of 12 meters, he could command the battlefield while ignoring terrain obstacles, with the data connection complete and the target locked. The complex tubular device on the shoulder of the Grand Bishop Mecha measured over 2 meters in length, composed of multiple lenses and energy conduits. This time, Mijiang did not rely on precise control. He directly manipulated the air to construct a gas chamber. With pre-prepared equipment, the lenses gleamed with a chilling radiance. Efficient cooling fins surrounded the entire device, now emitting an increasingly bright and unsettling crimson glow as power was fully supplied. The high-energy carbon dioxide laser emitter was ready. The energy circuit was activated, and the cooling system was operating at full capacity. The target was locked onto the third Reikage, and the insect maintained energy tracking for sustained high-energy output. Taking a deep breath, Mijiang sensed that Zikao and Tsunade had taken cover before issuing the command. The insect understood and initiated the launch. The third Reikage was already beginning to breathe heavily. Such intense combat was taking its toll. Zikao and Tsunade, with one restoring and the other employing intricate techniques, had managed to frustrate him in his attempts to inflict damage. While it appeared that he had subdued both opponents, the third Reikage himself was beginning to tire. In a moment of desperation, his adversaries lay prone on the ground, driven by instinct. He prepared to deliver a crushing blow to both, when suddenly an alarm rang in his mind. An overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him, chilling him to the bone, even as a seasoned warrior. This sensation felt eerily familiar. He abruptly looked up, scanning for the diminutive figure of Inoki. But the sly old man was nowhere to be found. The danger seemed to emanate from the striking armor in the distance. How could someone he had easily dispatched pose a threat? Yet, his instincts compelled him to react. The ultimate hell-piercing thrust. In the Reikage's lexicon, the first response to danger was to obliterate it. As he executed the thrust, he ignited his lightning armor to its zenith, blue-white electricity enveloping him like a crystalline shield. This was the strongest defense capable of withstanding even the tailed beast bomb of the 8 tails. How fast is the speed of light? 300,000 kilometers per second. The Reikage's swift thrust could not match true light speed. A pure, almost invisible beam of bright white light shot forth from the laser emitter with an instantaneous velocity that transcended visual perception. This high-energy laser struck the Raikage's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the lightning armor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. It was not merely a breach or melting. It was a complete disintegration at the molecular level. The Raikage let out an unprecedented roar, a blend of agony and disbelief. He watched as his seemingly invincible lightning armor, along with the robust muscles beneath, vaporized under the distorted light. Had he not relied on his combat instincts to evade, that void would have manifested at his heart. Was this dust release? The third Raikage swiftly altered his trajectory. He zigzagged in a desperate attempt to elude the grasp of this unknown force. Having faced Inoki numerous times, he was acutely aware of the effects of the dust release's disintegration technique. Its initiation and visual cues were unmistakable, while it decomposed matter into atomic states. Maintaining high-speed movement would make it difficult for Inoki to ensnare him. However, this high-energy laser produced an effect that appeared similar yet was far more efficient in thermal annihilation. Temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees surged within an exceedingly small radius, instantly vaporizing everything in contact into plasma. Yet, no matter how the Raikage dodged, this destructive force pursued him relentlessly. Any moment of hesitation would result in his lightning armor shattering and his body becoming pierced. His once proud physique, honed by lightning, could not withstand even a second. Within moments, the Raikage had accumulated over 10 small perforations throughout his body. The most perilous was a near miss that sheared away a section of his scalp. His right arm could no longer be raised. The muscles and bones within those perforations had suffered severe damage. If his head or heart were struck, his demise would be certain. True to his nature as a formidable warrior, the third Raikage grasped the dire situation and dared not approach the distant source of danger. He turned sideways, using his battered right arm as a shield against the pursuing beam of destruction. With a swift burst of movement and a lightning-assisted dash, he zigzagged into the land of birds. Mijiang, observing the third Raikage now obscured by mountains and trees, pondered whether to pursue. He grinned. No need. Incapacitating one of the third Raikage's arms is already a significant victory. Sometimes, a living enemy can still serve a purpose. Chapter 141. A golden flash, a living enemy can still serve a purpose? Tsunade murmured with disdain. Isn't it merely an attempt to use the fleeing third Raikage to intimidate the opposition? Such cunning at such a young age. Where did you learn such guile? Be careful not to become like those old men who only know schemes. By the way, this mecha belongs to me now. Make sure to modify it to be a bit wider. Mijiang cast a disdainful glance at her tightly clenched eyes, retorting, this is crafted from pure chakra metal. Are you a legendary Sannin or a thief? Suddenly, Tsunade teleported and planted a kiss on Mijiang's forehead. You stingy brat. Is it too much to ask for one piece of clothing? I'm already yours, and I've enlisted Orochimaru and Jiraiya's help for you. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? After speaking, Tsunade mischievously extended her finger, preparing to flick Mijiang, only to be blocked by his repulsion technique. Oh, this technique is impressive. You're quite skilled, little brother. We must hurry. We need to support another battlefield. Kakashi and Tsunade exchanged a few sharp words, and the trio tidied up their belongings, carefully storing the overheated and damaged laser weapon into a scroll. The challenge of heat dissipation in laser weaponry is significant. Without addressing this issue, sustained output remains a daunting task. Upon their arrival at the Rock Ninja's encampment, they were greeted by a stunning scene. The figure of Minato Namikaze materialized atop a protruding rock, reaching out to grasp a specially designed kunai that had been hurled towards him. In an effortless manner, he flung several kunai inscribed with the runes of the Sword of Love, sending them silently toward various corners of the battlefield, targeting the very heart of the Rock Ninja formation, its flanks, and even their retreat routes. What manner of kunai are these? In the blink of an eye, Minato vanished from the rock, not merely leaving behind an afterimage created by his swift body flicker technique, but truly disappearing. Almost simultaneously, at the epicenter of the Rock Ninja's explosive unit, a ninja, who had been hiding behind a large earthen wall and forming seals to counter the relentless flying swords, suddenly spotted an oddly shaped kunai soaring toward him. He prepared to unleash a larger-scale earth release, but froze mid-motion, his pupils dilating as he beheld the golden figure that had inexplicably appeared before him. As Minato materialized, he waved casually, as if greeting an acquaintance. The Rock Ninja, unable to emit even a scream, collapsed, clutching his throat, silenced forever. Minato did not pause to confirm his kill. He vanished once more. Yes, right there. cried another rock ninja in terror, pointing towards the flank. In an instant, Minato's figure flickered, appearing behind him like a specter. The kunai in his hand traced a cold arc, moving faster than the limits of neural reflex. A thin line of blood appeared at the throat of the rock ninja, his eyes wide with horror. Just as that line of blood appeared, Minato had already reappeared behind another rock ninja, swiftly slitting his throat before disappearing again. Damn it! Concentrate the attack. The squad leader of the explosive unit bellowed hoarsely, as the remaining rock ninjas frantically unleashed explosive tags and jutsu towards Minato's last known position. Boom! The explosion engulfed the area in flames and smoke. Yet, before the fire could dissipate, Minato's figure reemerged behind another rock ninja. The opponent, still gritting his teeth as he threw an explosive tag, suddenly noticed the golden figure glide past him. Just as he attempted to warn his comrades, he felt himself being flung through the air, blood gushing from his body. How eerily similar this dying figure was to him. Minato flashed across the battlefield, his movements graceful and precise. The kunai, whether piercing or slicing, delivered a deadly kiss, efficiently claiming yet another life. Without waiting for a counterattack, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing beside a kunai he had previously marked in the distance. The attacks from the rock ninjas were perpetually a step behind. Their jutsu struck only the afterimages he left behind, or, worse, their own comrades. The entire formation of the rock ninjas crumbled visibly under the relentless assault of Minato's golden figure, each specially designed kunai serving as a positional anchor for his strikes. The rock ninjas, who had relied on complex earthen walls to evade the attacks, soon realized that these fortifications became their undoing. With each flicker of the golden figure, each strike, Minato meticulously disrupted the coordinated jutsu of the rock ninjas, dismantling their formation and eliminating their commanding squad leaders. Minato operated like a master surgeon, wielding the kunai as his scalpel, dissecting the colossal war machine of the rock's explosive unit with calm efficiency. This technique is remarkably unique. In a matter of moments, since Minato's initial appearance, a significant portion of the once formidable explosive unit had perished. As he unleashed another batch of specially shaped kunai, the battlefield became increasingly populated by his golden figure. Almost every rock ninja felt they were facing Minato directly, yet their attacks invariably missed. While he struck down each one at the precise moment their efforts faltered, Yakura could not suppress her awe, even with her prowess and pride. She had to acknowledge Minato's exceptional skill. His combat style transcended conventional ninjutsu, evoking a profound sense of astonishment. Clad in the latest white phoenix armor, she once again admired the meticulousness of Mikoto's strategy. The armor, reinforced with chakra metal at critical points such as the neck, heart, and joints, ensured that against an opponent of Minato's unparalleled speed, she would not be felled by a single blow. Truly, her disciple was remarkably reliable. In less than a minute, from Minato's emergence to the final rock ninja captain's desperate resistance, who fell slowly with disbelief as the kunai pierced his heart, the battlefield descended into a chilling silence. The once roaring explosive unit, intent on breaching the walls and annihilating the sand village, had been utterly vanquished. Yakura and Konan soon spotted Mikoto, who had come to lend support, indicating that they had triumphed over the third raikage as well. Once, the mere presence of the third raikage had overwhelmed the sand village, but now, during a period of leadership absence, the sand village had not only endured but emerged even stronger. Perhaps Mikoto truly could forge a distinct future for the sand village. She believed this wholeheartedly. Chapter 142, a discourse on the future. The three nations that sought to gauge the sand village's resilience faced dire consequences. The leader of the rain village perished. The raikage lost an arm, and the rock village suffered the obliteration of an explosive unit, coupled with Tsunade's announcement of her command at the wind country's border. Solidifying the alliance between the wind and fire nations, the once predominantly perceived weak sand village stunned the entire ninja world with its hidden strength. When did the most vulnerable sand village become so formidable? Hadn't their so-called strongest wind shadow already met his demise? At times, the unknown can be the most terrifying of all. A reckless opponent, driven by desperation and poverty, must carefully consider the cost before coveting what lies beyond their reach. Having vanquished Hanzo of the Salamander, repelled the probing third raikage, and annihilated the explosive unit, both the wind and rain nations descended into an eerie calm. Indeed, the strategy of the great leaders proved correct. strike decisively to prevent a torrent of retaliation. As the front lines shifted towards other battlefields in Sunagakure, the necessity for such high-level combatants diminished. Minato intended to return to his own battlefield with Team Kakashi. In a demonstration of their alliance, Mikoto designated a secondary city within the Oasis Fortress to serve as a frontline medical aid station. Injured ninjas from the Konoha and Rock battlefields could be sent here for treatment and recovery. With Tsunade overseeing the operations, the presence of 3 medical masters, Tsunade, Yakushi Kabuto, and Shizune, ensured an exceedingly formidable teaching staff. Now that stability had been restored, Mikoto could finally turn his attention to production. The first order of business was to attend the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy, including the Rain Ninjas, guided by the principle of inclusivity and tailored education. Mikoto's academy was entirely free, imposing no prerequisites even on innate talent. Even those lacking ninja aptitude would be taught scientific knowledge, ensuring their survival was not a concern. This approach led to an expansive scale for the academy. Fortuitously, due to alliances, Miseong engaged in the arms trade with Konoha, supplying explosive tags, ordinary ninja tools, and chakra-infused metal equipment as his flagship products. This endeavor significantly bolstered Konoha's stability at the front lines. Thanks to the lucrative arms business, Miseong's coffers remained quite ample. Before the children, clad in an impressive archbishop mech, he levitated effortlessly 2.5 meters above the ground, exuding an aura of remarkable charisma. Today marks a momentous occasion, a speech at the Ninja Academy, intertwining the essence of chakra and visions of technology. Greetings, esteemed new students of the Ninja Academy. I am your principal, Miseong. Standing before you today, witnessing the eager thirst for knowledge etched on your faces fills my heart with immense joy. We have just emerged victorious from 3 battles, defending our homeland with strength and securing invaluable peace. However, peace is not the end, it is merely the beginning. This beginning heralds a new chapter in the history of Sunagakure and the entire land of wind, one that you each will pen with your own hands. In the past, some may have informed you that chakra is the amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy, a mere tool for executing ninjutsu and accomplishing missions. While this is indeed true, it merely scratches the surface. Today, I wish to unveil a deeper truth regarding the essence of our strength. Chakra is not merely energy. It is the manifestation of our innermost, most fervent desires. Consider this. Why did the chakra of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, give rise to sprawling forests that nurtured the battlefield? Because his deepest desire was to end the strife and foster life. Why was our ally, Konoha's Namikaze Minato, able to create techniques that shimmered like golden flashes across the battlefield? Because he yearned to protect, to be present at the speed of light wherever he was needed, safeguarding all that he cherished. The blazing flames of the fire release used by Yakura, capable of draining an enemy's moisture, reflect her passionate love for this land. Even I, who forged a pact with the One Tail, achieved this not through coercive force, but through a profound collision of desires and understanding. I demonstrated to it that chakra could transcend being a source of sealing and suffering, becoming instead the cornerstone of a new world built together. The One Tail, basking in the sun of the distant desert, shivered slightly, acknowledging, yes, indeed, I was persuaded by understanding and love. Miseong conjured 5 different elemental techniques that danced upon his fingertips, continuing, each time you refine your chakra, each time you form a hand seal. You do not merely channel cellular energy, you tap into the deepest, most authentic desires of your soul. A person whose heart is filled with the intent to protect will find their earth-style wall more unyielding, while a ninja who harbors love for life will imbue their medical ninjutsu with formidable healing power. Conversely, a spirit suffused with hatred and bloodshed can only give rise to destruction and darkness. Recognizing this is your first step toward awakening your power. Ask yourselves, why do you practice ninjutsu? What is your greatest desire? Reflect upon how you can utilize ninjutsu to realize that desire. This is your first assignment. This desire need not be grand. It must simply be genuine, the purest wish of your heart. And now, from our land of wind, we shall usher in a magnificent era. The backbone of this era lies within the technology represented by the mech I wear, the embodiment of science. In this academy, you will learn the chakra technology we strive for, granting your desires the mightiest of wings. I understand some have questioned whether these mechs, puppets, and laser weapons stray from the path of a ninja. Today, I tell you, Absolutely not. They are merely tools, akin to ninja tools and scrolls. They are the ultimate extension and amplification of our dedication to safeguarding our wishes. Our ancestors yearned for strength, to no longer be oppressed. But what is our wish today? It is for every child to never endure hunger and thirst again. It is for every elder to spend their twilight years in tranquility. It is for our homeland to transcend being synonymous with desolation and backwardness. It is for this desert to bloom with everlasting flowers, symbols of civilization and prosperity. This desire is vast and fervent, yet it is one that we can indeed realize. Here, I need not speak of the will of the wind, nor require you to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield, fighting for mere survival. War and construction need not demand your meaningless sacrifice as long as we are here. We, the strong of this village, shall provide you with a sky under which you can flourish. The future is upon us. It is not in some distant realm. It resides within the rhythm of your hearts, within every strand of chakra you refine, within every scientific principle you learn. Ignite a dawn unprecedented for the entire ninja world. Thank you. The assembled youth fell into a brief silence, soon erupting into thunderous applause. In that moment, Mi Xiang, adorned in his archbishop mech, became their most exemplary figure. Chapter 143. Production and Construction. As Mi Xiang returned to the ground, he beheld Tsunade, ensnared within the confines of the Baiwang mech. Tsunade teasingly clapped her hands and remarked, "I never expected that you, this little brat, could be so persuasive in your speech. You've even stirred my own emotions. TSK, where did you learn this? Did you have a private conversation with Kakashi before he left? Oh right, Nagato has awakened." At the Oasis Fortress, surrounded by allies, Nagato, without his goggles, leaned against the bed, expressing his gratitude to Mi Xiang. "Thank you very much for avenging Yahiko. I hope to be of assistance to you in the future. My eyes should be of help to you." Nagato, having survived calamity, bore a somewhat melancholic expression, yet his desire to remain under Mi Xiang's guidance was genuine. With only Conan present, Mi Xiang got straight to the point. "Nagato, you should have sensed the issue with your Rinnegan by now, correct? When you awakened your Rinnegan, did you feel a massive outer path golem?" Surprised by Mi Xiang's inquiry, Nagato raised his head in astonishment. "How could you know this, Mi Xiang? When I awakened my Rinnegan, I indeed felt a colossal summoning entity, but it seemed obstructed, and I could not summon it." Mi Xiang nodded. "That is the outer path golem. The reason you cannot summon it yet is that its current master is still alive. And that master is none other than Uchiha Madara, the true master of your Rinnegan, who, alongside Senju Hashirama, founded Konoha. The tale of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is widely known throughout the ninja world, and Nagato was no exception. He questioned, "I have had these eyes since childhood. How could they possibly belong to someone else?" The evidence lies in the fact that when you awaken part of your power, those eyes nearly cost you your life. Uchiha Madara chose not to retain these eyes for himself, but rather to transplant them into you precisely because he had grown too old to wield their power. Thus, he utilized your Uzumaki lineage to nourish these eyes, guiding their strength through various crises in hopes of one day allowing you to harness the Rinnegan's unique power, the samsara of heavenly techniques, to resurrect him. Nagato's expression shifted in shock. Upon awakening his Rinnegan, he had accessed a wealth of jutsu knowledge through the eye's built-in heritage, including the samsara of heavenly techniques. Mi Xiang seemed to possess knowledge of these matters as well. Did his seemingly ordinary eyes harbor the ability to pierce through the mists and unveil the truth? Mikoto's knowledge of these matters does not require further elaboration. He simply reveals the underlying truth to Nagato, ensuring that he is aware of the potential dangers ahead. "Nagato," he states, "you must have sensed the sealing technique affixed to your eyes. Your premature awakening of the Rinnegan's powers has surpassed your body's capacity, nearly draining you of vitality. This sealing technique will restrict the Rinnegan's strength, yet your fundamental abilities remain unchanged. Therefore, once your body has recovered, I intend to assist you in crafting a custom mech that will not only protect you adequately, but also enhance your capabilities. Of course, I must inquire about your aspirations. Do you wish to charge into battle, or would you prefer to distance yourself from the battlefield to become a builder of nations?" "Builder?" Nagato murmured. Mikoto nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the abilities of a ninja serve purposes beyond mere slaughter. Do you recall our efforts in constructing the waterway from the Moon Wine Array to the Oasis Fortress? It was through our ninjutsu and mechs that we accomplished this remarkable feat. I know you despise killing. You once had no choice in the matter. Now, with the rain country and wind country united, we can collaborate to uplift these two impoverished nations and bring hope to their people. What say you? Years have passed since their first encounter in the rain country, and the events surrounding Yahiko have unfolded. After a moment of contemplation, Nagato suddenly inquired, Mikoto-kun, is it possible to resurrect Yahiko using the Rinnegan's innate techniques? Mikoto shook his head. Yahiko was obliterated by the explosive tags, and too much time has elapsed. With your current abilities, resurrection is beyond reach. Even a life for a life is unattainable. Yet, what cannot be done now does not preclude future possibilities. Rest assured. Focus on your recovery, and once you are fully healed, contribute to our construction efforts to strengthen yourself. Perhaps one day, our powers may transcend the boundaries of life and death. Thank you, Mikoto. I eagerly anticipate that day, and I look forward to your guidance. Leaving Nagato to recuperate, Mikoto knew that with the finest medical team in the Shinobi world at hand, his recovery was assured. He called upon Konan to join him as they departed the Oasis Fortress. Scorpion was preoccupied supervising the production of puppets in the workshop, tasked with replacing the two that had self-destructed, leaving no time for leisure with Mikoto. However, Mikoto and Konan had serious matters to attend to, not merely a casual outing. They arrived at a mountain range situated between the wind country and the rain country, ascending into the sky with their respective mechs. From above, the vast mountain range stretching for dozens of kilometers starkly separated the two nations into entirely different realms. One side endured perpetual rain, rarely graced by sunshine, while the other suffered under relentless winds and aridity, illustrating the stark dichotomy of drought and flood. During the reign of the daimyo of the wind country, such issues affecting the populace were neglected. Now that both nations fell under Mikoto's jurisdiction, he would not allow this situation to persist. Konan understood the gravity of the situation. Yet gazing at the towering mountains, obscured even by rain clouds, she pondered how to effect change. Mikoto-kun, shall we excavate another waterway here? Mikoto took her hand and descended to the highest peak, shaking his head. That would be far too inefficient. While it may suffice to supply a single oasis, it would barely make a dent in effecting widespread change. This time, we shall employ an entirely new approach. Of course, the key to all this lies with my Konan. At the mention of my Konan, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. With only the two of them present, she bravely grasped Mikoto's hand, allowing him to pull her into his embrace. After a moment of closeness, Mikoto broached the subject at hand. Konan, how many explosive tags can your paper technique produce? Konan displayed two different sheets of paper, manifesting both ordinary explosive tags and enhanced versions, along with a multiplication variant. The construction of the ordinary explosive tag was straightforward, completed almost simultaneously with the formation of the paper. In contrast, the enhanced explosive tag required significantly more complexity, taking a full minute to finalize the intricate lines. The multiplication variant was even more complicated, necessitating the consumption of chakra-infused metal wires and elaborate sealing techniques, taking Konan a full 15 minutes to complete one. Fortunately, her mastery of the paper technique was exceptional, with dedicated intelligent nodes assisting her in generating tags on demand, resulting in a substantial stockpile of explosive tags in storage. Seeing Konan's abilities, Mikoto affectionately ruffled her hair. Indeed, my Konan is the most remarkable. This time, we shall rely on you to shatter these mountains. Shatter these mountains? I fear I may not achieve that, Konan replied, bewildered. She waved her hand to conjure over 10 explosive tags, which floated to a nearby rock and detonated. The resounding explosions caused considerable debris to fly, yet this power was but a drop in the ocean compared to the mountains. Detonating mountains is not as simple as that. Observe. Mikoto bit his finger, smeared a trace of blood across his palm, and struck the ground, invoking a summoning technique. As a vast cloud of white smoke dissipated, Shikaku appeared. Mikoto-kun, is this the mountain range between the wind country and rain country? Where are the enemies? Mikoto pointed down at the peaks. I summoned you not for combat, Shikaku. Instead, I need you to manipulate the sand, extracting the fine grains from the crevices of the rocks. We're about to undertake something monumental. Though unsure of Mikoto's intentions, Shikaku complied, curling its claws. Sand waterfall technique. Countless grains of sand were extracted from the mountain's fissures, cascading down like a waterfall into the adjacent valley. The once tightly packed stones revealed numerous gaps. Mikoto signaled Shikaku to protect itself before turning to Konan. Now, Conan, insert the explosive tags into these rock crevices, filling them completely. Though unsure of the purpose behind this, Conan dutifully employed her paper technique. She called upon the previously stockpiled explosive tags, while simultaneously generating new ones. Her proficiency with explosive techniques allowed her to produce one almost instantaneously. The tags flowed like water, infiltrating the mountain from which Shikaku had extracted the sand. Soon, nearly every gap in the mountain was filled with explosive tags. Makoto, I estimate around 30,000 tags have been inserted. It's simply impossible to fit any more. The gaps are completely filled. Makoto nodded, taking Conan's hand as they ascended into the air. Below lies the moment of witnessing a miracle. Now, Conan, detonate those explosive tags. In the air, Conan formed a hand sign and commanded, explode. After a brief pause, the mountain below seemed to warp, followed by a thunderous explosion. A colossal cloud of smoke enveloped the entire mountain. As the dust settled, the 200-meter peak had been utterly obliterated. Makoto-kun, that was merely an ordinary explosive tag. How could it possess such tremendous power? Conan could hardly believe that such devastating destruction was wrought by her hand. The mere 30,000 explosive tags had reduced a small mountain to rubble. Makoto explained the principles of internal detonation. The previous method of haphazardly deploying explosive tags relied solely on the shockwaves for damage. For explosive tags equivalent to a hand grenade's power, such explosions were only effective when deployed en masse or detonated at close range. The majority of the explosive force dissipated as shockwaves. However, the operation Makoto had Shikaku perform had effectively created countless cannon holes within the mountain. The explosive talismans inserted within are akin to dynamite buried deep within the mountains. Once ignited, the ensuing force is one that even these towering peaks cannot withstand. The greater the pressure, the more the explosive power manifests in an exponentially increasing manner. As the rigid rocks resist deformation, the might of the explosions is entirely transmitted into the stones, yielding the desired effect. Upon hearing Mi Xiang's elucidation, Xiaonan gained profound insights into the application of the explosive talismans. The subsequent tasks became remarkably straightforward. Utilizing the Shoha sand waterfall technique, voids began to form within the mountain, allowing Xiaonan to unleash the explosive talismans, resulting in a thunderous detonation. The collapsing mountain mass was deftly manipulated by Shoha, flinging debris to the sides, while larger boulders could simply be re-exploded. As long as there were minor fissures, Xiaonan's talismans could penetrate deeply, even in their absence. Mi Xiang's mechanized arm of the high priest was not to be underestimated. With the collaboration of the two and Shoha, within a mere 5 days, a broad river channel was carved out along the southwestern border between the land of wind and the land of rain. From this border river, the main river channel meandered further into the land of wind. With hostilities ceased along the border, Yitsong resumed the task of cement production. With ample manpower, the solidification of the river channel could be entrusted to the magnetic escape ninjas within the Shajin forces, who could manipulate cement powder in conjunction with water and earth ninjas, directly constructing concrete formations. The increased manpower allowed them to keep pace with Mi Xiang's rapid advancements. As the primary waterway and its tributaries were completed, a vein-like channel emerged across the desert over a span of 6 months. All was in readiness, awaiting the eastern wind. In the land of rain, adept water ninjas gathered in the flooded lands, employing water ninjutsu to channel the flowing waters into this newly formed ditch. Their human-powered pumps proved as efficient as high-capacity water pumps. Soon, torrents surged into the once desolate channel, rushing into the parched desert. This transformation was merely the beginning. Mi Xiang and Xiaonan, alongside Shoha, had successfully blasted through the towering mountains that obstructed moisture between the land of wind and the land of rain. Rain had already fallen several times on the border of the land of wind. Yet, this was insufficient. In the land of rain, Mi Xiang, leading 200 wind ninjas, stood atop a mountain peak. From this vantage point, dark clouds loomed ominously, as if poised to touch the earth. Aside from Mi Xiang, clad in the high priest's armor, the other wind ninjas donned enhanced versions of the death god air backpack Mecha, equipped with wind propulsion jetpacks. They could precisely control the accumulation and compression of wind chakra, releasing it in an instant to achieve brief periods of levitation. At Mi Xiang's command, the 200 wind ninjas simultaneously activated their jetpacks, and with a delay accompanied by a piercing roar, they ascended to heights of 500 to 600 meters. Hovering in the air, they began to form seals, a joint wind ninjutsu breakthrough. As they took flight, Miseong's high priest mecha soared to an altitude of 1,500 meters. He bit his finger and, while airborne, performed the summoning technique. Shoha, having previously coordinated, Shoha remained calm and, upon materializing, struck its belly with force, super large air bomb. As Shoha descended in freefall, a series of massive air spheres crashed into the rain clouds. Upon completing its task, Shoha exclaimed, "I'm heading back," and dissipated into a plume of white smoke. Thanks to the Senju's secret thousand-hand technique, Miseong's physical prowess had significantly improved. After summoning Shoha, he still retained more than half of his chakra. His recovery speed was also several times quicker than before. As the upgraded High Priest Mecha unfurled its dozens of meters-long funnel-shaped chakra net, the jet ports began to gather energy. Enhanced active Shinra Tensei. Repulsive force unleashed. Supersonic advance. The peculiar High Priest Mecha gradually accelerated, as if bearing a massive cross-section ahead of it. Miseong's chakra, combined with numerous superconducting fans driven by supercapacitors, overcame air resistance, achieving ever-increasing speeds. Chapter 145. A Transformation of the World, 2. As Miseong's enormous passageway, supported by repulsive force, began to accelerate and ultimately broke through the sound barrier. A colossal white funnel manifested in the sky, accompanied by a resounding roar. The High Priest Mecha had finally surpassed the speed of sound. A void formed amidst the rain clouds, with surrounding air rushing to fill it, and together with the central air bomb, the substantial rain clouds began to shift. The most challenging aspect of movement is initiating from a standstill, and moving rain clouds is no different. Once Miseong's High Priest Mecha breached the sound barrier, the winds in the sky rapidly intensified. Miseong, Shoha, and the 200 wind ninjas had sown the seeds of wind. As these seeds germinated and grew, they would yield unimaginable miracles. The vast rain clouds enveloping the village of Rain Hidden, based on past experience, would typically rain for at least 3 to 5 days. Now, they were genuinely being propelled. What extraordinary power this was. To the rain ninjas below, Miseong appeared as a god. The immense rain clouds accelerated. Under Miseong's command, soaring over the mountain gap into the land of wind. With this air passage now open, the painstakingly executed joint ninjutsu endeavor had only just begun. 20 kilometers ahead of Miseong, Xiaonan hovered in the air, affixing a special explosive talisman to a suspended spherical gas bag. As she flapped her paper wings, the talismans ignited. The 7 interconnected explosive talismans detonated in a series of violent explosions, igniting the gas bag filled with electrolyzed hydrogen. A massive fireball erupted, sending hot air rising and cold air rushing in to fill the void, generating winds. Through this continuous guidance, a gale pathway was constructed from the chilly land of rain to the arid heart of the land of wind. Accompanying this were not only the massive rain clouds, but also the incessant moisture from the land of rain, swept along by the growing winds, flowing through this newly forged corridor from the land of rain into the deserts of the land of wind. In the grand conference room of Sunagakure, Elder Chiyo sat leisurely by the window, savoring tea sent by Scorpion, a rare delicacy she even hesitated to share with her brother, Izo. Following several significant victories along the northern border, the land of wind enjoyed a rare peace. With Miseong's judicious arrangements, Chiyo merely needed to confirm matters. Her complexion had significantly improved. At that moment, she noticed the outside world seemed to darken. What was happening? Why did the sky suddenly grow dim? Shortly after, a cacophony of sounds erupted, creating small depressions in the parched ground of Sunagakure. Was it raining? How could this be? Izo, clutching a bundle of scrolls, stood beside Elder Chiyo, incredulously observing the intensifying rain. This was the arid, barren heart of the desert, dependent on subterranean rivers for water. The last rainfall had been years ago. Rain in the desert? Chiyo took a sip of her tea, her thoughts racing. My foolish brother. Do you not pride yourself as the sage of Sunagakure? Have you forgotten the report plan Miseong sent 6 months ago? 6 months ago? Sister, are you referring to the river project? Wasn't this project merely about constructing canals to divert water? Could this rain not be referring to the water from the land of rain? Could it be that Miseong and the others truly diverted the rain? Such a feat is almost divine. Chiyo deftly manipulated the chakra strings, astonishingly pouring a cup of tea for her brother. What a marvel, she mused. Mizuki is truly a remarkable child. There is hope for this land. It had begun to rain. Indeed, it was raining. A miracle. The entire Sunagakure village erupted in joyous celebration. On the battlefield of the land of rice, the Cloud Village forces encircled a team from the Leaf Village. A, hands on his hips and fist clenched, boldly called out to the Leaf Squad. Despite their apparent numerical advantage, you have no hope of victory. Surrender at once. Attack. Eliminate these Cloud Ninjas. For the Leaf. Shimura Danzo concealed himself at the rear of his forces, his eyes glinting with ambition and impatience. His original mission was to restrain the Cloud's flank. But he now saw a greater opportunity. If he could defeat, or even capture the AB duo, his prestige would become unparalleled. The Cloud forces were outnumbered, while the advantage lay firmly with him. Summoning technique, Mach. A creature resembling an oversized elephant materialized, charging towards the frail Cloud ranks as a formidable shield. Foolish. The fourth Raikage, the future fourth Lightning Shadow, observed the Leaf's ninja forces, which surged forward like a tide, yet lacked effective coordination. He cracked his shoulders, unleashing a storm of lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. Brother, their formation has broken. Let us go. Kurabi bellowed, his crimson-tainted tail beast chakra enveloping him, with 8 chakra tendrils swirling behind him like octopus arms. Go. Lightning release, lightning bomb fist, blade tornado. The two figures, one blue and one red, transformed into a whirlwind of destruction, crashing into the Leaf formation with ferocity. Danzo, eager to claim credit, had stretched his forces too thin, resulting in a critical disconnect between the vanguard of the Senju clan and the backline root ninjas. He even commanded his troops to launch an all-out assault in the narrow forest clearing, utterly negating their numerical advantage. Stop them, a Senju warrior shouted, attempting to raise an earth wall through earth release. Too slow. A's roar echoed like thunder, his lightning bomb fist easily shattering the summoning beast Mach, then demolishing the thick earthen wall, sending the Senju ninja and 2 others hurtling through the air, their bones shattered. On the other side, Kurabi's blade tornado wreaked havoc. He spun like a colossal red top, his chakra blades whirling savagely, splintering trees and tearing apart the earth. Any small ninjas attempting to attack him were mercilessly swept away, blood and limbs raining down like a tempest. Scatter. Quickly scatter. There from the Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki. A commander finally recognized the dire situation, shouting hoarsely. But it was too late. The terror of the AB duo lay in their unmatched destructive power and seamless teamwork. The fourth Raikage struck like the sharpest spear, piercing through and obliterating all frontal defenses with unparalleled speed and strength, while Kurabi, like a frenzied grinder, utterly pulverized the disoriented foes. Together, they dismantled the Leaf's vanguard in an instant. Danzo's face turned ashen as he realized the Cloud squad he faced harbored the AB duo. The sheer force of their assault was terrifying. He attempted to command his elite root members to stabilize the line, but chaos reigned. Facing such high-tier combatants, ordinary ninjas would simply be offering themselves as sacrifices. Panic spread like a plague. More critically, A's gaze pierced through the battlefield chaos, locking onto Danzo, the commander. I found you, leader of the Leaf scum. Boom. A transformed into a blue lightning bolt, disregarding the sporadic attacks along his path, charging directly towards Danzo's position. Several root ninjas, sacrificing themselves, stood before Danzo, using their flesh to shield him from the impending threat. Though A's furious impact lacked the extreme speed and penetrative force of the third Raikage, his might was undiminished. Enhanced by lightning release, body forging technique. The root ninjas were like eggs against a stone, obliterated by A's colossal fists. Blood, organs, and shards of blades splattered across Danzo's face, bringing him face to face with the specter of death. He had orchestrated plans from the shadows, boasting control over the powerful root of the Leaf. Yet in the life and death struggle of battle, his untrained ninjutsu and taijutsu left him unable to confront the ferocity of A and Kurabi. I will die. If I stay here any longer, I will perish. He bore the weight of the Leaf's hopes. He had yet to become Hokage. How could he die here? Danzo slammed his palm onto the ground. One lantern seal. This was a small-scale area sealing technique. As the sealing technique activated, it temporarily immobilized A. 3 Senju ninjas rushing in to assist, and 2 root members. However, as soon as the seal was successfully cast, Danzo did not even throw a kunai. He executed a body flicker technique with utmost urgency, fleeing towards the Leaf's main camp. A commander fleeing in the face of the enemy general was unheard of. As a rudimentary sealing technique, the one-lantern seal managed to hold for merely 2 seconds. Seeing he could not catch Danzo, A unleashed his wrath upon the few leaf ninjas before him. His fists, charged with lightning, struck down, splattering red and white. The Senju who had aimed to rescue Danzo never anticipated being ensnared by his sealing technique, becoming mere punching bags for the enemy. This infuriates me. The esteemed Danzo of the Leaf flees faster than a rat. Unable to apprehend Danzo, A, frustrated, commanded, "Let us transform. This killing is too slow. Enter tailed beast mode. Annihilate these leaf vermin. Yay, yay, brother. Just watch. These fools are on a one-way street to doom." Kurabi struck a comical pose, enveloped in violent red chakra. "What do we do?" Dingzu, wielding an iron rod, gasped in inquiry. His enlarged body bore deep, visible wounds and was gradually returning to its normal size. Narashikaku, his face smeared with blood and dirt, replaced his usual calm strategy with profound exhaustion, yet his gaze remained sharp as he swiftly analyzed the dire situation. "Haichi, I will use shadow imitation technique to bind the enemy. You attempt mind transfer. The other ninjas will attack with all their might. We must create an escape route for others. Every life counts." "Understood." Shadow imitation technique. A dark shadow extended from Narashikaku's feet, weaving through the chaotic battlefield to seize Kurabi's shadow. Yamanaka Haichi formed hand seals, his fingers creating a hollow frame aimed at the immobilized Kurabi. Mind transfer technique. Kurabi's body softened, collapsing into Dingzu's arms. The mind transfer technique succeeded. However, before Narashikaku could react, the recently unconscious Yamanaka Haichi spat blood and regained consciousness. "No. The enemy is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. My consciousness was directly shattered and expelled." At that moment, Kurabi's tailed beast chakra erupted like boiling magma. The dark red chakra cloak enveloping him entirely, sprouting several massive, fearsome octopus tails behind him. Roar. No longer a human voice, but rather a beastly roar. A terrifying pressure descended upon every leaf ninja, akin to an oppressive mountain. In the face of this primal, tailed beast fury, the morale of the leaf ninjas evaporated instantaneously. Tailed beast mode. It's the Eight Tails. Terrified screams pierced the air. "We're finished." Kurabi's form swelled further, his skin darkening, bones reshaping into a colossal hybrid of bull and octopus. Roar. The tailed beast Kurabi transformed into a towering half-bull, half-octopus figure, and his 8 octopus tails swept through the surrounding leaf ninjas like a tempest. With a mere lift of his foot, Narashikaku effortlessly broke free from the shadow imitation technique he had been desperately maintaining. "Futile. Such trivial tricks are of no consequence to me. Prepare to meet your demise." Yes, though in its incomplete form, the Eight Tails, Killer Bee, towered at a staggering 20 meters. In the presence of such a colossal being, ordinary ninjas lacked even the courage to strike. Lightning release, lightning cutter. In his tailed beast transformation, Killer Bee's chakra radiated with a palpable ferocity, surging violently towards Narashikaku. It was over. Narashikaku bitterly closed his eyes. The shadow imitation technique he attempted once more could not even approach the torrent of chaotic chakra. All calculations became meaningless under the weight of absolute power. Multi-shadow clone technique. Akimichi Choji swallowed a green pill, roaring as he pushed his body to its limits to forcefully multiply. His form instantly ballooned to over 20 meters. Choji endeavored to use his massive body as a shield to protect Shikaku, attempting to serve as the final bastion. Yet, he knew well that this was but an act of folly. Killer Bee's crimson beastly eyes locked onto this defiant soul. With the might of a bull, he charged forward, propelled by unparalleled strength towards Choji. As the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, his power extended beyond mere brute force. Lightning release, lightning cutter, explosion. In the midst of his charge, Killer Bee accelerated, sending Choji soaring through the air, his massive figure flying away. A single horn deeply embedded into Choji's abdomen, bursting forth a shower of blood. Foolish, foolish. To dare stand before the great Killer Bee, this is your fate. The tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee let out a rhythmic roar, this time targeting the other desperate leaf ninjas. There would be no giant to shield them this time. He would crush these leaf ninjas. Killer Bee has arrived, Leaf. You are courting death. Yes. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Just as Killer Bee surged forward, a massive object plummeted from above, striking him down. Summoning technique. Crushing vendor technique. A colossal, crimson toad descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Killer Bee's head. Boom. The battlefield erupted in a cloud of dust. A white-haired ninja, adorned with an oil-stained forehead protector, stood atop the toad, clapping his hands. Frog Wanta, this is your responsibility. With a massive pipe clenched in his mouth, the toad Wanta grumbled. Jiraiya, you always assign me the most troublesome tasks. It's infuriating to dare land upon my head. It drives me mad. Crimson chakra surged as the tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee flipped Wanta off. I will kill you all. Chapter 147. Flying Thunder God Technique. Wanta executed a somersault in the air, landing firmly on the ground, with Jiraiya and the golden-haired Minato Namikaze atop him. Minato, you handle A. I will deal with this Jinchuriki. Understood, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato suddenly vanished, reappearing on the opposite side of the battlefield, positioning himself in front of A with a special kunai. Boom. A's fist collided violently with Minato's kunai, unleashing a shower of electric arcs. Minato's figure disappeared just as the lightning struck, reappearing on a massive rock 10 meters away, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Only dodging like a fly. Come on. Let me flatten you. A, though young, possessed a voice laden with maturity. His booming shout resonated, his body enveloped in lightning-released chakra, blue arcs wrapping around him like a furious battle armor. His speed and strength, though not yet rivaling the third Raikage, carried the devastating power of a mountain-crushing blow. Minato panted slightly, yet his azure eyes revealed no panic, as he summoned a trio of special kunai inscribed with unique seals. His Flying Thunder God technique was already highly refined, but when faced with A, who had maxed out both speed and defense, the lack of a decisive attack became his greatest shortcoming. At this moment, he had yet to unlock the Rasengan, unable to unleash a powerful single-target attack capable of piercing through the lightning armor. In their prior exchange, wielding kunai had clearly placed him at a disadvantage. If only he had a weapon like the one wielded by Mifune, capable of piercing through all. Whoosh! A once again transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, creating a shallow pit in the ground as he propelled himself forward. Simultaneously, Minato hurled his specialized kunai, his form flickering once more. However, this time, A seemed to anticipate his landing, and as Minato solidified, A's elbow, imbued with thunder, struck with ferocity. Lightning release, thunder flow. Yet A did not possess the speed advantage of the third Raikage. His powerful elbow strike merely met air, as Minato had already appeared behind him, thrusting his kunai toward A's back. Zing! The kunai clashed against the lightning armor, sparking brilliantly, yet failing to penetrate. Too hard. Just as the kunai could not breach the armor, A grinned wickedly, unleashing another fist like a cannonball towards Minato's face. Minato's pupils constricted as he activated the Flying Thunder God once more, reappearing near another special kunai. Yet the kunai still failed to penetrate. Your techniques are troublesome, but ultimately futile against my defenses. A turned, the lightning intensifying. With the next strike, I will end this meaningless chase. No, victory shall be mine. You have lost. Formidable Cloud Ninja, Minato retorted, tossing a special kunai into the spacious area. Before his words faded, he appeared at the kunai's location, flinging another special kunai. You shall not escape. A accelerated to pursue. Meanwhile, Killer Bee engaged in a fierce clash with the gigantic toad, neither gaining the upper hand. You foolish leaf men. Taste the rhythm of the great Killer Bee. Yes. As Killer Bee disrupted his opponents with his clumsy rap, he cloaked himself in the tailed beast chakra, enhancing his power and speed. No longer wielding a ninja sword in his tailed beast form, he charged toward Jiraiya and Wanta using his massive physique and the strength of the eight tails. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's white hair surged violently, hardening like countless steel needles aimed at Killer Bee, while he swiftly retreated, forming hand seals. Clang! The blades clashed against Jiraiya's white hair, resonating with the sound of metal striking metal. Killer Bee, relying on the brute force of his tailed beast chakra, severed numerous strands, yet his onslaught was momentarily halted. There's no time for idle chatter, Wanta. Cover me, I need time. Jiraiya stepped upon Wanta's head, forming hand seals. He understood that against the eight tails Jinchuriki, only powerful ninjutsu could potentially secure victory. Understood. Combination ninjutsu? Wanta inhaled deeply, puffing out his cheeks. Killer Bee, now in tailed beast form, became increasingly agitated, roaring with excitement. not retreating, but charging headlong. The phantasmal tails behind him solidified, a colossal octopus tentacle shooting forth, defiantly aimed at the toad Wanta. Combination ninjutsu, toad oil flame bullet. Wanta expelled a torrent of toad oil from his mouth, igniting in conjunction with the flames Jiraiya conjured, creating a ferocious conflagration of fire release. The searing heat of the flames, even the 8 tails dared not approach. Killer Bee rolled back, narrowly evading the massive flames, shielding himself with his 8 tails against the fiery onslaught. Truly formidable, Jiraiya. A challenging opponent indeed. Wanta remarked, his gaze serious. Powerful, explosive, especially exhilarating. Truly an impressive toad. Killer Bee steadied himself, his tailed beast chakra bubbling with intensity. Let us not play around any longer. A is being lured away by another ninja. We must end this swiftly, warned the 8 tails within him. Understood. Let us go. Young Kurabi clapped his hands, and a tremendous amount of chakra began to converge in his mouth. The black and red energies spun rapidly, compressing into a sphere exuding a formidable aura of annihilation, the tailed beast bomb. Alarmed, the enormous pupils of Bunta contracted. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that small orb. Jiraiya. Summoning technique. Jiraiya swiftly summoned Gamaken, who, armed with a spear and a rice bowl, arrived just in time to witness the horrifying scene. I may be the most useless toad, but I shall not retreat. Gamaken gritted his teeth, positioning the massive rice bowl in front of him, bracing himself to withstand the cataclysmic strike. He understood that this could result in severe injury or even death, yet he did not flinch. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to be unleashed, a voice rang out. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder. A golden figure abruptly appeared between Gamaken and Kurabi. It was Minato Namikaze. His keen battlefield awareness allowed him to divert while still keeping an eye on Jiraiya's side. Realizing the imminent launch of the tailed beast bomb, he teleported to the critical position. Minato unfurled a massive, rune-covered banner, enveloping the tailed beast bomb within it. The runic fabric in his hands radiated brilliance, and then both he and the bomb vanished from sight. Minato, in the distance, noticed Minato's sudden disappearance and was about to pursue him when he was confronted by the colossal tailed beast bomb. Boom. Felt the lethal threat and had to retract his attack, activating his lightning release armor to its utmost, crossing his arms to shield his vital points. The immense fireball erupted, accompanied by a mushroom cloud, shaking the very earth. A brief silence enveloped the valley. Hey, Kurabi, disregarding the pursuit of Jiraiya, charged towards the explosion's epicenter, where A had been lured away. His tailed beast bomb had not only failed to strike Jiraiya, but had instead been turned against A. Chapter 148. Strategic shift. As Kurabi recklessly plunged into the explosion's shockwave, he found nothing in the center of the crater. Could it be that he had obliterated A with the tailed beast bomb? Just as despair began to overwhelm him, he felt the 8 tails within him remind him, Kurabi, A is unharmed. Look over there. Focusing his gaze, Kurabi spotted A, bloodied and half-kneeling in a small depression approximately 15 meters from the explosion's center. Hey, are you alright? Kurabi dissipated his tailed beast chakra and rushed to assist A. Upon seeing Kurabi, A finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Your tailed beast bomb is terrifying. I nearly met my end. When the tailed beast bomb manifested, A had been desperately pursuing Minato, only to find himself confronted by the bomb in place of his adversary. In that critical moment, A, familiar with the nature of the tailed beast bomb, initiated an extreme self-rescue. He immediately employed the body replacement technique, leaving a wooden stump in his place, and then struck the ground with all his might. The upheaved earth and stone shielded him from the small pit, where he knelt, fully activating his lightning release armor just in time to withstand the explosion of the tailed beast bomb. Kurabi, we must temporarily retreat to the main camp. Kurabi nodded and shouted, retreat. Back to the camp. Phew, they had finally survived. The trio from the Inoshikacho sat exhausted on the ground, sharing a smile, their admiration directed towards the golden-haired figure. Minato's mastery of the flying thunder god technique was truly remarkable. Even Bunta, puffing on his pipe, praised Gamaken. Jiraiya's disciple has grown to such an extent. Truly impressive. I thought I was going to be injured. Meanwhile, standing before Jiraiya, Minato displayed remarkable humility. This is merely what I ought to do, master. The flying thunder god, guiding thunder, was actually inspired by Mifune's suggestions, utilizing the special fabric technique provided by Conan to set up the formation. With his heart now unburdened, Jiraiya had become noticeably steadier, patting Minato on the shoulder. You are formidable, no need for such humility. Konan and Nagato have become formidable shinobi. What a pity about Yahiko. By the way, how did you return so quickly? How is Tsunade doing? I heard the third Raikage went in person. Should we offer support? Minato shook his head. Mifyune's puppet mech has demonstrated techniques comparable to dust release. The third Raikage was gravely injured and nearly left behind in the land of wind. How is this possible? This cannot be. Having narrowly escaped back to the front lines of Sunagakure, could scarcely believe the news of his father, the third Raikage, being gravely wounded. How could this be? His father's lightning armor was indestructible, the ultimate shield. How could he be defeated by that group of weaklings from the Sand Village? Shaking off Karabi's support, they rushed inside. Father, how are you? The tent was thick with the scent of herbs and blood, replacing the familiar iron and sweat. Several medical ninjas had just finished their treatments, whispering among themselves, their faces etched with disbelief. In the center of the tent lay the third Raikage, acclaimed as the strongest spear and shield, reclining against a makeshift bed. His bronzed, muscular torso was exposed, revealing bizarre penetrating wounds from shoulder to arm, as though chunks had been erased from existence. Father. A's voice was low and hoarse, shattering the tense stillness. He hurried to the bed, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. I have returned. The third Raikage slowly opened his eyes. They remained sharp and fierce, yet a hint of gravitas lurked within. His gaze first fell upon his son, scanning the injuries adorning his form. You are injured, severely. Did the tailed beasts from Sunagakure join the fray? The third Raikage's voice remained steady, though tinged with an almost imperceptible concern. How severe is your condition? It was not the nine tails of Konoha, but Karabi's tailed beast bomb was somehow redirected to me by a Konoha ninja. It is my fault for letting you. He lowered his head, about to utter his disappointment. The third Raikage raised a hand, interrupting his self-reproach. The motion aggravated his wounds, causing him to wince slightly. It's nothing, not worth mentioning. How is the situation with Karabi? What is the status of our forces? He was more concerned about the losses endured by their village's shinobi. The losses were significant, but morale is stable. They have returned to regroup, A replied, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with suppressed confusion. Father, what exactly happened to you? Who could inflict such injuries upon you? Was it that Inoki? He finally voiced the question that had plagued him since receiving the news of his father's grave injury and the front line's defeat. What kind of power could harm his father to such an extent? This was the strongest shield. The third Raikage fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting to the tent's ceiling. He inhaled deeply, the breath tinged with an underlying pain. It was not Inoki. His voice was low and grave, each word seemingly forced from deep within his chest. This is not any ninjutsu we are familiar with. There were no hand seals, no changes in chakra nature, nor any forewarning. He raised his right hand, pointing to the wounds on his shoulder and arm. If Inoki's dust release is a beam of light, this technique is pure to the extreme, fast to the point of invisibility, a light that cannot be seen. It came from an extreme distance, and in the instant I sensed danger, it had already arrived. I held his breath, listening to this description that transcended his understanding. My lightning release armor, in the face of that light, was as fragile as thin ice atop a summer mountain. The third Raikage's tone bore an unprecedented weight. Had I not instinctively deflected it at the last moment, it would have struck my head and heart. This technique is akin to an eradicating force that can track its target. Eradication, A echoed the unfamiliar term, a chill creeping up his spine. Even the absolute defense of my father cannot withstand it. It can still be tracked. This is utterly absurd. The Sand Village possesses a power that is entirely different. The time it takes to activate this technique is considerable, and its consumption must be substantial. Such a terrifying technique is undoubtedly a newly developed forbidden jutsu. He paused, and his tone grew heavier. AI, remember this lesson. The Sand Village is no longer the weakling we once knew. Moreover, the Land of Wind is so impoverished that they cannot even afford food. Conquering them would be futile. We should concentrate our forces to confront Konoha instead. It is not worth expending our strength on the Sand Village. The third Raikage did not continue, but AI understood the implication. The once unyielding father had begun to regard the Sand Village with caution. AI suddenly inquired, Father, how is Inoki's Iwagakure responding? Chapter 149. The battlefield of the Land of Grass. The third Raikage refused the assistance of his subordinates. Gritting his teeth as he rose from the couch, That old fox Inoki claims he wants to test the true strength of the Sand Village. After I advanced to the border fortress, I did not see his reinforcements at all. Ignore him. Once I recover from my injuries, we will divide our forces and encircle Konoha's camp. The third Raikage pondered for a moment before continuing. Send capable spies to infiltrate the Sand Village. We must obtain intelligence on that terrifying weapon. Understood. In the Land of Grass. This group of orphans and the injured will be escorted to the border of the Land of Rain, where personnel arranged by Lord Mifune will be waiting. As you command. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the Iwagakure camp across from him. His fingers twitching slightly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Go execute the plan. Those rock-headed fools are about to launch an attack again. With that, he seemed to melt away, disappearing into the ground. Moments later, at the center of the Konoha camp, Orochimaru emerged from beneath the earth and raised his voice. The Iwagakure forces are on the move. Follow me into battle. Upon receiving the order, the camp sprang into action, and the resting Konoha ninjas hurriedly gathered their teams, organizing their ninja tools and supplies as they exited the main camp in an orderly manner. On the eastern side of this grassland, Konoha's positions had already been fortified. Although it was far from Konoha village, the ninjas were still well equipped. Thanks to their allies from the Sand Village, substantial supplies had been delivered through the Land of Rain, alleviating their previous anxieties over resource scarcity and instilling a sense of confidence. Every frontline ninja's tool pouch was filled with high-quality shuriken and kunai supplied by the Sand Village. The large wind shuriken displayed prominently on the battlefield was particularly striking. These specially crafted large wind shuriken were said to be made from chakra metal and sealed with destructive techniques, boasting immense power upon being thrown. In previous battles, they had witnessed the might of these weapons firsthand. Rumor had it that they were exceedingly expensive. Fortunately, the third Hokage had not heeded Danzo's advice to turn against the Sand Village. Otherwise, it was difficult to imagine the chaos that would ensue if such exquisite ninja tools were hurled at their own heads. In addition to the fine ninja tools, each frontline ninja was allotted 5 explosive tags, a level of luxury unimaginable in previous ninja wars. Thankfully, the Sand Village did not demand payment in currency, only in food and timber. Otherwise, Konoha village would not be able to bear such a burden. Draped in the traditional Jonin vest of Konoha, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes calmly surveyed the advancing Iwagakure forces. Mifune truly was a master of miracles. Even the third Raikage had been severely injured by him. His vision seemed poised to become a reality. Rest assured, teacher, I will not let that fellow escape, Shoju vowed. He simply raised a hand and then waved it downwards. Attack! In the next moment, Konoha's lines erupted with unprecedented firepower. The once sporadic throwing of kunai transformed into a torrential downpour of explosive tags and kunai. The high-quality explosive tags, specially provided by Conan, detonated with uniform ferocity, instantly igniting a series of blinding flashes and clouds of dust amongst the leading forces of Iwagakure. Their cries echoing in the chaos. Joint Earth Style, Earth Flow City Technique. Although the Iwagakure ninjas were momentarily stunned by the barrage of explosive kunai, they quickly organized their defenses. A large battalion of Earth-style ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, synchronizing their chakra before slamming their hands onto the ground. With the tremors of the earth, towering, solid walls rose before them, as if a city had sprung into existence from thin air. This wall, composed of hundreds of earth flow walls, would serve as Iwagakure's sanctuary and battlefield, a presence that had proven invincible in past confrontations. However, Konoha had changed as well. Second Squad, deploy the specially crafted wind shuriken. Target the enemy's earth flow walls. Fire at will. A Konoha commander ordered loudly. Over 20 Konoha ninjas whirled the massive wind shuriken, and once charged, pressed the red button on the inner ring, launching them with a whoosh. Each massive wind shuriken soared through the air, crashing forcefully against the hastily erected earthen walls of Iwagakure. The originally sturdy earthen walls were more than capable of withstanding B-rank ninjutsu. But how could these newly acquired expensive weapons be so easily thwarted? Boom. As the specially crafted wind shuriken made contact with the traditional earth flow walls, a brilliant flash erupted. Lightning release. Earth. Under the violent explosion of lightning, the solid earthen walls crumbled as if baked by a relentless sun, exposing the astonished Iwagakure ninjas behind them. This is impossible. What kind of weapon is that? Incoming attack. Be careful. The formation of Iwagakure quickly descended into chaos. They were accustomed to relying on Earth-style defenses, using ninja tools or Earth iron cannon techniques to suppress their opponents, and had always sought opportunities amid ninjutsu exchanges. However, they had never faced a weapon capable of erasing a substantial portion of their earthen defenses in such a manner. This is too unfair. How are we supposed to fight? Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his thumb, smearing blood across his palm, and pressed his hands onto the ground. A colossal summoning array spread out, accompanied by a deafening roar. As the immense, terrifying body of the serpent, covered in purple scales, emerged from thin air. Orochimaru, you haven't offered me sacrifices in quite some time. Provide me with 100 living souls, and I shall consume you. The serpent bellowed angrily, its vertical pupils glaring menacingly at Orochimaru. Without sacrifices, there will be none in the future. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, revealing two shiny, cylindrical objects the thickness of his fingers, along with a special explosive tag. Do you recognize this? 10,000 snakes? This is a gift from Mifune, who subdued Shikaku of the Sand Village. This tube possesses the power to annihilate everything. Just like this. As he spoke, Orochimaru pressed the self-destruct button on one of the tubes and hurled it toward the disordered Iwagakure forces. The seemingly inconspicuous tube had not even touched the ground when it erupted violently, accompanied by a chorus of anguished roars, forming a massive sphere of electricity nearly 10 meters in diameter. As the sphere dissipated, it left behind a smooth crater within the Iwagakure formation, erasing ninjas, tools, stones, and grass alike. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. This power of destruction is truly intoxicating. 10,000 snakes. If you still wish to challenge my authority, you had best pray to perish beneath this weapon. Otherwise, this masterpiece of the second Hokage, the explosive tag that binds soul and space, will render you worse than dead. Will you submit to me, or will you face destruction? Chapter 150. The wise submit. 10,000 snakes trembled at the sight of the tube's power. What a terrifying weapon. The destructive force contained within that lightning filled it with an overwhelming sense of dread. If things went awry, it could truly lead to its demise. This was utterly terrifying. After experiencing the formidable power contained within the special explosive talisman that binds the spatial soul, Quan Chi lowered its proud head, expressing its submission. Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Orochimaru. I shall recognize my place from now on. Orochimaru licked his lips, retracting the talisman and the superconducting supermagnetic energy capacitor he held. Such an item was precious. Even Mikichikuin possessed only a few. Capturing Quan Chi with one was sufficient. Of course, if Quan Chi remained defiant, he would not hesitate to take action. He charged forward, intent on crushing the group of rock-headed foes. At your command, Lord Orochimaru. Quan Chi led the charge into the chaotic rock-hidden territory. Its colossal form a testament to its strength. Standing atop its head, Orochimaru utilized the shadow snake hand and the Quan Chi technique to forcibly tear a gaping hole in the rock-hidden defenses. However, the resilience of the rock-hidden was beyond imagination. On the opposite front, a blazing white steam trajectory cut through the battlefield like a high-pressure water knife, leaving Konoha's ninjas in disarray. Boiling release, unmatched strength. A deep roar resounded as the armored figure of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, charged forth like a steel war chariot. High-temperature steam erupted from his body, and with a punch that carried the force of a landslide, he shattered a massive earthen wall. His fighting style was ferociously powerful, and the explosive force and speed brought by the steam made him an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Quan Chi, it's the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Block him. Quan Chi, with its purple body, swiftly turned back, appearing at Han's flank. Shadow Snake Multi-Hand. Orochimaru's sleeves shot forth numerous menacing venomous snakes, coiling around Han's limbs in an attempt to restrict his movements. The fangs clashed against Han's steam armor, hissing as they burned but failing to penetrate. Han abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto Orochimaru beneath his hat, and the steam around him surged even more. Just in time, Lord Orochimaru. The ground beneath him exploded as he propelled himself forward, breaking free from the serpent's grasp, and launched a punch straight for Orochimaru's face, the speed astonishing. Boom. Quan Chi absorbed Han's explosive punch with its massive form. Although its resilient scales prevented any significant injury, the sheer force nonetheless propelled it back over 8 meters. What terrifying strength, almost rivaling Tsunade's brute force. Han, undeterred, brought his hands together. Unleashing a torrent of high-pressure steam surge, he accelerated on the spot, charging towards Wan Shi with the steam propelling him forward. During the charge, his body surged with steam, suddenly changing direction like a zigzagging line, leaping to strike at Wan Shi's head. Behind his fist, steam gushed out like a white line, infused with monstrous strength and scalding heat. Got you. Die. Bang. A deep thud echoed as Wan Shi's enormous head was struck aside, its horns cracking and emitting a painful shriek. Han's power had inflicted tangible damage upon Wan Shi. Bastard. Wan Shi roared in fury, its massive jaws opening wide as a cascade of corrosive purple venom poured forth. Simultaneously, its colossal body writhed, attempting to ensnare and crush Han. Han deftly maneuvered in the air, using steam propulsion to evade the venom while continuously seeking an opportunity. Though his steam-augmented punches were formidable, Orochimaru's interference made it challenging to land direct hits on Wan Shi's body. With Orochimaru's support, Wan Shi felt considerably more secure. In a moment, the colossal beast and the Jinchuriki engaged in a titanic melee, steam and venom intertwining amidst the thunderous roars and massive strikes, the very ground trembling from the battle's aftermath. An opportunity arose. As Han leapt with all his might, attempting to strike Wan Shi from behind, he suddenly made a sharp turn to evade Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. In that fleeting moment of exhaustion, his steam diminished momentarily. Now, Wan Shi. A glint of determination flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Wan Shi understood, disregarding its wounds, and its gigantic tail lashed out like a steel whip, blocking most of Han's escape routes. Simultaneously, Orochimaru bit his finger, swiftly forming seals. Forbidden technique. Wan Shi binding formation. Countless venomous snakes surged from his sleeves and the surrounding ground, inundating the air with a tidal wave towards Han. This time, it was not an attack, but a desperate attempt to entangle and bind. Though many snakes perished upon contact with Han's residual high-temperature steam, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. They surged forward, finally managing to momentarily hinder Han's movements. In that instant, amidst the writhing snakes, an inconspicuous small white snake, clutching an explosive talisman, silently approached Han's side and suddenly transformed into Orochimaru's hand, slapping down. Sizzle. As Han struggled to break free from the serpentine mass, he was also focused on Orochimaru and Wan Shi. Although he noticed the explosive talisman, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Yet, the next second, the explosion that locked onto his space and soul engulfed him. No, a violent surge of white steam erupted, and even the steam could not conceal the deafening blast. Through the consecutive detonations of the talismans, a bizarre figure writhed in agony within the steam. However, all struggles were in vain. Even as Han desperately transformed into his tailed beast form, he could not escape the binding of the explosive talisman. Orochimaru felt a twinge of regret. This was merely a talisman intended to intimidate Wan Shi. Had he possessed a few more, even the Five Tails would have perished beneath such a concentrated explosion. Truly, a testament to the forbidden arts created by the second Hokage. He watched the struggling figure amidst the steam and flames, suddenly speaking. Wan Shi, I've exhausted my explosive talisman. Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to rebel against me? Wan Shi, known for its brutality and its tendency to bully the weak, was not foolish. Understanding Orochimaru's baiting tactics, it obediently lowered its dragon-horned head. Lord Orochimaru, you jest. I have always been your loyal summoning beast. How could I rebel? Hee. Those who recognize the times are the true geniuses. Wan Shi, you truly have impressed me. At that moment, a white, horse-like figure of the Five Tails crashed down, letting out a mournful wail. Success. The morale of Konoha surged. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A diminutive figure silently appeared in the distant sky, palms facing each other, as a transparent cube shimmering with lethal light materialized instantaneously. Third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Dust Release. Detachment of the Original World. Chapter 151. Return. That devastating bloodline elimination barrier targeted not Wan Shi nor the injured Han, but aimed directly at Orochimaru, who stood atop Wan Shi. Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes narrowed to their utmost. The ultimate warning of death, stemming from the white serpent bloodline, screamed within him. He could even sense the tremors of the dust in the air as the transparent barrier approached, disintegrating everything in its path. There was no escape. In that critical moment, Orochimaru showcased the astonishing decisiveness and survival instincts befitting one of the legendary three ninjas. Without a moment's thought, his body instinctively made the optimal choice. He stomped down on Wanchi's head, not as an attack, but to leverage the moment to save Wanchi. His hands formed seals with such speed that they left afterimages. Summoning technique, release. With a loud bang, the immense Wanchi vanished in a puff of white smoke. Forcibly returned to the dragon cave through reverse summoning. Having barely subdued Wanchi, it would be a grave loss to perish here. Orochimaru, utilizing the force of reaction and the spatial disturbance created in the instant the myriad snakes vanished, bent backward as though devoid of bones, soaring through the air. Simultaneously, he executed his most proficient life-preserving ninjutsu, the Orochimaru body replacement technique. His skin shed rapidly like that of a serpent, and from his mouth emerged a damp original body. Slipping into the ground along the edge of the dust release barrier. The luminous glow of dust release swept across the area where the myriad snakes had disappeared, as well as the shed serpent skin left by Orochimaru, utterly disintegrating all matter in that vicinity, rocks, air, and even light, into atomic form, leaving behind an exquisitely smooth square pit. Moments later, Orochimaru's figure emerged slowly from the shadow of a rock, 100 meters away. The dust release, a bloodline limit said to obliterate all. It seems now, however, that it pales in comparison to Mike's new technique. Orochimaru's pallor was more pronounced than usual, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The forced and rapid reverse summoning of myriad snakes and the extreme exertion of the body replacement technique had taken a considerable toll on him. He gazed upward, his serpentine eyes filled with cold malice and trepidation. "Oh, Inoki, is this your measure? A shadow that only dares to strike from the shadows," he mused. Clad in white, Orochimaru stood alone before the shinobi army, a silver cylindrical object in hand, shaking it towards Inoki hovering in the air. Inoki watched as the comatose Han was swiftly rescued by Iwagakure, his bulbous nose reddening. This peculiar ninja tool had directly eradicated swathes of rock ninjas. When did Sunagakure acquire such fearsome lightning release tools? Even the Jinchuriki could not withstand it. Observing Orochimaru's cold gaze locking onto him, Inoki sighed inwardly. Orochimaru's life-preserving abilities are indeed formidable. With such powerful ninja tools at his disposal, Iwagakure's traditional strategies have become somewhat outdated. Retreat, Inoki decisively commanded. With core forces injured and the ambush yielding no success, morale within Iwagakure had plummeted. Continuing this engagement was rendered meaningless. The Iwagakure forces retreated like a receding tide. Orochimaru did not issue a command to pursue. "Orochimaru-sama, shall we not pursue the rock ninjas?" Struggling to maintain his composure, Orochimaru finally spat a mouthful of dark blood, wiped his lips, and weakly replied, "Let us withdraw. Inoki has personally intervened. I was merely posturing. Inform the village that the shadow-level power and Jinchuriki from Iwagakure have entered the fray. Reinforcements are required." Once the messenger ninja departed, Orochimaru murmured, "I hope my teacher does not act foolishly again." In the land of rain, after completing the Heavenly River Control Project, Konan fluttered her 6 paper wings, quietly hovering in midair. She gazed at the now clear sky of the land of rain, lost in thought. After a long pause, she turned to Mikage, who hovered beside her, and with a sweet smile, softly said, "Mikage-kun, follow me. I will take you to a place." Instead of using her paper wings to fly, she descended to the ground. Walking like an ordinary person, treading on a damp yet no longer muddy path, she headed towards a secluded mountainous area outside the village. Mikage also landed, retracting his mech, silently following her, sensing a melancholic aura enveloping Konan. They passed through a narrow crevice completely obscured by vines, and before them lay a hidden cave. The cave was dry, coated with a fine layer of dust, yet remnants of past habitation were discernible. A rough stone hearth, a makeshift bed strewn with hay, and some faded, childish graffiti on the walls. Conan's gaze immediately fell upon 4 wooden boards adorned with frog designs leaning against the inner side of the cave entrance. They appeared to be ordinary boards, one side crudely painted with various smiling frog figures, while the other was coated with a red pigment derived from some mineral. The return board made by Jiraiya-sensei. Konan extended her hand, her fingertips delicately brushing over the rough wood grain and indistinct patterns. Her fingers trembling slightly, as if to avoid disturbing the slumbering memories within. Beneath the icy touch lay a torrent of recollections, tinged with the scent of rust and rain. Conan was momentarily lost in reverie, as if transported back to her childhood. During those times, the sky of the land of rain perpetually hung low and leaden, laden with sorrowful clouds, and the incessant rain felt interminably frigid. The war did not merely occur at the borders, it brewed within the villages. Hanzo the Salamander's grand dreams were shattered, giving way to an iron-fisted rule over the nation. The infiltration of great powers turned this land into a breeding ground of despair. Hunger, disease, and death were the most familiar companions of every child in the land of rain. She and Yahiko began their journey as wanderers, later embracing Nagato. The three of them were orphans struggling for survival amidst the mud and ruins, like wild grass. Until they encountered that foolish teacher with white hair, who claimed to be a sage of toads. This cave was the secret base they barely dared to call home, where they sought refuge from the chaos of war. She remembered one occasion when Jiraiya-sensei had gone out in search of food, taking an exceptionally long time. The sound of rain outside mingled with faint explosions and cries. Yahiko forced himself to stay calm, clutching a kunai at the cave entrance, while Nagato huddled in a corner, his rinnegan filled with fear. And she, time and again, gazed towards the entrance, yearning for that tall figure to appear. Eventually, Jiraiya-sensei returned, bearing a meager supply of food and his cheerful yet weary smile. He noticed the children's concern and said nothing, merely fetching 4 wooden boards and clumsily carving them with his small knife. Look here. He proudly lifted a board, depicting a frog carrying a scroll, much like Jiraiya-sensei himself. When the frog is outside, it means I've gone out. And when this red side is facing out, it means I've returned. This way, we can easily tell who is out and who is home. What do you think? In that moment, Yahiko's smile broke free, and Nagato's fear dissipated considerably. She cautiously accepted the board, distributing one each to Yahiko and Nagato. Each added their likeness. A frog adorned with paper flowers, a frog with a spiky head laughing heartily, and a frog with hair obscuring its face, revealing only one eye. Those simple wooden boards became a beacon of hope in that uncertain era, symbolizing departure and return, the existence of home, and an unwavering sense of security. Later, Jiraiya-sensei returned to the village, and due to the turmoil of war, they distanced themselves from this secret base. Now, Yahiko was no longer present. Conan's fingers lingered on the board depicting the laughing frog with a spiky head, her voice barely above a whisper. Mikage-kun, during our childhood, the land of rain rarely saw a sunny day. The rain mingled with blood, seeping into the earth and our hearts. Our greatest wish then was simply to wake up the next day and see each other alive. Yahiko's ideals were naive, and he was obstinate. Yet he was not a bad person. He too wished for the children of the land of rain to not suffer as they had. She paused, refraining from continuing. Mikage embraced Conan gently, softly patting her back. I understand. Yahiko and I merely had differing ideals. I do not harbor hatred towards him. I have said it before. Those with noble aspirations who are willing to strive for them should not be ridiculed. With me here, the land of rain will flourish. Conan lifted her gaze, gazing dreamily at Mikage's face, and nodded gently. I know, Mikage-kun, you are the strongest. You truly bring new life to this weeping nation. She pressed her face against Mikage's chest, eyes closed, murmuring, it is truly unimaginable that ninjutsu can achieve such greatness. The sunlight has truly penetrated this land. It refers not only to the brilliant rays cast down from outside the cave, but also to the thriving atmosphere of Inin village. The transformation you have brought about is not solely due to technology, but also stems from Mi Xiangjuan's magnanimous spirit. As she listened to Mi Xiang's heartbeat, a sweet smile graced her lips. Thank you, Mi Xiang, for the divine gift of your presence by my side. I truly adore you, Xiaonan. After a long while, they finally departed from this desolate secret base. The return board at the entrance, once designated for Mayahiko, has now flipped to reveal the vibrant red signifying a return. Within Mi Xiang's consciousness, a vast orb of unencumbered light slowly connected to the computational nodes. Chapter 152, Bitter Rain, Sweet Spring in the Rain Country. At Buried Rain Gathering Village, it bore no distinction from other villages in the Rain Country. For the majority of the time, it was shrouded in a persistent drizzle, unable to yield enough food even for basic sustenance, with most produce taken away by various nobles. The fields of buried rain resembled a muddy marsh, with rice stalks so thin they were pitiful, and the ears of grain so shriveled they evoked sorrow. Yet now, Over 50-year-old Sato stood atop a high slope outside the village, gazing at the scene before him. His eyes, accustomed to gloom and desolation, glistened with moisture. The relentless, mold-inducing rain had truly ceased. This long-awaited sunlight was astonishingly warm. It was a miracle. The deity said to control the rain was indeed no legend. Down the slope, the fields that were once fragmented and filled with puddles had been transformed into orderly squares. Several dark green mechanical constructs were humming and working in the fields. They were not the puppets used by ninjas in battle, but rather sand-hidden. No, now they were a unified village. This was the civilian agricultural mech. Aided by their new leader, the godlike Mi Xiang, reputed to be the masterpiece of the genius puppeteer Scorpion, affectionately dubbed Iron Bull by the villagers. One Iron Bull mech was currently using its plow-like legs to deeply penetrate the previously hardened soil. The turned soil revealed a healthy, rich brown color, exuding the fragrance of earth. The once muddy sludge, mixed with fine sand manipulated by the crane guardian, was being flipped and blended together by the Iron Bull mech. How about it, Uncle Sato? Have you learned how to operate it? Do you want to give it a try? An energetic ninja explained to the astonished Sato. This Iron Bull mech can carry a person. One trip accomplishes what used to take 10 days. Mi Xiang said, this is called soil improvement. Sato, trembling, picked up a handful of new soil, squeezing it firmly. The soil was loose and elastic. Truly miraculous. Such fields could not only grow rice, but also cultivate dry crops. The deep soil turned over was indeed fertile. A ninja swiftly appeared atop the freshly tilled Iron Bull mech, pressed a few buttons, and the round plow wheels of the Iron Bull unfurled into 8 spider-like legs. We are moving to other fields. Uncle Sato, you can start planting now. If you think irrigation is needed, just contact us through the village office. The Iron Bull mech, with its agile 8 spider legs, traversed the rugged mountain roads as if walking on flat ground, smoothly carrying the ninja over the slopes. Tilling the fields was merely the most unassuming application of the Iron Bull mech. It was originally designed as a mass-produced heavy weapon platform, modified from the immortal mech. Beside the village, the once flooded muddy ditch during the rainy season has now been widened and reinforced, transformed into a straight irrigation canal. The water in the canal was clear and flowed gently. At the canal's gate, there was no longer a manually operated winch, but a supercapacitor-driven water pump glowing with a bluish light. A few days prior, a section of the canal had been blocked by falling rocks from the mountain. In the past, all the strong laborers in the village would have to toil for over 10 days to clear it. Sometimes, even before it was cleared, the dammed river would overflow. However, this time, the villagers reported the situation via the village office's communicator. Within 2 hours, ninjas equipped with mechs arrived at the scene. The mech used a crushing hammer to drill holes in the boulders, filling them with explosive talismans. With the explosion, the massive rocks shattered, and the ninjas inspected the canal structure, moving away the large stones. After confirming everything was in order, the ninjas took their leave. Efficient, swift, and without any shirking of responsibility. This unprecedented order and response speed instilled in Sato a profound sense of security. Now, even Sato dared to procure supplies from other villages or towns. Lord Mi Xiang, accompanied by a group of formidable flying ninjas, enhanced death god mechs with jetpacks, effectively cleared the roaming ninjas and mountain bandits from the territory like a sieve. To the villagers, Mi Xiang was as amiable as the neighborly boy. To these wrongdoers, he showed no mercy. At the public trial, after enumerating the crimes, he directly sentenced them to death. Those with lesser offenses were required to work unpaid for several years to atone for their sins. The present rain country not only basked in sunlight, but also saw every heart illuminated by its warmth. No longer did they live in fear. The land of the village had been nationalized. Initially, there were concerns, but soon this model showcased its advantages. Everyone continued to farm individually and still needed to pay taxes. Yet, Lord Mi Xiang, through unified planning, aided every village's labor with the Iron Bull mechs and the new ninja technology. Who would have dared imagine such a life before? They have their tax payments, yet their harvests tripled. A miracle from the divine. This was the second round of rice planted this year. No, it should be said. Under the guidance of Lord Mi Xiang, they now had such abundant grain. How blissful it was to have enough to eat. The children's faces glowed with health, and it was said that schools were gradually being established. Soon, Lord Mi Xiang would build schools around several villages. Schooling was not only free, but lunch would also be provided, as long as one studied diligently. Anyone could become a formidable ninja. Such dreams were once unimaginable. In the distance, a figure flying towards them resembled Lord Mi Xiang and Lady Xiaonan. The rice here was thriving and would soon be ready for harvest. Xiaonan, let us clear the rain clouds again, so it doesn't rain during harvest time. Xiaonan nodded, gazing down at the golden waves of rice and the rosy-faced villagers in the fields, scenes she had once only dared to dream of in her childhood. She had witnessed Mi Xiang's hard work over these past 6 months. No matter how tumultuous the outside ninja world became, the Rain Country and Wind Country had become rare havens in the ninja realm. They had indeed transformed this weeping nation with ninjutsu and mech technology. Lord Mi Xiang, Lady Xiaonan. It was the godlike Lord Mi Xiang, and the lady by his side, Xiaonan, must surely be a divine messenger. I witnessed Lady Xiaonan explode a rain cloud. Seeing the villagers' enthusiasm, Mi Xiang could no longer remain aloft, descending to the ground with Xiaonan. He amiably engaged with the villagers, inquiring about various matters, and eventually managed to disperse the eager crowd. He casually asked, by the way, "What is the name of this village?" A voice called out, "Lord Mi Xiang, the village used to be called Buried Rain Gathering, but that name is no longer suitable. Can we change it to Sweet Spring Village?" Sweet Spring? What a splendid name. Of course it can be. Long live Lord Mi Xiang. Even as the crowd dispersed, they frequently turned back to wave at Mi Xiang. At that moment, a small intelligent entity in the sea of consciousness suddenly spoke. "Mi Xiang, Konoha has sent a request for assistance. The Konoha ninja army is being suppressed by Inoki and hopes we can provide aid." Aid? Mi Xiang grinned. Of course. We can provide assistance, but what are the conditions? Sarutobi Hiruzen would not expect me to deploy troops without any compensation, would he? Chapter 153. 3 conditions. A meaningful smile graced Mi Xiang's lips as he addressed the small insect. Transmit my conditions to Konoha through Elder Chiyo. First, I request access to the Book of Seals. A mere glance will suffice. I do not intend to transcribe it, only to peruse its contents to ascertain if any forbidden techniques related to the assassination of the 3rd Kazekage are included. Konoha may appoint someone to supervise the process, and it would be acceptable for Sarutobi Hiruzen himself to oversee it. Secondly, to enhance communication between Sunagakure and Konoha. During Princess Tsunade's tenure at the borders of the Wind Country, Konoha is required to send young ninjas lacking talent from various clans to engage in exchanges and learning. Each clan must send at least 2 members, including those from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Branch family members and those without ocular prowess may also participate. The objective is to foster mutual trust and assistance among the younger generation, for which I shall provide a guarantee of safety. This arrangement is limited to 2 years, after which they may return to Konoha. Lastly, Konoha must impose severe punishment on Shimura Danzo for his collusion with the Sand Village and his conspiracy with Hanzo of the Salamander, which instigated a terror attack against Sunagakure. Should Shimura Danzo be handed over to Sunagakure for retribution, I shall personally lead my forces to the front lines to assist Konoha. The intelligent entity, the small insect, appeared to have evolved significantly, responding, "Mi Xiang, such stringent conditions are unlikely to be accepted by Konoha." "Perhaps not," Mi Xiang replied. "One must harbor dreams, do they not? Some individuals commit numerous heinous acts without facing punishment. Is that not too lenient?" In the Hokage building of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the main chair with his extinguished pipe, felt a tickle in his throat and set the pipe aside. Opposite him sat the grim-faced Mito Gate-in and the impassioned Toryun Komatsu. They had all reviewed the conditions presented. Hiruzen's voice, tinged with unmistakable fatigue, pushed the scroll brought by the messenger Hawk toward the center of the table. "Let us deliberate." The phrases inscribed on the scroll were simple, yet pierced the most sensitive nerves of Konoha like 3 poisoned shuriken. The Book of Seals, the hostage of the ninja clans, and Shimura Danzo. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Toryun Komatsu broke the silence first, her voice sharp despite her age. "Preposterous. This is sheer arrogance. The Book of Seals is the foundation of our village. How can we allow outsiders to covet it? Sending our youth? This is clearly a demand for hostages." Mito Gate and adjusted his glasses, his tone slightly steadier. "The 3rd condition is paramount. I believe this is what Sunagakure truly desires. Punishing Danzo would undermine the very foundation of Konoha. Regardless of his past mistakes, he is an elder of Konoha. Even if he has some connection with the Futon family, it does not prove his direct involvement. Handing him over or imposing internal punishment would dishearten all who serve the village. Konoha has never dealt with its own elders in such a manner. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, producing a matchstick without igniting it. Am I unaware of this? But how much longer can the front line endure? The third Raikage has severely wounded Sunagakure, and instead of seeking vengeance, they are sending the Cloud Village SAB to relentlessly assault our defenses. On the Iwagakure front, Inoki has taken matters into his own hands, while Orochimaru can only barely hold the line with secret techniques. Without Sunagakure's support, even if they simply cease providing those exquisite chakra weapons and explosive tags, our defenses may collapse entirely. He paused, his voice growing heavier. When that moment arrives, we will lose not just a few border posts, but the entirety of the Fire Country's shield, even the village itself. Then we must muster all our strength to fight. Komatsu slammed her hand on the table. Since when did Konoha need to beg our enemies for survival? Even if it means fighting to the last man, it is far better than living in such humiliation. Komatsu, do you believe you could withstand the third Raikage or Inoki on the battlefield? The meeting room fell silent once more. Hiruzen's words doused Komatsu's fervor like cold water. So, must we sacrifice Danzo? Mito Gate-in fixed his gaze on Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you and Danzo have clashed for years. But do not forget that you are both disciples of the same teacher, both striving for Konoha. His recent command blunder has indeed caused immense losses, and he cannot evade responsibility. However, his crimes do not warrant death, nor should they be dealt with by outsiders. This is a matter of principle. His mistakes have rendered 1,300 ninjas unable to return home. Hiruzen's voice turned hoarse. This responsibility must rest upon someone. Then let it be handled internally. Komatsu insisted. Strip him of his elder status, dissolve the root organization, and imprison him. This would both provide Sunagakure with an explanation and preserve Konoha's dignity. Mito Gaiden halted, his meaning unspoken but clear. No, Hiruzen declared sharply, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Danzo cannot be handed over, nor can he be executed. All eyes turned toward him. Danzo is guilty, gravely so. Yet, as Mito has stated, he is the root of Konoha, a member of our Elder Council. And we absolutely cannot relinquish him to Sunagakure. We must unite Konoha now, consolidating all our strength to triumph in the ninja war. Sacrificing Danzo may precipitate a more rapid disintegration. We must protect him. But the conditions from Sunagakure, Komatsu pressed urgently. Negotiation. Hiruzen interjected decisively. The Book of Seals contains numerous forbidden techniques. Not even the most gifted of Konoha's talents could master a single one in their lifetime. Allowing him to glance at it, what difference would that make? Can he truly remember all those intricate techniques and training methods? This is an agreement we can entertain. As for sending our youth, it is acceptable. Sunagakure merely seeks a show of goodwill. They may even propose the participation of the Hyuga branch, or those lacking family techniques. This is trivial. We can even increase the number, with 2 representatives from each clan. After all, this is at the Wind Country's borders, where Tsunade is stationed. With Mi Xiang providing safety assurances, I would welcome a few mishaps to compensate us with additional ninja tools and explosive tags. These youth lacking ninja aptitude can still contribute to our village. Regarding Danzo, we can publicly announce that Shimura Danzo has resigned from all positions due to a significant command error. He shall be indefinitely confined within Konoha's most secure location, with no contact permitted without the Hokage's orders. This is the utmost concession we can offer. Chapter 154. The three-form war god Mech. As the messenger hawks flitted between the wind and fire countries, the specific terms were finally solidified. Mi Xiang, are these terms acceptable? Konoha merely concealed Danzo from sight without imposing any real punishment. Upon Elder Chiyo's inquiry, Mi Xiang smiled broadly. Grandmother, I never expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to genuinely punish Danzo. If he were capable of such decisiveness, Konoha would not be in its current state. If Konoha agrees to even one of these 3 conditions, I shall be quite pleased. Observe how, in order to protect Shimura Danzo, the once mighty ninja has become too fearful to even enter the battlefield. The current Konoha is merely a pile of sand ruled by a cadre of decaying politicians, with the other major nations embroiled in conflict. This presents our finest opportunity for development. I shall visit Konoha and return swiftly. There is no need for concern. Chiyo remains somewhat apprehensive. Mi Xiang-kun, you are now the hope of our village, the most precious gem of our community. The Elder Council has decided that once the Third War concludes, You shall officially become the fourth Kazekage. Must you personally undertake such a perilous journey? Misyang raised his hand, and a vast storage scroll unfurled behind him in an instant. As the white smoke dissipated, a magnificent silver creation adorned in shades of blue and white materialized in the clearing. Grandma, this is the culmination of my collaboration with Scorpion. Utilizing the latest advancements in chakra metal and biomimetic variable structure technology, the war god Mecha. Chiyo squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the unprecedented metallic marvel before her. Even in its static state, it exuded an aura of power and elegance. To the modern eye, this war god Mecha resembled a meticulously painted model of a J-20 fighter jet, with a length of approximately 14 meters. Its sleek body was adorned with a metal shell that bore an elegant ion coating. Shimmering softly under the scorching desert sun, distinctly different from the ordinary puppets weathered by sand and time, it looked like a piece of exquisite art. It resembles the flying vessels you use to craft, much more sophisticated than Scorpion's puppets. It must be quite heavy, I presume. Maneuvering it with chakra strings might prove challenging. Why is it called a mecha? Chiyo remarked, her tone tinged with the inherent scrutiny typical of seasoned puppet artisans. Misyang smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. He patted the war god Mecha and commanded, "Activate, little bug of the war god. Initiate standard power warm-up." A deep, resonant hum emanated from within the Mecha. Neither the roar of an engine nor a mere growl, but rather a powerful resonance of energy coiling within. Certain patterns on the surface of the Mecha glowed with a ghostly blue light, tracing the flow of energy. Its core was crafted from our latest synthetic room-temperature superconducting chakra metal, forming a supermagnetic energy storage ring. It can instantaneously release a vast amount of chakra to power the entire system, while also being capable of utilizing standard supercapacitor power. With virtually no risk of energy decay or explosive combustion, Misyang explained. Chiyo's brow furrowed slightly. As an elite puppeteer, she understood all too well the significance of a stable and robust power source. Traditional chakra batteries or sealed energy sources often suffered from unstable output or limited endurance. Let's commence the first phase of the demonstration, fighter jet mode. The war god did not glide on tires. Instead, it hovered about 2 meters above the ground, supported by multiple vertical thrusters. Suddenly, 2 beams of azure, almost pure energy, erupted from the rear thrusters, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound as if propelled by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, it accelerated down the runway, effortlessly lifting its nose, piercing the clouds above. The intelligence system, Little Bug, allocated 12 computational nodes to control the war god Mecha, maneuvering with a finesse comparable to that of seasoned pilots. Its speed was astonishing, executing a series of unimaginable aerial maneuvers, sharp turns, rolls, vertical climbs, and dives. Unlike the constraints of thrust and aerodynamic layouts that plagued its predecessors, the Ninja World version of flight flowed with the grace of a living creature, far surpassing Chiyo's understanding of flying puppets. The velocity and agility eclipsed any known summoned beast or aerial ninja tool. If necessary, it can briefly exceed twice the speed of sound, Misyang calmly elucidated. He could indeed control the war god Mecha with zero latency through his consciousness. The aircraft mode Mecha soared, suddenly accelerating with a thunderous roar. Watching this familiar scene, Misyang felt a sense of longing. He had unwittingly spent quite some time in this world. Grandma, the high-energy electromagnetic cannon mounted on the war god Mecha can deliver precise strikes from beyond visual range. The projectiles are not ordinary bullets. As soon as he finished speaking, the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannon beneath the Mecha's wings trembled, launching a silver projectile that streaked across the sky, directly striking a distant sand dune. A blue-white arc erupted, obliterating a section of the dune. This unique projectile contained a small supercapacitor. Chiyo remained silent, tilting her head back, her gaze unwaveringly following the war god's graceful trajectory against the azure sky. Now, I will demonstrate the ground effect enhanced mode, which I also refer to as the Viking mode. The Viking doesn't land as clumsily as a chicken. Unfortunately, Chiyo did not grasp the jest. The airborne war god commenced a dazzling transformation. The midsection of its structure emitted a crisp metallic clicking sound as its legs extended from the lower body, descending while maintaining a specific flight angle. Simultaneously, its arms emerged from either side, revealing massive hands and articulate fingers. The entire figure morphed into a peculiar hybrid between a fighter jet and a robot, resembling a gigantic mechanical insect. It instantly transitioned from high-speed flight to a low-speed hover, capable of slight lateral movements and pivoting in place, with the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannons on its arms adeptly aiming in various directions. The Viking mode war god Mecha hovered behind Mi Xiong, shifting left and right in synchronization with his arm movements, targeting different areas. This form was ideal for low-speed reconnaissance in complex environments, fire suppression, and vertical takeoff and landing, compensating for the fighter jet mode's lack of maneuverability at close range and providing mid-range battlefield control, while also buffering for the ultimate transformation. War God, commence suppression fire. Mi Xiong commanded, and the war god Mecha emitted a buzzing sound as the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannons under its wings roared to life. A rain of metallic projectiles cascaded down, resembling a torrential downpour. Grandma, these are standard electromagnetic cannon projectiles, utilizing the metal spheres from the ceiling scrolls as ammunition, powered by electricity. Of course, we can also switch to supercapacitor projectiles the size of a finger. Chio's breathing quickened slightly. The ability to freely switch stances in midair would afford unparalleled advantages in urban or mountainous combat. Finally, we arrive at its ultimate form, the assault robot mode. The hovering war god underwent yet another transformation. Its legs fully extended and landed with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The main body flipped upward, reconfiguring itself, with the cockpit perfectly nestled within the chest cavity, and a formidable mechanical head emerged from the restructured form, its optical sensors glowing a fierce red. The mechanical arms were affixed with multi-barreled electromagnetic cannons, and an exaggerated water-cooled cylindrical structure flipped out from the back. Additionally, 5 fin-like appendages sprouted from its rear. In a mere 7 to 8 seconds, the sleek fighter jet had transformed into a towering 13-meter steel giant. It stood majestically in the center of the clearing, its strong lines exuding power, creating a striking visual contrast against the desolate desert backdrop. The robot mode war god began its demonstration. It took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly, its strides both firm and agile. It swung its mechanical arm into a combat stance, moving so swiftly that it left afterimages in its wake. Beyond the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannons on its arms, a peculiar cylindrical structure on its shoulder revealed concealed launch ports, directing an invisible laser beam towards a distant pile of stones, which soon began to smoke as a hole was burned through it. In training mode, there's no need for full power output. With exceptional defense, close-quarters combat capabilities, and the ability to navigate complex terrains, it perfectly combines aerial superiority with terrestrial strength. Mi Xiong gazed at the steel giant crafted from chakra metal, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible fervor. But this is not even its complete form. Facing the open cockpit of the war god Mecha, Mi Xiong extended his arms horizontally, utilizing the repulsive force that exceeded 10 meters in effective range to slowly glide into the cockpit. Only when we combine will it achieve its full form. Chapter 155. Respect with Flair. Mi Xiong soared into the cockpit of the war god Mecha, his voice resonating through the speakers. This state of the Mecha can utilize ninjutsu. Grandma. Wind release. Grand breakthrough. The war god Mecha adeptly formed hand seals, and under the amplification of its entire body made of chakra metal, a colossal wind technique comparable to Shikaka's air bullet surged forth. The barren sands were carved into a deep trench. Not only that, Mi Xiong clasped his hands together, and 5 fin-like extensions on the back of the Mecha instantly unfurled, as chakra began to coalesce at the nozzles, the technique of 5 elemental shotgun. The 5 types of ninjutsu formed chakra the size of a fist, pouring out from the fin nozzles like a shotgun blast. But that was not all. Mi Xiong, controlling the towering war god Mecha, meticulously executed the fundamental ninja technique of the 3-body technique. Clones, substitutes, transformations. This was no mere giant puppet Mecha. It was evidently a magnified version of a versatile ninja. Remarkable indeed. Elder Chio watched Mi Xiong descend from the war god Mecha, sincerely exclaiming, Mi Xiong, you are performing miracles in puppet construction. With you at the helm of Sunagakure, I can rest easy, stay safe, and return promptly. Fear not, Granny. The workshop is diligently crafting other war god mechas, training the single soldier death squad, and there are matters at the Ninja Academy that will require your attention. At the entrance of Konoha, the gatekeeper, gripping his kunai nervously, prepared to sound the alarm at the sight of Mi Xiong descending from the sky. Mi Xiang pointed to his forehead protector, declaring, "I am Mi Xiang, a ninja from Sunagakure, here at the invitation of the Hokage of Konoha to discuss cooperation. Wasn't this communicated to you by the third Hokage?" The guard quickly apologized. "I am terribly sorry. We did not expect an envoy to arrive in such a manner. Please enter. The Umbu will guide you to the Hokage Tower." Due to the state of war, the streets of Konoha were much less populated than during the Chunin exams. Alone, Mi Xiang followed the Umbu's guidance toward the Hokage Tower in the village's center. Thankfully, these were indeed the Umbu, with no root ninjas attempting to impersonate them. In the conference room on the top floor of the Hokage Tower, Michigan Xiang met the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside the peculiar Tsunade, whose features were neither quite nose nor face. On the opposite side, Mito Kazumi maintained a respectful demeanor. However, the fabled Kage did not make an appearance before Mi Xiang. Whether the confinement was genuine or merely a facade, Mi Xiang paid it no heed. "Hokage-sama, I have come as per our agreement. May I begin to peruse the Book of Seals?" Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Tsunade interjected. "The forbidden techniques in the Book of Seals are all incredibly advanced ninjutsu. As a mere ninja from Sunagakure, even if I were to show you, how much could you truly comprehend? You should abandon such hopes." With a gesture, Tsunade, seemingly tethered by an invisible cord, floated before Mi Xiang, who grasped her by the neck. She felt a prickling numbness. Unable to move even a finger, "You should learn to show respect, whether to this agreement or to my strength. All the third Raikage subordinates have fallen before me. What gives you the audacity? An elderly woman too timid to face the battlefield?" Mi Xiang unleashed a repulsive force, sending a terrified Tsunade back to her original position, precisely where she had stood before. This technique, incomprehensible to her, silenced the boastful Tsunade, who dared not retort or even meet Mi Xiang's gaze. Alas, her old partner had neglected to hone his ninjutsu in far too long. Truly, he exhibited no wariness whatsoever. How could one venture alone into Konoha without possessing genuine skill? Sarutobi Hiruzen, donning the Hokage's hat and refraining from smoking, gestured for Mi Xiang to take a seat, as he, Mito Kazumi, and Tsunade did likewise. "Mi Xiang-kun, you truly are a youthful hero. As allies, I am exceedingly grateful for the reasonably priced ninja tools and explosive tags provided by Sunagakure. They have greatly aided the frontline ninjas. As allies who share a mutual fate, I have come with sincerity to fulfill our agreement. The Book of Seals will soon be delivered for your review. Do you have any questions?" Mi Xiang shook his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if he had not just threatened Tsunade. "Of course, Sunagakure has always adhered strictly to our agreements. I am also entrusted by my village. There is ample evidence indicating that Shimura Danzo is deeply involved in the assassination of the third Kazekage. The poison used in the third Kazekage's assassination is quite peculiar. I need to ascertain whether it is a special forbidden technique." Mi Xiang squinted, pausing briefly before continuing. "Naturally, I am very satisfied with the third Hokage's handling of Danzo's situation. The study abroad exchange is progressing smoothly, and I believe our alliance will be exceedingly stable." After exchanging pleasantries, Mi Xiang accepted the enormous scroll of the Book of Seals, laying it flat upon the large conference table, and began to peruse it rapidly. Kazumi observed Mi Xiang's swift browsing, not merely skimming, but seemingly treating it as a formality. It was inconceivable to view the titles of these forbidden techniques so quickly. However, given his apparent nonchalance, he chose not to intervene. In less than the span of a tea ceremony, Mi Xiang had finished examining the colossal scroll. "Third Hokage-sama, I have completed my review. While I may not fully understand, it seems that these secret techniques do not pertain to poisons. Thank you for your support. Please expedite the arrangement for the ninja clan's youth to travel to Tsunade's headquarters. I will arrange for the allocation of a significant number of ninja tools and explosive tags, and will lead a team to support the battlefield in the land of grass immediately." Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing had gone awry. He had not heeded Tsunade's counsel to deceive Mi Xiang with a counterfeit Book of Seals. After all, the inspection was to occur on-site. If a fake were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. In this special period, even if Sunagakure were to leverage the opportunity to request a forbidden technique or two from the Book of Seals, he would weigh the pros and cons and consent. It was hardly worth provoking them over such a matter. Just as he was about to engage in further small talk, the conference room door swung open, revealing a tall ninja clad in an umbu mask. "Hokage-sama, We have received an urgent call for help from the land of water. The 7 ninja swordsmen have breached the Uchiha defense line and are now threatening the rear of the lower ninja squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Behind the Uchiha defense line are hundreds of lower ninjas undergoing battlefield training. Quickly, mobilize a squad from the village for support." Chapter 156. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Even in the face of such an incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to personally engage on the battlefield. Naturally, he did not send Tsunade or Kazumi to stabilize the situation either. Miseong squinted, observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a competent politician, had opted to dispatch ordinary ninjas to fill the ranks. The bigger picture. Just as the messenger ninja was about to depart, Miseong suddenly rose. "Third Hokage-sama, grant me an order for support. I am swift, and if you provide me with the location, I will handle this crisis." As an ally, Sunagakure has always proven reliable. The 7 ninja swordsmen, armed with an array of versatile weapons, represent the pinnacle of Kirigakure's combat strength. Upon hearing that Miseong, this elite force, was willing to assist, Sarutobi Hiruzen was overjoyed. "That is splendid. I will issue the order for you immediately. How many lower ninjas do you require for your mission?" Miseong shook his head. "No need. They cannot keep pace with my speed. Third Hokage-sama, focus on escorting the exchange students to Tsunade's side." In the dense forests along the border of the Land of Fire, at the rear of the Konoha and Kirigakure front lines, 5 lower ninjas from Konoha leaned against an ancient tree, utterly exhausted. Their forehead protectors were marred with scratches, their ninja attire in tatters, exposing skin smeared with blood. These lower ninjas clutched their kunai and ninja swords, fearfully scanning their surroundings. The seedlings of Konoha, are you unable to flee any longer?" A chilling voice echoed, seemingly whispering directly into their ears. Amidst the thick fog, 7 phantoms, reminiscent of a waking nightmare, emerged slowly, some perched upon trees, others beside the trunks on the ground, completely encircling their prey. The iconic 7 uniquely shaped ninja blades exuded a chilling malevolence. They were the elite of the mist, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kurasame Shiranui toyed with a slender sewing needle, drops of a liquid, whether dew or blood, dripping from its tip. Tosaka Yubito dragged a dull blade, deliberately carving deep grooves into the earth. Nashi Senbatsu grinned maniacally, the explosive tags on his blade trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Sukasambwa, a massive figure resembling a mountain of flesh, brandished sharp teeth like a monstrous predator. The bandaged skin of his weapon danced excitedly on his shoulder, savoring the sweet scent of chakra in the air. Black Scythe Rega gazed at the terrified leaf Shinobi before him, a cruel smile stretching across his face. His twin blades crossed as crackling arcs of electricity sparked with a soft pop. Leaning against a tree trunk, Biwa Juzo punctuated the ground with the tip of his decapitating sword, producing a dull thud with each deliberate tap. "Don't kill too quickly. My blade craves the taste of blood," exclaimed Hebe, his voice tinged with desperation as he gripped his kunai, trying to muster courage. However, during the previous pursuit, his jutsu had been effortlessly countered, as if he were a mere child at play. These adversaries were formidable enough to plunge them into despair. "Don't give up. The signal has been sent. Support from the village will arrive soon." Might Guy clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, forcing himself upright to shield his companions. "We are leaf ninjas. We must never surrender." "Oh, still fighting spirit?" scoffed Black Scythe Rega, suddenly closing the distance within the encirclement, his blades colliding with a resounding clash. Lightning release, lightning ball. A flurry of brilliant orbs shot forth, not aimed directly at them, but exploding wildly around, forcing them into chaotic rolls as electric serpents coursed through their bodies, leaving them twitching in paralysis. "You've jumped ahead again. Game time is over." Nashi Senbatsu cackled, swinging his explosive blade, detonating tags swirling around like living entities, precisely attaching themselves to the trees and rocks near Guy and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions sent earth and splinters flying, violently propelling a lower-ranking shinobi into a tree, where he slumped down, life uncertain. "There are only a few of you. Take your time," Kurasame Shiranui remarked ominously, his sewing needle striking like a venomous serpent. A flash of silver pierced through the palm of another lower-ranking shinobi attempting to form signs, pinning him firmly to the ground, his shrill scream slicing through the forest. Their intent was to lure nearby leaf ninjas into a trap, to ensnare them all. "Damn it! Witnessing his comrade's humiliation, Guy's eyes filled with bloodshot fury. As he inhaled deeply, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted forth. The 7-day breathing technique. Second activation. The third gate of the 8 gates. Open. A verdant energy enveloped him, amplifying his speed and strength as his hair billowed with chakra. With a sudden stomp, he transformed into a streak of green light, hurtling towards the nearest Tosaka Yubito. Interesting. Tosaka Yubito mused, unfazed, swinging his dull blade to block. A thunderous clash echoed as Guy's amplified power struck, sending shockwaves rippling. Tosaka Yubito staggered back, his arm numbed. What the hell? How did this kid suddenly gain such strength? He must have activated a secret technique. Be cautious. Guy's newfound speed and power allowed him to suppress one opponent, but as the sewing needles flew to push him back, the decapitating sword followed, leaving Guy at a disadvantage. If only Zisong were here, what would he do? He couldn't falter. Iron Mountain. Guy employed a unique body technique learned from Zisong, crashing into Tosaka Yubito, and before the sewing needles and decapitating sword could descend upon him, he erupted again. Not enough. Fourth gate open. An even more torrential chakra surged forth, his skin reddening as his muscles strained, veins bulging, pain coursing through his nerves. This was already the limit of what he could endure, but with the 7-day breathing technique enhancing his abilities, the damage he sustained was mitigated, making him even stronger. Piercing fist, Rarenkai. His figure almost vanished, leaving only trails of green as he darted among the 7 ninja swordsmen, his assaults raining down like a tempest. He kicked away the sewing needle, smashed through the decapitating sword, and pursued Tosaka Yubito. For a time, Guy fiercely suppressed 3 of them, gaining the upper hand in the skirmish. Yet, 7 opponents remained, still not strong enough. Biwa Juzo, amidst the chaos of the sewing needles, effortlessly deflected Guy's piercing fist with the broad blade of his decapitating sword, though he was forced back significantly. The power gained from pure secret techniques cannot possibly match us. Suka Sambwa withstood Guy's onslaught, commenting while continuing to fight. In their 7-man formation, Guy could hardly concentrate his strength against a single opponent. Though individually, they might not withstand Guy's fury. Their unique blades and abilities allowed them to adapt and counter his explosive power. Come on, kid, your taijutsu is impressive. How about I show mercy and sever your legs? Guy's fervent attacks, fueled by his burning youth and life, briefly subdued 3 of them. Yet, against the seasoned and coordinated 7 ninja swordsmen, his efforts appeared futile and laughable. They began to draw out Guy's strength gradually, even engaging in casual conversation, as if relishing the final struggles of a fly ensnared in a spider's web. Cough. Guy spat a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground, green steam dissipating rapidly, his body marred with burns and wounds. Guy? Hebe cried out in despair from the ground, having been injured by the backlash of the explosive blade and rendered immobile. Is this how it ends? That last burst was quite impressive. Kid, hand over that secret technique, and I might let you die last. Nashi Senbatsu's appetite for destruction remained unsated. Indeed, it was a formidable technique. Encountered alone, it would pose a significant headache. Kurasame Shirenui withdrew his sewing needle, licking the blood from its surface, ignoring the wails of the lower-ranking Shinobi on the ground. The 7 ninja swordsmen slowly closed in again, this time their target being the exhausted Guy. This sudden surge in combat prowess was extraordinarily potent. In their hands, it would undoubtedly unleash greater devastation than this leaf Shinobi with the watermelon head. The 7 ninjas surrounded Guy like a pack of wolves encircling a lamb ready for slaughter. Each blade, the decapitating sword, the lightning blade, the explosive blade, glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. They reveled in the process of witnessing their prey transition from struggle to despair. Once the victim broke and pleaded for mercy, they would only intensify their torment. At that moment, a figure clad in a green jumpsuit leaped into view before Guy. Guy, are you all right? Father, what are you doing here? As the dust settled, a middle-aged man in a worn green jumpsuit with thick brows and round eyes, exuding a volcanic intensity, appeared. Might do way. Father? Why have you come? Guy strained to lift his head, hope flickering in his eyes before being replaced by deeper fear. He understood his father's strength. Even if his father opened the 4 gates and joined forces with him, they would not stand a chance against these 7 monsters. Their ninja blades were too terrifying. Oh, another one to deliver himself to death? Biwa Juzo grinned, his painted face twisted with cruelty. What a family. The bond between father and son is indeed profound. A lower-ranked ninja set forth with a sense of determination. Hurry, father. You are no match for them, he urged desperately. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielding weapons of extraordinary design. Might Guy, however, remained resolute, his back turned to his battered son and the fallen youths. His usually comical brows now furrowed tightly. His gaze, fierce and unwavering, fixed upon the 7 formidable foes before him. Gradually, he assumed a stance that his son knew all too well. It was the opening move of the 8 gates technique. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Indeed, they were formidable adversaries. Yet, Might Guy's lips curled into a smile, his pearly whites gleaming with conviction. Kai, it seems this is the final flare of youth. His voice, though low and calm, resonated with an undeniable resolve. Feel this ultimate power, protect what is most precious, and live on for everyone. Wait, father, do not use that technique, Mikage exclaimed. It has been said that by combining it with the 7 days breathing technique, one can overcome certain death. Kai's eyes widened in horror, realizing his father's intent. From the moment the 8 gates technique was introduced, his father had warned him of its ultimate consequence. Opening the 8th gate would cost him his life, yet grant power beyond that of the shadows. The 7 ninja swordsmen were in a heated debate over who would claim the life of this comical lower-ranked ninja when they sensed an ominous pressure. What was this force? Just as Might Guy inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash the 8th gate, a resounding whoosh filled the air, a fierce wind swirling as an invisible weight enveloped the forest. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen felt their bodies grow heavy, compelled to channel their chakra to resist. Who dares? Roared Suigetsu, swinging his sword with all his might, yet finding his efforts futile. It was not ninjutsu. Suddenly, a dispassionate young voice echoed from above. Might Guy, cease this futile act of sacrifice. This is an order from the commanding officer of the Konoha frontline support. With great difficulty, they looked up to see a young man clad in a Sunagakure cloak. His black hair and eyes contrasting sharply with the environment, descending gracefully. He made no hand seals, merely extending his fingers towards the ground. Mikage, you've arrived. Your 8 gates technique is indeed a powerful art, a marvel at the pinnacle of physical prowess. However, employing it here is a tremendous waste. Life and indomitable will should not be squandered as mere expendables. I recall telling you, Mr. Might Guy, that the 8 gates can be integrated with the 7 days breathing technique to truly master power, rather than sacrificing oneself to confront these lunatics. Repulsion, universal pull, Mikage declared, striking a dramatic pose as he charged toward the nearest enemy, Suigetsu, only to be repelled violently against an invisible barrier, leaving him bruised and battered. Following this, a colossal metallic construct descended slowly, positioning itself behind Mikage. Mr. Guy, Kai, times have changed. Do not cling to senseless sacrifices. Life is far too precious for such endeavors. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, you have but one chance to surrender. You now have 10 seconds to decide, surrender or face death. Arrogant sand ninja, perish, snarled Yugo, launching the first attack. His massive blunt blade swung down with earth-shattering force, aiming to crush Mikage. Yet, Mikage stood firm, just as the blow was about to land. A field of invisible, light-bending force erupted. Repulsion. 9. A thunderous sound akin to a giant bell being struck resounded, as Yugo felt as though his blade had struck resilient rubber. The immense recoil caused his hands to tremble, nearly dropping his weapon. 8. What? Yugo was repelled? The 7 ninja swordsmen, well versed in their skills, were astonished that their strongest attacker had been thwarted so easily. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No hand seals involved. Die. Kinemon appeared silently from the side of the mech, wielding his blade menacingly towards Mikage's neck. Yet, as he emerged, he felt an overwhelming force grasping his feet, hurling him against a nearby tree. What kind of secret technique is this? 7. Raiga, realizing his physical attacks were in vain, narrowed his eyes. A technique that can withstand physical damage? Let us see how well you resist my lightning. Lightning release, Thunder Dragon. A furious dragon of electricity surged forth. The mech remained unmoved, and Mikage shook his head slightly, continuing to count. 3. You dare play with lightning before me? He extended his hand, without even activating the repulsion, and the dazzling Thunder Dragon crashed into his palm, dissipating like a drop in the ocean. All electrical energy was absorbed, replenishing the mech's power. The attack was ineffective. 2. 1. Upon finishing his count, Mikage grinned widely. No one has surrendered? How very brave. This is a path to self-destruction. All at once. Find the flaw. Coordinate to eliminate him. With a decisive command from Suigetsu, the 7 ninja swordsmen ceased their probing attacks, dispersing like phantoms. They were masters of cooperative assault, having decimated entire nations with their combined might. In an instant, they struck from all directions, their various techniques converging, blades slicing, piercing needles, explosive tags, and devouring jaws. Yet, what unfolded next would be etched in the memories of Might Guy, his son, and the other lower-ranked ninjas forever. An overwhelming display of power. Chapter 158. 7 kills. At this moment, Mikage had melded seamlessly with the colossal mech. Its arms spread wide, utilizing repulsion to hover without evading or consuming energy. The decapitating blade was deflected, the piercing threads failed to penetrate, and explosive tags were repelled before they could detonate. The jaws of Suigetsu screeched against the force field but could not breach it. Only the electrical charges from Raigo were absorbed by the divine mech. The space surrounding the mech transformed into an absolute no-go zone, where no attack could breach the threshold. With the development of this force, he had grasped the threshold of the universal pull, achieving perfect automated defense through repulsion. What sort of monster is this? Yugo gasped, his explosive attacks rendered utterly ineffective. Does it require no preparation? Is chakra infinite? The voice of Kinemon trembled slightly. The once still mech finally moved. The first. Mikage's calm voice emanated through external speakers, devoid of any emotion. The mech's movement was relentless, its arm lifting towards Kinemon, who attempted a flank attack. Insect, dynamic lock-on initiated. Multi-barrel electromagnetic cannon. Clear a magazine. Buzz. The mech's arm began to charge rapidly. Metal projectiles accelerated through multi-stage coils, gathering immense electrical energy, and with a resounding whoosh, they were unleashed. A magazine contains 2,000 tiny projectiles. A cascade of dark raindrops enveloped the chestnut shrapnel. No, under the immense kinetic energy of the electromagnetic cannon. The threads of the shrapnel were severed inch by inch, and the entire being shattered into a cloud of crimson mist. Not a trace remained. The chestnut shrapnel was obliterated into a sanguine fog by this peculiar puppet mech. What kind of assault is this? Pai Pa Shirzong, witnessing the mech turn towards him, frantically raised his sword, attempting to use the broad blade as a shield. However, before the electromagnetic cannon, the blade shattered with a crisp sound, its fragments piercing into Pai Pa Shirzong's body alongside the dark energy. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was violently propelled into the air. Like a kite severed from its string, he crashed into the trunk of a tree, the shards of his sword absorbing his blood, seemingly recuperating slowly. Hua Leia and Wu Li Shun Ba, witnessing this, were filled with despair and turned to retreat amidst the smoke and trees. Little bug. Lock on and fire supercapacitor projectiles, 6-round airburst. Received, locked on, firing. The war god mech's shoulder armor slid open, revealing a honeycomb-like launch port. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 silver projectiles zipped through the air, covering the escape route of the two. They were relieved that it wasn't the earlier rain-like assault, seemingly lacking in precision. Suddenly, a blinding white arc enveloped their vision. The airburst of the supercapacitors unleashed a torrent of violent charges. Within the radius of these charged spheres, it was not the ordinary lightning of Leia, but a force of unparalleled destruction. 6 spheres of blue and white electricity engulfed the forest entirely. Wu Li Shun Ba's explosive blade slipped from his grasp, ignited by the charges, triggering a detonation that sent him sprawling to the ground, engulfed in electrical light. Hua Leia's lightning armor failed to provide complete protection, and he fell helplessly into the blue-white radiance, emitting a charred scent. As the electric light dissipated, only the remnants of the explosive blade and Leia remained on the ground. The Tang Chao wild bait, roaring with fury, raised his scythe once more, making a final struggle. Watch me crush you. Mi Xiang maneuvered the war god mech to hover just over a meter above the ground. Perfectly aligned with the leaping Tang Chao wild bait, this height was optimal for a punch. Little bug, right fist assist, downward punch. Boom. The colossal steel fist descended with a whistling force, embedding the Tang Chao wild bait into the ground like a cockroach struck by a sandal. Apologies. I may have flattened you a bit. Be more cautious next time. In the blink of an eye, only the watermelon mountain puffer demon remained. Before this utterly illogical steel monstrosity, possessing absolute defense and bizarre attacking methods, he appeared as helpless as an infant. Mi Xiong, controlling the war god mech, gazed at the watermelon mountain puffer demon wielding the great sword, his gaze lifting to a farther distance. The biological electric field identified that the watermelon mountain puffer demon was a water clone, while the real body had long since fled, a distance of 1,300 meters away. Little Bug switched to half-fighter mode. Little Bug understood, and the transformation commenced. The war god mech's arms folded in at its sides, wings and the fighter-esque cockpit unfolded. In an instant, it switched to half-fighter form, the legs folding beneath the aircraft body, propelling itself close to the ground, hovering in place. Mi Xiong, transformation complete. Shall we commence pursuit? Lock on to the watermelon mountain puffer demon. Begin acceleration, power at 70, sweep past. Little Bug understood. Amidst the astonished gazes of Might Guy and Might Die, the half-fighter mode of the war god mech burst through the sound barrier in an instant. The distance of over 1,300 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. The aircraft, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom, swept past the watermelon mountain puffer demon at zero distance. In that fleeting moment, the wingtip of the mech gently grazed the fleeing watermelon mountain puffer demon. Puff! The giant watermelon mountain puffer demon, exerting all its might to escape, attempted to flee from the horrific meat grinder trap, distancing itself from the dreadful sand ninja. Were the puppets of Sunagakure not all easily shattered with a single blow? What manner of contraption is this steel creation? He felt a tremendous roar approaching. Before he could turn, he was struck as if by a colossal sledgehammer. Red and white splattered everywhere, leaving only the great sword, shark skin, trembling in the aftermath. The 7 ninja swordsmen were utterly annihilated. The war god mech reverted to its humanoid form, landing lightly on the ground, retrieving the great sword shark skin, and wiping away the bandages. You truly are a living weapon. Are you afraid of me? Mi Xiong questioned, gripping the spiny shark skin with curiosity. Through the war god mech, he could see shark skin extend its tongue, submissively licking the mech's arm. Since you are so agreeable, I shall spare your life. Mi Xiong, controlling the war god mech, gently flew back toward the forest with shark skin in hand. Mr. Dai, Kai, Ebisu, please help me collect these weapons. As for the headbands and fragments, you can take them back for reporting. The survivors, having narrowly escaped, naturally did not contend with Mi Xiong for the spoils. After handing over the other ninja swords, they watched as the war god mech transformed back into fighter mode. Mi Xiong, thank you for your assistance. Where are you headed? In response to Might Guy's inquiry, Mi Xiong's voice emanated from the aircraft. Since I have arrived on the battlefield, I will go meet an old friend. One that Shark Skin also recognizes. Chapter 159. The arrival of the dry persimmon Kisame. Mi Xiong piloted the war god mech in its fighter mode, soaring at high speed along the banks of the border river. With the assistance of the intelligent entity Little Bug and the insider guidance of Shark Skin, Mi Xiong swiftly located his target. Descend, Little Bug. At your command, Mi Xiong, I will maintain vigilance in half-mecha form. As the war god mech transformed from aircraft mode to half-mecha form, it hovered gently, descending into the forested area. Mi Xiong emerged from the war god mech, floating in mid-air with repulsion, while the mech, in guardian form, positioned itself behind him, the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannon gradually rotating, ready to fire at any moment. Seemingly disturbed by the war god mech's previous thunderous sound, a group of mist ninjas below stood tense, among them the distinctly recognizable dry persimmon Kisame. Clad in the standard attire of the Mist's Umbu and equipped with ninja tools, he was there to protect others while executing the special mission of his superior, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. The sudden appearance of this unique entity made the Mist ninjas extremely anxious, and the slowly descending Mi Xiong only heightened their apprehension. They refrained from launching an immediate attack. Dry persimmon Kisame focused entirely on the great sword shark skin in Mi Xiong's grasp, just as everyone remained on high alert. Mi Xiong spoke. Dry persimmon Kisame, your superior, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, has ordered you to fight to the death. Even to kill others if necessary to preserve the information, correct? Upon hearing Mi Xiong's inquiry, the other Mist ninjas exchanged various expressions, looking at the shark-faced dry persimmon Kisame. Indeed, as a member of Sunagakure, how would you know this? Mi Xiong casually tossed shark skin in front of dry persimmon Kisame. Your superior, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, informed me of your orders to fight to the death, even at the cost of your comrades. He betrayed the Mist Village, selling information, and was the first to flee during the battle. Mi Xiong's words were a blend of truth and deception. Dry persimmon Kisame's small eyes brimmed with vigilance and suspicion. What are you trying to do? He did not pick up shark skin nor take action, but scrutinized Mi Xiang, who hovered in midair. He certainly recognized shark skin and understood the nature of his superior, the watermelon mountain puffer demon. Before he could further inquire, Mi Xiang unfurled a sealing scroll, dropping a pile of items. These are the other 6 ninja swords. Seeing the once symbolic elite weapons of the Mist Village so easily captured and discarded like refuse sent shockwaves through the Mist Ninjas. The myriad of Mist Ninjas present harbored no thoughts of resistance. These were the elite forces of the Mist Village. How could they have been utterly annihilated? What exactly are you from the Sand Village attempting to achieve? Kisame's vigilance had not waned, yet beneath the habitual cruelty and numbness in his tone lay a deeper confusion. He had heard whispers of upheaval in the land of wind, but he did not anticipate that its tendrils and might would extend this far, growing to an unfathomable strength. I have come to rescue a pitiable ninja worth saving, one shackled by the fetid and antiquated ninja system, who does not even comprehend the meaning of his existence. Mikoto descended to a height slightly above Kisame, gazing intently into his beady eyes, and spoke slowly. Confusion? Meaning? Huh. Kisame smirked wryly. Meaning? Is a ninja not merely one who kills, or is killed while executing tasks? What significance is there? To live is to engage in meaningful endeavors, not to become a mere instrument of slaughter. Kisame, your confusion is precisely what makes you worthy of my assistance. You have not yet succumbed to the self-destructive madness exhibited by those 7 lunatics. Mikoto's words precisely dissected the festering wound Kisame had long sought to conceal. He had executed countless dark missions, slaying comrades and innocents alike, once believing this was the fate of a ninja, a grim necessity for the preservation of his village. What was he? A tool? A beast? Or a pitiful creature unaware of why he wielded a blade? Kisame was one of the few sane individuals in the original world of Naruto. Be silent, he growled, his chakra erupting uncontrollably, forming an unstable vortex upon the water's surface behind him. What do you understand? Without faith, without a mission, without a village, what is a ninja? This inquiry served less as a challenge to Mikoto and more as a tormenting self-interrogation. Faith can be fabricated, missions may serve falsehoods, and the interests of the village often cater to the ambitions of a select few. Yet now, I am establishing a new system in the land of wind and the land of rain, devoid of aristocracy. By harnessing technological advancements to bolster national strength, I aim to ensure that every citizen lives with dignity. Kisame, chakra should not merely be fuel for slaughter. It ought to be the energy propelling civilization forward. The strength of each individual should not be squandered, but should serve as the foundation for a new world. You merely wish to exploit power to fulfill new ambitions, don't you? What differentiates you from the higher-ups of those villages, those ambitious nobles? Kisame seemed to emit a voice of accusation from within himself, filled with anger yet unsure of its target. Ambition? If you refer to transforming wastelands into fertile fields, establishing energy networks, and rescuing people from the despair of relentless toil and helpless prayers in the face of calamity, then yes, that is indeed my ambition. I will ensure that the entire ninja world embraces this. Ninjas will no longer need to draw blades against their own, and the populace will not have to struggle for survival. Every child will be able to grow up healthy and strong, and those who sincerely love will not be driven to their deaths by so-called missions. This is my ambition. The war machine behind me, as well as my very strength, embodies this ambition. In the future, I shall create more and better machines. Will you choose to oppose such a future, or will you join it? Kisame, tell me your choice. Why seek me? Kisame's voice dropped, laden with profound fatigue. Because you still possess a trace of humanity. Your true essence has not yet been entirely submerged. You are worthy of my invitation to join my ambition and together bring genuine peace to the ninja world. Mikoto paid little heed to the reactions of the other mist ninjas, focusing solely on Kisame. Kisame fell silent. The river wind brushed against his shark-like cheek, cold and damp. He recalled the ever-present stench of blood that lingered in the mist village, the vacant or resentful gazes of comrades in their dying moments, and the increasing hollowness within himself. If this could be considered ambition, then count me among this ambition. Kisame, I am willing to serve you. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. The sword Samahata is now yours. Take it and make do for the time being. Mikoto set the war machine down, calling out to the bewildered mist ninjas, Mayu. Come forth. The rest of you are temporarily spared. Chapter 160. The Uchiha's turmoil. Mayuru, tense and on high alert among the crowd, was taken aback when her name was suddenly mentioned. Instinctively, she responded, only to realize that the speaker remained an enemy. Makoto noticed the female ninja and, using a gravitational pull, summoned her closer. You are captured. If you wish to live, do not act foolishly, or else. The half-mechanical war machine's electromagnetic cannon hummed ominously, unleashing a barrage of metallic projectiles upon the mist ninjas, sending dust and debris flying. Within the range of the projectiles, the sound of air being split apart shrieked as it tore through resilient tree trunks and shattered stones. After the onslaught, a vast swath of land lay barren in the woods, littered with fragments. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send a few more souls to accompany the 7 ninja swordsmen. Mayuru, petrified by Makoto's display, obediently seated herself in the cockpit of the war machine, while Kisame sheathed Samahata and took a seat in the front row of the cockpit. What had initially been an ornamental cockpit now served as an effective transport vehicle. Makoto activated a repulsion field, affixed himself to the war machine, and issued commands. Little bug. Transform into aircraft mode and maintain cruising speed. We are going to greet the Three Tails. Understood. Aircraft mode activated. As Makoto soared past in the aircraft, the scene was left with a desolate expanse ravaged by projectiles and bewildered mist intelligence ninjas. Who are they? Where's this? What just transpired? Is this still the world of ninjas? How could they fight such an opponent? Should they throw kunai at that colossal iron construct? Land of fire, border battlefield quickly. Increase speed. The 7 ninja swordsmen have breached the defense line for a day, and we do not know how many logistical lower ninjas have fallen victim. Damn it. How could such an oversight occur? Uchiha Shursui commanded urgently, leading a rapid support team composed of 11 elite Uchiha Chunin and Jonin. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the sight that met their eyes caused these seasoned warriors, accustomed to battle and bloodshed, to halt in their tracks, gasping in disbelief. The battlefield, or what once was a battlefield, had undergone a complete transformation. Kei, what transpired here? Are you all unharmed? What of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Uchiha Shursui inquired of Kei, who was busy tending to his comrades. At the center of this clearing in the woods, a radius exceeding 100 meters appeared as though it had been plowed repeatedly by a giantess plow. Towering ancient trees lay either severed in half or uprooted, sprawled in disarray, their broken ends displaying various charred, molten, or strangely smooth cuts. The ground was riddled with deep pits, ravines, and vast areas that seemed to have been instantaneously scorched into glass-like crystalline formations by intense heat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, char, and an overwhelming stench of blood. Such a horrific battlefield, and for Kei and his fellow lower ninjas to have survived was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, several surviving lower ninjas from Konoha huddled together, with Ebisu trembling as he performed emergency treatment on a gravely wounded comrade. Might Guy knelt upon the ground, drenched in blood, his green jumpsuit tattered, and upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's inquiry, he snapped back to reality. It's Shunshin Shursui. We lost a few comrades, but we managed to survive. The 7 ninja swordsmen have all perished, and the shattered remnants scattered across the ground bear witness to this grim fate. It seems one leader has managed to escape, only to be pursued and eliminated by Mitsukiage in the distance. All the 7 ninja swordsmen are dead. You refer to Mitsukiage, the one who ranked first in the Chunin exams from Sunagakure? Might Guy nodded, his entire body racked with pain from torn muscle fibers, speaking with great difficulty. Uchiha Shursui received confirmed reports and surveyed the battlefield in disbelief. Indeed, it was the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uchiha had defended this line multiple times against them. Individually, they were merely elite jonin. Yet, when combined with their peculiar abilities and teamwork, they became formidable foes. Now, these once feared adversaries, notorious for their brutal killings, lay as mere fragments on the ground, some barely retaining human shape. Guy asked, Mitsukiage, how many ninjas did you bring for support? Given the carnage here, what are their casualties? Only Mitsukiage had arrived, accompanied by a colossal iron golem, Hibi, who stumbled forward, his glasses lost somewhere amidst the chaos. His face was smeared with blood and mud as he breathlessly gestured. It came crashing down from the sky. Then those monsters attacked it, but it was all in vain. Everything was deflected. Lightning, explosions, and large blades. Then it moved, too fast to see. The one that could emit electricity, the blade broke, and the person was sent flying. along with that needle user. I counted 10. Mitsukiage ordered their surrender, and those wielding large swords were all defeated. Hibi's voice trembled with fear and confusion, recounting the horror with disjointed phrases. The scene's devastation painted a chilling picture in Uchiha Shirsue's mind. Mitsukiage had grown more powerful since the Chunin exams. Observing these wounds, they resembled not cuts from weapons, but rather marks from extreme heat that had melted and then solidified. And what about the lightning blade? Was it a countered attack from an even stronger lightning, or some other form of energy? Could a single ninja truly wield such abilities? What kind of jutsu is this? In response to his clan's inquiries, Uchiha Shirsue found himself at a loss for words. The peculiar puppets exhibited by Sunagakure during the Chunin exams had already astonished many. Now, it appeared that the village, once looked down upon by larger nations, had produced even more formidable puppets. Fortunately, they were allies of Sunagakure. Clear the battlefield, prioritize the treatment of the injured, and meticulously collect all unusual remnants, especially any traces of non-chakra energy. Uchiha Shirsue ordered swiftly, his voice regaining its usual calm decisiveness. Guy, Hibi, and everyone else, everything that transpired here today is classified as top secret. We must report the details to Lord Hokage immediately. At that moment, as Guy rose, he suddenly inquired, Shirsue, aren't these elite mist ninjas supposed to be engaged on the front lines? How did they end up here? Has something changed at the front? Hearing Guy's question, Uchiha Shirsue inhaled deeply. Indeed, there has been a change. Several of my clansmen were ambushed and cruelly had their eyes gouged out. All of them were elite Uchiha wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. Evidence suggests this was not the work of the mist. Chapter 161, A Perfect New World Eyes. Although Guy was not well versed in such matters, the strength of the Uchiha clan primarily relied on their eyes. The significance of these eyes had always been paramount in their clan. In the past, many had coveted the Uchiha, yet the power of these eyes was immense, draining the chakra of anyone not born into the clan. Ordinary ninjas could not even utilize them without risking depletion, let alone those who dared to covet their power. Now, it seemed that yet another entity had emerged, seeking to exploit the Uchiha's eyes. Who could it be? Uchiha Shirsue did not expect Guy to have answers. Seeing that the area was no longer dangerous, he led the other Uchiha away. They needed to continue their patrol, for if they discovered who sought to covet the Uchiha eyes, they would ensure their utter destruction. In the depths beneath Sunagakure, at the Root Organization's safe house, Shimura Danzo's voice echoed with fury. I will ensure that wretched Sunagakure brat is torn to pieces. Torn to pieces. In the face of his rage, the few subordinates remaining at his side recoiled in fear, retreating further away, wary of incurring his wrath. The flickering light of an oil lamp danced upon the damp stone walls, casting shadows over Danzo's increasingly sullen visage. Months of house arrest, his power stripped away, felt like a dull knife cutting into flesh. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taking this opportunity to undermine him. When did the foundation of Konoha fall into such disarray? How could he be reduced to hiding underground, consumed by impotent fury? Hiruzen, your compromises with Sunagakure will only lead to Konoha's demise. You should have seized the chance to eliminate that brat. Danzo murmured to the wall, a fire of resentment burning in his solitary eye. His sight had been lost during a foolish command on the front lines, yet he would never admit it was his fault. The blame lay with others. He was the most vital asset to Konoha. At that moment, the shadows in the stone chambers stirred to life. The ground rippled like water as a bizarre figure. A combination of black and white slowly emerged, as if sprouting from the earth itself. The voice of Kurizetsu, indistinguishable in tone, carried a sticky quality. Lord Danzo, the taste of a cornered beast is rather unpleasant, is it not? Danzo's single eye narrowed, his body tensing in a battle-ready stance, chakra coursing through his veins. Who are you? How dare you infiltrate here? He held a sealing scroll, capable of silently penetrating the remnants of Root's barriers, an indication of extraordinary power. I am the Herald of Dawn. However, I am not affiliated with the Akatsuki of the Land of Rain that you are familiar with. We are from an earlier dawn. Dawn. Danzo's mind raced, searching for any relevant information, but finding none. We are devoted to reshaping the world order, restoring the Shinobi world to its rightful state. Kurizetsu glided forward a step, lowering his voice with a seductive cadence. We have observed you for quite some time, Lord Danzo. You possess the resolve to protect Konoha, which starkly contrasts with those politicians who merely speak of peace. And now, Not only Konoha, but the entire Shinobi world is being led into the abyss by this weakness. The true leader that the Shinobi world requires should be you, Lord Danzo. Danzo remained vigilant, yet the words struck a chord within him. Who are you? What gives you the right to think flattery will elevate your status in my eyes? To be here is a testament to our strength, is it not? Kurizetsu's tone dripped with an unsettling superiority. Strength never deceives. With our assistance, Lord Danzo can truly wield power. Power? From you, a mere trickster? Danzo did not rush to attack. The enigmatic presence before him surpassed his expectations. Since they had not immediately attacked, he was keen to gather more information. In response to Danzo's skepticism, Kurizetsu's voice sharpened like a carnivorous plant. Of course, only strength does not deceive. Come forth, Obito, and present the gift we have prepared for Lord Danzo. Upon hearing that name, Danzo's eye flared with rage. Obito is one of yours? You've hidden well. Obito, the genius who had defected to him, providing numerous research contributions, and who had replaced Orochimaru, a madman obsessed with merging bloodline limits. He was also part of this mysterious organization. Although the techniques of Belu's ghostly eulogy are rather rudimentary, their essence proves quite beneficial for the plunder, fusion, and sublimation of vitality. Wrapped in bandages and clad in a high-collared coat, Bailuhu emerged from the shadows, cradling a tray that bore 2 green vials. Within these vials, a red eye floated amidst a mass of flesh that perpetually sprouted buds. Danzo's gaze was fixated on that mass of flesh. He could sense the extraordinary vitality it contained. This was the power of the 3-tomo Sharingan and would release. The strength of the Hashirama cells he had painstakingly studied for so long, without any leads. We are aware of your insatiable thirst for power. Now, the 2 greatest forces in the ninja world lie before you. The voice of Kurizetsu slithered like a venomous serpent. Laden with lethal temptation, ordinary transplantation comes with immense risks and rejection. However, when paired with our primordial essence and special reagents, the rejection response can be minimized, allowing even non-Uchiha and non-Senju bloodline ninjas to wield these 2 extraordinary powers more stably. This power is our gift to you, Lord Danzo. The proposition was so enticing that it only heightened Danzo's vigilance. If you possess this power, why not use it for yourselves? Before Danzo could finish his thought, the carnivorous plant creature before him shot forth a wooden spike from its palm, piercing the slumbering root guard beside him. Instantly, a multitude of enormous, sharp branches erupted from within the root guard, exploding him to pieces. This was the wood release, cutting technique. You truly possessed this power. Danzo understood the efficacy of this technique better than anyone. This was indeed genuine wood release. This was the wood release he had yearned for. Greedily, Danzo gazed at the 2 vials, his voice trembling. Speak your terms. Collaborate to capture tailed beasts, share resources. Kurizetsu replied slowly, our goals align. Let us strengthen our powers while weakening our enemies. Thus, would you oppose targeting the Uchiha clan, Lord Danzo? Danzo immediately comprehended. The current Uchiha clan is engaged on the battlefield in the Land of Mist. The chaos of war serves as the perfect cover. Amidst the blood-soaked carnage of the mist, my men will assist you, Lord Danzo, in reclaiming those accursed eyes. The ground quivered once more, and another white Zetsu clone emerged, its appearance shifting until it bore the likeness of a long-dead, mid-level ninja from the mist that Danzo recognized, even mimicking the chakra fluctuations flawlessly. Kurizetsu leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. When you, Lord Danzo, seize control of Konoha and possess the tailed beast that Hashirama distributed, the entire ninja world will submit at your feet. And when the new order arrives, you shall be the sovereign of this new world. It will be a perfect realm governed by your will. Chapter 162, The Step Not Taken Sharingan, would release. These 2 phrases pierced through Shimura Danzo's mind like a wedge, prying open the floodgates of memories long sealed. The dim glow of the oil lamp flickered in his solitary eye as the 2 vials left by Kurizetsu seemed to merge the present reality with the phantoms of the past. Memories were first yanked back to a distant childhood during the early days of Konoha's founding. At that time, he was merely a child, hiding behind a large tree at the edge of the training ground, watching the ninjas practice. He gazed enviously at the figure clad in red layered armor, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who stood majestically like a deity. It was not a formal demonstration. Hashirama had whimsically chosen to showcase the marvels of wood release to a few curious young ninjas. Wood release, birth of the forest, Hashirama didn't even perform hand seals. He simply clapped his hands together. In an instant, the earth roared. Countless robust trees surged forth from the ground like colossal serpents endowed with life, their branches growing wildly, intertwining to transform the entire training ground into a primordial forest. It was not merely ninjutsu. It was the divine power of creation. Young Danzo clutched the bark tightly, his nails digging into the wood to suppress his astonishment. The majesty and grandeur of such power far exceeded any aggressive ninjutsu he had ever witnessed. In that moment, Danzo truly grasped that genuine power could manifest in such a manner. The shock of that moment, along with the overwhelming presence of the suddenly emerging forest, was indelibly etched into his soul. Wood release, the miracle of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, the cornerstone of his pacification of the chaotic world and the establishment of Konoha, one of the ultimate symbols of power in this world. In his youth, Danzo was awash in admiration for the prowess of this technique. He could only envy it, harboring not the slightest desire to grasp it for himself. As the scene shifted, Danzo grew taller with the passage of time. He became one of the most valued members of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's Hokage Guard. Though he was not a direct disciple like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kamen, or Nara Shikaku, as a member of the Hokage Guard, he received the second Hokage's meticulous instruction, much like Uchiha Kagami and others. During missions, Uchiha Kagami, also a member of the Hokage Guard, left an indelible impression on him. Those crimson eyes, with their tomo slowly spinning. It was these very eyes. At the moment Kagami activated his Sharingan, the movements of the enemy seemed to be foreseen. The trajectory of kunai was laid bare. Even the minutest initiation of a substitution technique could be instantaneously perceived by Kagami. At that time, Uchiha Kagami moved like a specter on the battlefield, each strike precise and lethal, imbued with a chilling elegance. Jinjutsu, insight, replication capability, and dynamic vision. These abilities, as later described by Uchiha Kagami, made the Sharingan truly the eye that reflects the soul, capable of granting numerous qualitative enhancements. While he, Danzo, needed countless hours of arduous practice to manifest his ninjutsu. Why could the Uchiha master such techniques with merely a glance? Why? Why did the Uchiha possess such unparalleled Kekkei Jinkai? Why could they perceive everything through their eyes? Danzo Shimura's sweat and loyalty were no less than anyone else's. Why could he not possess this essence of power? The seeds of doubt had been sown. As the Uchiha clan remained the most feared by the second Hokage, the potential of the Sharingan to alter the tide of battle with its extreme abilities was undeniable. It was the eye that mirrored the soul, an exceptional aid in combat, a power he yearned to comprehend and control. Why should such power rest in the hands of the nefarious Uchiha clan? The tide of memories surged forth, dragging him into the depths of profound regret. I need someone to stay behind, to buy time for the others to retreat. Tobirama's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. This is a suicide mission. Volunteers, step forward. This scene had replayed countless times in Danzo's dreams. It was after the conclusion of the first Great Ninja War, during the alliance with the village hidden in the clouds, when Kin and Jin's ambush left the second Hokage. Tobirama Senju, gravely wounded. A sense of despair enveloped the exhausted guard team. The second Hokage halted, directing this question toward them. In that moment, the air felt as if it had solidified. Danzo's heart raced, blood pounding in his ears. He knew he should step forward, for Konoha, for Tobirama's trust, for his duty as a guard. His muscles tensed, his toes almost moving forward. Yet, his instinct for survival, his lack of confidence in his own power, his fear of death, and the thought of perhaps returning to the village to inherit the Hokage position shackled his feet. Just as he hesitated, a figure emerged without hesitation. Stepping forth with determination, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was this single step that made all the difference. Towanzo watched as Sarutobi Hiruzen passionately declared his intention to stay behind, sacrificing himself. In that moment, he missed the highest opportunity to prove his loyalty and courage, seemingly bypassing a pivotal turning point in fate. Later, the second Hokage personally remained behind and perished, leading to Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming the third Hokage. Countless nights, Towanzo questioned himself. What if he had stepped forward instead? This belated regret, intertwined with his profound yet twisted love for Konoha, gradually evolved into an even more obstinate belief. He resolved to acquire power by any means necessary to rectify past mistakes, to protect Konoha in a more resolute and thorough manner, and to demonstrate that he was indeed correct. Power. He needed power. The Konoha left by his mentor, under the weak rule of Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not even withstand the pressure from the mere Sunagakure. He even had to resort to punishing him to seek assistance. Towanzo's hands involuntarily rested on 2 bottles as he found himself alone in this safe house, with only Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen. Suddenly, Towanzo inquired, "Hiruzen, I never imagined you would ally with the Dawn. How did you break free from my curse mark?" Hiruzen replied, "Lord Danzo, you jest. I have always been a member of the Dawn. It was only later that you absorbed me into the root. Moreover, my loyalty to you is evident. I have neither disclosed your information nor harmed you in any way. As for the curse mark, it is still on me." Hiruzen extended his tongue, revealing the intact curse mark, and the mark on his heart showed no signs of tampering. Only then did Towanzo release the scroll he had been gripping and resumed caressing the 2 bottles. "You are wise to refrain from betraying me, otherwise," Towanzo threatened coldly. Hiruzen, prostrating himself before him, repeatedly expressed his fear. Towanzo then stated, "Then, you shall be the one to transplant these 2 powers for me. Remember, if anything happens to me, you 2 will be obliterated by the curse mark." Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Rest assured, Lord Danzo, these 2 powers complement each other, restraining and enhancing one another, making it exceedingly safe." Chapter 163. The electric tortoise is not right, Mi Xiangjuan. This is the pond where the 3 Tails Isabu resides. It is exceedingly dangerous. Even the mist ninjas dare not approach. A vast pond, resembling a dark green emerald, is embedded among jagged cliffs, its surface eerily calm, devoid of even a ripple. The air is thick with moisture and the oppressive chakra, deterring ordinary beings from venturing close. This is the slumbering ground of the 3 Tails Isabu, or rather, a half-monitored, half-tamed prison by the hidden mist. Kisame Hashigaki, resembling an awkward adolescent, leaped from the seat of his war god mech, deliberately distancing himself from Miru. He squatted on a black reef by the pond, his shark-like face etched with gravity. He could distinctly sense the terrifying chakra emanating from the colossal creature, a force akin to a natural disaster. "Do you wish to fight Isabu? Your giant puppet will find it difficult to breach Isabu's defenses." "No need. I am confident in my ability to handle it. You may observe from the sidelines." Mi Xiang bit his finger, smeared blood on his hand, and swiftly formed seals, summoning technique. "Mi Xiangjuan, this is the territory of that giant tortoise. I will be suppressed here." Shikaku emerged from the summoning smoke, its massive form startling Kisame. The One Tail. Upon witnessing the violet-patterned Shikaku materialize, Kisame assumed this was Mi Xiang's trump card. However, Mi Xiang's subsequent actions shattered his expectations. "Shikaku, just summon Isabu. You need not engage in battle. However, after the fight, I will need you to assist him, as he must willingly establish the contract." Shikaku's chubby face radiated excitement. "Oh ho ho. It's time for this big tortoise to experience what it means to be a summoning beast." Mi Xiang clenched his fists. "Shikaku, is that not satisfactory?" The enormous Shikaku quickly realized its slip of the tongue and lowered its head to explain. "No, Mi Xiangjuan, you misunderstand. As your summoning beast, it is a great honor. Of course, I wouldn't mind if you and Isabu established a summoning contract." Mi Xiang then relented. "As long as you understand your place, summon Isabu." Shikaku wiped non-existent sweat from its brow and patted its plump belly. "Air bullet." A colossal air bubble surged toward the tranquil water surface, erupting in a towering column of water. "Air shot." With glee, it patted its belly, launching one massive air bubble after another into the pond, reveling in the chaos. Roar. The entire pond erupted in a frenzy. The dark green surface shattered into towering waves as a mountain-like shadow breached the water. Covered in dark armor with menacing spikes, 3 serpent-like tails thrashed wildly in the air, and a crimson single eye locked onto Shikaku on the shore, filled with furious agitation. The 3 Tails Isabu, floating above the water, its height exceeded 30 meters, and with its tails, it reached nearly 100 meters long. It resembled a gigantic, single-eyed, ferocious tortoise. The terrifying pressure of the tailed beast swept through the valley like a landslide, causing Kisame to feel a constriction in his breath, instinctively positioning himself to shield Miru. His muscles tensed. This was the tailed beast. Merely being affected by its presence made even a master like him feel a sense of dread. Aisabu spared no words, its massive tail sweeping down, engulfing the pond's water as it aimed to crush Shikaku. The force of this strike could effortlessly obliterate a small fortress, ignoring the figures around. It immediately locked onto the instigator, Shikaku. Miseong raised his gaze to behold the shadow blocking out the sun, instantly teleporting before Shikaku, floating in midair, arms outstretched. Repulsion. Attraction. Simultaneously, Miseong activated both repulsive and attractive forces, targeting the three gigantic tails. The colossal tail plummeted. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. Not from flesh colliding nor water splashing, but from the collision of pure force against another force of rejection, centered around Miseong. The water's surface within a 10-meter radius abruptly sank, forming a perfect hemispherical vacuum. The pond's water forcefully repelled. However, Aisabu's tail halted just 3 meters above Miseong's head, unable to advance further, as if it had struck an impenetrable barrier. This barrier, too, could not be shaken off, maintaining a distance that effectively isolated its attack. Miseong's repulsion field flawlessly absorbed and dispersed the devastating blow, not even ruffling the hem of his clothing. What? Kisame, shielding Miru, stared wide-eyed. Without ninjutsu, without seals, merely relying on that invisible technique, he withstood a full-force attack from a tailed beast? What on earth is this skill? Aisabu seemed momentarily stunned, then its fury intensified. Not only had the despised Shikaku come to provoke it, but now a mere human dared to stand in its way. Aisabu's three tails began a frenzied assault, simultaneously opening its massive maw, gathering chakra at an alarming rate, forming a dark sphere interspersed with purple energy, the tailed beast bomb. Why is Aisabu unleashing its ultimate technique right away? Where is the martial decorum? Miseong quipped as he used repulsion to fling a chakra metal rod. Then, a blue-white current linked to this chakra metal rod erupted in even larger arcs. The thick arcs did not chaotically strike Aisabu, but instead ensnared its head and neck like living chains. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of high-voltage electric shocks reverberated through the valley. Aisabu let out a painful roar, the process of forming the tailed beast bomb forcibly interrupted. The dark purple energy sphere violently shrank, ultimately erupting in an unstable explosion within its core. The backlash caused it to shake its head in disorientation. Even more discomforting were the electric arcs entwined around its shell and head, relentlessly discharging high-intensity currents. Roar! The colossal single eye of the three-tailed Aisabu turned blood red, and it was thoroughly enraged. Its massive form stirred up tsunami-like waves, with countless water spears, capable of tearing through steel, and various water-style ninjutsu manifesting. Accompanied by its furious chakra, the torrent poured down upon Mickey like a torrential rain. It sought to crush the insect that dared to provoke it. Mickey, however, maintained a distance of over 5 meters from Aisabu, using gravitational repulsion, remaining steadfastly neither too close nor too far. Simultaneously, his fingers danced like a pianist, each movement of his fingertips precisely extracting bolts of lightning from the supercapacitor at his waist. Aisabu, does it not adore amplification? There was plenty of charge. These bolts of lightning became slender and refined rather than seeking to be robust. Under his precise manipulation, they were tuned to ultra-high voltage, specifically targeting the crevices and joints of Aisabu's shell. In an instant, the various water-style jutsu conjured by Aisabu were supplanted by lightning. The valley was illuminated by a chaotic interplay of lightning, reflecting magnificently against the towering waves. Although Aisabu possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, it quivered under the electric onslaught, its water-style advantage, colossal body, and boundless chakra rendered utterly useless. Kisame was left in a state of astonishment. A single individual had subdued a tailed beast with lightning ninjutsu. It appeared that Mickey's chakra might even surpass that of Aisabu. The bolts of lightning flowed like an endless torrent. That's enough, Mickey suddenly declared. He then raised both hands above his head, fingers spread wide. This time, he tapped into 2 superconductive magnetic energy supercapacitors, instantly draining them of their energy. Bloom. 1 million volts. No longer were there scattered electric shocks or thick arcs. What erupted from Mickey's fingertips were countless extremely fine strands of ultra-high pressure electric current. Before such voltage, Aisabu's shell could no longer insulate. Roar. Aisabu let out the most mournful and powerless howl since the battle began. The chakra armor on its exterior was directly breached by the ultra-high-pressure electric arcs, rapidly dissipating. The current acted directly upon its inner flesh, inflicting soul-rending agony. The violently trembling Aisabu found it exceedingly difficult to muster the strength to break free. Its immense body convulsed violently in the water, churning and raising even larger waves, yet it could not escape the destruction of this pain. If this continued, it would perish. Chapter 164. Better to live than to die in pain. In Aisabu's moment of despair, the irritating voice of Shikaku echoed within its consciousness. Hey, Aisabu, are you still not surrendering at this point? Do you wish to wait until you are annihilated by your master before experiencing the agony of rebirth? In its weakened state, the three-tailed Aisabu was linked into the sea of consciousness by Shikaku. Master? This violent sand ninja is your master? Were you not imprisoned as a Jinchuriki in Sunagakure? Standing tall, Shikaku, much higher than the prostrate Aisabu, playfully patted its back with a sandy palm. Foolish turtle, I am no longer a Jinchuriki. Now I follow Master Mickey, the mightiest ninja. If you do not surrender soon, you shall be directly electrocuted by him. Aisabu shuddered at this. The relentless currents were indeed unbearable. It hesitated, suddenly feeling the sharp sting of electricity again. But it was in the sea of consciousness. How could there be currents here? Aisabu strained to lift its head, using its singular eye to survey the realm of consciousness. Within this space, it lay in a puddle, and behind Shikaku, there seemed to be a looming shadow. As Aisabu struggled to discern the shadow, it realized a colossal Mickey stood behind Shikaku, the sage of 6 paths above. What an overwhelming force of spiritual energy. Entering the realm of consciousness, Mickey bent down, poking at little Aisabu, his voice echoing through the space. Aisabu, will you choose a painful death or submit to me? Faced with such an oppressive pressure, Aisabu felt no inclination to resist. It prostrated itself before Mickey's consciousness, murmuring, I choose to submit. That is a wise choice, Aisabu. Sign this summoning contract, and I shall take you to witness a different era. A brand new era. As Mickey withdrew from the realm of consciousness, only a fleeting moment passed in the outside world, and Aisabu obediently halted upon the water's surface. Mickey dispelled all electric charges and stood upon Aisabu's back, waving to Kisame. All right, come over here, Kisame. Kisame casually glanced back at the beautiful Miku before instantly appearing on Aisabu's back, standing atop the hard shell. Kisame's shark-like face was filled with shock. Is this the brutal three-tailed Aisabu? The legendary scourge of the waters, capable of conjuring devastating tsunamis with a mere flick of its tail, is lying here so obediently on the water's surface? What astonished Kisame even more was what followed. Mickey unfurled a summoning scroll in front of Kisame. Kisame, sign your name. Aisabu's attributes align well with yours. It will make a fine ally. Kisame, bewildered, signed his name and pressed his blood handprint. All right, we have been here long enough. We should return. Aisabu, I will find you a more spacious summoning anchor point by the seaside at the border of the Wind Country. Aisabu obediently flicked its tail, releasing a few bubbles from the water. As the war god Mech ascended into the air, Aisabu gazed wistfully at the receding black. It had now been marked with the summoning seal on a soul level. Even upon death and rebirth, it would be bound by this seal. It seemed to have lost its freedom. Yet, was it ever truly free? Aisabu sensed a reaction of chakra surrounding it. As a mist ninja adorned with sealing paper on its ears and an eye appeared, accompanied by a group of similarly adorned ninjas. Ao, have you detected anything unusual? Ao activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Neither the lakebed nor the surrounding mountains exhibited any anomalies. As the three-tailed Aisabu observed the mist ninjas, it submerged into the water. Nothing unusual detected. Perhaps the three-tailed beast simply went berserk. Alert status lifted. Let us return, Ao announced, deactivating his Byakugan. A mist ninja, armed with dual swords, squatted beside Ao on a rock, expressing concern. Fortunately, the tailed beast has not encountered any issues. The Uchiha on the front lines are going berserk, pursuing relentlessly. Is there a problem with the invading 7 ninja swordsmen? Ao crossed his arms confidently. What is there to worry about? They are the invincible 7 ninja swordsmen. Our mist ninja's trump card. As long as they inflict significant casualties on Konoha, Konoha will comply and return to the negotiating table. The Uchiha's frenzy indicates they are achieving good results. Let us go back and report. We must mobilize our forces for support. Yes. Border fortress of the Wind Country, you little brat. leaving such a mess for me while you frolic outside. What exactly do you intend to do? Tsunade crossed her arms, seething with anger that could shake the heavens. Mickey waved his hand, parking the war god mech in the fortress's warehouse, preparing to make some modifications. Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, he grinned. Oh, Tsunade, I am not out for leisure. I went to Konoha to fulfill our alliance and collect some interest. Interest? Why does that shark-faced one behind you look like a ninja from the village hidden in the mist? Miyoshi nodded slightly and reached out to tap the computational core housed within the fortress. Little worm synchronized the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals to the fortress's computational core. Mobilize 70 units of electrical power for adaptive analysis. Hey kid, let me ask you, what is interest? Allow me to introduce this individual. He is Kisame Hashigaki, a rather rare normal person from the Hidden Mist Village, proficient in water release techniques. As for interest, it is precisely this. I have copied all the forbidden techniques from the Leaf Village. If you wish to learn something, feel free to consult the computational center yourself. Kisame, you and Miru will reside here in the fortress for now. Among the forbidden techniques are numerous water release techniques created by the second Hokage, which you can learn as well. Later, I will find a disciple for you. Kisame appeared somewhat reserved, while Miru eagerly explored their new accommodations. Having left the uncertain days of the Blood Mist Village behind, she found great joy in this tranquil life. Kisame could only nod silently, accepting Miyoshi's arrangements. Since meeting Miyoshi, his worldview and common sense had been utterly shattered. Tsunade, taken aback, exclaimed, "The Book of Seals from the Leaf? You truly accomplished that? So you were not merely boasting. Of course. How is the front line?" Tsunade, stationed here, was responsible for the medical center and also assisted Miyoshi in gathering information from various fronts. She brushed aside her bangs, her expression filled with concern as she spoke. Indeed, the situation aligns with your assessment. The teacher has lost the courage to step onto the battlefield. The casualties on Orochimaru and Jiraiya's side were significant. The power of the tailed beasts was, indeed, terrifying. Upon hearing that Miyoshi had returned, Konan, Sasori, and Yahiko had also arrived. The new generation, including Asuke's Rin, Jar, and Ji-Luo, looked at Miyoshi with admiration. Everyone has worked hard. Through our relentless efforts, we have established a solid industrial foundation. Now is the moment we initiate our counterattack and bring an end to the Third Shinobi World War. Chapter 165, Lava Hell, 1. Now is the time to conclude the Third Shinobi War. With Miyoshi's command, the ninjas stationed at the Wind Country border began donning the latest model of mecha. There are three primary types of mecha. One is the Death God Jetpack mecha used by ninjas specializing in ninjutsu. This mecha ensures basic defensive capabilities while its jetpack allows for efficient maneuverability and brief aerial flight. Additionally, the high-purity chakra metal gloves at the hands enhance the power of their ninjutsu significantly. They are led by Yahiko, primarily responsible for crowd control and mobile support. The Taijutsu-type ninjas wear mass-produced Berserker mecha, featuring reverse-jointed lower limbs that greatly enhance agility. The chakra-long blades on their arms allow these taijutsu experts to engage in close combat with exceptional sharpness. They are commanded by Jitsong, most of whom can proficiently utilize the second active of the 7 days breathing technique and the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. Some elite ninjas can even open the 3rd gate. Their main tasks are to break formations and prevent enemy advances. Meanwhile, Chio leads the puppet troops, all of whom have donned mass-produced 4-legged undying heavy combat mecha. These mecha are equipped with heavy artillery that launches supercapacitors and electromagnetic shotguns. Under the control of chakra lines, they can perform complex maneuvers without relying on external forces, providing both long-range fire suppression and mid-range barrage coverage. Miyoshi, Sasori, and Konan's trio utilize their respective mecha to deliver rapid aerial support. After such a lengthy preparation, it is time for IWA and Kyumo to feel the shock of technology. Miyoshi's voice resonated through the war god mecha's humanoid form. This senseless Third Shinobi World War must come to an end. Now follow me, and let us put an end to this chaos. Victory! 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 In the battlefield between the Land of Grass, the Leaf Village, and IWA. Cough. Orochimaru knelt on a pile of rubble, his pale face devoid of color. Indeed, Onoki lives up to his reputation. If only my teacher possessed the courage to face the battlefield, we wouldn't have reached such dire straits. He wiped the dark red blood that continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly. His signature long hair was caked with dirt, and exhaustion finally appeared in his golden snake-like eyes. A large chunk was missing from his left shoulder, the edges of the flesh eerily smooth, devoid of blood. This was the result of the dust release technique stripping. Had he not managed to shift his body at the last moment, his head would have been obliterated. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, that diminutive elder, hovered in midair, his hands maintaining the hand seals for dust release, his gray-white beard flowing in the chakra currents. His gaze cold as stone. Even without direct engagement, he was more than capable of restraining Orochimaru, a top-tier combatant. The strength of the leaf is but this. Were it not for those peculiar ninja tools, I would have annihilated you long ago. His voice boomed across the battlefield, amplified by chakra, cold and piercing. Orochimaru-sama. Nearby leaf ninjas cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward to provide cover, only to be blocked by a giant snake summoned by Orochimaru. Do not approach this way. Onoki is deliberately provoking us to lure you to your doom. Onoki cannot harm me. Just focus on repelling the other IWA forces. A cruel smile crept across Onoki's face. Orochimaru, do you think that by stalling me with secret techniques, you can delay your inevitable defeat? You are too naive. At that moment, a tremor resonated from the valley on the battlefield's flank, heralded by a roar that shook the earth. It was not a human sound, but one filled with primal fury and searing heat. Die! Roar! Crimson chakra erupted like a volcanic eruption, staining the sky a foreboding dark red. A creature, clad in searing lava armor and wielding foretails made entirely of pure chakra lava, surged into the battlefield with an unstoppable force. Where it passed, the ground melted. Rocks transformed into boiling magma, and the scorching heat distorted the very air. It was the foretails Jinchuri Ki, Old Purple, in his tailed beast transformation, with four tails. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Old Purple roared, slamming his fists onto the ground. From his center, the earth within 100 meters erupted like a waking volcano, with countless columns of searing lava bursting forth unexpectedly, shooting skyward. The scale and power far exceeded that of ordinary ninjutsu. Many leaf ninjas on the battlefield, caught off guard, were instantly consumed by the lava. Those fortunate enough to evade suffered severe burns from the splattering molten rock and scorching waves, causing their formation to descend into chaos. It's the Four-Tails Jinchuri Ki. Scatter. Do not cluster together. Water release ninjas, assemble and deploy water release defenses. The commands from the Leaf Command Center, strained and desperate, seemed feeble against the cacophony of erupting lava. The tailed beast-level combat power was beyond the capacity of these ordinary ninjas to contend with. Should we charge in with kunai? A flash of gold. The figure of Minato Namikaze appeared like a specter at Old Purple's flank, gripping a specially designed kunai and thrusting it towards Old Purple's waist. The teleportation feature of the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to evade Old Purple's magma defenses, materializing behind him. However, just as the kunai was about to make contact, a wave of searing wind surged forth. Old Purple didn't even need to fully turn around. A massive tail, composed of lava and chakra, swept through. More terrifyingly, it was not just the tail that swept by, but torrents of molten deep red lava cascaded forth. These molten streams instantaneously enveloped multiple escape routes for Minato, while the lava armor on Old Purple thickened without concern for Minato's kunai. Should Minato persist in his attack, his own hand would be incinerated by the lava. An offensive and defensive fusion, the lava armor. As the eyes of the water gate narrowed, he reluctantly abandoned his attack. The golden light flickered once more, materializing another preset kunai 10 meters away. In midair, he swiftly hurled 5 special kunai, his form flickering continuously as he sought an opening in the defenses of Old Purple. It was futile, the golden radiance proclaimed. I have come specifically to deal with you. Your attacks cannot harm me. Old Purple turned around, his face encrusted with lava, his crimson eyes locking onto Watergate. You may have instantaneously slain over a dozen of Rock Hidden's elite, but can you contend with me? Prepare to die. Before his words fully escaped his lips, he brought his hands together. Lava release, flowing lava technique. This time, Old Purple did not expel fireballs, but instead directed a continuous torrent of burning, expanding lava pools. Watergate's figure flickered across the battlefield at astonishing speed, the golden light dancing around him. He narrowly evaded the relentless lava assaults, yet still could not uncover a flaw in Old Purple's defenses. The Flying Thunder God technique relied on elusive movements to select the optimal assassination position. However, Old Purple's lava release not only encased him in a thick layer of lava armor, but also contaminated the battlefield with ferocity. The area had transformed into a realm of molten rock, the air distorted by searing heat, with flowing magma and blazing flames surging, making even breathing feel scorching. Despite Watergate's mastery of space ninjutsu, enabling him to evade the lava strikes by a hair's breadth, his maneuvering space was gradually compressing, offering fewer options for teleportation and increasing the risk. Glancing at Orochimaru, who was restrained by Inoki, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in a safe zone beyond the lava pool. He bit his finger, smeared the blood on his palm, swiftly formed seals, and struck the ground, summoning technique. Accompanied by the dispersing white smoke, Fukusaku, the toad bound in bandages, materialized on the battlefield. "Ah, Watergate, are you encountering trouble as well?" Fukusaku observed Old Purple standing in the lava lake, taking a deep puff from his pipe. "Another battle against a tailed beast. What a nuisance." Fukusaku-kin and Fukusaku-hiro have gone to assist with the Jinchuriki from Cloud Village. "We must finish this quickly and provide support." "Very well, Lord Fukusaku. Please use water release to create a safe passage for me." Fukusaku nodded his large head, slapping his webbed hand. "Water release. Water bullet." A massive water sphere erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly toward Old Purple, standing in the lava lake. "Insignificant trick. Lava bomb." Old Purple scoffed, unleashing a searing lava sphere that crashed into the approaching water bullet. Fukusaku and Old Purple exchanged volleys of water and lava across the lava lake, with the latter evidently holding the upper hand. As the lava suppressed the water projectile, Old Purple grew increasingly arrogant, the lava spheres he expelled becoming ever more colossal. The entire lava battlefield was shrouded in rising white mist. At that moment, amidst the white mist, flashes of golden light flickered, and Old Purple perceived a figure darting past his side. "Did I miss?" Before he could voice his confusion, a uniquely shaped kunai appeared right before his eyes. Watergate. Thanks to the cooling effect of the water bullet and the mist providing cover, Watergate successfully materialized before Old Purple, thrusting the kunai directly at his eye. Killing blow. Old Purple's pupils seemed to read the inscription on the kunai, "Ninja Sword of Love." "I will die?" His pores stood on end as he screamed in terror, "Sun Wukong." Just as Watergate's kunai was about to pierce Old Purple's eye, the chakra-infused lava armor around him swelled once again. With a thunderous roar, the crimson-tailed beast chakra surged, enveloping an area of over 10 meters around Old Purple. Watergate reacted swiftly. As he was about to be consumed, he vanished in an instant, leaving only the uniquely shaped kunai behind. The expanding crimson lava swallowed the kunai, incinerating the flying thunder god technique inscribed upon it. Watergate reappeared above Fukusaku, casting a worried glance at the roiling crimson figure within the lava lake. "What happened, Watergate?" "Lord Fukusaku, we are in trouble. He has likely fully transformed into a tailed beast." Fukusaku had no time to wait for the transformation to complete. He took a deep breath. Water release. Super water bullet. A gargantuan water sphere, the size of a house, surged forth towards the crimson figure in the lava lake. With a resounding crash, two lava arms extended from the crimson figure, forcefully striking the massive water bullet. Water splashed everywhere, once again generating clouds of steam. "Ah, you will all die." A gigantic ape-like figure, completely covered in lava armor, stood in the lava lake. It was the complete form of the Four-Tails Sun Wukong, standing at 50 meters tall. This colossal beast dwarfed Fukusaku, who was merely 17 meters high, making him appear like a child. "Oh dear Watergate, we are in trouble. This tailed beast is truly vile. Did you just call me a monkey? Do you wish to become a roasted frog?" The Four-Tails, incensed by Fukusaku's words, shook off the lava and manifested on the battlefield. The lava comprising its fur hissed within the mist, with each breath exuding a scorching sulphurous aroma. Its face, resembling that of an ape, bore eyes ablaze with crimson fire, locking onto Fukusaku. The molten earth gradually ceased its tremors, magma dripping through its fingers and creating ripples in the lava lake. Old Purple's consciousness had been entirely consumed by the tailed beast, leaving only raw fury. "I am not a mere monkey. I am the king of immortal apes, the Four-Tails Sun Wukong." The fully transformed Four-Tails beat its chest fiercely, lava spilling forth. It seized a massive clump of lava and hurled it toward Fukusaku. "Watch out, Lord Fukusaku." As Fukusaku leaped to evade, he simultaneously unleashed a water bullet for defense. Die. Burn to ashes. The fully transformed Four Tails crawled on all fours, relentlessly splattering lava, watching as Fukasaku and Watergate scrambled to evade. What troubled Watergate even more was that Old Purple was not fighting alone. From the northeast, a multitude of rock-hidden forces approached. From the direction of the Kamui Bridge, Kakashi and Obito were in peril. However, Orochimaru was restrained by Inoki, and both he and Fukasaku were being pressured by the Four Tails. Now, with so many rock-hidden forces arriving, the situation was dire. Earth release, Earth pillar rising. Earth release, Earth flow river. A plethora of rock-hidden ninjas began executing combination ninjutsu, altering the terrain, creating chasms, and erecting rock walls. They further restricted the mobility of the Leaf Ninjas, driving them toward the Four Tails lava domain. In Rock Hidden Village, they were already well-versed in coordinating with tailed beasts in battle. Meanwhile, high in the air, Inoki remained suspended at a safe altitude, coldly surveying the battlefield. His dust release was primed, ready to obliterate anything should Orochimaru reveal even the slightest opening. Orochimaru, you possess many peculiar ninjutsu, but merely evading will not lead to victory. Surrender. Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, retracting a small white snake from the battlefield, and waved dismissively at the airborne Inoki. Ha! Inoki, what can you truly do to me? You think you've won? Have you forgotten how ordinary ninjas fare against Watergate? Inoki's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his voice. Everyone, fall back. Beware the yellow flash. Before he could finish, he saw the rock-hidden front line engulfed in dense golden light. Watergate flashed into action, slicing, stabbing. All that was visible was golden light, and then the kunai struck. Encountering the yellow flash allowed for mission interruption without penalty. The rock-hidden commander hastily ordered, "It's the yellow flash. Retreat." Yet, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his strength draining, and he slowly collapsed. Flying Thunder God technique. Unable to contend with the tailed beasts, how could we possibly withstand these rock ninjas? Minato had been feeling constrained for quite some time. Just as Inoki was about to fly over to impede Minato, Orochimaru unleashed a swarm of venomous snakes. With a swift motion, the snakes soared through the air, their mouths agape, revealing an arm wielding the Kusanagi sword. Inoki, you shall not pass. Observing that the tailed beast transformation of the old man had begun to restrain Minato and that enormous toad, Inoki seized his urgency to assist. To dare commit murder in my presence. Combine ninjutsu, lava, earth dragon bullet. The Four Tails launched another assault, as a massive earth dragon surged from the ground. Instantly cloaked in seething lava, transforming into a burning dragon of death. This molten dragon, ablaze with heat, charged towards the most densely packed section of the Konoha defense. Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance. Minato gritted his teeth, instantly creating numerous shadow clones that hurled specially crafted kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, his real body moved at breakneck speed, unfurling a talisman curtain before the lava dragon. With all his might, he directed the impending molten dragon that threatened to engulf Konoha directly toward the distant rock-hidden stronghold. Ah, how infuriating. I will destroy you, you pest. The lava dragon, unleashed with all the Four Tails fury, instead attacked the rock-hidden stronghold, its rage seemingly overflowing. Lava release. Granite. The lava armor on its surface thickened and solidified rapidly, the color shifting from crimson to a dark red nearing black, dramatically enhancing both its hardness and temperature. Simultaneously, centered around itself, another wave of relentless lava splashes and scorching heat surged forth. Such close combat attacks, let us see how you manage. Little Minato, engaging in close quarters with such a monster is far too restraining for you. Retreat. The toad, Gamabunta, grimaced as a portion of its armpit was scorched by the lava. Retreat. Alternate cover. Fall back to the third defense line. Minato decisively commanded, his voice resonating across the battlefield through chakra. Continuing to clash head-on would only result in greater losses. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Watch me crush you. The Four Tails leaped high, a torrent of lava surrounding it, crossing its arms and preparing to smash down onto Konoha's stronghold. It would attack where it was most vulnerable. If Minato does not intervene, it would obliterate Konoha's position. Die. I am the invincible king of the Sage Monkeys, Sun Wukong. Chapter 167. Flag Tree 5 styles the towering lava monstrosity, arms crossed, descended like a deluge of magma, Faced with such a calamity, Minato chose not to flee but instead unfurled the curtain of lightning guidance, hoping to deflect as much of the attack as possible. Yet, in the face of such a cataclysmic scene, his efforts felt woefully inadequate. Just as everything seemed lost, a voice rang out amidst the chaos. Repulsion. An odd metallic bird transformed mid-flight into a colossal humanoid figure, soaring directly into the oncoming waves of lava. Boom. This enormous metal figure was none other than the war god Mecha of Mickey. He maximized the repulsion force, expanding the zone of protection by an additional 20 meters. The four tails, caught in the center of the lava, felt as though it had collided with an invisible barrier, being forcefully repelled by the momentum of the war god Mecha. It's Mickey. Create a water barrier to block the falling lava. Minato, spotting Scorpion and Conan, realized that Mickey's reinforcements had arrived, prompting him to withdraw the lightning guidance and prepare for subsequent defense. However, a gruff voice interrupted. Water release. Water barrier. A massive wall of water surged upward, enveloping the entire Konoha stronghold. Descending from the skies was the shark-faced ninja, Kisame Hashigaki. Lacking a dedicated mecha, he donned a temporary suit equipped with enhancement ninjutsu, deploying the water barrier to safeguard the entire Konoha position. Before Minato could express his astonishment, Mickey dramatically dropped 3 injured figures from the cockpit of his mecha: Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Scorpion, Conan, assist Orochimaru, Kisame, and I will handle this giant monkey. Clad in the sword god mecha, Scorpion and the iconic 6-winged angel mecha of Conan nodded and flew towards Orochimaru's battlefield. Mickey, observing the four tails rising from the lava lake, spat disdainfully. A hideous monkey like you dares to call yourself Sun Wukong? His words ignited the fury of the four tails. How dare you? You seek death. I am the king of the sage monkeys. I am Sun Wukong. The four tails thrashed its tail wildly, its hands stirring the lava, preparing to charge at the audacious figure. Hovering in midair, Mickey beckoned Kisame. Give that monkey a chill. Utilizing his jetpack to leap into the air, Kisame grinned. At your command, Mickey. He summoned his vast chakra, quickly forming seals. Great water burst. Water release. Super great explosive water wave. Like a celestial river in reverse, torrents of water cascaded down, submerging the lava lake constructed by the four tails. How is this possible? How can someone withstand the four tails? Inoki, while restraining Orochimaru, kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield's other side. He realized he could not eliminate Orochimaru anytime soon, nor could Orochimaru do anything to him. Both were trapped in a stalemate on this open battlefield. Upon hearing Inoki's astonishment, Orochimaru suddenly grinned. Inoki, are you still focused on the four tails at this moment? You can no longer escape. Inoki then noticed grotesque figures emerging from the battlefield's periphery, and 2 flying individuals appeared before Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Mickey has sent us to assist you. Mickey-kun is indeed a reliable ally. The flying Inoki is simply too troublesome. Behind Scorpion, under the control of chakra threads, a storage scroll unfurled, revealing 5 gleaming short blades that hovered in midair. These short blades bore a striking resemblance to the one Kakashi carried. However, their internal structure and control methods were entirely different. Each short blade was linked to a small computational center via chakra threads, which in turn connected to Scorpion's mecha. It may seem overly complicated, but this is the most formidable form of Scorpion's sword god mecha. It cannot be as simple as it appears. Computational center. Synchronize with the flying swords. White Fang, I will not forgive you, but I am willing to join forces with you to sever the shackles that have caused our tragedy. Let me witness your prowess. A voice, filled with weariness, emerged. I am a failed ninja, yet my swordsmanship is not lacking. I shall uphold my ninja way. On the other side of the stronghold, the weakened Kakashi lifted his gaze, seemingly envisioning his father in the void, colliding fists with the sand ninja known as Scorpion. Buzz. Scorpion unleashed only 5 short blades, lacking the grandeur of his previous attack against Hanzo, yet the quality of these 5 blades was incomparable to ordinary swords. Forged from high-purity chakra metal, each short blade was embedded with a controllable micro-superconducting electromagnetic energy capacitor. Under the guidance of the determined Hatake Sakomo, they all ignited with a brilliant white light of lightning. Hatake sword technique, speed and sharpness. Scorpion's mecha provided an aerial platform, serving as a pivot point. Each released short blade equated to a Hatake Sakomo. The 5 short blades formed varied stances in the air, representing the 5 initiating forms of the Hataki style. The most commonly used structure of the Kasumi-style Hataki sword technique, as the short blades moved through the air, resembled an invisible figure standing sideways, its hilt angled. Blades slightly reclined, and tip lowered, the overall posture shrouded in mist, concealing its edge. Motionless as it may seem, once it strikes, it is as swift as lightning. The 8-form stance resembles a solitary figure in the void, gripping the hilt of a blade with both hands, the blade held horizontally across the chest, its edge facing outward, and its body parallel to the ground, with a sunk center of gravity. This posture is stable, ready to transition into slashing, cleaving, or parrying motions at any moment. The water moon stance evokes an ethereal being holding the sword single-handedly, the blade upright and suspended at the side of the head, its tip pointed skyward, reminiscent of a crescent moon reflected in water. It allows for a swift downward strike or a timely block against overhead attacks. The Kasaya stance has the hilt pressed against an unseen left shoulder, the blade slanted against the void of the back, revealing only a portion of the edge. Its tip directed forward at an angle, resembling the monk's robe draped over the shoulders. It can unleash a horizontal slash with a turning motion. The lower stance positions the blade downward at an angle, its tip nearing the ground, the blade inclined outward, always ready for a swift cut or block. In the air, 5 short blades, under the control of the intangible figure of Kakashi Hataki, instantly assume their respective stances. Suddenly, the scorpion teleports forward over 20 meters, while the distant Inoki, more than 50 meters away, senses an overwhelming danger. With a swish, the scattered short blades around the sand puppet master strike various peculiar poses. An Inoki recognizes a familiar peril. A brilliant flash of blade light appears before him. The Kage's wind slash. That terrifying individual, was he not dead? Chapter 168. The Exquisite Torment of 5 Kakashi Hataki. 1. ASN T. Kakashi Hataki already dead? A thunderous slash crosses the distance between him and Inoki, leaving only a rock clone cleaved in 2. Suddenly, Inoki, standing 6 meters away, watches the different stances of the ninja blades with trepidation. He had faced this thunderous slash in previous ninja battles. That man, sharp as a blade, had clearly been killed by Leaf Village itself. Inoki would not mistake it. Who else could deliver such a keen strike? What was he witnessing? The same ninja blades, yet there were 5 in the air? 5 resonant blade sounds, like a dragon's roar, echo through the heavens. 5 slender, straight blades, their edges shimmering with cold light and crackling with lightning, have assumed their stances and launched their attacks. On these ninja blades, a profound sorrow and determination linger, their sharp intent emanating an aura of absolute severance. I merely wish to uphold my ninja way. The Kasaya flashes. A brilliant white blade light materializes in midair, cleaving the enormous rock that Inoki had conjured into 2. The white fang belongs to Kakashi Hataki. How could this be? Many on the battlefield, both rock and leaf ninjas, gasped in astonishment at this scene. Kakashi Hataki, a name that had once haunted countless enemy ninjas, was also the most trusted commander of the Leaf. His blade was swift, precise, and fierce, enhanced by an unparalleled lightning style that had brought the Rock Village to its knees during the Second Ninja World War. These blades truly are Kakashi's white fang. How can they fly on their own? And 5 of them. Even the surviving Kakashi was left dumbfounded by this spectacle, instinctively touching the ninja blade strapped to his back. Father, Inoki, utilizing the light and heavy rock technique, nimbly evades the sharp blade light. He pays no heed to his sweat, focusing on forming hand seals. Yet, there are 5 Kakashi Hatakis. The 5 white fang blades are not held by a sand ninja puppet, but seem to be wielded by 5 invisible masters of swordsmanship. In the air, they transform into 5 trailing blue and white lightning shadows, approaching Inoki from various angles at an astonishing speed. Fast. Inexpressibly fast. This speed is lethal. It is not the straightforward trajectory of thrown kunai. It is a thrusting slash imbued with the highest level of swordsmanship. The arcs of the blades are acute and precise. Each blade's path is cunningly ruthless, sealing off all of Inoki's avenues for evasion, the 5 trajectories forming an ominous web of lightning blades. Inoki's heart quakes, and relying on 3 consecutive rocks to buy time, he swiftly completes the hand seals. Earth release. Rock fist technique. A colossal rock giant rises from the ground, blocking the path between him and the blade light. However, all of this is in vain. Swoosh. The first blade arrives. It does not clash with the rock giant, but at the moment of contact, the blade surges with lightning, tracing an eerie arc. The ninja blade, like a spirit serpent, weaves around the giant's obstruction, its tip aimed directly at Inoki's form. The trajectory unmistakably reflects Kakashi's secret sword technique, lightning flash. Inoki's pupils constrict, and his diminutive form swiftly shifts sideways. Almost simultaneously, the second and third blades arrive. One descends from above, the lightning coalescing into a massive blade aura, a hallmark of the White Fang, the Sky Slash, Lightning Fang. The other blade schemes the ground, suddenly thrusting upward, wicked and fierce, targeting his lower half. Inoki can no longer concern himself with the dignity of the Tsuchikichi. He slams his hands together, earth release, rock fist technique. Two enormous rock fists crash toward the two blades. Boom. Lightning collides with rock, erupting in a shower of debris and electric sparks. Yet, the rock fists are brutally cleaved apart. Lightning over earth. The white fang of the leaf is indeed this sharp. The fourth blade silently appears behind Inoki, stabbing towards an undefinable part of him. The white fang's thousand-year kill. The fifth blade circles high above, gathering lightning. As though Kakashi is assuming a grand posture with his sword, subtly sealing off Inoki's escape route upward. 5 blades, 5 distinct yet seamlessly coordinated techniques of the White Fang. They lack a physical wielder, yet are more terrifying than any tangible foe. Their speed surpasses comprehension, their angles are treacherous, and their transformations occur without forewarning. The 5 Kakashi Hatakis, united in spirit, how can one contend against them? Cursed be this monstrous phenomenon. Inoki, both alarmed and furious, feels as though he is not battling a single blade, but rather facing 5 peak warriors of Kakashi's ilk, completely disregarding their own defenses, solely pursuing the ultimate attack. When that man committed suicide, Inoki had felt a sense of relief. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki's bulbous nose begins to swell, his eyes reddening. Pushed to his limits, he unleashes a dazzling white cubic light between his hands, aiming at the most concentrated area of the 5 blades. He intends to eradicate both the mysterious blades and the puppet behind them. However, just as the dust release light is about to erupt, the 5 blades move. They do not retreat or scatter. 3 of the blades suddenly abandon their attacks, their bodies vibrating with lightning at a specific frequency, weaving into a high-frequency electric net. Not an attack, but precisely adhering to the outer perimeter of the dust release cubic light. Zzz. A deafening noise erupts. Lightning crackles. The dust release, capable of disintegrating all things, is momentarily hindered by the high-frequency electric blade net. The dust release is actually blocked. Meanwhile, the other 2 blades, in that fleeting moment of delay, transform into 2 intersecting bolts of lightning. The crescent moon arc light slash. The lightning-infused ninja blades, moving at a speed that exceeds visual limits, strike towards Inoki's hands, which maintain the dust release. How can this be? Inoki pales in shock, forced to interrupt the dust release and retreat. His sleeve is cut open by the fierce blade aura, a subtle sting felt upon his skin. These 5 blades not only wield Kakashi's sword techniques, but also understand how to counter the dust release. Their coordination is utterly seamless, as if 5 Kakashi Hatakis themselves had resurrected to join forces against him. Yet he is only facing 5 blades. He cannot see where Kakashi is. Without granting Inoki a moment's respite, the 5 blades again encircle him. This time, their attacks are even more ferocious and relentless. A blade unleashed with a speed akin to lightning, its gleam shadowing the figure of Inoki. Another blade, heavy with force, each strike imbued with the might to cleave mountains, compelling Inoki to withstand it, depleting his chakra and stamina. A third blade, elusive and unpredictable, striking at joints and vulnerable points with a finesse akin to a gazelle's leap. A fourth blade, lurking at the periphery, poised to strike. Exploiting the fleeting moments when Inoki's strength waned, it relentlessly targeted the indefinable aspects of Inoki. 1,000 years of pain. Cursed Konoha's White Fang, even in death. He seeks to humiliate him. The final blade hovered high above, yet to unleash its fury, casting an immense psychological burden upon Inoki, preventing him from fully engaging with the other 4 blades. Inoki was forced to resort to all his skills. Earth release, mountain earth technique. The 2 towering rocks converged, attempting to ensnare the blade's light. but the massive earthen mound was shattered into fragments by the interwoven lightning net before it could approach the blade formation. Earth release, heavy rock technique. He sought to enhance his speed, yet the 5 blades matched his pace, as if anticipating his every move. Dust release, limit removal technique. A broader eruption of dust emerged, yet the 5 blades always seemed a step ahead, either disrupting or avoiding the critical areas, even utilizing the shockwaves from the dust explosions to accelerate their attacks. As the battle progressed, Inoki's alarm grew, and his strength waned. He felt akin to an insect ensnared in a web, ensnared by the 5 blades suffused with sorrow and resolute intent. His defenses were methodically stripped away. His ninjutsu repeatedly countered, and his rhythm thoroughly disrupted. He touched the blood on his back, a chill of dread coursing through him. Just moments ago, after a brief output, he had nearly met his end. Had it not been for the swiftness of his heavy rock technique, he might have been left in a most humiliating state. That cold ninja blade had nearly struck true. 1,000 years of pain, that wretched technique. If it were to connect, the agony would surpass death. What manner of power is this? Inoki gasped, chakra rapidly depleting, multiple gashes from blade energy marked his body. His pride in dust release faltered before the phantoms of the 5 blades, rendering him incapable of decisive action. In the past, he could restrain a single Konoha ninja with his dust release. Yet now, against 5 incorporeal Konoha ninjas, his dust release proved ineffective. Inoki had considered directly attacking the sand ninja lurking behind, yet they maintained a distance of over 100 meters, clad in armor. Ultimately, after barely using his rock armor to deflect a flurry of strikes from the 4 blades, the 5th blade, which had circled above, finally moved. Do not emulate me, Kakashi. I am a failed father. This strike bore no dazzling radiance, no astonishing momentum. It transformed into a nearly transparent, slender line of lightning, traveling along an unfathomable, elusive trajectory, penetrating the gaps in Inoki's rock armor with delicate precision, gently striking his chest. A sharp sensation akin to having one's soul severed enveloped Inoki entirely. His gathered chakra faltered suddenly, his body struck as if by lightning, and he stumbled from the air, plummeting. Inoki watched helplessly as a paper crane, flapping its wings, unfolded before him, revealing a rune affixed to his chest. At that moment, he wished he were less knowledgeable. He recognized the rune, far more complex than an explosive tag. The forbidden technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the space-time exploding tag, the mutual explosion tag. Is today a day for memories? Falling, Inoki's gaze dulled, surrendering to despair. If he were to perish, to have fought against 5 Konoha ninjas, and to ultimately succumb to the mutual explosion tag, it would be a fitting end. Let destruction reign. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The Iwagakure shinobi stared in disbelief as their almost invincible 3rd Tsuchikage was struck down by 5 blades wielded by no one. Inoki, the mighty Tsuchikage, was descending. Father. Shadow. Various earth release techniques soared toward the descending ninja blades, attempting to obstruct the pursuit. However, the 5 blades, crackling with lightning, did not pursue the falling Inoki. Instead, they formed a protective circle around Chiyo and Konan. The incoming rocky projectiles were effortlessly severed by the electrified blade light. Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, rushed forward to lift his diminutive father, witnessing the profound despair etched on his face. Father, what has happened? Speak to me. Continue to be arrogant. 4 tails. The name Sun Wukong is not one you may wield. Mifune clenched the mechanical fist of his war god armor, observing the iconic scene of Kisame using his water release. Water release, great exploding water wave. A towering tidal wave surged like the heavens collapsing, crashing into the abyssal chasm, instantly colliding with the molten sea created by the 4 tails. Steam erupted in a blinding white cloud, forming a colossal mushroom cloud, the deafening sound of vaporization resonating across the landscape. Kisame's water release was not intended to extinguish the tailed beast's flames, but rather to temper the sweltering environment. Mifune's war god armor boasted remarkable defenses. Yet as a carbon-based life form, he could not withstand extreme heat. He awaited Kisame's assistance to cool this hellish landscape before making his move. Water release, water prison shark dance. Under the veil of steam, Kisame's figure melded into the water he had conjured. Here, the water flowed under his command, coiling around the massive form of the 4 tails like a colossal serpent. The water was thick and heavy, imbued with a powerful binding force and chakra disruption properties, steadily cooling the magma surrounding the four tails. The beast felt its movements abruptly hindered, although the high temperature still evaporated the water. Kisame's seemingly boundless chakra continuously replenished the flow, layer upon layer, forming the sturdiest of shackles. The four tails roared in fury, its molten shell glowing red with intensity, attempting to break free with even greater heat. Enraged, the four tails reared back, a dark red chakra swirling in its mouth, rapidly coalescing into a supersized lava-tailed beast ball. Exceeding 10 meters in diameter, compressed with destructive energy, the target was the very core of the water domain where Kisame resided. It sought to obliterate both the man and the water with overwhelming force. How dare one use water release to neutralize its molten lake? This was a provocation against the tailed beasts. Unforgivable. Kisame's expression hardened. He sensed the terrifying destructive power of the tailed beast ball. Just as he prepared to counter with water release, Mifune acted. A streak of blue and white light plunged down at supersonic speed, trailing a long sonic boom. At the last moment before colliding with the four tails' head, the mechanical structure emitted a jarring sound of precise transformation. The war god armor's legs extended, its armoring adjusted. Vector nozzles fully opened, and the machine forcibly transformed from its aircraft mode into a humanoid guardian form at near zero distance. Full power, repulsion, godlike heavenly strike. The iron frame of the war god appeared diminutive before the 50-meter tailed beast, yet the oppressive force of repulsion momentarily halted the four tails' movements. Maximum power. The mech crossed its arms over its chest, unleashing a powerful, invisible repulsive field that distorted light, rapidly expanding outward. The war god armor's supersonic kinetic energy, combined with maximum power repulsion, struck the four tails' head directly. Boom. The tailed beast ball, on the verge of completion, was destabilized by the sudden immense repulsive force. Boom. The tailed beast ball exploded prematurely within the four tails' mouth. Although most of the explosive force was mitigated by the formidable physique and chakra of the four tails. It was akin to detonating a bomb right in front of oneself. The four tails emitted a harrowing wail, a blend of agony and fury, as its massive head was thrown back by the blast. The repulsive force and shockwave were not entirely neutralized, directly pinning it against the solidified rocky ground. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked, and the colossal four tails resembled a monkey being pressed down by the hand of a divine being. In the air above the four tails, the figure of Mecha, piloting the war god Mecha, descended with arms outstretched, fully harnessing the repulsive force. The kinetic energy was transmitted without waste through this repulsion. Despite the futile struggles of the four tails, it was firmly anchored to the ground by this overwhelming force. It could only rage impotently. Its roars interspersed with curses. I am the king of the celestial apes. I am the four tails' son Wukong. How can I be defeated by a mere insect like you? As it struggled, countless cracks formed in its lava shell, its crimson eyes dimming momentarily as plumes of black smoke billowed from its mouth. Mecha ceased the repulsive force, hovering in midair, and conveyed through the loudspeaker. I have stated before that you are unworthy of the name Son Wukong. Your name and your attitude leave much to be desired. Therefore, I hope you can truly withstand this. Electromagnetic railgun. Charge the supercapacitor. Prepare. Target, front limb joint. Following Mecha's command, the right arm of the mecha, adorned with coils and the barrel of the electromagnetic cannon, crackled with a ghostly blue arc. With a piercing sound. There was no thunderous cannon blast, only the shrill scream of air being torn apart. A bright blue line, nearly invisible to the naked eye, shot out at several times the speed of sound, accurately striking the left front limb's knee joint of the four tails, which had raised it slightly in pain. The lava shell, capable of withstanding most ninjutsu and physical attacks, was cleaved before the concentrated kinetic energy, as if it were butter sliced by a heated knife. An opening the size of a bowl appeared instantaneously, its edges showcasing the crystalline structure formed by molten flesh that had rapidly cooled. More importantly, this strike not only delivered kinetic damage, but also unleashed an explosive surge of electricity. The blue-white discharge wreaked havoc, tearing the four tails' front limb apart. With a softening left foreleg, it nearly collapsed, its agony driving it into a frenzy. Its remaining three tails, entwined with lava, plummeted towards the airborne mecha like three raging mountains. Simultaneously, its intact right front paw slammed the ground. Lava release. Great Fire Stream. An eruption of magma, magnitudes larger than when Orochimaru had used it, surged skyward like a volcanic explosion, engulfing a vast expanse of air. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the main thrusters and multiple vector nozzles of the war god Mecha expelled blue-white streams, allowing the machine to execute astonishingly agile maneuvers in midair, almost at right angles. Thanks to the synergy of repulsion and gravity, the war god Mecha darted through the rain of lava like a specter, narrowly avoiding lethal strikes and columns of magma. Under the precise control of the intelligent entity, the movements were executed with utmost accuracy, the repulsive field flickering at high frequency on the machine's surface, deflecting splattered lava that could not be entirely evaded. Water style, water prison jutsu. Kisame Hashigaki unleashed another water technique, directly extinguishing the magma eruption of the Four Tails. Then, he clasped his hands. Super water prison technique. A brilliant execution, Kisame. In throw mode, set for airburst with a 0.5-second delay, let it bloom. The war god Mecha performed a textbook throwing motion, hurling a supercapacitor into the water prison. The Four Tails instinctively sensed the threat of that object and swiped with its tail to knock it away. Just as the tail was about to make contact with the supercapacitor, a blindingly brilliant white light consumed everything within the water prison. This was not merely an explosion, but a devastating thunderstorm unleashed by the instantaneous release of several 100,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. A deadly electric net, over 100 meters in diameter and composed of numerous twisting arcs, suddenly expanded, engulfing the Four Tails within the water prison. Under this voltage, few things remain insulated. The Four Tails' cries reached an unprecedented level of despair. Water conducts electricity, and the water prison maintained by Kisame, along with the deliberately soaked wounds, became excellent conductors. High-voltage currents surged through the water, wreaking havoc on its muscles, nerves, and chakra pathways. The lava shell on its surface cracked and peeled away under the continuous searing of the ultra-high temperature arcs, revealing the relatively fragile flesh beneath. Even Kisame's water prison could not contain the raging charges. Under electrolysis and sustained high temperatures, the entire prison erupted. The Four Tails emitted a heart-wrenching wail, swaying amidst the billowing white mist. Yet, Mixiang's assault had only just begun. Little Bug, load the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannon with projectiles, lock onto the Four Tails, and continue firing 5 storage scrolls. The Little Bug understood. As the multi-barreled electromagnetic cannons on the war god Mecha began to hum, one by one, the storage scrolls unfurled, releasing small steel balls that flowed into the electromagnetic tracks, shooting forth. Each storage scroll contained 20 units of small steel balls, each unit consisting of 2,000 rounds. The gray-black rain enveloped the Four Tails entirely. Bloody splatters mingled with charred flesh and crystalline fragments. The excruciating pain in its eyes drove the Four Tails into utter madness. Yet its once proud defenses seemed clumsy and feeble before the electromagnetic cannon. It attempted to cover itself in lava, but before it could coalesce, countless small steel balls shredded it apart. It sought to escape, but the relentless barrage of small steel balls, combined with Kisame's continuous water techniques, left it struggling to move. The electromagnetic cannon accelerated, the sounds of ruptured air on the battlefield resembling a tempest. How dare you even claim to be Sun Wukong? Mixiang maximized the output of the electromagnetic cannon, continuously pressing the Four Tails down into the earth. The roars of the Four Tails Sun Wukong transformed from initial rage to a lament of pain, ultimately dwindling to a feeble whimper. Its mountainous body, battered and bruised, was riddled with wounds, its lava shell largely shattered and peeling away to reveal charred, bleeding flesh. 2 of its 3 tails were severed, and the remaining one dragged limply on the ground. With one eye blinded and movement nearly paralyzed, it could only lay on the hardened ground, gasping for breath. Once a fearsome beast, it now resembled a ragged, battered cloth, barely clinging to life. Kisame withdrew the water technique, landing on a nearby rock, his shark-like visage etched with disbelief. He had witnessed Mixiang subdue the 3 tails, but that was more about technique and targeted suppression. This scene before him was pure, unadulterated brutality. So terrifying. Why does Mixiang harbor such resentment towards the named Sun Wukong? He treated this beast, a calamity of nature, as if it were a disobedient large predator, forcibly pressing it down and delivering relentless blows. Summoning technique. Mixiang called forth the guardian crane, gesturing towards the beleaguered four-tails, guardian crane. Seal this great monkey and drag it away. It is unworthy of the name Sun Wukong. Chapter 171. No existence of a ceasefire. The guardian crane gazed at the pitiful four-tails, its chubby raccoon-like face reflecting relief. It was fortunate that during the confrontation in the realm of consciousness, it had retreated swiftly. Otherwise, emerging from that space would have meant a thorough thrashing from Mixiang. Look at this wretched great monkey, utterly pummeled. How much pain it must be in, as the guardian crane. It epitomized the adage that those who recognize the times are the true wise. Following Mixiang, it had already taken down other-tailed beasts. Who knows when it would next have the chance to confront the nine-tails in Konoha. Just thinking about it brings joy. Mi Xiangjuan exhibits an undeniable ferocity. However, as the master of Shikaku, such a fierce Mi Xiangjuan is precisely what merits its unwavering loyalty. In this moment, as Mi Xiangjuan's most devoted follower, Shikaku would not slacken its efforts. Haha, big monkey, today is your day of reckoning. Let you experience the might of my lord Shikaku. Sand waterfall seal. No sooner had the words left Shikaku's mouth than a tempest of sand erupted, obscuring the sky and blinding the sun. This sand, imbued with magnetic chakra, shimmered with faint streaks of purple and gold, signaling the activation of the sealing technique. The sand surged down like a tsunami, yet instead of directly striking the four tails, it swiftly circled and coiled within a 100-meter radius, accumulating in layers. The stacked sands constricted like a colossal serpent, first erecting towering walls that isolated all external presence, then compressing inward, sealing. Shikaku's furious roar resounded across the battlefield, while Wave-Wind Minato, grasping a specially crafted kunai, stood firm. Other IWA shinobi attempting to intervene found themselves powerless. Within the confines of the Yellow Flash's reach, their numerical advantage dwindled to mere prey waiting to be slaughtered. Their shadows fell away, their gazes dulled as they were enveloped in the embrace of the earth. Meanwhile, Han, still nursing grievous wounds, and the fully-tailed beastized Old Purple had also been sealed by the enemy. Had the formidable Iwagakure truly met its demise? As Shikaku poured its immense chakra into the sand, the grains solidified, surpassing even the resilience of steel. The battered four-tails sensed an impending peril and struggled to raise its head, emitting a reluctant growl from its throat. It endeavored to gather molten chakra into a fireball for resistance. Yet before the lava could take shape, the overwhelming sand cascaded down, burying its form entirely. The mound of sand rapidly ascended into a pyramid shape, and the sealing symbols upon Shikaku glowed brightly, their purple sigils spreading across the surface like a web, sealing the entire sand edifice. Inside the sand tomb, the four-tails' feeble thrashes barely agitated the layers, unable to breach the barrier infused with sealing power. As chakra continued to drain, its presence waned until it finally succumbed to silence beneath the sand waterfall seal. On the battlefield, the IWA shinobi were engulfed in panic. Mixiang, piloting the war god mech, hovered above the fray, his voice amplified through the mech's sound system. Onoki of the two-day balance, in such dire straits. Do you still wish to resist? How many IWA shinobi have perished due to the war you instigated? Do you seek to have me extinguish every last one of them? In response to Mixiang's ultimatum, the burly Onoki thundered, Father, we cannot yield to these sand ninjas. Recover well, and watch as I crush them. At that moment, Onoki's eyes regained a flicker of life. His lips quivered as he pointed to the strange explosive tag adhered to his chest, saying, Let us negotiate a ceasefire. We cannot win this battle. They wield strange puppets, executing the techniques of Hataki Sakomo, and I am no match for them. The fact that they could affix an explosive tag to me and capture Old Purple signifies their capability to annihilate all IWA shinobi. When did the once feeble Suna become this formidable? With Onoki's command for a ceasefire, many IWA shinobi sank to the ground, weeping in despair. The robust Onoki cradled the diminutive figure of his son as they approached the space between the two armies. The once mighty third Tsuchikage now bore a pallid visage and a listless aura. The peculiar explosive tag clung to his chest like a curse, utterly untouchable. This was the mutual explosive tag left by Conan. Each of Onoki's steps felt heavy, as if he tread upon the hearts of all IWA shinobi. Upon reaching the center of the clearing, he gently set his father down. Despite his wavering posture, Onoki stood tall, his gaze sharp as he met Mixiang, the representative of both the Konoha and Suna shinobi. Mixiang, adorned in the strange puppet mech, floated above, evoking a complex array of emotions within Onoki. Having lived long enough, he recalled tales of a group called the Sky Ninja that wielded flying ninja tools. Could this bizarre contraption before him be linked to them? The situation had shifted unfavorably, and he lacked the strength to continue the fight. Suna-'s mission. Onoki's voice rasped yet resonated with the authority of the Tsuchikage. As for my comrades from Konoha, we of Awagakure choose to cease hostilities. We will not continue this fight. Upon hearing this, a wave of suppressed commotion and weeping arose from the IWA ranks. To these stone-headed warriors, the admission of defeat spoken by their third Tsuchikage was a profound humiliation. Onoki inhaled deeply and continued, "The Four Tails has been vanquished, and I am no longer able to fight. Continuing only leads to unnecessary sacrifices on both sides. We request a ceasefire." As a gesture of sincerity, he pointed to the peculiar tag seemingly caught between reality and the void. To facilitate better negotiations regarding the ceasefire, please remove this mutual explosive tag. We are willing to return to the pre-war borders and discuss reparations. All eyes turned to Mission. On the Konoha side, Wave Wind Minato furrowed his brow, leaning towards accepting the ceasefire, as Konoha's western front was also worn and weary. Meanwhile, the injured Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden snake eyes glancing at a nearby healer named Jair, who utilized Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, though not from Konoha. Curious indeed. Emerging from the war god mech, Mission descended gracefully to the ground, his gaze locked with Onoki's, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. A mere ceasefire? No. Tsuchikage, you misunderstand. Onoki's pupils constricted. There is no ceasefire. You have but one option, Tsuchikage, and that is to surrender. What did you say? Huangtu could not contain his fury, but Onoki raised a hand to silence him. Mission, seemingly indifferent to Huangtu's outburst, continued, "You have no right to demand a return to pre-war borders or negotiate reparations. As the vanquished, you must accept the conditions set forth by the victors. You have no other choice." Chapter 172. Submission. What do you mean by that? Are you disregarding the traditions of the ninja world? Traditions? Onoki, the times have changed. I am not a politician like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Mission's words drew a twitch from Orochimaru's lips. Infuriated by Mission's demeanor, Huangtu enveloped his fists in rock and shouted, "Rock fist technique." Repulsion. Mission extended his left hand, palm open, compressing the repulsion into a small area like an invisible fist, sending the towering Huangtu hurtling away. Mission's subsequent words cut deep. "Huangtu, do you so eagerly wish for Onoki's demise? Are you angling to seize the Tsuchikage's position?" Nearby, Konan had a flurry of explosive tags fluttering around her, seemingly resonating with the strange tag on Onoki's chest. Meanwhile, the 5 unique ninja blades surrounding Scorpion assumed diverse formations. Father. Huangtu, bruised and battered, struggled to rise, suddenly recalling the peculiar explosive tag on Onoki, and frantically attempted to explain. Onoki's complexion shifted through various shades, his bulbous nose swelling considerably. "Huangtu, stand down. Everyone else, retreat. Without my command, no one is permitted to approach the battlefield." Huangtu crouched, pounding the ground with his fists. Forced to retreat, Onoki looked up at Mission. "Suna's brat, can you truly represent Suna? Can you negotiate on behalf of Konoha? Step aside. Bring forth someone capable of discussing the ceasefire treaty with me." Mission crackled with electricity between his fingers, observing Onoki's aged bravado, and similarly extended his palm. Repulsion. Electricity. Oh, the formidable Onoki felt a tremendous force collide with his face, causing blood to spill from his nose. Almost immediately, an electric charge coursed through him, paralyzing his body and disrupting the chakra within. "Onoki, I have no desire to engage in futile dialogue with you. You possess no leverage to act arrogantly before me. Whether I can represent Sunagakure or Sunagakure is not for you to question. You have but 2 choices: unconditionally surrender and accept my terms, or I shall not hesitate to stain this land with the blood of the rock shinobi." Faced with the unyielding Mion, Onoki had no option but to bow his head. "State your terms." A smile crept onto Mion's lips. "My conditions are quite simple." He raised a finger. "The rock village must immediately lay down its weapons unconditionally and accept military oversight from Sunagakure, retaining only a necessary number of shinobi while disbanding the remaining vast army. The feudal lord of the land of Earth must acknowledge defeat and accept the supervision and reforms of the post-war reconstruction committee led by Sunagakure. Regarding key techniques such as dust release and explosive release, they must be immediately surrendered as part of war reparations. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, along with all high-ranking officials, nobles involved in this invasion, must submit to an investigation of war crimes. All covert spies must terminate their missions, with each condition articulated. The atmosphere on the rock side grew increasingly frigid, despair and rage spreading like wildfire. Delusional. Huangtu could no longer contain himself. You seek the annihilation of the rock village. This is not delusion, Mion retorted, but a punishment for initiating war against the rock. Do you wish to persist in the same manner as before, launching an invasion? Retreating after defeat, reflecting on the reasons for your loss, only to bicker at the negotiation table to erase the pain of war? What of the rock shinobi who have perished? What of the ordinary shinobi caught in this conflict? Answer me, Inoki. Answer me. Mion's voice echoed across the battlefield, questioning Inoki. Inoki's lips moved as if to explain, yet he found himself at a loss for words in response to Mion. This young sand shinobi disregarded the hierarchy of ninjas and the dignity of nobility. What a peculiar creature. Humph. Young sand shinobi, you stand against the entire shinobi world. Do you not fear the collective wrath? Inoki summoned his lightweight and heavyweight rock technique to ascend slowly, meeting Mion's gaze levelly. The shinobi beside Scorpion aimed their kunai at Inoki, while Conan prepared to detonate the explosive tags. Father! Huangtu gasped in horror, and chaos erupted among the rock ranks. Mion raised a hand to halt Scorpion and Conan, sneering at Inoki. Do you still hope for support from other ninja villages? Do you think the alliance with Kumogakure will bring them to your aid? Do you not wonder why Tsunade, stationed at the border, along with my teacher, the user of the Scorch Release, Yakumo, and many elite from Sunagakure, have not appeared on this battlefield? Mion shook his finger. That is because they have gone to assist on the battlefield of the Land of Rice. Do you think Kumogakure's terms for surrender would be more favorable than those of the Rock? He cast a glance at Inoki, whose face had turned ashen, trembling with anger and fatigue. Inoki, you are a veteran of multiple great ninja wars. You should understand that when defeat is inevitable, a dignified surrender is preferable to the destruction that comes from shedding every last drop of blood. Preserve some seeds for the future of the Rock. This is the only course of action you can take now, and it is the only correct choice. You have no so-called ceasefire, for I am aware that you, as a so-called politician, will not advocate for peace. I can afford to wait as you ponder your decision. Accept the terms of surrender, and the Rock Village may retain its structure, avoiding deeper conflict. Refusal will lead not to war, but to extermination. I shall not easily forgive the invaders. I will send them to the Pure Land, to repent before the innocent. Of course, you may wait for the faint glimmer of victory from Kumogakure. Silence. A deathly silence. Inoki closed his eyes, his aged features twitching violently. As the leader of a village, a life of pride culminated in the necessity of signing a treaty that nearly spelled the end of his nation. Yet he knew that every word Mion spoke was a manifestation of cold reality. The Rock had exhausted its capacity to continue. After a prolonged pause, he opened his eyes, now filled solely with profound weariness and resignation. His suspended form wavered slightly. The Rock chooses to surrender. The utterance of those 4 words seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from him, robbing all Rock shinobi of their final resolve. Mion crossed his arms and inquired of Inoki, have you come to this conclusion so swiftly? Lord Tsuchikage, you truly exemplify a competent politician. Your assessment of gains and losses is commendable. Alas, the era of decay has passed. We can wait a little longer. The news from Kumogakure shall soon arrive. Mion spoke with a meaningful tone. Since we are to establish post-war order, I believe it would be more effective to wait for Reikage to join us, would it not? Reikage? Inoki was taken aback by Mion's unwavering confidence. Yes, Reikage would have no choice but to yield. Let us sit and wait for a moment, Lord Inoki. The true protagonist has yet to arrive. You must surrender in person to another. Minato, send Orochimaru to that battlefield. The reunion would feel incomplete without him. Chapter 173. The stubborn-toed Orochimaru had already regained his vitality, assisted by Jiraiya's healing, and was now moving his fully restored arm, wearing a nostalgic smile. How intriguing. Mion-kun, has the situation over there become untenable? On the battlefield of the Land of Rice, Jiraiya, you have overestimated your capabilities, given the present circumstances. Do you still dare to deploy top-tier forces elsewhere? Truly reckless. A voice as deep as thunder resonated. The third Reikage stood tall amidst the chaos. His bare torso was adorned with fresh and old scars, muscles rippling like steel, yet the most striking aspect was his right arm. The hollow sockets where his arm once was were sealed by powerful lightning chakra, flickering with unstable blue and white electricity. This arm was beyond healing, even with the medical ninjutsu of Sunagakure. Losing an arm did not diminish his imposing presence. Rather, it made him appear all the more dangerous, like a wounded beast. His remaining arm clenched tightly, the lightning chakra armor surrounding him more furious than ever, exuding an even more perilous aura. During the last raid on the Wind Country, Mion's strange weapon had rendered his arm useless, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. Furthermore, the peculiar tools employed by Minato, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to severely injure his son and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, had ignited a fiery determination within him. Now, he had taken to the battlefield himself, and Jiraiya dared to face him alone, without even Minato's intervention? How dare he underestimate him? A diminutive figure stood slightly behind the wreckage. A girl who appeared no older than 7 or 8. She had pale skin and wore ill-fitting attire of a Sunagakure shinobi, her face still bearing the innocence of youth. Yet her vivid green eyes sparkled with an unsettling coldness and a hint of uncontrollable ferocity. Around her neck hung a forehead protector inscribed with the character for cat, her body trembling not from fear, but from an inner turmoil. She was the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, a young host named Nico. Their only adversary was Jiraiya, his white hair dancing wildly, clad in his signature red cloak. The red eyeshadow on his face and the blemishes on his nose indicated that he had entered sage mode ahead of time. On his shoulders, the two-toed sages, Fukasaku and Shima, stood ready for battle. The wreckage is now one-armed, and this little child from Sunagakure has truly become a formidable force. What can I do alone? Blocking the forces of Yunin village, even a fool like me, is sufficient. Jiraiya's voice was loud, yet his gaze was profoundly grave. He sensed the terrifying power of the wreckage, known as the strongest combination of spear and shield. The sage technique allowed him to perceive the dreadful chakra within the child. With Minato dispatched to support the line in the land of Earth, and Orochimaru severely injured, the heavy burden here rested solely on his shoulders. Enough of the chatter. The third wreckage single eye widened in fury as he swung his remaining arm with force. Since you are so bold, do not blame me for your demise here. Although you are not a bloodline ninja, your body capable of utilizing sage techniques still holds research value. Prepare to die. Lightning release. Lightning annihilation. He did not form hand seals. His right palm converged like a blade, entwined with highly concentrated lightning chakra. He transformed into a straight bolt of blue lightning, crossing dozens of meters in an instant with sheer violence and speed, striking at Jiraiya. The velocity far surpassed that of ordinary body flicker technique. Jiraiya's pupils constricted as the enhancements from Sage Mode provided him with just enough perception and speed to narrowly evade, the lightning grazing his chest and carving a deep, charred trench into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. So swift. Little Jiraiya, be careful. A warning came from Fukasaku's sage. That old man is left with only one arm. Yet his lightning techniques are even more concentrated and frenzied, chimed in Shima's sage. I understand. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, sage art, hair needle 1,000 pillars. His white hair hardened and shot forth like countless needles towards the charging wreckage. Futile tricks. The wreckage did not flinch, his body enveloped in a radiant lightning armor. The 1,000 needles shattered upon striking the armor. He swung his single arm again, heavy flow, storm. Lightning chakra gathered in his left fist, delivering a straightforward punch imbued with the power to shatter mountains. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya swiftly changed tactics, retreating while forming hand seals. The ground beneath him transformed into a vast swamp, attempting to ensnare the wreckage. The wreckage surged forward with relentless momentum, his foot crashing into the swamp. But he reacted faster. His left leg erupted with lightning, forcibly breaking free from the mire, mud flying everywhere. Though his speed was slightly diminished, his punch remained unyielding. Sage art, needle kazashi. Jiraiya's hair extended wildly, enveloping him in a defensive, spiky shield. Boom. The wreckage's heavy fist struck fiercely against the needle kazashi. A violent shockwave erupted, pushing Jiraiya back as his white hair defense caved inward. With a muffled groan, he slid back several meters, a taste of blood rising in his throat. The wreckage's strength, even with one arm, was still terrifying. Little Jiraiya, used the special explosive ninja tools provided by Sunagakure. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head. Such precious tools should be conserved. I can still endure. At that moment, the previously silent Jinchuriki began to contort her body, spurred by the battlefield chaos. A look of anguish crossed her face as her emerald eyes shifted into feline slits, sharp fangs protruding from her lips, and blue chakra erupted from her, faintly forming the outline of a two-tailed cat demon. Yomiuri, suppress her. Coordinate with my attack. Eliminate Jiraiya. The Raikage barked without turning back, fully aware that the child could not yet control the tailed beast, yet this instability served as a weapon in itself. They had moved far from the battlefield of Yunin. Even if Yomiuri erupted, it would only wreak havoc on Konoha's position. Roar. Yomiuri emitted a sound that seemed less human, slamming her hands into the ground. Fire release. Mouse tail ball. Dozens of blue fire orbs materialized, akin to living mice, pouncing towards Jiraiya from various angles. These mouse fireballs moved erratically, their flames scorching hot, infused with the tailed beast's unique corrosive chakra. Jiraiya had to contend with the Raikage's relentless barrage of physical attacks and lightning techniques, while simultaneously dodging these troublesome and dangerous fireballs, leaving him somewhat flustered. Though Sage Chakra was formidable, facing such extreme styles of opponents, the swift and powerful Raikage and the unstable Jinchuriki brought him considerable pressure. He even hesitated to provoke Yomiuri into full-tailed beast transformation. This cannot continue. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened as he bit his thumb, forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Smoke erupted. Two enormous toads appeared. One, a plump purple toad bearing a shield resembling a pot lid and a colossal spear, wore a somewhat foolish expression. The other, a serious green toad grasping dual swords, bore a stern demeanor. Jiraiya-sama. Shima Sage. Fukasaku Sage. The two toads exclaimed in unison, swiftly entering combat mode. Ken, restrain that Jinchuriki. Be cautious of her tailed beast chakra. Jiraiya commanded rapidly. Though I may be of little use, I won't shy away from a fight, Ken declared, bravely charging forth with his shield and spear. Meanwhile, the green toad prepared to shield Jiraiya, ready to block any attacks from the third Raikage. With a momentary respite from the Raikage's onslaught, Jiraiya finally unleashed a jutsu, Sage Art, 5 Right Gate. He expelled toad oil from his mouth, while Fukasaku Sage combined it with wind release, and Shima Sage with fire release, creating an overwhelming storm of oil and fire cascading toward the Raikage. Damn it! The Raikage roared, undeterred, pushing his lightning chakra armor to its limits, charging into the storm of oil and fire like a blue thunder god. Although he was smeared with burning toad oil, his lightning armor flickered erratically, yet his left fist shone even brighter. Hell Piercer, one finger thrust. He concentrated all his power into the fingertip of his right hand, executing a simplified yet more extreme thrust aimed directly at Jiraiya's heart. This was a desperate gamble. Chapter 174. The Reunion of the Three Ninjas. Little Jiraiya. The two sages exclaimed in shock. Jiraiya's eyes blazed with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Palms pressed together before his chest. Toad Hero. The taciturn Toad Hero leaped mightily, crossing blades in a powerful defense against the brilliant lightning. On the other side, Toadkin used his bowl-shaped shield to block the blue flames spewed by Yomiuri, swinging his spear to scatter the incoming fireballs. As Toad Hero defended, he simultaneously prepared a jutsu, water release, iron cannonball. A continuous barrage of high-pressure water bullets surged forward. Yomiuri was forced back repeatedly, her inner two tails growing increasingly agitated. The blue chakra enveloping her solidifying more, her single tail splitting into two. Her attacks became more frantic yet lacked structure, easily countered by the experienced Toadkin. Boom. Toad Hero's dual swords, the solid water cannonballs, and the Hell Piercer collided violently. A blinding blue-white light consumed everything, and a terrifying shockwave erupted in a circular explosion. Amidst the sound of metal shattering, a green figure, bloodied, was sent flying. As the light dissipated, Jiraiya knelt on the ground, blood at his lips, his right sleeve torn, and his arm trembling slightly. Toad Hero had taken the brunt of the Hell Piercer for Jiraiya. Unable to withstand any longer, reverted into white smoke and returned to Mount Mayaboku. The third Raikage, scorched by intense flames, barely managed to shake off the flames clinging to him thanks to his lightning armor, turning to glare at the affected Jiraiya. The two locked eyes, both aware that the other still had strength left, yet both bore significant wounds. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side saw Yomiuri's tailed beast cloak nearing full coverage. Her two chakra tails thrashing violently, her eyes rolling back as she clutched her head, emitting pained whimpers. Yomiuri regained control of the two tails. Hold that toad in check. Once I eliminate Jiraiya, I will assist you. The Raikage single eye flickered with urgency. While the rampage of the two tails could unleash tremendous destruction, an uncontrolled, indiscriminate assault was not his desire. A swift resolution was imperative. In the midst of the fierce battle, the third Raikage, with his hair billowing under the impact of the lightning armor, concentrated his chakra and pointed a finger at Jiraiya, preparing to unleash the Hell Stab, a formidable technique. At that moment, a golden figure emerged. Minato Namikaze had arrived. He was not alone. He was accompanied by Orochimaru and Tsunade. Upon witnessing the dazzling lightning surrounding the third Raikage, Orochimaru swiftly moved to the front lines, forming hand seals. Three uncles come to fix the door. With that incantation, three fearsome gates of the underworld erupted from the ground, standing resolutely against the Raikage's electrifying assault. Boom, boom, boom. The three formidable gates were successively pierced by the third Raikage's Hell Stab. With only an arm remaining, the Raikage surged forth like a deity from the shattered gates, declaring, "Die." Unmatched might fist. Clad in an upgraded amplification mech, Tsunade stood before Jiraiya, her body enveloped in healing chakra, gathering strength for a titanic punch. Tsunade's fair fist collided directly with the Raikage's formidable attack. Previously, in the Land of Wind, Tsunade had suffered significantly against the Raikage's relentless strikes, which had penetrated her defenses and inflicted grievous wounds. However, with the custom mech she had cunningly acquired, she was now a force to be reckoned with. Defense? Non-existent. Electric paralysis? Meet the grounded Faraday cage. The Raikage's earlier strike had lost its edge after piercing the three gates, and now, facing Tsunade's full-on punch, he was sent flying. Minato spoke first. "Jiraiya-sensei, the situation in Iwagakure has collapsed. They will surrender soon. According to Mikage-kun's arrangements, we have come to assist." Tsunade, exhilarated after sending the Raikage soaring, teased Jiraiya. "You big fool. Didn't I tell you to use the supercapacitor to restrain the Raikage? Even now, you still want to spare that brat some resources." She tossed a peculiar lightweight mech with a jetpack attached. Wearing this, Mikage's single-soldier mech offers excellent protection, chakra amplification, and brief flight capabilities. Of course, yours is a mass-produced model, not comparable to mine. Tsunade crossed her arms, striking a pose that made her look even more imposing. However, Jiraiya, having reconciled with himself, remarked seriously, "I never expected what I thought would be a meat grinder of a ninja battle could turn out like this. Tsunade, are you truly determined to return and vie for the Hokage position?" Tsunade nodded vigorously, "Absolutely. I won't allow those old geezers to ruin the village established by my grandfather and great-uncle. So, I shall take the credit for ending this ninja war." Orochimaru, pale and licking his lips, hoarsely reminded them, "Revisiting old times can wait until after the battle. The Two Tails has begun to rampage, and the Eight Tails is bringing a large force. We must finish this quickly." Tsunade placed a finger to her lips, proclaiming, "Minato's Flying Thunder God technique is remarkably adept. He brought us here ahead of time. The fire release, Burning Leaf is also bringing reinforcements behind us, so there is no need for concern. Let's South clean this place up first. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha have not fought side by side in a long time. Let us prepare." Orochimaru and Jiraiya both pressed their fingers to their lips and bit down, drawing blood which they smeared on their fingers. Almost simultaneously, the three formed hand seals and struck the ground, summoning technique. A gigantic Manda, the irritable Wanta, and a graceful slug appeared before them. "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, for saving me from the dust release last time. Is your injury all right?" Wanta asked, inhaling deeply from his pipe, perplexed. "Is this Manda, the one with the foulest temper? Has he come to the reunion with a gentler disposition? How rare." Manda shot a glare at the sarcastic Wanta, showing no sign of his usual threats. Orochimaru was pleased with Manda's behavior. This was how a proper summoning beast should act. Wanta exhaled a smoke ring, reflecting, "The legendary three ninjas of Konoha reuniting is truly a cause for celebration. Is this the formidable third Raikage we face?" Jiraiya nodded, firmly standing atop Wanta. "Indeed, Wanta. Do not underestimate him. This third Raikage is exceptionally difficult to contend with." Wanta, gripping his sword hilt, scoffed, "Then let him experience the speed of my blade." Chapter 175. The class reunion. Manda disdainfully remarked, "Stinking toad, your bravado remains unchanged." Wanta released a long plume of smoke, slowly drawing his blade. "I think I need a snakeskin belt. Do you wish to die, foul serpent?" A voice from the elegant slug chimed in. "Little Wanta, little Manda, they have reconciled. Must you two always bicker? Let us defeat our opponents first." The Two Tails has already begun to rampage. What a nostalgic class reunion. The third Raikage's body, enveloped in a stable and refined lightning armor, radiated a dark, almost black liquid lightning, crackling ominously, resembling an ancient thunder god. His fingers splayed. Arcs of electricity danced at his fingertips, ionizing the air with a burnt aroma. To his left stood the fully-tailed beast-formed Eight Tails, a towering, dark red octopus-headed giant with 8 flailing tentacles, surrounded by a tangible crimson chakra, roaring like thunder. The figure of Killer Bee flickered above its brow, maintaining full control in this complete form. On his right was the ferocious, fully-tailed beast-formed Two Tails, a perilous blue flame cat demon, fluid in movement, engulfed in unquenchable azure flames. With two tails raised high, its feline eyes glimmered with wild ferocity, having just been swatted away by the Eight Tails. It lunged madly towards the 3 ninjas. This was the ultimate formation that Sunagakure had poured everything into, representing a peak fusion of physical might, perfect jinchuriki, and the frenzied power of tailed beasts. Facing them were the reassembled legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya stood firm on the left, his white hair dancing in the chaotic airflow produced by the jetpack of the death god Mech. His vibrant frog-patterned eyes and prominent nose were still, supported by the 2 sages, embodying the optimal sage mode. He crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who stood in the center. Jiraiya exuded an aura as formidable as a mountain, grounded by Wanta, who was brandishing a giant pipe and drawing a short blade. The dark red-skinned Wanta was the mightiest toad of Mount Myaboku, squatting like a small hill, the sparks from his pipe flickering in the tense atmosphere. Orochimaru stood on the right, his pale visage marked by cold golden snake eyes, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth as he faced a formidable foe. Clad in the death god Mech, he presented a unique blend of styles. Below him, Manda hissed, its purple scales reflecting a chilling glow under the chakra's brilliance. Most strikingly, in the center atop the vast slug, Tsunade stood. Instead of a heavy external backpack, she wore a sleek, form-fitting light gold armor that conformed to her curves. This armor resembled a second skin rather than cumbersome plate armor, designed ingeniously at the joints to allow for unrestricted movement. Unlike the outdated White Phoenix mech that had been eliminated, this custom armor from Mecha shimmered with a visible, liquid-like golden chakra. Countless subtle chakra pathways flickered across its surface, seemingly alive. This extraordinary combat suit, meticulously crafted from rice and designed by Scorpion, employs advanced chakra superconductive metals along with bioenergy resonance technology, enhancing her innate sealing capacity and regenerative abilities through constant technological activation and stabilization. Furthermore, it bestows her with defenses and strength augmentations that surpass traditional armor. As she clenched her fist, the air resonated with a deafening roar of overwhelming force. And within Tsunade's emerald eyes flickered no trace of fear, only unwavering focus and determination. She had just sent the rampaging Two Tails flying with a single punch. "Little Tsunade, your power has grown immensely." Tsunade collided her fists together, her golden hair flowing. Of course, the farce of the ninja war must come to an end. Everyone from the hidden cloud, the third Raikage spat. "Are you relying on the toys from Sunagakure to bolster your courage? Has Konoha fallen to such depths? Today, let you and these iron monstrosities perish together. Hey, big brother, watch me." Eight Tails, the mighty Gyuki unleashed its fury, its massive form whirling as 8 tentacles, imbued with destructive power, surged like a tempest towards the area occupied by the 3 shinobi. The ground was upheaved and torn apart in its wake. Sage Art, 5 right gate. Jiraiya was prepared, as the mech's enhancement magnified the potency of his ninjutsu several-fold. The fusion of toad oil, wind release, and fire release created a vast sea of flame and oil, sweeping across the heavens. This fiery ocean did not confront the Eight Tails head-on, but cleverly met its swirling storm, attempting to weaken its momentum through continuous burning and adhesion. Simultaneously, a blue light flashed from the backpack on his back. propelling him rapidly into the sky to gain a vantage point for casting. Slug chakra transmission. Tsunade's slug clone immediately extended countless tendrils, connecting with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The surging, refined yang release chakra from the Byakugan armor surged into their bodies, not only replenishing their energy, but also enhancing the potency and duration of their ninjutsu. Interesting support. Then, Mandara, it's our turn. Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden slit pupils locking onto the two tails. The air backpack behind him adjusted its angle, granting him ghostly lateral mobility as he dashed close to the ground, forming hand seals. Billion Forest Serpent Bite. From Orochimaru's sleeves, a deluge of venomous snakes poured forth, overwhelming the two tails. Not so fast. The third Raikage bellowed, swinging his single arm fiercely, unleashing a lightning-release explosive fist. Your opponent is me, old man. Tsunade's voice thundered as she stomped the ground. She did not employ any elaborate ninjutsu. Instead, she unleashed the simplest, most direct punch toward the third Raikage. The air in front of her fist compressed to its utmost, creating a visible shockwave of white. My defeated subordinates, you seek death. The Raikage roared, delivering a heavy punch towards Tsunade. Boom. A sound more terrifying than any previous clash erupted. A pure physical shockwave mingled with roaring lightning and faint golden chakra, spreading violently outward. Nearby boulders were instantly reduced to dust, and the ground was gouged into a bowl-shaped crater several meters wide. At the center of the pit, Tsunade maintained her stance, having sent the Raikage flying with her punch. In this contest of strength, the third Raikage had been defeated. The faint golden armor on Tsunade's gauntlet shimmered intensely, and even as wounds appeared on the back of her hand from the impact, they were swiftly mended by the overwhelming yang release chakra coursing through the mech. Meanwhile, the Raikage's lightning release armor dimmed significantly, the pain in his arm indicating he had sustained hidden injuries. Impossible. The Raikage was shaken to his core, never having imagined someone could match him in sheer force and destructive capability to such an extent. Just moments ago, he had been able to overpower Tsunade. You were surprised too soon. Chapter 176. The Flame-Wielding Yezakura. Tsunade's beautiful face broke into a triumphant smile as she charged her power once more. Her other fist crackled with the sound of wind and thunder, striking again. The Byakugan mech was not merely a display of her splendid figure. It endowed her with unparalleled sustained explosiveness and defensive capabilities, allowing her to engage in the most primal and effective confrontations without reservation. The two combatants clashed in an instant, punches, gusts of wind, flashes of lightning, and golden shockwaves colliding furiously, each encounter altering the terrain in small bursts, escalating the intensity of the battle. Even the rampaging two tails, caught in the chaotic fray, was sent flying. In the sky and from a distance, two other battlefronts simultaneously reached a boiling point. The eight tails, hindered by the sage art, 5 right gate, provided Jiraiya an opening as he drew his short blade, Toad's short blade slash. The massive blade of wind tore through the fiery tempest, aimed directly at the eight tails' head. Killer Bee and the eight tails were one, with one tentacle boldly challenging the attack, while another stealthily emerged from the ground, launching a surprise strike at Jiraiya's lower body. Wanta, be careful of the ground. Jiraiya's voice rang out as he clasped his hands together in the air. Sage art, super hair, needle 1000. With the chakra enhancement from the mech, this time the scope of the hair needles was vastly increased. Each needle was entwined with high-density sage chakra, resembling a white torrential downpour, protecting both himself and Wanta, while simultaneously raining down upon the eight tails. The eight tails roared, forced to divide its many tentacles for defense, its offensive momentum slowing. On the other side, Orochimaru's battle with the two tails was marked by its own unpredictable twists. Countless venomous snakes surged forth, overwhelming the two tails. Just as it approached the fray between the third Raikage and Tsunade, merely the ripple of its attack inflicted heavy damage. Utilizing the extraordinary mobility granted by the Death God mech, Orochimaru moved like a specter, weaving around the two tails with incredible speed. He and the Mandara would sometimes act in unison, and at other times separate, evading the swift claws and ethereal blue fireballs of the beast. Rarely did he engage directly. Instead, he continuously unleashed various enhanced ninjutsu, occasionally spitting out the Kusanagi sword for lethal thrusts. The Mandara, with its colossal form, entangled the two tails, restraining its movements under the protection of Orochimaru's ninjutsu. attacking without reservation with its venomous fangs and body. As the two tails sustained repeated assaults, its teeth bared more ferociously, and the azure flames within its eyes blazed more intensely. Suddenly, it unleashed dozens of smaller, yet incredibly swift blue fireballs, their trajectories erratic, creating a barrage that enveloped a vast area and sealed off all escape routes for Orochimaru. Just as he prepared to use the three-headed serpent for an escape, he heard a shout, "Get down!" Boom, boom, boom. Orochimaru had never been stubborn. He was well aware of who was coming to support from Sunagakure. Allowing his body to go limp, he adhered closely to the Mandara, yielding the attack's front. A flurry of bright white fireballs erupted forth, directly consuming the two tails' incoming fireballs. Following that, a figure enveloped in flames emerged. "Is this the tailed beast that plays with fire?" Raikkonen said to treat it as a pet. "It appears to have quite the temper. This foul-tempered large cat. Did it wish to play with fire before me?" The rampaging two tails, driven entirely by primal instincts, transformed into pure catastrophic fire. Its vast, blue feline form rolled and roared in the sea of flames, the azure fire indiscriminately incinerating everything in its path. Its two tails lashed wildly, continuously spewing high-density fireballs, consumed solely by its desire for destruction. The nearest target was Yezakura, suspended in midair, and all of its attacks naturally surged toward her. The flames enveloping Yezakura's mech had changed from before. Now, these flames flowed as if alive, shifting from dark red to brilliant white and nearing transparency. They unfurled like wings behind her, forming two colossal wings of flame without harming her in the slightest. The irrational large cat, flames are not to be trifled with. It seems that this is the terminology of that insufferable brat. The two tails locked onto the airborne Gekko, furiously tilting its head back, its massive jaws agape, unleashing a concentrated, ghostly blue fireball with an internal temperature capable of melting steel, hurtling straight towards Gekko. The air along its path ionized, creating a dazzling trail of light. Gekko stood unmoving, merely extending a finger, aimed at the oncoming fireball. Flame manipulation enabled him to merge with the fireball, forcibly reducing its temperature to 600 degrees, lowering it to an ionic state, guiding its internal temperature distribution into disarray, inciting turbulent vortices. A reverse thermal flow was injected into the tail of the fireball, counteracting its thrust. The fireball was neutralized. As Yekon's finger propelled several fire clusters the size of quail eggs into the savage flames of the two tails, a peculiar scene unfolded. The once menacing ghostly blue fireball, when less than 20 meters from Yekon, suddenly transformed. The portion of flames in contact with the air darkened abruptly, shifting from ghostly blue to a deep crimson, as if it had lost its vitality. The core of the light sphere emitted unstable crackling sounds. Its shape began to twist violently. The flames erupting from its tail came to an abrupt halt, its thrust significantly diminished. The entire fireball's speed plummeted, its trajectory becoming erratic, ultimately dissipating feebly a short distance before Yekon, leaving only a warm current behind. A flicker of anthropomorphized bewilderment flashed in the two tails' feline eyes. It could not comprehend why its flames had faltered. "It was now my turn, great cat." Yekon moved, her fiery wings fluttering gracefully as she dove downwards towards the two tails. The scorching escape flame was under her command. Extending her right hand, she conjured not a fireball, but a peculiar area of flames with a gradient of internal temperatures. As her hand brushed against the burning tail of the two tails, a terrifying event occurred. The blazing ghostly blue flames on the tail did not get consumed or extinguished upon contact with the flames before Yekon's palm. Rather, they vanished. It was not an enforced extinguishment, but rather as if the flames had chosen to disappear. The extreme temperature, sustained by the tailed beast chakra, was instantaneously disturbed at the microscopic level, causing the flames to cease abruptly. Flame catalysis. Yekon deftly propelled a small white fireball from her palm, embedding it into the still-burning body of the two tails. Sizzle. The flames on the two tails' body surged dramatically. The blue flames suddenly reached an exceedingly high temperature. Extreme heat and cold alternated in a minuscule span. The fundamental laws of the physical world asserted their power, the stress of thermal expansion and contraction reaching its zenith. The body encased in blue flames of the two tails shattered like glass struck by a heavy blow. Radiating from the tail, a web of cracks exploded outward. A howl erupted from the two tails as it staggered backward, its massive form reeling. Patches of different colors manifested on its body, the blue flames clashing against one another. It swung its claws in a frenzy, spewing flames, attempting to incinerate Yekong with its own fire. However, Yekong's figure danced unpredictably amidst the sea of flames. Even the flames of the two tails fell under her control. Through minute thermal disturbances, she caused the fireballs to dissipate prematurely, inciting conflicts or cancellations among the flames themselves. She and Mi Xiang had studied the essence of flames. Not only could she elevate the temperature of flames, but she could also reduce it. The two tails grew increasingly frustrated and weakened. An array of abnormal low-temperature chaotic zones began to emerge around it. Its movement slowed, and the flames enveloping its body dimmed. Finally, the two tails could no longer endure, unable to maintain even the shape of its flames, letting out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 177. Overwhelming Power. Little kitty, how can you be so temperamental? From now on, if you follow me, you must behave. Yekong did not slay the wooden person but gently patted her head, lifting the unconscious figure back to the death god Mecha Legion. Ensure this Jinchuriki is well guarded. And after the battle, take her back to the village. Ignore anyone from other villages who comes forward. Understood, Lady Yekong. Yekong gazed at the sealed wooden person, waving her hand to command. As for the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, let us not disturb them. Form ranks and follow me to encircle the main forces of the Cloud Village. On Tsunade's side, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, aided by three summoned beasts, successfully sent the eight tails flying. At this moment, Tsunade had completed her preparations. Her entire Byakuga mecha was enveloped in a rich chakra of yang release, with green sprouts beginning to emerge in many areas. No, Mi Xiang said, now is not the time to reveal ourselves. Just using the chakra of the Byakuga technique will suffice. That kind of power must be reserved for a more critical moment. Understood, sister. As you command, Princess Tsunade. The two computational nodes behind Tsunade emitted responses only she could hear. She wiped her eyes and transformed into a blur, charging towards the third raikage. With my current strength, I am more than capable of bringing you down. Mighty Strength Fist. The striking Tsunade's fists, enveloped in green light, alternated to pound against the third raikage. Under the enhanced might of her punches, his lightning armor began to fracture progressively. Heavenly painful foot. Just as the third raikage, fatigued from defending against Tsunade's powerful punches, managed to block one, her raised foot crashed directly into the ground. Father. In the midst of grappling with Minato, AI's anger boiled, ready to rush over and assist. Only to be intercepted by Minato wielding a special kunai. Your opponent is me. In the midst of speaking, a special kunai lunged towards AI's eye, before he could react. Minato vanished in an instant, reappearing at his side, swiftly grasping the airborne kunai and thrusting it back. Damn yellow flash. AI's furious roar echoed through the canyon. His muscles bulging, blue lightning almost materializing, his speed so rapid that it left an afterimage in its wake. With each heavy stomp, he left charred footprints on the ground, swinging his fists with the sound of breaking air and lightning. Regrettably, all his strikes landed in thin air, not even grazing Minato's hair. Fortunately, his lightning armor proved resilient enough to withstand the awkwardly angled kunai attacks. What skill is merely dodging and weaving? Come out and face me head on. His rage was not without cause. Since the battle commenced, the speed and strength he prided himself on had repeatedly faltered in the presence of Namikaze's Minato. The latter never engaged him directly, always disappearing in a flash of light and reappearing in inconceivable positions, relentlessly decimating the Cloud Village forces with those damned special kunai. It felt akin to striking a fist into cotton. No, more like striking into thin air. The figure of Minato materialized, still clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest. His golden short hair particularly striking under the illumination of lightning. His expression bore no excess, only absolute focus and calm. Uncharacteristically, he sported a lightweight metallic pouch at his waist. I apologize, AI, but I cannot allow you to disrupt the main battlefield. Since your lightning armor is so formidable, I must resort to the secret weapon Mi Xiang entrusted to me. No ninjutsu is invincible. AI, you have lost. Minato's voice was calm, as though stating an undeniable fact. Stop with the nauseating lectures. Behold my lightning release, lightning plow heat knife. I will kill you. AI did not wait for him to finish. His entire being enveloped in lightning, transforming into a blue bolt that surged forward. This was a concentrated thrust of lightning chakra focused on his shoulder and arm, powerful enough to obliterate a city wall. His speed was so swift that an ordinary jounin would have no time to react. He had previously teamed with his brother Killer Bee, the two colliding and instantly decapitating a taijutsu master. Unfortunately, he faced the first god of speed, who mastered the flying thunder god technique. Just as AI was about to collide, Minato's figure vanished. A specially crafted kunai inscribed with the flying thunder god technique was all that remained in its place. His figure flickered in and out of existence, akin to a specter traversing the realms of the living and the otherworldly. Each manifestation was fleeting. After hurling several kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique, he vanished once more. What went unnoticed by AI was that with each appearance, Minato Namikaze scattered silver threads that entwined around him. AI attempted to break free, but these delicate threads were remarkably fragile, snapping at the slightest touch. Could such threads be used for assault? What a farcical notion. AI's charges repeatedly fell short, failing to inflict any harm on Minato, leaving him breathless and fatigued. "You have lost," Minato exclaimed, launching a multitude of kunai towards AI, transforming into a cascade of golden light. Though surprised, AI felt a surge of excitement. At last, Minato dared to confront him directly. With his body crackling with lightning, he summoned all his might into his left fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. However, just as they were about to collide, Minato's figure vanished again. AI's scornful laughter caught in his throat. As Minato flickered around him, he left behind a web of metallic threads that ensnared AI. Within this web, 3 supercapacitors began to glow ominously, signaling imminent detonation. Boom. This was no natural lightning, but a ferocious release of electric charge. The lightning armor surrounding AI was directed underground by the chakra-infused metallic net, and the violent charges began to conduct through AI's body. His form was far from insulated. A tempest of high-voltage arcs erupted around him, exploding with a deafening crackle. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, rocks shattering and melting under the relentless barrage of electric arcs. Even Minato had to evade the center of the tempest using the flying thunder god technique. Ah! AI roared in defiance as the high-voltage arcs struck his robust physique, inflicting excruciating pain. His strong body stiffened, collapsing to the ground in a half-kneel. Smoke billowing from his charred form as his muscles convulsed uncontrollably, and he screamed in agony. Simultaneously, empowered by the terrifying augmentation of the Baika technique, Tsunade soared through the air, delivering a punch with the force of sonic booms, slamming the third raikage into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, stones flying as if a meteor had struck the battlefield. The third raikage could no longer withstand the onslaught, sinking into a pit, blood spewing from his mouth. Known for his unparalleled strength, the third raikage was rendered gravely injured and unconscious by Tsunade's sheer might. Chapter 178. The dread in the shadows in the top-floor conference room of the Hokage building. The atmosphere was so tense it could be cut with a knife. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the head of the table, the embers of his pipe flickering erratically, his face etched with deeper lines. As he puffed on his pipe, he rhythmically tapped the table, immersed in silence. Beside him, Mito Kazama and Toka Shinkai wore equally grim expressions. "Hiruzen, your esteemed disciple, that impudent Tsunade, has garnered a reputation that far exceeds the accolades received by past Hokages during times of war." Toka Shinkai's voice was low and grave. Such achievements are clearly not hers alone. The accolades being heaped upon her at the front lines are no mere coincidence. This is a calculated move, creating a significant dilemma for us in Konoha. The elevation of her status through her accomplishments poses a risk we must be wary of. Mito Kazama adjusted his glasses. What is more troubling is the emergence of discordant voices within the village. At this juncture, we need Danzo's influence. Hiruzen, it's time to stop suppressing him. Many tasks would be executed far more effectively under his command. As he spoke, he slid several reports across the table to Hiruzen. They chronicled whispered sentiments proliferating in taverns, markets, and even among ninja gatherings. The third Hokage is aging, only seeking peace while under attack from Kumogakure. Were it not for Sunagakure's assistance, we would have been overrun long ago. Look at Lady Tsunade, embodying the true spirit of a Hokage. Bold and unyielding, she brings genuine respect and benefits to Konoha. I hear the third Hokage even considered ceding land for peace. How pathetic. Each word struck like a poisoned needle at the core of Hiruzen's governance. Have you traced the source of these sentiments? Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. Not yet. We lack Danzo's intelligence-gathering capabilities. We cannot afford to overlook his potential, Toka Shinkai replied slowly. Danzo. Hiruzen closed his eyes, lost in thought. Ever since he had been stripped of power, Danzo had remained dormant, seemingly unconcerned with authority and considerably subdued. In this current situation, did they truly need to engage him? However, recalling how Shikaku Nara had once wielded Danzo like a blade, he recognized that if misused, it could lead to grave issues. Stability in Konoha was paramount, far surpassing the importance of victories in battle. Tsunade, you are still too young. The time has not yet come for you to wield power. You require further experience. At long last, Hiruzen spoke. Danzo's period of reflection has been ample. It is time for him to contribute to Konoha. Deep within the root base beneath Konoha, the flickering light of an oil lamp illuminated Shimura Danzo's figure. Unlike the haggard and gloomy demeanor of months past, he now exuded a formidable presence, despite still being wrapped in bandages. He assessed his regained power and the youthful vigor surging within him, satisfied as he gazed at the members of Root before him. Among them were several rogue ninjas from the Dawn organization, predominantly from the Mist Village's bloodline clans. Addressing the elite members of Root kneeling before him, shrouded in shadows, Danzo inquired with vigor, how has the public sentiment developed? Has our strongest third Hokage made any moves? All is proceeding smoothly, Lord Danzo, one of the Root ninjas reported. The narrative of the third's weakness and Tsunade's valor has spread widely among the lower-ranking ninjas and some civilians, particularly those families who have lost loved ones in the war and harbor dissatisfaction with the higher-ups. The authority of the third Hokage is being steadily undermined. Excellent. Danzo's single eye gleamed with cold light. Hiruzen Sarutobi's foundation of governance relies on the illusion of balance and stability. When external pressures mount and a more aggressive alternative emerges, his balance becomes worthless. Tsunade now poses a direct threat to Hiruzen's position. Soon, a familiar scene will unfold once more, ha ha ha. As Danzo laughed maniacally, a twig sprouted from his finger, adorned with fresh buds. Go stoke the flames, instilling further apprehension in Hiruzen towards Tsunade. I trust that soon, her dark secrets will surface. I hope she can still smile upon her return to the village. Understood. He waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates, turning to face the increasingly dense shadows within the stone chamber. What is the progress on the Dawn side? Tsunade has achieved resounding victories at the borders and is set to return to Konoha. My allies will not back down, will they? From the ground, Kagaya's Black Zetsu and White Zetsu began to emerge. Black Zetsu's voice carried an eerie satisfaction. Our master is exceedingly pleased with the offerings you have provided. Those remnants of the Uzumaki clan possess astonishing vitality, making them ideal fuel. When Lord Danzo calls for action to seize the Hokage position, our master will ensure an invincible army of shinobi accompanies you, elevating you to that esteemed status. At that moment, Lord Danzo will become the true master of Konoha, while we will only require a portion of the tailed beasts, just a fraction. Tuanzo nodded expressionlessly. His successful transplantation of the Sharingan and Hashirama cells had granted him unparalleled power. Since the other party had shown a significant willingness to cooperate, he was not hesitant to offer what they sought. After all, it was merely a matter of dividing a portion of the tailed beast's chakra. It was not as though he were sacrificing his own flesh. What was there to fear? Our esteemed leader wishes to convey to you, when Konoha requires transformation, he will personally assist Lord Tuanzo. In the face of external pressures and internal resistance within Konoha, such as crises that could leave the current Hokage utterly helpless, or in persuading certain wavering elders and clans, our leader is prepared to act on behalf of Lord Tuanzo. All of this will be provided free of charge. Please convey to the esteemed figure behind you that we look forward to fruitful cooperation. Tuanzo clenched his fist, feeling the surge of vitality, and spoke slowly. The great tree of Konoha has reached a point where it must be pruned. Once I fully grasp control over Konoha, consolidating all powers to restore the true glory and traditions of the shinobi, our cooperation will deepen significantly. This so-called new world can indeed be constructed with Konoha at its core, a mere division of a portion of the tailed beasts, and even if we reclaim them all, the other villages would not dare to resist. A wise choice, Lord Tuanzo. Black Zetsu let out a low, ominous laugh. A storm will soon descend upon Konoha. The Mist Village has already been intimidated by Konoha. The Uchiha clan will soon return, and your stage is set. It will be the perfect moment for you to step into the limelight. I extend my early congratulations to the savior of Konoha, the great Shimura Towanzo. The shadows writhed, and black Zetsu and white Zetsu vanished. Sarutobi is already old and timid, allowing Tsunade and the others to challenge your authority. Only someone like me, deeply entrenched in darkness and drawing strength from it, can rejuvenate the great tree. I am ready, Jiraiya, are you? At that moment, a root ninja appeared instantaneously. Kneeling before Shimura Towanzo, my lord, the third Hokage has lifted the restrictions on you and requests that you swiftly quell the discord within the village. Haha. Chapter 179. Winds rise in Konoha. Towanzo's boisterous laughter echoed in the underground chamber. After a long pause, he ominously remarked, "It seems that Tsunade's triumphant return has made my old friend restless. The illustrious doctor of the shinobi world, reputed to be the strongest Hokage, can no longer suppress his own disciple? How ludicrous!" At the main gate of Konoha, the once ordinary thoroughfare was now adorned as if for a festival, teeming with throngs of people. The crowd, dense and dark, stretched from the village entrance to beneath Hokage Rock. Waves of cheers surged like a tsunami, each louder than the last, nearly threatening to topple the rooftops. She has arrived. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama has returned. The crowd erupted in fervor. Leading the triumphant procession was none other than Tsunade herself. With a broad heart, she strode with unwavering steps into Konoha. When she had departed from Konoha, accompanied by Shizune, burdened with endless pain and disappointment, she had never imagined she would one day return in such splendor. Her face bore no excessive exuberance. She walked forward calmly, her emerald eyes scanning the excited crowd, occasionally nodding slightly, which ignited even more frenzied cheers. That crafty brat from Sunagakure has set his schemes deep. This was no ordinary triumph. This was the utmost homage to Konoha's victory over the three great hidden villages, celebrating their heroic victory. Konoha's Princess Tsunade had persuaded Sunagakure to lend their full support, directly averting the crisis of the village's destruction. A short distance behind her were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato, the commanders who also received cheers, yet all their brilliance was eclipsed by Tsunade at this moment. Further back were representatives from various battlefields and clans, proudly holding their respective clan banners, their faces radiant with pride. They had witnessed the birth of a legend in the shinobi world, and they took pride in being part of Tsunade's shinobi army. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, for saving my father, the pillar of Konoha, our eternal princess. The next Hokage must be none other than Princess Tsunade. Even children were hoisted above their parents' heads, their childish voices ringing out. Tsunade-nichan, you must be the strongest Hokage. This chant, which began as a mere trickle, soon spread like wildfire, gradually coalescing into a clear and rhythmic roar. Tsunade. Hokage. Tsunade. Hokage. Among the procession, the composed Jiraiya touched his nose and whispered to the calm Orochimaru beside him. Hey, Orochimaru, isn't this a bit excessive? The old man is still watching from above. He cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Elder Council in the distance. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Orochimaru's golden-slit pupils as he lightly licked his lips. This is all part of the plan devised by Mikage-kun. Even Sunagakure has placed all the accolades on her. Naturally, we of Konoha will also celebrate the hero's achievements. Isn't this a perfectly natural outcome? Now we must see how magnanimous our teacher truly is. Orochimaru's smile carried a hint of mockery, pausing briefly before continuing. I too hope we need not activate Mikage-kun's arrangements. But Jiraiya, what do you think? Minato walked a little further back and noticed several members adorned with the Uchiha clan fan insignia. These individuals, led by Fugaku Uchiha, stood aloof at the fringes of the crowd, their gazes fixed on Tsunade, eager to cheer, yet still somewhat restrained. For the proud Uchiha, this was already a rare step forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen warmly welcomed Tsunade's triumphant return, and at the same time, he passionately extolled the importance of the will of fire. Only by adhering to this noble will of fire can Konoha grow even stronger, and so on. Once the welcome ceremony concluded, Hiruzen made no mention of any rewards for Tsunade. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, his pipe long extinguished. On the desk behind him lay a pile of the latest public sentiment reports and frontline battle summaries, each detailing the same name, Tsunade. Tsunade's current renown had eclipsed even his position as Hokage. The two advisors, Shiranui Koru and Mito Kazumi, seated on the sofa, wore equally grim expressions. Hiruzen, the situation is more dire than we anticipated. Shinoikuru's voice was dry. It's not only the commoners and lower-ranking shinobi, now even some of the smaller clans. And even the Uchiha are openly or privately expressing support for Tsunade. They believe that under Tsunade's leadership, Konoha can achieve victories akin to those against Iwagakure and Kumogakure. They have all been incited, looking down upon the importance of compromise and treaty signing. The Mikage of Sunagakure has reportedly been appointed as Kazekage. He attributes all the key victories to Tsunade, which is a blatant move. Mito Kazumi adjusted his glasses, but we cannot refute any of this. Sunagakure's participation was indeed persuaded by Tsunade. She fought valiantly on the front lines, and her core achievements, including defeating the Third Raikage in direct combat, are all tangible. The populace and shinobi crave a hero, especially in light of our recent string of defeats. She has fulfilled everyone's expectations. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly turned around. His eyes filled with fatigue and a hint of resignation. I have never doubted Tsunade's abilities or her loyalty to the village. However, the position of Hokage requires more than mere military accomplishments and strength. Balance, compromise, and long-term vision are essential, and Tsunade is still too young. She needs more experience. If we were to pass the Hokage position to her now, it would only harm her. We cannot allow this momentum to spiral out of control. Towanzo has already lifted the restrictions. He will know how to navigate these waters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice lowered, imbued with a certain resolve. The village must not descend into chaos. We require the strength of the roots. Danzo will adeptly guide public opinion. The two advisors exchanged glances, both comprehending the implications of Hiruzen's notion of guiding public sentiment. Years ago, when the young Kakashi Hatake was hailed as the successor to the Hokage, he had already navigated such matters with finesse. Danzo is somewhat too radical. This time, it is not just anyone, but Tsunade of Konoha, and he must not overreach. Mito Kazan remarked coolly, we should remind Danzo to temper Tsunade's fervor, lest we repeat past mistakes. As Hiruzen stated, the village still requires the guidance of seasoned sages like us. The youth must undergo their trials. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, exhaling a long plume of smoke. I will counsel Danzo to exercise caution. Governing such a vast village is no simple task. I hope Tsunade understands my concerns. Let us prepare to sign the alliance agreement. Root, my lord, do we not need to take any action? Did you not previously mention? Danzo swung his bandaged arm, delivering a powerful blow to the target, causing a violent tremor. Clenching his fist, he sneered. Who says I am inactive? I merely choose not to leap forth and perform the dirty work as some might envision. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. The venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown old, no longer the formidable shinobi he once was. He now fears the emergence of another White Fang. However, this time, his finest disciple possesses a far sturdier background and achievements than that previous individual. I am eager to witness the reluctant surrender of the hat by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ha. He adjusted his sleeves to conceal his unsettling right arm and continued, guiding the narrative in Konoha, highlighting the contributions of the Hokage and the Elder Council. While balancing the discourse, the glint in his visible eye shimmered coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen has become muddled. In the current circumstances, suppression is no longer feasible. Moreover, I shall stoke the flames further, a fire that our allies require our assistance to ignite. A mere spark that will only tarnish Hiruzen's reputation, insignificant yet effective. Danzo surveyed the gathered confidants and issued commands starkly different from Hiruzen's arrangements. First, continue to subtly disseminate Tsunade's accomplishments within the village, spreading tales of the significant losses caused by the Third's conservatism. Focus on the ninja school and the younger, lower-ranking shinobi. The youth are more easily stirred and more likely to feel disillusioned by Hiruzen's betrayal of the will of fire. These countermeasures are not solely the fruit of Danzo's intellect. The ancient shadow manipulator, Kuro, has subtly advised him on many matters, although Danzo perceives these as entirely his own ideas. He paused before continuing. Cleverly leak instances of Hiruzen's recent decisions, which, due to his excessive caution and compromise, have squandered opportunities and harmed Konoha's interests. Activate the operatives to incite dissatisfaction among the younger factions of the prominent clans, particularly the malevolent Uchiha. As Hiruzen's allies begin to abandon him, he will become increasingly desperate to forge the contracts we desire with other hidden villages. Even if Tsunade dons the Hokage's hat, in the face of absolute power, It will amount to mere illusion. I will make her understand that the dead cannot assume the mantle of Hokage. What about the instructions from the Hokage? A confidant hesitated. Follow them as directed. Send a few individuals to the tavern to speak lightly of the burdens of the Hokage, and that Tsunade still requires refinement. Just to placate the situation. The waters will become murkier, facilitating our acquisition of what we desire. The true winds must blow in the direction we require. Behind Danzo, a row of ethereal white figures, tinged with green, flickered into view. Chapter 180. The appointment of the wind shadow, that wretched brat. I praised him for being so generous with the accolades. It turns out he was just shirking work. Tsunade lamented, clutching her wine glass as she vented to the newlywed Kushina. Beside her, Minato brought a plate of snacks, wiping his hands as he spoke. Lady Tsunade, your ascension to Hokage is a matter of public consensus, is it not? Why the distress? Tsunade took a sip of her drink and retorted, everything is according to that wicked brat's predictions. He even anticipated this gossip. There's nothing to be done but follow his plan. Have the seals and protective jutsu on Kushina been set? Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, this matter involves Kushina, and I will not be lax. However, Minato paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. I wonder when the customized mech for Kushina, as designed by Mikage, will be completed? Tsunade shook her head, tapping the auxiliary computation node behind her. Break the connection. Let us see what that brat Mikage is busy with at this time. At the border of the land of Earth, a group of youths were demonstrating Earth release techniques. They were part of an agreement, required to serve 5 years under the arrangements of the Land of Wind before returning to their homeland. Earth release, combined Earth eruption technique. One after another, Earth and volcanoes emerged, excavating deep pits in the ground. Mikage was utilizing these youths to level the soil and construct water channels. Earth release is inherently meant for infrastructure development. He had already subdued the aristocracy and the grass village forces, advancing the construction of factories and fields. As he admired the fervent construction scene, a dark-clad messenger clad in a death god mech suddenly appeared behind him. Lord Wind Shadow, Elder Chio has sent word that the inauguration ceremony is ready. You may return to commence at any time. Mikage nodded. Very well, I leave this to you. Upon entering the war god mech, a hum resonated, and he vanished without a trace. This was not merely a breakthrough in speed, but rather a spatial leap of the flying thunder god. In an instant, Mikage found himself within the Wind Shadow building of Sunagakure. Upon witnessing his sudden arrival, Scorpion remarked enviously, I heard that the flying thunder god technique requires exceptional spatial talent and extraordinary athletic ability. You've mastered such a challenging technique? Mikage emerged from the semi-mech mode of the war god and shook his head. This is not my merit. It is the work of the intelligent entity, Little Bug. Who can rival its spatial analysis? How is your technique of combining the flying thunder god with the swordsmanship of Shumo's intelligent entity coming along? Scorpion replied with a smug expression, You've laid the groundwork. If I can't combine it, that would be foolish. I'm just curious. Why create such enormous weapons and mechs, even harnessing tailed beasts for power? Is it truly necessary? The time is not yet ripe. You will understand when we face our foes whether it is necessary. Scorpion, would you be interested in becoming Wind Shadow? I could willingly relinquish the position. Forget it. I have no interest in such troublesome matters. Only you possess such boundless energy. The thought of you becoming Wind Shadow, facing those negotiators from various countries, makes me secretly grateful. Mikage extended his fist and bumped it against Scorpion's, then took Little Nan's hand as they approached Elder Chio and High Old Zong. Elder, I am ready. Chio smiled with satisfaction. You already possess the demeanor of a shadow, aside from the power of the tailed beasts. Have you truly deciphered all the forbidden techniques of Konoha, coupled with the might of your mech? It seems you have surpassed the means to contend with the threats of the ninja world. You appear to be preparing for even greater crises. Do not bear everything alone. You are now the Wind Shadow, and the entire nation stands as your support. Mikage accepted the hat inscribed with the character for wind, donned the robe, and grinned. Rest assured, Elder, I am fully aware. I shall face the villagers now. Go forth. The youngest and most formidable Wind Shadow in history. Myong stood upon a high platform, gazing at the verdant sand-hidden village, where numerous ninja villagers looked upon him with admiration. His voice resonated through the air, amplified by chakra. Fellow compatriots, witnesses of a new era in the ninja world. Today, I stand before you as we have just concluded the Third Ninja War, bringing an end to a vicious cycle. a cycle steeped in suspicion, hatred, and senseless bloodshed driven by greed. Behold, this is no longer sand hidden, buried beneath the sands, struggling in a barren desert. We have deciphered the mysteries of chakra, transforming it from a weapon of slaughter into the lifeblood of our agricultural irrigation systems. Through science and willpower, we shall not only sustain ourselves, but also harness technology in conjunction with ninjutsu to forge a brighter future. This is not merely a victory for Sand Hidden, it is a triumph of enlightenment through technology, a victory free from the exploitation of the nobility, a victory that symbolizes the future. With our actions, we shall demonstrate to the entire ninja world that ninjas are no longer mere instruments of death, and that chakra is no longer a curse that begets orphans and widows. The so-called bloodline limits and secret techniques should not serve as barriers of isolation and hatred. They can instead become the engines propelling civilization forward, keys to healing diseases, enhancing crops, and exploring the cosmos. However, the victory of war is but a beginning. We must learn how to safeguard this precious piece, to utilize new technologies to create formidable mechanized units. Today, in the name of the fourth Kazekage, I pledge to Sand Hidden and to the entire ninja world, from this day forth, the decayed and archaic feudal system of the ninja villages, the bloody and brutal system driven by mission commissions, and the one nation, one village system aimed at limitless military expansion will be swept into the annals of history. I have a dream that every child in the ninja world may grow up healthy under the sun. They shall no longer learn how to efficiently kill their kind, but how to better transform the world through the fusion of technology and ninjutsu, and to better understand themselves. This path will undoubtedly be fraught with thorns, provoking countless vested interests and noble factions, and encountering unimaginable resistance. Yet, I firmly believe this is the inevitable direction for the development of the ninja world. There are too many suffering civilians in the ninja world, and many ninjas deeply yearning for stability, family, and beauty. The power in this world should never be the delusional glory of conquering other nations, but rather the tranquility of safeguarding our homeland and striving wholeheartedly for the future. This is a brand new era. It is also the best of times. Those willing to join us in creating this prosperous age will find the doors of Sand Hidden ever open. As for those still ensnared in the illusions of the old era, the collective will of the world will provide them with a final answer. Compatriots, this marks the dawn of a new era. A unified and prosperous ninja world shall be forged by our hands. The future is upon us. Together, we shall create it. Myung clenched his fist and placed it heavily against his chest. Chapter 181. Players and Pawns. 1. It was uncertain who first shouted, but soon the entire crowd, mirroring Myung, pounded their fists against their chests and erupted in a deafening chorus. Long live the Kazekage! Long live the Kazekage! The thunderous cheers echoed from the lush, sand-hidden village. Spreading outward, these heartfelt cries traversed the green-encased sandy sea, glided over the clear skies of the land of rain, and reached the land of rivers, where the nobility had been purged and land was being redistributed. As the Third Ninja War concluded, negotiations were simultaneously underway. In the circular conference hall of the central tower of Sand Hidden Village, unlike the previous 5 Kage summit held in the Land of Iron, this time, both the Tsuchikage and Reikage had been captured on the battlefield. Regardless of their reluctance, they were obliged to participate in this humiliating summit. Seated around the massive circular negotiation table, the 5 Kage took their places. On one side, the 4th Kazekage Myung donned a simple white Kazekage robe, presiding over the meeting from the foremost seat. Opposite him sat the remnants of the old ninja order. The 3rd Reikage, his scabs yet to heal, leaned heavily on the table with his muscular bronze arm. The shame of being knocked unconscious by a woman weighed heavily on this man, reputed for his unparalleled strength. Behind him, Killer Bee supported his son, who was equally battered, having lost their high-end combat power to captivity. On the Reikage side sat Inoki. His diminutive frame slumped in his chair, his complexion ashen. The explosive tags affixed to him created an unsettling atmosphere that even disturbed his sleep. The representative from the Land of Water was a pale middle-aged jonin. In the waning days of the Blood Mist, no one of significant strength remained in Mist Hidden. Behind him lay emptiness, as the 3 Tails Isabu had fallen under the control of Kisame, and the 6 Tails Jinchuriki was unaccounted for. While the 7 ninja swordsmen had been captured en masse, Mist Hidden had become a mere shadow of its former self. The Konoha delegation occupied a delicate position between Sand Hidden and the defeated nations. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a solemn expression, his pipe long extinguished. Behind him, Danzo Shimura's face was partially obscured by the high collar of his root uniform, his solitary eye scrutinizing the youthful Miyong. He had regretted not eliminating this boy during the Chunin exams. Who would have imagined he could ascend to such heights? Tsunade stood beside Sarutobi, arms crossed, apathetically observing the negotiations between Miyong and the elder statesman. Let us commence. Miyong's voice was calm, devoid of amplification, yet resonating clearly across the venue. Sand Hidden's stance was unequivocal. The war had proven that the old system, which wielded tailed beasts as ultimate weapons and Jinchuriki as vessels, was one of the roots of turmoil in the ninja world. Therefore, Sand Hidden would unilaterally terminate this system. Inoki's breath quickened momentarily. Terminate? The third Raikage's voice rumbled like thunder. Tailed beasts are immortal. How do you propose to eliminate them? On the contrary, Miyong's voice remained remarkably steady. The tailed beasts are sentient chakra life forms, not mere weapons. Sand Hidden has established a pact with Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, and the four-tailed Son Goku. They shall exist as allies with autonomy, utilizing their unique abilities to contribute to the welfare of our community, without the need to engage in battle. Silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by an uncontainable uproar. The representative from the Land of Water abruptly stood. Isabu belongs to the Land of Water. The Land of Water has lost control over the Three Tails, Miyong replied. No, Isabu is now under the control of the Wind Country. This is a decision, not a negotiation. The representative from Mist Hidden opened his mouth, but then slumped back down in despair. As for the Jinchuriki, Miyong glanced at the tense-faced Killer Bee and continued. Sand Hidden does not require a QB who is solely a harbinger of death, so there is no need for you to worry, Killer Bee. The Jinchuriki involved are Oinoki, Han, and the Woodman. But rest assured, detaching the tailed beasts does not equate to death. That is merely a limitation of old techniques. I have already extracted the tailed beast chakra for you. They retain 10 of their chakra and may return to their villages. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the doors to the conference room swung open, allowing Han, Oinoki, and the Woodman to enter in succession, standing behind their respective Kage. Observing this, the Raikage felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Sand Hidden had not harmed Killer Bee, which was unexpected. The third Raikage fixed his gaze intently on Miyong. What are your terms? Although Inoki was still adorned with explosive tags, he was visibly agitated, slamming his hands on the table and shouting, Why? You have extracted the tailed beasts from both of our Jinchuriki. What good is leaving us with 10? Why did you only extract one tailed beast from the Cloud Village? Miyong raised a finger, gesturing. Inoki, please understand one thing. You are now the defeated party. I am informing you, not negotiating with you. If you are unwilling to accept this, I can leave the Jinchuriki as well. The Sand Village is not short of a few extra mouths to feed. Inoki's anger made his bulbous nose redden. Yet the circumstances compelled him to begrudgingly return to his seat. Speak. Reveal your terms. Misyong continued. The Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages shall fully open their domestic markets, abolishing taxes and restrictions on Sand Village products. Each of the three nations will dispatch no fewer than 100 ninja students annually to study at the Sand Village's Ninja Academy, ensuring that the Sand Village retains the right to be informed about the graduates' whereabouts, and that they shall not be coerced into any work against their will. The three nations pledge to reduce their standing armies to 50% of pre-war levels within 5 years, and those who initiate wars without authorization shall face severe penalties. In exchange, Misyong's voice softened slightly. The Sand Village shall release all prisoners of war and return all spoils of war except for the tailed beasts. I am not interested in the distribution of tasks among you. That is a matter for you to discuss with Konoha. Inoki closed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. The Sand Village's relinquishment of task distribution was unexpected. They did not demand their share of the missions. What more could be weighed? No. He had no authority to weigh anything. Even his own life was in the hands of the other party. A defeated nation possessed no bargaining chips. Was the Sand Village aiming for a ninja world stripped of its fangs? Inoki hissed. What I desire is a truly peaceful ninja world. You have witnessed the strength of the Sand Village. We aspire to use this power to maintain peace in the ninja world, rather than for slaughter, Misyong corrected. What is Konoha's stance? The third Raikage turned to Sarutobi Hizashi. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hizashi, replied slowly, Konoha, in principle, supports the Sand Village's proposal. To demonstrate Konoha's sincerity, we can forego reparations from the Earth, Lightning, and Mist nations, and we do not require task distribution. Konoha only seeks peace. This was the last vestige of restraint from the once strongest ninja village, a compromise devoid of principles, a stubborn adherence to face. Mi-seong smirked and nodded. Since there are no objections, let us discuss the specific details within this framework. The subsequent negotiations would be fully entrusted to Elder Kaibo Kazai, and I hope you will maintain your rationality and dignity as leaders. As Mi-seong spoke, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a fist-sized hole appeared in the conference room wall. No explosion, no impact. It was as if the wall had simply been punctured. Chapter 182, The Player in the Piece, 2. Not again. On the battlefield. Under the influence of this obliterating force, his lightning armor felt as though it were non-existent. Such terrifying power. How could it be wielded by the Sand Village? The notoriously irritable Third Raikage felt his anger dissipate, replaced by a sense of foreboding. This peculiar weapon was even more troublesome than Inoki's dust release. The Sand Village was indeed giving them a stark warning. With Mi-seong's departure, the meeting transitioned into a phase of detailed negotiations. Terms were debated, revised, and finalized. Sarutobi Hisashi furrowed his brow in response to the aggressive demands from others, beginning to compromise. Those conditions made it sound as if Konoha were the defeated village. Had it not been for Tsunade standing behind him, the Third Raikage would have been even more extreme. Meanwhile, Danzo remained silent, like a puppet throughout the absurd scene, while another voice echoed in his mind through the neural link established by White Zetsu. Pay attention to those Jinchuriki who have been separated from the tailed beast chakra. This voice was young and vigorous, seemingly belonging to the leader of the Dawn organization. I am already observing, Danzo mentally responded. The Sand Village is feigning generosity. And Sarutobi Hisashi, in pursuit of supposed peace, has even relinquished the benefits that rightfully belong to Konoha. His position will not endure for long. Do you really desire to ascend to that position? It is said that Tsunade, that woman, has a greater chance to succeed as Hokage than you do. Your relentless slander against Sarutobi Hisashi may just provide her with the opportunity. Power. Only power is the key to securing that position. Tsunade's background certainly garners public support. But only those who survive have the right to become Hokage. A playful laugh from the youthful voice echoed in Danzo's mind. My ally, since you have your own plans, then pursue them. I only require the chakra of each tailed beast for my research, and you shall acquire your strongest legion. We shall each take what we need. My ally, for now, do not disturb the Nine Tails. I understand. Are those sinister Uchiha you provided truly reliable? Huh. Those Uchiha will be your best assistants. Do not resist power, my ally. I shall provide you with more life essence, more capable warriors, enabling you to gradually seize control of Konoha. Ascend to the position that belongs to you. Let the entire ninja world prostrate itself beneath your feet. At the same time, in the underground workshop of the Sand Village, they have taken the bait. Scorpion's voice came from behind, as Mi-seong sat at the table discussing blueprints with Conan. Mi-seong, how did you know that Danzo would exhibit abnormalities? Without looking up, Mi-seong replied calmly. I possess the eyes that see through fate. Have you forgotten? Did you not notice that this old man named Danzo, in demeanor and chakra presence, resembles a youth? The Sharingan lost on the battlefield of the Mist has likely been transplanted onto him. The Rope Tree Intelligence Unit has also detected would release information emanating from him. Fate truly is an intriguing entity. Should we eliminate this hidden threat preemptively? Came a voice from the other side. Beside her was a 2-meter-long, blue-flamed feline. She held a scorching light sphere at her fingertips, its temperature precisely controlled at 3,000 degrees Celsius, an absolute mastery of thermodynamics. No, master, you cannot be so violent. To eliminate a nest of mice, one must not be too hasty. Mi-seong tapped the blueprint on the table and stated coolly, let them continue to plot. To covet the tailed beasts. Every strand of tailed beast chakra they steal has been inscribed into the resonance beacons of Shikaku, Gyuki, Kokuo, and Son Goku. When they believe they have completed their plans and emerge to finalize them, that will be our opportunity to ensnare them all. In his consciousness, he distinctly sensed the chakra of the 2 tails and 4 tails residing within the Jinchuriki, currently present in the Sand Village conference room. Mi-seong unfolded the blueprint in his hands and solemnly handed it to Scorpion. We have already sown the seeds. We merely need to wait for them to sprout. Scorpion, The workshop will produce this and launch it. The blueprint in Mi Xiang's hands revealed over 300 transport rockets. Beside the rockets was a complex set of combinatory mechas. Mi Xiang, what is this for? Is it a special weapon? Why is it so intricate? According to Scorpion's analysis, the scale of this combination mecha could rival that of a small village. Mi Xiang stretched and patted Scorpion's shoulder. You are correct in your assessment. This mecha is, in fact, a base, named the Space Fortress. Through the walls of the underground workshop, Mi Xiang seemed to gaze toward the conference room. From the very beginning, we have been positioned high above, surveying these decaying political figures of the ninja world, as well as those hidden enemies who consider themselves clever. We await their emergence, and then we shall crush them. You are right. This is indeed a dimensional strike. Within the conference hall, the negotiations drew to a close. The treaty was signed. The seal affixed. As the third Reikage and Inoki inscribed their names on the document, their fingers trembled slightly. That was not only the humiliation of defeat, but also the death certificate of an era that had been officially proclaimed over. As Sarutobi Hisashi signed his name, his handwriting was neat, yet there was little sense of triumph on his face. In his quest for compromise, he refrained from leveraging Tsunade's achievements to impose harsh demands on the other ninja villages. His intentions were not merely to suppress Tsunade, but rather to utilize Konoha's conciliatory stance to foster peace across the ninja world. Who could truly comprehend his heartfelt struggle? What brought him solace was Tsunade's unwavering acceptance of his compromise, without a single word of dissent during the negotiations. Tsunade, you must understand the burdens I carry. Behind him, Danzo's single eye glimmered with a fleeting, barely perceptible pride. Excellent, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have indeed chosen the path of compromise. Outside the window, the night sky over Sunagakure sparkled with countless lights, symbolizing prosperity. The very air of Sunagakure seemed less parched than before. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha, the third Reikage from Kumogakure, or the recently unshackled Inoki from Iwagakure, all were consumed by concerns for their respective villages and nations' futures. They were preoccupied with the challenges their villages faced, neglecting the fact that Sunagakure had undergone significant transformation. It was not merely a matter of differing top-tier combat forces. Rather, the entire village had been enveloped in technological advancements as the tides of an unstoppable era approached. Hidden within the underground ruins, the shadowy manipulators of a bygone age. The newly emerging conspirators believed themselves to be the players in this game. Only time would reveal who truly held the reins. Chapter 183. The Calculated Betrayal of Shikaku Kushina. You are with child. There is no need for you to be so busy. Come, let us converse. Tsunade leaned on her arm, speaking to Kushina, who was occupied in the kitchen. The dish will be ready soon, Lady Tsunade. Why have you stopped drinking? Kushina inquired. I heard you are soon to assume the role of Hokage. What brings you to visit? Tsunade sighed and licked her lips, alas. I am at the mercy of a certain brat who, upon learning of your pregnancy, has coerced me into daily visits under the pretense of upgrading my mech. I am forbidden from drinking for an entire year. It is utterly infuriating. Tsunade, frustrated, nearly struck the table but restrained herself, thinking of Kushina's condition. Kushina set a plate of cookies and 2 glasses of milk on the table, smiling brightly. Perhaps it is for the best that Lady Tsunade is not drinking. Is that troublesome brat you refer to the young 4th Kazekage? Tsunade nodded. Who else could it be? By the way, he asked me to pass on a special set of armor to you. Tsunade retrieved a storage scroll from her clothing, unraveling it to reveal what appeared to be a suit. This is the chakra armor I wore when I defeated the third Reikage, but it has been modified to include lightning protection and my regenerative capabilities. You can wear it discreetly beneath your clothes. It offers excellent protection. It is quite valuable. Crafted entirely from ultra-pure chakra metal. Kushina curiously examined the armor. Lady Tsunade, as the 4th Kazekage has sent me such a precious gift, what should I offer in return? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. No need for a return gift. He has taken quite a few sealing techniques from me. This is merely a trade. Is Minato off dealing with the Uchiha again? Kushina asked, sitting across from Tsunade. She nodded vigorously. Yes, it seems there has been turmoil within the Uchiha clan, and Minato has been dispatched to quell it. It sounds quite troublesome. These schemers are as despicable as that brat, the 4th Kazekage. When will I have the chance to punch them into submission? Tsunade complained while running her fingers through her hair. In the underground chamber of Root, Danzo unwrapped the bandages binding him, his Sharingan slowly rotating in the dim candlelight, 10 tomo patterns swirling on his arm like living entities, creating a rather fearsome sight. Lord Danzo, the radicals within the Uchiha have made their move, reported a kneeling root ninja in hushed tones. 17 individuals, led by Uchiha Inaho and Uchiha Teiho, attacked the 3rd Division of the police force last night. Their justification was that Division Captain Uchiha Hakadai had engaged in secretive dealings with Tsunade's faction, disregarding the theft of Uchiha eyes and betraying clan interests. They were also dissatisfied with Uchiha Obito, who, having awakened his Sharingan, remains in the village rather than returning to the Uchiha grounds. The conflict has resulted in 11 fatalities and over 30 injuries. Danzo's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. What of Fugaku? Has Minato or Tsunade gone to handle this? The Uchiha clan leader is urgently convening a clan meeting to suppress the internal strife. However, the radicals accuse Fugaku of weakness, and Minato has already been dispatched to address the situation. Tsunade has remained with Kushina. It seems they have divided their responsibilities, with one staying by Kushina's side. Their vigilance over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is quite stringent. Danzo's voice turned icy. Then it is fortuitous. Let us proceed with the plan to capture the One-Tail. The Uchiha's internal conflict will draw the attention of the Umbu, the moderate Uchiha, and all available forces of Tsunade. Danzo's gaze fixed on the scroll. According to intelligence, Sunagakure is currently testing powerful ninjutsu, and Shikaku has been left unguarded in the Death Desert. He glanced toward the shadows of the chamber, clearing his throat. There, 3 figures emerged slowly. They possessed human forms, but bore a sickly, grayish-white complexion, their surfaces glimmering with a faint green hue. Their features resembled grotesque clay sculptures. These were modified biological weapons. The white Zetsu, emanating a dangerous aura. The first white Zetsu's right arm was entirely composed of a dark red, lava-like substance, as if magma surged within. The second had 6 crystalline spikes of ice protruding from its back, releasing a chilling mist. The third was the most bizarre, its chest split open, revealing not organs, but swirling black iron sand. The crude yet practical bloodline fusion of the Hoki. Shimura Danzo reveled in the surging power of his wood release, exulting in its intoxicating allure, and commanded, "You will infiltrate the Death Desert with the assistance of the White Zetsu Army, using the technique of the Mayfly to absorb Shikaku's chakra. The White Zetsu Army will only aid your infiltration, not engage in battle. Act swiftly. You must conclude the conflict within 25 minutes, or Sunagakure will not arrive in time to assist. Otherwise, self-destruction will be your only option." The 3 specialized white Zetsu nodded in agreement. "Take this." He produced a fist-sized black cube. The surface of the cube bore no interfaces, only strange patterns on each of its 6 faces, and its material resembled wood. "This is a chakra anchor provided by our ally. Place it within a 300-meter radius of Shikaku, and it will automatically absorb the leaking chakra. When Shikaku releases large-scale ninjutsu in battle, absorption efficiency will increase to 70 times normal levels. You must provoke Shikaku as much as possible, as a feral-tailed beast. I believe this should be easily achievable." The white Zetsu accepted the cube, its wooden-like material feeling icy, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. "Your task is neither to defeat Shikaku nor to capture it. You simply need to enrage it, forcing it to release a significant amount of chakra to absorb sufficient energy. Once accomplished, retreat through the underground spore network. If exposed, return the chakra anchor, and you 3 will cover the rear." The 3 modified white Zetsu bowed simultaneously. As several white Zetsu soldiers approached, their bodies melting like wax, seeping into the earth below. Danzo, having practiced his wood release techniques and the capabilities of his Sharingan within the chamber, finally wrapped his bandages back on with satisfaction. This power is truly intoxicating. Impatiently, I yearn to witness the despair that will wash over Tsunade upon encountering this newfound power. In the southern expanse of the Land of Wind, the Death Desert has transformed. No longer merely a parched expanse of sand, but a verdant tapestry of shrubs and weeds, thanks to climate regulation. Atop a designated sand dune lies Shikaku, its colossal form casting a vast shadow beneath the moonlight. In this moment, Shikaku resembles an oversized raccoon, lazily gazing at the moon while patting its belly. Boredom has seeped into its being. With a yawn that reveals a mouthful of sharp teeth formed of sand, Shikaku absent-mindedly scrapes its claws across the sandy ground. Gravitational correction. Mikage-kun is bullying the tailed beasts again. Why must I learn these things? Manipulating sand should be as simple as playing around. Shikaku grumbled, its claws tracing calculations in the sand. Though it grumbled, it knew the tasks must be completed, otherwise, that dashing-tailed beast mech would remain unattainable. Suddenly, its ears perked up. It was not the sound of the wind. From the depths of the earth, a peculiar aura was rapidly approaching. Slowly, Shikaku raised its head, its golden beastly eyes narrowing into slits. An internal calculation node had been activated. A message had been dispatched. Come forth, vile insects. Chapter 184. The Scheme. Shikaku 2. You detestable little bugs, emerge and meet your end. Shikaku's voice rumbled like a sandstorm, sending ripples across the surface of the dune. As the ground fissured, a repugnant aura emerged. 3 modified white zetsu rose from the sand, forming a triangular formation around Shikaku. These white zetsu bore no disguise, manifesting in a grotesque patchwork form. What manner of monstrosity is this? Shikaku squinted its star-shaped eyes, for it was a steadfast Shikaku, unlike that reckless Ninetales. Air bullet. An introductory greeting was necessary. Against such bizarre foes, it would not recklessly engage in close combat. The first white zetsu with molten arms raised a hand, spewing forth a torrent of searing lava, aimed directly at the airborne air bullet. The lava coalesced into a massive ball of magma, exploding into a rain of molten rock. Insects are but insects. Shikaku grinned widely, remaining immobile. A wall of sand automatically rose before it. The lava rain struck the sand wall. The intense heat was efficiently diffused by the controlled sand, rendering the grains a fiery red without melting a single one. The second white zetsu unleashed 6 ice crystal spines from its back, which detonated mid-air, scattering thousands of icy needles. A chilling aura enveloped the desert night, producing expansive plumes of white mist. Shikaku raised its right paw, gently tapping the ground. What sort of monsters are you, daring to challenge Lord Shikaku? Sandstorm. The earth trembled violently as countless grains of sand surged upward. More sand clusters than icy needles overwhelmed the airborne assault, leaving no room for any to slip through. Fools! You dare challenge Lord Shikaku with such meager skills? Shikaku chuckled, patting its bulging belly. Yet the third white zetsu had completed its maneuver. Its chest, adorned with black sand iron, surged forth like a great serpent. This was indeed the bloodline limit of the third Kazekage, the iron sand technique. Shikaku's expression shifted to one of tension. This was a technique that had previously subdued it on multiple occasions. The black sand iron. However, as Shikaku grappled with the sand and the black iron, an anomaly occurred. A strange pulling force emanated from behind these 3 creatures, not acting upon material, but directly siphoning its chakra. It felt as though countless invisible needles pierced its meridians, extracting its very essence. So this is what Mikage-kun warned me about. Shikaku's golden eyes glinted with a flicker of human-like realization. You despicable rodents, perish. It would demonstrate its true might. Its massive form began to swell, chakra erupting like a tsunami, lifting all the sand of the dune. Behold the power of Shikaku. Magnet release, desert grave seal. Under Shikaku's chakra manipulation, the entire dune transformed into a living sand entity, clashing with the swirling black sand iron. Fortunately, these creatures possessed only a fraction of the power of the third Kazekage and lacked his terrifying suppressive force. Moreover, Shikaku had grown stronger. Not to mention, this time it did not need to win, it merely needed to perform. The sand danced with fervor, massive sandy arms flailing wildly. Now, Shikaku grinned, revealing a rather fearsome smile. Steal away, indulge in your thievery. I possess an abundance of chakra. Let us see how much chakra you can pilfer from me. In the monitoring room of Sunagakure, Mikage stood before the projection, displaying the live combat of Shikaku. These visuals were transmitted directly from the eye of the puppet. A satellite hovering above. Scorpion stood beside him, remarking, Shikaku is executing the plan with full force. Its chakra has begun to be absorbed. The signal characteristics of that black cube have been recorded, and the reverse tracking program is underway. The underground spore nodes in the Land of Wind have been marked, allowing us to accurately pinpoint 17 underground spore network nodes based on movement. Preliminary assessments indicate that all these nodes lie within the borders of the Land of Fire. What of Madara's base? Have you located it? Mikage inquired. Currently, we only have an estimated location. It depends on where the tailed beast chakra ultimately flows. One site lies beneath the Land of Rain, while 2 others are roughly determined. one at the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool, and another possibly in the northern region of the Land of Fire. That will suffice. Let the space fortress begin charging, and allow the wind release team to manipulate the clouds above these 3 locations. I will contact Shikaku to retreat temporarily. The tailed beast chakra has been resonated deeply with Shikaku's essence. These characteristics can be monitored at any moment. Ultimately, they will converge upon the final base, becoming our permanent locators. Mecha initiated the interruption of the summoning contract, sending a predetermined signal to Shikaku. Scorpion voiced his concerns. Mecha, do you believe those foes truly intend to resurrect the 10 tails you mentioned? They will need to gradually gather the chakra of the tailed beasts, which may take a considerable amount of time. Why are we in such a hurry to complete the space fortress? Mecha waved his hand dismissively. Since we already understand their order of gathering the tailed beasts, why should we follow their rhythm? I am not so foolish. We are strategizing, and there exists an alternative path to victory. The white Zetsu were bewildered by the sudden surge in the black cube's absorption efficiency, as Shikaku's chakra poured forth like a burst dam. Within 15 seconds, the cube had reached a capacity of 15% of Shikaku's total chakra. Mission accomplished. The molten white Zetsu roared, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" The 3 white Zetsu unleashed their bloodline limits with all their might. The collision of ice and lava resulted in a violent explosion, while the sand-iron white Zetsu fervently activated its black sand iron, forming a colossal black tornado. This dark vortex tore through Shikaku's sand waterfall seal, obscuring all visibility on the battlefield. Amidst the swirling black and yellow sand, visibility plummeted to near zero. Shikaku's core was now enveloped in a thick layer of protective sand, hiding away within the depths of the sand, with not a trace of its true form exposed. Mecha should be quite satisfied with my performance, I presume? Within the sandstorm, the white Zetsu grasped the cube and sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. Shikaku remained oblivious to the events transpiring around it, content to remain concealed within its protective layer until the dust settled, never pursuing. When the storm subsided, it returned to its smaller form and lay beside the flattened sand dune, continuing to scratch equations with its claws. Yet, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the depths of its golden beastly eyes. Steal from the wise Shikaku, how unjust. My master, Uchiha Madara, harbors a profound grudge. Chapter 185. The Power of the Deities. 1. Lord Madara, 1 tail of chakra has been acquired. The enhancement of White Zetsu's combat capability through transformation is remarkably high. That fellow named Obito still holds some value. Deep within the mountains, in a vast natural cavern twisted by the earth's layers, the only source of natural light emanates from bioluminescent ferns growing along the cave walls. The most conspicuous feature is the gigantic figure at the cavern's center, connected by several massive pipes, alongside a brawny man standing with his arms crossed, having disconnected from the pipes. This monstrous outer path golem bears a terrifying countenance. The lifeless golem sits in silence, its 9 eyes tightly shut, resembling a long-dead ancient deity. Restored to his youth, Uchiha Madara stands upon the golem's outstretched left palm, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan perpetually activated, coldly observing the 3 unique white Zetsu before him. Although his body and power have been restored to their zenith, he is devoid of the Rinnegan. Those eyes, which embody the essence of all things, are now embedded within Nagato's eye sockets. Originally, he had positioned Nagato as a crucial pawn, intending to use him as a seed for his resurrection. Yet now, Nagato is under the stringent protection of Sunagakure, and even Madara cannot conceive a means to reclaim him, despite having the enhancement of Hashirama cells and possessing a biologically engineered eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This power is sufficient to facilitate his resurrection of the 10 tails. He now plans to acquire the chakra of other tailed beasts, except for the 9 tails, in a manner akin to ants moving a mountain, utilizing the minimal necessary energy to resurrect the 10 tails. The 3 fused monstrosities before him serve as his initial attempt to validate this method. They have never truly heeded Danzo's commands. The ghost bud technique, merely a child's toy. Madara's tone drips with scorn. Stitching together a few bloodline limits merely achieves the power of mortals. Pitiful mortals, obsessively coveting these powers, are merely fodder that I can produce in bulk. Those Sunagakure fools believe their puppets, having defeated a few simpletons, can rival the might of deities? Preposterous. I shall demonstrate to them what it truly means to wield power over the shinobi world. The eternal Mangekyo in Madara's eyes begins to rotate, emanating a dangerous ocular power. Disdainfully gazing at the prostrate white Zetsu. You useless creations can indeed serve a purpose. Splendid, splendid. Lord Madara, the voice of the white Zetsu, dry as sandpaper from the assault of Shikaku's sand, reported, "We have seized 17% of Shikaku's chakra. Following your orders, we have delivered 2% of Shikaku's chakra to Shimura Danzo. We encountered fierce resistance during the chakra acquisition. Shikaku's consciousness seemed aware, yet its counterattack could not prevent the chakra from being extracted." The lava arm white Zetsu added, "We have strategically placed multiple inducement spore clusters along the route and deliberately leaked energy remnants pointing towards the land of rain." Madara's gaze swept over the three battered creations, finally resting on the chakra of Shikaku. "Well done, you fused creations have demonstrated your capabilities. This marks an excellent beginning. I shall continue to amplify the fusion abilities of white Zetsu, and you shall adhere to this strategy, gradually consuming the chakra of other tailed beasts." Madara's voice echoed within the cavern, compelling the three special fused white Zetsu to bow even lower. "As you command, my lord." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and nodded. "Transfer the chakra into the outer path golem. Our objective will be achieved in ways those fools could never anticipate." The sand-turned white Zetsu presented the chakra anchor, its interior inscribed with incantations for absorption and stabilization, temporarily suppressing Shikaku's restless chakra. "Now let us begin." Madara turned toward the outer path golem, his eyes ablaze with crimson light. "We shall commence with one tail. Establish the chakra foundation, and thereafter, we can gradually infuse it with the chakra of the two tails and other tailed beasts." Those foolish Sunagakure ninjas captured the Jinchuriki only to return the tailed beast chakra after splitting it, just like that fool Hashirama. They are all equally foolish. However, this has also enlightened me, providing a better method for resurrecting the 10 tails. Would you not agree, Zetsu? Black Zetsu emerged from the side, obsequiously stating, "You are the most astute strategist. Everything in this shinobi world cannot escape your wise gaze." Uchiha Madara sneered, forming hand seals. The power of the eternal Mangekyo, mingled with his immense chakra, manifested as black rune chains that emerged from the void, ensnaring Shikaku's chakra within the anchor. Draw the black chains tightened, forcibly extracting the golden chakra from the container, transforming it into a solid river of sand gold. Emitting a deep roar as it surged toward the slightly parted mouth of the outer path golem. The golem's terrifying visage has seemed to have long thirsted for this, greedily absorbing the chakra. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu respectfully presented the refined essence of life. "Lord Madara, consuming this essence should suffice to accumulate the power needed to awaken the Rinnegan once more." Madara, observing the revitalized outer path golem, discontentedly accepted the vial. Gulping it down, "You wretched beings cannot even manage my Rinnegan. Nagato has been brainwashed by that Sunagakure brat, and you did not notice? Those are my eyes, my Rinnegan." Black Zetsu and the surrounding misshapen white Zetsu hastily knelt, trembling, none daring to retort. Uchiha Madara swallowed the oddly flavored essence of life. Feeling the merging of two powers coalescing in his eyes, slightly numbed but unperturbed, he tossed aside the vial. "If this task fails again, I shall turn you all into fertilizer. A bunch of useless fools, unable to infiltrate the Wind Country, utterly wasting my efforts in nurturing you. What of that ambitious Shimura Danzo from Konoha?" Black Zetsu crawled forward a few steps, murmuring, "Danzo believes he is orchestrating everything. The white Zetsu bodies tailored by you, Lord Madara, have led him to think he can enhance wood release by acquiring tailed beast powers. He is currently planning to act against Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. The unstable elements lurking in Konoha are essentially surrounding Danzo, and the plan is proceeding smoothly." Uchiha Madara then stated, "Good. Let these self-important fools engage in their bloodshed for me. My power is nearing its pinnacle. Once the Rinnegan awakens anew and I resurrect the 10 tails, I shall usher in a truly new era. A perfect shinobi world constructed by the eye of the moon. Congratulations, Lord Madara." Just as Black Zetsu knelt in flattery, its heightened danger sense detected a tremor emanating from the depths of its soul. "Lord Madara, danger!" A sharp cry suddenly rang out. It was Black Zetsu's voice. Chapter 186. The Power of the Deities, 2. Lord Madara. Danger. The pitch-black body of Black Zetsu oscillated violently, with a portion splattering onto Madara's feet. Uchiha Madara also sensed this locked danger. He raised his head, detecting that the threat seemed to be in the air. Above, something is amiss. This is not a chakra ninjutsu lock. It is the position itself. The spatial coordinates have been fixed by something. Uchiha Madara, radiating ocular power, strained to sense the outside. He could not detect the enemy through the white zetsu scattered throughout the tunnels and ruins. And outside the ruins, the sky appeared utterly vacant. Where are the clouds? The forest is shrouded in thick mist, often enveloped by clouds. The voice of Kurizetsu, tinged with an unusual panic, echoed, Madara, I sense something watching us. It is locking onto us from an unimaginable distance, far beyond the realm of ninjutsu. This is a lethal threat. We will perish. We must swiftly relocate the golem. Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly constricted to its utmost limit. He harbored no doubt regarding Kurizetsu's warning. Despite being a product of his own will, his strength was mediocre. Yet his instinct for danger was almost instinctual. He too felt the impending peril. This sense of deadly danger was a rarity in his ninja career, experienced only a few times when he narrowly escaped death. However, this sense of danger was more acute than ever before. We will die? We will die? Remaining here means death. Almost simultaneously with Kurizetsu's shriek, a prickling sensation of danger enveloped him. He sensed a mental scan locking onto him, something far beyond comprehension. It felt as if the entire underground cavern, along with everything within it, and even the very fabric of space, was under a lifeless, emotionless gaze. This was not mere spatial locking. Where were the attacking ninjas? Where were they? Across the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, thousands of kilometers around. White Zetsu were monitoring the area, yet no suspicious enemies were in sight. In the distant void of space, a colossal robotic structure lay in a stable orbit, synchronized with the planet. A space fortress. Powered by the Four Tails, it had accumulated energy from supercapacitors for over half a year, now fully concentrated beneath the fortress in a massive laser. Utilizing hundreds of chakra-powered rockets, Mieshion commanded the assembly of this enormous space fortress in the cosmos. The amassed power, upon locking onto the chakra of the Shikaku, was undoubtedly aimed at Madara's secret base. Prior to this, under the leadership of Konan and Yakushi Kabuto, the aerial forces had cleared the skies above, dispersing all clouds in the vicinity. This was why Uchiha Madara felt the sky was exceptionally clear. A sudden realization flashed through Madara's mind. He recalled the technique of the Rinnegan, the heavenly obstruction star. Had their location been compromised? Was Nagato utilizing the heavenly obstruction star? A chill mixed with fury surged through him, and he resolved to employ ninjutsu for defense. Amidst the terrifying stimulus of life and death, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Madara's eyes began to transform in circles. He reawakened his Rinnegan. In this critical moment of survival, he commanded Kurizetsu, "Take me up." In an instant, Uchiha Madara ascended to the ruins above, facing the expansive clear sky. There was no time for relief. He swiftly formed hand seals. Earth Explosion Star. A small black sphere emerged in the air, drawing in surrounding rocks, forming a colossal sphere. Summoning technique. Madara shouted, rapidly altering his hand seals, preparing to summon the Outer Path Golem, this unwieldy titan. Just then, a disturbance manifested in the sky. A piercing, indescribable hum erupted, as if millions of metallic insects took flight simultaneously, penetrating the stones of the Earth Explosion Star. It not only disregarded all material barriers, but also obliterated the black gravitational core within the Earth Explosion Star. Where did this divine retribution come from? Kurizetsu, who had followed him to the ground, emitted a sharp scream, desperately retreating towards the base of the golem. Above him, as the Earth Explosion Star was instantaneously annihilated, the sky now revealed absolute emptiness and searing heat. A force imbued with destructive energy, guided by incomprehensible power, was erasing everything in its path from existence at a speed beyond thought. There was no time left. This notion coursed through Madara's mind. Deep blue chakra erupted from within him like a suppressed volcano. With his ocular powers activated, a torrent of chakra surged forth. First, it coalesced into his spine, a towering blue crystalline pillar erupting from the ground. Next, massive rib-like arcs unfurled, shielding Madara within. Long bones rapidly extended with a cacophony of chakra explosions. Soon, a near 100-meter-tall, translucent, deep blue skeletal frame stood erect, reminiscent of a demonic relic. with icy soul flames igniting in its eye sockets. The patterns in Madara's eyes whirled faster, amplifying chakra output. Viscous, blood-like energy surged along the skeletal structure, weaving intricate energy meridians and veins, which then solidified into bulging deep blue muscles, transforming the slender skeleton into a formidable giant, towering at 150 meters, exuding an oppressive aura. A colossal blue Tengu-shaped figure materialized, the complete Susanoo. Madara clasped his hands together fiercely, urging the ocular power once more amidst life and death. The surface of the giant rapidly solidified. As the materialized samurai armor enveloped it instantly, the fearsome visage of the demon-faced shoulder armor bared its fangs, while shimmering chest plates flickered with ghostly light. Flowing like blue flames, the armor's skirt billowed, crowned by a helmet adorned with horns. Behind him, an enormous pair of wings, composed of countless glass-like chakra feathers, unfurled with a thunderous roar, casting shadows across the sky. Finally, the weaponry was constructed. His right hand formed an 80-meter-long deep blue chakra katana. Meanwhile, the left hand of the Susanoo cradled an unstable energy sphere, its destructive waves causing the air to tremble. The complete Susanoo descended. In the face of the unknown attack launched from the space fortress by Myexiong, Uchiha Madara chose to withstand it with the Susanoo. The massive form of the complete Susanoo stood shoulder to shoulder with the summoned Outer Path Golem. The golem, frail and dark brown, bore countless scars, having just regained a semblance of vitality from the chakra of the One Tail. In stark contrast, Madara's fully armored Susanoo exuded an aura of a formidable war deity. He exerted all his chakra, striking the invisible assault in the air with the enormous chakra blade. This transformation was achieved in an instant. Just before the Earth explosion star was erased, Madara stood within the crystalline forehead of the war deity, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Susanoo's ocular flames gazing skyward. Laughing maniacally, this is the power of the divine. Complete Susanoo. Chapter 187. Annihilation of the Divine. This is the invincible power of the divine. Just as Uchiha Madara proclaimed this declaration with manic laughter, the peculiar attack that had pierced the Earth explosion star descended anew. A pure and domineering force, radiating a blazing white beam imbued with the might to incinerate mountains and boil seas, descended like a spear of judgment hurled by the gods. The blue Susanoo, along with the entirety of its vicinity, was engulfed by this luminous column. Uchiha Madara, controlling the Susanoo, found himself utterly immobile. The core of this beam, a torrent of destruction wide enough to accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side, enveloped the entire area, including the Susanoo, with absolute brightness and terrifying heat. The blue complete Susanoo could withstand attacks from ninja blades and ninjutsu. Even the sharpest taijutsu was no match for it. In this critical moment, Uchiha Madara even activated the Rinnegan's ninjutsu absorption ability, yet it was utterly ineffective. This was not ninjutsu. It was pure, ultimate laser energy. The closest lava arm White Zetsu and Ice Spike White Zetsu attempted to defend using ninjutsu. However, their molten and icy shields could not even maintain their final forms, disintegrating in the energy radiating from the beam, vanishing like snow under the blazing sun. The sand iron White Zetsu, entangled with yellow sand a step further away, had half its body instantly crumble, the remnants being violently tossed away, crashing into a distant molten rock wall, silenced. The terrifying heat instantly filled the entire space. The Susanoo melted like wax, and the ground transformed into a torrential flow of magma. Even the formidable Uchiha Madara, enveloped in the Susanoo, sensed an anomaly. The air surrounding him became ionized, crackling with explosive sounds and igniting into flames. Even the resilient complete form of Susanoo could not withstand such an unusual assault. The colors of destruction, white and the red of purgatory, became the sole hues of the moment. Death would come. As the Susanoo began to melt away, alarms blared in Madara's mind. Utilizing the time granted by the Susanoo, he instantaneously transported himself beneath the Outer Path statue. In this area, only the Outer Path statue remained unscathed, while the ground beneath had begun to transform into molten rock. Hold on. Such overwhelming power could not persist indefinitely. Madara summoned the Uchiha fan, casting it towards the head of the Outer Path statue, hoping to utilize the Uchiha's rebound to counter this dreadful attack. However, the legendary Uchiha fan, said to absorb and reflect any ninjutsu, could not withstand even a second, disintegrating into vapor before the terrifying white light. The Outer Path statue, having endured the direct onslaught of the celestial laser cannon, became the longest-lasting entity under the relentless energy barrage that could instantaneously vaporize tailed beast balls. It emitted a guttural roar reminiscent of an ancient beast, seemingly wishing to escape this searing hell. Its withered head and neck turned crimson and began to smoke under the blinding light, its massive body quaking violently, straining against the assault. Yet, it endured, remaining unshattered. The Outer Path statue was continuously breaking and reforming under the crushing external energy. Its unknown material seemed to possess the ability to self-heal at the cost of its own power. Driven by instinct, it lifted its head to share the burden of Madara's battle against the descending attack. It even attempted to transform the destructive force raining down from above. The skin of the statue, under the relentless laser, shifted from a fiery red to a deep, dark brown, its texture becoming denser. It was akin to a stubborn iron being forcibly forged in the fires of hell. Indeed, this shell was formidable. A fleeting glint of greed flashed in Madara's eyes. Yet he knew this was not the time for awe. His base had been exposed, and this unknown assault was unceasing. He had to retreat immediately. "Kurizetsu, come and take me away," he bellowed, searching for the shadow amidst the deafening roar of energy. The beams showed no sign of abating, relentlessly pouring down the wrath from the synchronized orbit. The underground base of Uchiha Madara was collapsing, the cave structure disintegrating as molten rock rained down. The precious materials he had gathered, the eyes of the Uchiha clan, the ninja tools, and the elite Kurizetsu were vanishing in the scorching heat. "Kurizetsu, where are you? Hurry and come get me." The Outer Path statue would likely not endure much longer. Yet, despite Madara's frantic calls, Kurizetsu offered no response, as if it had vanished. Believing Kurizetsu to be dead, he made a decisive choice as the Outer Path statue began to disintegrate, activating Izanagi. 3 hand seals, 1 Sharingan sacrificed for the permanent blindness, to transform all adverse conditions, including death, into a dream. This technique, which Obito could only maintain for less than a minute, Madara could sustain for a full 10 minutes. He was furious, having to pay the price of one eye to seek self-preservation from such a nonsensical attack. When he discovered who had launched the assault, he would ensure their utter destruction. No, he would find a way to enslave their soul, tormenting them for eternity. Boom. The resilient Outer Path statue shattered with a mournful cry under the terrifying energy impact. Uchiha Madara, hidden beneath the Outer Path statue, seemed to have perished in the face of the overwhelming white light. Soon, the cataclysmic light ceased, restoring color and sound to the environment. Yet, all remnants of the ancient ruins had vanished. The remains of the colossal beast, towering trees, and the deep caverns, Madara's painstakingly constructed secret base, along with the tailed beast shell and the fearsome Outer Path statue, had all been obliterated from the map. In this area, only a vast, bottomless chasm remained, swirling with molten lava. Life was absent. The chasm's diameter was several hundred meters. What a terrifying assault. As time passed, a disheveled Uchiha Madara, with his upper body in tatters, reappeared beside the chasm. The sensation of narrowly escaping death was far from pleasant. One of his eyes had permanently turned gray. The core underground base he had meticulously built over decades had been completely erased. His ambitions of resurrecting the tailed beast and becoming its Jinchuriki to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi had crumbled along with the destruction of the Outer Path statue. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Uchiha Madara pounded the ground in frustration. This anguish stemmed not only from loss, but from his ignorance of the assailant's identity and the location from which the attack had originated. How could such a situation arise? Just as he lamented his losses, the sense of a lethal threat re-emerged. Uchiha Madara looked up to see an even larger beam of white light descending upon him. This time, its diameter was a staggering 1,000 meters. No. Chapter 187. Dissipating Ambitions in the Synchronized Orbit of the Shinobi World. A space fortress measuring 1210 meters in length, 496 meters in width, and 312 meters in height had transformed into an offensive state. Like a colossal humanoid mech, it was channeling energy into its massive laser generator. If relying solely on the fortress's inherent capabilities, the stored electrical energy would have long been depleted. Inside the immense fortress, a specialized functional system was operational. The core lava power generation unit was running at full capacity, Yet this energy could only supply half of the demand. The supercapacitors, which continuously appeared and vanished within the core, were the primary source of power. Rows of supercapacitors inscribed with special seals would instantly disappear as their charge was depleted, only to be replaced by newly charged supercapacitors, maintaining the continuous output of the colossal laser. In the land of wind, the land of rain, the land of rivers, and elsewhere, over 800 various types of power plants were executing similar operations. Wind, thermal, hydro, and tidal power plants were all equipped with supercapacitors bearing the flying thunder god seal. Fully charged, these supercapacitors stood ready to be deployed into the space fortress under the control of the intelligence system. These over 800 large power plants had generating capacities that far exceeded the energy consumption of the space fortress. This highly efficient and stable power transmission capability relied on the flying thunder god technique to establish a conduit connecting all ground power plants to the space fortress. After Uchiha Madara believed he had outsmarted the situation by using Izanagi to evade the initial laser destruction, he only revealed himself a full 10 minutes later. In his view, such power and scale could not possibly be sustained for long. 10 minutes. He had waited 10 minutes after the onslaught ceased before revealing himself. Unfortunately, how could the enemy not be aware of Izanagi? They would not repeat Conan's mistake against Obito. Intelligence is crucial for a ninja, often determining life or death. Once again engulfed in high-energy lasers, Uchiha Madara finally experienced the terrifying nature of these beams. He didn't even have the chance to perform the hand seals for Izanagi again. The moment he reappeared, everything within a 1,000-meter radius was entirely erased. His dreams, his schemes, and the painstakingly evolved Rinnegan turned to ashes under the onslaught of high-energy lasers. Mi Xiang did not relent. He maintained the relentless output from the space fortress for a full 20 minutes before ceasing the barrage of high-energy lasers. Once the blinding beams dissipated entirely, the vicinity surrounding Uchiha Madara's hiding place fell into a profound silence. The once mighty outer path golem and the towering Susanoo had left not even a trace behind. Only the stark remnants of a purgatorial scene remained, a testament to the cataclysmic energy baptism that had just transpired. From the original position of the golem as its epicenter, the ground had caved in, forming a colossal pit with a diameter of a kilometer. The intense heat had melted everything beneath into a bubbling mass of lava, rendering it indistinguishable from its former state. Within the neatly defined pit, a lake of surging lava churned violently. The white Zetsu soldiers, the machinery, and all that had once supported Madara's illusory moon eye plan had vanished along with this molten landscape. The crimson lava at the bottom began to cool, forming a thin crust, while scalding lava continued to ooze from the cracks, producing a hissing sound as scorching steam distorted the air. Even more unsettling was the complete eradication of the chakra fluctuations that had once permeated this area. Is this the might of the mechas? Mi Xiang pondered. Clad in the war god Mecha, while Shaonin donned the six-winged angel Mecha, and Scorpion stood nearby in the sword god Mecha, with 5 special ninja swords behind him. A true embodiment of elite combat power. The trio hovered mid-air, as Shaonin inquired, scattering feathers in the wind. Mi Xiang had maximized the electromagnetic sensing, and he could detect no signs of life in the vicinity. He had not waited for Madara to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki before launching his attack. Although he possessed sufficient strength to vanquish Madara in his Six Paths form, he had no desire to complicate matters for himself. Confirming that Madara was no more, Mi Xiang nodded. The troubles here had been resolved. It was merely an old ninja from a bygone era who had lost his courage. If the Uchiha Madara who once occupied this place truly had any valor, why did he lack the audacity to seize the tailed beasts by force? When Scorpion learned that their opponent was the legendary Uchiha Madara, he had been filled with trepidation. The name and legacy of this formidable figure, contemporaneous with Senju Hashirama, still lingered. Had he truly survived? Had he even regained his youth? What was unexpected, however, was that with Mi Xiang's technological augmentation, the Wind Country, armed with technology, had overwhelmingly dominated the entire ninja world. The Earth and Lightning countries, once capable of bullying the Wind Country, had now become mere defeated foes. And now, without their direct intervention, they had obliterated the formidable Uchiha Madara? Had they grown to such an extent? Mi Xiang gazed at the cooling lava lake with a mix of astonishment and contemplation. Nevertheless, there were still matters to attend to. All right, this is not the time for reflection. We still have remnants to clean up in Konoha. Let us proceed. Let us sever the ties of fate. At the site of the Konoha Hokage succession ceremony, the weather in the Land of Fire had been unusually clear lately, as if the clouds had hidden away. The bright sunlight bathed the Hokage rock in a soft golden hue. The plaza below was bustling with villagers and ninjas, their mixed voices echoing a restrained anticipation. The high platform was adorned with red and white drapery, and a massive Hokage emblem hung prominently at the center. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the forefront, his ceremonial robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Beside him, two advisors bore solemn expressions. Though discontented, they recognized the prevailing circumstances. Tsunade's ascension to Hokage was the will of the people. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, unusually, donned formal attire outside their mechas as they leaned against the observation area. Minato Namikaze stood slightly aside with Kushina Uzumaki, the latter wearing a gentle smile as she unconsciously caressed her still flat abdomen. Even Minato and Kushina wore specially tailored close-fitting mechas, hinting that this transfer of power was anything but simple. Following a vote among the Jonin and deliberations among the higher-ups, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated through the venue via a jutsu. The position of the fourth Hokage shall be succeeded by Tsunade. Applause and cheers surged like a tidal wave. Amidst the clamor, Tsunade ascended the stage with steady steps. Instead of the traditional ceremonial dress, she wore her battle-ready Baika no Jutsu mecha, complemented by a green cloak embroidered with the Senju clan emblem. Her golden hair was tied back, and a faint glow emanated from the seal on her forehead. The valiant Tsunade stood with poise, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. She approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing 3 steps away, and nodded slightly. Turning to face the crowd, she took the Hokage hat presented by Kurama Shikamaru, but did not don it immediately. Instead, she gazed over the cheering throng. Sweeping her gaze past the gratified Jiraiya and the Minato Kushina couple, resting upon a peculiar beam of light in the distant sky. Tsunade hesitated momentarily until the beam vanished, and upon receiving the anticipated news within her consciousness, she finally spoke. From this day forth, her voice was clear and powerful, quelling the gradually subsiding noise. I shall bear this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally draped the white ceremonial robe, embroidered with the words of the fourth Hokage, over her shoulders. Fireworks erupted at the opportune moment, bursting into the shape of the Konoha forehead protector. Cheers erupted once more, and the faces of the people radiated with expectations for a new era. Tsunade donned the hat, her robes billowing in the wind. Standing at the center of the high platform, she suddenly addressed Elder Shimura Danzo. I have received reports from the Uchiha clan that you have illicitly stolen Sharingan and implanted them in yourself. The evidence is irrefutable. Unveil the bandages concealing your body. Chapter 188. Decayed Dreams 1. Upon hearing Tsunade's public accusation, Shimura Danzo, standing in a distant corner, instantly became the focus of attention. Leaning on his cane sword, Danzo smirked disdainfully, parting from the dozen or so black-cloaked guards at his side to approach Tsunade. Naive Tsunade, he remarked. Do you truly believe that with those trinkets provided by Sunagakure, you can control Konoha? I shall demonstrate to you that in this world, it is strength that ultimately determines who prevails. As he spoke, he unfurled the bandages enveloping his arm, revealing the terrifying sight of the bizarrely rotating Sharingan eyes. Hiriko, take action. This is your perfect opportunity for revenge against the 3 legendary ninjas. Hiriko, positioned behind Danzo, was shrouded in a layer of black, viscous substance, his grotesque visage mirroring Danzo's own distorted features. Lord Danzo, it seems these Konoha villagers are destined to die. Danzo's arm began to swell, morphing grotesquely as if half his body were undergoing a monstrous transformation. His voice grew arrogant. These ignorant villagers are nothing more than expendable nutrients. Sending them to the Pure Land requires no mercy. Danzo's arm had expanded to a size greater than his own body. The Sharingan eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade on stage as he boomed. Foolish Hiruzen, do you think I will continue to support you? You have occupied this position for too long through weakness. Now, perish. From Danzo's arm, a multitude of wooden spikes shot forth, directly enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade on the stage. Hiriko, Danzo barked. Hiriko's body was now enveloped in a dark, tar-like substance, as if it possessed a life of its own, writhing across his surface. The ceremony began. Hiriko's voice overlapped 2 tones, one weak and faltering, the other thick and sticky. Characteristic of black Zetsu. He clasped his hands together, the fingers encased in the black substance forming a distorted seal that defied human anatomy. The blood-red symbols on the ground suddenly flared to life with blinding crimson light. Crack, crack, crack. A nauseating sound emanated from deep within the earth, as though countless coffin lids were being forcefully lifted. Immediately following, the ground surrounding the plaza erupted. 1, 10, 50 grayish-white bodies crawled out from the fissures, densely packed. They are clad in the garb of ninjas from various eras, some bearing tattered armor, others with indistinct features. Yet, without exception, their eyes are shrouded in a veil of white mist, and on their foreheads are affixed the control talismans, gradually melting away. Their movements shift from rigid to swift, as if manipulated by unseen strings, silently encircling the Leaf Village inhabitants with lethal intent. As the first wave of reanimated ninjas surged into the crowd, the twisted figure of Bailuhu bellowed, "Kill, die, destroy." The hypocritical world. The sounds of tearing and ripping resounded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already unveiled his robe, revealing the battle armor beneath. Meanwhile, Tsunade's Baika technique began to emit a green glow. "Tsunade, your warning was indeed crucial. Otherwise, Konoha would have suffered tremendous losses." As those reanimated ninjas attacked the Leaf Villagers, what tore apart was not flesh and blood, but sheets of paper. The villagers present, upon being assaulted, burst into a flurry of white paper. Bailuhu's boisterous shouts faltered as he realized the unsettling truth. All these spectators were not real people. They were made of paper. Before he could lament further, his hands formed seals and pressed downwards with fervor. A special summoning of the reanimation technique. The center of the crimson technique suddenly collapsed, creating 3 pitch-black voids. The chakra emanating from within caused the very air to thicken with tension. The first coffin ascended from the left void, its lid bursting open. Emerging was a figure clad in layered crimson armor, with long black hair and a tranquil visage. His presence even momentarily halted the frenzied assault of the reanimated army. This man, eyes closed, exuded no violent chakra, yet the ground beneath the plaza, along with all flora, instantly bloomed with an inexplicable vitality. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, the master of wood release. His eyes, veiled in white mist, bore the melting talismans, clearly under control, yet even standing quietly. The inherent pressure belonging to the god of ninjas began to weigh heavily upon the atmosphere. Soon after, the second coffin rose from the right void. With white hair and blue layered armor, his countenance was stern and serious. Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, a master of forbidden techniques. His reanimated form radiated a chilling aura. Yet dozens of control talismans gradually dissolved, and Tobarama's body ultimately fell into silence, his mist-covered eyes staring vacantly ahead. The third coffin then slowly rose from the largest central void. This coffin was larger than the first 2, darkened like iron. The lid slid open. The first to step forth was a foot clad in the black, tight-fitting combat pants and ninja shoes of the Warring States period. Gradually, the figure became fully visible. Long black hair cascaded down to his waist, with 2 strands falling in front of his forehead. He wore a simple black robe adorned with the Uchiha clan fan insignia. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of mist or signs of control talismans. A pair of crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, intricately patterned and eerie, slowly rotated, coldly surveying everything before him. Uchiha Madara. Unlike Hashirama and Tobarama, he did not stand rigidly but casually stretched his neck, producing a faint cracking sound. His gaze traversed the controlled Senju brothers, then swept past the maniacal laughter of Danzo, the possessed Baloo, and finally settled upon the joint forces on the high platform. Especially Tsunade, clad in Hokage robes, and the war god Mech descending from above. A smirk played at the corner of Madara's lips as he spoke in a low tone. "The reanimation technique is a tiresome trick. Kurizetsu, do you think I would perish even if I returned to my prime? Who was it that killed me? You dare summon me with the reanimation technique?" Lord Madara. Kurizetsu, controlling Bailuhu's body, emitted a frantic mixed tone. It was the white light. The white light descending from the heavens. Lord Madara, an unseen attack obliterated the ruins and destroyed the outer path golem. The Eye of the Moon plan cannot proceed. After the white light from above dissipated, several sand shinobi appeared at the site of destruction. The outer path golem and the base have been annihilated? How is that possible? As Madara questioned, he extended his hand to control Hashirama and Tobarama. Your techniques are too juvenile, Kurizetsu. Such techniques cannot control these two monsters. To think they could destroy the outer path golem? Eliminate these unstable variables, and I shall find another way to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. My apologies, Hashirama, Tobirama. You are now my subordinates. Destroy this world for me. Kurizetsu, find a way to truly resurrect me. Uchiha Madara inhaled deeply and unleashed, fire style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted, enveloping the entire plaza in a fiery wall. Water release, great waterfall technique. A rugged voice boomed as a massive surge of water clashed against the great fire annihilation. The collision of water and fire unleashed a cloud of mist. This technique of yours, Tobirama, is this what you envisioned to counter the Uchiha clan? It is all in vain, Tobirama. Go alongside Hashirama and help me crush these pitiful descendants. Madara cast his gaze back toward the allied forces, particularly towards the direction of the newcomer. It seems there are some intriguing elements here. His eyes swept over the 5 long blades hovering behind Scorpion's sword god mech, over Nagato's Rinnegan, over the anomalously stable floating blaze in Yakura's hand, and finally fixated upon Miko, donned in the war god mech. Technological ninja tools? The fantasy of unifying the ninja world? With every word Madara uttered, his aura intensified, not merely a simple eruption of chakra, but an absolute mental pressure. As if all beings before him ought to bow down. Insects, have you forgotten who defined the era of ninjas? As his words resonated, a visible blue chakra flow began to rise from him. Susanoo. Without the memories of his final moments, within Madara's recollection, his complete Susanoo was invincible. Yet the talismans across the plaza suddenly arranged themselves orderly, the runes constructed upon them somewhat familiar to Madara. Flying Thunder God technique. Such a grand scale. As Konan activated the talismans spread throughout the plaza, the entire surrounding area vanished in an instant, leaving only Hiruzen's and the monstrous Danzo to confront one another. All the reanimated bodies, including Baloo possessed by Kurizetsu and Madara, who was in the midst of summoning Susanoo, vanished without a trace. Where are they? Bailahu. Block these enemies for me. Chapter 189. Decayed Dreams, 2. Danzo, witnessing this, urged sharply, his Sharingan in his other eye spinning wildly. Tsunade. You Leaf Village's threats shall be dealt with by yourselves. We must go eliminate those ambitious ones. Miko and the others also vanished in an instant. Tsunade clenched her fists. Seething, you little brat, just wait. Once I deal with that monster Danzo, I'll come for you. She shot a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside her. Old man. Stop wallowing in memories and quickly handle that monster Danzo. He is the one you have indulged. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood atop the platform, surveying the now desolate site following the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique, his gaze resting upon the now monstrous Danzo. His aged hands tightly gripped the adamantine staff. Danzo, you have finally reached this point. He murmured softly, pain flickering in his eyes, soon transforming into resolute determination. It is my own softness that has led me astray, and I have indulged in this position. I too bear some blame. Danzo, you have transformed into a monster. Do you still covet the title of Hokage? This position was rightfully mine. Mine. Perish, would clone technique. Once again, branches filled with menace surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to be shattered by a single fist. Tsunade landed gracefully, inhaling deeply as she clenched her fist. The verdant light of the Byakugo armor enveloped her. She was now cloaked in the essence of creation and rebirth. Old man, do not show weakness. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, hold nothing back. We must not be outdone by that brat, Mitsuki. Today, here and now. Let us settle the scores of the bygone era. Foolish Tsunade, you must learn to fear. Learn to fear me. Danzo's visage was a grotesque amalgamation, a human face marred by shadows, half twisted like a gnarled tree. One of his eyes was normal, while the other bore the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. His right arm had completely transformed into a robust wooden appendage, fingers elongated into sharp wooden spikes. Do you see? This is true power. Danzo's voice twisted, a blend of human and the rasp of wood scraping. The integration of Senju and Uchiha should have been led by me. You have lost your sanity. Danzo, came the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen from the front, clad in battle armor and wielding an elongated staff. He positioned himself between Danzo and Tsunade. Turn back. Danzo, I can absolve you of your sins. Do not persist in your folly. Turn back? Danzo cackled, a fissure splitting his wooden visage. Hiruzen, You are the one who should retreat. Your weakness has led to the decline of Konoha. Today, I shall show you what true resolve of a shadow entails. With a violent sweep of his wooden right arm, he unleashed a barrage of wooden spike technique. Dozens of sharp wooden spears erupted from the ground, each tip entwined with lethal wind chakra. This was not the vibrant wood release of Hashirama. It was an assault imbued with murderous intent. Earth release, earth flow wall. Hiruzen formed hand seals, and a massive wall of rock surged from the earth. The wooden spears pierced the earthen barrier, the wind chakra whirling and slicing, causing the rock to splinter. In that instant, all 5 Sharingan on Danzo's wooden arm ignited simultaneously, not an illusion. Instead, it unleashed a barrage of wind-release vacuum waves. 5 invisible blades of air shot forth from the Sharingan, deftly circumventing the earth flow wall and targeting Hiruzen's vital points. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's white hair expanded, morphing into countless hardened needles that shielded Hiruzen. The collision between the vacuum waves and the white needles produced a cacophony akin to metal scraping. Old man, do not fall first. Jiraiya grinned, as 2 toads on his shoulders aided him in attaining sage mode. The visage of a sage manifesting upon his face. Such a monster must be confronted with sage techniques. Sage art. Hair needle 1,000 needles. The white needles surged forth, each entwined with natural energy, creating a sound of rushing air akin to a torrential downpour. Danzo did not flinch. His wooden right half swelled violently, revealing a distorted wooden shield. Wood release, wood block wall. But this was not merely a defense. Numerous tiny Sharingans suddenly opened among the gaps of the wooden wall. All Sharingan spun in unison, releasing threads as fine as hair, yet razor-sharp, infused with wind-release chakra. The web-like cutting winds intertwined the visual prowess of the Sharingan with wind release to a staggering degree. Orochimaru observed from a distance, his golden-slit pupils gleaming with intrigue. Mitsuki's deliberate sparing of Danzo was indeed a severance from the decaying past of Konoha. Jiraiya's hair needle 1,000 needles were shredded mid-air by the wind threads. Several strands pierced through the defenses, leaving crimson streaks upon his face. Be cautious, his attack pattern is bizarre. It seems he has fused the abilities of wood release and the Sharingan, potentially even simulating bloodline limits, Tsunade's voice echoed. A vibrant green chakra enveloped her form. Yet the true core lay within her Byakugo armor. The dark golden arm guards, chest plate, and leg guards shielded her vital points. Liquid chakra shimmering between the gaps of the armor. Superhuman strength punch. A technological creation, a descendant of the Senju clan, who cannot utilize wood release. The Sharingan on Danzo's wooden visage rotated, locking onto Tsunade. Let me show you what true Senju power is. I should be the Hokage. Wood release. Birth of the divine tree. The ground trembled violently. But what emerged were not towering trees, but countless twisted wooden abominations, resembling a horrific amalgamation of thorns and tendrils. Their surfaces bristled with wooden spikes, dripping corrosive liquid, as they rushed towards Tsunade with ferocity. Superhuman strength, earth shatter. Tsunade's fist struck the ground. The sheer force caused a 10-meter radius to collapse, shattering the oncoming twisted wooden spikes. Yet, from the shattered remnants, a purple poisonous mist erupted. Poison? A trivial technique. Orochimaru's voice emerged from within the toxic haze. He had somehow infiltrated the battlefield, numerous white snakes slithering from his sleeves, their mouths agape. Inhaling the noxious mist entirely. Danzo, your understanding of biological technology remains rooted in outdated experimental phases. Has little progress been made? Multi-snake hand. Massive serpents surged from Orochimaru's sleeves, coiling around Danzo's wooden form. Yet, the 5 Sharingan on Danzo's right arm activated simultaneously. Wind release. Vacuum ball. 5 high-pressure air spheres detonated at close range. The giant serpents were obliterated, but the splattered serpent blood suddenly animated in the air, transforming into countless smaller snakes that continued their assault. Repugnant techniques, but alas, they are of no use to me. Danzo's wooden tendrils swept through, flinging the smaller snakes aside. Yet a few managed to latch onto his wooden body, attempting to inject neurotoxin. The wooden form exhibited high resistance to toxins, yet Danzo's human left side trembled slightly. An opportunity. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with resolve. Saruman, Diamond Prison. The diamond staff instantaneously split into dozens, forming a rotating cage that ensnared Danzo. Each staff glowed with sealing runes. You think this can contain me? Danzo roared, his wooden right half swelling violently, striving to burst forth from the cage. At that moment, Tsunade sprang into action. Byakugo, over-heavy punch. The air distorted in a shockwave as her fist collided with Danzo's human left chest. The sound of shattering ribs echoed clearly. Danzo spat blood, yet a wicked grin creased his lips. You've fallen for it, Tsunade. Izanagi. One of the Sharingan instantaneously lost its vision, turning to stone. However, the sensation from Tsunade's fist altered. She struck not flesh and blood, but a wooden substitute. The true Danzo emerged outside the cage, his wooden right arm thrusting violently towards Tsunade's back. Sage Art, Frog Song Jinjutsu. The sage on Jiraiya's shoulder puffed his cheeks, emitting an eerie croak. The sound waves struck at the soul, as if four frog deities were manipulating them, causing Danzo's actions to freeze. Yet, Danzo's wooden half-body continued to attack autonomously. Wind release, vacuum wave net. Countless wind blades wove into a net, descending upon Orochimaru, who was forming hand seals. But Orochimaru did not flinch. His body suddenly softened, sliding away as if shedding skin, leaving only an empty shell behind. Enough games, let us put an end to this monster. Orochimaru's voice resonated from behind Danzo. He had transformed into the form of the eight-headed serpent, brandishing the Kusanagi sword, slicing towards Danzo's neck. Would release, would substitute. Danzo's body transformed into wood, his true self appearing 10 meters away. Yet his breath was erratic. His human left side was smeared with blood, and his wooden right half bore multiple fractures. Hiruzen withdrew the diamond prison, encircling Danzo alongside Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Danzo, it is over. Your ambition ends here, yield. Hiruzen's voice was tinged with fatigue. Danzo, dragging half of his wooden body along the ground, grinned wickedly. Do you think this means victory? Chapter 190. The Lament of a Bygone Era. Come with me to death. It is you who have obstructed Konoha. I am in the right. Shimura. Danzo roared, his arms swollen like towering trees. With a fierce surge of chakra, the previously balanced Hashirama cells and Sharingan erupted simultaneously. If I must perish, I shall take all of Konoha with me. With a thunderous cry, he exerted the last remnants of his will and chakra, shattering the life-sustaining bonds of the terrifying equilibrium. Boom. In that instant, it was not merely sound but the thunderous roar of chakra. The air around Danzo collapsed violently and then exploded outward. A visible torrent of black chakra erupted from every pore, wound, and Sharingan on his body. This chakra was foul, a grotesque blend of black and red, resembling decayed blood mixed with mud, emanating a nauseating aura intermingled with death. Danzo's body began to disintegrate. First, his wood-release form transformed. His already wooden arms, shoulders, and chest swelled grotesquely like a poisonous vine engorged on excess nutrients. The wood-like veins writhed and forked like live serpents. His skin split open, revealing the nascent wooden structures beneath, and those surfaces cracked open, birthing countless Sharingan. Where did Danzo acquire so many Sharingan? Retaining some semblance of human form, he was now undergoing a far more horrific metamorphosis. Beneath his skin, bark-like protrusions surged forth, and bones cracked and reformed with a sound that made one's teeth ache. His fingers elongated and became wooden, nails transforming into sharp wooden spikes. The eye socket on the left side of his face was overtaken by wildly growing wood, distorting his visage, merging with the wooden features on the right, ultimately forming a grotesque face, a fusion of Sharingan and wood release. His legs fused into a thick wooden trunk, anchoring themselves to the ground like roots, causing the earth to tremble and crack. His arms splintered into dozens of twisted wooden branches, each branch frantically growing and bifurcating, with their tips either sharp as spears or newly awakened Sharingan. His torso elongated and thickened, exceeding 5 meters in diameter, height surpassing 20, 30 meters, and still growing. The surface was riddled with twisted wood tumors and cracks, each fissure harboring blinking eyes. Most terrifying of all, throughout this transformation, Danzo's remaining human consciousness emitted a wretched scream. This was not a sound produced by his throat, but a piercing shriek directly impacting the realm of the spirit. It was filled with agony and resentment, yet that voice was swiftly drowned out, overwhelmed by the primal, savage impulse of growth and consumption emanating from the Hashirama cells. The negative emotions of countless deceased, the hatred of the Uchiha clan whose eyes had been taken, The terror of the innocents who perished in experiments, and the bitterness of the subordinates sacrificed by Danzo formed a black tide that engulfed him. Roar. Ultimately, what resounded across the battlefield was a bestial roar. It resembled the lament of an ancient tree struck by lightning, akin to the sticky sound of countless eyes blinking simultaneously. Before the onlookers, Danzo, or what once was Danzo, had ceased to exist. In its stead stood a towering tree, 40 meters high, a manifestation of nightmares. The trunk was as robust as a grand edifice, its surface teeming with writhing wood tumors, each a nest for one or more Sharingan, their eyes opening and closing erratically, shedding chakra like tears of blood. Hundreds of branches of varying thickness erupted from the trunk, swirling like a throng of serpents, whipping and slashing through the air, producing a shrill sound that tore through the atmosphere. The crown bore no leaves, only tendrils resembling a neural network, scattering corrosive black-red chakra dust that hissed upon contact with the ground. Midway up the trunk, a face sculpted from obsession and resentment gazed vacantly at Tsunade and her companions. The ultimate product of the fusion of wood release and Sharingan, a creature brimming with malice, adorned with innumerable eyes and branches. It took root in the soil of Konoha, nourished by Danzo's flesh and ambition. One branch struck the ground violently, creating a 10-meter-wide crater, not spewing dirt, but unleashing a storm of wooden spikes infused with wind chakra. Another branch, crowned with a Sharingan, concentrated chakra, releasing an illusion that warped the surrounding reality. Hundreds of branches began indiscriminately assaulting the ninjas he loathed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, why did you seize my position as Hokage? Tsunade, you, a mere junior, merely possessing Senju blood. How dare you take the mantle of Hokage? Orochimaru, you were the one I supported to be Hokage. Why have you betrayed me? Jiraiya, how dare you, a fool like you, defy me? All of you shall perish, perish. The attacks were chaotic. Each strike bore the brute force of Hashirama cells, and every chakra burst was laced with the venom of the Sharingan. Its mere existence was a desecration of life itself. Amidst its reckless onslaught, those he despised twisted beneath the branches, and the monstrous tree grew ever more fervent in its thrashing. Old man, is this the root of Konoha you relied upon? Under your indulgence, what kind of monster has Konoha nurtured? A surreal scene unfolded, as Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, struck by the branches, stood atop the Hokage building, coldly observing the inauguration site shrouded in the four purple flames formation. The questioned Sarutobi seemed to age a decade in an instant, rubbing his face. Danzo, he murmured, you have ultimately transformed into a monster. Tsunade clutched a talisman, and it seemed that the figures of Shoten and Kato were beside her. She wiped her tear-streaked cheek, feeling the presence of two additional hands on her shoulders, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. They had once strayed onto the wrong path, yet with the assistance of Mion, they had found their way back. It must end, Tsunade declared, casting the talisman into the air. As the talisman ignited in midair, the figures of Sarutobi and Tsunade, along with others, were transformed into mere paper fragments by the monstrous entity that Danzo had become. These paper fragments bore intricate lines, each a detonating tag. Countless divine paper constructs of mutual detonating seals adhered to the tree that Danzo had morphed into. As the first detonating tag ignited, the summoning array began to summon other detonating tags anew. The speed accelerated, and the scale of the explosions magnified, soon enveloping the entire area within the four purple flames formation. Chapter 191. Return to Nothingness. Finale. The relentless explosions were confined within the four purple flames formation, the force of the blasts not escaping even a shred. 3 million mutual detonating tags erupted in an unending cascade for a full 20 minutes. Ultimately, the four purple flames formation could not withstand the violent explosions, transforming into a soaring fireball. Within this arena ravaged by continuous explosions, not even ash remained. Tsunade crossed her arms, addressing Fugaku behind her. I have fulfilled my promise, Fugaku. Take good care of Itachi. The consequences of extremism can lead to a fate like Danzo's. Fugaku bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Hokage, for avenging the Uchiha clan. I will look after Itachi. Was the one who was transported truly Uchiha Madara? The man who co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage? Do we not need to provide support? Tsunade gazed at the distant flames erupting into the sky, shaking her head. No need. Mion can erase that man once, and he can erase him countless times again. They were merely demonstrating the might of their mechas. A display of brutality beyond comprehension. You are courting death. The resurrected Uchiha Madara, recently torn apart by a series of explosive tags, bellowed in fury. His current form, both soul and flesh, remained intact before being annihilated by a high-energy laser from the heavens. He still lingered in a delusion of invincibility. Unfortunately, right after being teleported by the Flying Thunder God technique, an immense fireball of extreme heat enveloped the entire space. This time, Black Zetsu had no chance of escape, as the ground was littered with rampant electrical charges. Both Black Zetsu and Obito were vaporized, and the dutiful son, Black Zetsu, whose millennium-long conspiracy aimed at resurrecting his mother, was reduced to mere vapor. With the death of the jutsu user, Hashirama and Tobirama, who had just been summoned to this world, could only return to the Pure Land in bewilderment. What was their purpose here? What had they accomplished? And now they were leaving? As Madara released his control, one could only ponder whether it was fortune or misfortune. The fortunate aspect was that he had no one to manipulate him, allowing him to remain in this world at his own volition. The unfortunate truth was that his adversaries appeared to share the same intent. They had used him as a mere practice target. The woman who struck first, engulfed in flames, had the audacity to manipulate his fire. Wasn't playing with fire the domain of the Uchiha? The temperature could be controlled to such an extent? Madara's voice brimmed with disbelief. I would deem you the strongest woman in the manipulation of flames. Now it is my turn. I refuse to live a life of manipulation. Before Madara could finish his lament, Nagato extended his hand towards the freshly reformed Madara. Rinnegan, universal pull. Not a spherical shockwave, but two opposing walls colliding. Each wall, exceeding 300 meters in width and towering into the clouds, was purely composed of repulsive force, crashing toward each other. Madara's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he summoned Susanoo, which instantly took form, the deep blue warrior drawing its sword against the repulsive wall. The blade met the wall in silence. Sound could not travel as the air in front of the repulsive wall had been evacuated. Only the outcome remained. The sword of Susanoo shattered. Then came the arm, the shoulder, the chest, and the head. This complete Susanoo, which had once instilled despair in the five Kage, crumbled effortlessly before the repulsive wall. Like a glass bottle crushed between two massive hammers, it could not withstand even a second before being reduced to a flurry of deep blue shards. Madara's original form lay exposed within the repulsive wall. He attempted to weave signs, to evade, but his body was paralyzed. He was like an insect trapped in amber, unable even to blink. The repulsive wall gently made contact with him. Then, Madara met his demise for the second time, his body dissolving into dust. His form was uniformly shattered into particles no larger than 1 micron, scattered evenly over a 3-kilometer fan-shaped area behind him. The reformation took a full 10 seconds. When Madara stood again, the eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes reflected no calm, only gravity. Rinnegan, this is my power. You are but the soil that nurtured these eyes. How dare you lay hands on me? Yet, it was not over. Conan's voice echoed from the heavens. Madara looked up to see snowflakes swirling, pure white, composed of 20,000 explosive tags folded into flakes, descended slowly from the sky. Do you claim to be a deity? Is it your right to toy with the fates of others? Then perish alongside that ambitious leaf ninja. Dance of the paper god, the end. Conan pressed her palms together. The first snowflake landed on Madara's shoulder. It adhered, then exploded. From the flames of the explosion, 10 new explosive tags emerged. 10 adhered, exploded, generating 100. 100 exploded, giving rise to 1,000. 1,000 exploded, resulting in 10,000. An exponential growth. By the time Madara realized the nature of this technique, he found himself submerged in a sea of explosive tags. No, there were no gaps, no pauses. Every inch of space erupted, and every millisecond birthed a new explosion. Madara attempted to defend with Susanoo, but it was torn apart the moment it was conceived by the unending explosions. He tried to escape using the body flicker technique. But no matter where he moved, the space and soul were locked onto the impending explosions without any respite. 10 minutes later, the explosions ceased. A massive pit, 500 meters in diameter and unfathomably deep, appeared in the wasteland. The bottom was as smooth as a mirror, the result of being polished by infinite explosions. Madara's body, in its resurrected form, left not even ashes behind. All matter had been utterly obliterated. This reformation took a full 2 minutes. When Madara once more coalesced into existence, He fell silent for 3 seconds, intersecting explosive tags, carrying infinite techniques of paper manipulation. Madara's voice was hoarse. You are truly terrifying. Terrifying? No. The most dreadful aspect lies in the hearts of men and their conspiracies. Now it is my turn. The 5 blades behind the sword god Mecha drew forth simultaneously. The first blade embedded itself 10 meters to Madara's left, its blade sinking into the ground. The second blade pierced 10 meters to the right. The third blade struck 10 meters ahead. The fourth blade lodged itself 10 meters behind. The fifth blade floated directly above Madara. I am a failed man. Do not tread the same path as I slash. The voice of a sorrowful middle-aged man echoed. All 5 blades trembled in unison. Then Madara saw the lines. Using the 5 blades as nodes, they intersected, slicing the space Madara occupied into a cubic grid with 10-meter edges. Each line represented a strike of the pinnacle of Hatake Kakashi's technique. The blades moved, initiating a 1,000-year kill, executing continuous slashes. In the air, only the sharp, glimmering cuts resonated. 10 seconds later, Madara was sliced into 729 identical cubic fragments, neatly stacked upon the wasteland. This time, he did not immediately reform. The cutting lines still existed, and every time the dust of his resurrection attempted to coalesce, it was severed anew by the slicing lines. It was only after 30 seconds, when Scorpion retracted the 5 blades, that Madara could finally reform. He stood, gazing down at his unscathed body, as if he could still feel the sensation of being sliced into 729 pieces. The mastery of swordsmanship has reached this level. I concede you are worthy of being my rival. Yet, before he could finish, 2 figures wreathed in blue steam charged forth. The 7 days breathing technique. 8 gates of Boso, Might Guy, clad in azure steam, collided head-on. The freshly reformed Uchiha Madara was instantly reduced to dust. Cursed, cursed, cursed. You are challenging the divine. Come, show me what means you possess to contend with me. A familiar seal appeared upon Uchiha Madara as he extended his hand. How could a mere flying thunder god seal affect me? Driven to madness by repeated annihilation, Uchiha Madara, in his resurrected state, felt no fear. Come on. Your era has ended, and the old ninja era has concluded. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's vision blurred, and he found himself on the moon. What is this? He beheld a colossal robotic space fortress in orbit, alongside a group of bizarre individuals staring back at him. Descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya. They stood upon a massive flying thunder god seal on the moon. In the next moment, they, along with the moon, vanished, appearing at the core of the sun. Lead gray clouds pressed down upon the western forests of the Leaf Village, and a purplish-black rift suddenly tore through the heavens. Twisted chakra waves rolled forth, accompanied by an eerie hum. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, draped in a white robe, with long, pale hair flowing without wind, emerged from the rift, his fingertips glowing with pale purple chakra that seemed to devour the light. Otsutsuki Momoshiki followed closely behind, clad in dark red battle armor, shouldering a massive scythe, its crimson blade scorching the earth beneath it. In the air, there seemed to be tiny white insects hovering, their arrogance still palpable as they were adorned with peculiar sigils crafted from other insects. What is this? A detonating charm? Yet, the sigils affixed to the 2 individuals did not explode. Rather, they were charms that locked their space and souls, rendering them incapable of even touching one another. In the next moment, the 2 vanished from sight, only to reappear beside a translucent sigil at the core of the sun. Welcome, O Otsutsuki clan. No. The end.